Attention! After the Third Shinobi World War and the Nine-Tails Rampage, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, dies suddenly. The time traveler, Sun Xiaolong, takes over his body. He was originally a cultivator from Blue Star, activating his cultivation mode and abandoning Chakra for spirit energy. He then summons Orochimaru, inviting him to reform Konoha, take down Danzo, and restore glory as the structure of the ninja world is about to change. War always accompanies destruction and rebirth. For Konoha, the pain from the Third Shinobi World War has not healed, and the Nine-Tails Rampage has struck again, with the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, dying tragically. Attention! Inside the Hokage building, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, is smoking while looking over documents. At just over 50, he has gray hair and a face full of age spots. He mutters to himself, "Peace is just top prophet is king." But the next moment, he suddenly feels a sharp pain in his chest, losing all chakra, and collapses on the desk. Daddy had just peeked to the women's bath and sent the umbu away, and no one noticed. Just 3 seconds after his heart stopped, it suddenly starts beating again. Golden light explodes. The time traveler, Sun Xiaolong, takes over the body, and memories of Konoha and the ninja world flood his mind. The time traveler shouts, "Combat Power 2000. I'm the third Hokage now." Next, the excitement escalates. Sun Xiaolong sits up straight, his gaze instantly changing. Previously, Hiruzen Sarutobi was weak and compromising, but now he is a time traveler with cheats. The umbu haven't returned. The various ninja clans in Konoha are still scheming against each other, and Naruto is still treated as a demon fox. He sneers, "From today, Konoha is under my control." The time traveler shouts, "Combat Power 500. Watch me clean up this mess." The crystal ball on the desk is still glowing. The earlier peeking scene hasn't faded, and Sun Xiaolong covers it, thinking, "This original host sure knows how to play." Konoha, Ninja's War. Has he crossed over? This is the world of Hokage, and he actually crossed into Hiruzen Sarutobi. Sun Xiaolong is stunned, closing and opening his eyes, realizing he has become the third Hokage of Konoha. Attention! Sun Xiaolong is not an ordinary person, was a cultivator from Blue Star in his previous life. Unfortunately, Blue Star's spiritual energy has been exhausted, and he spent his whole life reaching the peak of chi refining. Now, feeling the air in the Hokage world, he is overjoyed. The spiritual energy is thick. But the next moment, he deflates. Hiruzen Sarutobi's body is riddled with injuries, war wounds, and excessive chakra consumption, with internal organs weaker than those of a 70-year-old. But he instantly sees the truth. Chakra is the poison of the ancestor, and cultivators are merely their nutrients. Golden light explodes. The time traveler activates cultivation mode. Combat Power 2000. Abandon chakra, refine spirit energy. Next, the excitement escalates. Footsteps are heard from the shadows of the umbu that were sent away have returned. There are still many people in the village eyeing the Hokage position. Sun Xiaolong steadies his mind. The Hokage must be maintained, but Konoha's broken rules must change. The conflicts between Uchiha and Senju, the power struggles, are all nonsense. He wants to rely on spirit energy to rebuild shadow-level experts are nothing compared to cultivation. Those without Otsutsuki bloodline will only reach shadow level at best. He aims to break through to foundation establishment and immortality. The time traveler shouts, "Combat Power 500. Wait and see how I overturn the structure of the ninja world." Sun Xiaolong quietly operates the yin-yang body refinement technique, rich spiritual energy surging into his body, beginning to repair this broken body. Without Otsutsuki blood, he can only reach shadow level at most. There's no hope for super shadow or six paths. After all, chakra is passed down from the Otsutsuki, and many of the ninja clans from the Warring States period carry some of their bloodline, with the Senju and Uchiha being the most prominent. Attention! Sun Xiaolong, now Hiruzen Sarutobi, is clear in his mind. The ninja world has completely gone astray. They have refrigerators and electrical appliances, but refuse to use firearms, stubbornly clinging to ninjutsu and cold weapons. He looks over the list of successors. Kakashi lacks the will of fire. Danzo is filled with schemes. Jiraiya is wandering around, and Tsunade can't hold the big picture. Suddenly realizing he was led astray by the original host's memories, he snaps back. "I want to cultivate and reform. I will set the rules of the ninja world." Golden light explodes. The time traveler activates his aura. Combat Power 2000. First, I need to gather the talent in my hands. Next, the excitement escalates. He sets his sights on Orochimaru. This guy has explosive talent, coming from common background but able to conduct research better than Tobirama's Senju. Knowing Orochimaru is about to defect, he immediately calls the umbu. Tell Orochimaru to come see me. The Umbu understand instantly, using body flicker technique to disappear. This feeling of summoning a special Jonin with just one sentence. Though Sun Xiaolong looks down on it, he still has to use it. On the other side, Orochimaru receives the notice, licking his lips with a wicked smile. Interesting, they'll go see the teacher now. The Umbu see his demeanor and furrow their brows tightly. Attention! The Umbu urge fiercely. The Hokage wants you to go over immediately. Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils sweep coldly, and the Umbu instantly feel a chill run down their spines, scared into turning to run, cursing Orochimaru in their hearts. Orochimaru wonders, did the old man discover something? But the items have already been moved, he can escape at any time. However, he still goes to the Hokage building convinced that the third Hokage is now muddled and cowardly, and won't dare to act against him. Golden light explodes. The time traveler Hiruzen, Sarutobi, unleashes his aura. Combat power 2000. Today I'm dealing with this thorn in my side. Next, the excitement escalates. As soon as Orochimaru enters the office, he is stunned. Today's third Hokage has lost his usual gloom, instead exuding a vigor like withered wood coming to life. He rolls his eyes and retorts. Wasn't the experiment something you initially approved? The third Hokage suddenly drops a bombshell. I want to train you to be the next Hokage. Orochimaru's pupils shake. The third Hokage continues. Imold, you help me cut down the corrupt roots of Konoha and revive the village. The time traveler shouts, combat power 500. Secure this trump card and restore Konoha's glory. Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils constrict sharply, and he forgets to lick his lips. She never dreamed that his one sweet teacher would say such words. After finishing speaking, Hiruzen Sarutobi puts down his pipe and looks at Orochimaru. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi's imposing aura erupts like a raging tide, and Orochimaru, in a daze, sees the teacher he once admired immensely. Attention! The third Hokage's words pierce Orochimaru's heart like a sharp sword. Danzo and the elders have already decayed. Join me in taking them down and changing Konoha. Orochimaru is stunned. This is still the same old fool who colluded with Danzo. He is both afraid and hopeful, scared that this is a test, yet hoping the teacher is sincere. The third Hokage directly points out, you're just afraid he'll deceive you and control you. Golden light explodes. The time traveler Hiruzen Sarutobi unleashes his aura. Combat power 2000. I want someone who can accomplish great things with me. Next, the excitement escalates. The third Hokage suddenly drops a bombshell. I've been unhappy with the current structure for a long time. Once we clear the obstacles, we'll directly target the daimyo and seize the entire country. If this word gets out, the entire ninja world will tremble. Orochimaru instantly feels his blood boiling, having lost the Hokage position back, then was frustrating, and now he finally has a chance to take down the corrupt forces. He grits his teeth and decides, I'm willing. The third Hokage waves his hand. Go back and wait for my orders. The time traveler shouts, combat power 500. With Orochimaru as this trump card, the sky over Konoha is about to change. As Orochimaru leaves the Hokage building, his heart is racing, knows that with this transformed teacher, he will no longer be a rogue ninja, but will accomplish something spectacular. All right, Orochimaru nods and leaves the Hokage office, calculating how to quickly return and organize his experiments. Destroying the evidence whether he defects or stays, the cleanup must be swift. Watch closely. Sarutobi Hiruzen smirked. With Orochimaru as an ally, taking down Danzo and the two advisors is a sure thing. He saw through the ninja world's power ceiling. So-called Kage level is just foundation level, with weak bodies and minds, relying entirely on chakra to maintain appearances. The spiritual energy in this Hokage world is absurdly dense, even golden core and nascent soul can push through. The golden light exploded. The traveler unleashed their aura. Combat power 2000. Cultivating immortality is the true path to greatness. Next, the energy escalates. The more he thought, the more he felt the ninja world was ridiculous. Chakra is just a shortcut to the wrong path. Kids can hit the battlefield after a few years of training, yet ninjas still have to take on missions to earn extra cash. Hokage's bow to the daime, and ninjas have become pawns of power. It's completely upside down. Looking at Danzo without the Sharingan, he's just a weakling, transplanting the Sharingan to act tough, deep down hating that he isn't from the Uchiha clan. The traveler shouted, combat power 500. First, crush this tumor Danzo, then reshape Konoha. He calculated clearly. Losing chakra for a short time means becoming an ordinary person, and there are summoned beasts watching in the ninja world. Running away is even more dangerous. The Hokage position must be tightly held. This is the resource base for cultivating immortality. The third Hokage is called the Doctor of Ninjutsu. Although most of it is not significant, it's useless against masters. But combined ninjutsu has lethal power for low-level ninjas, definitely a battlefield killing machine. Watch closely. Sarutobi Hiruzen's character is played perfectly. Everyone in Konoha worships him as the just Hokage, with only a few knowing he is the biggest behind-the-scenes boss. He tossed the documents on the table to Orochimaru to take the blame, then turned and slipped out of the Hokage building to stroll the streets. A snotty little kid suddenly rushed over, fist clenched, shouting, "Hokage-sama, I want to be Hokage too." He smiled and patted the kid's head. "Chase your dreams, I believe in you." The kid and his mother next to him were completely stunned. The golden light exploded. The traveler's aura was full. Combat power, 2000. First, stabilize the people's hearts. Next, the energy escalates. Back at the Sarutobi mansion, he couldn't help but laugh at Senju Hashirama's naivety, wanting the ninja clans to set aside their secret techniques and integrate into Konoha. Purely a dream. The Zuka clan's bodies all exhibit canine traits, while the Oil Woman clan altered their bodies to nurture insects. The secret techniques of the boar deer butterfly must rely on yin-yang escape talent, which cannot be passed on to outsiders. At this moment, the eldest son, Shinizuke, respectfully greets him, secretly lamenting. Both sons have poor talents, and Asuma has fallen out with him, running off to become a Lord's Guard. The time traveler shouts, "Combat power, 500. Once I reach full mastery in cultivation, I will handle all these trivial matters." He is well aware. Ninjas only know how to fight and kill, not farm or produce. Without ordinary people, they cannot survive. Although the lords are ordinary people, the number of ordinary people far exceeds that of ninjas in any country, including the Land of Fire. Moreover, in ancient times, before ninjas existed, nobility ruled over the populace, and this situation has carried on to the present. Pay attention. Sarutobi Hiruzen knows that ninjas are military forces, shadow-level ninjas are major weapons, and tailed beasts are nuclear weapons. Yet his own son Asuma has gone to become one of the 12 guardian ninjas, which is simply clueless. He secretly sighs that both sons lack talent. They haven't gained the recognition of the Monkey King, and he has not inherited his ability to master all 5 elements. The original host even wanted to turn Konoha into the Monkey King's garden. Purely a dream. Golden light explodes. The time traveler unleashes his full aura. Combat power, 2000. Relying on his sons is not as good as relying on himself to cultivate. Next, high energy. He calls out to Shinizuke. Konoha is about to be chaotic. Get the clan ready. Shinizuke is taken aback, wanting to ask back, but is shot down by his one line. Your strength is insufficient. Just follow orders. Shinizuke is completely stunned. This father is different from before. The time traveler is clear in his mind. He must protect Shinizuke and his wife, or Konoha Maru will be in danger. Cultivation must also rely on the family as a support. In his previous life, reaching full mastery in chi refining relied entirely on his family's help in finding herbs. The time traveler shouts, "Combat power 500. First stabilize the family, then take down the opponents." He knows that now is not the time for a direct confrontation. He must proceed step by step, first arranging his own people. In his previous life, he was able to achieve great success in chi refining precisely because of his family's assistance, gathering many rare herbs from all over the world. In this new life, he needs the power of his family and the village. The stronger Konoha is, the more beneficial it is for him, and he does not want Shinizuke to die young. Pay attention. He directly assigns Shinizuke, "Stop messing around. Become a guiding jonin and train newcomers." He also urges his daughter-in-law, "When will you let me hold my grandson? I can't rely on Asuma, can I?" The young couple instantly blushes to the roots of their necks. Shinizuke looks at his father's 163 centimeters hunched frame, covered in age spots, and finally understands that the third Hokage is really old and can only nod silently. Golden light explodes. The time traveler feels secretly pleased. Combat power 2000. With the family stabilized, he can cultivate with more focus. Next, high energy. He returns to his room to sit cross-legged and check his body, though aging. He has no hidden ailments. Taking a breath of spiritual energy, his body crazily absorbs it like a starving wolf seeing meat. He sneers that the summoning beasts are just low-tier little demons, and the pollution of spiritual energy is all they're doing. The biggest stumbling block, Danzo, is just a weakling, a shadow-level ninja at best, with few implanted Sharingan, and using Izanagi twice will leave him incapacitated. Uchiha Itachi is still young, and Shirsue's eyes haven't been stolen. Handling Danzo is like playing. The time traveler shouts, "Combat power 500. Dual buffs of cultivation and political strategy. Konoha is under my protection." He slowly refines the spiritual energy. Cultivation cannot be rushed. First, he must repair his body, then crush all who oppose him. Danzo and his root can bully ordinary ninjas, but when they encounter true powerhouses, they must retreat. This is also the endpoint for most civilian ninjas, so Danzo believes that to become stronger, he can only rely on the Uchiha's power. Pay attention. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughs at Danzo being a coward, jealous of the strong Uchiha bloodline and lacking ability. He wants to ruin them. He has long made plans to take an Uchiha as a disciple, give them hope of becoming Hokage, and is he afraid of rebellion? The second Hokage's prevention of the Uchiha was purely due to familial hatred and prejudice. Golden light explodes. The time traveler has everything under control. Combat power 2000. You are still too inexperienced to play political games. Next, high energy. Orochimaru leaves the Hokage building still conflicted, but as soon as he returns to the lab, he is summoned by Danzo. He directly brushes it off. "I'll talk when I have time." The root ninja wants to explode, but under his golden vertical pupils, they are instantly intimidated and flee. Orochimaru secretly rejoices. "Danzo, you didn't see this coming. The teacher won't be dragging this time." On the other side, Danzo is still dreaming of outlasting Hiruzen and becoming Hokage, unaware that the heavens are about to change. The time traveler shouts, "Combat power 500. All your little schemes are right in my nose." Orochimaru quickly destroys evidence of the first Hokage's cells and the use of Edo Tensei. He is clear in his mind that following the teacher is definitely the right choice. If all else fails, his self-preservation skills are also quite strong. At that time, he will no longer be a mere root hiding under the trees, but a legitimate Hokage, and he will definitely lead Konoha to its peak. Basically, every day, Danzo dreams of this kind of fantasy, willing to sacrifice himself for the position of Hokage, and even more so, forcing others to sacrifice. Pay attention. In the deepest part of Myaboka Mountain, the ancient toad sage, who has lived for thousands of years, suddenly sits up from sleep, his face turning white. The fate is collapsing. The future of the ninja world is completely unclear. This old monster, who has stood alongside the sage of six paths, is so anxious that he starts stomping his feet, shouting at his subordinates, "Immediately bring Jiraiya to me." Golden light explodes. The time traveler, Sarutobi Hiruzen, directly overturns the destiny script. Combat power 2000. I will set the rules in the ninja world. Next, high energy. Jiraiya, who is outside collecting material for Tales of the Gutsy Ninja, is suddenly pulled into Myaboka Mountain by reverse summoning technique. As soon as he enters the temple, the ancient toad sage stares at him, exploding. "Stop looking for the prophesied child. The future is all a fog." Jiraiya is instantly petrified. His lifelong goal, which he has pursued for half his life, is suddenly deemed void. He hurriedly asks for the reason, but the ancient toad sage is left panicking. "For the first time in 1,000 years, I cannot grasp fate." On the other side, Danzo is still dreaming of outlasting Hiruzen, completely unaware that the heavens are about to change. The time traveler shouts, "Combat power 500. What prophecies, what destinies cannot compare to my cultivation crushing everything." Jiraiya stands there with his mouth open, unable to speak for a long time. After half a lifetime of chasing prophecies, he is suddenly told that there is no need to look for them, leaving him completely dumbfounded. The ancient toad sage, high above, usually drifts in dreams, and it has watched Jiraiya grow from childhood to today, accepting that he is not the chosen one of fate, but merely the guide of the destined child, is not so easy. Pay attention. The ancient toad sage leaves Jiraiya dumbfounded. "Stop looking for the prophesied child. The future is all in disarray." The once great hero is immediately confused. His lifelong goal, which he has pursued for half a lifetime, is suddenly declared void. He is conflicted. Should he return to Konoha to become Hokage? Afraid of being corrupted by power. Not returning? A bit unwilling. Golden light explodes. The time traveler, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has already grasped the situation. Combat power 2000. I will sit firmly in the Hokage position. It's not your turn. Next, high energy. Sarutobi Hiruzen is clear in his mind. Ordinary ninjas practicing chakra are just wasting their efforts, purely exhausting themselves. Only those from the Senju and Uzumaki, descendants of Otsutsuki, can endure. He still cannot abandon chakra. He must first crush Danzo and the elders, stabilize Konoha, and then he can cultivate with peace of mind. Absorbing spiritual energy is solely to strengthen his spirit and defend against illusions. The next day, he doesn't even go to the Hokage building, heading straight to the residential area. He must clean up the mess created by his predecessor. Knocking on the door, a middle-aged woman turns pale with fright. Third Hokage, why have you come? The time traveler shouts, combat power 500. First, clean up the mess, then pursue the grand cultivation endeavor. Jiraiya is still dazed. While Sarutobi Hiruzen has already taken decisive action, the script of the ninja world is about to be completely rewritten. Sarutobi Hiruzen ignores her and walks straight into the house. Inside, in the crib, lies a blonde-haired child, sleeping soundly but obviously malnourished, sleeping unusually deeply. Pay attention. This is the descendant of Azura, the true child of prophecy. Uzumaki Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw through it at a glance. The nurse was not taking care of him properly, and even secretly fed him sleeping pills. His aura erupted on the spot, and a murderous intent wrapped in chakra directly scared the nurse into kneeling. If the child dares to have the slightest problem, your whole family will be sent to the interrogation department. The nurse immediately cried for mercy, kowtowing. Golden light erupted. The protector of the child, the time traveler, is online. Battle power 2000. Dare to mistreat the hero's orphan? Tired of living, huh? Next up, high energy. Naruto woke up hungry and cried nonstop. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted at the nurse to feed him until the baby was full and fell asleep again. Then the nurse dared to breathe a sigh of relief. He had just returned to the Hokage office, and Danzo barged in without knocking, shifting the blame. Orochimaru caused the missing Nin case. Aren't you going to manage your good apprentice? The time traveler is clear in his mind. This mess was tacitly approved by the higher-ups. He coldly ignored Danzo's tricks. Too lazy to respond. The time traveler shouted, battle power 500. I see your little schemes clearly. Danzo was still pretending and complaining, completely unaware that he was already standing on the edge of the gates of hell. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not comment on Danzo's words. Orochimaru, who was originally preparing to defect, suddenly settled down, and Danzo must have sensed something amiss, especially after seeing Orochimaru yesterday. He was already suspicious. Pay attention. Danzo barged into the Hokage office and shifted the blame. Orochimaru caused the ninja disappearance. Aren't you going to manage it? Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately countered. Are you sure it wasn't your roots that did this? Danzo played dumb, but was secretly pleased. He had already set the stage to force Orochimaru out. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at him and asked, do you really want to be Hokage? Danzo was stunned. The thoughts he had hidden for a lifetime were directly exposed. Golden light erupted. The time traveler unleashed his aura. Battle power 2000. Playing mind games with me? You're still too inexperienced. Next up, high energy. Danzo reluctantly admitted that being Hokage was his dream, and Sarutobi Hiruzen poured cold water on him. Give it up. You have no affinity with Hokage at all. Danzo exploded. Hiruzen, do you have the qualifications to say that? The time traveler sneered. I've been Hokage for so many years. What qualifications do I need? He had long seen through Danzo's unscrupulous means to seize power, killing Hatake Sakumo, allowing the Nine Tails incident to happen, framing Orochimaru, and not caring about weakening Konoha. The time traveler shouted, battle power 500. Today, I will remove this tumor of yours and bring a new dawn to Konoha. Danzo clenched his fists, his face full of anger, still thinking that the person in front of him was the indecisive old partner, completely unaware that Sarutobi Hiruzen had already changed his core, still stubbornly putting on a show of strength, truly seeking his own death. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled lightly. Give up on your fantasies. Even if you have the Sharingan and first Hokage cells, you are still a weakling hiding in the shadows, with a pitifully small mind. Pay attention. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words pierced through Danzo's secret, causing Danzo to break down immediately, convinced that Orochimaru had sold him out. He still stubbornly shouted for the sake of Konoha, and Sarutobi Hiruzen issued a death order. The roots must immediately halt operations and accept the Umbu's inspection, and Koharu and Hamura must also be investigated. Danzo exploded with anger, shouting to call in 2 root subordinates to support him. Golden light erupted. The time traveler was prepared. Battle power 2000. Dare to act wild in the Hokage building? You're not qualified. Next up, high energy. In the next second, 5 or 6 Umbu members plus Sarutobi's new assistants appeared instantly, surrounding Danzo and leaving him nowhere to escape. Danzo panicked and wanted to slip away, hastily reaching for the Sharingan on his arm. Still tried to use Izanagi to play tricks. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed coldly. I've already seen through your little tricks. He had absorbed spiritual energy all night. Even if he hadn't reached the first level of refining energy, casting the golden light spell was more than enough to deal with you. This golden light spell is specialized in driving away evil spirits, powered by spiritual energy for maximum effect. The time traveler shouted, Battle power 500. Cultivation techniques, counter ninjutsu. You will definitely lose. Danzo still tried to hold on, completely unaware that he was facing a cultivation technique that didn't exist in the ninja world. He was crushed to the point of being reduced to nothing. However, in this Hokage world, whether he could borrow those immortal techniques, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not know. Cultivator's techniques inherently counter evil spirits. All the tricks Danzo was pulling were just underhanded methods. Pay attention. Sarutobi Hiruzen formed hand seals with both hands, opened his mouth to chant 9 heavens responding thunder, sound, universal deity, and with one hand formed seals to unleash the golden light spell. Danzo was immediately scared out of his wits, instantly activating Izanagi to save his life. The golden light flashed, and he froze, his body emitting black smoke, screaming in agony. The Umbu nearby were dumbfounded. This operation was 1,000 times more explosive than ninjutsu. Golden light erupted. The time traveler sneered, Battle power 2,000. You dare to be arrogant in front of me with your underhanded tricks? Next up, high energy. 2 loyal root members rushed in to try to save their leader, but were quickly knocked down by the Umbu. Danzo's right arm directly rotted into a puddle of mud, and he coughed up a mouthful of black blood before fainting. His first Hokage cells were completely shattered by the golden light spell, and Izanagi didn't activate at all. The black Zetsu underground was so scared that it lost its soul. If this move hit me, I would turn into rotten meat. It immediately used the fleeting technique to escape, not daring to look back. Sarutobi Hiruzen was clear in his mind. The golden light spell is absolutely effective against Zetsu. The time traveler shouted, Battle power 500. Evil spirits in the ninja world, one and all, I will deal with you. Danzo was taken to the hospital to seal his chakra, and Black Zetsu ran out still trembling. Who would have thought that cultivation techniques were so much stronger than ninjutsu? Today's Konoha seemed calm, but in reality, there were undercurrents. All members of the roots were arrested by the Umbu. All the cursed seals left by Danzo were eliminated. But his loyalist thoughts were completely twisted, and leaving them was like having a time bomb that must be cleaned up. Pay attention. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly took control of Konoha's absolute voice, even preparing to take down those 2 old advisors. Once the news was released, it blew Konoha away. Danzo was taken down with one move. The roots were all merged into the Umbu. The whole village was stunned. Aren't these 2 tight buddies in the same boat? The Uchiha clan was thrown into chaos. Golden light erupted. The time traveler asserted his dominance. Battle power 2,000. My Konoha, I will do as I please. Next up, high energy. The leader of the Uchiha Hawkish faction slammed the table and shouted, Konoha is now at its weakest, just right for a counterattack to seize power. Fugako, however, was scared and stopped him, saying to observe the changes. Other prominent families were also whispering privately. They must be plotting to get us. But the comatose Danzo in the hospital was solid evidence. Someone jumped out to curse. While fighting against IWA and Kyumo, you're still engaging in infighting? Are you old and confused? The time traveler sneered. Cleaning out the traitors is to strengthen. He shouted, Battle power 500. Not convinced? If you have the ability, stand up. All the prominent families and higher-ups panicked, everyone on edge, guessing the true intentions of this Hokage. The Nine-Tails incident had just ended, and the villagers were licking their wounds. Sarutobi Hiruzen was actually engaging in infighting at this critical time. Orochimaru also got the news. He was still worried that Danzo would block his path to becoming Hokage. But he didn't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to directly take down Danzo. Pay attention. Kakashi came to inform Orochimaru to meet the Hokage, and Orochimaru directly called him to go together. On the way, Orochimaru even took the initiative to talk to Kakashi, leaving the genius dumbfounded. Was this still the aloof Orochimaru? Golden light erupted. The time traveler was already waiting in the Hokage office, directly dropping a bombshell. I'm going into seclusion. You and Nara Shikaku will manage Konoha. Kakashi was stunned, doubting whether he was awake. The time traveler asserted control. Battle power 2,000. My arrangements, no one dares to refute. Next up, high energy. 2 old advisors kicked the door and rushed in, demanding to know what happened with Danzo and the roots. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even lift his eyelids. He was taken down for plotting rebellion. The two advisors were immediately dumbfounded. Was this still the indecisive old partner? Orochimaru was overjoyed. Teacher is paving the way for me to become Hokage. Kakashi, under his mask, was full of question marks. Today's absurd events were coming one after another. The time traveler shouted, "Power 500! Konoha's reforms, no one could stand in the way." The two advisors were frozen in place, unable to speak, while Orochimaru secretly rejoiced. And Kakashi was still in a daze. This operation directly refreshed everyone's understanding. Isn't it already clear? Attempted rebellion, and I took him down. Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his head and looked at the two advisors. Pay attention. Hiruzen Sarutobi directly issued an order. Step down from all positions and wait for the Umbu investigation. Mito Minion jumped up and shouted in disagreement, while Narashikaku tried to reason with emotional appeals, and he slammed the table, exploding. I am the Hokage, the strongest Hokage. I set the rules for Konoha. The two advisors instantly turned pale. Golden light exploded. The time traveler asserted his dominance. Power 2000. Old man, don't get in the way, hurry up and leave. Next, high energy. After driving away the two advisors, he turned to Orochimaru and Kakashi to drop a bombshell. I'm going into seclusion. You two will manage Konoha with Narashikaku. Kakashi was stunned on the spot. This operation was even more absurd than the Mangeki Sharingan Genjutsu. After leaving the Hokage building, Orochimaru dragged the still-dazed Kakashi straight to Naruto's residence, saying he wanted to introduce him to the would-release inheritor, Tenzo. Orochimaru looked at baby Naruto and smiled. First time seeing Minato's child? Kakashi stared at little Naruto, motionless, his mind filled with the shadows of White Fang, Obito, and Rin. This wave of the time traveler-esque layout directly turned Konoha upside down. He shouted, "Power 500! The decay is all cleared away. Konoha is about to change for the better." The two advisors ran away with their tails between their legs, and Orochimaru rubbed his hands together, ready to make a big move, but Kakashi still hadn't recovered from the shock. Everything he cared about had already died. Family, close friends, teacher. He was the only one left, barely hanging on. Pay attention. Orochimaru directly assigned a task to Kakashi. Take care of Naruto. Kakashi agreed without hesitation. The child of a hero cannot be wronged. On the way, Orochimaru stabbed him in the heart. Without strength, you can only watch helplessly as you lose. Golden light exploded. The time traveler had already arranged the routes clearly. The remnants can choose Umbu or regular ninjas, and after 6 months, they will be completely free. Dominantly outputting, power 2000. My Konoha, I set the rules. Next, high energy. The two headed straight to Umbu to find the would-release inheritor, Tenzo. When Tenzo saw Orochimaru, he instantly tensed up, but Orochimaru dropped a bomb. I want to be an elder and the head of Umbu. Tenzo was stunned on the spot, unable to believe his ears. Orochimaru told him to change his codename to start anew, and Kakashi immediately rallied. Let us go. Let us eat at the usual place. Ichiraku Ramen. On the other side, Orochimaru turned and rushed back to the Hokage office, wanting to discuss the follow-up plans with his teacher. The time traveler was clear in his mind. Pulling Orochimaru back to the right path, it would be hard for Konoha not to rise. He shouted, "Power 500. After cleaning up the mess, it's time to focus on the business." Kakashi and Tenzo chatted while eating ramen, while Orochimaru rushed to the Hokage building. The entire Konoha was set in motion by this wave of layout. Hiruzen Sarutobi was bored in the office. Just wait 2 more days, and he could start refining chi, then prepare to build the foundation. Pay attention. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at the crystal ball on the table, pondering, and casually used the telescope technique to spy on the women's bathhouse, only for Orochimaru to push the door open. The atmosphere was so awkward it could scrape out a 3-bedroom apartment, but he showed no signs of embarrassment, immediately closing the secret technique. Golden light exploded. The time traveler spoke with authority. If you have something to say it quickly. Don't delay my cultivation. Orochimaru got straight to the point. Just taking down Danzo isn't enough. How do we completely reform Konoha? The time traveler directly handed over the power. You are now in a high position. The political affairs are under your control. Power 2000. Trust my arrangements. It's definitely right. Next, high energy. Orochimaru tentatively asked. Should we announce that Naruto is the 4th Hokage's son? Hiruzen Sarutobi agreed without a second thought. Suddenly, he turned the conversation around. Not using the reanimation jutsu is a trap. Each time you switch bodies, the soul weakens a bit, and after 1,000 years, it will definitely be gone. Orochimaru's pupils shook. How did the teacher know about my trump card? The time traveler sneered. I'm cultivating immortality. Your little tricks can't hide from me. He also promised to support him in research, as long as he didn't recklessly desecrate the body and soul. He shouted, Power 500. For the reforms in Konoha, you can do it freely. I'll back you up. Orochimaru was convinced, and the two discussed the mess in Konoha, getting more and more enthusiastic. A few days later, the events of these days gradually brewed. Orochimaru wanted to be a high-ranking member of Konoha, and the news of the Hokage advisors and elders spread. The whole of Konoha, from ninjas to civilians, knew about it, and many people had opinions on it. Pay attention. Jiraiya heard that the prophesied child was gone, and after being confused for 2 days, he rushed back to Konoha, heading straight for the Hokage building to claim the Hokage position. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked indifferent. It's too late. You will become an elder together with Orochimaru. Jiraiya's pupils shook. What did you say? Golden light exploded. The time traveler decisively stated, No one can change my decision. Power 2000. Don't dawdle. Next, high energy. Jiraiya was thrown out the door, grabbing the duty officer Hiruzen Shinji to ask where Orochimaru was, and the other replied with a heavy bombshell. Danzo was killed. The roots are gone, all merged into Umbu. Jiraiya's mind went blank. This plot was more absurd than ninjutsu. He originally wanted to come back to stop Orochimaru from defecting, but now he had already become a high-ranking member of Konoha. The time traveler had already arranged Konoha clearly, leaving no room for rebuttal. He shouted, Power 500. My Konoha. I steer the ship, and anyone who disagrees has to hold in. Jiraiya stood outside the Hokage building in a daze, his mind filled with the explosive news of Danzo being gone and Orochimaru becoming an elder, completely unable to keep up with the pace. Moreover, his teacher would actually let him become a high-ranking member of Konoha alongside Orochimaru. It was simply unbelievable. They were once close friends, but as time passed, their ideologies diverged. Pay attention. Jiraiya, filled with conflict, rushed into the roots to see Orochimaru. As soon as he stammered about the elder matter, Orochimaru directly countered. Either stay and reform Konoha, or get lost and be a turtle. Jiraiya slammed the table. Let us do it. Who is afraid of who? Golden light exploded. The time traveler had already grasped the situation firmly, just waiting for the 3 Sannin to join forces to support, dominantly declaring, Power 2000. My arrangements, no one can overturn. Next, high energy. Orochimaru immediately assigned a task. Bring Tsunade back to me. The medical department can't function without her. Jiraiya's eyes lit up like light bulbs. The gathering of the 3 Sannin is stable. Orochimaru added, when she comes back, we'll announce that Naruto is the 4th Hokage's biological son. Jiraiya turned to look at Naruto and saw Kakashi clumsily holding the little baby, almost dropping the bottle. Bursting into laughter, the daimyo of the Land of Fire was unhappy about the roots being dissolved. He only dared to stay in the palace and mumble, not even having the guts to confront them. The time traveler sneered. Dare to jump around? I'll make him know who the father is in no time. He shouted, Power 500. Konoha is rising, and this wave is taking off. Jiraiya took on the task and rushed out of the village, while Orochimaru pushed for reforms in the office. Even Umbu was working overtime, and the entire Konoha was set in motion. But the daimyo of the Land of Fire only had a slight opinion about it. Of course, this might be related to Danzo being taken down by Hiruzen Sarutobi with one move. Pay attention. The daimyo urgently sent a delegation to urge Asuma to return to Konoha. Asuma stormed into the Hokage building, furious. Why call me back for no reason? Hiruzen Sarutobi softly persuaded. The village needs reform. Come back and help out. Asuma immediately broke down, nodding on the spot. Golden light exploded. The time traveler had already calculated this. Power 2000. My son must not take risks outside. Next, high energy. The hidden villages of the Cloud and Rock were panicking upon hearing that Orochimaru had become a high-ranking member of Konoha. This guy was notoriously ruthless in the ninja wars. 2 villages held a meeting that turned chaotic, struggling with the decision of whether to cease fire immediately. Meanwhile, Jiraiya rushed to find Tsunade, fearing he would be too late and miss her. In the afternoon, the Hokage's office held a full assembly, with all the clan leaders present, including Fugaku Uchiha himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table, shouting, Tsunade, Jiraiya will be the new advisor. Get out of here, Karamasho and Mito Gate. The entire room fell silent. and the big shots were left dumbfounded. The time traveler confidently declared, "Combat power 500. Konoha will have a new era. Anyone who disagrees will be crushed." Asuma turned to report to his brother, while Jiraiya chased after Tsunade, panting. The clan leaders in the Hokage's office exchanged glances, unable to speak for a long time. Kuramasho and Mito Gate would also resign from their advisor positions, and Tsunade and Jiraiya would return to the village as the new advisors. The decision was made, but the two advisors still wanted to struggle a bit. Look closely. Kuramasho was still stalling. The handover has to be slow. Orochimaru exploded. The Umbu have already dug up your corruption. Stop acting. Sarutobi Hiruzen banged the table to conclude. Retire immediately. Keep talking, and you won't have good outcomes. The two advisors were scared into silence. Who dares to act tough without power? A golden light exploded. The time traveler confidently controlled the scene. Combat power 2000. My Konoha does not raise useless parasites. Next, high energy. All the clan leaders were watching the drama unfold, and Fugako Uchiha was anxious. Will Orochimaru target the Sharingan? As a result, Sarutobi Hiruzen made a bold move, establish a scientific research department. Orochimaru will be the head, and the Nara clan will help with the IQ output. Even more explosive news came. Naruto was officially announced as the fourth Hokage's son. The villagers collectively broke down, rushing to Naruto's door overnight with gifts. Piling them up like a small mountain, Kakashi felt both comforted and heartbroken. How great it would have been if this realization had come earlier. The time traveler sneered. This is called setting things right. He shouted, "Combat power 500. Konoha does not engage in empty gestures. Efficiency is directly maxed out." That night, Orochimaru was busy to the point of exhaustion, not even having time to catch his breath. Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to the Sarutobi clan's residence, strictly ordering Asuma and Shinosuke to follow Orochimaru's arrangements, while he locked himself in his room to prepare for significant matters. It had been a few days since the time travel, and he could finally begin formal training. The spiritual energy in Konoha was not very dense. So Sarutobi Hiruzen went to the outskirts of the Death Forest. Look closely. The old man found a large tree stump to sit cross-legged on, directly dispersing all his chakra to refine his body. 3 days later, he exploded on the spot. His white hair turned black, his old skin shed to reveal a youthful complexion. And new teeth grew in, looking only about 30 or 40 years old. Combat power 3000. The time traveler sneered, refining chi stage 1. Now, this is called a proper start. Next, high energy. He knocked out a giant black bear taller than a person in the forest and rushed to the South River, setting up a fire and roasting it, with the delicious smell wafting 2 miles away. On the other side, Uchiha Shursui and Itachi were having a serious discussion about life. But the smell of meat immediately broke their focus, and they followed the scent. They were shocked to see a stranger squatting by the river, flamboyantly roasting meat. With the entire bear cut into large chunks skewered on wood, enough for a dozen people to eat until full. The two geniuses were stunned. Who is this? Too talented. The time traveler didn't even glance at them, self-absorbed in seasoning. Combat power 500. Only when full can one have the energy to break through. Don't bother me. Shursui and Itachi stood in place, confused, not recognizing that this was the rejuvenated Sarutobi Hiruzen. Their eyes were fixated on the sizzling, juicy roast meat, their stomachs growling endlessly. The roasting technique was very crude. After a giant black bear was cut up, it was skewered on wood for grilling, and it looked like it could not be finished without at least a dozen people. Sarutobi Hiruzen had long noticed the two little guys and immediately recognized them as Itachi and Shursui. Look closely. Shursui looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling it was familiar but couldn't remember. Just as he was about to ask, "Who are you, uncle?" Sarutobi Hiruzen exploded. "I'm the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen." The two little guys were stunned. How did this hunchbacked old man turn into a middle-aged handsome man? A golden light dazzled their eyes. The time traveler laughed. Secret technique of rejuvenation. Combat power 2000. Next, high energy. Itachi directly confronted. Why does the village target the Uchiha? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't beat around the bush. Because we fear you are too strong. But we won't target you anymore, provided you listen. Shursui was instantly overjoyed. Nearly jumping up, Sarutobi Hiruzen tossed the bear's hind leg, which was bigger than the two of them. Over. Come eat. Enough for all. The two little guys were starving after practicing with Shursui for a long time, ready to show off. The time traveler roasted the meat with fire style until it sizzled, declaring, Combat power 500. Follow me, and you'll have meat to eat and a bright future. The radical faction of Uchiha is still dreaming of rebellion. Sarutobi Hiruzen has already grasped these two geniuses. This wave is stable. The bear meat roasted with fire style was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Taking a bite, the juice burst in the mouth. Shursui skillfully used his ninja knife to cut the meat, while Itachi, ignoring his social anxiety, kept showing off. Unable to stop, normal humans have an uncontrollable craving for meat. Even though Itachi liked sweets, after practicing with Shursui for a long time, he was already starving. Seeing the meat Shursui handed over, Itachi took it and started eating. Look closely. After eating a couple of bites, Itachi wanted to talk about the Uchiha, but when he turned around, he was stunned. Sarutobi Hiruzen was flamboyantly devouring half a bear, not stopping for a moment, with juices flowing down the corners of his mouth. Shursui was also shocked, mouth agape. Is the Hokage a god of food? This appetite is outrageous. Golden light exploded. The time traveler wiped his mouth. I'm only half full. Combat power 2000. Next, high energy. He polished off the entire bear in just a few bites, even cleaning the bones thoroughly, waving off the two little guys. Hurry up and leave. I'm gonna hunt some more meat to replenish my energy. The two little guys exchanged glances, thinking the Hokage must be crazy, and quickly turned to leave. A week later, Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to the Sarutobi household. Shinosuke and Asuma were dumbfounded. How did Dad go from a hunchbacked old man to a spirited middle-aged man? Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed. Secret technique of rejuvenation. My chakra is gone, but I will be stronger in the future. The two sons reached out to check, and sure enough, there was no chakra at all, dropping their jaws in shock. The time traveler declared, I'm moving to the edge of the death forest to close off and break through. Combat power 500. Shinosuke directly withdrew from the Umbu to let Kakashi take over, and Asuma had no complaints, nodding to agree to lead the Jounin, leaving the whole family impressed by this wave of operations. Refining chi and building a foundation both lay the groundwork, but he was low on energy, and this body was older. The longer he stayed at the refining chi stage, the more it would hold him back. The death forest had dense spiritual energy, with spirit beasts and rare medicinal herbs. To find spiritual medicine, one had to go to the Summoning Beast clan or the Three Holy Lands. Look closely, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared. At the peak of refining chi, I'll rush to the Sarutobi clan's territory to gather resources. After becoming younger, no one recognized him, and the entire village's attention was glued to Orochimaru. Golden light exploded. The time traveler sneered. Combat power 2000. While you handle the politics, I'm focused on breaking through. Next, high energy. He had the family build wooden houses on the edge of the forest for his seclusion. His two sons felt both lost and reassured. Dad looked so young and vigorous, more spirited than the youngsters. Meanwhile, Jiraiya rushed to find Tsunade on Shorthand Street. But as soon as he entered the Flower Street, he completely let loose, hopping between casinos and taverns, having thrown the task to the wind. Sarutobi Hiruzen called in Nara Shikaku to be his secretary, helping Orochimaru manage the political mess. Everyone was stunned. Orochimaru had actually changed, no longer gloomy. He exuded an aura of a big shot, charm exploding. Nara Shikaku quickly decided, following this will definitely not be wrong. Konoha is about to take off. Orochimaru shifted the political burden and focused on research, declaring he would bring his projects to the forefront and make a big splash. The time traveler remotely controlled the scene. Combat power 500. Konoha's reform is as steady as an old dog. Finally, Orochimaru rushed to the hospital to see Danzo, and along the way, ninjas surrounded him, bowing and calling him Advisor Lord, with fans lining up on the street, the spectacle directly reaching its peak. Lord Orochimaru, Advisor Lord. Even if there were thoughts in their hearts, they had to show utmost respect on the surface. Look closely. Orochimaru had just entered the hospital when patients and nurses surrounded him, greeting him enthusiastically. The young nurses were secretly throwing flirtatious glances. This was a powerful young executive with limitless potential. The brilliance was blinding. He headed straight for Danzo's hospital room, where Danzo lay on the bed, still stubbornly saying, "You're just Sarutobi's puppet. You'll fall eventually." Orochimaru sneered. A defeated dog shouldn't bark. Battle power 1500. Next, the excitement escalated. Danzo, unwilling to give up, insisted that the Uchiha must be eliminated. Orochimaru fired back. Danzo, I'm the elder of Konoha now. Who are you to dictate here? Danzo immediately wilted. Without his roots, without his arms, and even without the Sharingan and first Hokage cells, his strength was at most that of a Chunin. Totally out of the game, Orochimaru tossed his head and left, fully flaunting his style, feeling exhilarated. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had been partying all night in the Shortbook Street, completely forgetting his task to find Tsunade. It wasn't until dawn that he remembered the important matter and rushed to the casino to find her. As soon as he entered, he shouted, "Tsunade, long time no see." Tsunade was caught up in her gambling and looked up, bewildered. How did this old pervert find me here? The time traveler smiled from afar. Battle power 500. The three ninjas' gathering was secured. Konoha was about to take off. He had liked Tsunade for a long time. Being able to bring her back to Konoha and, together with Orochimaru, make Konoha better was something that felt like a dream come true. However, Tsunade was not happy to see Jiraiya. Pay attention. Just after Jiraiya mentioned that Orochimaru had become an elder of Konoha, Tsunade immediately retorted, "You two succeeded in a coup?" Jiraiya waved his hands anxiously. It was arranged by the teacher. The roots are gone, and all the advisors have retired. Tsunade was stunned. That old man really relinquished his power? The brilliance exploded. The time traveler sneered. Battle power 2000. Konoha was about to undergo a transformation. Next, the excitement continued. Tsunade, stubborn as ever, said, "First pay me back my gambling debts, and then I'll go back." Jiraiya took the bill and collapsed. This amount could empty half a village. But for the sake of the three ninjas gathering, he gritted his teeth and decided, no problem, the village will cover it. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a cabin by the forest, intensely training and leveling up, relying on his experience from the previous life to reach the third level of chi refinement. The entire village had long forgotten about their former Hokage. A few days later, Jiraiya brought Tsunade back to the village, and as soon as they reached the village entrance, they saw Orochimaru personally leading a welcoming party, followed by Nara Shikaku and other high-ranking officials of Konoha. The current Orochimaru exuded a dazzling charisma, dressed impeccably, with none of his previous gloomy demeanor. Nara Shikaku had already prepared a reform plan for him. As soon as the three ninjas gathered, they would roll up their sleeves and get to work. First, resolving the conflicts among the ninja clans, and then establishing the research department. The time traveler smiled from afar. Battle power 500. This wave was as steady as an old dog. Konoha was about to take off, seeing the welcoming party at the village entrance. Jiraiya couldn't help but want to show off. The return of the Toad Sage. Pay attention. Just as Jiraiya finished posing, Tsunade punched him with incredible strength, sending him straight into the ground. Orochimaru immediately stopped him. Don't go crazy. Hold an emergency meeting. The brilliance exploded. The time traveler sneered. Battle power 2000. Konoha was about to make a big move. Next, the excitement continued. Orochimaru sat at the head seat and went straight for the big move. Cancel the Uchiha police force. Open the Umbu and all core positions in the Jonin and Ninja Academy. He immediately declared a wartime state. Jiraiya, Kakashi lead the team. Drive all the Cloud and Rock ninjas back to their hometown. The whole place fell silent instantly. This was 10 times more radical than Danzo. Uchiha Fugaku was left behind, and Orochimaru got straight to the point. Move the clan from their territory into the village. No more ethnic conflicts. Fugaku was stunned, standing there speechless for a long time. Jiraiya got up and patted him on the shoulder, amazed. Your leadership style is truly explosive. I admire you. Tsunade readily took on the role of head of the medical department and immediately asked, where did that old man go to slack off? Orochimaru, with a strange expression, lowered his voice. He has actually become younger. He's been hiding in a small cabin by the village, not showing his face to anyone. The Umbu is keeping an eye on him, and he's been meditating continuously. The time traveler laughed out loud from afar. Battle power 500. This operation was simply divine. Konoha was about to take off. Their teacher was still the Hokage of the village. After a long time apart, the three ninjas had a lot to say, but they weren't in a hurry. Starting today, Tsunade and Jiraiya would no longer leave Konoha. Pay attention. As the three ninjas hurried toward the Death Forest, Tsunade suddenly asked, why did the teacher suddenly take down Danzo? He acts like a useless person now. Orochimaru frowned. I heard from those present that he used a secret technique to take down Danzo, even suppressing the Hashirama's cells. And he specifically reminded, when you see the teacher later, you will definitely be shocked. Tsunade scoffed. An old man with half his body in the ground. What kind of tricks can he pull? The brilliance exploded. The time traveler sneered. Battle power 2000. The moment of overturning perceptions had arrived. Next, the excitement continued. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen was squatting in front of the cabin, grilling meat, and practicing the yin-yang body refinement technique, which could directly propel him to the great ascension stage. He even boldly criticized Kaguya Tsutsuki. Absorbing so much planetary energy, you're just a failed golden elixir chicken. The three ninjas approached, and seeing Tsunade's back, Jiraiya couldn't help but mock. Look at the time, and yet here you are hiding and enjoying yourself. Jiraiya smiled and called out to the teacher, and Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around slowly. The three ninjas were frozen in place. This was not an old man with white hair. He was clearly a tall, well-defined, handsome uncle. The aura was undeniably Sarutobi Hiruzen, without any transformation techniques activated. Orochimaru's pupils constricted, and Tsunade was so shocked her mouth couldn't close. The time traveler laughed out loud from afar. Battle power 500. This wave of rejuvenation was simply explosive. Konoha was about to undergo a complete transformation. Teacher, what is going on? Perhaps he had recently come to terms with things and felt no pressure, so he became younger? Haha. Sarutobi Hiruzen scratched his head. Pay attention. Jiraiya's mouth was agape. How is this possible? You're younger and more handsome than me. Tsunade frowned and stroked her chin. What kind of secret technique is this? Why can't I detect any chakra? Orochimaru's gaze was fixed, staring at Sarutobi Hiruzen without letting go. The brilliance exploded. The time traveler sneered. Battle power 2000. A shocking reversal was about to happen. Next, the excitement continued. The three ninjas squatted in a circle around the grilled meat, and Tsunade suddenly snapped. Thinking of sloughing off your responsibilities and retiring? Not a chance. Sarutobi Hiruzen shrugged. I really have no chakra left. I'm no longer a ninja. Tsunade exploded. Who are you trying to fool? She reached out to grab him. He immediately froze. After checking 3 times, there really was no chakra. Orochimaru quickly joined in, and after checking his pupils shook. It's actually true. Jiraiya jumped up and shouted. Can chakra really disappear into thin air? Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly bit into the grilled meat. The price of becoming younger. The village is up to you to mess around with. Jiraiya patted his chest. Leave it to us. We will definitely make Konoha crush the cloud and rock ninjas. Tsunade looked at him, and her anger instantly dissipated by more than half. The time traveler laughed out loud from afar. Battle power 500. This wave of showing off gets a perfect score from me. I believe in you, but you don't have to worry about me. Being a ninja is not the only path in this world. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words did not attract Jiraiya and Tsunade's attention. Only Orochimaru was deep in thought. Pay attention. Tsunade clenched her fists and snapped. Stop talking nonsense. Watch us blow Konoha up. She turned and rushed to the medical department. And Orochimaru immediately decided. The medical department is all yours. Jiraiya was also in a hurry, grabbing his ninja tool bag and rushing to the front lines. The brilliance exploded. The time traveler sneered. Battle power 2000. Konoha was about to stand tall completely. Next, the excitement continued. On the other side, the Uchiha clan was in an uproar. Clan members were banging on the pillars, shouting angrily. Orochimaru is going to ruin us. He's gone too far. Fugaku shouted loudly to stop them. Shut up and listen to me. This is a great opportunity. Everyone was confused. Canceling the police department is a good thing? Fugaku explained. That worthless position was just a scapegoat. Now we can choose from the Umbu, Ninja Academy, and Research Department. We can even move into the village. The clan members instantly rejoiced, chattering excitedly about wanting to become medical ninjas and teach students at the Ninja Academy. Sarutobi Hiruzen was leisurely enjoying barbecue in front of the cabin, already having plans in mind. First, to find materials to refine his life-bound artifact. Then to dig for herbs, to concoct pills, and finally to reach the 6th level of chi, refining to accumulate self-protection power. The 3 ninjas all thought he had given up on chakra due to the events in Konoha, completely unaware that he was secretly preparing for a great cultivation move. The time traveler watching remotely laughed. Battle power 500. This strategy of playing dumb while eating a tiger is simply brilliant. He wanted to protect the village and the family. Now he no longer had to choose between the two. After all, the village and family were one. Pay attention. Fugaku returned home and patted Itachi on the shoulder. No one will target us anymore. Life is about to take off. Itachi instantly smiled, hoping that Sasuke could grow up safely and still pursue his dream of catching Shisui. On the other side, Kakashi was flustered, trying to comfort Naruto, while those who previously scolded him as a fox demon were now eager to feed him, afraid of neglecting the hero's son. The golden light exploded. The time traveler coldly laughed. Battle power, 2000. Konoha was about to rise up. Next, high energy. Jiraiya rushed over with snacks, wanting to hug Naruto, but being clumsy, anxiously rubbing his hands until Kakashi had to guide him to hold Naruto properly. Tsunade returned to the empty Senju clanland, dug out her treasured old wine and drank half a bottle, then collapsed on the tatami and fell asleep. Orochimaru was pacing in the laboratory. How to achieve immortality. Senju, Uchiha, or the Holy Land. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen was leisurely roasting meat and cultivating in the cabin. Nominally the Hokage, but actually leaving all the village matters to the three ninjas. You absolutely can't imagine. Danzo actually came knocking. He had been lying in the hospital for a few days, completely breaking down, becoming more and more confused. Why did Hiruzen suddenly overturn the old rules, and call back Tsunade and Jiraiya to take power? The time traveler watching remotely laughed. Battle power 500. This reversal is simply explosive. When Danzo arrived at the cabin, he didn't find Hiruzen and called out, but received no response. Pay attention. The cabin had only one bed, one cushion, and a table with tea utensils and seasonings. It was absurdly simple. Just as Danzo picked up the tea utensils to brew tea, the ground suddenly shook violently, and with a loud bang, the tea splashed all over him. He rushed outside to see. A big tiger was dead at the door. Turning back, he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Danzo's pupils shook in shock. How are you so young? The golden light exploded. The time traveler coldly laughed. Battle power 2000. This display is too obvious. Next, high energy. Sarutobi Hiruzen was both handsome and muscular, even younger than Danzo, who had transplanted Hashirama's cells. Danzo hurriedly asked for the reason, and Hiruzen joked, if you ditch the Hokage duties, you naturally become younger. After saying that, he let Danzo handle the tiger and slipped back into the cabin to leisurely drink tea. Danzo cooked a tiger leg, but Hiruzen glanced and asked, who is this enough for? He directly roasted the whole tiger. Danzo anxiously slammed the table. Why don't you let me handle village matters? Orochimaru is suitable. Hiruzen completely ignored him, focused on showing off his roasted meat. By the time Danzo finished complaining, the whole tiger was devoured, and Hiruzen was still picking his teeth. Danzo was shocked and questioned his life. Are you the Monkey King transformed? The time traveler watching remotely laughed. Battle power 500. This crushing is too explosive. It's already late, and listening to you is useless. Accept your fate. Danzo was almost driven mad. This looked exactly like the young Sarutobi Hiruzen who used to infuriate him. Not wanting to waste words, he turned and left. Pay attention. Black Zetsu rushed back to Amage Cure in a panic. Madara. Big trouble. Danzo was crushed by Hiruzen. Obito scoffed. Just a jumping mouse. The next second, Black Zetsu added, Hiruzen's secret technique can break his Inagi and counter the Hashirama cells on you. Obito's pupils shook in shock. What? The golden light exploded. The time traveler coldly laughed. Battle power 2000. This is a display of failure. Next, high energy. Obito forced himself to remain calm. He's just an old man. Find a chance to kill him. Black Zetsu quickly advised. Be careful. Run if anything goes wrong. But he himself didn't dare to follow. After all, if Obito died, he could be replaced, but if he died, it would be truly over. Obito directly used Kimui to slip towards Konoha, wanting to ambush Hiruzen. You absolutely can't imagine. At this moment, Hiruzen had been cultivating hard in the Forest of Death for half a month, and his cultivation had directly reached the 4th level of chi refining. Meanwhile, the battle had already broken out at the borders of Konoha, and the Rock and Cloud ninjas were all confused. How did the counterattack come so quickly? You should know that Konoha had won 3 ninja wars, and many shadow-level powerhouses had died, and their strength had long been depleted. The time traveler watching remotely laughed. Battle power 500. Obito was delivering himself to be tortured. In the 3 ninja wars, Konoha won each time, but their strength was getting weaker and weaker. Coupled with the Nine Tails incident, Konoha lost the strong Hokage Minato Namikaze. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki had problems, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was old and timid. Pay attention. 2 of the 3 ninjas ran away, and Orochimaru was teetering on the edge of defection, while the Rock and Cloud ninjas took the opportunity to bounce around the borders, testing Konoha's bottom line every day. The 2 villages even wanted to snatch Konoha's top position, with the Cloud ninja strength even close to surpassing Konoha. It should be noted that Konoha occupied a resource-rich area but was constantly caught in the middle, facing enemies from both sides. The golden light exploded. The time traveler coldly laughed. Battle power, 2000. Konoha was about to unleash a big move. Next, high energy. Orochimaru directly orchestrated the war, while Jiraiya led the charge, with Kakashi, Uchiha, and Tenzo all joining the battle. The Uchiha were all focused on making achievements, taking down enemies on sight, not allowing any information to leak out. In just 2 days, they cleared most of the border, and even rogue ninjas and bandits were wiped out. On the other side, Killer Bee ignored Samui's warnings and insisted on bringing the Eight Tails to the border to show off. My bond with the Eight Tails is invincible. He had to prove that he was the perfect Jinchuriki. Just as Jiraiya's side finished resting and was heading towards the final area, he noticed Shursui and wanted to take him as a disciple. This kid's body flicker technique and swordsmanship reminded him of his disciple Minato. You absolutely can't imagine. The two groups were about to collide. Killer Bee had no idea how luxurious the opposing lineup was. He was simply delivering his head. The time traveler watching remotely laughed. Battle power, 500. This crushing was set. Not good. Someone is coming. Soon, Killer Bee sensed something was off. All the auras were those of strong ninjas. Pay attention. This is a Cloud Ninja supply point. Several teams hadn't returned for resupply. Just as Killer Bee was readying for battle, a bunch of 3 Tomo Sharingan suddenly appeared in the forest. Blood-red eyes, evil Chakra. The Cloud Ninjas were instantly terrified. When they saw Jiraiya's white hair and Kakashi's Sharingan, Killer Bee broke into a cold sweat. It's over. This lineup can't be beaten. The golden light exploded. The time traveler coldly laughed. Battle power, 2000. Delivering heads is confirmed. Next, high energy. Killer Bee immediately panicked and shouted to retreat, wrapping himself in the tailed beast cloak to protect his teammates. Jiraiya's eyes lit up. It's actually the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Capturing him would be a huge profit. Killer Bee charged at Shursui with a lightning release, while several Uchiha performed hand seals to unleash a great fireball. Boom! It only blew off a tentacle. The Cloud Ninjas wanted to scatter and run, but after a few steps, they were all captured. Killer Bee, in a panic, began to partially transform into his tailed beast form, and Yamato quickly used wood release. 4 Pillars Prison. Although it didn't trap them, it shocked the Cloud Ninjas. Does Konoha have wood release too? Jiraiya directly summoned the giant toad Fukusaku, shaking the ground with his massive size. GYK shouted, "Run! We can't win." Killer Bee still wanted to save his companions, but turned around to find his disciple Samui had also been captured. Jiraiya urged, "Surrender, and I'll spare your teammates." Uchiha Fugaka struggled for a long time, finally making up his mind. No more hiding. I need to take this opportunity to gain benefits for the Uchiha clan. The time traveler watching remotely laughed. Battle power, 500. This crushing is stable. Especially after Jiraiya showed interest in taking Shursui as a disciple in the past few days, Uchiha Fugaku wanted to fight for more for the Uchiha clan. Capturing the Eight Tails and handing it over to the village would determine whether he was suspected or became a hero. It all depended on this wave. Pay attention. Jiraiya stood on Fukusaku's head, stalemating with Killer Bee, neither wanting to strike first. The next second, Uchiha Fugaku darted out, and his 3 Tomos transformed into a kaleidoscope. The entire scene was stunned. It was even more explosive than when would release appeared. The golden light exploded. The time traveler coldly laughed. Battle power, 2000. The Uchiha are about to rise. Next, high energy. Fugaku uses the Mangeki Sharingan to control the Eight Tails on the spot, and Killer Bee instantly becomes a marionette. Jiraiya decisively acknowledges his teammate and shouts for Tens to use the first Hokage's secret technique to suppress the tailed beast transformation, while he himself seals off Chakra with a sealing technique. The Uchiha clan members are ecstatic and gather around. The clan leader actually has the Mangeki. Jiraiya is overjoyed. This achievement is incredible. The group quickly withdraws, too close to the hidden cloud, fearing an ambush from reinforcements. Meanwhile, the hidden cloud goes into chaos, and the 4th Reikage shatters his desk upon hearing the news. Lightning flashing. Killer Bee has been captured? He grabs his coat and is about to rush to Konoha, but his secretary Mabui anxiously stops him. Discuss it with the elders first. Don't be impulsive. You have to know that Killer Bee is the Reikage's golden partner. Without him, even the absolute lightning blade can't be used. You absolutely can't imagine it. If the Reikage also falls, the hidden cloud is finished. The time traveler watching from afar laughs. Battle power 500. Konoha is making a huge profit from this. This is a major event. If A is also captured in Konoha, the hidden cloud will be doomed. Originally, the hidden cloud lost during the Third Shinobi World War, And if they lose A and B now, they will be completely done for. Pay attention. The Raikage is furious and about to charge into Konoha, but Secretary Mabui urgently stops him. Don't be impulsive. Send a delegation to negotiate. He immediately calls for Darui and Kira to write a letter and rushes to Konoha. On the other side, in the Hokage's office, a toad suddenly appears to deliver information. Orochimaru laughs after reading it, and Kakashi's pupils tremble. They captured the 8 tails alive. Fugaku still has the Mangeki. The scene erupts with golden light. The time traveler sneers. Battle power 2000. Konoha is making a huge profit. Next, high energy. Orochimaru heads straight to the forest of death with Kakashi, where Danzo is grilling tiger meat for Hizashi, who is meditating and completely ignoring him. Kakashi is dumbfounded. Why does the third Hokage look younger? Those muscles are incredible. Hizashi opens his eyes and directly targets Danzo, who was the Uchiha involved in the Nine Tails incident. Danzo pretends to be deaf and mute. Kakashi anxiously slaps his thigh. If you care about the village, hurry up and say it. Hizashi adds. Now Orochimaru is the elder. You have to listen to him. Danzo's face is as dark as a pot bottom. You absolutely can't imagine it. Hizashi is practicing an immortal cultivation technique. If Jiraiya sees the spiritual energy within him, he would be shocked enough to fall off the toad. The time traveler watching from afar laughs. Battle power 500. Danzo is about to lose control. Danzo's expression is grim. After a moment of silence, he finally speaks up. That was a ninja who called himself Uchiha Madara, who has approached me for cooperation more than once. Pay attention. Orochimaru's smile instantly disappears, and the atmosphere becomes heavy. Who wouldn't feel a chill at that name? Hizashi immediately exposes. Madara has long been dead. It's Obito Minato's student. Orochimaru, Danzo, and Kakashi are completely dumbfounded. The scene erupts with golden light. The time traveler sneers. Battle power 2000. The truth is finally revealed. Next, high energy. Hizashi continues to drop bombshells. Obito has a space Mangeki and can temporarily ignore attacks. The Nine Tails incident was orchestrated by him. Danzo jumps up in a panic. The Uchiha are all-time bombs. Hurry up and capture Fugaku. Orochimaru retorts. Stop meddling. Just retire quietly. Hizashi suddenly inquires about Izanagi, and Danzo is forced to explain. Sacrificing a Sharingan to reverse reality is simply an invincible cheat. Kakashi breaks out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. Danzo is still rambling, and Hizashi directly turns to roast meat. Give the Uchiha a chance, and they will do their best to protect the village. He also calls out to Orochimaru, who is about to leave. I need to go to find herbs soon. Orochimaru is secretly pleased. Just the right time to develop Konoha. You absolutely can't imagine it. Hizashi's trip will allow Konoha to take off completely. The time traveler watching from afar laughs. Battle power 500. This is stable. He wants to return with Nara Kakashi to announce the capture of the 8 tails. However, Fugaku's Mangeki must be kept secret. They will say that Jiraiya suppressed the 8 tails and the Uchiha worked together to control it with Jinjutsu. Pay attention. Orochimaru returns and drops a bombshell. Jiraiya teamed up with Fugaku to crush the Border Rock ninjas and the Cloud ninjas, and even captured the 8 tails alive. Konoha goes into an uproar. After suffering heavy losses, they finally hold their heads high, and the whole village is buzzing with this news. Previously, the Uchiha faced disdain in the streets. Now, commoners chase after them to express their gratitude upon seeing the clan's symbol. The scene erupts with golden light. The time traveler sneers. Battle power 2000. The Uchiha have completely turned the tables. Next, high energy. Itachi holds Sasuke and laughs. My brother can finally grow up safely. The clan land is piled with gifts from commoners, and the Uchiha walk with pride. The next day, Jiraiya brings the captive back to the village, and the whole village welcomes him with flowers and applause. Hizashi is extremely excited. This is how a village and clan should be. The 3 legendary ninjas gather to interrogate the captive, and Orochimaru stares at Killer Bee with green light in his eyes. Send him to the research department. Fugaku must use the Mangeki to force the 8 tails to cooperate. On the other hand, Hizashi gets a sudden burst of inspiration and grabs Hizashi, wanting to drop a bombshell. Lord 3rd Hokage, I also have a Mangeki. You absolutely can't imagine it. If this gets out, the Uchiha status will skyrocket, and Konoha's battle power will reach a new level. The time traveler watching from afar laughs. Battle power 500. Konoha is about to soar. Sarutobi Hizashi glances at Hizashi and nods. The 3 legendary ninjas, Sarutobi Hizashi and Uchiha Hizashi, return to the Hokage's office. Fugaku remains silent, glancing at Hisashi before being surrounded by clan members back to the clanland. Capturing the Eight Tails, the Uchiha must take the lead. Pay attention. Hisashi stares at Hisashi and asks directly, "What do you really think of the Uchiha?" Holding onto the trump card of the Konoha Mitsukami, if he refuses, he will brainwash him on the spot. Tsunade coldly snorts. Dare to question Hokage? Jiraiya hurriedly smooths things over. He is the descendant of the Mirror Senpai. The scene erupts with golden light. The time traveler sneers. Battle power 2000. The Uchiha will firmly stand in the spotlight. Next, high energy. Just as Hisashi says the Uchiha are a part of Konoha, Hisashi suddenly activates the four-blade Shuriken Manjiki. Orochimaru's pupils tremble. There is actually a second Manjiki. Hisashi pounds his chest and shouts, "I am willing to fight to the death for Konoha." You absolutely can't imagine it. Jiraiya suddenly decides, "Hisashi, be my disciple." Hisashi is stunned for 3 seconds before jumping up. "I am willing." Tsunade crosses her arms and teases, and Hisashi nods and agrees. The clan members explode upon hearing this. Hisashi learning from Jiraiya means the Uchiha will soar. But Jiraiya secretly sighs. I hope it doesn't end up like Minato in Yahiko. The time traveler watching from afar laughs. Battle power 500. The Uchiha and Konoha have completely locked in their success. The great Toad Sage tells him again that the child of prophecy no longer exists, and now he has taken on another disciple. Hopefully, history won't repeat itself. The Uchiha clan land is in a frenzy today, with clan members busy preparing for a victory banquet to celebrate this hard-won triumph. Pay attention. Previously, the village oppressed the Uchiha in every way, not allowing them to participate in battles, and the conflict piled up like a mountain. Now that they have captured the Eight Tails, the entire clan can finally hold their heads high. Hisashi, using body flicker, races back to the clan land and grabs Itachi. Hurry and find the clan leader. Something big is happening. The clan elders are surrounding Fugaku, eagerly asking about the Manjiki, their eyes turning red with envy. With this ability, why not seize the Hokage position? How pathetic. The scene erupts with golden light. The time traveler sneers. Battle power 2000. The Uchiha will stand firm until the end. Next, high energy. Hisashi squeezes in and drops a bombshell. Lord Jiraiya wants to take me as a disciple. The 3 legendary ninjas and the 3rd Hokage all agreed. The clan elders are collectively stunned, looking at each other in confusion. The moment is anxious and jumping up and down. It's a conspiracy. The village doesn't have good intentions. The 8th Raikage immediately retorts. This is a gesture of goodwill. Don't mess it up. Fugaku makes the decision. It's settled. Go invite the 3 legendary ninjas and Hisashi to the banquet. He also calls for all the village ninjas to be invited, taking the opportunity to build relationships. The moment angrily storms off, looking just like a miniature Danzo. You absolutely can't imagine it. Jiraiya immediately agrees to the invitation, and the 3 legendary ninjas and Hisashi also readily agree, heading straight to the clan land. The time traveler watching from afar laughs. Battle power 500. The Uchiha and Konoha are about to become as close as family. However, when they arrive at the Uchiha clan's territory, they find that most of the ninjas in the village have gathered. The Uchiha territory is festooned with decorations, and the clan members have lost their usual arrogance. Today, they are the heroes of Konoha. Look closely. Other ninja clans are confused by the invitation. The Uchiha actually invited us? Hearing that Jiraiya is going to take sure sway as his disciple, they all immediately agree. After the Nine Tails incident, Konoha, which had been gloomy, is holding its first major gathering at the Uchiha territory. Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived early, but no one recognizes him as the 3rd Hokage. The scene is electrifying. The time traveler sneers. Battle power 2000. The Uchiha have completely turned the tables. Next, things get intense. The 3 legendary ninjas are invited to the main table, and Orochimaru and Fugaku finalize the theme of the banquet, celebrating the capture of the Eight Tails and Shursui becoming a disciple. Hiruzen is pushed to the main seat, and while everyone is still guessing his identity, Fugaku asks Jiraiya, "Are you really going to take Shursui as a disciple?" Jiraiya puffs his chest. He asks like Minato, "I want to train him to be the next Hokage." The Uchiha erupt with excitement. After Shursui successfully calls out to his teacher, the banquet begins. Tsunade, drunk, tries to pour Hiruzen a drink, and one word, "Teacher," reveals his identity, leaving everyone dumbfounded. How did the 3rd Hokage become so young and fit? Hiruzen is too busy showing off the food, while the serving Uchiha are sweating bullets. You absolutely won't believe it. Hiruzen suddenly frowns. An uninvited guest has arrived. The time traveler watches the show from afar and laughs. Battle Power 500. A great show is about to begin. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrows his brow. After receiving news from Black Zetsu, Uchiha Obito rushes to Konoha, filled with hatred for the village. Look closely. Obito is consumed with hatred for the third Hokage, believing that Rin's death is entirely the fault of the village and the war. To resurrect Rin, he wouldn't hesitate to kill his master and mistress, and even plans to destroy the Uchiha to steal their Sharingan. Hearing that Fugaku has a Manjiki Sharingan, and that Konoha has captured the Eight Tails makes him even angrier. The scene is electrifying. The time traveler sneers. Battle Power 2000. Obito is about to cause trouble. Next, things get intense. Obito easily breaches Konoha's barrier, and seeing the lively Uchiha territory fills him with rage. But without understanding Fugaku's abilities, he can only phase out for now. Fugaku and Shursui immediately sense the fluctuations of the Manjiki. Hiruzen also senses the killing intent and makes an excuse to leave. Obito is actually trying to break into his little cabin. Obito appears and questions, "How did you find me?" Hiruzen directly exposes him. "Should I call you Madara or Obito?" Obito's pupils tremble. "You're not the third Hokage." Hiruzen delivers another blow, hiding and sneaking around. "Can you really resurrect Rin?" Obito completely breaks down and unleashes his ultimate move. Fire style, Storm Dance. You absolutely won't believe it. Hiruzen is a cultivator. Kamui is child's play in his eyes. The time traveler laughs from afar. Battle Power 500. Obito is about to be defeated. The Sharingan spins, and Obito forms hand seals, launching his ultimate technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Obito simultaneously use the Golden Light spell, which can exorcise evil and also protect with golden light. Look closely. Hiruzen dodges the fire style, Hokage law. No matter how strong the fire style, it can't hit people. Obito swings his chains trying to restrain him, but Hiruzen grabs and yanks, almost sending Obito flying. He quickly phases out to save himself. Hiruzen continues to throw punches, the wind from his fists shaking the ground. Obito can only retreat frantically, sweating profusely. How is he so strong? Hiruzen adds, "How will you hide in 5 minutes?" Obito is completely panicked. The scene is electrifying. The time traveler sneers. Battle Power 2000. Obito is about to kneel. Next, things get intense. Orochimaru, Fugaku, and Shursui sense the chakra and rush to the scene. Obito's mask is shattered, fully exposing him. Hiruzen shouts out his identity. He is Obito, the culprit behind the Nine Tails incident. Obito yells in panic. "You are not the third Hokage." Fugaku directly activates his Manjiki. "Stop with the useless chatter." He immediately declares, "Uchiha Obito, you have betrayed your master and harmed your fellow villagers. In the name of the clan leader, I strip you of your surname." You absolutely won't believe it. Obito is under the gaze of 3 Manjiki, unable to escape. The time traveler laughs from afar. Battle Power 500. Obito is doomed. Uchiha Obito, you have killed your master and harmed fellow ninjas. Today, in the name of the Uchiha clan leader, I strip you of your surname. From now on, you are no longer a member of the Uchiha clan. What qualifications do you have to take away my Uchiha name? I am Uchiha Madara. Obito is driven mad and enraged, his eyes turning red. Look closely. Fugaku stands firm. Madara is long buried. You're just a coward riding on a name. I will announce it to the ninja world tomorrow, stripping you of your surname completely. Obito is utterly broken, raising his hand to unleash a great fire destruction. Fugaku instantly uses the substitution technique to dodge. Shursui charges forward with his sword, and Orochimaru forms seals to block his escape route with Earth Style. The scene is electrifying. The time traveler sneers. Battle Power 2000. Obito is about to be beaten to tears. Next, things get intense. Obito's mindset completely collapses, facing 2 Manjiki, the 3 legendary ninjas. In the third Hokage, this configuration is impossible to fight. In a moment of desperation, he unleashes with style. Hell's Chaos. And Orochimaru gasps. He actually fused with the first Hokage's cells? As the 3 work together to dismantle the wood style, Obito has already phased out to escape. Orochimaru immediately declares, Obito is classified as an S-rank rogue ninja. Whoever encounters him should run quickly. It won't be counted as fleeing. Meanwhile, the Uchiha banquet continues to be lively. Only the Umbu know that a battle just occurred at the village's edge. You absolutely won't believe it. The next day, hungover ninjas are in an uproar. Uchiha Obito is not dead. He has become Konoha's #1 rogue ninja. The time traveler laughs from afar. Battle power 500. Konoha's sense of security has risen to the max. The ninja once believed to have died in the Third Shinobi War. Uchiha Obito is not dead. Instead, he has become a terrifying S-rank rogue ninja. Obito is not only the culprit behind the Nine Tails incident, but has also personally caused the death of his own master. Look closely. Fugaku strips him of his surname in the name of the clan leader, and Obito becomes a complete outcast. Hiruzen further explodes. Announce the abilities of Obito's Sharingan and declare that if encountered, one can abandon their mission and escape. The entire village erupts. White Fang was criticized to death for abandoning a mission, and now he is allowed to escape? This operation severely impacts the twisted views of ninjas. The scene is electrifying. The time traveler sneers. Battle power 2000. Konoha no longer treats ninjas as expendables. Next, things get intense. The most shocked is Kakashi. Obito is not dead. He even killed teacher Minato. Guy approaches wanting to challenge him to a youth duel, but seeing Kakashi's expression, he immediately shuts up. Kakashi rushes to the Hokage's office using the body flicker technique. Hiruzen and Fugaku are already waiting, directly laying it all out. Obito activated his Mangeki and just fought last night. Then he shifts the topic. Hand over his Sharingan to the village. You absolutely won't believe it. This has already caused Kakashi immense trouble. Without Uchiha blood, his chakra drains rapidly, stuck at the peak of Jonin since he was 12. Orochimaru nearby is filled with greed. Once I have it, I can uncover the secrets of the Uchiha bloodline. The time traveler laughs from afar. Battle power 500. Kakashi is about to lose the burden and make a comeback. Orochimaru's expression is quite subtle. If he can obtain this Sharingan, he might be able to research some secrets of the Uchiha bloodline. Obito triggered the Nine Tails incident, but didn't retrieve the Sharingan from Kakashi, clearly not wanting to meet him. Look closely. Kakashi decisively states, I will take that eye. He wants to break free from his shackles and become super strong, personally catching Obito to settle the score. Orochimaru immediately chimes in. Can I study it? Fugaku immediately agrees. Better than having the clan fight over it. The scene is electrifying. The time traveler sneers. Battle power 2000. Konoha is about to crack the secrets of the Uchiha. Next, things get intense. Tsunade and Orochimaru team up for the eye transplant. And Hiruzen sees the village trusting the Hyuga and leaves at ease. Jiraiya, after waking up from his drunken stupor, slaps his thigh. I should have called for a blockade against Obito yesterday. He rushes to the medical department with sure sway, while Guy and the new generation of ninjas all come to cheer Kakashi on. The surgery is completed in minutes, and Orochimaru joyfully speeds off to the lab with a bottle containing the Sharingan. The moment Kakashi opens his eyes, Chakra flows smoothly, ready to take off. The news spread like wildfire in the ninja world. Black Zetsu was so angry he was jumping up and down. Obito, you idiot! You've ruined decades of planning. You absolutely can't imagine it. Obito has become a joke in the ninja world, and Konoha is cashing in on top-tier research materials. The time traveler watching the show from afar laughed. Combat power 500. Konoha is making a huge profit. Black Zetsu, who had been maneuvering in the ninja world for many years, considered Obito to be the worst piece he had ever controlled. Obito was the most infuriating one. Everyone in the ninja world knew he had been disqualified from the Uchiha clan, completely becoming a nameless stray dog. Look closely. Obito was going crazy on the spot, screaming. Who would have thought that Uchiha had 2 pairs of Sharingan? And that daybreak stripped me naked. In the Akatsuki organization, Nagato was staring at him, dismantling his cover. Aren't you going to explain your impersonation of Madara? Obito shrugged. Anyway, we're going to take down the ninja world. Golden light exploded. The time traveler sneered. Combat power 2000. Obito has completely become a laughingstock in the ninja world. Next, high energy. Daybreak had already clearly laid out the plan. First, rush to Star Ninja Village to steal star meteors. This thing is not radiation in the eyes of cultivators, but a treasure of spiritual energy. Then dig for immortal herbs in the land of whirlpools and go to the land of craftsmen to gather rare metals to create spiritual tools. And finally, break into the land of water to explore deep-sea treasures. Before leaving, he had to summon his old partner, the Monkey King. In the Death Forest, hand seals were made, and smoke exploded into the air. The Monkey King first scanned the surroundings for enemies, but turned to see Daybreak and was stunned. This body full of explosive muscles, this cold and oppressive aura. How can this be the old man from before? You absolutely can't imagine it. The once lecherous old man has transformed into a handsome hunk, so stunning that people can't take their eyes off him. The time traveler laughed from afar. Combat power 500. Daybreak is unstoppable. How did this lecherous old man become so handsome? As an old teammate of Sarutobi Daybreak, the Monkey King knew clearly. This seemingly serious third Hokage was actually a total pervert, peeping at the women's bathhouse every day with a crystal ball. Look closely. The Monkey King stared at Daybreak, completely dumbfounded. Something's off with you. You're young and righteous, with a body full of muscles that makes me envious. He also keenly noticed that Daybreak had lost chakra, leaving only the pure, natural energy. Golden light exploded. The time traveler sneered. Combat power 2000. Daybreak is no longer the lecherous old man of the past. Next, high energy. Daybreak spoke seriously. I need you to help me with something important. I want to know the history before the Otsutsuki came. The Monkey King was shocked. Come back to Flower Fruit Mountain and ask our ancestors. Daybreak directly declared, I have received the true immortal inheritance. Even the 6 paths are not worthy of mentioning. The Monkey King immediately activated reverse summoning technique, and Daybreak was spun around and arrived at the Monkey King's clan. Here, the spiritual energy was absurdly thick. The little monkeys climbed onto him, pulling his hair and beard, following the Monkey King through the waterfall into the water curtain cave. They encountered an old hunched monkey, who opened his eyes and asked, Why aren't you a ninja anymore? Daybreak replied domineeringly, Chakra harms both man and beast. I discarded it long ago. The old monkey nodded and shook his head. That's a good choice. You absolutely can't imagine it. Daybreak directly connected with the summoning beast lineage. The time traveler laughed from afar. Combat power 500. Daybreak's abilities are going to be extraordinary. The old monkey nodded, then shook his head. No matter how you did it, since it has come to this, don't touch chakra again. Do you have any questions for me? Look closely. The old monkey directly revealed shocking information. Before the Otsutsuki came, there was no chakra. Both humans and beasts relied on absorbing natural energy to cultivate. It is said that there was once a great human who annihilated the beast clan, creating the world of summoning beasts, and then vanished without a trace. After the Otsutsuki brought chakra, summoning beasts could no longer perfectly absorb natural energy. Golden light exploded. The time traveler sneered. Combat power 2000. Daybreak holds the true inheritance. Next, high energy. The old monkey suddenly asked Daybreak, help us take back the Flower Fruit Mountain in the ninja world from the Four Tails. Daybreak immediately patted his chest. Leave it to me. He then asked if he could gather herbs and minerals, and the old monkey directly granted permission. Take whatever you want. Just don't invade other clans' territories. After coming out, the Monkey King patted his chest. Call me anytime if you want to fight. This old bone can still fight. Daybreak declared. In a while, I'll crush the Four Tails. You absolutely can't imagine it. Daybreak not only held onto the summoning beast's thigh, but could also casually pick up treasures in the summoning world. This place was bursting with spiritual energy because the summoning beast had been severely harmed by chakra. The time traveler laughed from afar. Combat power 500. Daybreak's abilities are going to be extraordinary. The emergence of chakra allowed these original demon beasts to grow at a much faster rate. Even ordinary wild beasts could have massive sizes. Around Flower Fruit Mountain, Sarutobi Daybreak found quite a few spiritual herbs, but their ages were generally very short. Look closely. Daybreak knew very well. To dig for old herbs, he must venture deep into the summoning world. But he was only at the 6th level of chi refinement. So he decisively stayed in Flower Fruit Mountain to refine pills and level up steadily. Golden light exploded. The time traveler sneered. Combat power 2000. The pill refining and leveling mode is directly maxed out. Next, high energy. Daybreak directly settled in Flower Fruit Mountain, getting along with the little monkeys and even eyeing the volcanic fire of the Fire Eyes to refine pills. In just a few days, he surged to the 7th level of chi refinement, with elite Nin level combat power firmly in hand. His physical strength directly crushed those fragile ninjas who relied on chakra to hold their ground. The 8 gates of Duanjia were just a misguided way to squeeze potential. You absolutely can't imagine it. He searched in the wilderness for herbs, and the spiritual herbs piled up like small mountains, almost overwhelming his sealing techniques. When encountering the guarding summoning beasts, It was all a matter of a single strike. Just one poisonous bamboo leaf took a bit of effort, but in the end, he used fire release to smash it. It even dropped 400-year-old red fruits. Just by gnawing on these spiritual herbs, his cultivation rapidly increased, and he was on the verge of reaching the 8th level of chi refinement. The time traveler laughed from afar. Combat power 500. Daybreak is leveling up rapidly. Who in the ninja world can compete? Thus, he obtained 400-year-old red fruits. After this round of looting, just eating various spiritual herbs brought Sarutobi Daybreak close to the 8th level of chi refinement. When Sarutobi Daybreak returned to Flower Fruit Mountain, he resumed his cultivation, just relying on eating spiritual herbs to boost his cultivation when tea work. He mustn't rush from chi refinement to foundation establishment. Look closely. On the other side, Konoha was in high spirits. Daybreak's disappearance didn't cause anyone to panic. Orochimaru and Nara directly took over all village affairs. The temptation of the 8 Tails Jinchuriki combined with the Sharingan made Orochimaru eager. Golden light exploded. The time traveler sneered. Combat power 2000. Konoha is making a huge profit. Next, high energy. The Cloud Ninja delegation had entered the Fire Country, and Killer Bee and Samui were finally released. Samui looked at Killer Bee, stunned. Master, how did you become like this? It should be known that Orochimaru had been researching Killer Bee for nearly half a month, drawing blood every day and extracting 8 Tails chakra, even scaring the 8 Tails. The aloof Samui immediately imagined a terrifying scenario, looking at Killer Bee with eyes full of pity. You absolutely can't imagine it. The 2 prisoners were shopping in Konoha, and the villagers all gave them disdainful looks. Samui's mentality completely collapsed. I warned you not to run around, but you insisted on going to the border, and as a result, you were annihilated and captured by Jiraiya's team. You're going to be punished when we return to the Cloud Ninja. However, Orochimaru was enjoying himself with so many experimental materials that he was having a hard time choosing. Konoha's combat power directly crushed the Cloud Ninja, gaining face and benefits. The time traveler laughed from afar. Combat power 500. The Cloud Ninja has lost all face. Samui felt a bit of pain. This was completely an unwarranted disaster. All the way, she had been advising Killer Bee not to leave the Yunlei Gorge. But Killer Bee still wouldn't listen, and as soon as they reached the border, they encountered Jiraiya's team, which led to their annihilation. Fortunately, those Cloud Ninja guys were all muscle-headed, so they probably wouldn't impose any strange punishments. But why did she feel a bit of small anticipation? Look closely. Kakashi was staring at Killer Bee and Samui. After giving up on Obito's eyes, his training was like a rocket. He vowed to recreate the White Fang's ninja blade and shatter old ties. Golden light exploded. The time traveler sneered. Combat power 2000. Kakashi is completely on the rise. Next, it's going to be intense. Darui and she rush to Konoha with a personal letter from Hokage. Orochimaru takes the letter, glances at it, and sneers. Stop with the nonsense. Bring actual bargaining chips to the table. She wants to arm wrestle Nara, but ends up being pinned to the ground by Shikaku. You absolutely wouldn't expect this. The Cloud Ninja pays a heavy price to redeem Killer Bee, and it's a painful cost. Orochimaru declares on the spot. The entire ninja world is watching. Konoha is no longer a soft persimmon. The 3 legendary ninjas watch the Cloud Ninja leave and state that war is inevitable. But Konoha has the strength to crush everything. Meanwhile, Kakashi sharpens his ninja blade, just waiting to settle the score with Obito. Konoha's combat power is through the roof. No one stand a chance. The time traveler laughs from a distance. Combat power 500. The Cloud Ninja is left with nothing. There are still conflicts within Konoha, and many people in the Land of Fire dislike Konoha, considering its existence a threat to the daimyo. If a country is like this internally, how can there be peace between nations? Pay attention. Sarutobi Hiruzen returned from the summoning world to Konoha. His clothes are torn like a rag, his muscles bulging, radiating an aura of cultivation. Golden light explodes. The time traveler sneers. Combat power 2000. Hizashi's return crushes the entire scene. Next, it's going to be intense. The Cloud Ninja drags Killer Bee back to the village, and Hokage goes berserk, chopping off one of the 8 Tails horns and putting Killer Bee under house arrest in the Yun Gorge, forbidding him to step out. The entire ninja world is dumbfounded. When did Konoha become so fierce? The Rock Ninja hurriedly withdraws their troops, no longer daring to linger on the borders of the Land of Fire. Samui recalls Hizashi's muscular figure. Realizing she didn't recognize him as the 3rd Hokage, she had previously feared. You absolutely wouldn't expect this. Hizashi encounters the Cloud Ninja, sneering at the tailed beast Chakra, casually glancing at Samui, who is secretly watching him. The three legendary ninjas in Konoha are so strong that they force the entire ninja world into a period of peace. Hizashi quickly stocks up on elixirs, tools, and new clothes, then turns around ready to head to the Star Ninja village to seize treasures and level up. The pace of upgrading never stops. The time traveler laughs from a distance. Combat power 500. Now Konoha crushes anyone who comes. This time back, Sarutobi Hizashi is ready to stock up and then set off for Star Ninja village. Defeat the Star Ninja and seize the star as material for refining. Huava Mountain has found some auxiliary materials, but the main minerals are still not gathered. Pay attention. Hizashi directly barges into the Hokage's office. The Umbu see him and immediately let him through. He is the true Hokage of Konoha. The three legendary ninjas are in a meeting with Shikaku. Konoha must become self-sufficient and completely free from the land of fire's control. Golden light explodes. The time traveler sneers. Combat power 2000. Hizashi is about to make a big move. Next, it's going to be intense. Hizashi straightforwardly demands Orochimaru. Give me that Kusanagi sword for self-defense. Orochimaru is stunned. This sword was excavated from the ruins of the Yamata no Orochi, sharp enough to injure even the Monkey King. But looking at Hizashi's muscular figure, he immediately backs down and hands over the sword. Tsunade originally wanted to storm over and scold Hizashi, but when she gets close, she becomes flustered by his masculine aura, her face turning red to her ears. And she stutters. You absolutely wouldn't expect this. Hizashi declares he wants to leave Konoha to venture out. And Konoha can't do without him now. The Elder Council and roots have all been crushed. The atmosphere is even harder than during the first Hokage's time. The three legendary ninjas watch the new ninja training. Konoha's combat power skyrockets daily, and no one in the ninja world dares to provoke them. The time traveler laughs from a distance. Combat power 500. Wherever Hizashi goes, it's a crushing situation. Anyone who comes gets beaten. I'm ready to go out and take a look. Having lived most of my life in Konoha, if I don't go out and see the world, I'll be old and unable to move. Sarutobi Hizashi looks at Tsunade. His disciple truly lives up to her reputation as a big-breasted battle vehicle. Her fame is not unfounded. Pay attention. Orochimaru pulls the Kusanagi sword out from his throat. The sword is covered in slime. Tsunade and Jiraiya find it disgusting, but Hizashi doesn't mind taking it. He waves it around, calling it handy, turns around, and says, I'll leave in a few days. Don't ruin Konoha. Golden light explodes. The time traveler sneers. Combat power 2000. With the sword in hand, this situation is about to blow up. Next, it's going to be intense. Jiraiya jokingly teases Tsunade. If you're lonely, come find me. He is immediately sent flying by her powerful punch. He crashes through 3 walls and lands in a garbage bin in an alley. When the Umbu find him, his bones are all shattered, and he is immediately taken to the medical department. Shursui brings Itachi to visit him and becomes a relationship advisor. Master, don't be stubborn. You have to be proactive in pursuing Tsunade. Jiraiya hurriedly denies it, gasping in pain with excitement. You absolutely wouldn't expect this. Itachi has no friends at the ninja school except for Uchiha Izumi, being so aloof that he doesn't fit in with his classmates. Tsunade threatens to punch Jiraiya again once he is healed, making even Orochimaru break into a cold sweat. Hizashi prepares to refine his life-bound flying sword with the Kusanagi sword. Konoha is as steady as a rock with the 3 legendary ninjas. The time traveler laughs from a distance. Combat power 500. Wherever Hizashi goes, it's a crushing situation. Anyone who comes gets smashed. Kid, don't talk nonsense. Just then, Tsunade pushes the door in, glaring at Shursui with an unfriendly tone. Pay attention. Hizashi dives into the Sarutobi clan to train his son. He declares he wants to leave Konoha to venture to the Star Ninja village, strictly ordering the new couple, Shin and Tsukasa, not to take on missions. He will never allow the tragedy of the original story to repeat. Golden light explodes. The time traveler sneers. Combat power 2000. Hizashi's protective instincts for his family are too strong. Next, it's going to be intense. Itachi finds the ninja school too boring and drags Shursui to say he wants to graduate early, even getting emo about the meaning of life. Shursui immediately advises, go take the test with Orochimaru. He definitely has answers. The current Orochimaru, as Hokage, is too explosive, bringing the Uchiha back to the village and no longer marginalizing them. The Umbu have all become his little fans, his leadership far surpassing the old Hizashi. After confronting Shursui, Tsunade turns to Jiraiya on the hospital bed and threatens, "Get better, or I'll punch you again." Jiraiya turns pale with fear, gasping in pain and not daring to refute. You absolutely wouldn't expect this. Hizashi slings the Kusanagi sword over his shoulder and sets off quickly, first heading to Nanokusa Island to gather herbs, specifically looking for treasures unknown to ninjas to refine equipment. Meanwhile, Itachi eagerly hopes to see Orochimaru for answers. Konoha's 3 legendary ninjas stand firm, and no one in the ninja world dares to stir up trouble. The time traveler laughs from a distance. Combat power 500. Wherever Hizashi goes, it's a crushing situation. Anyone who comes gets smashed. However, Sarutobi Hizashi believes there may be some herbs unknown to ninjas in this area. He inquires and finds that the herbs produced on Nanokusa Island mainly include mandrake, vitality ginseng, red salamander, and large vines. These herbs sound weak at first. With such rich spiritual energy in the ninja world, a medicinal island could not possibly have only these few items. Pay attention. Hizashi heads straight to the Star Ninja Village in the Bear Country, encountering mountain bandits in the Land of Fire. If he can avoid them, he will. If not, he will crush them directly. When he runs into a rogue ninja of Chunin level, he takes them out in one move. Golden light explodes. The time traveler sneers. Combat power 2000. Hizashi is speeding along, and whoever blocks him is out of luck. Next, it's going to be intense. Hizashi arrives at the seaside looking for a boat, slips into a tavern, and just sits down when a beautiful girl of about 16 or 17 approaches with red eyes. "Ninja-sama, my father is seriously ill, and we need the 7-star flower from Nanokusa Island to save him." The girl says she doesn't have enough money to hire anyone and gathers the courage to ask Hizashi for help, seeing his righteous appearance. Hizashi glances around and sees the plot holes in the story, but still nods in agreement. If there's a conspiracy, ELL, smash whoever comes. You absolutely wouldn't expect this. The Mist Village has been turned into a blood mist by Obito, and they are all busy with internal strife, completely unable to cause trouble. The ship owners at the borders of the Land of Fire hear that Hizashi is a Konoha ninja and all rush to hire him as a guard. It may be hot by the sea, but seafood is abundant, and shipping is very developed. The economy is better than inland. Hizashi is completely unbothered, directly agreeing with the owners. "We'll set off tomorrow." The time traveler laughs from a distance. Combat power 500. Wherever Hizashi goes, it's a crushing situation. Anyone who comes gets hurt. A merchant ship has already arranged to hire Sarutobi Hizashi as a guard for their merchant ship. Chitsao Island is controlled by merchants and other forces, and these merchant ships are all going to trade with them. Pay attention. Sun Slash throws a money pouch to the girl. "You don't need to buy supplies for me to cook." The girl is so excited that she exclaims that Konoha ninjas are good people. Sun Slash announces that they will set off tonight and arrive at Chitsao Island tomorrow. Golden light explodes. The Traverser sneers. Combat power 2000. Sun Slash takes the girl to storm the island. Whoever comes will be out of luck. Next, high energy. On the ship, the girl introduces herself as Mickey Xiao AI and asks what Sun Slash is doing at Chitsao Island. Sun Slash only says he's looking for herbs. Xiao AI is pure and eager, making Sun Slash feel a bit uncomfortable. They encounter no pirates along the way, and after successfully landing on the island, the herbs sold at the dock shops are all trash, useless for Sun Slash, the cultivator. The 7-star flower that Xiao AI wants is also nowhere to be found. Sun Slash directly takes her into the island, but the merchants have long been eyeing them. Xiao AI is so scared her legs go weak, but Sun Slash remains steady as a mountain. You absolutely can't imagine. The merchants are only at the level of Chunin, not even enough for Sun Slash to bother with. The ship owner kindly reminds them to be careful of the merchants, but Sun Slash doesn't take it seriously at all. The Traverser watches from afar and laughs. Combat power 500. Wherever Sun Slash goes, it's a crushing scene. The more merchants come, the more they get defeated. Sarutobi Sun Slash no longer wears the Konoha headband, but chooses to hang it on his arm as an armband, which helps him avoid a lot of trouble. As the two delve deeper into the forest, the environment becomes increasingly harsh, with thorns and bushes far more than in the Land of Fire. Pay attention. Xiao AI can't keep up, gasping for breath and asking for a break. Sun Slash tells her to gather firewood, and with a casual fire release, he ignites the wood. Smoking, he asks, "Will you wait for me here after dinner?" Xiao AI thinks she's going to be left behind and trembles, saying, "I can find the 7-star flower myself." Sun Slash sees that she has the potential for cultivation and directly picks her up. "I'll take you with me." Golden light explodes. The Traverser sneers. Combat power 2000. Sun Slash takes the girl flying, the speed directly maxed out. Next, high energy. In just 10 minutes, they rush to the core area of the island, where 3 merchants suddenly appear to block their way, ruthlessly declaring, "No entry to the core area. This island belongs to us." Xiao AI is so scared she clings tightly to Sun Slash's clothes, remembering that these merchants have killed many civilians who came to gather herbs. Sun Slash immediately blows up in anger and retorts, "This island belongs to me now." As soon as he finishes speaking, he flashes past and knocks the merchants away with one punch, smashing their abacus to pieces. You absolutely can't imagine. Over at the dock, the merchant leader is still pondering in his luxurious house. Don't conflict with Konoha ninjas. He has no idea that his subordinates have already been turned to dust. The merchants are only at Chunin level, and in front of Sun Slash, they are just fodder. The Traverser watches from afar and laughs. Combat power 500. Sun Slash's attacks are instant kills. Whoever comes gets beaten. Sir, Mickey Xiao AI has just reacted when the 3 merchants are defeated by Sarutobi Sun Slash. She only has time to let out a gasp. Pay attention. Sun Slash takes Xiao AI to the core of the island, and Xiao AI instantly finds the 7-star flower, while Sun Slash searches everywhere but doesn't even see a shadow of the spirit herb. Returning to accompany Xiao AI back to the village. He pushes open the door and is stunned. Her father has long since passed away. Sun Slash grabs the doctor's collar and angrily shouts, "You conspired with the merchants to sell her, right?" The doctor's face instantly turns pale, his legs trembling and unable to stand. Golden light explodes. The Traverser sneers. Combat power 2000. Sun Slash is about to unleash a killing spree. Next, high energy. Sun Slash draws the Kusanagi sword and goes on a rampage, slaughtering his way from the village to the merchant's lair on Hongzhou Island, crushing all the gatekeepers and the leaders. He also finds a pile of stolen spirit herbs. Xiao AI is stunned, kneeling on the ground and crying while hugging his legs. "Lord Sun Slash, please take me away." Sun Slash nods and tells her to go with the merchant caravan to Konoha. Just mentioning his name will secure her a place. You absolutely can't imagine. Xiao AI clearly desires Sun Slash, wanting to follow him closely, but Sun Slash only thinks of finding her a safe place. After killing the merchants, Sun Slash heads straight to the land of bears, where Star Ninja Village is hidden in a valley filled with miasma. Ordinary people would die instantly upon entering. The Traverser watches from afar and laughs. Combat power 500. Sun Slash slaughters the merchants as if it were play. Whoever comes is out of luck. On the other side, Mickey Xiao AI finally arrives at Konoha with the merchant caravan. The splendor of Konoha dazzles her, but she still remembers Sarutobi Sun Slash's instructions to report his name upon arrival. Pay attention. Uchiha Tiehu and Inazuka Kiba are guarding the gate and can see Xiao AI's nervousness at a glance. Xiao AI blushes and shouts, "I was sent by Lord Sarutobi Sun Slash." The 2 Uchiha exchange glances and directly escort her to the Hokage's office. Orochimaru is discussing matters about the medical department with Tsunade when he looks up, confused. "What did the teacher call you for?" Xiao AI suddenly bows deeply. "I want to follow Lord Sun Slash for the rest of my life." Her eyes are filled with light. Golden light explodes. The Traverser sneers. Combat power 2000. Sun Slash's wave of peach blossoms can't be stopped. Next, high energy. Tsunade blows up on the spot. "Do you know how old he is?" "Almost 60. He could be your grandfather." Thinking this would extinguish her enthusiasm, Xiao AI's eyes shine even brighter. "So he's the 3rd Hokage. No wonder he's so strong." She directly transforms into a fangirl. Tsunade's fists crackle as she scolds Sun Slash for deceiving an ignorant girl and threatens, "When he comes back, he'll definitely get my super strength punch." But Orochimaru secretly enjoys it. It's better than before when he caused trouble for the village. You absolutely can't imagine. Sun Slash only meant for her to settle in Konoha, but she wants to follow him closely. Orochimaru stops Tsunade. "Don't interfere with the teacher's business." The Traverser watches from afar and laughs. Combat power 500. Even when Sun Slash is not present, there can still be a huge commotion. Whoever comes is bewildered. After saying this, Orochimaru looks at Mickey Xiao AI. "I'll have someone take you to the teacher's house. The Sarutobi clan has quite a few houses and properties in Konoha. Go find Sarutobi Shino and let him arrange a job for you." Pay attention. Tsunade is so angry she stomps her feet, cursing Sun Slash for his reckless behavior, while Orochimaru remains calm. As long as he doesn't cause trouble, It's fine. He is just like Li Shimin regarding his attitude towards retired Li Yuan. Golden light explodes. The Traverser sneers. Combat power 2000. Sun Slash can cause a big stir even while lying down. Next, high energy. Orochimaru flips through Uchiha Itachi's graduation application and decides on the spot. I'll personally assess him. He needs materials for his research on Obito's Sharingan, and Itachi, this genius, is simply delivered to his door. Narashikaku also agrees, stating that they should win over the Uchiha. The second Hokage's old methods of guarding against the Uchiha should have long been eliminated. You absolutely can't imagine. The Umbu send Shao AI to the Sarutobi clan's territory and then disappear. Asuma happens to come home and see Shao AI with long, smooth hair, fair skin, and a hot figure. Instantly stunned, thinking she is a fangirl of the 12 Guardian Ninja coming for him. He quickly straightens his clothes and poses coolly to talk. Nearby, Narashikaku admires how Sun Slash managed to convince such a beautiful girl. The Traverser watches from afar and laughs. Combat power 500. Orochimaru is doing research. Asuma is having a crush, and even without Sun Slash and Konoha, it's still lively. Hello, is this the Sarutobi family residence? That's right. This is where the Sarutobi clan's residences are. Pay attention. Asuma puffs out his chest and boasts. We are a great family with a legacy from the Warring States period. My dad is Sarutobi Sun Slash. Shao AI's eyes light up like light bulbs. Lord Sun Slash is handsome, strong, and wealthy. Asuma is eagerly waiting to be confessed to, but Shao AI reaches out. I want to follow Lord Sun Slash for the rest of my life. Asuma is instantly petrified, his mouth hanging open wide enough to fit a fist. Golden light explodes. The Traverser sneers. Combat power 2000. Sun Slash's charm is maxed out. Next, high energy. Sun Nizi comes back from grocery shopping, hears the whole story, and immediately lets Shao AI stay, respectfully calling her my lady. Asuma is so stimulated he breaks down, turning around and rushing to take on missions and build his career, vowing to make a name for himself. You absolutely can't imagine. Jiraiya hears about this from Tsunade and is so shocked he nearly jumps up. That old man actually managed to charm a beautiful girl? Is there any justice in this world? On the other side, Orochimaru personally oversees Uchiha Itachi's graduation assessment, and all the clan heads and high-ranking officials of Konoha crowd around to watch. Itachi is the eldest son of the Uchiha clan leader, and his genius level is on par with Shursui. The time traveler watching from a distance laughs out loud. Combat power 500. Even with Nijan not present, Itachi steals the spotlight. His assessment is going to blow the place up. The content of the assessment is not complicated. Uchiha Itachi just needs to demonstrate his ninjutsu and basic skills like shuriken throwing. The requirements for a genin are not high, but to graduate early, one must show abilities far beyond those of ordinary genin. Watch closely. The assessment scene of Uchiha Itachi is directly explosive. The great fireball technique is executed with full momentum, and his shuriken throwing is both accurate and fierce, crushing ordinary genin, leaving the high-ranking officials of Konoha dumbfounded. As soon as the assessment is over, he confronts Orochimaru. What is the meaning of life? A golden light erupts. The time traveler sneers. Combat power 2000. Itachi's philosophical strike is too impressive. Next comes the high-energy part. Orochimaru's eyes instantly light up. I can answer this question. He wildly expounds his theory of immortality on the spot. However, Itachi is troubled, recalling the shadow of being dragged to the battlefield by his father at the age of 4. And looking at how much the Uchiha have changed now, once on the brink of rebellion, now they join the Umbu, and the villagers say the Uchiha are proud but reliable teammates. He feels even more confused. Orochimaru adds, having strength is not enough. You must live long enough. The first Hokage left regrets because he lived too short a life. You would never guess. In the past, everyone feared the Uchiha. Now everyone is eager to team up with them. Itachi looks at this peaceful scene, and hearing Orochimaru's twisted theories on immortality, his eyes widen in shock. The time traveler laughs out loud. Combat power 500. Is Itachi being led astray? This plot is too thrilling. Uchiha Itachi looks at Orochimaru, his eyes wide open, shocked by Orochimaru's words. If immortality and great strength could be achieved, his worries would be resolved. The greatest pain of life is its brevity. Watch closely. Orochimaru throws out an olive branch. Be my junior disciple. Without thinking, Uchiha Itachi nods, his eyes sparkling with admiration. As soon as the news breaks, Konoha erupts. The entire Uchiha clan celebrates with drums and gongs. Fugaku grabs Itachi's hand and shouts, "We must rush to the Hokage to bring honor to our clan." A golden light erupts. The time traveler sneers. Combat power 2000. The Uchiha are about to take off. Next comes the high-energy part. Nijan recognizes Itachi as his disciple through a summoning beast. And this side, Shino hears that Mei Mushao AI has moved into Nijan's room, his eyes wide with shock, his mouth agape, secretly envious of this operation being so impressive. You would never guess. Nijan has already killed his way to the Bear Country. And the Star Ninja village is wrapped tightly in miasma like an iron barrel. He quickly finds an artificial tunnel, but is blocked solidly by rubble. Nijan directly gathers his spiritual energy and strikes with his fist. With a loud bang, the rubble flies everywhere. Once the tunnel is opened, it reveals a paradise-like Star Ninja village, with the leader being the nearly 100-year-old third Star Shadow. The time traveler laughs out loud. Combat power 500. Nijan is demolishing the road like a child as play. The Star Ninja are about to be crushed. After all, ninjas still have strong purchasing power. And living in a ninja village is safer. So over time, more and more people choose to live in ninja villages. However, the scale of the Star Ninja village is still smaller than that of an ordinary village. Even combined, there aren't too many people, ninjas and villagers together. Watch closely. Nijan swaggeringly marches into the Star Ninja village, with no barriers or patrols, as if no one is in charge. The red-haired female ninja, Summer Day, suddenly blocks the way, and Nijan drops the act and directly reveals, "I came for the stars." Summer Day is immediately terrified, her blue-purple wings of the peacock mystique flying back to report. A golden light erupts. The time traveler sneers. Combat power 2000. The Star Ninja dare to guard their treasures with such little courage? Next comes the high-energy part. The Star Ninja quickly gathers more than 10 people to form a formation, even bringing in masked Umbu to bolster the scene. A purple-haired man jumps out, screaming wildly, "The stars are the life of our village. We will never hand them over." Nijan glances and sees he has been mutated by the star. He instantly summons the Monkey King. The Star Shadow is stunned to see the Monkey King. "You're the son of the third Hokage?" Nijan coldly retorts, "I am Sarutobi, Nijan himself." The Star Shadow stands there dumbfounded. He has no idea that Konoha has already changed to the fifth Hokage. You would never guess. The Star Ninja's peacock mystique is just a facade, both fragile and intimidating. Using this thing for a long time could even kill someone. The time traveler laughs out loud. Combat power 500. Nijan reveals his identity and directly crushes them. The Star Ninja are about to kneel. That's right. I want to see the so-called stars. Without seeing the stars, Sarutobi Nijan can't determine if this thing is useful to him. Watch closely. The Star Shadow immediately admits defeat. Don't act. Let's talk in the village. Nijan follows into the conference room, and the Star Shadow anxiously rubs his hands and asks, "Are you really the third Hokage? What are you doing in our little place?" Nijan directly reveals, "Now the Hokage of Konoha is my disciple Orochimaru. I'm here to take the stars." A golden light erupts. The time traveler sneers. Combat power 2000. The Star Shadow is so overwhelmed by Nijan's aura that he doesn't even dare to breathe. Next comes the high-energy part. The Star Shadow hurriedly nods and bows. "The stars are yours. We seek cooperation with Konoha." He has already seen that the stars are poison that harms the body, and is worried he won't have the chance to pass the blame. The purple-haired Akahoshi explodes on the spot, slamming the table. "Don't even think about it. The stars are our capital for survival in the ninja world." He storms out with a few companions, cursing. The Star Shadow is anxious and jumps up, shouting, "You are the most harmed by the stars. Your face is even distorted, and yet you still deceive yourself? You would never guess." Akahoshi turns around and rushes to the training ground, snatches the stars, and runs away. Summer Day, drenched in sweat, rushes in shouting, "Not good, my lord." Akahoshi has taken the stars. The Star Shadow is frozen in place, his face pale. He never expected this guy to be so crazy. The time traveler laughs out loud. Combat power 500. Akahoshi is purely courting death, and Nijan is about to go all out. What? However, Akahoshi didn't run away. Instead, he brought two Jounin back to kill. Watch closely. Akahoshi holds up the stars and shouts wildly, "They belong to Konoha. Today, I will crush you, and I will be the Star Shadow." Nijan's eyes light up at the sight of the stars. This is definitely top-tier material. The three ninjas open the peacock mystique and charge forward. Nijan summons the Monkey King and meets them head-on with the Kusanagi sword. A golden light erupts. The time traveler sneers. Combat power 2000. These three are just sending themselves to the slaughter. Next comes the high energy part. The peacock mystique is all for show. Chakra hitting the golden light curse is like scratching an itch. Nijan slices off Akihoshi's left arm with a single sword, and the Monkey King toys with the other two ninjas. The Star Shadow urgently shouts to stop, but Akihoshi goes completely mad, forcing Chakra into the stars. You would never guess. With a loud bang, Akihoshi explodes into a pile of flesh starting from his arm. All the ninjas at the scene are dumbfounded. Nijan picks up the stars and injects spiritual energy into them, and the stars instantly become round and crystal clear like a beautiful jade. The Star Shadow does not dare to stop him, and Nijan declares, "Send someone to Konoha to discuss cooperation." He turns around and heads straight for the land of craftsmen, planning to catch the Four Tails to refine a root stick to prevent Uchiha Madara and Obito from causing trouble. Hearing that Obito has been removed from the Uchiha, Nijan is shocked. Fugaku's move is too ruthless. The time traveler laughs out loud. Combat power 500. Nijan is treating treasure hunting like shopping. Who can stop him? However, what if he had been very kind and full of love towards the Uchiha from the very beginning? Obito is just a pawn being used. What he did can never be forgiven. Watch closely, Nijan declares. After laying the foundation, I will definitely take down Obito. He heads straight for the land of craftsmen. But the Star Ninja Village sends the Star Shadow and Summer Day to Konoha to discuss cooperation. On the other side, Xiao AI goes to Nijan's cabin to tidy up and unexpectedly encounters a dejected Danzo. Xiao AI directly reveals her identity. I am Nijan's future wife. Danzo is instantly stunned. The old monkey is playing such tricks? A golden light erupts. The time traveler sneers. Combat power 2000. Nijan's charm is fully maxed out. Next comes the high energy part. Xiao AI praises Nijan for being both handsome and strong, driving Danzo crazy with jealousy. He can never compare to Nijan in his lifetime. Even losing out in finding a partner, he suddenly realizes, I can't lose anymore. I must strengthen the Shimura clan. He turns around and leaves. You would never guess. A few days later, a big scoop breaks. Danzo is getting married. The bride is a former Konoha kunoichi. After the downfall of Root, all cursed seals were removed. Most members either joined Umbu or went into hiding, as many were forced into it. The time traveler watching from afar can't help but laugh. Battle power 500. Even without Hiruzen, Danzo can drive everyone crazy. Who can withstand this aura? After all, most members of Root were forced to join, and some were selected and trained by Danzo from a young age, not because they wanted to be ninjas. After Danzo's downfall, many Root ninjas no longer want to be ninjas. But there are exceptions. The woman marrying Danzo is a fanatic admirer. Look closely. This woman has Stockholm Syndrome. The moment Danzo mentions marriage, she immediately agrees. The legendary three are dumbfounded. Jiraiya is directly triggered. Both old men are off the market, and I'm still single? He secretly vows not to fall behind. Golden light erupts. The time traveler sneers. Battle power 2000. Danzo has won big this time. Next, the tension rises. Danzo declares he will wait for Hiruzen to return to Konoha to hold the wedding, wanting to steal the spotlight. Even more explosive is that the Uchiha clan starts to crazily compete. After the police force was disbanded, they eagerly take on missions, pushing their way into Umbu, actively mentoring ninja school students, their strength skyrocketing, and other ninja clans are calling it unbearable. Konoha thrives due to this wave of competition. And Orochimaru is worried about not having enough missions to distribute. Fortunately, capturing the Eight Tails skyrockets Konoha's reputation, and commissions from various countries flood in. You definitely won't believe it. Itachi just graduated from ninja school and immediately starts learning from Orochimaru. The first lesson is actually about Obito's Sharingan research report in the lab. The time traveler laughs from a distance. Battle power 500. Who can stop the Uchiha's rise? Konoha is about to explode. However, Orochimaru's first lesson for Itachi is not ninjutsu, but explaining his various research on Obito's Sharingan in the lab. Itachi listens intently. Through Orochimaru's explanation, he gains a new understanding of the Uchiha bloodline and learns a shocking secret. Look closely. Orochimaru slams the table and drops a bombshell. The Senju and Uchiha share the same ancestry. Even the Hyuga and Uzumaki bloodlines are related to them. Itachi's eyes instantly light up as he devours the research materials, completely no longer confused. Golden light erupts. The time traveler sneers. Battle power 2000. Itachi is about to unlock new bloodline abilities. Next, the tension rises. Hiruzen quickly arrives in the land of crafts on a merchant ship. This small country has monopolized the ninja world's arms trade and is making a fortune selling ninja tools. They have rare minerals, enhanced by the earth's flames, and their forging techniques are divine. You definitely won't believe it. The moment Hiruzen lands, he's recognized. It's the younger version of the third Hokage. It turns out all the major ninja villages have been keeping a close eye on him, and even his star-snatching antics have spread throughout the ninja world. The land of crafts is bursting with ambition, having money and technology, but lacking hard strength. And they covet Hiruzen's battle power. As Hiruzen strolls through the craft ninja village, everywhere he looks are shops selling ninja tools and numerous forging workshops bustling with activity. The sound of hammers striking metal is deafening, and sparks are flying everywhere. The time traveler laughs from a distance. Battle power 500. Hiruzen has come to the right place. Forging his destined treasure is assured. Hiruzen walks around the craft ninja village, which is vastly different from Konoha, filled with shops selling ninja tools and numerous small workshops forging away energetically. With the constant ninja world wars, the demand for ninja tools is immense. So the land of crafts is always busy. Look closely. Hiruzen finds the ninja tools on the market too trashy and plans to go to the mines to find treasures. Just a few steps in, he stopped. The village chief wants to see you. Hiruzen follows into the building, and upon meeting the chairman of the Merchant Association, he immediately confronts him. Your village may be small, but you're making quite a bit of money. The chairman's expression changes instantly. Hiruzen shifts his tone. I'm here to buy rare minerals to forge ninja tools. The chairman immediately puts on a smile. I'll take you to see our treasures right away. Golden light erupts. The time traveler sneers. Battle power 2000. Hiruzen's aura directly dominates the entire scene. Next, the tension rises. After Hiruzen leaves, the four celestial beasts jump out. He looks like he has no chakra. He's pathetic. The chairman urgently warns, don't be foolish. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not to be trifled with. You definitely won't believe it. The four celestial beasts have been eyeing Hiruzen. They want to resurrect the ancestor Saimai, and Hiruzen is the perfect sacrifice. Meanwhile, Hiruzen enters the treasure vault and is stunned to find it filled with rare minerals that even the craft ninjas can't name. All treasures from the cultivation world. It turns out the scarcity of spiritual herbs in the ninja world is due to the god tree absorbing them, allowing the minerals to remain. The time traveler laughs from a distance. Battle power 500. Hiruzen is scoring big time, while the four celestial beasts are about to lose their heads. The appearance of the Otsutsuki has severed the path for human cultivation on this planet from a source, as there was originally no inheritance. The emergence of Chakra has completely disrupted the course of civilization. The Otsutsuki can act freely in this universe, likely because there are no other cultivators. Hiruzen also discovers that the effect of releasing spiritual energy spells is much stronger. Look closely. Hiruzen points at a pile of minerals to ask for a price. And the craft ninja is completely stunned, turning to run and find the chairman for advice. After much deliberation, the chairman decides, sell, just name a price and hurry to send him off. Hiruzen pays immediately to acquire the minerals, even saying he wants to forge ninja tools at the volcano. The craft ninja secretly rejoices, wishing he would leave quickly. Golden light erupts. The time traveler sneers. Battle power 2000. Hiruzen is enjoying a massive score. Next, the tension rises. Just after Hiruzen leaves, the four celestial beasts conspire. Once he leaves the village, we'll strike. Use him to resurrect our ancestor Saimai. You definitely won't believe it. Hiruzen has already sealed all the minerals and heads straight for the active volcano. He wants to use the earth's flames to forge treasures. Not only does he plan to merge the star into the Kusanagi sword, but he also wants to use the leftover materials to forge a root staff. With his chi refining stage strength, he first forges the prototype of the magical weapon, and once he reaches the golden core stage, he'll upgrade it into his destined treasure. Hiruzen calls forth spiritual energy to summon the earth's flames and immediately begins melting down the Kusanagi sword. But he has no idea what the star beside him is. The time traveler laughs from a distance. Battle power 500. The four celestial beasts dare to ambush. Hiruzen will crush them after forging the treasure. The star is placed aside, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is also puzzled by this so-called star, completely unaware of what it truly is. After continuously infusing spiritual energy, the star's activity increases, slowly flowing within. and infusing a large amount of spiritual energy even releases illusory light and shadows. Strange but ineffective. Look closely. Hiruzen stays in the volcano for 2 months. The 4 celestial beasts are about to go mad. The peacock is so anxious it keeps stomping its feet. Has this old man already run away? They've searched the volcano's perimeter 8 times and can't imagine that Hiruzen has actually dug a hole inside the volcano to focus on forging. Golden light erupts. The time traveler coldly laughs. Battle power 2000. Hiruzen is quietly preparing for something big. Next, the tension rises. Hiruzen merges the star and all the materials acquired from the craft ninja village into the Kusanagi sword, directly forging a top-tier magical weapon. He immediately decides to rename it Star Slayer. This sword is stunningly powerful, and when infused with spiritual energy, it produces dazzling light effects and can even fly. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy consumption is enormous, and just after flying down the volcano, he has to switch to a boat. Not long after, the 4 celestial beasts block the path directly. The water tiger, wearing armor that absorbs chakra, raises a chain hammer and barks loudly. Took our treasure and still want to escape? You are the sacrifice to resurrect Lord Saimai. Keep in mind that without their special ninja tools, these 4 are only at the level of Chunin. Hiruzen can't be bothered to waste time with them. He grabs the Star Slayer sword and slashes towards them. The time traveler laughs from a distance. Battle power 500. These 4 weaklings are not enough to fight back, and they're finished. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't want to talk nonsense with them. He swings the Star Slayer and strikes. A sword aura radiating purple-red lightning quickly slashes towards the water tiger, appearing grand and powerful. Look closely. The water tiger boasts while pounding its armor. This thing can absorb all chakra attacks. However, before the words even leave his mouth, the sword aura cleaves him and his armor in half. Long Yen was furious and unleashed 3 dragon heads from his retractable sword, charging forward. Risen casually swung his sword, cutting off the dragon heads in an instant. Seeing this, Konkei quickly used wind release, pulling Long Yen along as Baoguei took off running. Golden light exploded on the battlefield. The traveler sneered. Battle power 2000. Risen was chopping these weaklings as if he were slicing vegetables. Next, the high-energy moment arrived. Risen directly stepped on his sword, chasing them with swirling clouds and flickering lightning, looking just like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Baoguei turned back and shouted urgently, "You all hold him off. I'll go offer a sacrifice to resurrect Lord Qingming." Konkei hurriedly stopped to delay. We're sharing the ninja tools fairly among the major ninja villages. Why target us specifically? Risen smiled mockingly and retorted, "You're clearly the ones who had your eyes on me first. Leave the ninja tools, and I'll let you go." Long Yen, still unable to see the disparity in power, charged forward again with the sword that had cut off the dragon heads. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Risen loved dealing with such reckless youngsters. The traveler watched from afar and laughed. Battle power 500. Do these 2 dare to jump around? They'll be taken out in an instant without discussion. What Risen loved most was teaching these young people who couldn't recognize the situation a lesson. He dodged the snake head formed by Chakra in an instant, arrived beside Long Yen, and chopped off his right hand with 1 strike. Pay attention. Risen picked up Long Yen's retractable sword, and Konkei turned pale with fear, quickly handing over her twin swords and begging for mercy. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation came from afar, and Long Yen instantly became excited. Lord Qingming has been resurrected. You're doomed. Golden light exploded on the battlefield. The traveler sneered. Battle power 2000. No matter how many come, they won't be enough to cut. Next, the high-energy moment arrived. As soon as Qingming appeared, he shot a light sword to sneak attack, but Risen instantly closed the distance, cutting him into pieces with just a few strikes. Qingming was bewildered and shouted, "What kind of ninja tool is this? How is it so fierce?" Risen looked down at him and laughed. "This is called a magical tool. Want to learn? I'll teach you." Then he casually said, "Go to Konoha and work for Orochimaru for a few years. If I'm in a good mood, I'll teach you." After saying that, he stepped on his sword, swirling clouds around him, and flew away with full effects. Qingming was left dumbfounded and turned to Konkei. "Who is Orochimaru? What about Hashirama Senju?" Konkei awkwardly facepalmed. "My lord, let me put you back together first. You absolutely wouldn't expect it." Far away in Konoha, Orochimaru was in a panic. Star Shadow came to report, saying that Risen had stolen the village's treasure and killed a jonin. but then quickly shifted to asking for cooperation with Konoha and even offered to send ninjas to study. The traveler laughed from afar. Battle power 500. Risen was out there showing off and causing trouble, while Orochimaru was forced to clean up the mess inside. Star Shadow immediately said that Risen had stolen their village's treasure and killed their Jonin, which gave Orochimaru a bit of a headache. Star Shadow's complaints made Shikaku feel a bit of a headache as well. The intelligence department had already reported that Risen indeed took the star. Pay attention. Shikaku secretly rejoiced. The old Hokage is out there causing trouble for other villages, much better than stirring up Konoha. Now that Konoha has lost the Elder Council, their efficiency has skyrocketed. The Uchiha were rising, while other ninja clans were forced to keep up but couldn't catch up at all. Golden light exploded on the battlefield. The traveler sneered. Battle power 2000. Konoha's development was skyrocketing. Next, the high-energy moment arrived. Orochimaru looked down on the Star Ninja Village and was fully focused on taking the Artisan Ninja Village. After all, the Artisan Ninja Village had many ninja tools, and taking it would choke the other ninja villages. When Star Shadow heard that they could send ninjas to Konoha to study, they smiled widely. We are willing to be allies with Konoha. Orochimaru immediately called out. Stop acting. The Star Ninja Village will be managed by Konoha, understood? Jiraiya frowned, feeling it was too hardline, but Orochimaru was unyielding. Only with Konoha strong enough could he safely conduct his research on immortality and openly study the Sharingan. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Orochimaru had already taken Kabuto as his disciple and was investing money to expand the orphanage, specifically to cultivate loyal subordinates who would be faithful to Konoha. Star Shadow's face instantly fell like a bitter melon, yet they didn't dare to say a single word against it. The traveler laughed from afar. Battle power 500. Orochimaru had this situation firmly under control, leaving everyone in shock. The Konoha collapse plan was merely a disappointment, giving their teacher a heroic funeral. After hesitating for a while, Star Shadow struggled internally but ultimately made a decision. Pay attention. Star Shadow gritted their teeth and compromised. We can be managed by Konoha, but we want to keep the name of the Star Ninja Village. Orochimaru immediately shifted the blame. Go discuss the details with Shikaku. Jiraiya immediately questioned. Threatening others is too much. Orochimaru coldly retorted. I am the acting manager of Konoha. Being merciful to enemies is being cruel to oneself. Jiraiya was instantly speechless, and after thinking about it, he found it made sense. Golden light exploded on the battlefield. The traveler sneered. Battle power 2000. Orochimaru's stance was fully established. Next, the high-energy moment arrived. The scene shifted, and Kakashi was busy taking care of Naruto at the 4th Hokage's house. Although he was a rookie at taking care of children, his patience was through the roof. After reconstructing White Fang, his confidence returned, and his strength skyrocketed daily, declaring that he would personally crush Obito. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Over in Uchiha territory, Itachi was holding Sasuke while listening to Shursui talk about his experiences in Mayaboka Mountain. Shursui complained that Jiraiya's cooking was terrible, but Itachi just wanted time to freeze at that moment. These were the beautiful days he would never have again. Orochimaru was also planning to take Itachi to the Dragon Cave, and Itachi was already looking forward to it. The traveler watched the show from afar and laughed. Battle power 500. The new generation of Konoha was all taking off, steadily crushing future villains. Orochimaru, as a teacher, was also going to take me to the Dragon Cave. I wonder how it compares to Mayaboka Mountain. Itachi actually preferred the ninja crows, but Orochimaru said the Dragon Cave could teach him sage techniques, and he was very eager to try it. Pay attention. Shursui was anxious. The toad says the snakes in the Dragon Cave are very hard to get along with. Don't turn into a long-tongued freak. Itachi suddenly changed the subject. What do you think of Sister Tsunade? Shursui immediately panicked and stuttered. How did this kid know about him shopping with Tsunade? Shursui forced an explanation, but his ears turned red. Golden light exploded on the battlefield. The traveler sneered. Battle power 2000. Itachi's insight was simply divine, and no one could hide their secrets. Next, the high-energy moment arrived. Uchiha Izumi suddenly rushed over, and Shursui instantly understood. Time to leave. Izumi reached out to hug Sasuke, but as soon as Sasuke touched her, he started crying and immediately jumped back into Itachi's arms, smiling with his little teeth. Izumi was so angry she clenched her fists. The little brat dares to sabotage me. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. On the other side, Tsunade's blood phobia had surprisingly healed. After taking over the medical department, she was firing on all cylinders, planning to reform medical practices and break through the bottleneck. She went to Tsunade for documents, but found nothing, then turned around and headed straight for Orochimaru to discuss plans. After all, Orochimaru's human research was explosive. The atmosphere in Konoha now was even better than when she was a child. Tsunade secretly vowed she would never let a tragedy repeat itself. The traveler watched the show from afar and laughed. Battle power 500. Konoha was rising, crushing all problems. Walking on the streets of Konoha, Tsunade felt a bit dazed. The current Konoha had a somewhat similar atmosphere to the Konoha of her childhood, and it was even better than it had been back then. Back then, both her grandfather and great-grandfather were there, and she was the princess of Konoha. Pay attention. Tsunade's memories hit hard. After Hashirama died, Konoha lost its support, and all the major ninja villages came to pick fights. Lovers and brothers all died in the war. She could only escape the village to gamble away her sorrows. Now Konoha was rising up, Orochimaru was reliable, and Risen was not causing trouble. She wanted to stay in the village to reform medicine and do great things. Just then, she looked up and saw Tsunade and Shursui shopping together, and she felt a pang of jealousy. I'm still single. What are you two showing off for? Golden light exploded on the battlefield. The traveler sneered. Battle power 2000. Tsunade was flipping the jealousy pot. Next, the high-energy moment arrived. Tsunade found Orochimaru, but came up empty and grabbed Jiraiya. Come with me. The two rushed to the orphanage, and upon pushing the door open, they were left stunned. Orochimaru was actually chatting enthusiastically with the director. Jiraiya muttered to himself. When did this cold-blooded freak become so chatty? You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Orochimaru had already seen through that the director was a former elite spy from the root, and he had also taken her disciple, Kabuto. D was so scared that he clutched his clothes tightly, and the director immediately protected him. I will cover you from now on. Now that Konoha is pouring funds into the orphanage, the director no longer has to do the hard work of being an undercover agent. Jiraiya was shrinking his neck the whole time, fearing that Tsunade would suddenly punch him. The traveler watching from afar laughed. Combat power 500. Orochimaru's layout this time was brilliant. All hidden dangers crushed. I will cover you from now on. YSHRI also came along and couldn't help but pat D on the shoulder when he saw his expression. Look carefully, Akkad exclaimed excitedly. The teacher has become Hokage. This time we win big. D nervously clutched his clothes, still hardening his head to nod in response. After Orochimaru finished talking about the orphanage and was about to leave, Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged glances and stared at him. This director is good. Hurry up and seize the opportunity. Orochimaru just smiled without explaining. While Akkad bounced around next to him to watch the show, golden light burst forth. The traveler sneered. Combat power 2000. Akkad's happiness meter was off the charts. Next, high energy. The scene cut to Hisashi. After 3 days of travel, he finally arrived in the land of whirlpools, only to find ruins everywhere. This place has long lost its government, leaving only civilians living their lives peacefully. Hisashi wandered around for a day, but found nothing. As night fell, he suddenly sensed a strange spiritual power. Following the fluctuations, he dug out a mask. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. This mask resembled a Shinigami mask, but had differences. Hisashi was an expert at the corpse demon sealing technique and knew all about Shinigami masks. What would wearing this thing summon? Could it be a new puppet created by sealing techniques? The traveler watching from afar laughed. Combat power 500. Hisashi was about to strike a big deal, and the hidden quest would be crushed. Rather than a Shinigami, it's more appropriate to say it's a puppet created by sealing techniques. There is no 6 paths of reincarnation in this ninja world. After putting away the mask, Sarutobi Hisashi prepared to wait until he returned to Konoha and broke through the foundation building stage before finding someone to test what this mask was really for. Look carefully. Hisashi wouldn't try the mask himself. He immediately set off back to Konoha. On the other side, KG and Akira rushed to Konoha, and Rigon directly broke through the defenses of the Kainin village. Reviving Akira cost him a water tiger and a Baogawe, and he even lost an arm. Yet Akira wanted to worship Hisashi as his master. Golden light burst forth. The traveler sneered. Combat power 2000. Rigon's mentality collapsed directly. Next, high energy. Riku was overwhelmed. I just settled things in the Star Ninja village, and now there's an ancestor of the Kainin. Hurry up and call Orochimaru to clean up. Orochimaru had just left the lab, and Akkad wanted to slack off, but when he saw Itachi and deeply involved in researching forbidden techniques, he could only obediently sit down. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Orochimaru saw Akira at a glance and saw through him. This guy isn't a living person. He has turned himself into ninja tools. Akira only recognized Hisashi and immediately said, Hisashi asked me to make ninja tools for you for a few years. Teach me how to make swords. Orochimaru immediately questioned, what ninja tools can you make? You should know that Akira's ninja tools had long been snatched by Hisashi, leaving only a repaired chakra armor. The traveler watching from afar laughed. Combat power 500. Orochimaru picked up a ready-made deal, directly crushing the ninja tool shortcoming. Akira's ninja tools had all been taken by Sarutobi Hisashi, and now he only had the chakra armor left, which he had repaired. This set of armor on me can absorb chakra. You could try it with ninjutsu. Look carefully. Akira was like a madman, with his mind filled with Hisashi's star-cutting sword. That sword could fly without chakra fluctuations, and he was willing to do anything to understand it. Orochimaru immediately used wind release. And sure enough, it was completely absorbed by the armor. His eyes lit up. If this thing becomes widespread, Konoha's casualties will be cut in half. Golden light burst forth. The traveler sneered. Combat power 2,000. Orochimaru made a huge profit this time. Next, high energy. Orochimaru opened all his strategies. Come to Konoha to manage the ninja tool department. I'll help you ask the teacher to teach you how to make swords. Akira immediately nodded, not noticing anything wrong. KG wanted to follow him into the lab, but was stopped by Riku. Register first. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. As soon as Akira entered the lab, he felt that the atmosphere was off. Just as he was about to ask, Shirsue's Mangeki Sharingan unleashed an illusion. Instant control. Shirsue was confused. This so-called ancestor is too weak, right? Orochimaru saw through it at a glance. His soul is like a candle in the wind. Not true immortality at all. He turned to Itachi and D and assigned them tasks. You two study him. I will check the results when I come back. The traveler watching from afar laughed. Combat power 500. Orochimaru's strategy was full, crushing everything the whole time. Itachi, you and D study this guy together. I will check your research results when I come back. The Yumbu notified Orochimaru that Sarutobi Hisashi had returned to the Land of Fire. There was no need to study this guy anymore. Let Itachi and D study him first. Look carefully. Orochimaru directly threw Akira to Itachi and D, in a hurry to find Hisashi. His mind was full of questions. Why did the teacher suddenly give power and become stronger? On the other side, Danzo was going crazy. Hisashi, come back quickly. My wedding is still waiting. Meimoku Xiaowai was obediently doing housework at the Sarutobis, just waiting for him to come back. Golden light burst forth. The traveler sneered. Combat power 2,000. The whole of Konoha was waiting for Hisashi to make a move. Next, high energy. As soon as Hisashi entered the Hokage's office, he was surrounded by the three ninjas. Orochimaru got straight to the point. Teacher, clarify your changes. Hisashi unleashed his big move directly. Let me tell you the ultimate truth of the ninja world. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Hisashi exploded with shocking news. Before the Warring States period, aliens came to plant the God Tree. Kaguya ate the fruit and became the overlord. And her two sons killed her and sealed her on the moon. Hearing about immortality, Orochimaru's eyes widened. Hisashi continued. The Sage of Six Paths is Yui, Hashirama, and Uchiha. The Uzumaki are all his descendants. The Hyuga are from Yui's village. Jiraiya and Tsunade were directly dumbfounded, unable to believe it. But Orochimaru nodded vigorously. This aligns with my research. The traveler watching from afar laughed. Combat power 500. Hisashi's revelation exploded, crushing their understanding. Jiraiya and Tsunade were dumbfounded, completely unable to believe it, while Orochimaru was deep in thought. The Senju and Uchiha indeed had a common ancestor. Teacher, what does this have to do with your changes? Look carefully. Jiraiya was anxious and stamping his feet. After talking for so long, you haven't gotten to the point. Hisashi shouted, let me finish. He directly exploded with nuclear-level shocking news. Black Zetsu is Kaguya's minion. Try to gather the tail beast to revive Tsutsuki. Obito's Nine Tails incident was instigated by him. Golden light burst forth. The traveler sneered. Combat power 2,000. This news completely stunned everyone. Next, high energy. Hisashi unleashed another big move. I obtained the ancient sage's inheritance. Practicing pure spiritual power, it's 10 times more powerful than chakra. Orochimaru was instantly excited. Can it grant immortality? Is there really such a pie falling from the sky? Jiraiya questioned. Is it the same as my Bokuzen sage art? Hisashi countered fiercely. The energy of the three great holy lands is all inferior products. This is the true sage mode. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Jiraiya suddenly slapped his forehead. I had a Rinnegan disciple in my early years. Unfortunately, he probably died in the war. Orochimaru was immediately anxious. Why didn't you bring him back to Konoha? Tsunade suddenly calmed down and added, the Tsutsuki clan will definitely invade again in the future. The three ninjas instantly stared at Hisashi, not daring to breathe, just waiting for him to make a decision. The traveler watching from afar laughed. Combat power 500. Hisashi's inheritance directly exploded. Crushing the Tsutsuki clan was just around the corner. From Sarutobi Hisashi's description, one can hear the strength of the Tsutsuki clan. The Senju and Uchiha are merely descendants of the Tsutsuki clan's diluted bloodline over many generations. Yet they can still be so powerful. Even Chakra itself was brought to this world by the Tsutsuki clan. Look carefully. Hisashi further exploded with nuclear-level, shocking news. The Tsutsuki who came with Kaguya is not dead. He is hiding somewhere in the ninja world. Then he made a harsh statement. The greatest enemy in the future is not the ninja villages, but the extraterrestrial Tsutsuki. The three Sannin are at a loss for words. Konoha has just gotten on the right track, and now has to bear such a huge burden. The golden light explodes on stage. The time traveler sneers. Combat power 2000. This news directly stuns everyone present. Next, high energy. Nikuzen throws out a training opportunity. You three have potential, but you have to give up Chakra first. The three Sannin are collectively dumbfounded. Chakra is the foundation for survival, making a living. Orochimaru is tempted by immortality, but doesn't dare to gamble. Turning to try to trick Tsunade. You handle the administration? Tsunade retorts instantly. Don't even think about it. Jiraiya directly turns away and pretends not to see. You absolutely can't imagine. Nikuzen had already left a backup plan. I'll first teach Miki Xiaowai. Let you see the real effect. Tsunade's expression changes instantly. So it's not just old lecherous teasing. Nikuzen finally sternly warns. This matter must be kept confidential. We must set up a soundproof barrier to talk. Black Zetsu is still lurking in the shadows. After saying that, he directly slips away, leaving the three Sannin in the office staring at each other, completely entangled. The time traveler laughs from a distance. Combat power 500. Nikuzen's layout this time is explosive, crushing Otsutsuki without a doubt. Coming out of the Hokage building, Sarutobi Nikuzen looks towards the distant Hokage rock. The expressions of the four Hokage are serious, especially his face, which appears larger than the other three Hokages. Pay attention. Konoha's infrastructure is directly maxed out, with Earth release and the renamed Yamato in place. Building houses is like child's play. Nikuzen returns to the Sarutobi clan's land, and the looks from his clan members are all off. As soon as he enters, he sees Miki Xiaowai dressed in a cheongsam, looking like a housewife, and instantly realizes this girl is playing a low blow. The golden light explodes on stage. The time traveler sneers. Combat power 2000. Nikuzen's reaction is absolutely brilliant. Next, high energy. Nikuzen directly asks Xiaowai, do you really want to follow me? Xiaowai stutters with excitement. Of course. Nikuzen immediately transmits her cultivation method. If you practice well, I will take you as a follower. Next to them, Nichinai is wildly imagining. The father-in-law must be pretending to be serious. After Asuma and Shino return home, they breathe a sigh of relief after hearing Nichinai's explanation. You absolutely can't imagine. Suddenly someone knocks on the door. Danzo jumps out shouting, Nikuzen, come to my wedding tomorrow. Nikuzen is dumbfounded. Why are you suddenly getting married? Danzo glares sourly at Xiaowai. It turns out he is just extremely competitive and wants to get ahead. Nikuzen instantly agrees, internally complaining. If it weren't for Orochimaru's mercy, you would have been done for long ago. Seeing him unresponsive, Danzo instantly loses his vigor, but suddenly his eyes light up with a new idea. The time traveler laughs from a distance. Combat power 500. Nikuzen's response is as steady as an old dog. His strategy completely crushes. Sarutobi Nikuzen's non-committal attitude makes Danzo feel unfulfilled, but Danzo suddenly has a flash of inspiration. If he has more children and cultivates some geniuses, perhaps one day the Shimura clan could also become Hokage. Pay attention. Danzo's crooked idea. If he has no hope, he will open a small account. Have more kids to cultivate Shimura clan Hokage. As a result, all the Konoha ninjas collectively scoff. With your quality, you still want to create a Hokage? The Shimura clan doesn't even have a genius. The wedding is just a formality, but the bride looks very happy. Staying by Danzo's side is enough for her. Just after the event ends, Orochimaru blocks Nichizen, getting straight to the point. Teacher, where's my Kusanagi sword? The golden light explodes on stage. The time traveler sneers. Combat power 2000. Orochimaru is here to ask for his sword. Next, high energy. Nichizen pulls out the Star Slayer and hands it over. The Kusanagi sword has been refined by me. This new one is even better. Orochimaru is stunned. The quality directly crushes the Kusanagi sword, but he casually returns it, not caring at all, and goes straight to the topic of cultivation. Teacher, I want to talk about immortality. Nichizen asks soulfully, what do you think true immortality is? Then he drops some knowledge. It requires transcendence. Both body and spirit must be strong. The Otsutsuki's fruit of the divine tree has all sorts of side effects. The more Orochimaru listens, the more excited he becomes. Suddenly his eyes light up, and he decisively says, Teacher, let's unify the 5 great nations. Gather enough power to overthrow the extraterrestrial Otsutsuki. The time traveler laughs from a distance. Combat power 500. Orochimaru's ambition is directly maxed out. Crushing the ninja world is just around the corner. After thinking for a while, Orochimaru's eyes suddenly brighten. He will not be bound by various ideologies, nor will he be naive like the first Hokage, thinking that there will be so-called peace between people. Pay attention. Orochimaru is incredibly bold. Don't imitate the first Hokage pretending to be a saint. Konoha has Uchiha as a trump card. If it develops steadily for a few years, it can sweep the ninja world. But Nichizen teaches him how to be a person. Cultural victory is the real trump card. Make the other ninja villages cry out to join. The golden light explodes on stage. The time traveler sneers. Combat power 2000. This wave of ambition is directly maxed out. Next, high energy. Orochimaru sets his sights on the Mist Village. The Mizukage is controlled by Obito, and the village is almost empty. Use Genjutsu to seal the information, and victory is assured. He then turns to Jiraiya and Tsunade to hold a meeting, and Jiraiya jumps up at once. Are we going to war? I disagree. Tsunade is silent. War has cost her too much. Orochimaru directly throws down the evidence. I have done genetic experiments. The Senju and Uchiha truly have the same ancestor. You absolutely can't imagine. Obito is about to go crazy in the land of water. His identity is exposed, and he is despised by Nagato. Filled with hatred, but with no way out. He still doesn't know that the Uchiha will eventually come to settle accounts. On the other side, Nichizen is preparing to enter seclusion to cultivate, planning to find the Sage of Slugs to dig up ancient secrets, and specifically avoiding Mayaboka Mountain and the Dragon Cave to prevent pitfalls. The time traveler laughs from a distance. Combat power 500. Konoha's operations are crushing the ninja world. It's stable. I have already done experiments, and your Senju clan and Uchiha indeed originate from the same ancestor. Can't we use a more peaceful method? Pay attention. Jiraiya is still pretending to be a saint. Let's negotiate with other ninja villages. Orochimaru immediately counters. Can hatred be simply let go? You must be dreaming. He directly goes for the hard line. Use war to sustain war. This time, Konoha will take down the entire ninja world. The golden light explodes on stage. The time traveler sneers. Combat power 2000. Orochimaru's ambition is bold enough. Next, high energy. Tsunade suddenly makes a decision. I agree. Use a great war to end all wars. Jiraiya is dumbfounded, but can only nod. Orochimaru then throws down a trump card. I want to use Edo Tensei. Tsunade instantly blows up. Absolutely not. That's a forbidden technique that desecrates the dead. Orochimaru soulfully asks, when the Otsutsuki come, who besides the first and second Hokage can withstand it? Tsunade is instantly at a loss for words. You absolutely can't imagine. Orochimaru had already made plans. First take the land of bears and the land of crafts for practice, then focus on gathering intelligence from the land of water. He also wants to upgrade the ninja school, letting Jounin teach personally to discover the Senju geniuses. Finally, he pats his chest and guarantees, rest assured, I have a sense of proportion. Konoha's strength is the bottom line. Tsunade finally relents. The time traveler laughs from a distance. Combat power 500. Konoha's operations directly crush the ninja world. It's stable. Jiraiya has no official position in Konoha, while Tsunade is the head of the medical department. So they shouldn't be involved in this matter. Once they truly start managing Konoha, Jiraiya and Tsunade also realize that many things seem simple in thought, but are not so simple in practice. There are too many people and matters to consider, and not everyone in Konoha is on the same page. Pay attention. Orochimaru obtains permission for Edo Tensei and laughs madly. Konoha has gained a trump card. The plan to annex ninja villages is advanced. The golden light explodes on stage. The time traveler sneers. Combat power 2000. This operation is too ruthless. Next, high energy. Nikizan has been in seclusion for half a year, and Xiaoai has directly reached the 3rd level of chi refining. Upon exiting seclusion and strolling through Konoha, she is instantly shocked. The scale has expanded. The facilities are more modernized. There are even foreign merchants and ninjas everywhere. It turns out Orochimaru has implemented an open policy. The Uchiha have all become rich, flocking to the city center to buy houses, driving Konoha's housing prices through the roof. Orochimaru is panicking. This housing price can buy a small country. You absolutely can't imagine. Nikizan goes to the Hokage building, and as soon as he enters, he's pounced on by Qingming. Lord Nikizan, I've been looking for you like crazy. Qingming had previously been researched to death by Orochimaru and Itachi. But now he has turned his fortune around by creating chakra armor, and his treatment has been greatly improved. It's just that Orochimaru doesn't allow him to create offensive ninja tools. On the other side, Danzo was boasting every day, I will strengthen the Shimura clan. Rijan laughed inwardly. Wait until I establish my foundation, and you will be no more. The traveler, watching from a distance, chuckled. Power level 500. Konoha's development is crushing the ninja world. It's settled. The chakra armor he created was certainly in high demand, but Orochimaru forbade him from making offensive ninja tools. The reason was simple. Those offensive ninja tools were indeed good, but they could easily lead to dependency. The flashier the ninja tools, the greater the impact. Pay attention. Orochimaru forbids offensive ninja tools out of fear that ninjas will become useless. In contrast, Kakashi reforged the White Fang and fought his way in and out of the ninja world, directly sealing his status as the Little White Fang of Konoha. The golden light exploded on stage. The traveler sneered. Power level 2000. Now it's real skill. Next, the excitement continues. Rijan took out the star-cutting sword to show Qingming, who was immediately stunned and drooling. I can't understand this technique at all. Rijan headed straight to the Hokage's office, where the 3 Sannin and Narashikaku were busy. Jiraiya complained on the spot. You're enjoying yourself in seclusion while we're about to drop dead from work. Orochimaru dropped some heavy news. We can handle the Mist Village now, but I'm worried that other ninja villages and daimyos will team up to cause trouble. He also declared fiercely, to unify the ninja world, we must take down the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Rijan immediately replied, no problem. We'll talk when the time is right. He secretly laughed. How can a cultivator be restrained by mortals? You definitely can't imagine it. The ninja nations were all waiting to see Konoha's joke, thinking that its prosperity was fleeting, completely unaware that Konoha had long been holding back its punches. The traveler watching from a distance laughed. Power level 500. Konoha's operation crushes the entire scene. It's settled. Now Konoha had caught the attention of other ninja villages and countries, who believed that the current prosperity was temporary. Just like after the 3rd Hokage took office, Konoha also went through a period of false prosperity, but over time, the problems were exposed. Pay attention. The entire ninja world was waiting for the fun. The 3 Sannin would eventually become useless, and Konoha's prosperity was just a flash in the pan. Kumo had just paid to redeem Killer Bee, and was also causing a ruckus. But they all misjudged. Orochimaru's ambitions were 10 times crazier than Danzo's. He was directly aiming to overturn the ninja world for unification. The golden light exploded on stage. The traveler sneered. Power level 2000. This play is quite ruthless. Next, the excitement continues. Rijan suddenly said he wanted to go to the wet bone forest, and Tsunade immediately bit her finger to summon the slug clone. The little slug stared at Rijan in shock. You've mastered the sage secret technique? Rijan replied straightforwardly. I want to ask about the events before Otsutsuki came. The slug immediately invited. Come meet my true form in the wet bone forest. After signing the contract, Rijan was teleported there, and he was stunned on the spot. Towering trees blocked out the sun. Glowing mushrooms lit up the path. Giant slugs were everywhere, eating mushrooms. While leading the way, the little slug asked, Did you inherit the sage's legacy? On the other side, Narashikaku had already seen through Orochimaru. This is about to start a world war. He was even more excited. Maybe it can end this chaotic world. The traveler watching from a distance laughed. Power level 500. Rijan found the right person this time. Crushing Otsutsuki is just around the corner. Lord Sarutobi, have you received the sage's legacy? I'm not sure. I only have the method of cultivation, no specific information, so I can't ask you. Pay attention. Rijan was playing Tai Chi with the slug sage. I have the cultivation method, but no specific background. Following the little slug into the depths of the wet bone forest temple, he looked up and was completely stunned. There was a white-haired lowly dozing off on the stone slab. The golden light exploded on stage. The traveler sneered. Power level 2000. This contrast is just too outrageous. Next, the excitement continues. The lowly stretched lazily and spoke. Surprisingly, in a mature voice, Lord Rijan has arrived. Rijan directly asked about the legacy, and the slug sage revealed the truth. We only have a fragmented beast clan cultivation method, and it's something we picked up. Rijan immediately flashed his card. I have a proper legacy, but my thoughts are not on these trivial matters in the ninja world. The slug sage fell silent for a long time, then suddenly said a condition. You teach me the true cultivation method, and I'll help you find that old sage's legacy. You definitely can't imagine. Rijan had already seen through it. The slug's chakra was capped, and accumulating more was useless. He also discovered that the wet bone forest was filled with aged spiritual herbs, secretly delighted. The traveler watching from a distance laughed. Power level 500. Rijan is sure to profit from this. Crushing Otsutsuki is just around the corner. She wanted the true method of cultivation, as she had already reached her limit. Even if her chakra continued to accumulate, it would be of no use. In fact, due to the natural accumulation of chakra, she could only keep creating clones, while her true self was trapped in the wet bone forest, unable to move an inch. If this dragged on, she would slowly die there. Pay attention. Rijan directly set the condition. Sign a master-servant contract. I will find you the orthodox cultivation method in the future. The slug sage, with no way out, could only nod, but upon dropping blood for the contract, she was stunned. This contract allowed Rijan to kill at will, with no chance of resistance. The golden light exploded on stage. The traveler sneered. Power level 2000. This play is beautifully handled. Next, the excitement continues. The slug sage quickly revealed the truth. The legacy is in the center of the spirit world, but we beasts can't enter at all. Rijan immediately asked for spiritual herbs, and she didn't dare to be negligent. Immediately bringing over a pile of over 500 years old, Rijan was ecstatic on the spot. Enough to refine foundation building pills. He was also planning to ask Qingming to use the red gold purple steel from the country of crafts to make a pill furnace. The slug sage even took the initiative to name herself Zissou, completely recognizing Rijan as the boss. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. The ninja world appeared calm on the surface, but underneath was full of undercurrents. Konoha quietly developed after taking the Eight Tails, while Star Ninja Village moved out of the Miasma Canyon to expand its scale on open plains. The traveler watching from a distance laughed. Power level 500. Rijan's resources are full, and after establishing his foundation, crushing the ninja world is settled. The scale of Star Ninja Village has expanded significantly, having moved out of the miasma-filled canyon to a wide plain. The daimyo of the Bear Country had no objections to the growth of Star Ninja Village. After all, the Bear Country was a small nation backed by Konoha and would not encounter much danger. Pay attention. Azuki, Itachi, and Kabuto followed Kakashi on a mission. And as soon as they arrived at Star Ninja Village, they were provoked. Star Ninja Hikari shouted angrily. Konoha stole our stars and occupied our village. Get lost. They immediately unleashed their peacock technique. The golden light exploded on stage. The traveler sneered. Power level 2000. Let's see how Itachi teaches him a lesson. Next, the excitement continues. Itachi was already prepared, flicking his sleeve to summon a python and using the shadow snake hand. Kabuto simultaneously launched water release, water bullet technique for support. Hikari was directly stunned. Two lower ninjas were actually this strong. Summer quickly stepped in to apologize. Don't act impulsively. You definitely can't imagine. Star Ninja Village had long become a vassal of Konoha, with Orochimaru's portrait hanging in the office. The management and the Umbu were all from Konoha. Kakashi rushed to the Star Shadow building to exchange intelligence. Konoha had already laid out plans for small surrounding countries like Bear, Crafts, and River. They were also crazily stockpiling minerals to create chakra armor. Even if the performance was weakened, it was still being frantically snatched up by merchants and nobles. The rogue ninjas from the Mist Village and the village were all eyeing this profit. The traveler watching from a distance laughed. Power level 500. This wave of Itachi's crush is so satisfying. Unifying the ninja world is just around the corner. But the strength of Star Ninja Village was far from Konoha's. The ninja evaluation in small ninja villages was definitely not as strict as Konoha's, especially after the star was taken by Sarutobi Hiruzen. All the ninjas practicing the peacock technique found that their activated chakra was diminishing. Pay attention. After the star was taken by Hiruzen, the chakra of Star Ninja directly wilted. Hikari struggled to use the peacock technique against Itachi and Kabuto, both lower ninjas, but it was exhausting. The two sides were in a standoff, and Kakashi and the Star Shadow rushed over. The Star Shadow immediately ordered, "Capture Hikari." The golden light exploded on stage. The traveler sneered, "Power level 2000. Konoha has a firm grip." Next, the excitement continues. Hikari's crush, Summer, unexpectedly took the initiative to attack him. Hikari shouted angrily, "You actually betrayed me." Summer directly states, "If we don't cling to Konoha, the village will definitely suffer." Firefly has completely given up and was taken away by the Umbu. After leaving, Hondo is confused and asks why. Kakashi explains, "Hizen took their training meteorite." Do adjusts his glasses and instantly understands. This is about to merge with Star Ninja Village, right? Kakashi stubbornly insists, "It's a subsidiary. You absolutely wouldn't guess." Itachi's eyes are fervent. This is the necessary path to pursue immortality. He fully agrees with Orochimaru's ambition. It's important to know that Star Ninja Village has long been infiltrated by Konoha, with the Umbu and management all being their own people. It's just Konoha's backyard. The traveler laughs out loud from a distance. Power level 500. Konoha's strategy is too fierce. Unifying the ninja world is stable. The meaning of life is to learn more secret techniques, explore the mysteries of this world, and constantly pursue immortality and power. Besides his brother Sasuke, he cares about nothing else but the village and family. Look closely. Itachi has become a die-hard fan of Orochimaru, and Kakashi is completely at ease. Now Konoha is full of Orochimaru's fans, and some even shout for him to quickly replace Hizen as Hokage. Golden light explodes. The traveler sneers, "Power level 2000. Who can resist Orochimaru's charm?" Next, high energy. After weaning, Naruto is sent to the Uchiha family. Fugaku and Mikoto want to officially adopt him. Danzo is so angry he gets sick, but doesn't even have the courage to confront Orochimaru. Itachi returns from a mission in the Land of Crafts, and upon hearing about adopting Naruto, he is overjoyed. Another little brother? What a steal. He picks up Naruto to comfort him, while Sasuke, next to him, is directly jealous to tears. You absolutely wouldn't guess. Itachi rushes to the Hokage office, holding Naruto, to plead with Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Kakashi urgently reports, "The Land of Crafts is full of ninjas from other villages. Even Mist Ninja has come." Orochimaru calmly shrugged it off. Selling armor is intentionally attracting their attention. Konoha has secretly built 2 new ninja schools, crazily absorbing war orphans to stock up on talent. Afraid of being targeted by the 4 great ninja villages, the traveler laughs out loud from a distance. Power level 500. Konoha's behind-the-scenes operations are maxed out, and unifying the ninja world is just around the corner. Orochimaru is called the Cold Lord, but he is actually a very loyal person. Even if Hondo has no talent, he still looks after this disciple. And Itachi is an extreme genius. His thoughts and potential are unparalleled, while Do is also a genius, very talented in the research of ninjutsu. Look closely. Itachi rushes into the Hokage office to plead with Orochimaru. "My family wants to adopt Naruto." Orochimaru immediately nods and turns to ask about the experiments. Golden light explodes. The traveler sneers, "Power level 2000. Itachi's status is unmatched." Next, high energy. Orochimaru has thoroughly examined Obito's Mangekyou Sharingan and wants to help Itachi and Shursui achieve bloodline return. Merging Senju, Hyuga, and Uzumaki genes is even more explosive than transplanting the first Hokage's cells. Itachi was initially hesitant about body modification, but when he thinks about protecting Sasuke and Naruto, he immediately decides, "I'll talk to Shursui. Let's start right away." You absolutely wouldn't guess. Hizen has already refined the Foundation Establishment pill and is breaking through the Foundation Establishment stage in seclusion. He even melted all the minerals bought from the Land of Crafts into the Star Cutter, directly upgrading the heavy sword into a killing weapon. After establishing the Foundation, he unlocks a bunch of techniques, including wind control, object manipulation, and 5 elements techniques, with Yin and Yang Thunder techniques directly crushing all lightning release in the ninja world. Tsunade also sends back the news. Hizen is about to come out and do something big. Orochimaru is waiting for his master to take off. The traveler laughs out loud from a distance. Power level 500. Konoha is fully equipped to take down Otsutsuki, and unifying the ninja world is stable. The strongest offensive secret technique of the yin-yang body refinement technique is the yin electric and yang thunder technique, merging the source of yin and yang lightning, far surpassing the lightning release in the ninja world. Taking a deep breath, calming his mind. Look closely. After establishing his foundation, Hizen connects with Zisu's heart and directly orders, "Take me to the sage's cave." Zisu instantly responds, sending a little slug to sit on his shoulder to guide him. Golden light explodes. The traveler sneers. Power level 2000. This time he's definitely going to pick up something big. Next, high energy. The sage's cave is surrounded by Maibuka Mountain, the dragon cave, and the wet bone forest. The barrier only blocks summoning beasts, and Hizen directly barges in. As soon as he enters, he sees a glowing stone coffin and injects spiritual power to immediately recognize. This is a storage treasure. He pulls out a bamboo slip and scans it with his spiritual sense. It's actually the legacy of a fusion stage expert. You absolutely wouldn't guess. The expert left behind the wood spirit technique, the azure origin technique, the nirvana spirit technique, and some beast cultivation methods. But after Hizen read them, he laughed. They are not as perfect as my yin-yang body refinement technique. It turns out this barrier has long been on the verge of collapse. The three great sacred places no longer take the legacy seriously and were directly picked up by Hizen. Zisu is ecstatic upon learning. I can finally get rid of the burden of chakra. The traveler laughs out loud from a distance. Power level 500. Hizen's abilities are skyrocketing. Taking down Otsutsuki and unifying the ninja world is just around the corner. These three cultivation methods are very different from Sarutobi Hiruzen's yin-yang body refinement technique. After all, the path of immortality is constantly evolving, and the techniques left by this fusion stage cultivator are more primitive and even somewhat disorganized, not as complete as the yin-yang body refinement technique. In this world, the great Tao is incomplete and the immortal left in a hurry. But there are still records in the bamboo slips indicating that in the easternmost part of the ninja world, in the vast ocean east of the land of water, there's a place with a weak space that seems to lead to other worlds. Look closely. Hizen takes the stone coffin, and the cave immediately collapses into ruins. Zisu rushes up to ask about the legacy, and Hizen directly drops the bomb. Not only is there the sage's legacy, but also the methods for beast cultivation. Golden light explodes. The traveler sneers. Power level 2000. This time picking up the leak is exhilarating. Next, high energy. After returning to the wet bone forest, Maibuka Mountain and the dragon cave learn the news and directly give in, even stopping their patrols. Zisu transforms into a white-haired lowly and rushes to ask for the techniques. And Hizen teaches her some beast cultivation methods, allowing her to disperse her chakra and start over. Half a month later, Zisu directly reaches the peak of the chi refinement stage. You absolutely wouldn't guess. Hizen uses summoning techniques to return to Konoha, and the little love in the wooden house by the death forest screams in joy. Lord Hizen. She has worked hard for a year to reach the 5th level of chi refinement, and compared to Hizen's foundation strength, she is directly crushed. Zisu stays in the wet bone forest to stabilize her realm, rush to establish her foundation, and confidently says she can summon at any time. The traveler laughs out loud from a distance. Power level 500. Hizen's abilities are astonishing. Taking down Otsutsuki and unifying the ninja world is imminent. She hasn't seen Sarutobi Hiruzen for a long time, and has been diligently practicing the techniques he gave her. However, during this year, the girl's development speed is still very fast. At least her figure is not inferior to Tsunade's. Look closely. Hizen pats little AI's shoulder. Keep practicing hard. He then heads straight to the Hokage building to find his 3 disciples. Jiraiya is about to cry in the bathroom. Orochimaru has thrown all the dirty work on him, and he's about to become the new darkness of the ninja world. Golden light explodes. The traveler sneers. Power level 2000. Konoha's expansion is too impressive. Next, high energy. Konoha Ninja School directly expands to 1,000 students and has built 2 new campuses. Yamato is crazily doing infrastructure development with wood release, and Konoha is rapidly urbanizing around it. The economy has completely transformed. Ninjas no longer have to struggle with missions to survive. The daimyo of the Fire Country is sweating nervously, writing 3 letters urging Hizen to explain, but Hizen directly ignores him. Strength is the true voice. You absolutely wouldn't guess. Jiraiya runs around tirelessly, needing to secretly contact ninjas from small countries around the Fire Country, while also dealing with a bunch of trivial matters from the land of crafts. Busy to the point of not touching the ground. The daimyo is terrified of Konoha. Elite ninjas assassinating nobles is like child's play, and there's no place to argue. The Sage of Six Paths ninja religion has long become a joke. Forcibly connecting spirits with chakra is not peace at all. Pure prison. The traveler laughs out loud from a distance. Power level 500. Hizen is in control of everything, shaking off the Fire Country. And taking down Otsutsuki is just around the corner. Lord Orochimaru, the daimyo's envoy, has arrived. Narashikaku is somewhat helpless recently. The daimyo has had a lot of opinions about Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru. Look closely. The daimyo is constantly bombarding Orochimaru in the Hokage building, pressing him about his ambitions. Orochimaru doesn't even lift his eyelids. His attitude is even more rigid than the second Hokage. Tobirama Senju. Golden light explodes. The time traveler sneers. Combat power 2000. Konoha is afraid of a mere daimyo. Next, high energy. Hizen suddenly pushes the door open, and the messenger's eyes light up as he quickly reports. Third Hokage, your disciple is about to rebel. As a result, Hizen raises his hand and casts a jinjutsu. The messenger's eyes go blank, and he turns around to fabricate a story based on Hizen's words to report back. Orochimaru is stunned. This jinjutsu shows no trace of chakra. It's amazing. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Hizen declares, the daimyo doesn't dare to turn against Konoha, so ignore him. My cultivation has broken through, and the plan can accelerate. Orochimaru immediately rubs his hands and cheers. Teacher, how about sparring with Jiraiya? Let's see whose cultivation and ninjutsu are more explosive. It's important to know that Hizen's jinjutsu is an ancient method from the Central Plains, far superior to the neon jinjutsu. Jiraiya is still outside, running around dealing with trivial matters, completely unaware of this grand play in the Hokage building. The time traveler laughs from a distance. Combat power 500. Hizen has the daimyo under control. Crushing the ninja world is stable. Orochimaru is very curious about Hizen's current strength. What exactly is the difference between the cultivators and ninjas he speaks of? Orochimaru is greedy. He wants them all. Pay attention. Orochimaru is both coveting the Otsutsuki bloodline and wanting to acquire the cultivation methods, unwilling to give up either. Hizen responds directly. All right, let's spar with Jiraiya. Golden light explodes. The time traveler sneers. Combat power 2000. This round is going to flip the Valley of the End. Next, high energy. Hizen and Jiraiya agree to battle at the Valley of the End with the three legendary ninjas of Konoha, Kakashi, Yamato, and the leaders of various ninja clans all crowding to watch. Jiraiya puffs out his chest and makes a bold statement. Old man, give up early. Don't let me knock you down. He immediately performs hand seals to summon Fukasaku and Shima, directly entering Sage mode and striking a pose. Tsunade looks at Hizen with a conflicted expression. He is indeed handsome, but thinking of his previous lewd self makes me want to turn away instantly. Orochimaru is secretly delighted. The bloodline experiments of Itachi and Shursui are progressing, and I can also watch the peak duel between master and disciple. What a profit. Hizen delivers a cutting remark. Danzo is already showing off with his wife and kids. Are you going to die alone? Jiraiya's face turns red with anger. This time, I will definitely hold nothing back. All the ninjas are wide-eyed, pulling out secret techniques, preparing to record it as a textbook for the Ninja Academy. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Everyone still looks at Hizen with old eyes, completely unaware that he has already broken through the cultivation realm, outstripping ninjutsu by a wide margin. The time traveler laughs from a distance. Combat power 500. Hizen is going to let Jiraiya know what true Sage mode is. This is my strongest form. Obviously, Jiraiya has already discussed this matter with Fukasaku and Shima. As soon as the two frogs descend, they immediately help Jiraiya enter Sage mode. Pay attention. As Jiraiya enters Sage mode, he unleashes the Sage art. Hair needle thousand strikes, his hair turns into a torrential downpour of needles. Hizen summons his flying sword to slash stars, infusing it with spiritual energy, and directly rises on his sword, chanting the 5 thunder laws. Golden light explodes. The time traveler sneers. Combat power 2000. This round is going to convince Jiraiya. Next, high energy. The wind rises and dark clouds gather. Hizen easily dodges the attack. Jiraiya panics, summoning a giant toad to smash down from the sky. But Hizen punches the toad back to the summoning realm. All the ninjas are shocked and jump in surprise. Jiraiya then gathers his chakra into a supersized Rasengan and charges forward. But Hizen raises his hand to summon a black-purple heavenly thunder to strike. Fukasaku and Shima scream, quickly dodge. Jiraiya, scared, drops the Rasengan and uses the substitution technique to land awkwardly, injuring his arm and instantly dispelling Sage Mode. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Hizen stands on his flying sword, facing the thunderclouds, his aura fully charged. Shursui is so excited he clenches his fists, Itachi's eyes are wide, and Tsunade's mouth is agape. Jiraiya is completely stunned. This gap is even wider than before. Orochimaru's eyes are bright as light bulbs. This is the true sage. The time traveler laughs from a distance. Combat power 500. Hizen crushes the entire field. No one in the ninja world can withstand it. Not just Jiraiya, but the distant spectators among the ninjas have completely changed their views on Hizen. Orochimaru and Itachi's eyes are filled with fervor. It seems that Hizen's words are not empty. The cultivation method of the ancient sages may truly lead to immortality. Pay attention. Hizen lands on the flying sword, reaches out to pull Jiraiya up, and adds a jab. Don't call that Sage Mode. Let us call it Toad Mode. Jiraiya stubbornly retorts, but blushes. Obediently getting pulled up, golden light explodes. The time traveler sneers. Combat power 2000. After crushing him, he still doesn't forget to deliver a heart-wrenching jab. Next, high energy. Tsunade is both teasing and using healing palm techniques to treat Jiraiya's injuries. All the ninjas look at Hizen with a complete 180-degree turnaround, transitioning from seeing him as an old relic to being filled with awe. The Uchiha elite shinobi no longer dare to act arrogantly. Orochimaru secretly schemes. I want to draw blood from the teacher to study immortality. Hizen directly exposes him. Don't set your sights on me. The higher-ups of Konoha are ecstatic. With Hizen around, perhaps they can overturn the old order of the ninja world. Asuma's mindset collapses. How can I ever catch up to this father's strength? Aoi's eyes light up. Can I become this strong in the future? You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Jiraiya is in the hospital, still pondering. Maybe breaking away from the prophecy could lead to clarity. Orochimaru's plan has completely succeeded, and the Uchiha are all obedient throughout. The time traveler laughs from a distance. Combat power 500. Hizen has the whole field under control. The ninja world is about to change. The map of the ninja world is somewhat similar to that of Neon. It does not represent the entirety of this world. Pay attention. The daimyo of the Land of Fire is pale-faced while holding the intelligence. He may be the nominal ruler, but he only has advisory power over the appointment of the Hokage, with no actual choice. Next, high energy. The time-traveling Hizen directly opens his cheat and crushes everything. The previous Hokage was supposed to be appointed, but due to special circumstances, there was only an acting appointment, yet he completely ignores the daimyo. The daimyo wants to use money to control Konoha? You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Konoha uses ninjutsu for development. Chakra armor sells like hotcakes. Housing prices skyrocket beyond the capital, and the economy explodes. The messenger, deceived by the genjutsu, reports that Hizen agreed to make corrections, but the daimyo sees Konoha's development shows no signs of stopping. Furious, he curses. This old man is playing Tai Chi with me. But Konoha no longer relies on the Land of Fire. Instead, it is the Land of Fire that cannot do without it. Suddenly, the daimyo has a flash of inspiration. Marry his daughter to Orochimaru. He hastily sends a handwritten letter overnight, and Orochimaru is probably going to be dumbfounded. He's going to be his son-in-law. On the other side, it's even more intense. Might Guy hears that Hizen crushed Jiraiya and clings to his leg, crying and begging to be his disciple. I want to defeat Kakashi. Take me in. Kakashi's combat power skyrocketed after getting the White Fang's techniques, and Guy is in a panic. Hizen has already seen that Guy is a good candidate for physical cultivation and asks, learning from me will be tough. Can you endure it? Guy's eyes instantly light up, thumping his chest in guarantee. No matter how hard it is, I will endure. After saying that, he gives a thumbs up, his youthful smile shining so brightly that one can't keep their eyes open. Can you withstand this kind of enthusiasm? Hizen directly pulls out the Yin-Yang body refining technique, intending to train Guy into a pure physical cultivator, relying on the body to nourish the spirit, and he can still achieve immortality. If this operation were seen, everyone would definitely be dumbfounded. Hizen looks at the green skin kappa before him, feeling a bit of a headache. He must abandon Chakra and will never use the 8 gates again. Can you really do that? Hizen's one question leaves Guy confused. Next, high energy. The time-traveling Hiruzen crushes the conventional routines with this operation. Guy's ninjutsu talent is lacking. He can't even master basic ninjutsu. But his taijutsu is that of a chosen one. Not everyone can open the 8th gate, and it takes a long time just to master the 4th gate. He has toiled for so long to finally break through in taijutsu and the 8 gates, and now he has to give it up? What if he can't learn the new skills and becomes an ordinary person? Guy is in a dilemma, scratching his head, but Hiruzen calmly adds, if you want to practice, you have to invest resources. The food has to be top-notch, and the medicinal herbs cannot be lacking. Those who understand, understand. The saying rich in martial arts, poor in literature is not just a boast. Cultivating physical skills is difficult. It's half hard work and half burning money. Kylie Ma immediately expressed that he would think it over, then turned around and rushed to chat with Kakashi. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Sarutobi Hiruzen performed a summoning technique and called forth the Monkey King. The Monkey King thought he was going to be a tool to block damage again, ready for battle. But after waiting for a long time without seeing the enemy, he was confused. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly tossed him a Beast Clan training method. Take it back for your clan to practice. The Monkey King's pupils shook. Having been a summoning tool for a lifetime, he unexpectedly received a secret manual. He was instantly moved to tears. It wasn't in vain to follow you. You must know that the Monkey King clan is a chosen one for cultivation. With meridians, they're 90% similar to humans, and practicing will definitely lead to a breakthrough. This move directly reshuffled the pattern of the summoning world. The Wet Bone Forest had long since secretly grown stronger than the other 2 holy lands, and now the Monkey King clan was about to make a splash too. On the other side, Obito was going crazy, being expelled from the Uchiha clan. The whole ninja world was laughing at him. Uchiha had survived since the Warring States period and was still so powerful, and he, on the other hand, became the first ninja to be publicly expelled from the entire ninja world. What made him even more upset was that Konoha had actually stretched its claws into the Bear Country and the Artisan Country, all territories adjacent to the Water Country. But the Water Country is a very small island nation, and it's not a single island, but a slightly larger archipelago surrounded by other smaller islands. Now the Water Country was in a mess because of Obito. Originally, the Sand Ninja was the weakest. The Water Country relied on the sea for fishing and wouldn't starve, while the Wind Country was all desert, and unless they dug for oil in the future, they wouldn't be able to turn things around. Next, high energy. Konoha, with its plot armor, directly made Obito's mentality collapse. The Water Country has many islands and mixed customs, originally having a lot of bloodline limits. But all were destroyed by the petty Obito. Just because Rin's death was related to the Mist Ninja, he didn't care about revenge against the Mist Ninja, even after knowing it was Madara's conspiracy. But he never expected that Konoha would actually target the Mist Ninja, directly disrupting his plans. The Akatsuki organization now only had the underdeveloped Nagato. If Konoha kept causing trouble, how could he capture the Nine Tails? What made him even more furious was that Naruto had already been adopted by the Uchiha, and now the Uchiha had 2 pairs of Sharingan, along with Sage Itachi. Flying Thunder God Shursui. Let alone him. Even Nagato would panic if he came. The situation in the mist was even more severe. Terumi May had already noticed that the 4th Mizukage was acting strangely. She immediately brought Ao and Elder Yuan, leading the remaining soldiers to surround the Mizukage building tightly. Ao's Byakugan could dispel Obito's illusions. This move was about to expose his bottom line. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Obito originally wanted to take his anger out on the Mist Village, but as soon as he arrived, he was dumbfounded. He was surrounded. How could he dare to expose himself? The intel had already been made public by Konoha, and even the Sharingan he gave to Kakashi had been taken out and sent to Orochimaru. Obito was so angry he was jumping up and down. That was a testament to their bond of 3. Kakashi actually threw it away just to restore the glory of the White Fang. Well, forget about this mess in the mist. It's better to quickly slip away to the Rain Country to find the Akatsuki organization. No matter how strong the Uchiha are, they can never be stronger than Nagato's Rinnegan. After all, that is Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan. The Eye of God. Uchiha Obito directly controlled the Yagura, releasing the 3 tails in the center of the Mist Village, while he himself used intangibility to slip away. Next, high energy. Konoha with its plot armor directly took control of the whole situation. As soon as the 3 tails landed, it crushed the Mizukage building. The Mist Village was already in chaos due to Obito's turmoil, and now the civilians were in dire straits. Fortunately, the 3 tails was much weaker than the 9 tails. Otherwise, the mist would have directly been expelled. In the end, Yagura died. The Three Tails ran wild outside, and before dying, Elder Yuan pushed Terumi Mei to become the fifth Mizukage. But the mist had long since lost most of its people, and even returning rogue ninjas could cause trouble. Terumi Mei wanted to recuperate and promote peace. Konoha absolutely wouldn't give her a chance. Orochimaru saw the mist's vulnerability and immediately sensed an opportunity. If he didn't take advantage of this moment, when would he? You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Half a month later, news reached Konoha, and Jiraiya directly brought Uchiha Fugaku and Shursui to rush to the mist. He claimed it was military assistance, but in reality, it was to seize the Three Tails and pressure the alliance. After all, the Three Tails was wild outside. If Obito took it away, it would be over, and he could also take the opportunity to tie the mist to Konoha's war chariot. Jiraiya internally complained, Orochimaru wants me to be the vanguard of invasion, but he can only bite the bullet and go, while also revealing the Otsutsuki matter to pressure the mist into submission. Just as they set out, the Fire Country's daimyo sent a letter that shocked Konoha. He wanted to marry his daughter to Orochimaru. The whole village was dumbfounded. In this world, ninjas have a status far lower than that of nobles. If Orochimaru marries the princess, he would rise to the top. The alliance between Konoha and the Fire Country would also be secured. But Orochimaru's face darkened. This old fox wants to sow discord between me and my teacher. If I marry the princess, how will I turn against him in the future? Konoha must lead the alliance. Right now, he couldn't swallow the Fire Country. He had to wait for the new generation to rise before expanding. Next to him, Tsunade secretly enjoyed it. She understood Orochimaru too well. He would definitely refuse. Orochimaru had no choice but to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen, Teacher, what should we do about this? Sarutobi Hiruzen just smiled. This broken culture is afraid of the ruling class, lacking the guts to rebel. Marrying the daimyo's daughter is fine, but she can only be a concubine. Orochimaru and Tsunade's faces changed. Sarutobi Hiruzen actually said that marrying the daimyo's daughter was fine, but she could only be a concubine. Wasn't this openly humiliating the daimyo? Next, high energy. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his plot armor, completely didn't follow the usual rules. He even added that Orochimaru should first marry the orphanage director, saying that if the daimyo insisted on marrying his daughter, it would be a complete submission to Konoha. Tsunade, watching the excitement, added fuel to the fire, saying that the director and Orochimaru had common topics. Orochimaru was directly dumbfounded. I'm someone researching immortality. Cloning beautiful women is a piece of cake. What is so special about getting married? But when he thought of the director's smile, he actually felt a little shaken. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. In the end, Orochimaru directly refused the daimyo. The reason was that he was too busy with work to have time for romance. The daimyo was furious. As a noble, I'm marrying off my daughter, and you, a war orphan, dare to refuse? Marrying my daughter means your descendants will be forever rich and noble. You don't want that? He had no idea that after crossing over, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already seen through it. All he had to do was wait for Konoha to become strong enough, and he could do whatever he wanted. Marrying the princess? Purely a joke. On the other side, it was even more explosive. Jiraiya led a luxurious team directly to the water country. Uchiha Fugaku, Shursui, 2 pairs of Sharingan. Hyuga Hayashi, Kakashi, and Guy were all on the team, practically a gathering of shadow-level ninjas. Konoha's current strength directly crushed the 5 great ninja villages, with the 3 legendary ninjas and 2 pairs of Sharingan, plus Sarutobi Hiruzen leading the charge, if necessary. They could also use Edo Tensei to resurrect the 1st and 2nd Hokage, who could fight against this configuration. Although Jiraiya didn't want to be the vanguard of invasion, he could take his disciples on missions and chat with his loyal reader Kakashi about the romantic series he wrote. So he was quite happy. Meanwhile, in the Mist Village, the rebuilt Mizukage building was extremely simple. Who told him they had so few who could use Doton? After finally repairing the village destroyed by the Three Tails, Terumi Mei thought she could develop steadily. She had endured through the Blood Mist Village period and now just wanted her hometown to be peaceful. Having experienced the Blood Mist period, Terumi Mei now only wanted her village to develop peacefully. Unfortunately, the more one hopes for something, the less they get. Next, high energy. Konoha with its plot armor directly arrived at the Mist's doorstep. The Umbu hurriedly reported, Mizukage-sama, Konoha ninjas are rushing toward the village. Terumi Mei immediately became serious and called for Ao, the remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and Kisame, Those who hadn't had time to defect yet. Just as the mist had stabilized, Konoha came to stir up trouble, clearly not having good intentions. What made AO panic even more was that there was Hyuga Hayashi in Konoha's team. His Byakugan was the disgrace of a Hyuga clan, and Hayashi had come this time to settle scores. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. As soon as the two sides met, the tension escalated. Jiraiya took the lead, with 4 pairs of Sharingan glowing red behind him, the momentum directly reaching its peak. He shouted from a high position, "Call Yamazukage out to talk." Terumi Mei stood out with a stiff expression. "I am." Jiraiya still found her too young. "Is there no one left in the mist? You let a little girl be the Mizukage?" Terumi Mei angrily questioned his intentions, and Jiraiya actually said he was here to provide assistance. The Mist Village collectively felt dumbfounded. This is too thick-skinned. The sun was glaring at the blue-eyed person, and Kakashi was eyeing the large knife of Pai Pa Tenzo with envy. Only Guy believed the claim of assistance. Terumi Mei couldn't hold back any longer. "We don't want assistance." Jiraiya laughed. "I said we would assist, and you have no say in it." The next second, Terumi Mei directly attacked. Shameless. Liquid release. Liquid monster technique. This liquid release is no joke. It can even corrode Madara Susanoo, and boil release is just as explosive. Of course, it's not a complete Susanoo, just the skeletal form of it. There are many techniques that can injure Susanoo, but none can completely destroy it. Susanoo is made of chakra. Just replenish a bit of chakra, and it can revive immediately. Next, the high-energy moment. The Konoha ninja, empowered by their abilities, directly pressed the Mist Village down and rubbed them into the ground. After Terumi Mei used liquid release, Jiraiya led his people to quickly dodge, and as soon as the formation was set, they were ready to attack. The Mist ninjas were immediately intimidated. Who didn't know that the Uchiha had the Sharingan, and even the Eight Tails was crushed? Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya declared, "Are you ready for war?" Terumi Mei instantly stopped. The Mist Village truly couldn't withstand the pressure. She still wanted to use the country to suppress them, but then realized Konoha hadn't even reported it. It was just a village-to-village action, and she felt a bit more at ease. However, Jiraiya was not playing by the rules. "If we lose, we leave, but you send someone to fight my disciple. You absolutely wouldn't expect it." The Mist Village could only send the giant from Suigetsu, the pufferfish demon. Standing at 2 meters 49, he carried the Samahata, creating an overwhelming pressure. He arrogantly declared, "Samahata is craving your chakra." But the one Jiraiya called out was Sure Sway. Sure Sway immediately summoned a flock of ninja crows, each with flying thunder god technique inscribed on them. This move was even more explosive than Shuriken. The illusionary crows mixed and made it impossible to distinguish between real and fake. Sure Sway never holds back against enemies outside the village. Of course, the flying thunder god Kanai was also ready. The Kanai engraved with the technique wasn't the sword of love, but the sword of protection. The moment the Kanai flew towards Suigetsu, he felt a chill in his heart. This was hitting a brick wall. Next, the high-energy moment. The Konoha ninja, empowered by their abilities, directly pressed the opponent to the ground. The battlefield was surrounded by crows, and as Suigetsu just blocked the Kanai with Samahata, Sure Sway instantly appeared in front of him, unleashing fire release wrapped around his ninja blade. Who can withstand this instant teleportation? Suigetsu, over 300 pounds. Didn't he even have time to react, and his arm and stomach were directly struck? Just as he wanted to counterattack with Samahata, Sure Sway flashed behind him and struck again. It wasn't over yet. Immediately after, a great fire dragon technique hit his face, and Suigetsu fainted on the spot. The whole process took only a few seconds, and he was instantaneously killed. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The Mist Ninjas were all dumbfounded. This was the 4th Hokage's flying thunder god. And Uchiha actually used it? Jiraiya proudly declared, "Do you still want to fight?" Fugaku immediately activated his Mangeki Sharingan, his crimson eyes directly intimidating the entire scene. Guy was also itching to take action for revenge. Terumi Mei, biting her teeth, could only admit defeat. "We accept the assistance." Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction. "Then let us go into the village to talk." The Mist Ninjas hurried to save Suigetsu, and chaos ensued. In a corner, Kisame's eyes lit up when he saw the Samahata that had fallen to the ground. No one was taking it? Then I'll pick it up. He quietly picked up the Samahata, and no one noticed. However, it's highly likely that Suigetsu wouldn't be able to get his Samahata back. Once the Samahata tasted Kisame's chakra, it would find a couldn't return, completely transforming into Kisame's form. Jiraiya and his group confidently followed the mist ninjas into the village. He was sure these people wouldn't dare to act. The exposed strength was already enough to intimidate the mist, and anyone who dared to provoke them would be looking for death. Soon, they arrived at the newly repaired Mizukage building. Jiraiya sat in the main seat, with Shursui and Fugaku standing to the left and right. The two Uchiha Jonin had not closed their Sharingan since entering the village. The crimson glow made the mist ninjas' scalps tingle. The villainous aura was fully on display. Terumi-me, suppressing her anger, asked about the assistant's details, and Jiraiya simply said, 3 tails. He pretended to add, the tailed beast outside is not conducive to peace. We in Konoha understand this best. Terumi-me breathed a sigh of relief. This broken-tailed beast was what they originally wanted to throw away. But the next second, Jiraiya directly laid out the deal. You choose a Jinchuriki, we'll help seal it, but you must ally with Konoha. We'll send people to guard the village. And he looked at Ao with a cold smile. This Byakugan belongs to Konoha. It should be returned, right? Terumi-me exploded on the spot. This isn't assistance at all. This is clearly an attempt to annex the mist. But looking at the room full of Sharingan, she didn't dare to truly turn against them. Next, the high-energy moment. Jiraiya directly set up a soundproof barrier around the office. Seriously dropping a bombshell. You must have discovered that the 4th Mizukage was controlled, right? Terumi-me and Ao turn pale if this scandal leaks. The Mist's reputation would be ruined. Jiraiya continued. The one controlling him is Uchiha Bito. The Konoha Nine-Tails incident was also orchestrated by him. We have a common enemy. The implication was clear. If you don't ally, when Obito and Kagaya come, the mist will be the first to perish. Terumi-me could feel an unknown barrier surrounding the entire Mizukage office. She took a deep breath to prevent the Umbu outside from rushing in. In great power conflicts, small nations suffer. The Uchiha's troubles affected the mist, pure and simple unwarranted disaster. Next, the high-energy moment. The Konoha ninja directly imposed a tyrannical ultimatum on the mist. Jiraiya first confronted Terumi-me. You killed Obito's teammates. He retaliated, and it's only natural. Then he dropped the ultimate bombshell. Kagaya wants to destroy the ninja world. Obito and the Rinnegan organization want to resurrect Kagaya. Terumi-me listened in shock. Facing internal and external troubles, how could she manage aliens? But she didn't dare to refute. Jiraiya took the opportunity to bait. Forming an alliance will get you assistance. We'll sell you Chakra armor at cost price. Terumi-me was instantly shaken. It's better to pretend to comply than to have the village destroyed. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The two sides quickly reached an agreement to capture the 3 tails. The mist directly chose the Akatsuki member Kisame Hashigaki as the Jinchuriki. This guy had so much chakra, he was called a non-tailed beast, and he had also subdued Samahata? He arrogantly declared, both Samahata and I crave the chakra of the 3 tails. Jiraiya immediately brought the Uchiha and Kisame to capture the tailed beast, leaving Kakashi, Guy, and Hinata Hayashi to guard the mist. Hayashi had a dark face, staring with his Byakugan, while Kakashi and Guy were quite cheerful. Meanwhile, Paipa Tenzo and Kuro Hashiraiga were terrified. Guy in green clothes and thick eyebrows. Isn't he just the son of Might Dewey back in the day? The two exchanged glances. Let us hope this ancestor doesn't get angry and blow up the mist. Kakashi and Guy walking in the mist village naturally had a mission. Kakashi remarked that the mist ninjas were too hostile towards them. Guy just entered a shop wanting to inquire about the Kagaya clan, and they immediately closed the door to customers. Next, the high-energy moment. The Konoha ninja clearly grasped the 3 tails. Kakashi complained that Guy's smile was too explosive, and the two could only continue searching for survivors of the Kagaya clan. Meanwhile, Jiraiya led his people straight to the lake where the 3 tails was hiding. The mist had already recorded the location of the 3 tails. An Uchiha member unleashed a lightning release, directly forcing the 3 tails out of the water. As soon as the 3 tails surfaced, it was stunned. 2 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan and 2 pairs of 3 Tomo were directly controlling it tightly with their Sharingan. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Jiraiya immediately sealed the 3 tails with Kisame, and Kisame directly transformed into the Jinchuriki. Terumi-me and Ao watched in shock. The foundation of Konoha was simply too explosive. The mist couldn't compare at all. But they also understood that having taken advantage of Konoha, they would eventually have to pay the price. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen was studying the art of talismans in Konoha. This thing could cast spells instantly, create healing talismans, and was even better than explosive talismans. He was also planning to have Conan mass-produce talismans after taking over the Land of Rain. The Zissou in the Wet Bone Forest also advanced to the Foundation establishment stage, and Sarutobi Hiruzen directly taught her techniques, combining their strengths. Aside from making talismans, during this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen also discovered that his grandson, Sarutobi Konohamaru, was actually a genius. Konohamaru was a mischievous troublemaker when he was young, but he turned out to be quite reliable as he grew up. Next comes the high-energy part. The overpowered Konohamaru in this alternate universe directly turns the ninja world upside down. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched his grandson's ninjutsu and dual talents in both ninjutsu and cultivation maxed out, and he felt completely at ease. Finally, the Sarutobi clan has an heir. Asuma's father and son had mediocre talents, but Konohamaru, who is from the next generation, is truly a chosen one. Orochimaru stuck to Sarutobi Hiruzen every day, asking about cultivation while also studying the Otsutsuki bloodline and figuring out how to clone the Manjikyu Sharingan for experience cards, his greed written all over his face. On the other hand, Fugaku's Manjikyu was almost worn out. After catching the 8 tails, he went after the 3 tails, and his vision was rapidly declining, relying entirely on Orochimaru's research to extend his life. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Jiraiya returned to the Hidden Mist to talk about an alliance, and directly imposed his terms. Konoha will send ninjas to stay in your village, and your new generation will come to Konoha to study. Terumi Mei and Ao were so angry they could bite their teeth. But when they thought about Konoha's 2 pairs of Manjikyu and Shursue's flying Raijin, they could only hold their noses and concede. Ao immediately returned the Byakugan to Hiruzen, who felt secretly pleased. I'll remember this grudge and make the Hidden Mist my subordinate in the future. Terumi Mei still foolishly thought that sending ninjas to Konoha was a good thing, completely unaware that this was a tactic of cultural export. On the surface, Konoha was polite and friendly when signing the alliance with the Hidden Mist, but in reality, they treated them as subordinates. They left 2 Uchiha Jonin to maintain order, just waiting for the main forces to come and take over. After all, the Hidden Mist was a certified ninja village among the 5 great nations. They couldn't directly rob them like they did with the Star Ninja Village, so they had to take it slow. Jiraiya was quite adept at finding war orphans and successfully found Kagaya's last surviving orphan, Kagaya Kimimaro, on the way back. The Kagaya clan was completely wiped out by the Hidden Mist. Only Kimimaro remained. He couldn't go to war due to a severe blood disease, which is why he was spared. Next comes the high-energy part. The overpowered Konoha directly entered the recruitment mode. Jiraiya came to persuade him. Come to Konoha. We won't treat you as a tool, and we can even cure your illness. Kimimaro hated the Hidden Mist and decisively followed him. When leaving the Land of Water, they encountered the fleeing Haku. This kid looked more delicate than a girl and was a user of ice release from the Yuki clan. Haku trembled and asked, "Aren't you afraid of me?" Jiraiya patted his chest. Konoha can accommodate any ability. He directly recruited him into the team. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Upon returning to Konoha and meeting Orochimaru, Kimimaro immediately switched sides. Initially proud and aloof, upon seeing Orochimaru, he directly bowed his head in respect. Almost want to call him father. It turned out that Orochimaru was researching the Otsutsuki bloodline, and Kimimaro's Shikatsumiyaku was key. Now, Konoha ninjas were capturing bloodline users as they went. Children were lured back to the village, and they would forcibly draw blood, completely unconcerned about their bad reputation. They used to pretend to be the nice guys of the ninja world, but now they were outright bullies. The deployment in the Hidden Mist was condemned by other ninja villages, but Konoha simply said it was assistance, leaving the others speechless. Orochimaru was exhilarated. Having strength means you can do whatever you want. After Tsunade returned, she was extremely busy, working on medical reform every day. The ninja death rate was high, all due to poor medical care. Training medical ninjas was 10 times harder than training warriors, and only Konoha had the confidence to do it. Now Konoha's hospital was directly modernized, and rumors spread that Orochimaru's laboratory was underground in the hospital. The current Orochimaru looked at Kimimaro, lying in the laboratory, with excitement in his eyes. Although Haku had the ice release bloodline limit, to be honest, wasn't very strong, not much better than ordinary ninjutsu. Kimimaro, however, was different. According to his research, Shikatsumiyaku should also be one of Kagaya's abilities manifested in his descendants. Shikatsumiyaku could not only manipulate one's own bones, it could control osteoblasts, osteoclasts, and calcium concentration. Some said the bones it created were the hardest in the ninja world. Next comes the high-energy part. The overpowered Orochimaru directly treated Kimimaro as a treasure. Kimimaro lay in the laboratory, utterly thrilled. Lord Orochimaru is amazing. Orochimaru immediately diagnosed the problem. Creating bones consumes too much life force and is prone to bacterial infection. He ordered on the spot, from now on, only use bone membranes for defense. Do not let the bones leave the body. He was secretly calculating. Itachi, Shursui, and those treasures cannot be touched. Naruto is off limits too. But Kimimaro is just right to use as a test subject. And he can also try cloning the man GQ. Nearby, Itachi and Kabuto were studying like crazy, while Tsunade frowned at the sight. Don't go too far. But the whole village supported Orochimaru. Chakra armor was making a fortune, and Konoha's technology was skyrocketing. However, the village's buildings were becoming increasingly dark, with neon advertisements piling up like mountains, turning it into a ninja world Gotham. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Tsunade called Orochimaru to meet their teacher and complained about how Konoha was completely different from before. Orochimaru was a qualified manager. Konoha's development was following his script, but the style was too unorthodox. When talking about Jiraiya, she learned that he had taken the Umbu to the Hidden Mist again. The Hidden Mist had already agreed to send children to Konoha for schooling. Orochimaru was clear in his mind. The Star Ninja village would soon be taken down, and the next step was to slowly chew through the Hidden Mist, this big chunk. Even a small village like the Star Ninja village still had many voices opposing Konoha, but with the passage of time, the internal contradictions of the Star Ninja village would grow larger and larger. Konoha just needed to wait for the right opportunity to completely take over this village. And the next step would be the Hidden Mist. Tsunade felt uneasy about the village's plot against the Hidden Mist, but having fought in wars, she knew enemies would not show mercy. Next comes the high-energy part. The overpowered Konoha directly maxed out its infrastructure and technology. Orochimaru and Tsunade guessed that their teacher was looking for them for talisman techniques, and they were chatting happily on the way. The area around the Death Forest had long changed. Civilians were coming for picnics, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's log cabin had been expanded by Yamato to be super impressive. Yamato was now using wood release to build houses, and his furniture-making skills were unmatched, better than the first Hokage's understanding of infrastructure, earning praise from the whole village. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Inside the log cabin, it was bustling with activity. Meimoku Xiao AI obediently acted as a maid, and Danzo surprisingly brought his daughter to show off. My wife is pregnant again. It must be his son. Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly chuckled. When my grandson Konohamaru grows up, I'll take your daughter. The moment Danzo saw Orochimaru, he fell silent. Although he was unconvinced, he had to admit that Orochimaru was explosively impressive as Hokage, even using the Uchiha as a backbone. And Shursui's flying Raijin swept through the ninja world. But all the benefits were taken by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he bore all the blame, feeling extremely frustrated. Orochimaru didn't take Danzo seriously and respectfully called him teacher. Tsunade was now also completely submissive to Sarutobi Hiruzen. After seeing him fight against Jiraiya last time, she realized that her teacher was no longer the perverted old man he used to be. Sarutobi Hiruzen got straight to the point. Tsunade, have you thought about making medical talismans? Just like explosion talismans. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Tsunade's eyes lit up. She really hadn't thought about this, but just imagining it made her feel that it might be feasible. However, the issue of creating medical talismans had a ton of problems. The hardest part was controlling the amount of chakra input. Too much wound tea just failed to heal, but could also harm the person's body. Next comes the high-energy part. The overpowered Konoha directly unlocked a new way to use medical talismans. Tsunade was troubled about how to deal with different injuries, and Orochimaru immediately suggested, just create medical talismans of different levels. They decided to get started, first making a few to test the waters. Although the effects were average, it proved that the method was feasible. Tsunade thought about summoning the slug for help, but ended up failing the summoning technique and collapsed on the ground due to chakra depletion. Shizen was so scared she hurried over, and Tsunade had to release the seal to recover. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned a white-haired lowly on the spot. Tsunade immediately exploded with anger. You old pervert, you're committing a crime. Danzo's eyes widened in shock, and Meimoku Xiao AI looked complicated. While Orochimaru remained calm, it's normal for a strong teacher to have some quirks. But when the lowly opened her mouth, she had a mature voice. Lady Tsunade, did you summon me? Tsunade was completely stunned. Is this really the Slug Sage? It turns out that the Slug Sage was helped by Sarutobi Hiruzen to break through to the Foundation establishment stage and change his name to Zissou. Once Zissou arrived, he made healing talismans as if it were child's play. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately decided, Konoha will purchase from you, and you will use the money earned to transform the wet bone forest. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. This is a monopoly business. Other ninja villages hardly have any medical ninjas, and Konoha's medical system completely crushes the competition. Currently, Konoha's medical system is the most complete. Other ninja villages don't even have hospitals or medical departments, let alone medical ninjas. The healing talismans didn't work as well as expected, but it's still better than nothing. They can greatly increase the tolerance rate for ninjas on missions. Next, the excitement escalates. Konoha, with its cheats, directly turned the healing talismans into a money tree. Orochimaru was calculating furiously. Sell cheaply internally and externally mark up 100 times. Konoha ninjas buy them with peace of mind, and even if other ninja villages feel the pinch, they have to grab them. After all, a single talisman could mean a life. Soon, the healing talismans exploded in the ninja world, with low grade selling for 100,000 Rio, medium grade for 250,000 Rio, and high grade for 500,000 Rio. And the prices skyrocketed despite the demand. Konoha even implemented limited registration to prevent anyone from reselling. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Other ninja villages united to pressure the Land of Fire, but the Land of Fire didn't dare to touch Konoha at all. The battle at the Valley of the End made the Land of Fire realize Konoha's strength, openly having 5 Kage-level ninjas. And the new generation like Shursui and Kakashi are just as formidable. If Konoha were to rebel, the Land of Fire would be crushed in an instant. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't care about becoming a daimyo, and Orochimaru is solely focused on pursuing immortality, completely disregarding the nobility. Now that Konoha's economy is nearly self-sufficient, Orochimaru is even considering pushing his own currency to completely break free from the Land of Fire's control. The most unfortunate is Obito from the Land of Rain. Originally planning to unleash the Three Tails to create chaos in the Mist Village, he ended up being picked up by Konoha, and the Mist Village directly sided with Konoha. Kisame became the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, and the Akatsuki organization is having difficulty even capturing tail beasts. Obito wanted to return to Konoha to get another Manjiki Sharingan, but feared being caught on the spot, making him anxious. Nagato is still slowly developing the Akatsuki organization, and Obito is cursing in his heart. Does Konoha really give you time to develop? Obito is very anxious, and Kurizetsu is even more anxious. Kurizetsu has been manipulating the ninja world for years, being the biggest behind-the-scenes puppet master, yet he finds that Konoha's development has completely slipped from his control. Next, the excitement escalates. Konoha, with its cheats, directly made Kurizetsu break down. The plot has turned into a complete mess. Fugako actually adopted the Nine Tails Jinchuriki Naruto. Danzo is no longer focusing on the Uchiha, but instead is determined to have children to strengthen the clan. What drives him to despair is Sarutobi Hiruzen, who knows where he learned his magical arts. His strength is so formidable that he suspects even Uchiha Madara couldn't defeat him. That golden light technique makes his scalp tingle, and the key is that Sarutobi Hiruzen is getting younger and younger. There is no chance to save Kagaya now. Kurizetsu is in a panic, lacking strength, and Obito is unreliable, so he can only think of ways to provoke a ninja world war, betting that Konoha can't withstand the siege of 4 villages. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Obito and Kurizetsu came up with the idea together and directly targeted the Cloud Village to stir up trouble. The Cloud Village already hated Konoha for capturing the 8 Tails. Their people are fierce and very wealthy. In the past, Obito only dared to bully the Sand and Mist villages, but this time, in order to stop Konoha, he bravely barged into the Cloud Village. After all, Noki's dust release can easily take him out, and the 4th Raikage's physical skills are not to be trifled with. At this time, the 4th Raikage was filled with anger. Karabi's trouble gave the Land of Lightning leverage, and the policies were tightly controlled. Suddenly, the office was sealed off by a soundproof barrier, and Obito instantly appeared in front of him, stared fixedly at the Manjiki Sharingan, his nerves instantly tensing up, daring to directly barge into the Raikage's office. This guy must be very confident. Who are you? And what is your purpose in the Cloud Village? I am Uchiha Madara. Obito grinned and directly invoked Uchiha Madara's name to bolster his presence. Next, the excitement escalates. Konoha's cheats forced Obito into a position where everyone wanted to hit him like a rat in the street. A immediately shouted angrily, "Bullshit. You are the Obito who was disowned by the Uchiha. Don't use Madara's name to deceive people." Obito's face instantly stiffened, cursing Fugaku in his heart. It's all because of this guy. Now he has no prestige at all. He quickly tried to smooth things over. Who I am isn't important. The key is that we all hate Konoha. Didn't he respond, but was calculating his own little schemes. He originally planned to send someone to assassinate Hinata, then bite back at Konoha, and was just trying to see if Obito had any value to exploit. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Obito actually had the audacity to persuade A to unite with other ninja villages to attack Konoha. I laughed out loud. You must be out of your mind. The 5 great ninja villages have deep-seated blood feuds. Iwagakure has Noki holding the fort. How could they possibly unite? Moreover, the Cloud and Rock villages are stable internally right now, and there's no reason to go to war. I stared at Obito's Mangeki Sharingan. His mind racing. If he could imprison him and force him to give birth to some kids with Sharingan for the Cloud, wouldn't that be a huge profit? Seeing A's strange gaze, Obito quickly corrected himself. It seems the Cloud village isn't as strong as rumored. I'll go try my luck with Iwagakure. As soon as he finished speaking, it instantly activated his lightning release Chakra mode, striking towards Obito with a hand blade infused with lightning. Obito had long been prepared, directly phasing out of the way, and turned back to taunt. Sure enough, all dark-skinned folks are brash. After saying that, he used a teleportation technique and vanished without a trace. Damn it, although he had anticipated this outcome. A taijutsu ninja trying to capture Obito must either catch him off guard or drag out the phasing time. Otherwise, there's simply no way. The Cloud Village didn't care about this, and decided to continue with their original plan to stir up trouble at the Hyuga clan, just to annoy Konoha and use war as a threat. Next, the excitement escalates. Konoha's cheats forced Obito to bump into walls everywhere. Obito angrily left the Cloud Village, cursing for being brash, and turned to barge into Iwagakure. But as soon as he arrived, he was caught by a barrier. Noki directly surrounded him, disdainfully mocking. A rogue ninja wants to cooperate? Do you want to join Iwagakure? Obito panicked. Konoha wants to swallow the Mist Village. Aren't you going to do anything? Noki completely ignored him, opening Dust Release right on the spot to seize the Sharingan. Obito was scared and quickly phased out to escape, internally cursing his bad luck. Cloud Village is reckless, Iwagakure is ruthless, and the Sand Village is too weak. There's simply no one to cooperate with him. But he didn't know that A and Noki had already started to have doubts. Is Konoha really going to swallow the Mist Village? They had responded to previous pressures. And now the more they thought about it, the more something fell off. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. On the other side, Konoha is living a tranquil life. After Sarutobi Hiruzen established the foundation, he is peacefully cultivating with plenty of spiritual herbs in the Wetbone Forest, and he doesn't worry about resources at all. Half a year has passed, and Sasuke and Naruto are both 3 years old, playing around in the Uchiha residence every day. Kakashi and the others were still worried that Naruto would be ostracized, but the proud Uchihas were all softened by Naruto's charm and spoiled him to no end. Only Sasuke was pouting. He clearly is the older brother, yet Itachi is treating this outsider better. Sasuke, can't you let your younger brother Naruto have a little bit? However, Sasuke and Naruto's childhood is incredibly happy. Fugaku didn't put pressure on Sasuke, and with Shursui and Itachi, 2 prodigies holding the fort, even if Sasuke is a genius, he is just icing on the cake. Next, the excitement escalates. Konoha has turned the Mist Village into its backyard, ostensibly not taking action, but secretly infiltrating to an absurd degree. All the upper ninjas opposing Konoha from the Star Village are gone, either dead on missions or met with accidents. The new generation is all Konoha fans, and a name change is just around the corner. Jiraiya is acting like the supreme ruler in the Mist Village, and Terumi May has to consult him for everything, feeling stifled and wanting to curse. A group of rebellious ninjas in the Mist Village can't help but stir up trouble, and they specifically pick on Guy. This is purely sending themselves to their deaths. Guy has been practicing body strengthening techniques lately, eating meat and medicine every day to supplement his body, saving the 8 gates as a killing move. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. A few Mist ninjas blocked Guy and mocked. Watermelon Head is so ugly. Guy smiled and gave a thumbs up. This is youth. He directly enraged them. One Mist ninja unleashed a water dragon bullet, and Guy jumped up and kicked it to pieces. At this moment, Pakin and Kirigane Raiga rushed over, and upon seeing Guy's green outfit, their faces turned pale. This is Might Dai's son. When Guy saw the enemy who killed his father, he exploded with rage. Eighth gate of the morning. Open. Green chakra surges, charging straight into fight. Zuki Shishi's completely does not want to battle with Guy. They just came to assess the situation, but unexpectedly, Guy charged in directly. What made him even angrier was that several hidden mist jonin also attacked, using water jutsu against Guy, making the battle completely unavoidable. Next, high energy. With his abilities, Guy directly crushed the 7 ninja swordsmen. The water jutsu couldn't stop Guy at all. He rushed straight towards the peacock. His ultra-high-speed punches created friction with the air, and flames combined with shockwaves instantly engulfed the mist ninjas, leaving Zuki Shishi's and Kurigane Reiga in a desperate situation. Guy teleported in front of Zuki Shishi's, kicked and broke the decapitation sword, then kicked him again, exploding his chest. Kurigane Reiga attempted to escape, but was kicked in the back by Guy. This generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen was completely annihilated. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Terumi, Mei, and Jiraiya arrived, and Guy confidently stated, they attacked first. Terumi Mei turned green at the sight of the corpses everywhere. Fortunately, a mist ninja survived the peacock attack, and Jiraiya immediately used a high-quality healing talisman, causing the surrounding mist ninjas to feel immense pain. This was a priceless treasure. After the survivor woke up and explained, it became clear that it was indeed the mist that instigated the trouble, making Terumi Mei even more frustrated. Jiraiya directly sent Guy back to Konoha, and Guy happily ran away after avenging his father. The mist side was devastated. The 7 ninja swordsmen were all gone. Kisame Hashigaki was severely injured, and the decapitation sword was picked up by the returning Zabuza Momochi. Terumi Mei had just announced that the rogue ninjas would not be held accountable, and now she had no interest in the new 7 ninja swordsmen at all. However, Terumi Mei didn't have time to think about so much. This incident could significantly impact the relationship between Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village. Through this period of contact, Terumi Mei completely recognized that the Hidden Mist and Konoha were not even on the same level. Next, high energy. Konoha, with its abilities, toyed with the hidden cloud. Jiraiya warned Terumi Mei, this time we won't pursue it, but you must manage your subordinates well. Terumi Mei could only nod, feeling internally hurt. The mist had long lost the courage to fight back, and after Konoha's assistance and reform, life was indeed better than before. On the other side, the hidden cloud sent 3 Nin to deliver the last batch of compensation, but Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even show his face, leaving it to Narashikaku to handle. The hidden cloud ninjas thought they had gotten a bargain, secretly rejoicing that no one was paying attention, and immediately initiated their plan to kidnap Hinata, completely unaware that Konoha had already maxed out their barriers, using the crystal ball Sarutobi Hiruzen previously spied on as surveillance, clearly observing all movements in the village. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. On a moonless, windy night, 3 hidden cloud ninjas sneaked towards the Hyuga clan's territory, arrogantly laughing. Konoha is nothing. The Hyuga branch ninjas discovered them but pretended not to see. If they were going to steal, they should target the main family. The 3 hidden cloud ninjas immediately used lightning jutsu, their chakra crackling, blasting open the main family's wall and grabbing Hinata to run. The Hyuga clan territory was instantly thrown into chaos. The lightning jutsu Nin moved at full speed, and the Hyuga ninjas could not stop them. This was the Hyuga bloodline, with reconnaissance abilities that could instantly become godlike. The hidden cloud was attempting to steal core combat power. Hisashi Hyuga heard the commotion and wanted to go check, but was stopped by his wife. Next, high energy. Konoha set a trap for the hidden cloud. Hisashi looked at his wife's eyes, thought of his son Niji, and ultimately decided to help the main family. The Hyuga clan activated their Byakugan to pursue, locking onto their target in an instant. As soon as the 3 hidden cloud ninjas exited the Hyuga clan territory, they were surrounded by Umbu, realizing they had been targeted. They still wanted to threaten war, but Sarutobi Hiruzen shot back. It was clearly you who instigated trouble first, before they could throw mud. The Uchiha Sharingan and Nara Shadow Jutsu were activated, instantly binding the 3 tightly. Hinata was even fast asleep in her arms. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately summoned all the Nin for a meeting. Orochimaru suggested attacking the hidden cloud, and the warlike Uchiha were instantly excited. We must crush them. Tsunade was still worried about the impact on development, but Orochimaru suddenly smiled. Have you heard of the second Hokage's Edo Tensei? The entire room fell silent. This was a forbidden technique that could summon the dead. It turned out that Konoha had long prepared a crushing plan. The hidden cloud was falling into their own trap. The Edo Tensei technique is not well known, but it has been circulated within Konoha. Due to the special nature of Edo Tensei, this technique is absolutely forbidden and definitely prohibited from abuse, as each use of Edo Tensei requires a living person as a sacrifice. The key point is that the summoned ninja are not only unstable, but their chakra can also recover indefinitely. Which deceased ninja doesn't have regrets? Who doesn't long for the human world? Next, high energy. Konoha directly turned the forbidden technique into a guaranteed winning card. Orochimaru publicly revealed Edo Tensei. It can summon souls from the Pure Land, without knowing exhaustion or pain. But it requires a living person as a sacrifice, and even the warlike Uchiha frowned. However, Orochimaru changed his tone. The 3 messengers sent by the hidden cloud are just perfect as sacrifices. Summon the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Hokage to hammer them. Instantly, the entire room erupted. Tsunade wanted to see her grandfather, the 1st Hokage, and the Uchiha wanted the 2nd Hokage to see how awesome they were now. This was a sure profit. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The hidden cloud was still self-satisfied. I heard that the messengers were dead and immediately wrote a letter threatening. If you don't hand over the Hyuga murderer, we will go to war. He thought Jiraiya was in the hidden mist, and Konoha wouldn't dare to act, completely unaware that Konoha had mobilized everyone. Orochimaru put on the death god mask, with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade beside him, and injected chakra to summon the death god's phantom. This thing had a sword in its mouth, looking more like a demon than a god, with traces of the Sage of 6 Paths Yin-Yang release. As the ritual progressed, the Shiki F gene was completely undone, and the 4th Hokage's soul was successfully released. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the mask, secretly pleased. There are still 26 masks at the Uzumaki ruins. Maybe we can summon more fierce characters. Soon, Orochimaru lifted the Shiki F gene technique, and the sealed souls were released. Orochimaru took off the death god mask. Alright, now we can summon the 4th Hokage. Orochimaru could no longer contain his excitement. He wanted the 4th Hokage to see what a real Hokage and the will of fire were. Next, high energy. Konoha directly created a scene with all 4 Hokages together. Orochimaru calculated in his heart. Konoha relies on sucking the blood of other ninja villages to survive. Sacrifices are all nonsense. All Konoha Nin squeezed in to watch the excitement, just waiting to see the appearances of the Hokages. Edo Tensei was activated, and 3 coffins slowly rose. The moment the 1st, 2nd, and 4th stepped out, all the ninjas in the room broke into a cold sweat. The 2nd Hokage Tobirama immediately broke down. He actually fell for his own technique. The 1st Hokage Hashirama looked confused. Is this Konoha? The 4th Hokage Minato saw the entire Uchiha clan and instantly panicked. Not good. Did Orochimaru and the Uchiha start a coup? You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Fugaka was completely stunned. Aren't he best buddies? Tobirama glared at the Uchiha in the main seat with murderous intent. Orochimaru smiled and waved. Don't overthink. It was the teacher who chose me to be Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen then appeared, and Tobirama and Minato were left dumbfounded. This handsome guy glowing with charisma is really that old monkey? The foundational Sarutobi Hiruzen's aura exploded, looking even fiercer than in his youth. The Uchiha were being stared at by the 1st and 2nd Hokage, feeling immense pressure yet holding their ground. Today's Uchiha were not the same as before, easily dealt with. Tobirama looked at his disciple with wide eyes. What is this? How did the monkey become like this? When he chose Hokage back then, it was because Sarutobi Hiruzen had the determination to sacrifice for his companions. But how did he become so young now? Next, high energy. Konoha directly made all the Hokages collectively break down. Senju Hashirama ordered Orochimaru to clarify, and Orochimaru revealed on the spot. The hidden cloud had first captured the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, yet still dared to steal the Hyuga lady. So they used their people as sacrifices to summon the 3 Hokages. Tobirama glared at the Uchiha in the room, growing increasingly displeased, and immediately unleashed his trump card, Edo Tensei. Release. In a split second, the control was broken by the skills of Hashirama and Minato. Orochimaru remained unfazed. The current strength of Konoha is explosive. Even without them, crushing the Cloud Village is easy. You absolutely wouldn't expect this. Tobirama called out to Fugaku and Sure Sway on the spot, questioning what exactly happened during the Nine Tails incident. He saw the Uchiha clan and other ninjas casually chatting over a late-night snack, completely bewildered. This was nothing like the Uchiha he remembered. Once all the Nin had withdrawn, the four Hokage, Tsunade, Kakashi, Fugaku, and Shursui, sat together, and Orochimaru and Hiruzen Sarutobi directly started discussing the big secrets of the ninja world, from Kaguya Otsutsuki descending to Obito instigating the Nine Tails incident. It was high energy all the way, leaving the first and second Hokage wide-eyed and their mouths agape. The first and second Hokage's jaws dropped wider and wider as they listened. The Senju and Uchiha are relatives? How did that happen? Next came the high-energy moment. The Konoha that transcended time directly shocked the previous Hokage. Orochimaru dropped a bombshell. Uchiha Madara faked his death and still wants to use Jinjutsu to dominate the world. The Otsutsuki clan even wants to destroy the entire ninja world. Upon hearing that the mastermind was Obito, Minato's defenses crumbled. He couldn't believe that he might end up in conflict with his own disciple, feeling a mix of emotions. Once the three Hokage processed this, Hiruzen Sarutobi declared fiercely, Konoha will swallow the other ninja villages and unify the 5 great countries. Under my leadership, we will become the strongest. Hashirama immediately panicked. This will lead to a devastating war. We help you fight the Otsutsuki, but don't go for annexation. Tobirama chimed in. Only with enough strength to instill fear can there be peace. Orochimaru went even further. We must pursue immortality. I want Konoha to exist forever. The looks in Hashirama and Tobirama's eyes changed instantly. This ambition was even greater than Madara's. Suddenly, Minato interjected. I have no objections to attacking the Cloud Village, but I want to see Naruto. Fugaku quickly added, Mikoto and I have adopted him. He's in the Uchiha clan. You absolutely wouldn't expect this. Hashirama finally relented. The Otsutsuki are a threat. We can lend you our strength. Orochimaru made the decision. The war will begin in a week. We will crush the Cloud Village so they never dare to act up again. At this moment, Hashirama suddenly asked Tsunade, what about S.H. Suk? Tsunade lowered her head, her voice hoarse. He died in battle. Although they had grown accustomed to death, hearing the news of their grandson's death still darkened the faces of Hashirama and Tobirama. Endless tolerance won't bring peace. Konoha and the other ninja villages must suffer. Why shouldn't it be them? Next came the high-energy moment. The Konoha that transcended time directly transformed from being the saint of the ninja world to its bully. Tsunade confronted them on the spot. In the past, Konoha won wars but still paid reparations, pretending to be magnanimous, purely a fool's errand. It's different now. The villagers and ninjas are living 10 times better than before. Hashirama and Tobirama fell completely silent. Could it be that their peace strategies from back then were truly wrong? You absolutely wouldn't expect this. Stepping out of the Hokage building, the two brothers were completely stunned. The current Konoha scale far exceeded that of the Land of Fire cities, with an army, a government, and an economy that no longer depended on the nation. It's practically a nation within a nation. Tobirama noticed that the Uchiha weren't being suppressed and were instead mingling with other ninjas, causing him to blow up. Shursui quickly explained. Lord Orochimaru resolved the conflicts. The Uchiha are now Konoha's top combat strength. Upon hearing that Shursui was the grandson of Uchiha Kagami, he managed to suppress his anger. On the other side, Minato rushed to the Uchiha clan with Fugaku. Seeing Naruto playing and fighting with Sasuke, his eyes instantly turned red. His son was being spoiled by a bunch of proud Uchiha. Fugaku patted his chest and said, You should thank Orochimaru and Hiruzen Sarutobi. If Danzo were in power, Naruto would have been done for. Watching the cheerful Naruto, Minato finally felt relieved. Fugaku, I hope you can let Naruto grow up healthy. Naruto was still young, and Minato resisted the urge to hug him. Next came the high-energy moment. The Konoha that transcended time directly entered a mode of dimensionality reduction. Minato was worried that the negative energy from his Edo Tensei would affect Naruto, suppressing the urge to embrace him. His mind filled with thoughts of helping Konoha eliminate obstacles. If his son was doing well, he would fight even harder. When the Cloud Village sent messengers to seek justice, they stepped onto the campus and were immediately pressed to the ground and rubbed against it. Konoha had long lost interest in compromise and was preparing for war everywhere. Hashirama and Tobirama had fully grasped the situation in the ninja world over the past few days, and Tobirama suddenly realized, to confront the Otsutsuki, they must first unite the ninja world. He turned around and persuaded Hashirama to join the battle. Now, Even if the three Hokage only exerted 60% of their strength, they could easily crush the Cloud Village. The Cloud Village had no sealing technique heritage, and the six paths ninja tools of the Gold and Silver brothers were lost, making them easy prey. You absolutely wouldn't expect this. The next morning, Konoha directly declared war on the Cloud Village, causing the entire ninja world to explode. Obito and Kurizetsu were stunned. Konoha actually dared to take the initiative? Sunagakure and Iwagakure shrank to the sidelines, no one daring to intervene. The daimyo of the Land of Fire was in a panic, as Konoha declared war without even a word of warning. On the other side, the fourth Raikage was completely baffled. Wait, isn't Konoha supposed to beg for mercy? Shouldn't I take the opportunity to extort them? In the established perception of the entire ninja world, Konoha was always the passive responder. How could they take the initiative to flip the table? In the entire ninja world's understanding, Konoha would never take the initiative to provoke war. What on earth was happening now? Konoha was interfering in the Mist Village's politics and directly declaring war on the Cloud Village. Next came the high-energy moment. The Konoha that transcended time directly turned the bully mode up to the max. I finally realized too late. On the surface, Konoha's strength far outstripped the Cloud Village's, so he could only gamble on the eight-tail surprise attack for a turnaround. But little did he know, Konoha wasn't playing conventional warfare. They sent out the three Hokage to crush them directly, while the subsequent teams were only responsible for picking up the spoils. The daimyo of the Land of Fire was going crazy, sending messengers to stop them, but was immediately imprisoned by Orochimaru, who declared fiercely, "Konoha always wins every battle." Konoha was in an uproar. If the Cloud Village dared to abduct people, they had to be smashed to pieces. You absolutely wouldn't expect this. Danzo rushed to Tobirama overnight to report, "The Uchiha are inherently evil. They will eventually turn against us." Tobirama retorted, silencing him, "Hiruzen is the Hokage. Who do you think you are?" Danzo was so furious he nearly spat blood and could only slink away to focus on family building. On the surface, Tobirama appeared calm, but inside he was worried. Madara and Obito were cautionary tales. The Uchiha truly were ticking time bombs. On the other side, Minato was spending every day in the Uchiha clan, watching Naruto being spoiled by Makoto and protected by Itachi. Finally feeling at ease, although Itachi often said strange things about wanting his brother to live forever, he was reliably dependable. Saying the Uchiha clan was inherently evil was a bit of an oversimplification, but the Uchiha clan was too uncontrollable. Madara and Obito were living examples. He had to develop ninjutsu, specifically targeting the Uchiha, especially the Mangekyou Sharingan, to prevent them from becoming a ticking time bomb for the village. Next came the high-energy moment. The Konoha that transcended time directly turned the Flying Thunder God into a war bug. The ninjas gathered and stood by. On the very day Minato was summoned, someone had already infiltrated the Cloud Village with kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, with Minato's Edo Tensei Chakra having unlimited endurance. Leading a large army to teleport was as easy as playing. This surprise attack caught the Cloud Village completely off guard. The first and second Hokage were the first to parachute into the vicinity of the Cloud Village, with Kakashi, Guy, the Hyuga clan, Fugaku, and Shursui all joining the expedition. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Hiruzen Sarutobi held down the fort in Konoha, preventing Sunagakure and Iwagakure from taking advantage of the chaos. You absolutely wouldn't expect this. In the Mist Village, Terumi Mei was in a panic. Is it really okay for Konoha to go to war? Jiraiya, tough on the outside but soft on the inside, said, "With Orochimaru and the teacher around, the Cloud Village won't be enough to beat." In truth, he was quite anxious since the great sage Fukasaku wasn't around. On the other side, the surprise attack officially began. The troops split into two. Fugaku and Shursui led Tobirama to charge at the Eight Tails in the Yun, while Hashirama and Minato led the main force to push forward. Shursui was filled with enthusiasm, clenching his fists and shouting, "Victory belongs to Konoha." He didn't even want to catch the Eight Tails. All he wanted was to fight head-on for Konoha. Shursui was extremely passionate. He didn't want to capture the Eight Tails. He wanted to fight directly for Konoha. Although the three Hokage were present, the leaders of this mission were the two young geniuses from Konoha, Kakashi and Shursui. Next, high energy. Konoha, with its cheat-like powers, directly and openly crushed the Cloud Village. Hashirama looked at the blood-boiling Shursui and couldn't help but exclaim, "The younger generation is united." Very good. Tobirama, however, was calculating in his heart. "We must develop secret techniques targeting the Uchiha. We cannot relax." The Konoha army did not hide their strength at all. Every cloud ninja they encountered on the way was captured, intentionally letting a few go back to report. The god of ninja world was going to confront them head-on. On the other side, Tobirama, with Fugaku and Shursui, rushed straight to the Cloud Thunder Gorge. And the Cloud ninjas guarding the gorge didn't even have time to react before they were completely annihilated. Killer Bee was inside, trying to write lyrics. But when he heard the screams and rushed out, he was scared silly. It was the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Nibby and Killer Bee's heart shouted anxiously, "Run." That's the Tobirama who used to give Cloud Village headaches. Tobirama threw a flying thunder god kunai, and Killer Bee hurriedly blocked with 7 ninja swords, but the next second, Tobirama instantly teleported in front of him and swung his sword. Thanks to Nibby urging him to enter the tailed beast mode, his wounds healed instantly. Tobirama turned to Shursui and said, "Go. Let me see your abilities." Shursui's eyes sharpened, ready to show off his flying thunder god. Killer Bee's legs went weak. He couldn't even beat Minato with and now facing Tobirama plus 2 Uchihas. It was simply handing over his head. Were Konoha's ninjas this despicable? Actually using numbers to bully the few. Killer Bee employed rough provocation tactics, trying to find a glimmer of hope for himself. Next, high energy. Konoha, with its cheat-like powers, directly pinned the 8 tails down to the ground. Shursui declared, "No need for the Mangeki, let's fight fairly." With Tobirama and Fugaku supporting him, he wasn't afraid at all. Tobirama saw the 2 Uchihas Mangeki and was shocked. This is another pair after Madara and Izuna. He started pondering about them swapping eyes for the eternal Mangeki. Killer Bee seized the opportunity to shout for Nibby to enter full-tailed beast mode, throwing out the tailed beast bombs to blow up the terrain. But Shursui directly used Flying Thunder God to dodge. Tobirama was even more confused. The Uchiha actually learned my Flying Thunder God? The more he thought, the more anxious he became. Is Konoha going to become Uchihas? He immediately decided that after defeating Cloud Village, he wouldn't go back to the Pure Land, but would keep an eye on the Uchihas. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Shursui directly activated his Mangeki, blood and tears gushing as he shouted for Susanoo. The green Susanoo appeared, directly confronting the 8 tails. He dared to be this reckless because Orochimaru's research was almost complete. Soon, there would be compatibility with the Senju bloodline, using Mangeki without side effects. But in Tobirama's eyes, this was Uchiha's madness. Using Susanoo instead of illusion techniques was harming their bodies. Shursui's Susanoo was green, holding a spiral sword that could spin rapidly while attacking enemies, and could also be combined with Shursui's fire release. Just like how he combined fire release with his ninja sword. This powerful force seemed capable of destroying everything. Next, high energy. Konoha, with its cheat-like powers, directly let Shursui shine. Shursui was worried that Susanoo would consume too much chakra, shouting that they needed to finish quickly. The 8 tails, furious, raised his hand to form a tailed beast ball. Shursui immediately activated Susanoo's chest shuriken, launching Susanoo's 99 rapid chakra arrows. Nibby panicked, spitting out several tailed beast balls while trying to escape. But little did he know, Shursui had already set up an ambush with ninja crows. Susanoo's flying thunder god slash instantly teleported behind the 8 tails. The spiral sword entwined in flames slashed fiercely, cutting off 5 tentacles and entwining them into its body. Finally, a Mangeki illusion technique was used, and Killer Bee was forced to revert from tailed beast transformation, collapsing on the ground and only left gasping for breath. Fugaku excitedly slapped his thigh with Shursui's strength. The 6 Hokage is a sure thing. Tobirama also acknowledged his abilities but secretly complained. Using illusion techniques is a waste. He's really a hot-headed kid. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Tobirama urged them to hurry to the front lines, fearing that Hashirama would be too ruthless and directly flatten Cloud Village. He was calculating in his heart. Just cripple Cloud Village, so it can't recover for 20 years. And Konoha can slowly brew a big move to unify the ninja world. On the other side, the Cloud ninjas that Hashirama intentionally let go of rushed back into the village, scared and crying as they spoke. The Konoha ninjas have arrived. I saw the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Next, high energy. Konoha, with its cheat-like powers, directly pinned Cloud Village down to the ground. I heard that the first Hokage and Minato had come and was immediately dumbfounded. Are you sure this isn't an illusion? An elder next to him shouted urgently. It's Edo Tensei, the second's famous forbidden technique. Konoha actually dared to use such a sinister move. pressed for details, and upon hearing that the deceased were not as strong as in life, he immediately relaxed and decisively ordered, "Gather the troops. Let us fight them outside the village." Cloud Village had long been prepared for battle, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of elite ninjas had assembled. On the other side, Tobirama brought Shursui and the captured Killer Bee back to regroup with the Flying Thunder God, and Hashirama looked at the captured Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, still complaining. Dividing the tailed beast was meant to stop the war, but I never expected it to create more trouble. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The two sides confronted each other on the plain, and the Cloud Ninjas saw Minato's iconic blonde hair erupting in chaos. The Golden Flash had actually been resurrected. Gritted his teeth and shouted slogans. "They have only a dozen people, we have in numbers. The third Raikage could withstand the coalition forces. Today we will slay the Hokages and counterattack Konoha." Tobirama coldly laughed and retorted, "No matter how many ants there are, they are still ants. Being surrounded and killed by ants only shows that the third Raikage is weak." Hashirama, even more impatient, waved his hand. "Stop the nonsense. Let's finish this quickly. I still want to go back and gamble a few rounds with Tsunade." Was furious, his face turning red, and with a wave of his hand, he ordered an assault. The entire army charged. I had already seen Killer Bee controlled by Konoha, but now, in this situation, he couldn't care less. Next, high energy. Konoha, with its cheat-like powers, directly let Hashirama pin Cloud Village down to the ground. I knew this battle would determine Cloud Village's future, so he took the lead and activated lightning release mode to charge forward, and the Cloud Ninjas followed suit, forming a combined lightning release. But their opponent was Hashirama, in the eyes of the god of Ninja World. Only Madara was a worthy opponent. Hashirama exerted strength in both legs and charged up. Forming seals in the air, would release, Flower Tree World. The earth shook violently, trees burst out of the ground, and mountains and rocks were shattered. The cloud formation instantly collapsed. A large number of ninjas were slaughtered, and the remaining ones were knocked out by pollen. In a panic, activated his strongest lightning armor, but was immediately bound by a wooden dragon thrown by Hashirama. Struggling was futile. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The war ended in a second. Hashirama still felt he hadn't warmed up. I originally wanted to use the real thousands of hands, but they were too weak. Konoha ninjas were stunned, and Tobirama was full of pride. This is the strength of the Era Suppressor. Hashirama shouted for rescue arrangements, and Konoha ninjas immediately applied healing seals. Orochimaru had already instructed, "These people are laborers to be used to offset the huge reparations." I was completely deflated, unwilling but helpless. In the past, Cloud Village could still compete with Konoha, but now they can even summon their ancestors. How can we fight? Originally, Cloud Village and Konoha were evenly matched, or even slightly weaker, but now Konoha had summoned their ancestors. What could Cloud Village use to contend with Konoha? This war ended very quickly. Looking back at the three wars in the ninja world, each took a long time as there were many factors involved. And behind the first three wars, there were also the shadows of the five great nations. Next, high energy. Konoha, with its cheat-like powers, directly pinned the ninja world down to the ground. Hashirama and Tobirama rushed into the Raikage building, with Hashirama slumped on A's throne yawning, and Tobirama directly pressured for reparations. Killer Bee shrank to the side, afraid to speak. Even a glance from Hashirama scared him to tremble. News in the ninja world instantly exploded. Hashirama single-handedly annihilated thousands of Cloud Ninjas. The Wagakure and Sunagakure were terrified, with the Wagakure immediately sending envoys to seek an alliance. While Sunagakure cursed Konoha for being shameless, but didn't dare to speak out, Tobirama's eyes lit up as he stared at the crystal bottle, insisting on taking it back to study. Kakashi and Shursui received a secret mission to dig up Cloud Village's ancestral grave. Shursui turned pale. This is even scarier than fighting the Eight Tails. Two people finished digging and used Earth Release to erase their traces, successfully taking away a pile of strong DNA. You wouldn't believe it. The compensation conditions proposed by Tobirama made AI break out in a cold sweat. The money and resources could keep Yin hidden from recovering for 10 years. Hashirama rubbed his hands together, waiting for Yin to refuse, so he could show off the true power of the thousands of hands once again. However, Yin completely backed down. Konoha has the third Hokage, the legendary three ninjas holding the fort, and Uchiha who can fly with Susanoo and the flying Raijin. No matter how they fight, it would be a gift. Killer Bee added, "I was taken out by that Uchiha using Susanoo and the flying Raijin. without even a chance to fight back. Killer Bees claimed that he was cut down by an Uchiha using Susanoo, and the flying Raijin was enough to dispel any thoughts of fighting from Yun. The black-skinned people of Yun were not united either. Without interests, no one agreed to the war. They didn't care about Yun's glory. Next, high energy. Konoha, with its cheats, directly restrained both Yun and the daimyo. Tobirama had seen through Yun. The black-skinned people bully the weak and fear the strong, with no brains, relying solely on physical strength to hold their ground among the mid-ninjas, making cooperation impossible. Now, Yun's internal situation exploded, and the Yagyu clan was criticized heavily. After signing the treaty, AI felt completely collapsed, knowing he had become a historical sinner of Yun. On the other hand, the daimyo of the Land of Fire was so anxious he jumped up and hurried to Konoha to stop the war. But as soon as he arrived, he received news of Konoha's great victory. Bursting into the Hokage's office, he roared, "We can't fight. It would disgrace the Land of Fire." Orochimaru directly retorted sarcastically, "Can the grandeur of a great nation give Konoha more funding? Or stop other ninja villages from looking for trouble? You would never guess." The envoy exploded on the spot. "Are you plotting a rebellion?" The office fell silent instantly. The daimyo's heart jumped to his throat, fearing Orochimaru would act, and immediately cowered. "Increasing funding is fine, but going to war must be discussed with us." He even advised with a pained face, "The Land of Lightning is plotting something big. If a real fight breaks out, both sides will be hurt, and other countries will definitely take advantage." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his pitiful state, feeling nothing but disdain. The once high and mighty daimyo now has to lower his head, doesn't he? Ultimately, ninjas are a minority. The total number of ninjas in a village is at most tens of thousands, and villages like Kirigakure may not even maintain 1,000. However, the 5 great nations like the Land of Fire have populations in the millions, so even if ninjas are powerful, they are still a minority. Next, high energy. Konoha, with its cheats, directly made the daimyo submissive. Although the Land of Fire has a population of millions and a regular army, the daimyo was already overwhelmed. The shogunate was shouting every day to go to war with Konoha to change the ninja village, and he could only rush over to seek peace in a panic. Just as they were at a standstill, Shika came in excitedly, completely ignoring the daimyo, and shouted, "Frontline battle report. Konoha won big. 1,000 ninjas from Yun were completely taken out, and the 4th Reikage AI surrendered on the spot." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled with ease. With the first Hokage's intervention, taking down Yun is just a piece of cake. Orochimaru was also overjoyed, thinking about quickly reporting the research results to his teacher. The training and research suggestions given by his teacher recently were simply explosive. You wouldn't believe it. The daimyo appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, but was even more anxious inside. If Konoha wins, they will be even less controllable. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved away his attendants and stared at the daimyo, asking, "What do you think of the current ninja world?" The daimyo was instantly stumped, stammering, "Isn't it just countries fighting, ninjas killing?" Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at his hollow appearance, emptied by wine and lust, and coldly laughed. As expected, a brainless wine sack. It's time for a change. Perhaps the relationship between Konoha and the Land of Fire should be reversed. Next, high energy. Konoha, with its cheats, directly pressed the daimyo to the ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a fierce statement. "Konoha can flatten the capital anytime, giving you 2 choices. Either change to a compliant daimyo, or you obediently submit." He added, "Not using magic to control your higher-ups is already showing mercy." The daimyo was so scared his voice trembled, even knocking off his hat. With his mind full of question marks, should I chase and scold? But he is lying? Or go back and gather troops to fight back? No matter how he chose, it felt like a dead end. On the other hand, Orochimaru headed straight for Sarutobi's residence, encountering the transformed beautiful Miko, confirming that cultivating the immortal way was a leap in life level. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his bamboo slip and said, "It's time to turn the relationship between the Land of Fire and Konoha upside down." Orochimaru understood instantly. The mortal nation must be intimidated and controlled, slowly dominating the ninja world. The two also finalized a series of major events. The 6 Paths ninja tools should be retrieved from Yun, infiltration in Kirigakure was progressing, and finally, Sarutobi asked Orochimaru to research ocean-going ships. After all, if they could build Mecha Naruto, building ships is a small case. You wouldn't believe it. The good days for the 5 great nations have completely come to an end. A spark can ignite a prairie fire, and their rule is about to cool down. Meanwhile, in Kirigakure, Jiraiya was showing off to Terumi Mei with an expression of "I've seen through it all. How about it? I told you Konoha would definitely win." Terumi Mei nodded with a complex expression, no longer having any thoughts of resistance. Next, high energy. Konoha, with its cheats, directly pressed the ninja world down. Terumi Mei was completely stunned. Yin was turned to dust by Hashirama, and Kirigikure had no room to breathe. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became. She had just resolved the fourth Mizukage and was intending to turn the village around. But Konoha activated the Edo Tensei. Ao also admitted defeat, even surrendering the treasure Byakugan, and could only stare at Jiraiya, hoping he could plead for Kirigikure. Other villages in the ninja world were still deceiving themselves, thinking Konoha's fewer ninjas couldn't manage it. While only the daimyo of the Land of Fire was terrified, Sarutobi directly stated they should change their master-servant relationship. With a knife at their throat, he struggled for 3 seconds and then cowered. "As long as I can continue to live in indulgence and enjoy power, I'm willing to be a puppet." The next day, he hurriedly sought Sarutobi to sign the agreement. The political and economic tilt of the Land of Fire would be entirely towards Konoha, and he also requested that Konoha send ninjas for close protection. You wouldn't believe it. As soon as the agreement was signed, Konoha's Umbu immediately opened fire. Half of them rushed into the Land of Fire to carry out infiltration, and the root members were even more familiar with the route. They used to help the Land of Fire infiltrate other countries, and now they directly reversed and restrained the shogunate. This wave of underdog operations played the old traditions of Neon clearly. Who in the ninja world was not stunned? Underdog operations are also an old tradition of Neon. The first Hokage and others have already returned victorious, and Tobirama's negotiation skills were strong. Yin had accumulated huge debts in this war, and with the Edo Tensei technique, they had no choice but to repay. Next, high energy. Konoha, with its cheats, directly raised the stakes to explosive levels. Jiraiya rushed back to the village from Kirigikure, serving as the shadow of the ninja world, making decisions. After all, Kirigikure had been restrained so much that they didn't dare to have any crooked thoughts. In the Hokage building, the 5th Hokage gathered, and as soon as the 3 Edo Tensei bosses appeared, everyone was stunned. Hashirama kept mumbling about not finishing the fight with Yin. It ended just as he was warming up, but it was much better than lying flat in the Pure Land. When Minato saw Naruto, he was overjoyed, thinking about urging Orochimaru to quickly summon Kushina for a reunion. Only Tobirama kept pestering Sarutobi, asking about the sage's inheritance, claiming he was worried about the Uchiha and Konoha, but actually didn't want to return to the Pure Land at all. Sarutobi had no choice but to talk about the spirit world and the sages, and everyone was confused. Jiraiya reminisced about the frogs in Mount Mayaboku. Orochimaru was still uninterested in the snakes of the Dragon Cave, and Tobirama didn't believe in summoning beasts at all. You wouldn't believe it. Suddenly, Hashirama wanted to summon the Slug Sage, and he wasn't afraid of his chakra being drained instantly. Edo Tensei's unlimited chakra was just being willful. After a long time, the white-haired lowly Tsunade was finally summoned, and upon seeing Sarutobi, she smiled brightly, turning to see Hashirama and was directly stunned. "Hashirama, didn't you die long ago?" Hashirama smiled like a fool. "You've become so cute as a human, even cuter than little Tsunade when she was young." Not far away, Tsunade was ready to unleash her super strength, wondering how he could say that about his own granddaughter. However, Tsunade had to admit that Zissou was adorably a bit over the line. Next, high energy. The Konoha that crossed over and had a cheat directly grasped the big shots. Zissou had already divided the wet-bone forest slug into independent clones, and only Hashirama dared to recklessly pour chakra to summon her. After hearing about the summoning realm, Tobirama was even less inclined to return to the Pure Land. His mind was filled with Konoha's enemies and unknown secrets. Orochimaru directly asked, "Are the 3 of you ready to return to the Pure Land?" Hashirama casually replied, "I trust you guys with this." Minato quickly requested, "First summon Kushina to see Naruto." Everyone's gaze immediately locked onto Tobirama. Tobirama stubbornly said, "I want to stay in the village to develop new secret techniques." Tsunade exploded on the spot. "No way. Edo Tensei is evil enough." Tobirama retorted, "If you're afraid of power, then don't use it. It's safer in hand." As the two argued, Hashirama advised, "We should trust the younger generation." Orochimaru added fuel to the fire. "You're worried about the Uchiha, right?" Tobirama's face turned red. "I am not." Orochimaru continued, "The Uchiha can be the village's strength." Tobirama became anxious. "Impossible. The Sharingan evolves through hatred. It's a ticking time bomb. You absolutely wouldn't expect it." The moment Uchiha was mentioned, Tobirama completely broke down. He had seen too many Uchihas blinded by hatred. Going from youth to activating Susanoo to cut down people in an instant. From the Warring States period to the ninja villages, Senju Tobirama had seen too many examples. Not to mention the Uchiha clan and the Senju were sworn enemies. Even if they knew the two clans actually had a common ancestor, it couldn't change this fact. Next, high energy. The Konoha that crossed over and had a cheat directly maximized their operations. Sarutobi and Jiraiya teamed up to persuade Tobirama. Don't look at the Uchiha with prejudice. Trust can lead to trust. Tobirama reluctantly softened. I'll stay to improve Edo Tensei, to prevent Obito and my brother from being summoned. Hashirama immediately followed suit. I'll stay to monitor my younger brother. In reality, he was secretly pleased to gamble and win against Tsunade. Konoha was suddenly busy. Ninjas were sent to watch over the Fire Country's daimyo, stationed in the Land of Rain to supervise, look for bloodline orphans, and even sent by Orochimaru to dig graves. This group of treasure hunters was thrilled. Digging the daimyo's grave earned more than doing missions, and with sealing techniques. What were they afraid of? However, Orochimaru was going crazy. There simply weren't enough people. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Orochimaru took the time to summon Kushina, and as soon as Kushina saw Minato, she rushed over to hug him and cried. Minato quickly explained the situation, and Kushina was left stunned. How did Konoha's atmosphere become like this? The next second, she immediately asked, "Where's Naruto?" Minato replied, "Fugaku and Mikoto adopted him." Kushina was instantly relieved, but then confused. The village actually let the Uchiha adopt the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? But the village actually agreed to let the Uchiha clan adopt the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? It seemed the village had really changed. Back then, she had been closer to Mikoto, but both had been warned by the village. It was only after Minato became Hokage that things improved a lot. Next, high energy. The Konoha that crossed over and had a cheat directly maximized warmth and display. Kushina pulled Minato and left, completely ignoring Orochimaru. And Minato used Flying Thunder God to instantly arrive at the Uchiha clan's territory. Orochimaru stubbornly inspected the orphanage, but in his heart, he clearly wanted to see Nanoyu. At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke were playing wildly in the yard, and Naruto, relying on the Uzumaki clan's stamina, pinned Sasuke to the ground. As soon as Fugaku and Mikoto saw Minato and Kushina, they immediately understood their intention and stepped back with Sasuke to give them space. Itachi also ran back home, not knowing where he got the news, nervously clenching his fists and staring at the scene. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Kushina rushed up and hugged Naruto. Bursting into tears, "Naruto, I'm your mom." Little Naruto was instantly stunned, turning to look at Mikoto with a pitiful expression, seeking confirmation. After Mikoto smiled and nodded, he timidly asked, "Are you really my mom and dad?" Minato quickly responded, his heart finally at ease. Thankfully, the Uzumaki physique could withstand the coldness of Edo Tensei. Little Naruto was not affected at all. Instead, he smiled so much that his eyes turned into slits. Naruto was still young and didn't understand much, even unable to comprehend the meaning of death. He was very happy to see his biological parents. However, the dead and the living were ultimately not in the same world. After enjoying an afternoon of warm time, Minato and Kushina returned to the Pure Land contentedly. Next, high energy. The Konoha that crossed over and had a cheat directly maximized their technological tree. Itachi, holding the sleeping Naruto, broke down on the spot, vowing to achieve immortality, not only to live forever himself, but also to bring his family along. Before leaving, Minato made a strong statement. "If Konoha needs to fight, I'll be there at any time." Over here, Tobirama discovered that Orochimaru was always sneaking into the hospital, and upon investigation, he was stunned. There was a giant laboratory hidden beneath the hospital. Mangekyou Sharingan, Senju bloodline, the DNA of various bloodlines piled up like a mountain. Even when release was being created, Tobirama instantly threw the secret technique research to the back of his mind, settling down in the laboratory as a technical consultant. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Orochimaru was about to do something extreme. He fused the bloodlines of Senju, Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Hyuga into an optimized Tsutsuki serum and directly injected it into Kinshiki. Kabuto and Itachi were so excited they were stomping their feet. But Tobirama was sweating in his palms. This thing wouldn't produce a monster crazier than Madara, would it? Just after saying that, Kinshiki suddenly sprouted small Tsutsuki horns above his eyebrows, and his skin became glowing white. Orochimaru slammed the table and laughed maniacally. It's done. My research power directly crushes the era. Tobirama was completely dumbfounded. How had the old warlords ever seen such cyber ninjutsu? Tobirama found it somewhat unbelievable. He was a person from the Warring States period and had no concept of technology, mainly researching secret techniques. However, as a genius, his acceptance speed for new technologies and knowledge was still very fast, and understanding what was going on was not too difficult if he didn't delve into the principles. Next, high energy. The Konoha that crossed over and had a cheat directly maximized their technological prowess. The more Tobirama looked, the more anxious he became. Orochimaru's actions were clearly part of a villain script. Konoha wouldn't become the enemy of the ninja world, would it? But he had no way to criticize. Although Orochimaru was evil, he truly made Konoha's combat power soar, and the villagers, whether ninja or civilian, were living very well. Everyone had long regarded him as a god. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. As soon as Kinshiki woke up, he directly awakened the Byakugan. Tobirama exclaimed on the spot, "You can actually create this?" Orochimaru smiled with pride, calculating whether he could try it on Itachi and Shursui to see if he could create Rinnegan. Kinshiki tried out his skills, and the corpse bone pulse was even more powerful than before, but he couldn't activate the Byakugan yet. Orochimaru immediately decided, let's keep observing in the laboratory first. I'll go handle that little issue with the Hyuga branch family. Tobirama instantly broke down. Preventing the Uchiha is completely unnecessary. Orochimaru is the ultimate boss. He worked all night to produce an enhanced version of Edo Tensei, release, and decisively decided to return to the Pure Land. I won't take this hot potato. When Hashirama saw him about to leave, he could only advise, let's not worry about the dead. Just trust the younger generation. Tobirama nodded and released Edo Tensei, slipping away. Hashirama looked at Tsunade beside him with some helplessness. Little Tsunade, I also want to go back, enjoy my life, and not leave any regrets. The revival of the Senju clan depends on you. Next, high energy. The Konoha that crossed over and had a cheat directly maximized the immortal cultivation script. After Hashirama finished speaking, he immediately released Edo Tensei, leaving Tsunade dumbfounded. You want me to revive the Senju? How can I revive them? She wasn't young anymore and had long lost hope and love. All she wanted was to protect the village, but her grandfather's words made her feel stuck in her heart. Feeling depressed, she directly ran to Sarutobi's place. She wanted to change her path to immortal cultivation. After all, excessive use of sealing would cause rapid aging. Only immortal cultivation could ensure that the Senju would not go extinct. Upon arriving at the door, she ran into Mikoto, who had been cultivating and had her figure and temperament all in line, and Tsunade pouted in jealousy. The old man takes disciples. Why look for someone so impressive? Upon entering, she saw Sarutobi drinking tea and cultivating, and Tsunade got straight to the point. Can I learn the sage inheritance? Sarutobi was quite surprised and immediately reminded her seriously. You have the talent, but think it through. Immortal cultivation is 100 times harder than being a ninja. Your worldview will be completely overturned. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. If it were a Chinese person, they would have jumped up and agreed right away. The immortal touches my head, and I receive long life. This is a blessing earned over 8 lifetimes. But Tsunade is still hesitating. A typical slowpoke trait of the Neon people. Only the Neon people would hesitate. A person from Huagwa would definitely agree without a second thought. The Neon people love fatalism and bloodline theory, but we don't believe in these. The Emperor takes turns, and next year it's my family's turn. That's everyone's consensus. Next, high energy. The Konoha that has crossed over and is cheating directly stacks the cultivation buffs to the max. Tsunade resolutely decides, Teacher, teach me the cultivation methods. All because Tobirama secretly brainwashed her early on. Chakra has a limit, and cultivation is the true path. Sarutobi points a finger at her forehead, and the wood spirit technique is directly poured into her brain. Tsunade instantly disperses her chakra. The ceiling collapses, showing her old appearance, but in the next moment, she is rejuvenated by the spiritual energy. She sits cross-legged and cultivates all night, breaking through to the first layer of chi refinement. Her eyes shining like light bulbs. The super strength punch is still there, and spiritual energy is more useful than chakra. Sarutobi immediately calls Mabuki to join the class, and Orochimaru suddenly crashes in, seeing that Tsunade has lost her chakra, instantly turning into a lemon. Why is she cultivating first? I was here first. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. If Jiraiya were here, he'd definitely concoct a grand drama. The old man takes in two stunning female disciples. He must not be able to hold it in. After all, the old Sarutobi used to sneak peeks at the women's bathhouse with a crystal ball. Jiraiya wouldn't believe he could suddenly be serious. Jiraiya's transformation into what he is today is somewhat influenced by Sarutobi. An old guy who likes to hide in the office peeping at the women's bathhouse. Jiraiya definitely doesn't believe Sarutobi has become serious. However, Orochimaru never cares about these love affairs. He has far too many things to pursue and explore. Next, high energy. The Konoha that has crossed over and is cheating directly pushes the technology tree to the ocean. After cultivating the wood spirit technique, Tsunade feels refreshed, finally able to harness wood-type abilities. But Orochimaru is sour like a lemon. I also want to cultivate. Being Hokage is too troublesome. Sarutobi sees through it at a glance. Take care of the village first. The Otsutsuki problem hasn't been solved yet. Orochimaru can only concede, turning to ask about shipbuilding requirements. And Sarutobi directly says, it must be able to withstand harsh weather at sea. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Sarutobi is also eyeing the empty ninjas. They're rising from the ashes. Go raid their lair. Orochimaru immediately arranges for people to act. Having disciples is great. He doesn't have to run errands himself. Sarutobi is overjoyed, using the technology of the empty ninjas to build a Hokage version aircraft carrier, and using the Zero Tails as power. The dark chakra of Zero Tails just happens to be restrained by the golden light curse. Simply perfect. In the Rain Country's Akatsuki organization, Conan suddenly asks, what do you think about Konoha's recent operations? Nagato stares at the rain and mist and replies, finally showing some courage. Conan adds, Jiraiya is helping to capture the three tails in the mist. As soon as this is said, both fall silent. The former master-disciple bond has long been worn away by hatred. Teacher Jiraiya? That's a very distant name now. For the hatred they bear, the former master-disciple relationship seems not so important anymore. Even if Konoha is strong, summoning the first Hokage with Edo Tensei doesn't matter. My eyes will crush all enemies. Next, high energy. The Konoha that has crossed over and is cheating directly grinds the ninja world into silence. Nagato opens his Rinnegan and makes fierce threats, but secretly. This pair of eyes is draining his life force, relying entirely on the Uzumaki bloodline to hold on. Obito and Kagaya want to stir trouble and create hatred, but they end up running around without making any noise. The ninja world is completely cowed. The mist is firmly dominated by Konoha. The cloud just suffered defeat and doesn't dare to lift its head. The sand lacks the strength to act transparently. And the rock Esanoki knows that Hashirama is directly conceding. Who would have thought that the peace Hashirama sought in life was not realized, and after his death? Konoha's strength instead brought silence to the ninja world. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Orochimaru quickly finds out that the empty ninjas are rising from the ashes, led by Shinnong, who is hiding medical forbidden techniques and Zero Tails technology, and is secretly building fortresses to prepare for revenge. But Konoha's ninjas are all dispatched on missions, and there's no manpower to deal with them at all. Orochimaru rushes to Sarutobi for help. Sarutobi immediately decides, I'll handle it. Take your 3 disciples for training. He has long seen through Shinnong. Opening the 8 gates without injury is just for show, far inferior to Guy, but his techniques must be taken down. Orochimaru immediately nods, secretly delighted. Finally, Itachi and Kabuto can see some blood outside the laboratory, instead of always tinkering with test tubes. Orochimaru is also a typical cold on the outside, but warm on the inside, caring a lot about his disciples. After Orochimaru leaves, Sarutobi instructs Tsunade and Mabuki to focus on their cultivation. Next, high energy. The Konoha that has crossed over and is cheating directly maxes out the mission. Tsunade is practicing by the Death Forest. It's quiet here, with plenty of spiritual energy, a true cultivation paradise. Akamichi has long been fed up with the laboratory, eagerly waiting for a mission. When Orochimaru calls for a meeting, she excitedly rubs her hands. Finally, I can work with the teacher? But Orochimaru douses her enthusiasm with one sentence. It's the 3rd Hokage taking you. The 3 little ones are immediately dumbfounded. Sarutobi is seen as an outdated Hokage in their eyes. Not familiar at all. Orochimaru quickly reminds, focus on watching Shinnong. That guy's medical ninjutsu definitely has tricks. Yet he secretly feels pleased. Getting the Zero Tails means infinite energy, and the hard times for other ninja villages will be Konoha's gas station. As soon as the 3 little ones leave the Hokage building, they run into Uchiha Izumi. and Itachi immediately entrusts. Help me keep an eye on Sasuke and Naruto. Then he instantly turns into a warm guy. I'll come back and have 3 color dumplings with you. Akamichi rolls her eyes in jealousy. Itachi is too lucky. Strong family, great teacher, and childhood sweetheart. Kabuto, however, looks satisfied. Konoha has supported the orphanage tremendously, and his foster mother, Yakushi Nanoyu, is finally smiling. Kabuto adjusts his glasses, not feeling too envious. Now that the orphanage has received great support from Konoha, he can see more smiles on his foster mother's face. The only thing that feels a bit strange to him is that his teacher and foster mother seem to be getting a bit too close. Next, high energy. The Konoha that has crossed over and is cheating directly maxes out the mission process. The 3 little ones say goodbye to Uchiha Izumi and rush to the Death Forest to find Sarutobi, only to bump into Danzo boasting. My wife is pregnant again. This time it must be his son. Itachi immediately tightens his nerves. This old man used to always have a problem with the Uchiha. Tsunade immediately blows up to protect the kids. Don't scare the children. The current Danzo has lost the Hashirama cells. His Sharingan is missing a hand, and he has long been outclassed by Itachi, who can use the 3 Tomo and Sage mode by 8 streets. Sarutobi sees everyone gathered and immediately orders, "Get ready to go." Akamichi is confused the whole way. How has the 3rd Hokage become so young? She doesn't dare to speak the whole time, and Kabuto and Itachi also remain silent. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. After nightfall, Sarutobi directly catches a deer for a roast whole deer. Kabuto uses a chakra scalpel to clean it up. Itachi creates a big fire with fire style, and Akamichi watches dumbfounded while munching on dry biscuits. Sarutobi looks at this scene and instantly breaks down. He remembers the days of taking the 3 ninjas on missions. Now the disciples have become big shots in the ninja world, and if they don't cultivate, they'll be in trouble in a few decades. In the blink of an eye, the 3 former disciples have become the legendary 3 ninjas who shake the ninja world, and if they don't cultivate, they will face their end in a few decades. What is the meaning of life? Perhaps even those lofty immortals do not have the answer. Next, high energy. The Konoha that has crossed over and is cheating directly fills the role of life mentor. By the campfire, Itachi is the first to ask, "Why did you choose Orochimaru as Hokage?" Sarutobi straightforwardly replies, "He is a polymath. He's skilled in politics, strategy, and economics, and is the most suitable." Akamichi follows up, "Then why didn't you choose him back then?" Sarutobi sighs, "I didn't have the courage to bear the pressure back then. Danzo and the others didn't want him to take the position, so they chose the more controllable Minato." Suddenly, a soul-crushing question hits Itachi. If you had to choose between your family and the village, which would you choose? Itachi freezes on the spot. There is simply no way to answer this question. Sarutobi immediately pointed out, the answer is to become the strongest. Directly prevent such ridiculous multiple-choice questions from appearing. D and Itachi instantly understood, but Akane didn't seem to get it, her eyes fixated on the grilled meat. You would never guess. The venison grilled by Sarutobi was so fragrant that it could lure souls. Akane snatched a big piece and stuffed it in her mouth, mumbling, "D. Itachi, hurry up and eat. This is too amazing." The 2 of them laughed at her, surrounding the campfire and devouring the meat. The atmosphere immediately skyrocketed. The next day, the team sped straight to the Sky Ninja's lair. Who would have thought that the Sky Ninja had secretly developed for 2 to 3 years? And according to the original plan, they still had to hide for another 10 years before daring to challenge Konoha. The Sky Ninja had already been secretly active for 2 to 3 years, and if things had gone normally, the Sky Ninja village would have been developing in the dark for about another 10 years before launching an attack on Konoha. The current Sky Ninja had little strength. Even Shinome's ability to use his secret techniques to open the 8 gates was questionable. Next, high energy. Konoha, with its cheat-like abilities, directly turned the reconnaissance mission into a crushing victory. D adjusted his glasses and revealed a shocking piece of information. The Sky Ninja base is hidden beneath the ruins. The Hyuga had already seen everything. They were actually building a flying fortress underground, playing with some impressive technology. Sarutobi immediately decided, "You guys go practice. I'll hold the line here." The 3 little ones immediately rushed into the forest to scout, but Akane suddenly looked confused. "What exactly is our mission?" D replied instantly, "Capture the leader alive and seize all the Sky Ninja's technology." Akane muttered that it sounded like robbery, and Itachi retorted directly, "The Sky Ninja dared to attack Konoha in the past. What we're doing is called eliminating hidden dangers in advance. Watch closely." Itachi suddenly activated his Sharingan, and the three instantly hid, following a convoy that was completely relaxed and unaware. They watched as the driver formed seals to open an underground passage, directly sneaking into the Sky Ninja's lair. Don't be fooled by the fact that the three little ones didn't pass the Chunin exam. Their strength was already far beyond that of ordinary Chunin. Akane could hold her own with her summoning technique, and even more astonishing was that after Orochimaru became Hokage, the Dragon Cave completely surrendered. Even the 10,000 snakes didn't dare to ask for sacrifices, all due to the special instructions of the White Snake Sage. The three great holy lands all wanted to establish good relations with Konoha and humanity, possibly knowing that someone had received the inheritance of that sage. Quietly following behind the convoy, they discovered that the Sky Ninja Fortress was truly a hidden paradise. Next, high energy. Konoha, with its cheat-like abilities, directly turned the Sky Ninja's old lair upside down. The entire forest underground was hollowed out, and a large group of civilians were forced by ninjas to move stones. Akane was immediately anxious. Hurry and save them. Itachi quickly held her down. We need to gather intelligence first. Blindly rescuing them could get them killed. The three explored the entire fortress and found that it was filled with weak genin. With only one bottom-tier Chunin holding the fort, the little ninja village really had no standing. Just as they were about to retreat, Shinnong suddenly jumped out. Furious, you came here and want to run? Konoha's little brats. The three quickly formed a battle formation, but Shinnong was panicking inside. The plan had just started. Zero Tail hadn't revived yet, and they were definitely not Konoha's opponents. Shinnong also wanted to complain first. On what basis did you invade my village? Akane shot back directly. The remnants of the Sky Ninja dare to call themselves a village? Shinnong tried to extract information. Is your team leader a Chunin or a Jonin? Itachi sneered. Does Konoha's affairs require your meddling? Seeing that he couldn't extract any intelligence, Shinnong immediately unleashed his ultimate move, Medical Forbidden Technique Body Activation. His muscles instantly bulged like small hills. D saw through this as a top-tier medical secret technique, and Itachi quickly activated his Sharingan to lock onto him. While D charged in to crush him, Itachi activated his Sharingan in an instant, and D also chose to attack simultaneously. Standing still and watching the enemy buff themselves is the dumbest thing to do. Next, high energy. Konoha, with its cheat-like abilities, directly hammered Shinnong until he doubted his life. D instantly unleashed Water Release Great Waterfall Technique, while Itachi simultaneously activated Illusion Chains of Light to lock him down, and Akane threw out her Shadow Snake Hand to bind him like a dumpling. The coordination of the three little ones was off the charts. After taking a full set of skills, Shinnong was completely panicked. He turned to run to revive Zero Tail. Itachi immediately assigned roles. Akane, find the third Hokage. D, and I will pursue. Akane had just reached the exit when she bumped into Sarutobi, who directly grabbed her by the collar and flew back with a flying sword, the wind making her face contort. Shinnong stumbled and opened the seal of Zero Tail, shouting fiercely, I will flatten Konoha. Itachi and D immediately laughed out loud. Even now, Konoha would get beaten up if the Nine Tails showed up. As Zero Tail just peeked out, it began to play psychological warfare. Itachi, you will kill your entire clan. D, you are just a tool. These words directly angered both of them. They instantly activated Sage Mode to explode. D's white-scaled sharp horns looked incredibly cool, while Itachi's red-scaled long horns were even more explosive. They unleashed Sage à inorganique rebirth, twisting rocks into spikes to pierce Zero Tail. Itachi unleashed Sage Art Fire Dragon Song, with red sage fire erupting. If Zero Tail kept blabbering, it would probably provoke Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan to manifest. Zero Tail's words touched Itachi Uchiha's reverse scale. If Zero Tail said a few more words, it would likely provoke Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan to appear. Zero Tail also didn't expect that after saying a few habitual words, these two little guys would explode with power, and the sage chakra within them made it extremely uncomfortable. Next, high energy. Konoha, with its cheat-like abilities, directly hammered Zero Tail until it doubted its life. Zero Tail initially wanted to absorb negative emotions to become stronger, but ended up talking itself into a corner. Itachi, you will kill your entire clan. D, you're just a tool. These words ignited the fuse. The two instantly activated Sage techniques to create chaos. D unleashed Sage Art White Flash technique to drown out Zero Tail's wails with bright light and noise. while Itachi released Sage Art Great Flame Sphere to blow Zero Tail back into Shinnong's body. Shinnong stubbornly shouted, "Letting me recover is your biggest mistake." He immediately activated the Death Gate body transformation. His hair turned black to look youthful, and he shouted, "I am invincible with the 8 gates open." He charged at Itachi, but ended up hitting a crow clone, getting blasted with dust in his face, but healing instantly. Truly worthy of medical ninjutsu on par with Tsunade. He turned to Smash D, shattering the inorganic rebirth stone pillar with one punch. Seeing that both of their taijutsu chakra was about to run out, they were about to be counterkilled. You would never guess. Sarutobi, riding his flying sword, rushed over with dazed Akane. Akane was thrown to the ground, still in a daze, when Shinnong arrogantly pointed at Sarutobi and declared, "Are you the leading Jonin? I'll take you down first." "Are you their leading Jonin? They'll take you down first." Under the influence of dark chakra, Shinnong became even more impulsive, his mind not quite right, and charged directly at Sarutobi without recognizing his true identity. Next, high energy. Konoha, with its cheat-like abilities, directly pressed Shinnong down on the ground. Shinnong charged over recklessly, and Sarutobi's sword light flashed, slicing him into pieces. But this guy used dark tendrils to stitch himself back together. Yet was so scared his legs went weak, his chakra was almost exhausted, and his wounds were being suppressed from healing by special energy. Sarutobi immediately looked down on him. "Is this the level of someone who opened the Death Gate? Guy with the 6th gate could cry while beating you." With a backhand, he unleashed the Zero Tail sealing technique, and Itachi instantly cast an illusion to knock Shinnong out. Sarutobi immediately assigned tasks. Akane, save the civilians, D and Itachi. Hurry up and recover. He also advised them, don't get tangled up in trivial matters. The more you care, the more likely it is to come true. Akane quickly cleared the area of sky ninjas. This group of rabble scattered like birds and beasts without their leader. The group took Shinnong on a cart and rushed towards the grass ninja village. Akane curiously asked about Zero Tail, and Sarutobi deliberately teased her. "Want to experience it? When we get there, I'll let you chat with it." Akane was immediately scared. Just as they arrived in the grass ninja village's territory, Konoha's Umbu appeared. They had already set up surveillance in the surrounding small ninja villages, waiting for the opportunity to take them all out. Konoha is the easiest to be viewed with hostility, precisely because Konoha has a good temper and generally won't attack these small ninja villages, but other countries are different. Konoha's former peace policy will only bring hatred in this chaotic world. Next, high energy. Konoha, with its cheat-like abilities, directly grasped the grass ninja village tightly. As soon as Sarutobi saw the Umbu, he immediately assigned tasks. You two go guard the Sky Ninja Fortress and wait for the follow-up handover. The Umbu immediately used body flicker technique to run away without saying a word. Ninja work is always straightforward. Upon entering the grass village, it became clear that it was as chaotic as a market. Rock and rain ninjas were wandering everywhere, making the grass ninjas seem almost invisible. Sarutobi found a grass ninja to ask about medical ninjas, and that guy, seeing it was a wealthy leaf ninja, immediately came over to promote. "I have a secret technique. For 100,000 Rio, you can restore your chakra and injuries instantly." You would never guess that this so-called secret technique involved a woman and a little girl from the Uzumaki clan. The grass ninja wanted to be tough and protect his treasure. "This is our precious." Sarutobi casually pinned him in place and turned to persuade the woman. "Come back to the leaf with me. Naruto Kushinae-son needs his clan to take care of him since he lost his parents." Upon hearing Kushina's name, the woman's eyes turned red, and she immediately grabbed her daughter and followed. When Sarutobi brought them back to their residence, the looks on Akatsuki and Itachi's faces immediately changed. Were they secretly the third Hokage's illegitimate daughters? Sarutobi quickly waved his hands to explain. "Don't think nonsense. They are survivors of the Uzumaki clan." Naruto's clan? Itachi perked up upon hearing the Uzumaki clan name and looked at Karui and her mother. Next, the excitement continues. The Leaf Village, which had crossed over with cheat-like abilities, arranged for the Uzumaki mother and daughter in a clear manner. Sarutobi decided, first go to the Uchiha clan. After asking the woman's name and learning it was Uzumaki Yukino, Itachi was overjoyed. Naruto finally had clan companions, and he could even gain a younger sister. It was simply exhilarating. Kabuto, on the other hand, was fixated on their pure Uzumaki bloodline, his eyes lighting up as he thought about studying them. Although Yukino was scared of the Uchiha, She thought about being a human blood bag in the grass village, and that if she didn't run away, she would eventually be drained. For Karui's sake, she decisively agreed. The grass ninjas, though pained, recognized Sarutobi as the third Hokage and could only grit their teeth in anger, not daring to stop him. On the way back, they specially arranged a luxurious carriage for Yukino and her daughter, and they traveled through the night to reach the Leaf the next day. Seeing the bustling village, Yukino felt a lump in her throat. Why didn't they save the land of whirlpools back then? Karui was also scared and curled up. Sarutobi immediately ordered Itachi take them to Orochimaru and send Shinnon for research. Itachi quickly took the three to see Orochimaru, reporting the task from start to finish. When he mentioned the Uzumaki mother and daughter, Orochimaru looked calm. Having the Uchiha, they were no longer short of Uzumaki to be Jinchuriki. Do you know Naruto's mother? Then let us arrange for you to go to your Uchiha clan and help take care of Naruto. Orochimaru could tell what Itachi was thinking with just one glance, and he was very willing to satisfy his disciple's little requests. Next, the excitement continues. The Leaf Village, which had crossed over with cheat-like abilities, directly pressed the land of fire to the ground. Sarutobi was already unhappy with the ninja, listening to the noble's broken rules, and after finishing talks with the daimyo, he flipped the table on the spot. The Umbu followed back to the capital, and with a series of operations, they crushed all the disobedient ministers, completely reshuffling the political landscape of the Land of Fire. Those nobles who sucked the blood of the common people while being tax-exempt were all cleaned up by the Umbu until not a trace was left. After the Leaf took control of the finances, they completely unleashed themselves. If you're not obedient, then let us go to war. If you're cowardly, just hold it in. Becoming a tyrant in the ninja world instead made them thrive. On another side, Itachi brought Yukino and her daughter back to the Uchiha clan. Mikoto saw the red hair and understood, knowing they came to accompany Naruto. Kabuto was thrown off by Zero Tail and hurried back to the orphanage to find Yano-yu. Orochimaru was completely liberated, focusing on experiments and blowing up the scene. Kinshiki's Byakugan could exert pressure, even fiercer than the Hyugas, all thanks to the Otsutsuki bloodline returning to its roots. The second experiment was arranged, and Kinshiki didn't even need anesthesia. After injecting the gene, his chakra exploded, completely different from when he had bloodline disease. Once again, Kinshiki received an injection of the adjusted Otsutsuki genes, and this time he didn't even need anesthesia. His body felt no discomfort, only a sense of fullness in his energy, completely opposite to when he suffered from bloodline disease. All right, the situation is stable now. Kinshiki, come with me to the Hokage's office. Next, the excitement continues. The Leaf Village, which had crossed over with cheat-like abilities, directly shattered Black Zetsu and the Akatsuki organization. Orochimaru took Kinshiki out and immediately dispatched Umbu to call the Hyuga clan leader. Underground, Black Zetsu initially wanted to steal information, but saw Kinshiki and immediately broke into a cold sweat. White skin, horns on his head, and Byakugan. Isn't this pure Otsutsuki? Black Zetsu panicked completely. How did Orochimaru pull off this ruthless move? He must kill him, but he also didn't dare to let Obito or Nagato know the truth. Directly crashing on the spot. On the other side, the Akatsuki organization was going crazy. After the Leaf defeated the Cloud Village, the ninja world was temporarily at peace, and all major ninja villages were recruiting defectors. The Akatsuki couldn't even recruit a strong person, and now they could only focus on J-Go. Hizashi hurriedly rushed to the Hokage's office, and upon seeing Kinshiki, he was also dumbfounded. Where did this Byakugan come from? Orochimaru directly laid it out. He is Kagaya Kinshiki, with Otsutsuki bloodline. He also dug up the connection between the Hyuga and the Otsutsuki, and the more Hizashi listened, the more shocked he became. He had guarded the Byakugan for a lifetime, yet it was actually an Otsutsuki product. Realizing that there were no strong figures in his clan and that the clan elders were manipulating them, Hizashi's mindset completely collapsed. Orochimaru didn't call him over for a chat. He intended to destroy the curse mark of the caged bird. However, now is also the time for the Hyuga clan to change. Hyuga Hizashi fell silent, knowing that there was still the Byakugan clan on the moon. And upon seeing Kinshiki awaken his Byakugan, his heart was very complicated. Next, the excitement continues. The Leaf Village, which had crossed over with cheat-like abilities, directly had the Hyuga clan firmly in their grasp. Orochimaru immediately pierced through. The Hyuga are about to be outpaced by the Uchiha. They had to cancel the internal strife of the main and branch families to turn things around. Hisashi still wanted to argue about how to deal with the Byakugan's flow. But Orochimaru sneered. Wasn't he that one from the Mist Village something we helped you grab? What is there to fear with a strong village? Kinshiki instantly activated his Byakugan and exerted pressure, and Hisashi immediately cowered. This bloodline suppression was too powerful. He couldn't resist at all. Orochimaru directly declared, "This is not a negotiation. It's an order." Hisashi returned to the Hyuga clan in disgrace and told the elders, who immediately exploded. "Why should the village manage our family affairs?" Hisashi retorted, "Do you think you can provoke the current leaf? They can overturn you in a minute." The elders were instantly silenced. Hisashi had already called the branch clan Jainin. This time the branch clan was tough. And the main house didn't dare to touch the caged bird, afraid of retaliation. A group of people argued for an entire afternoon, and the elders completely surrendered. Going against the leaf is purely seeking death. After all, the current leaf said one thing and meant it. If you were not obedient, they would fight, and no one could withstand it. This time, the branch clan did not fear the caged bird. The main house had come to this point and had to think about their own future, not daring to use the caged bird curse mark. Soon, the results came out. The system between the main house and the branch house was completely abolished, and branch members went to the village to receive help, erasing the marks of the caged bird. Next, the excitement continues. The Leaf Village, which had crossed over with cheat-like abilities, directly had everything under control. Hinata held Niji, looking at the curse mark on his forehead, and tears filled her eyes. Spread your wings and fly. No longer a caged bird. All major ninja clans felt that Orochimaru had done a great job. The Hyuga oppressing their clan was indeed excessive. Kinshiki wandered around the village, and everyone thought he was from the Hyuga. Very few knew his true identity. Black Zetsu still wanted to sneak away, but was detected by Sarutobi's spiritual sense and ran away on the spot. Even a maxed-out escape skill was useless. You would never guess. Orochimaru went to interrogate Shinnon with a combination of curse marks and Jinjutsu, and Shinnon collapsed directly, confessing everything. The leaf only wanted the empty ninja techniques, while Orochimaru had his eyes on his medical forbidden techniques, and once he got them, he slipped away. Shinnon, the zero-tail Jinchuriki, was directly treated as a discard and was to be used as the power source for the ship. Orochimaru was even planning to catch a tailed beast to supplement the power, having heard that the Monkey King and the Four Tails had a grudge, directly locking onto the target. On the other side, Sarutobi entered the summoning realm to find Shiso, who was using clones to frantically gather rare spiritual herbs. There were no humans in the summoning realm, and the medicinal materials were overflowing. Sarutobi stuffed the herbs into a stone coffin, which was incredibly hard and could store items, although no other effects were discovered. It was perfect for holding things. Lord Hisashi, what should we do next? The current Shiso just wanted to follow Sarutobi to venture into the ninja world. Next, the excitement continues. The Leaf Village, which had crossed over with cheat-like abilities, directly raised their profile to the maximum. Sarutobi asked Shiso if she wanted to join in catching the Four Tails, and she nodded instantly. "I fight for you." Zisu is a longtime resident of the Wetbone Forest in the spirit world, and after years, she is finally able to go out, bursting with joy. She returns to Konoha, where Tsunade and Mei Mushao AI are jealous of the closeness between the two. Mei Mushao AI secretly encourages herself. Having a good figure is key. She can't lose. Sarutobi asks Zisu to guide the two in their training while he dives into the alchemy room to refine pills. Don't be fooled by the fact that refining isn't always successful. The abundance of materials in the spirit world means he produces enough for half a year in just 2 weeks. An explosive efficiency. After staying in Konoha for half a month, Zisu steps outside and is immediately stunned. Tall buildings everywhere, crowds overflowing the streets, all filled with commoners and merchants settling down. What about public safety? A thief barely extends his hand before a helpful Uchiha pins him down in seconds. Firefighting? A ninja can solve it in minutes with a water or earth technique. As long as ordinary ninjas follow orders, they can join. Konoha is so short on manpower, it's desperate. After refining the pills, Sarutobi rushes Zisu to the Hokage office. Zisu can't take her eyes off the street food and shops. She has never seen such a scene. She points at candied hawthorn and looks at a shop selling ninja tools, looking like a country bumpkin visiting the city for the first time. Why are there so many people ahead? Zisu curiously asks Sarutobi about the crowded store in front. Next, high-energy moments unfold. Konoha, with its crossover advantages, is full of surprises. Sarutobi looks over and sees a bunch of Uchiha with folding fans crowding the dessert shop. This old shop used to only sell wagashi, but now has new offerings that perfectly cater to the Uchiha's tastes. Upon entering, they run into Itachi and Izumi. Itachi enthusiastically greets Sarutobi, his personality 10 times brighter than in the original story, thanks to the harmonious relationship with his family and village. Sarutobi asks Itachi to recommend desserts, giving everything to Zissou, joking about their date. Itachi blushes to his ears, his eyes drifting toward Izumi, insisting it's just about the desserts. Zissou fills her mouth with sweets. The contrast of her white-haired, lowly appearance and mature voice is adorable. Sarutobi declares, "Buy whatever you want. Just put on the Sarutobi clan S-Tap." The two hurry to the Hokage building, but Orochimaru isn't there. The Yambu says he's in the lab doing big things, helping Fugaku and Shursui unlock the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. You won't believe it. Orochimaru is cloning, using their genes to replicate the Manjiki and infusing it with the perfected Tsutsuki bloodline to fix defects. In the original, only Indra's reincarnation could unlock it, but now he's breaking the rules. Obito's Manjiki has already been thoroughly studied, so this operation is a piece of cake for him. Fugaku and Shursui are so nervous their palms are sweaty, watching Itachi in the lab every day, completely unaware of Orochimaru's intense plans. However, whether they are prepared or not, the experiment must proceed. Ninjas with talent are rare among the majority, and those with research abilities are even rarer. Next, high-energy moments continue. Konoha is exploding with technological advances. Orochimaru proclaims, "Science is the power to change the world." Shursui grits his teeth and gets on the operating table. "I'm ready." Orochimaru quickly administers anesthesia and replaces his eyes with the optimized clone Sharingan, the operation flowing smoothly. You won't believe it. As soon as Shursui opens his eyes, his 3-tomo directly transforms into the Manjiki, his vision fully restored, Chakra surging from his mind. This is the eternal Manjiki. Fugaku, seeing this, immediately follows suit to replace his eyes. Feeling invigorated, no longer fearing blindness from excessive use, Orochimaru is wildly confident. What is bloodline worth? I've already cracked the secrets of genetics. The old eyes removed from the two Uchiha aren't wasted, kept as trump cards for Izanagi, capable of reversing the tide of battle at crucial moments. Just as they leave the lab, they bump into Sarutobi and Zissou, who immediately assigns a mission, having agreed with the Sarug demon. Go retrieve the 4 tails from Flower Fruit Mountain. Orochimaru quickly adds, it's perfect for them to practice their new eyes, accelerating my research. Fugaku and Shursui's eyes light up. This is a tailor-made trial for their new abilities. Orochimaru secretly calculates, if the Uchiha combined with the Senju bloodline, they might just create the Rinnegan. This is a huge profit. The 4 tails from Iwagakure? Just go catch it. I need a tailed beast for my research, and Iwagakure and the Land of Earth will handle Konoha. Next, high-energy moments continue. Konoha is overwhelming the arrogant. Orochimaru is unrestrained, with 2 eternal Manjiki backing them. Does Iwagakure dare to challenge? Activate Susanoo and take a couple laps, and they LL kneel. Fugaku and Shursui are so excited they can't wait to rush and defeat the 4 tails. Sarutobi decides to set off in 3 days, bringing Zissou along to see the world, turning an S-rank tailed beast capture mission into a sightseeing trip. After all, Konoha is currently dominant, the Cloud Village defeated, the Mist Village controlled, the Sand Village not a threat, and even the Rock Village can be dealt with. Meanwhile, Guy is dragging Kakashi to the training ground. Youth training. Charge. Kakashi is now completely focused, determined to cut off Obito's ties. The two arrive at the training ground and are stunned. Shursui is eagerly trying out his new eyes with Itachi, who has brought along Izumi, Sasuke, Naruto, and Karui. The 3 little ones are running around wildly, and Karui is slowly opening up. The Uchiha are now all cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Konoha has specially built a taijutsu training ground, strongly promoting physical skills to cure reliance on ninjutsu. Guy, the taijutsu master, is directly worshipped. Who doesn't shout long live youth? Upon seeing him, if Obito dares to cause trouble, Konoha will teach him a lesson in no time. Yukino and Karui have temporarily settled with the Uchiha clan, helping Naruto and Sasuke. Here, there is no discrimination, and no one covets her bloodline. After escaping the fate of being a mobile blood bag, Yukino feels much more relaxed. Next, high-energy moments continue. Konoha is overflowing with joy. Yukino puts aside past grievances in Konoha, not only helping Kushina raise Naruto, but also secretly trying to set him up with Karui, only for Karui to have eyes only for Sasuke, following him around every day, while Sasuke completely ignores the red-haired girl. Meanwhile, Shursui practices with Shuriken, noticing Kakashi and Guy and shouts, "Let us do some real combat. I want to use Flying Thunder God." Guy instantly ignites. Loser buys barbecue. Whoever backs down is a dog. Pay attention. The battle explodes. Guy starts with the opening of the sixth gate, the airwaves blowing away debris, and his fists smashing towards Shursui. Shursui instantly activates Susanu's skeletal form, taking the hit without flinching. Guy, getting overly excited, opens the seventh gate. Blue steam erupts. Power 999. Shursui immediately channels Chakra, Susanoo evolving into half-body form, gripping the spiral sword for a direct clash. Surrounding ninjas are dumbfounded. This isn't a ninja duel at all. It's a divine battle. Itachi is nearby, explaining to the three little ones, with Sasuke's eyes sparkling at Susanoo, grabbing Naruto and shouting, "I want to activate this too." Seeing the training ground cracking and about to collapse, the two quickly stop. The Umbu and villagers all gather around, forgetting to take out their phones. And gasps of surprise fill the air. Uncle Guy is so strong. He can't awaken a Sharingan, but learning the 8 gates should be possible, right? Next, high-energy moments continue. Konoha is filled with warmth and dominance. Naruto is pondering learning the 8 gates, unaware that he is more explosive than the 8 gates, perfectly suited as the child of prophecy. Shursui and Itachi take the three little ones back to the clan land, with Sasuke staring at the Mangeki. "Eyes sparkling. When can I activate it?" Itachi laughs and retorts, "You'd better never activate it." Naruto chimes in, only to be countered, "You can't activate it at all." The two little rascals start bickering, and Itachi swiftly picks him up to stop them. Izumi is nearby, blushing. Itachi is so handsome, good at housework, and can cook, but he has too much of a brother complex. On the other side, Sarutobi's home is throwing a farewell party. He has resigned from the Hokage to focus on cultivating, and after separating from the Sarutobi clan, Shino brings Kinomaru, Hinata, and all to support him, while Asuma rushes over to join the fun. Tsunade trains here every day, a lonely person shouldering the banner of reviving the Senju. Orochimaru treats this place like his own home, eating without reservation. Unfortunately, Jiraiya is stuck in the Mist Village and can't return. Otherwise, the 3 legendary ninjas would make a spectacular scene. Konoha is now the strongest, and the end of the chaotic era is just around the corner. We just need to wait for 3 days to set off to the land of Earth to capture the Four Tails, and by the way, take the old homebuddy Zissou to see the world. However, this is unavoidable. Although Konoha is trying to influence the Mist Village, they are not of the same ethnicity, and the Land of Water does not recognize Konoha. Even the hostility between different islands in the Land of Water is significant. Without a strong figure like Jiraiya stationed there, even if Konoha sends a small team to the Mist, it won't have much impact. Next, high energy. Konoha, with its cheats, directly crushes the competition. Sarutobi leads Fugaku, Shursei, and Zissou with a merchant convoy to capture the Four Tails, traveling in luxurious carriages with official documents, all the way without hindrance. First heading to the Land of Rain, and then rushing into the heart of the Land of Earth, combining sightseeing with fighting. Capturing the tailed beast feels like shopping. On the other side, Black Zetsu learns that Sarutobi has left the village and is overjoyed, slapping his thigh. Finally able to sneak into Konoha to cause trouble. He is eager to find Kimimaro. This kid, after being modified by Orochimaru, has his Otsutsuki bloodline wildly regressing, almost becoming a 6 paths level powerhouse. And Black Zetsu wants to trick him into joining the Akatsuki. You wouldn't believe it. Kimimaro is now living in an orphanage, taking care of kids with Haku and Kabuto. His personality has softened quite a bit, but his combat power hasn't decreased at all. As soon as Black Zetsu sneaks into the village, Kimimaro instantly detects him. Modified individuals have heightened perception. Black Zetsu planned to use verbal tricks, but ended up stumbling. Konoha is now on high alert, with Umbu everywhere. Black Zetsu is essentially walking into a trap. Kimimaro enters battle mode, his expression instantly turning cold, ready to teach him a lesson. Byakugan pressure. He instantly activates Byakugan, releasing an invisible pressure that shakes the entire room. Next, high energy. Konoha, with its cheats, directly maximizes the thrill of counterattacks. As soon as Black Zetsu appears, he tries to get close, were both Otsutsuki bloodlines. Kimimaro doesn't even respond, instantly activating his bone manipulation to harden his body, and with a Bagua empty palm, he sent Black Zetsu flying into the wall. You wouldn't believe it. Haku hears the commotion and rushes in, immediately launching 1,000 killing water shuriken, piercing Black Zetsu and scattering his soul. Black Zetsu's verbal tricks are useless, trying to deceive Kimimaro into resurrecting Kaguya, but the two start fighting immediately, giving no chance for talk. Seeing Konoha Ninja's chakra getting closer, Black Zetsu panics and burrows underground to escape, threatening, "We'll see about that." Meanwhile, Orochimaru arrives, sees the signs of Earth release and laughs. Just right to pin the blame on a Wagakure. He immediately orders to reinforce the barrier and calls Kimimaro and Haku to ask for details. On the other side, Sarutobi leads Fugaku, Shirzei, and Zisu straight to the Land of Rain with a merchant convoy. With official documents from the Land of Fire, they travel smoothly. In contrast, the Land of Rain is impoverished and often used as a battlefield by great nations, far from the peaceful days of the Land of Fire. Konoha's mission to capture the Four Tails while showing off their strength is simply overwhelming. The Land of Rain is different. Major nations usually choose to battle in these small countries. Clearly, they've done nothing wrong, yet they have to become a battlefield. No wonder Hanzo has declared war on several great nations. Next, high energy. Konoha, with its cheats, directly crushes the competition. Sarutobi leads Fugaku, Shirzei, and Zisu into the Land of Rain, and they encounter Konan on the way. Konan senses the chakra of two eternal Mangeki Sharingan and is immediately shocked, but doesn't dare to act recklessly. Fugaku and Shirzei glance at her and then look away, while the merchant convoy ignores her and continues on. Sarutobi knows clearly. The Akatsuki-S people can be easily crushed, but Obito and Black Zetsu are like cockroaches, too hard to catch. Exiting the Land of Rain and entering the Land of Earth, the climate instantly becomes dry, with towering mountains everywhere. But with the official documents, the Land of Earth has no defenses. After all, trade relations are frequent. Who would expect Konoha is here to capture the Four Tails? This time, the target is the Four Tails host, Old Zetsu, who ran away to become a wandering monk after falling out with Noki. You must know, tail beasts are treasures in ordinary ninja villages. But in front of Konoha's current power, he's just a nobody. Fugaku and Shirzei are already itching to fight. And as soon as the two eternal Mangeki Sharingan are activated, Susanoo directly pushes through. The Wagakure dares to act tough. They could easily overturn their home in a minute. Capturing the Four Tails is just a small goal. They also plan to establish a foothold in the Land of Earth. And this operation is simply perfect. Captured by humans and sealed or eliminated and waiting for a long time to resurrect. They have no choice but to build a good relationship with the Jinchuriki and lend their strength to them. Old Zetsu and the Four Tails often appear near Mount Huagua, which was built by the Saru clan but was taken over by the Four Tails. Next, high energy. Konoha, with its cheats, directly maximizes the arrogance. The Four Tails claims to be the great sage equal to heaven, stealing the Saru clan's Mount Huagua and acting cool. Sarutobi, with Fugaku and Shirzei, directly comes over to settle the score. The merchant convoy looks luxurious, but it's all disguised Konoha ninjas. With complete procedures, Iwagakure doesn't dare to act recklessly. But the closer they get to Mount Huagua, the more anxious Iwagakure becomes, quickly sending 3 Nin and 5 Genin to protect the Four Tails. While Huangtu and Chitu on the road are still complaining. Old Zetsu shouldn't have been let out. You wouldn't believe it. Zisu has been holding in for a long time. Now, just wants to catch the Four Tails and hurry back to train. Fugaku teaches Shirzei. The Four Tails loves to be called the Monkey King. Does it fit? Shirzei instantly understands. This guy is just a fake monkey stealing territory. Konoha is itching to fight, and with 2 eternal Mangeki Sharingan, they're eager to go. The Wagakure-S people coming over are just delivering food. You must know, Konoha can even use impure world reincarnation to summon the first Hokage. The Wagakure has long been terrified. They previously wanted to cause trouble, but now can only send a small team for symbolic defense, daring not to confront Konoha head-on. Tomorrow, when they reach Mount Huagua, they will directly activate Susanoo and crush the Four Tails, reclaiming their territory. Speaking of Konoha, the two suddenly became serious. Originally, the conflict between Konoha and Kumogakure made the Land of Earth restless, but Konoha suddenly summoned the first Hokage, making them lose the desire to attack. After defeating Kumogakure, Konoha became arrogant. Next, high energy. Konoha, with its cheats, directly crushes the arrogance. The border is filled with Konoha ninjas, and the small countries between fire and earth have completely lost contact. The Wagakure talks tough, but is actually panicking inside. Sarutobi leads Fugaku and Shirzue to Mount Huagua, and as old Zetsu just exits the water curtain cave, he encounters the two Manjiki spinning wildly. The Four Tails is immediately terrified. Run. This illusion can kill us. You would believe it. Sarutobi also calls for the Saru clan, who are the rightful owners of the Four Tails stole territory from. The Four Tails is stunned. You mean to settle the score? Old Zetsu wants to threaten, but the Four Tails inside his head is screaming, don't fight hard. Act weak and wait for rescue. The two can only follow to the open ground, but the Konoha ninjas are already lined up waiting, with Sarutobi leading the charge. The Saru clan sees old Zetsu flying high and feels that the bond with Sarutobi was not in vain. But the Four Tails is crying, I should have known not to steal territory. Fugaku and Shirzue pull out their flying thunder god kunai, and the Manjiki shines brightly. This wave will definitely rub the Four Tails into the ground. The Wagakure's rescue is still on the way, and they're about to engage. It's simply a crushing situation. Old Zetsu, this time we might be in big trouble. Those are all ninjas from Konoha, and the third Hokage of Konoha is also here. Although I don't know why he looks so young, his strength is definitely terrifying. The Four Tails speaks with a heavy tone, knowing that this time might be the end. Being captured by Konoha's ninjas will surely bring only bad outcomes. Next, high energy. Konoha, with its cheats, directly maximizes the thrill of crushing. The Four Tails anxiously shouts in old Zetsu's mind, hurry and stall for time to wait for rescue. Otherwise, we'll both be done for. Old Zetsu still wants to ask about their intentions, but Shirzue doesn't waste words, teleporting to his back and slashing him, causing him to bleed. Old Zetsu, in pain, explodes with tailed beast chakra, entering lava release mode and charging, but Shirzue instantly teleports back to Fugaku's side. And the two casually chat about who will torment him first, completely disregarding him. Pay attention. Old Purple angrily spat out a lava fireball, and Fugaku directly activated Susanoo to take it head-on. The gray-white Susanoo rose from the ground, instantly piercing through armor and wielding a long sword. The fireball striking with no marks left behind. Fugaku laughed wildly. This is the divine power of the Uchiha. The Four Tails is this weak. Susanoo grew larger and larger, its aura directly suffocating the Four Tails. Old Purple panicked completely, having no choice but to gather all his chakra, preparing to fully transform into a tailed beast for a gamble. The surrounding leaf ninjas were dumbfounded. This was not a duel at all. It was clearly an adult beating a child. The Four Tails regretted deeply. If I had known, I would have robbed Flower Fruit Mountain. As Chakra gathered, a massive red gorilla appeared, with four huge tails and a golden circlet on its forehead. The Four Tails stood up, pounding its chest and roaring. Opportunities for tailed beast transformation are rare, but now was a critical moment, and if it didn't show its strength, it would definitely be captured by the frenzied Uchiha. Next came the high-energy moment. The leaf, with its cheat-like abilities, directly crushed the feeling of dominance. Fugaku laughed wildly inside Susanoo. Show your true abilities. A team of Wagakure Jounin saw from a distance and were immediately stunned. What is that, giant? Quickly return to the village and call for reinforcements. But before they could even take a step, Susanoo evolved into its complete form, its size surpassing the Four Tails. Sprouting wings and wielding a crescent blade, its evil aura reaching its peak. Look closely. The Four Tails, in desperation, slammed the ground to create a lava lake. But Fugaku controlled Susanoo to fly into the sky to dodge. The Four Tails, driven mad, released a tailed beast bomb, but Fugaku swung his blade, wrapping it in the eternal Amaterasu flames, and with one strike, shattered the tailed beast bomb. From the smoke and dust, Susanoo emerged, slashing several times. And the Four Tails was forcibly sent back into Old Purple's body, who fell to the ground, unsure of life or death. Fugaku released Susanoo, still feeling it was troublesome. Sorry, Shirzue, this guy can't take a beating. Beside him, the Monkey King waved his hand. Don't step on it. It's going to be used as the energy source for the new leaf ship. The Wagakure's rescue team was still rushing, while this side had already finished. The Leaf's operation was simply explosive. He didn't plan to kick someone while they were down, as it seemed pointless. The Four Tails was about to be captured, rumored to become the energy reserve for the new big ship of the Leaf. No need, our clan members can take over Flower Fruit Mountain. Next came the high-energy moment. The Leaf directly crushed the arrogant ones. Leaf ninjas treated Old Purple-S injuries on the spot and sealed the Four Tails away. Sarutobi brought Zisu and the Monkey King straight to the waterfall cave to check the situation, seeing how the Four Tails had ravaged the territory. On the other side, 3 Iwagakure Jounin rushed over, and upon seeing the Four Tails lying on the ground, they were dumbfounded. This is a tailed beast. The stubborn Sarutobi held his hat tightly. Is the Uchiha going to capture the Four Tails? Is it a reversal? Fugaku immediately shot back. Nonsense. Flower Fruit Mountain is the Monkey King's lair. The Four Tails took it first. Look closely. Shursui instantly activated his Mangeki Sharingan. The ninja blade wrapped in flames pointing directly at the 3. Don't struggle needlessly. You have no right to interfere in Leaf's matters. The 3 Iwagakure ninjas were terrified. Who doesn't know Shursui can use Flying Thunder God? They had just witnessed the horror of Susanoo shattering the tailed beast bomb. They feared being killed instantly if they moved, and waiting for reinforcements would take too long. In fact, the Leaf couldn't be bothered to start war. They had just devoured a massive amount of resources from the Land of Fire, and were busy expanding, crushing Orochimaru's research, and had no time to get entangled with these minor characters. Now it was purely a dimensional suppression. Iwagakure could only stare blankly, and if the Leaf wanted to take the Four Tails, they could take it without anyone daring to stop them. This operation directly rubbed Iwagakure's face in the dirt. Meow Moon Mountain and the Dragon Cave were very discordant, mainly due to the inherent conflicts between their races. Indeed, this is Flower Fruit Mountain. Next came the high-energy moment. The Leaf, with their cheat-like abilities, directly filled the scene with power. The Monkey King entered the waterfall cave and exploded with rage. Four Tails had transformed the facilities so much that even his mother wouldn't recognize them. Immediately summoning his monkey children to clean it up, but he thought to himself, only after reclaiming it did I realize this broken place isn't important at all. On the other side, the stubborn Sarutobi was still hard-pressed, but Shursui directly pushed the blame back. You used Earth style to sneak attack the orphanage, and you still dare to act innocent? Fugaku waved his hand. Take them down. Shursui Mangeki Sharingan spun instantly, without needing to use Flying Thunder God. Pure Jinjutsu controlled the 3 in seconds, and still felt it was too weak to fill the gaps. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Noki, leading Iwagakure's elite, rushed desperately, and upon hearing that Susanoo was involved, his mindset completely broke down. Uchiha Shursui can use Flying Thunder God, and the Leaf can also use Edo Tensei to resurrect the first Hokage. How can this battle be fought? If he wants to turn against them, he fears being overwhelmed. And if he doesn't turn against them, he can't swallow his anger. Over here, Sarutobi asked Zisu whether to stay or go, and Zisu directly responded, I'll follow you back to the Leaf first, and if I get bored, I'll return to the Wetbone Forest. After the Monkey King's clan finished cleaning up, they prepared to leave. Who wants to fight to the death with Iwagakure? The Leaf convoy, carrying Old Purple and the Four Tails, was already ready to depart, while Noki was still hesitating halfway. This side was already about to retreat, completely controlling Iwagakure. Initially dissatisfied with the master-servant contract, but after this period, Zisu's view gradually changed. Sarutobi's pursuit of cultivation resonated with her, and staying by his side made her feel very comfortable. Next came the high-energy moment. The Leaf, with their cheat-like abilities, directly crushed the feeling of dominance. The Monkey King tidied up Flower Fruit Mountain, leaving a few clansmen to guard, and just as Sarutobi led the convoy to retreat, Noki brought Iwagakure's elite to kill over. And upon seeing his captured son and disciple, he roared, Is the Leaf going to war with Iwagakure? Sarutobi sneered. Va? Do you dare to accept it? Noki, unable to bear it any longer, directly unleashed his signature jutsu, Dust Release, rending the limits, and blasted forward. Shursui instantly activated Flying Thunder God, teleporting all Leaf ninjas away, and immediately opened his complete Susanoo, with Chakra arrows shooting out from its chest. The rock ninjas hurriedly gathered Chakra to summon rock golems to defend, but they shattered upon contact. Noki shouted for the rock ninjas to use Earth Style, Mountain Earth Technique to restrain Shursui, but Shursui controlled Susanoo to fly into the sky, and using Susanoo, teleported directly above Iwagakure's forces, his spiral blade pointing directly at them. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Fugaku, seeing this, also summoned Susanoo, and the two mountain-sized Susanoos stood side by side, their evil aura soaring to the heavens. Noki, using super lightweight rock technique to fly over, wanted to fight, But upon seeing the two Susanus, his legs went weak. This was simply unbeatable. All the rock ninjas were frozen in fear. No one dared to move. Sarutobi took 2 steps forward and calmly spoke. Do you want to continue fighting? Or should we have a good talk? Noki clenched his fists and then relaxed, completely resigning, slowly lowering his head. Do I have a choice? This time, the rock ninjas were utterly defeated. Next came the high-energy moment. The leaf directly crushed the arrogant ones. Sarutobi coldly said, let us have a good talk in your village. Shursui and Fugaku released Susanoo. And only then did the rock ninjas dare to collapse on the ground and catch their breath. Just now, Shusui's blade could have wiped out their elite. It was simply a dimensional suppression. The leaf convoy swaggered into a Wagakure, and the villagers gritted their teeth in hatred, but didn't dare to breathe. In the Tsuchikage building, Sarutobi directly took the main seat, and Noki slammed the table in anger. What do you want? Sarutobi shot back. The Four Tails robbed the Monkey King's territory. I'm here to reclaim it. Is there a problem? Noki was speechless on the spot. Although this reason was absurd, he couldn't fight back. So he had to accept it. Sarutobi didn't give him a chance to talk nonsense, declaring that Flower Fruit Mountain would return to the Monkey King, and not to seek trouble before getting up. Shursui and Fugaku shot warning glances, clearly warning him not to try anything. Once the leaf finished their preparations, they took Old Purple and retreated, and the Iwagakure crowd felt both hatred and relief. Thankfully, those 2 Uchiha have left, but just as it cleared up, the Wagakure descended into internal strife. Some scolded Noki for being cowardly, others blamed Old Purple for causing trouble, and the daimyo of the Land of Earth issued a reprimand. Noki struggled to quell the chaos, gritting his teeth and enduring. The leaf is too strong. We can only wait for an opportunity to develop. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Noki was still dreaming of waiting for Orochimaru to grow old and for the leaf to have internal strife, not knowing that this thought was completely futile. Now the leaf stood alone at the top, monopolizing missions and resources, while other ninja villages could only fall into a vicious cycle with no chance to rise again. What Noki didn't know was that he would probably never see the day Orochimaru grew old. The current Konoha is no longer just a simple village. While other ninja villages are still under national restrictions, Konoha has already surpassed the Land of Fire. Next, it's high energy. The Konoha, with its cheat-like abilities, directly crushes hegemony. Other ninja villages are still controlled by their nations, while Konoha has already floated above the Land of Fire, flaunting its power. Other villages, seeing this, follow suit. If Konoha can do it, so can we. This time, Konoha captures the Four Tails, and there's hardly any ripple in the village. Everyone is used to it, feeling that tailed beasts are just that, weak and inconsequential. Sarutobi returns to the village and enters seclusion to reach the mid-foundation stage, with enough elixirs and no bottlenecks. It's stable. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The Akatsuki in the Land of Rain is in an uproar. Nagato looks at the rain and declares fiercely to complete the plan. We must shatter Konoha. He relies on his Rinnegan and is not afraid of the Sharingan, but is a bit wary of the first Hokage. Obito and Kurizetsu, however, are anxious. Orochimaru is already working on the Otsutsuki. The Akatsuki has no time to waste. Suddenly, Kurizetsu has a flash of inspiration. Activate the Uchiha's ultimate weapon. Pay attention. They seek Nagato's help to unseal the Uchiha's unnamed entity from the Warring States period. This is a character with the 8,000 spears, Amaterasu, and Tsukuyomi. They also want to recruit Kakuzu and Zabuza. Obito is left with only a 3-tomo Sharingan, all his information exposed, being criticized by the ninja world, and is eager to find powerful teammates to turn the tide. Nagato looks at them, feeling uncertain. Is this Uchiha Unnamed reliable? Uchiha Unnamed? After hearing the information about Uchiha Light from the two, Nagato has to agree that a sealed Uchiha is likely to align with their organization's ideas. Next, it's high energy. The Konoha, with its cheat-like abilities, directly increases the sense of oppression. Nagato sees through it all. Uchiha Light, being treated as a weapon and sealed, must hate the ninja world and is naturally Konoha's mortal enemy. He immediately sends Pain, Obito, and Kurizetsu to unseal him, and even has them bring Kakuzu and Zabuza along. With even Kisame wanting to try, Pain activates his Rinnegan and easily breaks the seal. When Uchiha Light opens his eyes, he activates his Mangeki and retreats, showcasing the combat prowess of Warring States ninja. Pay attention. Conan steps forward to persuade. Join us, and let the world feel pain. Uchiha Light, upon hearing the current state of affairs, is stunned. Uchiha actually teamed up with Senju to build a village? She looks at Obito with suspicion. Is this guy really just a manjiki? Obito is speechless, as all his information has been exposed, and he is being criticized by the ninja world. Uchiha Light temporarily agrees to join, wanting to understand the situation before taking action. A few days later, Kakuzu and Zabuza are all brought in. The more Uchiha Light learns, the angrier he gets, directly becoming more extreme than the Akatsuki. I want to just make the world suffer. I want to destroy Konoha and the Uchiha. The Akatsuki is now strong and ready to confront Konoha head-on. But this comes at a cost. Konoha has simply shifted its internal conflicts outward, causing other villages and nations to suffer while it enjoys its peaceful days. Cultivation is a long-term process that requires persistence for cultivators. Most of the time is spent in monotonous practice. In a long journey of cultivation, most things and feelings gradually fade away. Next, it's high energy. The Konoha, with its cheat-like abilities, directly maximizes the pleasure. Sarutobi is in seclusion to reach the foundation stage, although he only has 100 years of life left. After forming his core, he can live for 1,000 years. Shursui relies on Flying Thunder God to dominate the ninja world with 0 mission failures, and his name, as the instant Shursui, resounds loudly. Orochimaru, while controlling Konoha, is also obsessively researching Otsutsuki, although he hit a bottleneck. He is making a fortune by creating ninja tools, selling low-grade ninja tools to small countries and villages, with arms profits skyrocketing. Konoha enjoys its peaceful days, but shifts the conflicts outward, causing chaos in the entire ninja world. Pay attention. Konoha has undergone a complete transformation. Naruto's identity is exposed and adopted by Fugaku, and the Uchiha see him as a future bargaining chip, fully recognizing their village. The Hyuga cancel the caged bird curse. Niji's talents are fully unleashed, and Hinata seems ordinary in comparison. However, the division between the branch and main families is hard to dissolve. When Hinata wants to find friends to play with, before she can speak, she is scolded as a Byakugan monster by the kids, and stones are thrown at her. These kids were born after Konoha expanded, and their parents complain daily about the abundance of resources in the ninja clan, so the children naturally exclude Hinata. Hinata clenches her fists, wanting to join the ninja games, but the leading boy directly shouts, "Treat this monster as an enemy." Hinata, feeling wronged, has red eyes but can't even speak in rebuttal. The leading boy immediately chooses to target Hinata. Having been hit by a stone on her leg, it still hurts a bit. Next, it's high energy. The Konoha, with its cheat-like abilities, directly maximizes the joy. Hinata, being bullied by the kids throwing stones and calling her a Byakugan monster, is scared into a ball. Niji, watching nearby, is not happy and is about to act, but Naruto, along with Sasuke and Karen, rushes over to stand in front of Hinata. The kids see the Uchiha trio coming and instantly panic but still act tough. Mind your own business. You should know that these 3 can walk sideways in the village. Naruto has Fugaku backing him. Sasuke has Itachi, the #1 brother complex protector in Konoha. And Karen is riding the coattails of the Uzumaki clan. No one dares to provoke them. Pay attention. The leading kid, stealing himself, shouts to settle old and new grievances together. But Naruto's stamina is maxed out. Sasuke's Uchiha talent crushes them. And Karen is no slouch either, in just a few moves. They have the group of kids crying for their mothers. The kids can only threaten, "You wait, we'll be back." Then they scatter. The surrounding Umbu breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Hinata is not too serious about it. Otherwise, the kids' parents would be in big trouble. Hinata looks at the 3 who protected her, her eyes sparkling. She finally made friends. Naruto comes over, smiling, asking if she is okay, while Karen, puffing up in anger, complains, "Are these kids blind? How could they bully someone as cute as Hinata?" Living in the Uchiha clan, the 3 are quite familiar with eye techniques and know that Hinata's eyes are Byakugan, not some so-called monster. Does looking a little strange make one a monster? A few days ago, Itachi invited friends over for dinner, and that Kayama brother looked more like a monster, yet he was very friendly. Next, it's high energy. The Konoha, with its cheat-like abilities, directly maximizes the warm and joyful feeling. Just after being protected by Naruto and the others, Niji jumps out to confront her. "You're embarrassing the Hyuga." He even declares he wants to be the clan leader. Naruto gets furious and wants to hit him, but Itachi instantly grabs his hand. Truly the #1 brother complex in Konoha, showing up at a second when his brother is in trouble. Itachi delivers a soul-crushing remark to Niji. "Don't be obsessed with being the clan leader. Familial bonds are what matter." Niji is instantly silenced. Pay attention. Itachi turns to invite Hinata to the dessert shop, and the Hyuga maid wants to stop them, saying the two clans are competing for the top ninja clan. But this time, Hinata stands her ground. I want to go. The maid can only obediently comply. Niji storms off angrily, still wanting to challenge Itachi. Completely overestimating himself. Geniuses have different tiers. He simply doesn't team measure up. The group arrives at the dessert shop, and Itachi waves his hand. Take whatever you want. It's on me. The Hyuga maid is extremely nervous. After all, Itachi is a Hokage's disciple, and the Uchiha are now the top tier in Konoha. Naruto is still excited about having just defeated the group of kids, while Hinata looks at the table full of desserts, feeling both happy and nervous. The feeling of rebelling against arrangements is too exhilarating. Soon, everyone has selected some desserts, and seeing that it's still early, Naruto, thrilled about having taught that group of kids a lesson, suggests, how about we go eat Ichiraku ramen? Next, it's high energy. The Konoha, with its cheat-like abilities, directly maximizes the joy. Hinata, for the first time making her own decision, decisively agrees to go eat Ichiraku, not even consulting the maid. The group heads straight to the ramen shop, and Naruto bangs on the table, shouting, "Handmade uncle, 1 deluxe ramen for each." The Uchiha family isn't short on money. That is how extravagant they are. The Hyuga maid quickly slips back to report to the family, fully aware. Making friends with Naruto and Sasuke, the two top heirs, is a guaranteed profit. Pay attention. Just as the ramen is served, Hinata digs in. Naruto hasn't even had a few bites, and she has already had 2 bowls. The 3 little ones were stunned on the spot. Hinata lowered her head and nervously asked, "Do I look like a weirdo for eating too much?" Naruto immediately shook his head. "I'm so envious. Being able to eat this much is just too happy." Katsu and Sasuke nodded along, and Hinata completely relaxed, burying her head to continue showing off her eating skills. By the time Hayashi arrived, she had already finished 5 bowls. Instead of criticizing her, Hayashi was secretly happy. Hinata, getting along well with the future stars of Konoha, was nothing but beneficial for the Hyuga clan. After returning, Hinata directly unlocked her big eater switch, eating more than adults at every meal, and her personality became increasingly cheerful. Meanwhile, the Mist Village was completely falling apart. Zabuza couldn't stand the influence of Konoha and defected. The remaining higher-ups were jumping around in panic. Konoha was so strong that there were no opponents. What would become of the future of the Mist Village? The current structure of the ninja world was already very clear. Other ninja villages were completely no match for Konoha. Iwagakure and Kumogakure had both suffered losses against Konoha, and the Mist Village couldn't even be compared to Konoha. Next up, high energy. Konoha, with its cheat-like abilities, directly solidified its hegemony. Iwagakure and Kumogakure were beaten into submission, and the Mist Village was in an even worse situation. The feudal lord of the water country had cut off funding, and Terumi Mei was anxiously turning in circles. Wanting to confront Konoha, but lacking the strength, she could only ponder how to cling to Konoha's leg. The high-ranking officials of the major ninja nations were all panicking, fearing to follow in the footsteps of the fire country, yet none dared to stand up and challenge. In the blink of an eye, several years passed, and Sarutobi directly broke through to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Mei, Moku, and Tsunade also leveled up, while Shursui and Itachi became top figures in the ninja world. And Naruto and Sasuke were already making waves in the Ninja Academy. Pay attention. Konoha hadn't fought a single battle, yet was secretly controlling the surrounding small countries. And both the Star and Craftsman ninja villages had directly submitted, leaving only an empty title. The feudal lord of the fire country had completely become a decoration, and the Hokage building was being expanded to be even more magnificent than the royal palace. Orochimaru produced battleship fortresses, using the Zero Tails and Four Tails as energy sources, sending them out to explore and discover. Other continents were all wastelands. They had all been drained dry by the Otsutsuki divine tree. Jiraiya was pressing Terumi my heart. And under the mounting pressure, she finally agreed to take down the water country, completely binding herself to Konoha. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Orochimaru suddenly reinforced the barrier in his office, lowering his voice to drop a bombshell. There's a spatial rift to the east of the Mist Village. He also revealed that Kisame confessed he was from a different world and part of the Fishman tribe. Is Konoha about to break out of the ninja world and unlock a new map? Another world? The Fishman tribe? This title exists in many worlds. Is it a fantasy world, a Western fantasy world, or from other anime worlds? Next up, high energy. Konoha, with its cheat-like abilities, directly solidified its status. Sarutobi decisively said, "Seal the information and wait for the results from the Mist Village before exploring." Orochimaru immediately complied, feeling both excited and nervous. Another world means new opportunities, but also great risks. On the other side, Uchiha Hikari from the Akatsuki organization secretly came to Konoha, wanting to see with her own eyes the culprit that had stirred the ninja world into chaos. Pay attention. Konoha is now ridiculously open. You can enter just by registering, but if you stay over 15 days, you must pay contribution points. When Hikari registered, the Uchiha ninjas even smiled at her, leaving her completely bewildered. Uchiha during the Warring States period were not this friendly. She walked down the street with a hairstyle just like Madara-S, and anyone with eyes could tell she was an Uchiha. Suddenly, a terrifying sense of oppression hit her. Hikari turned sharply, seeing a middle-aged man standing there, his aura directly making her legs weak. Hikari thought wildly, are the people of Konoha all monsters? She knew she couldn't win. To know that the new generation of Konoha was making waves, and the Umbu could take people out in a blink, her daring to cause trouble would be pure suicide. Are all Konoha people this terrifying? Although she didn't know the intelligence about Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hikari knew she definitely wasn't a match for this person. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't pay attention to the Uchiha watching him. Directly turning to leave, he still needed to continue his training. Next up, high energy. Konoha, with its cheat-like abilities, directly exploded its combat power. Sarutobi was eager to enter seclusion and reach the dance stage. Dance stage is at the level of the six paths, able to control the rules. Discovering another world made it even more urgent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the confidence to explore the new map. Uchiha Hikari, staring at his back, felt her legs weaken. With this level of strength, can the Akatsuki really challenge Konoha? Pay attention. Sakura passed by and directly mistook Hikari for Sasuke, chasing after her and asking, "Are you Sasuke's sister?" Hikari quickly waved her hands to deny it, just as she got rid of Sakura. Uchiha Itachi came up with Izumi. Itachi looked at her and Sasuke, who looked like replicas and had never seen her in the clan. As soon as Hikari said her name was nameless and tried to slip away, Itachi immediately activated his Manjiki Sharingan, Tsukuyami, instantly dragging her into the illusion space. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Hikari also possessed Tsukuyami, but was crushed by Itachi's ocular power. Itachi was a genius who had undergone Senju gene modification. Hikari couldn't withstand it at all. Unable to escape, she was exposed as an Uchiha on the spot. Itachi's gaze turned icy. You activate your Manjiki and still pretend to be a bystander? He was most wary of unstable elements that hid their hatred. It should be noted that Konoha's Umbu monitored 24/7, and the new generation of ninjas were all making waves. Her daring to cause trouble would be pure suicide. Uchiha Hikari's coming to Konoha was definitely a wrong choice. Tsukuyami is a terrifying illusion technique, but Uchiha Hikari also had Tsukuyami. When Itachi used Tsukuyami on her, he could only pull her into the Tsukuyami space without being able to exert full control. Next up, high energy. Konoha, with its cheat-like abilities, directly maxed out the sense of oppression. In the Tsukuyami space, Itachi said harshly, "If you don't clarify your identity, you'll be sent straight to the interrogation department." Hikari exploded on the spot. "You're just an evil dog of Konoha," and cursed that the Uchiha clan was a cursed race. Itachi's ocular power was fully activated. A blood moon hung in the sky. Crows cried out chaotically. Hikari's Tsukuyami was a sealed defective product, and she couldn't withstand it at all. Itachi also had the Senju gene boost, using his ocular technique with no pressure. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Black Zetsu and Obito were far away, almost spitting blood from anger. Hikari was their trump card, yet she dared to single-handedly charge into Konoha. Obito was so anxious he was jumping up and down. This is just going to deliver her head. On the other side, Itachi looked at Hikari's face, resembling Sasuke's, and actually took the initiative to cancel Tsukuyami. Just as they returned to reality, Izumi saw Hikari's Manjiki and exclaimed, and Shursui instantly flew in using Flying Thunder God to the scene. The combination of Eternal Manjiki Flying Thunder God directly pressured Hikari so much she couldn't lift her head. Pay attention. Shursui opened his mouth to let Hikari go to the Uchiha clan's territory. Hikari completely wilted. She finally regretted it. The Uchiha of Konoha was nothing like she had imagined. This was pure self-delivery. To know that Shursui was now making the ninja world tremble in fear. Resisting would be seeking death. In fact, Uchiha Hikari came to Konoha because she was feeling very confused inside. Seen as a weapon by the Uchiha, sealed away. She had arrived in this era. Next up, high energy. Konoha, with its cheat-like abilities, directly turned the situation around. Uchiha Hikari watched the Uchiha clan members happily living their lives, and her mindset completely collapsed. She was sealed as a weapon, so why could they be happy? She had originally been confused about the Akatsuki's path of making the world feel pain, but as soon as she arrived in Konoha, she was forced by Itachi and Shursui towards the clan's territory, and she couldn't resist at all. Pay attention. On the way, Hikari discovered that the current Uchiha clan was full of vitality, completely different from the oppression of the Warring States period. Upon reaching the reception room, Fugaku and Mikoto were stunned upon seeing her. This face was almost a replica of Sasuke's. Mikoto's eyes instantly turned sharp, thinking she was Fugaku's illegitimate daughter. Her killing intent almost spilling out. Shursui was even harsher, instantly clearing Hikari of black Zetsu. And Hikari panicked on the spot. The Akatsuki would definitely know she had broken into Konoha? You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Hikari, steeling herself, said her name was Uchiha Nameless. And Fugaku frowned on the spot, causing her to stiffen all over with one sentence. A sealed weapon? It turned out Fugaku had long known her identity. Now Hikari was surrounded by the four big shots of Konoha, with Itachi and Shursui's Manjiki standing guard in front, and the clan leader couple watching from behind, making it impossible for her to escape. This wave was purely delivering herself to the door. Uchiha Nameless? A sealed weapon. Indeed. Does the Uchiha clan still remember me? Next up, high energy. Konoha, with its cheat-like abilities, directly exploded the sense of reversal. Uchiha Hikari's voice trembled. Since they remember her, why didn't they save her back then? Fugaku quickly explained. You were a weapon sealed during the Warring States period. So the legend is true. Mikoto's eyes instantly turned red, filled with heartache. Itachi and Shursui also blushed, as they had previously regarded him as an enemy or a modified person. Pay attention. Mikoto gently held Light's hand and said, Konoha is your home. Stay here with peace of mind. But Light exploded on the spot. Don't give me this fake sincerity. It's all a lie. Fugaku directly retorted. The Uchiha of the Warring States is long gone. We are the Uchiha of Konoha. The implication was, the people who harmed you are already gone. Don't vent your anger on us. Light was immediately silenced, feeling conflicted and shaken inside. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Shursui kept his Sharingan activated the whole time, secretly calculating. If he dares to be dishonest, I'll use Kotoemitsu Tsukumi. You should know that he had already used this trick to turn the daimyo of the Land of Fire into a puppet of Konoha, allowing Konoha to expand wildly. In the end, Light had no choice but to back down, and the news returned to the Akatsuki organization, where Nagato was so furious he wanted revenge. But Konan quickly held him down. Going head-to-head with Konoha now is tantamount to delivering food. Don't be impulsive. The current Akatsuki is not a match for Konoha. However, Nagato did not think so. He was very confident in his Rinnegan, but unfortunately, these powers did not belong to him. And even the 5 chakra and natures he possessed were granted by these eyes. Next, high energy. Konoha, powered up through time travel, directly cemented its hegemony. Nagato's blind confidence in his Rinnegan was misguided, as he did not realize that this power was not his own at all. He could only compromise. Let's investigate Light's information first. The members of the Akatsuki organization secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone knew that waging war against Konoha now would be a death sentence. Currently, Konoha stands alone at the top of the ninja world, with the Mist Village being swallowed up and the Rock and Cloud villages being terrified. No one dares to speak against it. The Akatsuki could only take on dirty work and provoke conflicts, becoming what the Roots once were. Pay attention. Uchiha Light was completely stunned after staying in the Uchiha compound for 2 days. The Uchiha of the Warring States was full of hatred. But now they had become a loving family. Even those who once shouted for rebellion had fallen silent. On the other hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more ruthless, researching the 6 Paths ninja tools and finding them to be useless, directly upgrading weapons. He planned to change the star-cleaving sword from a sword to a heavy sword, and even proclaimed, a heavy sword is better for cutting-tailed beasts. It maximizes deterrent power. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Konoha is now ridiculously strong, with all Uchiha members powered up, and Sarutobi is frantically upgrading equipment. Nagato's meager resources are simply not enough to fill Konoha's gaps. Life felt increasingly confused in Konoha, but had to admit that this place was completely different from the Uchiha she knew. Just in time for upgrading the star-cleaving sword. As his cultivation increased, Sarutobi felt that the star-cleaving sword was becoming less and less handy. It was simply a bit too light. At the same time, Sarutobi wanted to test whether melting down these Six Paths ninja tools would provoke any reaction from the Sage of Six Paths. Next, high energy. Konoha, powered up through time travel, directly raised the stakes. Sarutobi called upon the fully established Zissou as a protector, preparing to confront the Sage of Six Paths together. They were not afraid at all. As a result, after melting the Six Paths ninja tools, there was not even a trace of movement. And Sarutobi laughed. These materials for ninja tools are a complete waste. He upgraded the star-cleaving sword into a heavy sword on the spot. Now, ordinary ninjas couldn't even lift it, and his combat power doubled. Pay attention. Konoha is now ridiculously strong. Shursui used Kodoa Mitsukami to turn the daimyo of the Land of Fire into a puppet. The Umbu eliminated all dissenters, and the lives of ordinary civilians skyrocketed. Once noble families became the underdogs, and anyone who dared to be arrogant was dealt with. The Mist Village completely capitulated, and Terumi Mei, along with Kisame and others, rushed to Konoha overnight to seek cooperation. The Land of Crafts and the Land of Whirlpools were all incorporated into the Land of Fire, with high-grade ninja tools reserved only for their own people, while other ninja villages could only scramble for basic models. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. After Orochimaru became Hokage, he crazily focused on research, and Konoha surged toward a dual path of immortality and technology. The ninja world was completely controlled by Konoha, and other ninja villages didn't even have the courage to resist. The current Konoha would be modest to call itself the overlord of the ninja world, but only a few people could use Chakra ninja tools, and the rest of the ninja villages still had to purchase the most basic ninja tools. For most ninjas, ninja tools were both a necessity and a consumable. Although for Chunin and above, the effect of ninja tools was not significant for Genin. The quality of ninja tools could directly influence the outcome of battles. Next, high energy. Konoha, powered up through time travel, directly crushed the sense of oppression. Terumi Mei stood in front of the Hokage building with her people, instantly feeling like an ant. In a conference room, the three legendary ninjas sat in command, their aura overwhelming. Orochimaru was conducting research to change the world, stationed in Konoha to intimidate the ninja world. Jiraiya had been lurking in the Mist Village for years, completely subduing the people. Tsunade's medical abilities were top-notch, and she was also studying talismans and sealing techniques. Although Terumi Mei was the Mizukage, she felt intimidated in front of the three legendary ninjas. Even speaking became difficult. Pay attention. The conference had no suspense at all. Orochimaru went straight to the point, promising to help the Mist Village take control of the Land of Water, build infrastructure, merge the Land of Water into the Land of Fire, while allowing the Mist Village to keep its name and dignity. Terumi Mei could only nod throughout the discussion, with Ao not even getting a chance to interject. Just as they were about to leave, Orochimaru suddenly called out to Kisame, "The Three-Tails Jinchuriki, you stay?" Terumi Mei and Ao quickly slipped away, while the gazes of the three legendary ninjas locked onto Kisame, full of scrutiny. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. In this world, Kisame did not defect, and had become a trusted Jinchuriki of the Mist Village. When questioned, he straightforwardly replied, "I accept the village's decisions." Orochimaru directly pierced through, "Stop pretending. Let's talk about your Hashigaki clan." Anyone could see that the fish gills on Kisame's shoulders, capable of absorbing chakra, were not something an ordinary person should possess. This time, Konoha was trying to uncover the secrets of the fish people. Our clan? Kisame thought for a moment. Their clan was small in number, and reproduction was very difficult, but they had managed to pass down to the present. Next, high energy. Konoha, powered up through time travel, directly maximized the joy of research. Kisame stated frankly, "Our elders said we came from across the sea, and it is also said that we are a fish people from another world." Orochimaru immediately took a vial of blood, turned around, and went to study it, resulting in an explosion. Kisame's genes contained fragment from another world, just like Otsutsuki. Orochimaru was instantly excited. This world can accommodate foreign genes. How interesting. Pay attention. Orochimaru immediately began a plan. First, help the Mist Village take the Land of Water. Then modify ships to explore other worlds. If they couldn't defeat Otsutsuki, they could just run away to a new map. On the other hand, Terumi Mei and the others left the Hokage building, finally breathing a sigh of relief, self-comforting. Collaborating with Konoha might be an opportunity, but when thinking about Konoha's prosperity, they couldn't help but sigh. Ordinary mist ninjas would definitely not want to leave. You would never guess. After Kisame found them, he frankly admitted to being asked about family matters. And Terumi Mei instantly became nervous. After all, Kisame is the Jinchuriki of the Mist and a powerhouse. As a result, the people of the Mist didn't take it seriously. There are many strange people in the ninja world. It's nothing special. Who would have thought that what they considered ordinary abnormalities were actually ironclad evidence of the fishmen race from another world? After all, there are many strange-looking people in the ninja world, and many ninjas like to dress in bizarre ways, making themselves look very peculiar. Besides having a bit more chakra and a stranger appearance, Kisame didn't display any odd abilities, so he wasn't considered a bloodline ninja by the ninjas of the Mist. Next, high energy. The Leaf Village, with its incredible advantages, directly crushed the ruling power. The Land of Water, foolish and narrow-minded, persecuted bloodline ninjas like Haku, yet turned a blind eye to Kisame with his long fish gills. 3 days later, the Leaf Village made a bold move, declaring war on the Land of Water. The Mist Village immediately defected, refusing the summons from the daimyo of the Land of Water. The ninja world erupted into chaos, and all the daimyos panicked. Pay attention. The Leafs, Umbu, quickly infiltrated the capital of the Land of Water, crushing the ruling class. When the army of the Land of Fire arrived, the civilians didn't even feel the war and instead received supplies. Then it was officially announced. The Land of Fire was renamed the Land of Leaf, and the Land of Water and the Land of Whirlpools were all annexed. Sarutobi directly abdicated, allowing Orochimaru to become the 5th Hokage, while he focused on training against the Otsutsuki. You would never guess. Other ninja villages were left stunned, and Anoki and A were beating their chests in frustration. If only we had taken down the daimyo first. All the countries fell into internal strife. Villages and nations suspicious of each other, and no one dared to provoke the Leaf. The Akatsuki and the Shell organization watched from the shadows. But the Leaf directly became a sanctuary, with refugees and ninjas flocking there. This move allowed the Leaf to completely dominate the ninja world. The entire ninja world was in chaos, with only the Land of Leaf becoming a sanctuary, which led to a massive influx of ninjas and refugees moving towards the Leaf. However, entering the current Land of Leaf was not easy. Registration was required to enter cities and villages. Next, high energy. The Leaf Village, with its incredible advantages, directly maximized its governing power. To enter the Leaf, registration was mandatory, and the army of ninjas patrolled day and night, easily catching any smugglers. Mist ninjas all came to help the Leaf, and the lives of civilians in the Land of Water improved drastically. Who would dare to resist? Now, in the ninja world, whoever causes trouble faces consequences, all depending on the Leaf's mood, with the Uchiha clan contributing to the spectacle, solidifying their status as the #1 ninja clan. Pay attention. Orochimaru developed a high-tech giant ship, the Konoha Maru, using tailed beasts as energy and adding space-time ninjutsu. It was specially prepared for exploring other worlds. First, they let the Mist gather intelligence, not rushing to set off. Meanwhile, the new generation of the Leaf collectively activated their powers. Naruto has Itachi as an older brother. The Nine Tails dare not act out, and he is on par with Sasuke for the top spot. Hinata has let loose her appetite, her chakra skyrocketing to match Niji. And her bloodline awakening might even unlock the rebirth eye. You would never guess. Sakura is pursuing Sasuke. Ino loves Naruto, and the tension between the girls is palpable. The cute Kurenai has the Senja bloodline, but can only use plant-based ninjutsu. And the dilution of the bloodline can't stop the collective rise of the Leaf's little powerhouses. Now, the Leaf is building giant ships for interstellar exploration while nurturing the new generation to unleash great moves, directly leaving the ninja world far behind. Hinata is an example of the return of the bloodline, during the gradual dilution of the Byakugan bloodline. Her Byakugan turned out to be purer than most of the Hyuga clan. And Sasuke, who did not experience the night of the clan massacre, although he has its Sundara personality, is not that cold-hearted. His greatest wish is to completely surpass Naruto. Next, high energy. The Leaf Village, with its incredible advantages, directly caused a time-space collapse. During a fight while Boruto and Sasuke were chasing Urashiki, time and space became chaotic, inadvertently breaking into this world. The alarm blared, time-space error. It would take a month to return. Urashiki would arrive in a week. As soon as they emerged from the Death Forest, they were stunned to see the Hokage rock. It's actually Orochimaru. As the 5th Hokage, Sasuke's back instantly turned cold. Would I have been made into a vessel by him already? Pay attention. Boruto exclaimed that the leaf is 10 times more prosperous than in his era, but Sasuke was completely frozen, staring at the Uchiha clan members on the street. Fans were laughing and joking, and the clan massacre had not happened. Sasuke's heart raced, unable to believe his eyes. He suppressed his shock and pulled Boruto to gather intelligence. But Boruto was preoccupied with finding Naruto, flipping through Jiraiya's books, and insisting on visiting Ichiraku Ramen. You would never guess. In this world, Orochimaru not only didn't T-defect, but also led the leaf to become the dominant force in the ninja world. Sasuke looked at his lively clan members, and his heart finally relaxed. At least here, the Uchiha were safe and sound. But just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he became alert. Urashiki would arrive in a week. Could this leaf village, filled with extraordinary beings, hold Urashiki down? Seeing that the Uchiha clan had not been exterminated, Sasuke felt much more at ease regarding the safety of the village. He was now eager to find out what exactly was going on in this world. Next, high energy. The Leaf Village, with its incredible advantages, directly turned the situation around. Sasuke gathered intelligence to the point of his scalp tingling. The leaf had actually founded a country. It even absorbed the land of water. Obito was removed from the name list by Fugaku, and Shursui became the blood-red Flash. Orochimaru was even more outrageous, summoning the 1st and 2nd Hokage with impure world reincarnation to fight the Cloud Village, and even snagged the Four Tails. Sasuke internally exclaimed, "This is not the leaf. It is clearly the tyrant of the ninja world." But secretly, he thought it was much better than Naruto's management. Pay attention. Boruto dragged Sasuke to Ichiraku Ramen, and just as they arrived, they heard someone asking if they wanted to eat ramen. Looking up, they directly bumped into Naruto and Sasuke from this world. Hinata saw Boruto and was stunned. "He looks just like Naruto." Naruto scratched his head. "You look so familiar." Little Sasuke rolled his eyes. "Baka, he is just a mini version of you. You would never guess." The more little Sasuke looked, the more he felt something was off, and his mind exploded. Could this be Naruto's clone? You have to know that the leaf can now clone Sharingan, and the Uchihas rely on this move. As a result, Naruto generously offered to treat them. "First time here? I'll treat you to ramen." Who would have thought that the clone in front of him was actually his future son? It's worth noting that the current Naruto is not the pitiful kid who used to eat instant ramen every day, but the son of the head of the Uchiha clan. Although he is just an adopted son, his identity as the orphan of the 4th Hokage is well known. Next, high energy. The Leaf Village, with its incredible advantages, directly maximized the status of the prince. Naruto is the orphan of the 4th Hokage. The 3rd Hokage is his ancestor. Jiraiya is his master's master. Fugaku is his adoptive father, and Shursui is his brother. His background is even stronger than Sasuke's, making him the true prince of the leaf. Boruto looked at this arrogant Naruto in front of him and was completely stunned. He was nothing like the overworked father in the future. Pay attention. While eating ramen, Boruto was directly dumbfounded. It was Hinata who shouted for another bowl. Her appetite was even more ferocious than Naruto's. After finishing, Naruto immediately took Boruto home, and Hinata tagged along for a free meal. On the way, Boruto was shocked. Naruto was actually adopted by Sasuke's parents, and the two were truly like brothers. On the other hand, Sasuke was walking towards the Uchiha clan's land, looking at the familiar yet strange figures. His legs felt weak. He couldn't believe that his clan members were still alive. You would never guess. The closer Sasuke got to the clan land, the more anxious he became. His mind racing. Would Itachi be disappointed if he saw that I hadn't brought back my arm? He had long since grown accustomed to the empty clan land, and now its lively atmosphere made him both excited and fearful. Meanwhile, Boruto, getting familiar with his future dad, was unaware that he would soon face Urashiki. And could this powerful leaf protect the prince? Thus, there are not many people living in the clan land. Next, high energy. The Leaf Village, with its incredible advantages, directly escalated the tense atmosphere. Sasuke was wandering outside the Uchiha clan land when he bumped into Uchiha Light. He stared at Light's face, completely stunned. In this world, I'm actually a girl. Light thought he was just a clan member with a missing arm and found him strange. So, without asking much, she walked into the clan land. Pay attention. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind, and Sasuke turned around sharply. Uchiha Fugaku was standing right there. Fugaku frowned tightly, his vigilance at its peak. Are you Uchiha? How come I've never seen you before? Are you registered? As he spoke, he directly activated the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, the pressure making it hard for others to breathe. Sasuke didn't want to fight, but was forced to raise his head and reveal his Mangekyou Sharingan plus Rinnegan. Fugaku was stunned, his pupils shaking. You have Rinnegan too? This power is too explosive. You absolutely can't imagine. Just as the two were on the verge of confrontation, Naruto returned with Boruto and little Sasuke, shouting loudly. Boruto spotted Sasuke at a glance and called out uncle, while little Sasuke stared at the unfamiliar Sasuke in confusion. Sasuke quickly closed his Sharingan, looking at his younger self and the goofy Naruto, his nose feeling sour. Fugaku sensed the children's chakra and also retracted his Mangekyou. This time traveler nearly got into a fight with his own father, thanks to the kid's timely intervention. Fugaku felt the arrival of several children, saw Sasuke deactivate his Sharingan, and also put away his Mangekyou. Boruto spotted Sasuke from a distance. Next, high energy. The time-traveling Konoha directly raised the emotional stakes. Boruto shouted uncle as he rushed over, and Fugaku was stunned. These two, one looks like Naruto and the other like Sasuke. Just as he finished speaking, Itachi and Shursui returned. Itachi glanced and immediately recognized his younger brother. This is grown-up Sasuke? Upon hearing his brother's voice, Sasuke couldn't hold back his tears. Pay attention. As the group entered the Uchiha clan grounds, Sasuke looked at the familiar houses and lively clan members, feeling dazed. This was the scene he had dreamed of returning to. When Mikoto came in with tea, he quickly closed his eyes to hold back tears. Even the strongest ninja would break down in front of their mother. Once seated, Sasuke got straight to the point. Boruto and I come from the future. Otsutsuki Kinshiki is after Naruto's 9 tails. You absolutely can't imagine. Upon hearing this, Itachi's eyes lit up. This is great. Orochimaru is in need of Otsutsuki for experimental materials. Konoha isn't the soft persimmon anymore. If we can't win, we'll use Edo Tensei to call our ancestors for a group beatdown. Itachi immediately decided. Come with me to see Orochimaru. We have to pin Kinshiki down. Konoha now is not the Konoha from another world. They are on high alert for any potential dangers. If it were someone else saying this, Sasuke would definitely not agree. But this person in front of him is Itachi. Although he is from another world, Sasuke is willing to trust him. Next, high energy. The time-traveling Konoha directly raised the stakes. Itachi immediately arranged. Dad and Shursui will protect Naruto. If anything happens, contact the third Hokage and Shursui. Fugaku nodded instantly. This is just the right time to test Konoha's strength. Before leaving, Sasuke reminded Boruto not to recklessly reveal the future, and then turned to follow Itachi to find Orochimaru. On the way, Sasuke candidly stated, in my world, the Uchiha were wiped out by you and Obito. Itachi instantly understood that Konoha definitely doesn't have any cheats. Pay attention. The two arrived at the Hokage's office, and Sasuke stared blankly at Orochimaru, who was wearing a ceremonial robe. This villain is actually doing such a good job as Hokage. After Itachi explained the situation, Orochimaru was immediately excited. Otsutsuki delivered right to our doorstep as experimental subjects? Awesome. Sasuke quickly reported intelligence. Kinshiki will arrive with time-space ninja tools in a week. And there's another Otsutsuki waiting for us. You absolutely can't imagine. Orochimaru was completely unfazed. We have Flying Thunder God for countermeasures. If it doesn't work, we can call the third Hokage and Shursui. Konoha is no longer a soft persimmon. Taking down Kinshiki will be like child's play. Orochimaru continued to ask about the other Konoha, and Sasuke could only helplessly complain, we defeated Kaguya, but we were still entangled by the Otsutsuki. During the final battle against Kaguya, Otsutsuki, Naruto, and I won, but the Otsutsuki clan is not just Kaguya Otsutsuki. There is also Ishiki Otsutsuki and other members of the Otsutsuki clan. Hearing about his defection and how he ended up in Konoha with Edo Tensei, leading the third Hokage to sacrifice himself to seal his hands and his desire for the Uchiha clan, Orochimaru had a strange expression. Next, high energy. The time-traveling Konoha directly overwhelmed the black technology. Orochimaru looked down on his other self from another world. I am the most suitable Hokage. He immediately took Sasuke to the laboratory, where a room full of cloned Sharingan dazzled his eyes. The eternal Mangekyou of Shursui and Fugaku were both made by me. He also called out Kinshiki's bloodline enhancement, and Sasuke was stunned. This cheat is too explosive. Pay attention. Sasuke was ignited with passion. I want to become stronger. Orochimaru immediately arranged to fix his arm and enhance his bloodline, then turned to prepare to use Edo Tensei on the first and second Hokage. Konoha instantly entered a wartime state, recalling all outside ninjas, and the elite from a mist village rushed over. The ninja world was in a panic. Is Konoha going to fight again? The Akatsuki organization was also confused. Is something big going to happen? You absolutely can't imagine. Orochimaru was not intimidated. Even when hunting rabbits, one must use full strength. I want to use Kinshiki to test Konoha's strength and let the first and second Hokage see the current dominance. Sasuke was eager. Not only do I want to crush Kinshiki, but I also want to rewrite my world when I return. This time, Konoha is waiting for a big move, just waiting for Kinshiki to come knocking. They can also let the first and second Hokage see the current Konoha. In a laboratory, Itachi prepared a new arm and bloodline serum for Sasuke, stating, "Strength must be in your own hands." Sasuke's eyes ignited. This time, I will not back down. After all, he had been slacking off for too long. It was time to be at full strength. Itachi picked up the syringe, and Sasuke took a deep breath. This time is the cheat renewal fee. I must stand tall. You absolutely can't imagine. As the purple serum was injected, Sasuke's body began to tremble, the six-path chakra directly awakening, and the bloodline rapidly evolving. After this transformation, not only will crushing Kinshiki be easy, rewriting his own world will not be a dream either. Meanwhile, the ancestors of Konoha were looking at the new infrastructure, and the new generation was going all out, just waiting for Kinshiki to come knocking. The Sage of Six Paths once bestowed his six-path chakra upon him, which is slowly reviving, while the bloodline within him is also being completed and beginning to evolve to a higher level. When Sasuke opens his eyes again, both pairs of eyes have transformed into purple 6-Tomo Rinnegan, with a slight hint of red. Next, high energy. The Konoha that has crossed over is directly maxing out its combat power. Sasuke's chakra surges explosively, and his aura skyrockets. This time, I will protect what I want to protect. Itachi promises on the spot. I'll help you upgrade your bloodline in a few days. Just out of the lab, he bumps into Izumi, and Itachi, blushing, introduces her. This is my girlfriend. Sasuke watches the two sweetly interacting, thinking to himself, my brother can finally be happy. Pay attention. Back at the clan grounds, Boruto has already spilled all the future events. Hinata knows Boruto is her son, feeling calm and relieved. Little Sasuke, upon hearing he married Sakura, is completely stunned, while Sumire clenches her fists. Sakura dares to come? Watch me smash her. Boruto sees Sasuke's new arm and is ecstatic, not realizing that Sasuke not only regrows his arm, but also has his power skyrocketing. You absolutely won't believe it. On the other side, the first and second Hokage see Konoha transformed into a nation and are in disbelief, accepting it with shock. Meanwhile, Sasuke is ready for action, just waiting for Urashiki to show up. After this wave of power-ups, don't even talk about defeating Urashiki. Rewriting his own world is a sure thing. Over here in Konoha, everyone, young and old, is powered up, and Urashiki is just delivering himself to them. Deep down, the two of them find it somewhat hard to accept that Konoha has surpassed nations. This complete transformation has caused a huge change in Konoha's and even the ninja's identity. Next, high energy. The Konoha that has crossed over is directly maxing out its momentum. Tobirama worries that Konoha might collapse, but Hashirama boldly states, the next Hokage should be from the Uchiha clan. They already owe it to them. After saying that, Hashirama goes straight to drink and gamble. And Tobirama understands Orochimaru's delight. With the Uchiha as muscle, isn't it nice to focus on research? Konoha instantly enters a wartime state, recalling all the missed ninjas. And the villagers are excited. Just fight it out. Who is Konoha afraid of? Pay attention. In the square, Orochimaru announces, the enemy is the Otsutsuki from beyond the stars. The ninjas are all stunned, and Black Zetsu, eavesdropping, drops his jaw. What the hell? Orochimaru directly explains. The Senju and Uchiha are all derived from the Otsutsuki. They want to use humanity as nourishment. Everyone is dumbfounded. The Sage of Six Paths really exists? You absolutely won't believe it. Konoha is no longer soft persimmon. After swallowing the land of water, its dominance is overflowing, and it doesn't take the sand or cloud villages seriously at all. The ninjas instantly ignite with passion. Let's crush the Otsutsuki. Sasuke's eyes finish evolving, his strength doubles. And he's just waiting for Urashiki to come over and take a beating. This time, all of Konoha is powered up, even if aliens come. They'll be pressed to the ground and rubbed. However, everyone also understands that there's a family from beyond the stars that is the enemy of the entire ninja world. They want to use all lives as nourishment. Moreover, this family possesses extremely powerful abilities, with chakra originating from them. And the strongest clans in the world are all related to this Otsutsuki clan. Next, high energy. The Konoha that has crossed over is directly maxing out the bloodlust. Orochimaru raises his arm and calls out. The Otsutsuki is the public enemy of the ninja world. Konoha will fight without losing. The ninjas below go crazy. Even the mist ninjas join in shouting, "Let's crush the aliens." Sasuke and Naruto are stunned. Orochimaru as Hokage is causing such a scene. The first and second Hokage, however, look conflicted. Why does this seem more and more like a villain causing trouble? Pay attention. That night, Naruto and Naruto are sharing a room and can't sleep. Naruto suddenly asks, "What is your dream?" Naruto, confused, replies, "I just want to protect the people around me." When he asks Naruto back, he surprisingly says, "I don't want to be Hokage. I just want to be happy with the people around me." Naruto is stunned. This dad is completely different from the one in his world. You absolutely won't believe it. This world's Naruto has been spoiled since childhood and doesn't care about recognition at all. He even complains. The recognition of the weak is useless. Naruto suddenly realizes, it turns out compromise is pointless. I need to be tough like Sasuke. Now that Konoha is powered up, they're just waiting for Urashiki to show up. This time, they will definitely press him to the ground and rub him. Living in the Uchiha, Naruto understands one thing. The recognition of the weak is completely useless. These ordinary people and civilians are just weathercocks. They can acknowledge you today and insult you tomorrow. It has no meaning at all, and caring about public opinion and others' views is the weakness of the weak. Next, high energy. The Konoha that has crossed over is directly maxing out the bloodlust. Listening to Naruto's philosophy of happiness, Naruto secretly vows, "I must change my poor old dad's life when I go back." On the other side, Sasuke sits cross-legged in meditation. After his bloodline is completed, the power of the six paths is crazily reviving, and his body is becoming youthful, with chakra swelling to the brink. Orochimaru even dismantles the Otsutsuki's plow for research, claiming he will crack the secrets of time and space. He is simply too arrogant. Pay attention. Urashiki finally descends, and just as he jumps out of space, he is blocked by Kisame. Kisame grins, "A dish delivered to my door." He quickly forms seals and unleashes a big move. Water release. Great exploding water colliding wave. A massive amount of seawater instantly engulfs the forest, trapping Urashiki in a water prison. He then raises his hand and summons thousands of sharks. 1,000 feeding sharks. Go chew on him. Urashiki tries to swing his fishing rod to hit back, but is blocked by Samahata on the spot and is even slashed by Kisame, losing more than half of his chakra. You absolutely won't believe it. Konoha has done its homework, and all the ninjas have seals to prevent chakra extraction. The black rods Urashiki pulls out are instantly repelled upon contact with Kisame. He thinks he can slack off just because he is an Otsutsuki, but forgets that his actual combat experience is zero. In the distance, a sea of Konoha ninjas rushes in, with Sasuke charging over with his Rinnegan, while the first and second Hokage follow behind to provide support. Urashiki has barged into the den of power-up kings, with no time to escape. What does this feel like? Kisame and Samahata feel as if they have eaten a miraculous medicine, invigorated by the chakra that is simply too strong. Next, high energy. The Konoha that has crossed over is directly exploding with the thrill of a group beating. Urashiki is broken by the chakra extraction and shouts in anger, "Damn it, I will make you die." He consumes Sasuke's chakra to open his red Rinnegan, only for Shursui to appear with Susanoo. Shursui throws a kunai as if testing the waters, but secretly marks him with the Flying Thunder God technique. The next second, he unleashes a powerful output. Urashiki tries to escape, but just as he activates the Yellow Springs Hirazaka, the Konoha forces arrive. Pay attention. Hashirama, Tobirama, Sasuke, and Fugaku all arrive. Urashiki feels guilty on the spot. How did Sasuke become so strong? Sasuke directly activates his Rinnegan and uses Heavenly Hand power to drag Urashiki into the crowd. Hashirama instantly unleashes Wood Release, Flower Tree World, while Fugaku activates Amaterasu to burn fiercely, and Kisame also rushes up to take another bite. Urashiki is beaten into a corner, closing his eyes to activate time reversal in an attempt to turn the tables. You absolutely won't believe it. Now that Konoha is filled with power-up kings, The Edo Tensei Hashirama can exert 80% of his power and is not afraid of death. Shursui can use Flying Thunder God at any time to reap souls. Sasuke controls the battlefield with his double Rinnegan, and Fugaku's eternal Manjiki Sharingan supplements the damage. The little bit of time-space ability Urashiki has is merely superficial. The restrictions he placed are simply not enough to handle. This group beating directly rubs the alien into the ground, and all the ninjas are hyped. Let us crush the Otsutsuki. Surrounded by a group of people, Otsutsuki Urashiki can't hold back and closes his eyes. When he opens them again, he uses time reversal, returning to 5 seconds ago. At this time, Sasuke and the others have just arrived. In the Yellow Springs, Hirazaka hasn't fully activated yet. He needs to think of a way to delay for a few seconds to escape. Next, high energy. The Konoha that has crossed over is directly maxing out the thrill of the chase. Urashiki throws a smoke crystal to block the way, frantically activating his ocular power to try to escape, but Sasuke's Rinnegan instantly locks onto his position, and Shursui had already secretly marked him with the Flying Thunder God. The two of them charge in with Hashirama and Fugaku directly into the battlefield. Oh no, the alternate space. Urashiki is breaking down, cursing. These ants dare to chase me? Pay attention. Uchiha's fishing rod slammed down with a red hook, and Hashirama raised his hand to unleash would release. All bag technique. Countless giant hands obscured the sky and slammed down, causing Uchiha to panic and activate time reversal to dodge. In desperation, he swallowed the fish basket, consumed his own Rinnegan, transforming into a three-eyed monster with golden eyes, wings, and claws fully spread. Heavenly Wave Meteor Life, Spirit Guard. Purple light waves exploded wildly. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Hashirama directly revealed his hand, no longer pretending. Sage Mode. Activate. Chakra instantly exploded, directly overwhelming Uchiha. Orochimaru had long prepared sacrificial clones, allowing Hashirama to unleash a significant portion of his power. Uchiha relied solely on stealing Chakra to get by. But when faced with the sealing techniques of the King of Hack's team, the purple light waves were easily blocked. In this wave of spatial beatings, Uchiha had no chance to escape. The purple light released by Otsutsuki Uchiha was easily blocked by several people. Shursui and Sasuke were on guard against Otsutsuki Uchiha's escape, while Fugaku was somewhat unnecessary, as Otsutsuki Uchiha was far from as powerful as imagined. Next, high energy. The overpowered Konoha directly maximized the feeling of crushing. Uchiha unleashed his ultimate move, summoning a giant king ribbon fish, and Hashirama, expressionless, open to sage art, would release true thousand hands. The thousand-handed Buddha statue rose from the ground, making the king ribbon fish look like a small loach in front of it. Sasuke and Shursui hurriedly took Fugaku to hide far away, fearing collateral damage from the aftermath. Hashirama was worried about accidentally killing Uchiha and not being able to explain, so he only raised one wooden hand to slap down. Pay attention. Uchiha panicked, frantically activating time reversal, but the statue had 1,000 hands, making it impossible to dodge. After exhausting his chakra, the king ribbon fish was obliterated, and Uchiha was also knocked out by a palm. Hashirama landed and complained, "Not as good as Madara." Shursui quickly applied a healing talisman. "Don't die, we still need you as a test subject for Orochimaru." The group stacked seals, and Sasuke activated the Rinnegan to bring everyone back to Konoha. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Hashirama appeared holding the sealed Uchiha, who was wrapped like a rice dumpling, and the Konoha ninjas cheered on the spot. Orochimaru immediately ordered, "Add a few more layers of sealing, patrol, and vigilance for a day." The higher-ups escorted Uchiha straight to the lab. This wave not only crushed the alien, but also captured a live specimen, and Konoha's black technology was about to upgrade. Subsequently, Konoha's higher-ups brought Otsutsuki Uchiha to the lab together. Otsutsuki Uchiha had already regained consciousness, but was suppressed by layers of sealing techniques, unable to move at all, only able to glare at everyone with resentment. Next, high energy. The overpowered Konoha directly maximized for Sai literature. Jiraiya looked at Uchiha with a puzzled expression. "Is this the Otsutsuki? Can't tell how powerful it is." Hashirama added, "Much weaker than Madara." After saying this, he slipped away to gamble. While Tobirama was shocked by Konoha's development. Ninja don't have to worry about money. This stage is too big. Orochimaru wasted no time. Calling Itachi and Kabuto to get started, draw blood, perform a one-stop operation, making everyone shudder. Pay attention. Orochimaru confirmed Uchiha couldn't escape, directly announcing the end of the wartime state. Other countries in the ninja world were confused. What exactly did Konoha do? Sunagakure and Kinogakure were still debating whether to learn Konoha's control over the daimyo, while the Akatsuki organization took the opportunity to develop. Only Kurizetsu was scared to the point of wetting himself. Uchiha has been captured. Reviving Kagaya would just be sending food. He looked around. Only Obito was beside him. Nagato was still suspicious, and his mentality collapsed on spot. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Orochimaru had long thought about reviving the first and second Hokage. Edo Tensei is too troublesome. Directly reviving them as combat power is much better. Now that he had captured a live Otsutsuki, the black technology was about to upgrade. In Konoha, the king of hacks gathered, while the ninja world was in chaos. Konoha directly overwhelmed the entire scene, and no one could do anything. There was only one Obito beside him, and Nagato was very suspicious of him. There was no one available. Should he continue to wait? Next, high energy. The overpowered Konoha directly exploded the pattern. Kurizetsu watched Konoha grow stronger and broke down on the spot. This is a deadlock. On the other side, Sasuke stared at the Nanga River and asked, "What is a qualified ninja really for?" He turned to Itachi and said, "I want the power to sweep everything." Itachi understood instantly. "I'll help you." After all, in the Uchiha's eyes, strength is the true way to protect everything. Pay attention. In the lab, Orochimaru's eyes lit up as he stared at Boruto. The wedge inside you is turning you into an Otsutsuki. It turns out this wedge is even more advanced than his Edo Tensei, seizing both body and spirit. Orochimaru was not at all anxious, but rather excited. Otsutsuki are cosmic plunderers. If he studies it thoroughly, he can upgrade on the spot. Boruto felt his scalp tingle. But Sasuke had already planned. When I return, I'll use the new power to rewrite my world. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Konoha in this world is the template for the king of hacks, with Hashirama as combat power, Orochimaru handling black technology, and the entire Uchiha clan online. After borrowing the hacks, Sasuke was ready to go home, vowing to turn his Konoha into a protective umbrella. Kurizetsu was still tangled over whether to wait. While Konoha had already thoroughly understood the Otsutsuki's foundation, and the next wave, directly charging into the universe, was not a dream. Boruto, you are becoming a true Otsutsuki. Just like this Otsutsuki Uchiha. He had no feelings for Boruto. After all, Naruto was still young, and this Boruto was not a ninja from the village, but from a different timeline. Next, high energy. The overpowered Konoha directly maximized ambition. Orochimaru studied the wedge and didn't care whether Sasuke and Boruto could go home. Only concerned, can we establish contact with the other world? Boruto was stunned. What if I can't return at the right time? Orochimaru didn't care about that. He handed the experiment to Kabuto and focused on devouring Otsutsuki's black technology. Simply too arrogant. Pay attention. Boruto said he would sacrifice for the village, but Sasuke immediately disagreed. He turned and arranged for Boruto to train with Jiraiya. This Jiraiya is no pushover. He is the current darkness of the ninja world. He looked at Boruto and praised. Your talent is more explosive than my previous disciples. The peach style inside Boruto was scared to the point of not daring to speak. This world is too terrifying. Please don't treat me as a test subject. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Konoha had long returned to peace. The Mist Ninja had all fled, and other ninja villages were still in the dark. Who knew Orochimaru had a live Otsutsuki in his hands and would eventually research out-batch replication black technology. Boruto trained with Jiraiya. His chakra surged due to the wedge's transformation, and he would soon be able to help Sasuke accomplish great things. This wave of Konoha directly borrowed all the hacks from the other world. During this time, just train well with me. Jiraiya wanted to teach Boruto more. Not just about training, but also about beliefs and thoughts. Next, high energy. The overpowered Konoha directly maximized combat power. Jiraiya learned of his fate in another world and didn't care at all. Once Orochimaru finishes the modifications, I will directly crush the Akatsuki. Sasuke was also doubling up on his hacks, first learning the Sage Art of the Dragon Cave, then combining it with Orochimaru's body modifications. Sage Art Rinnegan directly stacked up. Mayaboku's Dragon Cave was eager to curry favor, fearing Konoha would not give them face. Pay attention. A month later, Tobirama helped the wedge establish the time-space anchor point, turning it into a bridge between the two worlds. Orochimaru gave Sasuke a clone Rinnegan as a backup. If things go wrong, come back and call for help. Itachi also reminded, this is not the last time we meet. Sasuke and Boruto grabbed the wedge, preparing to return, but the time-space turbulence directly scattered the two. Sasuke quickly activated his enhanced heavenly hand power, tossing Boruto out. Wait, I'll be right there. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. How powerful is Sasuke now? He awakened the complete 6 Tomo Rinnegan, and his heavenly hand power can bind time and space. Orochimaru had thoroughly researched Otsutsuki, using it all to empower Sasuke. In Konoha, there was Hashirama as combat power, Tobirama doing research, and Orochimaru controlling the overall situation, simply a den of hacks. Sasuke returned to overturn his old fate, and no one could stop him. After awakening the complete 6 Tomo Rinnegan, Sasuke's heavenly hand power upgraded. Not only capable of shifting objects' positions, but also able to bind space within a certain range, preventing any spatial and temporal abilities. The power of the Kage's chakra has become the ultimate force of destruction, capable of tearing apart space. Next, high energy. The overpowered Sasuke crosses over and instantly fills the revenge script to the max. Boruto follows Sasuke back to the original world, only to land right in the middle of a major crisis. One move forces Naruto to activate his heavy particle mode, and the Nine Tails sacrifices itself. Momoshiki seizes the opportunity to possess Boruto, and in a moment of desperation, Sasuke's Rinnegan gets stabbed out. Konoha is instantly left in chaos, and Boruto, prepared for death, is ready to sacrifice himself, while Amato's medicine is utterly useless, making Naruto anxious and restless. Pay attention. Just as Sasuke is about to strike Boruto down, a temporal turbulence suddenly erupts. The overpowered Sasuke tears through space to return, crushing the scratched, old forehead protector on the spot. I'm no longer the weeping lone wolf. Boruto looks up in shock. Sasuke's eyes glimmer with blood-red Rinnegan, and his aura is explosive. It turns out that, in the turbulence, not only did he revive the Otsutsuki bloodline, but he also evolved his chakra to the point of being able to tear space. You would never guess. In the original plot, the weakened Sasuke makes a stunning comeback. Momoshiki, the remnants of Kinshiki, they're no match for him. He pats Boruto on the head. Don't worry. I'm here. He turns around and teleports to find Naruto, determined to regain control and reclaim everything Konoha has lost. The overpowered Uchiha never loses. And this time he crushes the entire scene. No one stands a chance. In the chaotic temporal turbulence, Sasuke's Rinnegan has evolved into the Rinnegan with 9 Tomo, radiating a faint blood color. Naruto. Next, high energy. The overpowered Sasuke directly escalates the chaos. Seeing Naruto, who has lost the 9 Tails and is left with only Sage mode, Sasuke frowns tightly and then relaxes. Being Hokage seems so frustrating for you. Losing power means you can only compromise. Verbal jutsu will eventually fail. Naruto still smiles foolishly. Everyone is happy. Isn't that good? Sasuke lays it all on the line. How about I take the position of Hokage? Pay attention. Naruto's pupils shake in shock. Are you joking? He thought Sasuke was just messing around. After all, Sasuke is a rogue ninja, and even if he's weak, he knows management better. Until Sasuke looks up and reveals his 9 Tomo Rinnegan, Naruto is completely stunned. How did that I recover? Just as he was about to use verbal jutsu to comfort him, a battle wave suddenly erupts outside the village. Boruto is about to be completely possessed by Momoshiki, and Kawaki awakens his power. Kodachi is being brutally beaten by the two. You would never guess. Boruto, possessed, retaliates with a Rasengan aimed at Naruto, and Kawaki immediately explodes in anger. Dare to touch my idol? Seeking death. The two start fighting, and Naruto teleports to intervene and mediate, while Kawaki threatens, I'll destroy anyone who harms you. Sasuke watches the show calmly from the sidelines, already devising a plan in his mind. This is the perfect opportunity to force Boruto and Momoshiki to merge. Now that he has maxed out his power, he is determined to overturn Naruto's old rules. He has set his sights on the Hokage position. No matter who it is, as long as they might harm you, I will eliminate them. Naruto. Next, high energy. The overpowered Sasuke directly pushes the high-stakes script to the max. Observing Kawaki, who is even more insane than Uchiha, Sasuke's gaze turns cold in an instant. Boruto realizes his fate and screams for someone to kill him. Kawaki shows no mercy in his actions, and Sasuke focuses intently. Until Boruto and Momoshiki successfully merge and his injuries heal, he finally breathes a sigh of relief. Kodachi seizes the chance to summon the modified diamond and makes a quick escape, while Naruto angrily scolds Sasuke. Why didn't you act just now? Pay attention. Sasuke suddenly bursts into laughter, his 9 Tomo Rinnegan shining brightly. Naruto, Give me the Hokage position. Otherwise, I will destroy Konoha and rebuild it. A terrifying chakra soars into the sky, shaking the entire Konoha. He instantly seals Kawaki, then throws Naruto and Shikamaru into a different space. He is fully aware Naruto's Hokage position is too frustrating. He eats instant noodles every day without real power, living in compromise, and it's high time he was eliminated. You would never guess. Sasuke grabs Boruto and rushes to the hospital, not caring how chaotic Konoha has become. What he wants is not to forcibly seize the Hokage position, but to take control of the Land of Fire, making everyone willingly offer up their positions. The hypocrisy and peace of the ninja world should have ended long ago. No one is born to stand above others, but from today onwards, Uchiha Sasuke will stand at the top, overturning the old order. He wants the people of Konoha to willingly elect him as Hokage. In the alternate space created by Sasuke, both Shikamaru and Naruto can clearly see every move he makes. Next, high energy. The overpowered Sasuke directly amplifies the sense of power. Konoha, leaderless and in panic, is shocked when Sasuke returns with the Daimese delegation. Followed by a massive convoy, Kakashi is temporarily filling in, while the two old pests, Tsunade and Mito, dare to question, is Naruto's disappearance or doing? The delegation immediately retorts, how dare you speak to the general like that? Do you want to sever ties with the Land of Fire? The two old men are instantly speechless. Pay attention, the delegation threatens. If Naruto isn't found, we will sanction Konoha and revoke its status as a ninja village. After saying that, they turn to leave, while Sasuke completely ignores those stubborn old fools. Konoha explodes in chaos. Public opinion flips dramatically. The villagers and ninjas are all in a panic. The Land of Fire is serious. Some begin to ponder, should we ask Sasuke for help? He is now a general. Even if the Uchiha clan is down to just two, Sasuke's eternal Mangekyou Sharingan is enough to shake the scene. You would never guess. When Sasuke gets home, he is immediately hugged by Sakura, and he gently reassures her, from now on, I will ensure you live better. Be prepared for the changes. Sakura nods in trust on the spot. This time, Sasuke is playing a high-level game, using the pressure from the Land of Fire on Konoha, forcing everyone to soften with public opinion. The once rogue ninja has now become Konoha's saving grace, and the satisfaction of hitting back is off the charts. Good. Sakura chooses to trust Sasuke. She can feel that he has changed. Next, high energy. The overpowered Sasuke directly amplifies the sense of oppression. The Land of Fire is constantly pressuring Konoha, and Sasuke wants to take Sakura and Sarada to escape, causing the higher-ups of Konoha to panic and send Kakashi and Tsunade to stop them. In the living room, Tsunade speaks first. You want to leave Konoha? The village needs you now. Sasuke sneers. When has Konoha ever welcomed me? The Land of Fire needs me, the Shogun. Pay attention. Sasuke instantly makes a harsh declaration. The next time we meet could be during the Land of Fire's campaign against Konoha. We will be enemies. Tsunade is trembling under his Nine-Tomo Rinnegan gaze, still trying to play the emotional card. The village has forgiven you for your past mistakes. Sasuke directly retorted. The Uchiha clan massacre has nothing to do with the village. You can't see the property being swallowed. In another dimension, Shikamaru was panicking. Run. Sasuke is going to become Hokage. Naruto, however, countered, what will happen if he becomes Hokage? You absolutely can't imagine it. Once a rogue ninja, now holding military power in the Land of Fire, the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan wreaked havoc. Konoha couldn't do without him. Tsunade and Kakashi couldn't stop him at all. This move by Sasuke was forcing Konoha to bow down. Either acknowledge him as the boss or wait to be crushed by the Land of Fire. The Uchiha's revenge and comeback were exhilarating. Sasuke becoming Hokage? Shikamaru found it hard to imagine. In the Fourth Great Ninja War, aside from the ancestors brought back by Edo Tensei, the main characters of the entire war were only two people, Naruto and Sasuke. Everyone else was merely background. Next, high energy. Traveling through time with cheat-like powers, Sasuke grasped the art of political maneuvering. Naruto, who compromised every day as Hokage, while Sasuke wandered outside, found that the two main characters couldn't match the ninja clans holding the benefits. Shikamaru sighed, looking at Naruto. Konoha owes the Uchiha clan. Tsunade and Kakashi couldn't stop Sasuke, only watching him take his family and flee with the envoy. The next day, the Land of Fire announced, dissolve Konoha. Sasuke leads the army to attack. The ninja world was watching. Is Konoha going to have an internal conflict again? Pay attention. Konoha instantly panicked. No one dared to resist. Everyone was figuring out how to compromise. Public opinion suddenly reversed. Sasuke becoming Hokage is right. He can stabilize the land of fire. This was all part of Sasuke's scheme. Soon, ninjas approached Sasuke to persuade him to join. Sasuke directly entered the alternate space to ask Naruto, "What do you choose?" Naruto completely laid back. "I agree. You're stronger than me. You absolutely can't imagine it." The missing Naruto suddenly appeared to resign, and Sasuke was crowned the 8th Hokage on the spot. The Land of Fire immediately changed its attitude, and the previous day's attacks became a joke. Once a rogue ninja, now serving as both general and Hokage, controlling the Land of Fire and Konoha. The satisfaction of this power trip was off the charts. Naruto returned and handed over the Hokage position to Sasuke. The Land of Fire's withdrawal and active goodwill relieved everyone, with many even grateful to Sasuke, who had attacked them just days before, for his mercy. Next, high energy. Traveling through time with cheat-like powers, Sasuke directly tightened his iron-fisted grip. Naruto worked diligently as Hokage, and if he missed once, he faced complaints. Sasuke, just days ago shouting to attack Konoha, was now supported as he laid down his sword. The two old pests, Tenten and Mito Minion, still dared to act tough. The Hokage's word doesn't count. Sasuke opened his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, instantly silencing them. The Umbu entered, perplexed, and Sasuke casually remarked, "I'm older now. Couldn't catch my breath." Pay attention. Everyone in Konoha understood it was Sasuke's doing, yet no one dared to speak up. Sasuke then sent a huge sum of money to Naruto. "This is from the two advisors, to make up for you." Naruto still stubbornly replied, "Don't think you can corrupt me with money." Naruto requested to spare Kawaki, but Sasuke flatly refused Amato. "That guy is not trustworthy. Bring Orochimaru to seal his bloodline." Boruto stared at Sasuke, now Hokage, dumbfounded. This time travel was worth it. You absolutely can't imagine it. Orochimaru saw Sasuke and immediately gave a thumbs up. Congratulations on becoming Hokage. The former rogue ninja was now the unquestioned leader of Konoha, and the old advisor's words were final. Power was fully in his grasp. This move showed everyone with strength. Whoever is not convinced will be crushed. And now Konoha's rules are set by him. Looking at Orochimaru, Sasuke felt very complicated. The changes in another world were all because of Orochimaru. "I need your help. Can you join me in changing Konoha?" Next, high energy. Traveling through time with cheat-like powers, Sasuke directly filled the reform script. Orochimaru took his hand and joined the management team, transforming Konoha into Sasuke's personal military force and securing huge financial support from the Land of Fire. Sasuke then stripped Kawaki of his Otsutsuki bloodline, turning him into an ordinary person. "I'll spare you for Naruto's sake." He then captured clones, hoarding strength, preparing to overturn the entire ninja world. Meanwhile, Itachi learned about the Uchiha massacre in another world and swore, "This tragedy will never happen again." Pay attention. The ninja world suddenly exploded with big news. The Sand Village successfully revolted. Loza watched Konoha's moves and directly copied them, swiftly crushing the feudal lord of the Land of Wind. Previously, the Sand Village was the weakest of the 5 great shinobi villages. Now, after seizing control of the country, Loza exclaimed, "I've never fought such a rich war." In contrast, the Cloud and Rock villages were still negotiating with their feudal lords, directly being left in the dust by the Sand Village. You absolutely can't imagine it. While Sasuke was still plotting big moves, the Sand Village took the initiative. The old order of the ninja world was thoroughly disrupted, and Sasuke smiled. "This is just what I want." He planned to use this chaos to reshape the entire world into his desired form. Once a rogue ninja, now holding Konoha and the Land of Fire, his next move was to take action against other ninja villages. This unstoppable power was beyond anyone's ability to hinder. The rich are feasting while the poor freeze to death. The productivity of the ninja world is actually not as low as imagined, partly due to the existence of ninjutsu, and partly because the level of technology is much higher than thought. Next, high energy. Traveling through time with cheat-like powers, Konoha directly seized control of the ninja world's layout. The feudal lords of the fire, water, and wind countries were all crushed, while the feudal lords of the lightning and earth countries were terrified. Ordinary people can't compete with ninjas. The Sand Village's Loza immediately admitted defeat, bringing Gaara and Temari to visit Konoha, showing sincerity. "We acknowledge you as our leader." Orochimaru looked down on them. "You think you can just come? It's not that easy. Pay attention." Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to Orochimaru in the lab as he revealed explosive information. The Otsutsuki genes have all plant characteristics and can even absorb planetary power to evolve. But this clan is extremely cruel. Those of lower status must feed the god tree. Sarutobi laughed. The Uchiha and the Senju are all juniors. Konoha can easily handle them. He was already in the late foundation building stage, soon to reach the core formation stage, his strength directly crushing the level of Hashirama. You absolutely can't imagine it. Konoha now feels like a den of cheats. Sasuke controls the military and pushes reforms. Orochimaru researches Otsutsuki black technology, and Sarutobi is rapidly achieving immortality. The Sand Village bowing down was just the beginning. Sasuke's next step was to sweep through the ninja world. Konoha now stood at the top of the ninja world. Anyone who came had to call him Big Brother, dominating the scene without negotiation. Now, Shursui still had no clue and could only continue to build up strength. Orochimaru shared a lot with Sarutobi, including Konoha's plans and development, as well as plans for the alternate world. Next, high energy, traveling through time with cheat-like powers. Konoha directly filled its ambitions. Orochimaru and Sarutobi agreed. Once the research matures, we'll explore the alternate world, with Jiraiya leading the way. Sarutobi immediately instructed, if it's dangerous, blow up the space-time nodes. Konoha was no longer a soft target. Kinshiki was transformed into a smaller version of Kaguya, ready to kill Gaku and unlock all the powers of Yomi. Pay attention. Jiraiya lay on the experimental table, asking Orochimaru, help me extend my life. Orochimaru laughed. Consider it done. I'll give you a fusion of sage arts and Otsutsuki bloodline. RGA was also captured as material. His ability to absorb natural energy became treasure. Jiraiya's eyes lit up. My tales of heroes are not over yet. Meanwhile, the Sand Village envoy entered the Land of Fire, looking at the good environment and feeling envious. Why is the Land of Fire so rich? You absolutely can't imagine it. Konoha was now attacking on both fronts, building up combat power through reforms while plotting expansion into the alternate world. Kinshiki could destroy time and space. Jiraiya aimed to evolve into Sage Otsutsuki, and Sasuke was still plotting big moves to sweep the ninja world. The small ambitions of the Sand Village were utterly insignificant. Konoha now stood at the top of the ninja world food chain, crushing anyone who came. Why does the Land of Fire enjoy such an environment? But they couldn't fight back. They had just taken the Land of Wind and were eager to pledge loyalty to Konoha. Next, high energy, traveling through time with cheat-like powers. Konoha directly increased its deterrent force. Loza cursed inwardly but dared not speak. I can't fight back, yet I have to play the fool. This job as Kazekage is too hard. In a single sentence from Konoha, he has to obediently bring Gaara to be controlled, just because of the commotion caused by Otsutsuki. All the Jinchuriki in the ninja world, except for someone as tough as Kisame, have to listen to Konoha. Raza pondered secretly. Maybe being killed by Orochimaru would actually be a good thing for Gaara? Pay attention. The Raikage and Inoki from the Earth Country panicked. Sunagakure has already latched onto Konoha's thigh. If they don't act now, it will be too late. Inoki and A were so anxious they were jumping up and down, wanting to rebel but afraid of failure. After all, they could still wrestle with Konoha in the past. But now Konoha is directly crushing them. When the Sunagakure delegation arrived in Konoha, they were stunned. This ISNTA village, it's clearly a ninja metropolis. Ordinary people treat ninjas with utmost respect. The stark contrast with Sunagakure's numerous conflicts is simply a different scene. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The more Raza looked, the more envious he became. Konoha's model is just too impressive. I must copy this when I get back. As a result, the group waited for half the day in the Hokage building without even seeing Orochimaru, and Chiyo was so angry she cursed. Konoha is too arrogant. But no matter how angry, it's useless. After all, Konoha is now the overlord of the ninja world, and Sunagakure can only swallow their anger. This time, Konoha used strength to tell you. Don't accept it? Just hold it in. Konoha is indeed too arrogant. Chiyo's words resonated with the Sunagakure ninjas. Since they entered Konoha, no one has looked at them properly, which made them feel very unbalanced. Next, prepare for high energy. Konoha, which has crossed over and gained power, directly raised their domineering aura to the maximum. The Sunagakure ninjas were all holding back their anger. Why is no one looking at us? Raza quickly stopped them. Don't seek death. Konoha's strength is 10 streets ahead of us. Orochimaru arrived late and didn't even regard them. Just sending a random Uchiha with a Sharingan could easily crush Sunagakure. Raza smiled and said they would cooperate. But Orochimaru directly soul-queried. What qualifications do you have to cooperate with Konoha? Pay attention. The Sunagakure crowd was instantly silenced, and Raza felt immense pressure but could only endure. Orochimaru threw out conditions, opened the borders, and listened to Konoha's orders. Raza gritted his teeth and agreed, but after Orochimaru finished speaking, he turned around and left, not even bothering to be polite. The Sunagakure group was all dumbfounded. This is too disrespectful. Even more outrageous was yet to come. Konoha directly notified. Gaara will stay as a hostage, and will only leave when he is strong enough. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Raza was secretly pleased. Just right, I find his son unpleasant. The Sunagakure ninjas were even angrier, but had no way out. After all, Konoha is the current boss of the ninja world. This time, Orochimaru clearly understood how to crush them. Sunagakure could only obediently be the little brother, with no temper at all. Konoha's hegemony was fully on display. Don't accept it? Then we'll beat you until you do. Having already agreed to Konoha's conditions, they could only continue to accept the conditions Konoha proposed, just as Raza was very dissatisfied with Gaara. The sealing of Sunagakure is incomplete if they are not careful. The One-Tails could break free. Next, prepare for high energy. Konoha, which has crossed over and gained power, directly maximized its control. Raza, looking at Gaara unfavorably, immediately agreed to leave him and Temari, Kankuro, as hostages. As soon as they separated, the sealing team rushed in, and Uzumaki Yukino used the adamantine sealing to bind Gaara in seconds. Behave yourself. The sealing was strengthened on the spot, and the One-Tails immediately cowered. Konoha is full of big shots. Going berserk is just looking for death. Raza wanted to find a place for the kids, but was directly stunned by Konoha's housing prices. Buying a small broken house could buy half a street in Sunagakure. Pay attention. Orochimaru was brewing a big move in the lab, transforming Jiraiya by soaking him in a tank. He must be turned into Konoha's strongest weapon. The three ninjas are finally going to cause trouble together. After Raza signed the cooperation agreement, he slipped away, leaving the three kids to enter Konoha's ninja school. On the surface to learn things, but in reality to act as spies. However, Sunagakure's broken ninja school is simply incomparable to Konoha. Ordinary ninjas, they're just cannon fodder. After being beaten, Gaara completely behaved and even restrained his cold demeanor towards his siblings. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Kimogakure and Nawagakure were so anxious they were jumping up and down, and began plotting a rebellion. But the most panicked were the Akatsuki organization and Black Zetsu. All the Jinchuriki are in Konoha, and the plan to collect tailed beasts has directly fallen through. Konoha is now the overlord of the ninja world, doing whatever it wants. And this crushing operation has left the opponents in despair. The strength of the ninja villages is getting stronger, and with more Jinchuriki in Konoha, how should the Akatsuki organization proceed with their plan? Black Zetsu no longer relies on Nagato, but is thinking of ways to resurrect Uchiha Obito. Next, prepare for high energy. Konoha, which has crossed over and gained power, directly maximized the sense of oppression. Black Zetsu became more and more anxious. Even if they resurrect Obito and Kagaya, can they defeat the current Konoha? Obito was also completely bewildered. How can we still carry out the infinite Tsukuyomi? The Akatsuki organization is even more struggling, unable to provoke a war, unable to recruit strong talents. Their plans are all stuck. Suddenly, the Rain Village ninjas reported anxiously. They caught a few people from Konoha. They were digging up Hanzo's grave. Pain's pupils shook. Konoha's hand has even reached into the Rain Village. Pay attention. Pain and Conan hurried to take a look, and two Konoha Chunin shouted arrogantly, "Hurry up and release us. Otherwise, Konoha's army will flatten the land of rain." This boast shook the heavens, and the Rain Village ninjas were so angry they wanted to take action. Pain almost used Shinra Tensei to eliminate them. Conan quickly held him back. Don't be impulsive. First, lock them up and send a messenger to Konoha to apologize. Who doesn't know that Konoha is a hard nut to crack now? Digging graves is this bold, all relying on the support of Konoha behind them. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The once nightmare of the ninja world, the Akatsuki organization. Now it doesn't even dare to touch a few Konoha Chunin. Black Zetsu was so troubled his head was about to explode. Obito's dream of a perfect world shattered into pieces, and Pain could only endure. Konoha's hegemony was fully displayed, using strength to tell everyone, "My people I protect. My rules I set, don't accept it? Just wait to be crushed." Originally, the Land of Rain existed as a buffer zone between great powers. Now, Konoha has swallowed up many small countries, and all the great countries are in internal chaos. the Wind Country bows down to Konoha, and the rebellions in the Earth and Lightning countries are ongoing, with Inoki and A already unable to sit still. Next, prepare for high energy. Konoha, which has crossed over and gained power, directly maximized their presence. Pain captured Konoha Chunin, but could only send a messenger to seek peace, not daring to take action. On the other side, Orochimaru decided Jiraiya's transformation is complete. As Jiraiya opened his eyes, he directly unlocked the Golden Rinnegan, instantly entering Sage mode, and his chakra exploded. Orochimaru smiled and suggested, "Go to the Rain Village to deal with the Akatsuki organization. By the way, capture Obito and Black Zetsu." "Pay attention," Jiraiya declared. "Nagato, Konan is my student. I must take her back to Konoha. Tsunade is no longer the medical ninja of the past, following Sarutobi Hiruzen to cultivate and change fate. Konoha doesn't regard the Akatsuki organization at all. Even Otsutsuki Kagaya has been targeted by Orochimaru. Why not unseal her and capture her for research?" The Rain Village's messenger waited anxiously in Konoha, not daring to say a harsh word. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The once three ninjas are now all top tier. Konoha swallows small countries, oppresses great powers, and sees the Akatsuki organization as mere small fry. Jiraiya, with the Rinnegan and Sage mode, is going to deal with his students. This is definitely a dimensional strike. Konoha's hegemony is now unstoppable, and the ninja world is about to change. We already know the situation. Someone will go to the Rain Village to connect with you. Is that it? How should this matter be handled? After all, they came to our village to dig graves. Next, prepare for high energy. Konoha, which has crossed over and gained power, directly maximized their arrogance. The Rain Village's messenger was so angry he was jumping up and down. While Konoha ninjas turned and walked away, what can you do? Konoha is now digging graves for resources everywhere. The graves of the daimyos and nobles have all been raided. Fattening them up. After unlocking the Golden Rinnegan and perfect Sage mode, Jiraiya charged towards the Rain Village. "I must bring back Nagato and Konan. Pay attention." The entire Rain Village was on high alert, with Obito and Kakuzu all present, and Nagato sent out the 6 paths of pain to confront them. Jiraiya saw through the truth at a glance. "Nagato, don't hide behind." Nagato was furious. "Are you here representing Konoha? They are digging up our graves." Jiraiya sneered. "The Akatsuki and Konoha cannot coexist. I'm here to wake you up." The former master and disciple have completely torn apart their relationship. With Pain's 6 paths ready for battle, and a great war is about to break out. You would never expect it. The current Jiraiya is absolutely not to be underestimated. His Rinnegan and Sage mode create a double explosion, and his chakra level directly overwhelms everything. The ninja world criticizes Konoha as the source of chaos, but Konoha stands strong with its power. Nagato still thought he could turn the tide with Pain, not realizing that Jiraiya has long since reached the level of a king. In this duel between master and disciple, Jiraiya is clearly dominating. However, at that time, Jiraiya really could not take all 3 of them to Konoha. Just being willing to spend time teaching them was already a lot. What Nagato absolutely did not expect was that after arriving in this time, Sasuke revealed all the intelligence he knew about the ninja world. Next, high energy. Jiraiya, having crossed over and gained power, directly opened a god perspective. He saw through the Akatsuki's secrets. For him, Zabuza was nothing more than an ant. Jiraiya summoned Gamabunta and looked at Pain's 6 paths with a cold smile. "You dare call 6 corpses gods?" He raised his hand and created black rods, striking down the Azura path, suppressing all summoned beasts. Nagato was stunned. How could Konoha create black rods? Pay attention. Obito and Kakuzu were all terrified. Kakuzu remembered the first Hokage and trembled, while Zabuza just wanted to run away. "We can't win this fight," Jiraiya declared on the spot. "Today, I will wipe you all out." Nagato panicked and ordered Devapath to use Shinra Tensei. "Feel my pain." You would never expect it. Jiraiya simply raised his hand to copy Shinra Tensei. The 2 techniques collided, leaving the entire audience dumbfounded. The Akatsuki members collectively broke down. Jiraiya not only knew their backgrounds, but could even use the Rinnegan's powerful techniques. This was not a master-disciple duel. It was clearly a dimensional suppression. Konoha's power had reached an unparalleled level. The Akatsuki was likely to be wiped out today. Nagato looked at Jiraiya, who was using the same techniques as him, and completely panicked. This was not a foe of the same level at all. But what Pain never expected was that Jiraiya also extended his hand and used the exact same technique. Jiraiya's Golden Rinnegan shocked everyone. Next, high energy. Jiraiya, having crossed over and gained power, directly raised the sense of oppression to the max. The whole audience was confused. Rinnegan? How does he have it too? Jiraiya instantly switched to perfect sage mode, his chakra dispersing the continuous rain, and Nagato's Rain Tiger Freedom technique instantly shattered. Facing the flying Deva Path Pain, he declared, "Let me show you what true Shinra Tensei is." Nagato was terrified. If we keep fighting, the Hidden Rain village will be gone. Pay attention. Obito and Kurizetsu ran away on the spot. Obito phasing to dodge the attack, and Kurizetsu disappearing underground. The two seasoned veterans ran faster than anyone. Jiraiya turned his attention to Zabuza and Kakuzu. Zabuza, the beheading sword belongs to Konoha. Before he finished speaking, he unleashed a Rasengan that struck Kakuzu's heart, then swiftly broke Zabuza's sword. Konan anxiously advised Nagato, "Don't hold on any longer." Jiraiya slowed his tone. "Cooperate, and we can spare the Hidden Rain, otherwise I'll flatten it." You would never expect it. The entire Akatsuki was in a state of explosion. Kakuzu's legs were weak, and he didn't dare move. And Zabuza was trembling with his grip on the sword. Nagato looked at Jiraiya's world-destroying chakra, sinking into despair. His proud godly power was a joke in front of his teacher. Jiraiya didn't give them a chance to resist, casually throwing two black rods that pinned Zabuza and Kakuzu to the spot, unable to move. This crushing operation directly rubbed the Akatsuki into the ground. He casually threw out two black rods, pinning Zabuza and Kakuzu in place. Jiraiya then summoned a space portal behind him. Next, high energy. Jiraiya, having crossed over and gained power, directly activated the Yellow Springs by Orisaka, sucking Deva Path Pain into another space. He flashed to Nagato's room, frowning at the withered state of the other party. "You used the Rinnegan to get yourself into this state?" Nagato, breaking down, shouted, "You don't understand pain? How many floors does a bag of rice have to carry?" Still wanting to argue, Jiraiya directly threw out the truth. "That Rinnegan is not yours at all. Pay attention." Jiraiya dropped a bombshell. "You are just a pawn of Kurizetsu and Obito. Collecting tailed beasts is just working for others." Nagato was completely stunned. The godly power he was proud of turned out to be a lie. A lifetime of struggle was all a joke. Jiraiya pressed on. "Come back to Konoha with me. Only by breaking the lies can you grasp your destiny." Konan had already given up, not daring to speak throughout. You would never expect it. The once invincible leader of the Akatsuki is now being held in place, unable to argue back. Jiraiya's move not only crushed them with force, but also directly destroyed their beliefs. Nagato looked at his hands, then at Jiraiya's golden Rinnegan, completely collapsing. He realized he had always been a joke. Konoha's power truly had no equal. It could even shatter the opponent's spirit. If it weren't for being a member of the Uzumaki clan, with unimaginable vitality, he would have surely died long ago. Looking at the suddenly confused Nagato and Konan, Jiraiya sighed. Was he not also confused? Next, high energy. Jiraiya, having crossed over and gained power, directly laid down the cards. "I already knew the child of prophecy was Naruto, but that ending is just nonsense." He broke fate on the spot. Strength is the true path, and Konoha is the god of the ninja world. Nagato stubbornly resisted. "Why should the Hidden Rain be governed by Konoha? This is our hard work." Jiraiya coldly retorted. "Is it because of her nearly drained body? Can it withstand war?" Pay attention. Jiraiya directly took control of the initiative. "You have already lost. You have no right to negotiate." Nagato instantly broke down, his beliefs completely collapsing. "I lost." Konan immediately took the hint to arrange the handover, knowing full well, if they don't cling to Konoha's thigh, the Hidden Rain will eventually perish. Now, the small ninja villages in the ninja world were all panicking, crying and shouting to join Konoha, but Konoha didn't even want them. You would never expect it. The once unstoppable leader of the Akatsuki can now only sit in a wheelchair and admit defeat. Jiraiya looked at him and softened his tone. "Come back to Konoha with me. I'll continue to teach you." The body of Yahiko was still there, and the comparison was heart-wrenching. Konoha's operation was too top-notch. Not only did they crush with force, but they also directly dismantled the opponent's beliefs, making the integration of the Hidden Rain feel like child's play. Other forces in the ninja world were left dumbfounded. Who would dare to challenge Konoha again? As the defeated Nagato could only accept it, he no longer had the belief of invincibility. "I will temporarily seal your Rinnegan. After we return to Konoha, I will give you a brand new pair of eyes." Next, high energy. Jiraiya, having crossed over and gained power, directly painted a bright future for Nagato. Those eyes were never yours. Keeping them will only drain your life. He tossed out an olive branch. Uzumaki Yakina Kagaya and Naruto are all in Konoha. Your clan is waiting to restore its name. Nagato's dim eyes instantly lit up. He realized he was not alone. Konan quickly finalized the handover of the Hidden Rain, and Jiraiya used Yellow Springs by Orisaka to teleport everyone to Konoha's gates, causing a commotion. It's Lord Jiraiya. Pay attention. Now, Jiraiya is a top star in Konoha, with the 3 Sannin in power, leading the village to become the pinnacle of the ninja world. He casually handed Kakazu and Zabuza over to Sai. Interrogate them and send them to Orochimaru for modification. Kakazu was instantly paralyzed with fear. The rumors about Orochimaru conducting human experiments are true. Zabuza, on the other hand, was resigned. I expected this day to come. Now, Bai is thriving in Konoha, no longer a mere tool to be manipulated, grabbing 2 rogue ninjas and heading to the interrogation department. You would never expect it. The once nightmare of the ninja world, the Akatsuki, now has its leader incorporated, and its subordinates are about to be modified. Konoha's technology combined with ninjutsu is directly maxed out. Orochimaru's modification techniques make enemies tremble, and ordinary ninjas can also find a sense of belonging. Other forces in the ninja world were left dumbfounded. Unable to win, they still surrendered. Konoha's operation was too ruthless. Nagato followed Jiraiya down the streets of Konoha. Looking at the prosperous scene, completely accepting, it was the true form of peace. Now, in the hands of the enemy, there was nothing that could be done. The modifications would depend on whether they could contribute to Konoha. Without any special merits, most of their powers would be sealed away and sent to farm. Next, high energy. The overpowered Konoha directly brings a new twist to punishment. Kakuzu and Zabuza are left dumbfounded. Farming? What kind of operation is this? Haku is secretly delighted. The reclamation team has gained 2 new strong members. The vast wasteland of the ninja world relies on rogue ninjas using ninjutsu for transformation. This is the correct way to use ninjutsu. Nagato, Konan, and Jiraiya stroll through Konoha, eyeing the bustling scene with envy, yet feeling conflicted. This prosperity is built on chaos. Pay attention. As soon as they arrive at the Hokage building, Orochimaru declares, "Hand over the Rinnegan for village management, and I will help you restore your vitality." He reassures Nagato, "Amage Cure will still be under your control, but you must be loyal to Konoha." Nagato suddenly understands. Konoha is fighting against the Otsutsuki. This is true justice. All previous worries were unnecessary. Jiraiya turns to Konan and says, "Go seek out Uchiha Kagami. She's living alone. You absolutely won't believe it." The former leader of Akatsuki is now obediently following Konoha's arrangements. 2 fierce rogue ninjas are going to become farmers. Konoha's operation is too brilliant. Subdue you and then give you a way out, while also engaging in construction. Other forces in the ninja world are left dumbfounded. This isn't bullying at all. It's clear that everything is under control. Orochimaru has his eyes on Nagato's Rinnegan, already plotting. This is great material for studying the Otsutsuki. After these days, Uchiha Kagami has recognized this village founded by the Uchiha in Senju. In fact, as long as you're a ninja, once you come to Konoha, there's no one who doesn't like living here. Next, high energy. The overpowered Konoha directly raises the living standards to the ceiling of the ninja world. The best treatment, the most stability, and ample resources. Uchiha Kagami is completely immersed. This life is 100 times better than Amage Cure. Who wants a defect? Sure Sway, using his Mangeki Sharingan and Flying Thunder God, is like a mobile suit. There's no way to escape. Konan goes to catch up with Kagami, while Nagato obediently lies down waiting for Orochimaru's transformation. The once cool Akatsuki is now totally a thing of the past. Pay attention. Obito and Black Zetsu have become like rats crossing the street, hiding in the grass village and not daring to breathe. Obito is still thinking about getting his eyes back, while Black Zetsu is almost bald from worry. Konoha has already produced Rinnegan. Reviving Kagaya is pointless. The 2 are so anxious that they can't even breathe. When suddenly someone approaches, Black Zetsu is scared out of his wits. "Otsutsuki Ishiki? You actually didn't die. You absolutely won't believe it." Just after cleaning up Akatsuki, another ruthless Otsutsuki appears. Obito is left stunned, his legs weak. But does Konoha fear anyone? The current Konoha is the top dog of the ninja world, with Uchiha everywhere and Rinnegan in hand. Whether you're a rogue ninja or an extraterrestrial big shot, one will be crushed. This plot twist is explosive. The ninja world war is likely to escalate to a cosmic level. He actually didn't die? Kagaya looks at Black Zetsu and smiles slightly. Next, high energy. Otsutsuki Ishiki strikes and instantly kills. The black chakra rod pierces Black Zetsu, who instantly withers to dust, not even able to say, "I haven't," before disappearing. Obito watches in shock, not daring to make a sound. Ishiki turns to Obito and paints a grand vision. Infinite Tsukuyomi is a scam. Stick with me, and I can help you resurrect Rin, and we can take revenge on the ninja world. Pay attention. Obito is instantly hit at his weak spot, and the two, each with their own agendas, form an alliance to cause trouble. They directly establish a shell organization, intending to find a vessel to help Ishiki revive and then challenge Konoha. But they don't know that Konoha has already become the overlord of the ninja world, casually using Rinnegan and Flying Thunder God. These two sewer rats are simply seeking their own demise. Even more thrilling news. The ninja world is completely in chaos. Lightning and Earth Daimyo suddenly band together and declare war on Awagakure and Kimogakure. The countries and ninja villages are suspicious of each other. Everyone wants to strike, but fears being the first to suffer. You should know that Konoha and the Land of Wind have already taken down the daimyo through assassination and jinjutsu, now that it's out in the open. The situation is spiraling out of control. You absolutely won't believe it. Just as Akatsuki is cooled down, the Shell organization and major countries are in a chaotic battle. But Konoha remains as steady as a mountain. After all, their strength is evident. Whether you're an Otsutsuki remnant or a rebellious nation, one will be crushed. Obito and Ishiki still want to cause an overthrow? Purely wishful thinking. However, when rebellion is placed on the table, the situation changes. At the same time, the common people of the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning become more resistant to ninjas. Once internal strife begins, the result is only one. Both sides suffer losses. Next, high energy. The overpowered Konoha directly becomes a safe haven in the ninja world. Raza is glad that the Land of Wind has found the right ally, better than internal strife. Today is Gaara's first day of school. Temari and Kankuro are on edge. Don't lose it. Naruto enthusiastically approaches. I'm a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Gaara's face darkens instantly. Why is it that as a Jinchuriki, you're so cheerful? He turns and leaves, not daring to lose his cool. Pay attention. Konoha's ninja school is full of monstrous geniuses. Gaara finds the three Suna geniuses directly inadequate. Haku and Kinemon have just graduated and can take him down with ease. Kinemon has been transformed into an Otsutsuki. When Haku glares, Gaara breaks out in a cold sweat. The Umbu and Uchiha are keeping a close watch. Any slight movement will be crushed. The Nine-Tails has long been trained by Itachi. When seeing the One-Tail, he still talks tough, ridiculous raccoon, but he only dares to grumble in his heart. You absolutely won't believe it. The once little demon of Sunagakure now directly turns into a good boy in Konoha. It's not that he doesn't want to explode. He really can't win. Konoha's bloodline and technology are fully loaded. Manjiki Sharingan, Rinnegan are everywhere, and Otsutsuki transformations are common. Gaara realizes staying honest in Konoha is the only way to keep his life. Therefore, Gaara is very honest. Given the current situation, he doesn't dare to act rashly, let alone go on a killing spree. However, according to the current trend, once the next generation of ninjas grows up, they will basically forget these past hatreds. Next, high energy. The overpowered Konoha directly raises the scale to a cosmic level. After dealing with Akatsuki, they immediately launch an interdimensional exploration plan. Can't beat them? No. It's about finding a retreat and robbing resources in advance. Orochimaru gathers the higher-ups for a meeting, exploring other worlds. Raise your hand if you're willing to take risks. The whole room raises their hands in seconds, unanimously passed. This execution power is simply explosive. Pay attention. The exploration team is configured like a king bomb. Jiraiya brings Rinnegan and Zuki. Shursui uses Flying Thunder God Koto Amatsukami. Kisame and Ao bring their ninja swords for extra output. Konoha instantly enters a state of war readiness, with a large number of ninjas gathering in the Land of Water. The Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning are terrified and only dare to breathe when they see Konoha shifting its focus. This is the pressure Konoha exudes. You absolutely won't believe it. Kirigakure has long been completely subdued by Konoha. The villagers are living better and better. And even the water-style ninjas are actively volunteering to help explore. After all, Konoha gives too much. Curing diseases, providing technology, improving treatment. Who still wants to rebel? In contrast, the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning are mutually undermining each other during their internal strife. It's like bronze-level players watching a king-level show-off. Konoha not only crushes the ninja world, but also aims to cause trouble in other worlds. This cheat is simply outrageous. What kind of world is it, exactly? A comic world, a fantasy world, or perhaps a technological world? The fighting power of the Naruto world is not the strongest, but it definitely isn't the weakest either. Next, high energy. The overpowered Konoha directly arranges the interdimensional exploration clearly. Sarutobi Hiruzen hands Jiraiya a magical jade pendant and a healing elixir. And Jiraiya boldly declares, aside from the Otsutsuki, who can beat me? Tsunade reminds him to return safely. While the first and second Hokage are anxious, you're taking too big a step, you'll fall. But no one listens. Konoha is no longer something the old guard can understand. Pay attention. Konohamaru's ship powers full speed ahead into the deep sea, with the Zero Tails and Four Tails providing power. And in no time, they reach the spatial node. Jiraiya activates his golden Rinnegan and locks onto the target. Zuki can open the door, and Amaterasu can stabilize and explode. Orochimaru is even bolder, if all goes well. He can directly create an island. The sky-shattering stars strike the foundation, and the Earth-style ninjas come to renovate. Building islands at sea is like child's play. You absolutely can't imagine it. Konoha is showing off to the extreme, exploring other worlds while providing infrastructure packages. The first and second Hokage are left dumbfounded. This kind of power was something they wouldn't even dare to dream of back in their day. Jiraiya guarantees the intelligence network will be up in no time. With this setup, even if there are strong enemies in the other world, they could be crushed directly. Konoha's hacks have reached a cross-dimensional level. Who can stop them? All that's needed is to let the wielder of the Rinnegan use the sky-shattering stars, and then have the Earth-style ninjas come to make adjustments and repairs. As long as the specific situation of the other world is determined, Konoha will build islands here, and even relocating islands from other places is not impossible. Next, high energy. The Konoha team, equipped with cheats for crossing dimensions, turns the exploration of another world into an infrastructure game. Orochimaru declares, once the situation is confirmed, we will build islands, or even move them. Jiraiya and the others ride a Chakra-powered boat through the space portal, arriving in the new world in just 10 minutes. Shursui tries flying Thunder God and frowns immediately. I'll be drained of all my chakra when I get back. He tosses a kunai into the ocean to mark the coordinates, details nailed. Pay attention. The four are speeding across the sea, with Kisame as the power source. Chakra flowing abundantly. After a day of sailing with nothing but deserted islands, just when they were getting bored, Jiraiya suddenly shouts, "Look at the sky." A seagull wearing a hat and carrying a backpack is charging towards them. He raises his hand and uses universal pull to grab the bird onto the ship. What the? Delivering newspapers? But here comes the more outrageous part. They open the newspaper and everyone is stunned. The writing is actually the same as in the ninja world. So the entire universe speaks neon language? After being caught, the newsbird flaps around wildly, and Shursui understands. It wants to sell news for money. The Konoha team just arrived in the other world and unlocked an intelligence source. Their luck is through the roof. With the configuration of the Rinnegan and Flying Thunder God, no matter what monsters they encounter, they can crush them. This exploration of the other world is stabilized. Perhaps this bird is similar to a summoning beast. Selling newspapers over the ocean? Hearing Shursui's words, the news bird nods vigorously. It has encountered all sorts of strange guests in the ocean. But a newspaper only costs 100 berries, and no one would offend the news bird over such a small amount of money, losing access to information forever. Next, high energy. The Konoha team, crossing dimensions, directly slams the news bird with golden leaves. Shursui pulls out a golden leaf, exchanged for intelligence and maps. The news bird's eyes widen like bronze bells, and after guaranteeing, it quickly flies away. Kisame complains, "It won't run away, right?" As a result, it returns after a while with a pile of books. This efficiency is incredible. Pay attention. The four read the newspaper in shock. Bounty notice? ISNT, this the Ninja World S currency exchange. Straw Hat Luffy has a bounty of 300 million, and everyone laughs on the spot. ISNT it great to catch him for money? After finishing reading the Enlightenment book, they're even more shocked. Eating the devil fruit makes one stronger, and they don't fear the sea? Celestial dragons acting like world nobles? Kisame is furious. This world is too degenerate. You absolutely can't imagine it. After studying the map, Jiraiya decides, let us go to Water 7, and he boldly declares that he wants to catch a devil fruit for Orochimaru to study. Someone asks who is stronger, Whitebeard or him, and Jiraiya laughs. We'll know once we fight. With Konoha's configuration, Rinnegan Flying Thunder, Godmaster of Ninja Swords, don't even mention the 4 Emperors of Pirates. Even if celestial dragons come, they could be crushed directly. This exploration of another world is simply a dimensional strike. After reading these books and intelligence and gaining a simple understanding of this world, Jiraiya made a decision. Luffy has grown quite a bit. If possible, I still prefer you to become a Navy officer. Next, high energy. The Konoha team, crossing dimensions, directly stops a naval warship. Kisame gets excited when he sees the ship pouring chakra and rushing up, thinking about finding the fishmen. Carp senses 3 monstrous presences and his pupils tremble. 3 auras are like monsters. The decks of both sides confront each other, and Gazuki Moon directly challenges. Just an old man? The Navy instantly erupts. This is Navy hero, Vice Admiral Carp. Pay attention. Shursui steps forward to explain. We are from Konoha, asking for directions to Water 7. Carp looks puzzled. Never heard of it. Stopping a warship is a serious crime. His fists crackle, itching for a fight. Jiraiya grins playfully, calculating clearly in his heart. Just right to test the combat power of this world against the Navy. The Konoha team is on high alert. Rinnegan, Flying Thunder God, and Water Transformation Technique ready at any moment, just waiting for the other side to make a move. You absolutely can't imagine it. The Ninja World S hacks collide with the Navy S legend. Carp doesn't even know what a tough character he is facing. Someone who can use the yellow springs and instantly kill. If a fight breaks out, Carp's Iron Fist might encounter the Rinnegan's Universal Pull. The Konoha team is not afraid at all, no matter what Navy hero or Vice Admiral. They can crush them one by one, and a dimensional strike is just that exhilarating. Jiraiya is very happy. He has already made up his mind. Right here, let this world know of Konoha's existence. Next, high energy. Jiraiya boldly declares, let this world know the power of Konoha. He introduces himself, one of the legendary 3 ninjas. The white-haired boy Jiraiya. Carp can't stand it and grabs a cannonball to throw at them. Shursui instantly forms seals, fire style, great dragon fire technique. 3 fire dragons head straight for the warship. Carp uses his haki to disperse the fire dragons with every punch, roaring. Dare to provoke the Navy? You will become the world's public enemy. Jiraiya laughs. Konoha has long been everyone's enemy. We're not afraid of one more. Pay attention. Carp gets more and more excited, pointing to a nearby island. Let us compare over there. He is secretly calculating. With such strong people, it would be great to recruit them into the Navy. Jiraiya immediately agrees, eager to test the world's combat ceiling. The Navy is in an uproar. These strangely dressed guys can't possibly not know that Carp is the one who defeated Rox and forced the Pirate King to have nowhere to escape. They actually dare to take the challenge. You absolutely can't imagine it. The Ninja World S hacks face off against the Navy hero, and this showdown is explosive. Jiraiya S Golden Rinnegan is secretly charging, ready to unleash Universal Pull at any moment. Shursui has his Flying Thunder God Kanai hidden in his sleeve. And instant killing is not a dream. Kisame is flexing his muscles, waiting to showcase his water-style techniques. Carp thinks it's just an ordinary competition, having no idea that he is facing a cheat-level ninja world master. This is definitely a dimensional strike, and Carp is about to be beaten to the point of doubting his life. But just a competition is boring. How about we make a bet? Carp digs his nose and looks at the others. Next, high energy. Carp directly opens a betting game. If you lose, you join the Navy. Jiraiya immediately retorts. Then if you lose, you join Konoha, right? The Navy erupts, but Jiraiya smiles and points. Shursui go? Shursui steps forward and boldly declares, today, let Uchiha Shursui's name shatter this sea. Instantly summoning the Ninja Crow army and shadow clones. With Flying Thunder God activated, he instantly teleports above Carp, striking down with a flaming ninja sword. Pay attention. Carp uses his haki to face the attack head-on. His clothes are burned black, but he doesn't have a scratch. Shursui teleports and slashes dozens of times, thinking, this old man is harder than a city wall. Carp mistakenly thinks Shursui is a Zoan fruit user, secretly planning. Recruiting him into the Navy would at least make him a vice admiral. He turns to his aide, Bogart, you go. This kid's swordsmanship is terrible. He only knows how to play tricks with teleportation. You absolutely can't imagine it. The Ninja World S teleportation hacks clash with the Navy S haki, and this tug of war is explosive. Shursui S Mangeki hasn't even activated, and Flying Thunder God is merely a test. Carp hasn't even moved seriously, and his Conqueror's Haki hasn't even been unleashed. The entire Navy is still watching the show, completely unaware that if Shursui activates Susanoo, this small island would be split in half. The Konoha team is merely warming up. What follows is the real dimensional strike. Thus, Karp chooses to let his aide Bogart take action. As Karp's aide, Bogart is a powerful swordsman with strong observation haki, but he usually keeps a low profile and prefers to wear a gray suit. Here comes the high-energy part. Bogart starts by mocking trash swordsmanship. Watch me teach you a lesson. Kisame immediately gets riled up. Let me at them. I'll take them all out. Shursui holds him back. Don't rush. I'll play seriously. Instantly activating his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Bogart swings his sword down, while Shursui quickly opens his half-body Susanoo to take the hit. Karp looks confused. Is this a mythical zone fruit? That's outrageous. Pay attention. Shursui angrily activates his complete Susanoo. A massive green giant, bigger than a battleship, rises up, overwhelming the entire scene. The Navy collectively gets scared. What kind of monster is this? Bogart, fully armored, slashes up but leaves no mark. Karp, anxious, throws a punch to create a shockwave, blasting apart Shursui's spiraling sword. But Shursui coldly laughs. Is that all? You're definitely going to lose. You absolutely won't believe it. Shursui suddenly retracts his Susanoo, and the next second, he teleports right above Karp. He had secretly left a flying thunder god mark. The entire Navy stands still in shock, and Karp sweats cold. This speed is 10 times faster than Shave. The Konoha team is simply crushing them. What Navy swordsman? What hero vice admiral? They're like children in front of teleportation and Susanoo. This wave of showing off and slapping faces feels exhilarating. During their earlier confrontation, Shursui had already placed a flying thunder god mark on Karp. The most fearsome aspect of Shursui in the ninja world is his simultaneous use of Susanoo and Flying Thunder God, combining offense and defense with tremendous lethality. Capable of performing area attacks in an instant, simply a nightmare for enemies. Next up, high energy. Shursui uses Susanoo and Flying Thunder God to become a moving artillery platform. Karp, in a panic, unleashes his Conqueror's Haki, wrapping his fists in black lightning to counter. The clash of two top-tier powers creates an explosion that disperses clouds, and half the island collapses. Shursui's mouth bleeds. Ninja blood has a weakness. Karp and Bogart are worse off, their clothes torn to shreds and covered in wounds, standing dazed. Pay attention. Newsbirds rush in, frantically snapping photos, and the phone bugs rush in with live broadcasts. A newcomer holding his own against a Navy hero is bound to shake the entire pirate world. Karp is anxious. This kid is tougher than Kizaru. The Flying Thunder God is teleportation, not speed. It's impossible to predict. Yet Shursui retracts his Susanoo and declares, "You can't even imagine the power of the Uchiha. You absolutely won't believe it." The Konoha team is crushing the competition all the way. Karp at his peak might have been able to hold his own, but now he is older and weaker. Shursui hasn't even activated his Rinnegan yet. If he gets serious, this island would be flattened. Onlookers from the pirate side are stunned, and the entire Navy holds their breath. Who is this formidable character that can press a Navy hero into the ground? Jiraiya watches and ponders this question. They have just arrived and are unclear about the current situation. Jiraiya originally planned to head to Water 7, gather enough intelligence, and then return to Konoha. Next, high energy. Jiraiya instantly activates Sage Mode and decides, capture everyone, including the ship, and bring them back to Konoha. The Navy is collectively terrified. Even the Yonko dare not touch Karp. Are you crazy? Shursui's Sharingan Genjutsu activates in an instant, and Karp shakes his head to break free. His willpower is simply outrageous. Karp urgently shouts, "Quick, call headquarters for backup." Just as the phone bug connects to Sengoku, Kisame unleashes his ultimate, Water Release, Great Shark Bullet Technique. The phone bug immediately drowns and stops working. Pay attention. Sengoku, hearing the water sounds on the phone, is stunned and shouts to mobilize troops. Notify all nearby Navy for support. He then calls Akiji and Kizaru. Karp is under attack. The enemy can control water. Akiji hurries over and sees the entire island wrapped in a giant water sphere. Stunned. This is a monster that can counter the abilities of a Sea King. Kizaru, realizing the urgency, rushes over at light speed. The Konoha team has directly stirred the situation up to the Navy headquarters. This operation is explosive. You absolutely won't believe it. Capturing a Navy hero is like child's play, and they even cut off their escape route. The entire Navy stands dumbfounded, and Sengoku is in a frenzy. Who is this formidable character that dares to challenge the world government? The Konoha team is executing a complete dimensional crush. Forget about support. No matter how many come, they will be crushed. Furthermore, they are highly likely to attract Whitebeard's attention. But if something happens to Carp, next, high energy. Kisame directly unleashes a massive wave of water, the sea enveloping the entire island, and a swarm of sharks crashes through the Navy's defenses. Carp barely manages to disperse the water sphere, but when he turns around, he is stunned. His subordinates have all been captured, and the warship has been sneakily taken away by JZ using water manipulation. Even more shocking, Bogart suddenly draws his sword to strike him, revealing the truth of his control through the Crimson Sharingan. Carp's mindset collapses. You really dare to go against the world government? Pay attention. Hokage rushes to the rescue. Ice spears piercing through. Jiraiya activates his Rinnegan and uses Shinra Tensei, blasting the ice into pieces. The pressure from the Rinnegan causes the sea to churn, and the surrounding pirate ships are frozen in fear. Jiraiya unleashes a double attack. Thousand Needle Jutsu, feigning an attack to distract, while Universal Pull directly pulls Carp and Hokage in front of him. Shirzue supports with the strongest Genjutsu, and Jiraiya seals them with a black rod. The two Navy leaders are instantly captured. You absolutely want to believe it. The Konoha team is crushing all the way. Capturing a Navy hero and subduing a general is like squeezing a chick. Jiraiya opens the yellow spring Bilyaka, tearing a spatial passage, and with the prisoners and warship, they directly return to the ninja world. From the start of the battle to their escape, it takes no more than 5 minutes, and the Navy has been pressed down the whole time. This operation has shattered the power ceiling of the pirate world. Newsbirds captured everything, and News King Morgan saw it all through the phone book. The world is about to be shaken again. Next, high energy. Kizaru arrives at the battlefield, which is left in ruins, and clears the onlooking pirates to report to Sengoku. The Navy High Command is in a meeting discussing Ace's execution when suddenly a soldier bursts in crying. Not good. Carp and Hokage have been captured and reported. Sengoku, furious, slams his hand on the table, shattering it, and grabs the newspaper, freezing in shock. Susanoo cleave Carp. Bogart turned on his superior, and Jiraiya is carrying a general with a black rod. The scene of them being pulled into a spatial passage is all clearly captured. Pay attention. The newspaper headline explodes across the pirate world. World overturned. Hero Carp and Admiral Hokage defeated. The Konoha symbol floods the internet, and the 5 elders immediately call in anger. What on earth is going on? Then turn around and declare, the execution of Ace must not stop. We will supplement our combat power. They don't care at all about Carp or Hokage's lives. Sengoku can only grit his teeth and command, gather the 7 warlords. Search the entire sea for Konoha's information. The entire Navy is in chaos, as this sudden formidable character has pressed the Navy's face into the ground. You absolutely want to believe it. The Konoha team's operation has completely turned the tide, capturing Navy heroes, defeating Navy admirals, and showcasing it in the news all in under half an hour. The Navy's reputation is in tatters, and they still have to forcefully proceed with the execution, while the whole world is excitedly discussing what kind of divine organization Konoha is. This wave of dimensional crushing is too powerful. The sky of the pirate world has been pierced. They are fully searching for information about this organization. Although the world government is strong, they do not control all the seas and islands, and they have many enemies, including the Revolutionary Army. Next, high energy. Morgans directly hails Konoha as saviors, filling newspapers and shaking the whole world. Luffy, seeing the newspaper, is stunned. My grandpa was actually captured? The Straw Hat crew panics. We can't mess with this big shot. The Yonko can't sit still either, all guessing what kind of background Konoha has. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, aboard the warship, returns to the ninja world through the yellow spring Bilyaka, standing at the bow with a proud face. Look, I brought back an admiral from the Navy. Pay attention. The Konoha Maru crew is in a frenzy. Jishuei teleported in front of Orochimaru to report good news. He captured Carp and Hokage, and also figured out the devil fruit. Sarutobi Hiruzen was overjoyed. The top combat power in the pirate world is not strong, and the resources are abundant. It's perfect for us. Orochimaru immediately ordered, start the interrogation department. Fix the island immediately. The captured Navy couldn't withstand the illusion technique at all, spilling all the world intelligence in minutes. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The Konoha team executed a series of operations that directly controlled 2 worlds. In the pirate world, they caused a scene and captured the big shots, then returned to the ninja world to launch a colonization plan. What world government? What four emperors? All are just younger brothers in front of the ninja world. This dimensional strike was too powerful. Konoha's expansion skyrocketed. However, with their level, they certainly couldn't resist the illusion techniques and Konoha's interrogation department. Konoha's interrogation department was very experienced in gathering intelligence, but this time most of the higher-ups were present. Next, high energy. Konoha's higher-ups collectively watched the interrogation of Carp, and after unsealing the two big shots, they still refused to give in. If you dare touch us, you won't have a good end. Orochimaru pretended to smile and deceived. We are a remote, small country. This is our first time at sea. Just when Carp let his guard down, Jishui instantly activated the Btion Shun. Carp instantly turned against them, and Hokage was also brainwashed to doubt the justice of the Navy. The two big shots defected on the spot, revealing all the secrets of the pirate world. Pay attention. Konoha directly demanded a position in the Seven Warlords. Just give us one. Carp patted his chest. Leave it to me. They captured two top combat powers without any conflict. This operation was incredible. Jiraiya was busy reinforcing the spatial passage, while Konoha ninjas directly used their escape techniques to create an island. Rinnegan moving stones would release, laying the foundation. Efficiency was maximized. The captured navy was still dreaming sweetly in the illusion, completely unaware that their boss had already defected. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Konoha was playing a dimensional strike at its peak. Without losing a single soldier, they brainwashed the two big shots and turned them into sycophants. The secrets of the pirate world, the identity of the Seven Warlords, and the interdimensional base were all in hand. This operation was so smooth. It was like playing a game with a god's perspective. Tobirama was very eager to see the other world, as his water release was extremely strong. In just half a day, a large island was created and various facilities were beginning to be constructed, with ninjas becoming infrastructure maniacs. Next, high energy. Konoha ninjas built an island in half a day, and the construction speed was maximized. Orochimaru immediately formulated a plan. First, take Water 7, develop quietly without being reckless. Jiraiya modified the spatial passage with his Rinnegan, and the Konoha Maru directly entered the pirate world. Sarutobi Hiruzen was pleased after sensing. The spiritual energy in this world is off the charts. No wonder pirates have such strong bodies. Carp and Hokage were still sealed. Definitely human chips. Pay attention. Sengoku's snail phone suddenly rang, and Orochimaru picked up and directly declared, I'm a Hokage of Konoha. Carp and Hokage are safe. Sengoku panicked. Quickly state your conditions. Orochimaru calmly made demands. Water 7 belongs to us, and give us a position in the Seven Warlords, then we'll release the two. Sengoku was stunned on the spot. This unknown country actually dared to make such bold demands, but they had the strength to back it up. So he could only concede and said he would report. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Konoha's operation was too brilliant. Without losing a single soldier, they used the captured big shots as bargaining chips to directly demand territory and identities. The balance of the pirate world was completely shattered, and the four emperors were probably going to panic. Konoha's dimensional strike treated the pirate world like their own backyard. However, this matter still gave the five elders and the world government a headache. Sengoku called to relay Orochimaru's request. Next, high energy. The five elders were silent for 2 seconds and directly agreed. Promise them. You all focus on executing Ace. Sengoku was stunned, but could only comply. Returning the call to Orochimaru. You must defeat the current holder of the Seven Warlords. Orochimaru immediately retorted. We will decide the candidates ourselves. No need for you to worry. He had already planned ahead, using the identity of the Seven Warlords as a stepping stone, and with Water 7 as a base, they would expand crazily. They even quickly imposed a silent seal on the ninjas coming to the pirate world to prevent leaks. Pay attention. Konoha directly threw Carp and Hokage back into the sea, including their ship. The two big shots, brainwashed by Btion Shun, actually thought Konoha was super friendly, completely forgetting that they had been captured and taken to another world. Sengoku angrily scolded Carp over the phone. Do you know how much face you've lost? As a result, Carp even defended Konoha. It's all a misunderstanding. They really meant no harm. Sengoku was so furious he was about to explode. His admiral was captured but still spoke well of the enemy. The Navy had lost all face. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Konoha's operation was so brilliant, it was off the charts. Capturing top combat power as bargaining chips to demand territory and identity, then tossing them back after brainwashing. The Navy could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger, while the world government still wanted to woo Konoha for profitable cooperation. Konoha took advantage of this time to secretly develop, and in the next moment, they would seize Water 7, this transportation hub. This dimensional strike was like treating the pirate world as their own backyard. Konoha's ambition was clear as they aimed for a position in the Seven Warlords and even claimed Water 7. Next, high energy. The Navy and world government had no information on Konoha and could only hold their noses in compromise while secretly calculating against each other. If you want to test, you go first. I 1T charge in. The Konoha Maru directly slipped back to the ninja world through the spatial passage, and Orochimaru immediately ordered, all resources should be directed towards the land of water. Completely renovate this backward place. The fire and water countries had long been won over by Konoha's lenient policies, and the citizens had all become die-hard fans, holding up signs shouting "Long live Konoha." Pay attention. The land of lightning and the land of earth had just stabilized their internal strife, and as Noki and A were just sitting on the throne, they were stunned. Their country was as rotten as a sieve, fixing the east wall while the west wall collapsed, and everywhere was a mess. In contrast, Konoha carried out a coup at zero cost, while also holding the territory of the pirate world and the quota for the Seven Warlords. It was simply a dimensional strike. The two ninja villages were so busy they couldn't even spare time to glare at Konoha, and the ninja world directly entered a ceasefire mode. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Konoha had already figured out the ninja world, and now their minds were full of developing the pirate world. What ninja villages fighting, what internal strife. All seemed trivial in the face of cross-world expansion. The Navy was still hesitating and observing. While the land of lightning and the land of earth were overwhelmed with cleanup work, Konoha quietly made a fortune, enjoying the benefits of the chaos. This shift in power was directly raised to the ceiling. In fact, after tens of thousands of years, the ecosystems of these continents could slowly recover. It was also because the divine tree had extracted from this world too thoroughly before that besides the continent where the ninja world was located, the ecosystems of other continents had completely collapsed. Next, high energy. Konoha was now just short on time to develop. Even if their combat power exploded, they couldn't achieve it all at once. Conan sighed in relief, looking at the peaceful scene in the land of rain. Nagato had his leg healed by Orochimaru, and he could even use the body flicker technique. The Akatsuki organization directly transformed into the ruling body of the land of rain. Kakuzu and Zabuza were so exhausted they almost broke down, discarding their rogue ninja identities, obediently staying in the hidden rain village as laborers. Who would want to be sent to the barren continent to pioneer? That would be too miserable. Pay attention. The pirate world was even more exciting. After Carp and Aokiji returned, they completely lost their memories. Sengoku questioned about Konoha's intelligence, and the two were in a panic, only saying the other had a big ship. Sengoku was anxious and took the opportunity to drop a heavy bomb. Ace was captured by Blackbeard and was to be publicly executed. Carp froze on the spot. The effect of Btion Shun exploded directly. He stared at Sengoku, internally ranting. This is what you call justice? Protecting civilians while also nurturing the celestial dragons. It's simply hypocritical to the point of disgust. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Konoha's operation was considered the pinnacle of dimensional strikes. Not only did they crush the combat power and capture big shots, but they also secretly planted bombs using Btion Shun. Carp's faith in the Navy collapsed, and it was uncertain when he would turn against them. Meanwhile, Konoha was quietly developing, waiting for the pirate world to fall into chaos due to Ace's execution, ready to reap the benefits. This layout was incredibly ruthless. Konoha, this mysterious force, seemed to have disappeared suddenly. Of course, Konoha didn't actually vanish. They were busy researching cursed seals and planning their personnel. Next, things get intense. The pirate world is wildly speculating whether Konoha is plotting something, while the Marines and CP0 are racking their brains for clues, but find none. Meanwhile, Konoha has already developed a new type of cursed seal. If anyone leaks information, it triggers an illusion technique that can kill and take everyone nearby with it. Sarutobi Hiruzen is shocked to discover that there's a fragment of a law within the blood of Aokiji. He immediately decides to collect all of it for alchemy. This is going to be a huge profit. Orochimaru agrees in an instant, and the two of them rank collecting the fruits as the highest priority mission. Pay attention. In just 2 months, the land of water has undergone a dramatic transformation, with new islands rising from the sea. All of Konoha's elite have assembled, with high-end combat forces and numerous jonin on high alert. Haku and Kimimaro lead the charge, their eyes filled with killing intent. Orochimaru orders immediately. The decapitation team is to take down Moonlight Moria. The others rush to Water 7 for intelligence gathering. The division of labor is clear, and the momentum is at its peak. You would never have guessed. Konoha's disappearance was actually a preparation for a massive move. On the surface, they were hidden, but in reality, they were rapidly developing, with cursed seals preventing leaks and fragments of laws for alchemy, and elite combat forces gathering. While the pirate world is still guessing, Konoha is ready to sweep the battlefield. This dimensional strike operation is simply incredible. Once confirmed, the mission quickly commenced, and the ninjas boarded the Konoha Maru to enter the space tunnel. Now, the space tunnel between the two worlds has been transformed into an ocean-filled area, conveniently allowing ships to pass. Next, things get intense. Konoha ninjas once again invade the pirate world, with Jiraiya using the Rinnegan to summon 2 meteorites to smash into the sea. With a thunderous roar, a huge wave erupts, and Water 7 is instantly knocked senseless by the tsunami. The Earth-style ninjas and the first Hokage immediately spring into action, quickly forming the shape of an island. And Konoha's flag is planted to assert sovereignty. The surrounding marines and pirates are drawn in by the commotion. And Vice Admiral Ghost Spider is so frightened he doesn't dare to approach, only daring to report from a distance to seek reinforcements. Pay attention. A group of reckless pirates thinks Konoha is an easy target because there's no bounty on them, and they rush in on their ships to show off. Sengoku is frantic at headquarters. Ace has been sent to the underwater prison, and Konoha is causing trouble at this time. It's important to know that Konoha possesses the abilities to control space, the sea, and gravity, any one of which could take on an emperor. He quickly orders, just monitor. Don't engage. One vice admiral is not enough to handle them. You would never have guessed. Konoha's entrance is a direct nuclear strike. Meteorites clear the way. Islands are created in an instant, and their intimidation factor is at its peak. The pirates are effectively throwing themselves into the fight, while the marines shrink back like turtles and dare not engage. This dimensional strike is simply exhilarating. Just as the situation is about to explode, even more intense action is coming. Just as Ghost Spider is preparing to leave, he sees several ships approaching the island being instantly obliterated by a gigantic sea beast that spits out purple-black energy spheres. What? An unknown sea king? Next, things get intense. Ghost Spider breaks out in a cold sweat. This turtle-like giant can actually spit energy balls. In fact, it's the 3 tails guarding the island, tasked with blowing up any ship that comes close. Pirates with bounties in the millions foolishly rush in, only to be obliterated by the tailed beast bomb, leaving the remaining pirates terrified and fleeing for their lives. While Konoha builds the island, they also summon people from the ninja world, with Ichiraku Ramen shutting down to provide hot ramen for the ninjas as support, and the villagers willingly carving cursed seals to assist. Pay attention. Konoha's strategy is ringing like a bell. First, they will use the warlord identity as a springboard, then take the opportunity to seize the entire world. The Marineford War is approaching, perfectly leveraging this stage to make their appearance. They specifically target Moonlight Moria, as its fruit will provide an epic boost to the Nara clan. The warlord positions are already assigned to the Uchiha, with Fugaku and Shursui leading the decapitation team, while Jiraiya takes another team straight to Water 7. You would never have guessed. Konoha's operations are all about the details. The 3 tails serves as a mobile cannon for home defense. Civilians provide logistical support, and elite teams make precise strikes to seize identities. While the pirate world is still guessing Konoha's true intentions, Konoha is sharpening its knives, ready to sweep the field. This dimensional strike layout is simply brilliant. However, what the world government covets the most is certainly the design blueprints for the Pluton. But those so-called blueprints have already been destroyed. As a super ancient battleship that can destroy an island with a single shot, the world government views it as the ultimate weapon to end this chaotic pirate era. Next, things get intense. The world government wants to rely on Pluton to suppress the pirates, but they don't know that Vegapunk is no longer on the same page with them. Konoha operates on 2 fronts. Jiraiya leads the Inoshikacho trio and Marino Ibiki to Water 7, while the Uchiha team heads straight for Moonlight Moria to prepare to take him down. Upon arriving at Water 7, Jiraiya exclaims, "This place is so much better than a land of water. The people here are warm and rich, but Konoha's headbands are too eye-catching, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Pay attention. Nara Shikaku even finds it amusing. There's a frog nearby called Yokozuna that specifically tries to scam the sea trains. Jiraiya laughs. Let the Mayaboka mountain frogs take it as a little brother. While joking, they directly crash into the Konoha company, where the foremen are on high alert with their weapons at the ready. But Jiraiya simply extends his hand. Asparaku, the world government has given Water 7 to Konoha. Asparaku's face darkens immediately. This isn't a negotiation. It's clearly a notification. Konoha doesn't even regard this small place, only planning to provide protection and then incorporate it. So domineering, it's off the charts. You would never have guessed. Konoha's operation is a textbook-level crushing. They split into two routes to seize territory, using the warlord identity, and without losing a single soldier, aim to take control of Water 7, while the pirate world is still playing their schemes. Konoha directly reveals their cards to dominate the stage. This dimensional strike is thrilling. Jiraiya's words were a bit too direct, making Asparaku and the others' expressions quite unpleasant. Konoha's island is not far away, very close to Water 7. This is inevitable. You should be clear about the situation with Garp and Hokage. Konoha can provide protection for Water 7. Next, things get intense. Seeing Asparaku silent, Jiraiya directly makes a tough statement. We are not negotiating. With a burst of momentum, he immediately puts pressure on everyone, making them unable to breathe. He turns to Shikaku to negotiate. Not want to waste time. Water 7 is just a small fry in front of Konoha. Shikaku quickly reaches an agreement, and Asparaku can only concede defeat. With Water 7 immediately raising the Konoha flag, and even the sea trains start repairs. Merchants and pirates, smelling the scent of profit, all begin to stir. Pay attention. The Uchiha side is even more outrageous. Their ships displaying the clan emblem and Konoha flag, powered by Chakra, speed off directly, leaving the pirates unable to catch up. With the Sharingan activated, there are no secrets on the sea, quickly locking onto Moonlight Moria's south hiding place. All the way, Konoha's symbols cause a stir. But the Uchiha team heads straight for their target, determined to take down Moria and secure the Water 7 slot. You would never have guessed. Konoha's dual operation is explosive. One side crushes and incorporates Water 7, while the other sends the Uchiha to seize the warlord identity, all without breaking a sweat. The pirate world is still in confusion. While Konoha is wildly expanding, this dimensional strike is exhilarating. The Uchiha name has already resonated throughout the ninja world. And now it's time for this new world to admire and fear the Uchiha. As the head of the Uchiha clan, he is leading them towards glory, making Uchiha Fugaku increasingly dramatic. Next, things get intense. The entire Uchiha clan is itching to make a scene in the new world, setting their sights on the dejected Moonlight Moria. This guy's mindset has collapsed after being beaten by Kaido and then crushed by Luffy, spending his days in drunken stupor. The Uchiha sneak onto the island at night, with the Sharingan's night vision maxed out, and just as Moria senses danger, Shursui activates his Susanoo to rush in. Pay attention. Uchiha unleashes a combo that takes him out in an instant. Illusion techniques control the battlefield fire and lightning-style bombardment. And Moria doesn't even have a chance to fight back before he is down. Absalom's transparent fruit was also conveniently taken. Konoha even digs up graves. How could they let such a treasure slip away? Just as they were about to withdraw, Moria's snail phone rang. Fujitaka answered and directly declared, "We crushed him. The new warlords of the sea are us." The world government fell silent, only able to concede. Come to Marine headquarters. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Konoha's operation was incredibly smooth. They eliminated Moria in seconds to seize the identity and boldly confronted the world government, crushing them throughout without any hesitation. The pirate world was still in a daze, while Uchiha was already holding the warlord entry ticket, ready to stir things up. This dimensional blow was exhilarating. After the call with the world government, Shursui quickly returned to Konoha Island using Flying Thunder God, reporting this matter to Orochimaru. The world government had long been dissatisfied with Moonlight Moria. Next, things get intense. The world government had been wanting to replace Moria, and Konoha helped them crush him, perfectly riding the wave. They even wanted to invite Konoha to Marine headquarters for a banquet, 100,000 troops plus 3 admirals, thinking they would definitely win. Orochimaru just laughed. This is Konoha's opportunity. Moria and Absalom were directly thrown into the Ninja World Laboratory, where Orochimaru discovered that the two worlds of humanity were almost reproductively isolated. Pirates could become strong just by eating and training, all because of their abundant spiritual energy. Pay attention. Orochimaru's research on the devil fruit directly delivered a dimensional blow. Vegapunk might be 500 years ahead, but he wasn't genuinely working hard. While Orochimaru had long made cloning and replication routine, Konoha wasn't idle either. The surrounding areas of Water 7 were completely incorporated into their sphere of influence, and ninjas directly transformed from assassins to law enforcers. The style changed dramatically, but no one dared to oppose. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Konoha left a backup plan when going to Marine headquarters. Fujitaka and Shursui would support the scene, Narashikaku would strategize, and Jiraiya would be the mainstay. They would observe the Navy's trump cards while preparing to stir trouble. The Navy thought they could control Konoha, not knowing they had already become Konoha's springboard for expansion. This dimensional blow was played perfectly. Ninjas who used assassination and infiltration as their livelihood had now become maintainers of order, which is somewhat amusing. However, the ninjas now are completely different from the original Uchiha security team, and they aren't afraid of the opinions of the residents in these cities at all. Next, things get intense. Konoha is now ruthless beyond measure, claiming new territory without leaving any internal strife risks. The Marine War is about to start, and the Navy urgently summoned the warlords to make up numbers. But only 6 warlords remained, as Moria was directly replaced by Uchiha. Jiraiya brought Uchiha, but didn't head straight to Marine headquarters. They waited for a rendezvous first. The Navy sent Vice Admiral Saru to pick them up, thinking they could use the wash-wash fruit to dispel illusions, not knowing that the heavenly god had already altered their will, rendering it useless. Pay attention. When Vice Admiral Saru asked who would be the warlord, Fujitaka stepped forward. I, the head of the Uchiha clan, internally overjoyed. This is to let the other world know Uchiha's explosive power. Konoha looked down on the title of warlord, using it merely as a stepping stone for convenience. The Navy still thought Konoha was an ordinary nation, wanting to win them over or let them grow freely, completely unaware that Konoha, led by Orochimaru, was not playing by the rules. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Konoha's act of playing the pig to eat the tiger was too brilliant. On the surface, they accepted the warlord identity, but in reality, they had already figured out the Navy's trump cards, just waiting for the Marine War to stir up something big. The Navy thought they had grasped the combat power, not knowing that they themselves were being used as tools. This dimensional blow was simply exhilarating. Now, it is Uchiha Fujitaka, the head of the Uchiha clan. Under his leadership, Uchiha has become the largest clan in the ninja world. And with the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, Uchiha Fujitaka is still somewhat proud. His strength is not lacking. Next, things get intense. Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at the Uchiha fan emblem, though it was unfamiliar. She didn't ask much, calculating in her heart. I'll gather more information about Konoha at Marine headquarters. Jiraiya and Shursui were completely unfazed, having prepared the Flying Thunder God marks. Escaping would be a matter of minutes. The ninja world was even more excited, as the ninja school assessments were directly upgraded, and graduating would allow them to go to the pirate world to gain experience. Naruto pulled Sasuke and shouted, "Being Hokage is too tiring. Let us go be the pirate king and stir things up." Sasuke nodded helplessly. "Let my brother arrange it." Pay attention. On the warship, Vice Admiral Tsuru desperately tried to probe Jiraiya, but Jiraiya was completely absorbed in writing the affectionate series of the other world, treating the probing as if it were just background noise. Soon they arrived at Marineford, watching the Navy shout absolute justice. Jiraiya laughed like a pig. "Isn't this just like the Will of Fire nonsense?" At this time, Kuma, Doflamingo, Mihawk, and Hancock were already waiting at headquarters. Just missing Konoha. Jiraiya directly made a demand. "I want to attend the meeting with Fujitaka." Vice Admiral Tsuru was stunned on the spot, quickly running to find Sengoku for urgent discussion. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Konoha maintained the initiative throughout. They dared to make demands at the meeting, leaving the Navy to respond passively. The new generation is eager to venture into the sea, while Konoha is laying out plans for the Marine War and sending newcomers to gather resources. This dimensional blow operation is simply brilliant. 2 people? Sengoku hesitated for a moment. The Navy only had partial information about Jiraiya and Shursui, and both of them came this time. Next, things get intense. Sengoku was torn. What exactly does Konoha want with so many people? But to engage in the top battle, they could only pull them in. Bringing Jiraiya and Fujitaka into the conference room, Doflamingo exploded on the spot. "You made us wait for several days," relying on his height to provoke. But upon locking eyes with Jiraiya, he instantly broke into a cold sweat. This oppressive feeling was overwhelming. Fujitaka also found him displeasing. "What trash dares to challenge me?" Pay attention. Jiraiya had already classified Doflamingo as someone to clear out, This guy sells slaves and deals in arms. Simply rotten to the core. And Jiraiya was now half a foot into the Tsutsuki tier, taking out Doflamingo, as if playing. Doflamingo instantly conceded, incoherently sitting back down. While Sengoku secretly rejoiced. I wanted to deal with this guy for a long time. Mihawk, Hancock, and others looked at Jiraiya with newfound respect. Someone who could intimidate Doflamingo was definitely a tough character. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Konoha's aura suppression was too incredible. Without lifting a finger, they left the warlords dumbfounded, and the Navy had to beg them for help. The top battle hadn't even started, and Konoha had already established its authority. This dimensional blow was simply exhilarating. The Navy has a plan that requires everyone's cooperation. Since you have enjoyed the rights granted by the world government, now is the time for you to fulfill your obligations. The warlords and the Navy were originally in a mutually beneficial relationship. Next, things get intense. Sengoku slammed the table and declared, "Execute Ace. The bloodline of the Pirate King must be cut off." The warlords collectively had their pupils quake, but Jiraiya and Fujitaka remained calm. Pirate King? Never heard of this person. Narashikaku instantly began brainstorming. Konoha wants chaos. The Navy and pirates would fight to the death, just right for Konoha to fish in troubled waters and seize resources. The Navy wanted to detain people and steal information, but Shursui didn't care at all. Flying Thunder God messaging was faster than snail phone. The Whitebeard crew armed up, and the entire sea began to stir. Pay attention. Ace regretted it deeply. It's all because of my cursed bloodline. Don't risk your lives for me. Garp was on the verge of internal injury. On one side is my grandson. On the other is the justice I've upheld my whole life. But Heavenly God had already altered his will. The Navy's absolute justice was becoming more and more disgusting. Hokage felt the same. The two were no longer the Navy they once were. Konoha received the news and burst out laughing, using a dead man's son to establish authority. The Navy really lacks guts. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Konoha's operation can be described as a textbook case of lying down and winning. The traps set by Heavenly God could explode at any moment, and they could sit back and watch both sides tear each other apart while secretly expanding their sphere of influence. The Marine War hadn't even started, and Konoha had already seized all favorable conditions. This dimensional blow was simply exhilarating. What's even better is that Konoha didn't regard the Navy's plan at all, having long been plotting how to leverage this chaos to firmly establish themselves in the pirate world. Such a grand effort to announce this matter to the people of the world can only prove the Navy's cowardice and the world government's incompetence. However, this may be an opportunity for Konoha, as they can use this war to declare their existence to the world. Next, it's going to get intense. Konoha completely disregards the Navy and Whitebeard, sweeping through the top battle like it's a game. Hiruzen Sarutobi dives straight into the pirate world to train, where the spiritual energy is denser than in the immortal realm. He sets his sights on the fragments of the world rules within the devil fruits, stating that refining them can lead to breakthroughs. He gets a caterpillar fruit, thinking it's not enough, and tosses it to Orochimaru as a test subject. Orochimaru is currently researching how to extract abilities from people. This move directly steals the world's rules. Pay attention. The pirate world is in chaos. Luffy causes a commotion in Impel Down, and a bunch of heavy criminals escape to stir up trouble. The Navy keeps the ability users alive, fearing the fruits will be lost, and even sends medical teams to forcefully prolong their lives. As Ace's execution draws nearer, the Navy gets sentimental, using Ace's death to end the Great Pirate Era. You absolutely wouldn't expect this. Konoha's dual-line strategy can be considered a dimensional strike. On one side, they're harvesting devil fruits to refine elixirs and boost combat power, while on the other, they're waiting for the top battle to stir the waters and seize territory. The Navy and pirates are still locked in a fight, while Konoha has already calculated their moves targeting the world's rules. What's even more incredible is that Konoha wants to use the top battle to make their name known worldwide, letting the entire pirate world know who the real boss is. The Great Pirate Era initiated by Roger will be ended and suppressed by the Navy executing Ace. But the Navy isn't thinking straight. During the execution, Roger could speak, but Ace or the Whitebeard pirates wouldn't be able to. Next, it's going to get intense. Does the Navy still think they can control the situation with the execution? Konoha just laughs. Pirates can still broadcast live with Den Den Mushi. The two worlds are not even on the same level. Shinobi pursue peace, while pirates seek treasure, and only a few want to rebel against the world government. The Celestial Dragons are truly evil. If Nagato were thrown in, Shinra Tensei would directly blow apart Mariewa. Orochimaru decides. Jiraiya, this time it's your turn to make a scene. Jiraiya is a crystallization of the Otsutsuki bloodline and has awakened the time ability of the Urashiki. Reaching 6 paths, level combat power. Pay attention. The black rod in Jiraiya's hand is simply a nemesis for the 3 admirals. Even more ruthless than armament hockey. It directly seals nature types. The Navy's 100,000 troops plus 3 admirals? In his eyes, they're just small fries. Konoha has already planned it out. Once the top battle starts, they will send the new generation to earn experience in the Grand Line. The more nervous the Navy gets, the more useless they become. Whitebeard's crew is already ready to go, just waiting to rescue Ace. You absolutely wouldn't expect this. Konoha's dimensional strike is too fierce. With weapons that restrain the admirals and 6 paths level combat power backing them, the top battle is their stage. The Navy is still daydreaming, unaware that they have already become stepping stones for Konoha's rise, and this operation is simply exhilarating. They're going to save Ace. Whitebeard will never abandon any of his children. And most importantly, Blackbeard has actually laid hands on a member of a pirate crew, which is something Whitebeard can never forgive. Next, it's going to get intense. Blackbeard will stop at nothing to achieve his goals, and the atmosphere in Whitebeard's crew is tense and ready for battle. Suddenly, a crow dives down and transforms. Shursui directly boards the ship. The pirates immediately surround him. But Shursui is completely unfazed. I represent Konoha and am here to make a deal. Whitebeard's sons explode with anger. How dare you disrespect our father? Whitebeard waves his hand to stop them, his gaze fixed on Shursui. Pay attention. Shursui drops a bombshell. We can heal your injuries and restore you to your former combat power. The entire place falls silent. Whitebeard is stunned, a disease that can't be cured in the pirate world, and Konoha dares to guarantee it. Shursui follows up. Let's cooperate. Help you kill Blackbeard and protect your sons. The sons immediately retort. Dream on. We will never ally with you. You absolutely wouldn't expect this. Shursui had a backup plan. You dare to die, but who will protect your people after you die? This time, the chances of saving Ace are very likely to end in total annihilation. Whitebeard falls silent. He knows Shursui is speaking the truth. This old body of his might not be able to withstand the top battle. Konoha's precision strikes hit Whitebeard's weak spot, a dimensional strike that is simply phenomenal. Shursui's words leave Whitebeard in silence. He knows that this time, the chances of the Whitebeard pirates saving Ace are very slim, and many will inevitably die in this war. And he will likely become a remnant of the old era. At 72 years old, Whitebeard finds many things beyond his ability, let alone fighting, but aside from him. He only has high hopes for Marco and the Whitebeard pirates. Yet Marco's strength has not reached the level of an emperor. Next, it's going to get intense. Whitebeard knows that once he dies, the pirate crew will surely scatter. Shursui throws out a vial. Drink it and see. Whitebeard disregards the obstruction and chugs it down, instantly tearing off his oxygen tube and laughing heartily. The long-lost strength has returned. But the drug's effect is limited, and Shursui adds, "Come with me, and I'll ensure you return to your peak." Whitebeard directly challenges. Win against Marco first. Pay attention. The two face off on the island, and Shursui activates his complete Susanoo. The massive armor exudes an evil aura, leaving Whitebeard dumbfounded. The pirates are all confused. What kind of monster is this? Shursui isn't afraid at all. He's already calculated in his mind. Flying Thunder God plus Susanoo directly crushing. You absolutely wouldn't expect this. Konoha's operation is explosive, using the drug to hold Whitebeard down, then using strength to pressure him into cooperation. Whitebeard was still hesitant, but seeing the Susanoo directly shook his resolve. Even with Marco's Phoenix Fruit, he can't withstand it. This dimensional strike is simply phenomenal. Konoha aims to use Whitebeard to disrupt the top battle while conveniently absorbing the power of the 4 emperors. But the most frightening thing is not the Susanoo, but the combination of Flying Thunder God and Susanoo. The terror of Flying Thunder God lies in its instant attack. The ninja crows flutter in the sky, and in the next moment, Shursui and Susanoo appear beside Marco. Next, it's going to get intense. Marco narrowly dodges a fatal blow using his observation haki, transforming into the phoenix and flying into the sky. But it's all in vain. He's being pinned down by Susanoo. Even though he can heal after being knocked down, the outcome has already been decided. Shursui declares, "There are plenty of Uchiha like me. This isn't a fruit ability." The entire Whitebeard crew is shocked, finally admitting defeat and agreeing to negotiate. Pay attention. Shursway strikes at Whitebeard's sore spot. You were already prepared for death, right? But who will protect your sons if you die? Whitebeard falls silent. He knows that once he dies, the pirate crew will surely scatter. Ultimately, he relents. Call your captain here. Shursway uses Flying Thunder God to disappear, turning around to bring Orochimaru over. As soon as Orochimaru steps onto the ship, his aura fills the space, and even Whitebeard feels immense pressure. You absolutely wouldn't expect this. Orochimaru comes in with a show of power, raising his hand to the sky. Countless techniques instantly explode, completely wrapping the entire Whitebeard pirate ship. The pirates panic, chattering wildly. Konoha relies first on overwhelming strength and then on hidden cards to intimidate, firmly grasping the four emperors. The top battle hasn't even started, and Konoha already has the key forces in hand. This dimensional strike is simply phenomenal. What's even more ruthless is that Orochimaru gives Whitebeard no chance to refuse. This cooperation leaves no room for Whitebeard to say no. What is Lord Orochimaru doing? Whitebeard tries to sense, but feels nothing. Next, it's going to get intense. Orochimaru smiles and explains. This is a sealing technique. Din Din Mushi and radio waves are all blocked. Whitebeard instantly feels relieved. The cooperation must not leak out. Orochimaru shifts his tone. In the future, the sea may have no place for pirates. Konoha has the water release Master Kisame, who can handle ability users in the sea like it's child's play, making the Whitebeard crew the best candidates. Pay attention. Orochimaru drops a bombshell. Blackbeard is trying to steal your tremor fruit. His darkness fruit can steal others' abilities. Whitebeard's pupils shake. This kid is indeed aiming for his treasure. Orochimaru follows up. Besides Konoha, who else can you trust? The Navy or Blackbeard? Whitebeard laughed and compromised. Joining is fine, but if Konoha can't handle it, we're out. The two sides made a decision. After the top war, the Whitebeard crew will join the Konoha Navy. If Sengoku knew that one of the four emperors had become Konoha's subordinate, he would be furious. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Konoha had already calculated the trump cards of the other four emperors. Big Mom and Kaido are crazy and can't be negotiated with. And Shanks has unclear ties with the government. Only Whitebeard has a soft spot. His sons. By accurately grasping this point, they managed to bring in the four emperors without a single soldier. Although there were some dissenting voices within the Whitebeard crew, one word from Whitebeard silenced all doubts. In the end, after holding it in for a long time, Whitebeard still asked the question he was most concerned about. Can you really help me regain the power of my youth? Helping Whitebeard regain his youth is actually very simple. What Konoha is pursuing is eternity. Konoha is the land of eternity. Next, high energy. After Shursway took Whitebeard away, the Whitebeard crew headed towards the Navy headquarters as usual, but all communications were cut off by Orochimaru's sealing techniques. Shursway used Flying Thunder God to carry the two, which was extremely exhausting. Orochimaru first took Whitebeard to enjoy the bowl of ramen. At 6 meters tall, he had to bend down just to sit down. Whitebeard exclaimed on the spot, Konoha is a really nice place. He was then led into the laboratory, where Orochimaru had long set his sights on his tremor fruit and peculiar physique. Pay attention. On the Navy's side, 100,000 elite troops were on high alert, but Sengoku was increasingly anxious. He felt that something was about to go wrong. He was most worried about Garp's unstable condition, while hoping that Whitebeard would be old, weak, and sick so he could be easily controlled. When the execution day arrived, Sengoku shouted live, Ace is Roger's son. The world erupted. But he didn't know that Konoha had already filled the Navy headquarters with seals and explosive tags. Pirate tactics are simply outdated. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Konoha's dual-line operation was too ruthless. On one hand, they were transforming Whitebeard to hoard strength, and, on the other, they were burying explosives in the Navy's lair for a surprise attack. Sengoku was still dreaming of capturing them all, unaware that he had already become a backdrop for Konoha's authority. Before the top war even began, Konoha had already grasped both sides, and this dimensional strike was simply exhilarating. The Navy's live broadcast even provided free publicity for Konoha, just waiting for Whitebeard to return and cause a scene. In fact, the people in the Naruto world don't understand why a treasure of unknown significance can be so attractive. Perhaps it's just that the treasure is merely an excuse. Most of the people who go out to sea as pirates only want to burn, kill, and plunder. Next, high energy. Whitebeard brought his pirate crew to the Navy headquarters, and Orochimaru had already helped him regain his youth and left a cursed seal. He deliberately pretended to be old and weak, but secretly wanted to tear Blackbeard apart. Sengoku saw something was off and shouted to execute immediately, and Whitebeard unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. Numerous Navy soldiers fell in seconds. The warlords were stunned, but the Uchiha and Jiraiya remained calm and steady. The pressure of the Rinnegan was even more explosive than Conqueror's Haki. Pay attention. Whitebeard swung his fist, tearing apart space, and a tsunami rushed towards Marineford. Aokiji froze the waves just in time to save the situation, but Whitebeard personally broke through the encirclement. A single punch shook the Navy into a meat paste. The whole venue was dumbfounded. Luffy rushed in with the fugitives, shouting to save Ace, causing Garp to panic on the spot. Crocodile Sneak Attack was casually swatted away by Whitebeard, his strength overwhelming. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. The Navy originally wanted to take it easy, but was provoked by Whitebeard. The more Sengoku looked, the more something fell off. How could this Whitebeard be as fierce as he was in his youth? Konoha had already calculated the scenario, just waiting for Whitebeard to disrupt the battlefield while they reaped the benefits. The top war was completely out of control. Both sides were killing each other in a frenzy. And Konoha's dimensional strike layout was finally about to net its catch. In a world like this, strength equals everything. And he had rediscovered the boldness of his youth. If it weren't for the circumstances, who would want to grow old? Next, high energy. After regaining his youth, Whitebeard's ambition soared. He wanted to join forces with Konoha to overthrow the world government. He charged into the Navy ranks with the Ankh SH. And Akainu was stunned as soon as he came up. This Conqueror's Haki-wrapped blade, energy, was impossible to block. The three admirals hurriedly surrounded him, becoming more and more flustered. This was not an injured old man at all, but clearly the world's strongest man in his prime. Luffy charged all the way to the execution platform, and the Navy dared not stop him. Garp's grandson, whoever touches him, is looking for death. Pay attention. Luffy encountered Jiraiya, thinking he would be stopped, but Jiraiya directly made way. He saw through the fateful power on Luffy and sneered. Konoha doesn't rely on the child of prophecy. We can cause a scene ourselves. Luffy rushed in front of Garp and yelled, "Are you just going to watch Ace get executed?" Garp clenched his fists, trembling with restraint, while Jiraiya and Fugaku watched with amusement. The level of conflict was even more exciting than the Uchiha rebellion back in the day. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. The Navy was already a loose collection of sand. The warlords were each calculating their own interests, and even the three admirals couldn't gain an advantage in their joint assault. Whitebeard deliberately held back, just waiting for Blackbeard to appear and tear the traitor apart. Konoha was watching the tiger fight from mountain, waiting for both sides to weaken before harvesting. The top war was completely out of control, and everyone had become a pawn in Konoha's layout. The Navy's absolute justice had become a joke. Even Luffy rushing to the platform couldn't be stopped, and the scene was absurdly chaotic. For Luffy to charge all the way to the execution platform, it was nothing short of a farce. Although the three admirals appeared to be fighting back and forth with Whitebeard, in reality, only Akainu was putting in effort. The other two were completely slacking off. Next, high energy. Luffy's punch stunned Garp, who simply lay down and played dead. Out of sight, out of mind. Sengoku wanted to cut the live broadcast, but more transponder snails were live streaming all over the internet. Luffy rushed to the execution platform to save Ace, and Whitebeard deliberately took a heavy hit from Kizura's laser, leaving Kizura dumbfounded. I didn't use much strength. Akainu crazily lunged at Ace, and Jiraiya raised his hand for Shinra Tensei, smashing Akainu, lava and all, into the ice layer. Pay attention. Blackbeard jumped out with the fugitives, shouting, "Old man, I'm here to send you off." Whitebeard instantly locked onto him, and the next second directly pulled off his bandana, revealing a head of golden hair that exploded on the scene. The Whitebeard crew immediately broke down in tears. Dad's youth has returned. The whole world was dumbfounded. This was no injured old man, but clearly a peak battle god. Garp, lying on the ground, almost laughed out loud, while the five elders in the back were furious. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Konoha's layout directly became legendary. First, they let Whitebeard pretend to be weak to lure Blackbeard. Then they borrowed Jiraiya's strike to establish authority, sitting back and watching the Navy and pirates tear each other apart. Akainu was taken down in seconds. Kizuru was slacking off. Sengoku was completely out of control, and the top war had turned into Konoha's showcase. Blackbeard turned pale. Just when he wanted to seize the fruit, he ran into the peak Whitebeard, and this wave of stealing a chicken ended up losing rice. Sengoku's eyes were about to pop out. What was happening? He was very familiar with the young Whitebeard, and the Whitebeard in front of him was just like the one from back then. Next, high energy. The restored, youthful Whitebeard's combat power was directly maxed out, and his conqueror's haki shook the very space. Blackbeard was so scared he went soft in the legs, only wanting to run away, without the tremor fruit. He was a clown in front of peak Whitebeard. The Navy was completely defeated. Akainu just pulled up, dared not charge again, while Sengoku was anxiously hopping around. Big Mom's cake fell to the ground. Kaido put down his wine cup and shouted to get to the bottom of this. And the 5 elders went crazy. We must obtain the power of youth restoration. Pay attention. Whitebeard charged towards Blackbeard, and Sengoku hurriedly asked Jiraiya, "What does Konoha really want?" Jiraiya sneered, "You'll know soon." Luffy ran madly to the pirate camp with Ace, and the balance of war was completely tilted. Red-haired Shanks rushed over. Confused, why were both sides at a standstill? He didn't know that Konoha had already arranged for the transponder snails to live-stream everything, and the Navy's fig leaf was long gone. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Konoha's control of the entire situation was explosive. They let Whitebeard regain his youth to serve as a gun, while they sat back and watched the 4 emperors and the Navy tear each other apart, all while live streaming for the whole world to see the Navy's embarrassment. Blackbeard was about to be torn apart. Sengoku was completely out of control, and none of the 3 admirals dared to charge in. The top war had become a stage for Konoha's authority. But the scene was completely different from what he had imagined. The Navy and Whitebeard were actually at a standstill. What does Whitebeard look like? Has he really returned to his former appearance? Next, it's going to get intense. Red-haired Shanks is stunned. How did this elder revert to his youthful form? He jumps out and puts on a show. Give me some face and stop the war. But Whitebeard retorts, I won't rest until Blackbeard is dead. Sengoku also shouts, the execution isn't over. Red-haired instantly unleashes his conqueror's haki, colliding with Whitebeard and Sengoku. The frozen sea cracks. Pay attention. Jiraiya can't stand it anymore. Stop the nonsense. He activates his golden Rinnegan, and with a wave of pressure, both the Navy and pirates fall. Switching to Sage mode, he takes center stage. Ace is taken, Blackbeard is killed, and Whitebeard's crew is leaving. Sengoku laughs in anger. You want all? Red-haired's face turns ashen. His dignity is being ignored. Shursui and Fugaku directly rush at Blackbeard. You absolutely won't believe it. Jiraiya single-handedly withstands the combined might of 3 admirals and red-haired without breaking a sweat. Sengoku finally realizes, Whitebeard's rejuvenation must be your doing. Jiraiya lays it all out. That's right. Whitebeard's crew has become the Leaf Navy. This dimensional strike completely blows the scene up, turning the Marineford War into a showcase for the Leaf. Red-haired panics. He's colluding with the 5 elders, and the situation is completely out of control. So the ace you're executing is barely considered one of ours in the Leaf. Jiraiya's words shock everyone, but most people's first reaction is still disbelief. Next, it's going to get intense. Whitebeard immediately confirms. That's right. We are the Leaf Navy. Akainu grits his teeth in anger, wanting to attack, but he's terrified after the last Shinra Tensei. Blackbeard arrogantly boasts. Just 2 little minions think they can catch me? The next moment, he is left dumbfounded. Shursui and Fugaku instantly activate Susanoo. A giant with gray and green armor rises from the ground. The entire venue goes silent. What kind of dimensional strike is this? Pay attention. Other Uchiha Jonin simultaneously activate their Manjiki Sharingan, and as the Navy closes in, the colorful Susanoo frames directly clash with them. Fugaku and Shursui bombard Blackbeard's crew from a distance. The flames from the J fruit seem like child's play. Shursui unleashes Amaterasu, and Blackbeard rolls on the ground in pain, finally absorbing the black flames, only to be grabbed by the 2 and kicked like a ball. The gigantic warship pretends to be dead, and all the fodder is instantly turned to dust. You absolutely won't believe it. The Leaf's Uchiha Legion completely dominates the scene. Every strike from Susanoo is a critical hit, and Blackbeard screams in agony. Even red-haired is stunned. Sengoku's face turns green. This fighting power is impossible to contend with. In front of Susanoo, the abilities of the pirate world are like paper. Jiraiya watches leisurely, and the intimidation factor is maxed out. The entire world remembers the name Uchiha. I even feel a bit sorry for Blackbeard. His screams are just too tragic. Over here, the 3 admirals can't hold back anymore. Kazura and Akiji also go all out. But Akiji is internally conflicted. He doesn't T1 engage with Jiraiya and the Leaf. Next, it's going to get intense. Carp suddenly stands up, and Sengoku is anxious to resign. Whoever wants to be the fleet admiral can take it. He transforms into his giant Buddha form and shouts slogans. but inside he feels uneasy. Whitebeard could destroy the Navy headquarters right now. Blackbeard is being chased and beaten by Shursui and Fugaku. Even the dark fruit is useless, and he is directly knocked out. The three admirals rush up, and Jiraiya raises his hand for Shinra Tensei, sending everyone flying and clearing a vacuum zone. Pay attention. Jiraiya activates Sage Art Rinnegan and proclaims, "Let me show you the true power of a god." He summons a giant meteor from outer space. The whole venue is dumbfounded, and Sengoku's face turns pale. "Hurry, smash it," Jiraiya threatens. "If you keep jumping around, I'll drop a meteor on Mariehua." The Navy is thrown into chaos, busy saving the headquarters and can't care about the battlefield. The escapees from Impel Down are confused, and Buggy is too scared to speak. The situation has completely gone off track. You absolutely won't believe it. The Leaf's move directly activates an external aid. The meteor descends and crushes the entire scene. The Navy goes from hunters to prey, and Red-Haired can't intervene at all. Blackbeard is captured alive, Whitebeard watches the show, and Jiraiya controls the entire situation. The power system of the pirate world is utterly shattered. This isn't a war, it's clearly the Leaf flexing their muscles unilaterally. The Navy goes to deal with the meteor. They simply can't pay attention to this side. Akainu glares fiercely at Jiraiya and the others, just like Whitebeard. But seeing the Navy has all left, even if he wants to fight, he is on his own. Next, it's going to get intense. Jiraiya directly confronts Red-Haired. "Who do you think you are? How dare you point fingers at the Leaf?" Red-Haired immediately concedes. There is no need to gamble with the lives of his comrades. He turns around and takes his people to escape. The pirates seize the opportunity to hijack Navy ships and run away, while Whitebeard contemplates how to torture the half-dead Blackbeard. And Ace is crying and hugging Luffy. "It's all my fault for being too arrogant." Pay attention. Jiraiya uses his Rinnegan to control the meteor and sends it back to the universe. The Navy is instantly scared to kneel, cold sweat soaking their uniforms. The Marineford War hastily comes to an end, and the Navy has lost face completely. After being held accountable by the world government, Sengoku immediately resigns, and Carp and Tsuru follow suit. The world government updates the bounty notices but dares not list the Leaf and Uchiha, fearing Jiraiya will drop meteors on Mariehua at midnight. You absolutely won't believe it. The Leaf's display of strength is maxed out. The meteor can be summoned and retracted at will. The four emperors can be confronted directly, and the world government doesn't even dare to issue bounties. After the escapees are released from prison, they go on a rampage. The seas are completely chaotic, all due to the chain reaction of the Leaf's dimensional strikes. Red-Haired retreats in frustration, and Akainu is powerless to act alone. The entire pirate world's rules are trampled underfoot by the Leaf. Therefore, there are no bounties related to the Leaf. The flag of the Whitebeard pirates has been changed to the Leaf's flag. Next, it's going to get intense. The Leaf directly takes over all of Whitebeard's territories, and Luffy follows the main force straight to the Leaf Island. Jinbei charges ahead towards Fishman Island. The sea is his home ground. Orochimaru sends Itachi, Kabuto, and Anko to team up, even giving Itachi a clone Sharingan as a trump card, protecting his own to the extreme. Whitebeard pounds his chest and guarantees Fishman Island's fighting power is weak, easy to handle. Jinbei keeps a close eye on Jinbei. This guy can actually control the sea? Too outrageous. Pay attention. Jinbei completely ignores Jinbei, feeling proud inside. "I am a Leaf ninja, with the three tails, Jinchuriki, and the shark skin in hand. I can walk sideways in the sea." Fishmen wanting to reverse their discriminated fate? In front of him, it's just child's play. Anko is so excited she jumps. Finally, we can go on a deep-sea adventure. Kabuto adjusts his glasses, studying Jinbei's Fishman bloodline, while Itachi is lost in thought about his brother and sister. Everyone's mindset is steady as a rock. You absolutely won't believe it. The Leaf is using Whitebeard's shell to expand territory like crazy. As long as the pirates obey, they can stay. Burning, killing, and looting is directly banned. The ships heading to Fishman Island are even advanced technology. No sails or oars needed. Just inject Chakra to speed off. Jinbei is dumbfounded, circling around the ship. How is this thing moving so fast on its own? The Leaf's strength technology crushes all, even before reaching Fishman Island. They've already won in momentum. How is the ship even moving? In fact, the Leaf's ships have undergone generations of development and modification. They don't even need to inject Chakra specifically. Just standing on the ship is enough. Next, it's going to get intense. This ship can also assist in training. reducing chakra consumption. With Jinbei as the Jinch Riki acting as a power bank, the endurance is maxed out and never runs out of power. The Leaf's ship sails to Sabaody Archipelago, causing a small-scale panic. After all, it's a fearsome character that shook the battlefield. But it quickly calms down. It's just a small ship. How much wave can it make? Meanwhile, countless spies are frantically reporting back. The Leaf people have arrived. Pay attention. Jinbei takes on the coding job and directly brings Jinbei to meet the Pirate King Rayleigh. The two arrive at the entrance of Shaki's bar, and Jinbei is stunned. The name of this bar is too hardcore. The Sabaody Archipelago is a mixed bag, with the previous island 29 still doing human trafficking, relying entirely on the celestial dragons for support. Itachi didn't want to go out, but was dragged by Akane to experience the local customs. Kisame specifically reminded him, "Take your flying thunder god Kanai and call the 4th Hokage if something happens." You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Konoha's black technology directly launched a dimensional strike on the pirate ship. No sails, no oars, just stand on it and it runs automatically, full of technological vibes. Now the sea is full of fake Konoha ships trying to ride the wave. When the real ship arrives, all factions dare not act rashly. Jinbei, the seasoned pirate, and Kisame, the ruthless ninja from Konoha, walk side by side on the street, making passers-by dodge. Who can withstand this aura? Upon seeing Jinbei and Kisame, Shaki took a puff of smoke. The troublesome figure naturally referred to Kisame. Does Konoha have fishmen too? They don't look friendly. Next, high energy. Kisame fixated on Rayleigh when entering the bar, pondering. This world has no chakra. It's a pity I can't taste the strength. Jinbei explained they need to coat the ship for Fishman Island, and Rayleigh immediately agreed, even volunteering to check the situation. Kisame sneered, whatever. Konoha has long incorporated Fishman Island into its control. After all, this is a key passage to the New World, and with the Rinnegan, creating a spatial passage is a piece of cake. Pay attention. Itachi, Toby, and Akane were wandering around Sabaody Archipelago, with Akane shouting excitedly at the bubbles. Itachi secretly calculated. This place has stunning scenery. It must be incorporated into Konoha's territory. Suddenly, the passers-by all knelt down, and the three kids were dumbfounded. What is going on? It turned out that it was the celestial dragon, Saint Lucia, who had been beaten by Luffy, arriving with a group of guards to buy slaves and show off. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Konoha's forehead protector is a walking peace treaty. No one dares to provoke the three kids. After the Marineford War, all pirates have fled, and now the island is full of merchants and human traffickers, all backed by the celestial dragons. Rayleigh was still worried about Konoha disrupting the world, unaware that Konoha had already maximized its influence. The celestial dragon, acting all high and mighty, had no idea they were up against someone even the Marines feared. Hey, what are you guys doing? If you want to die, don't drag us down. The people kneeling nearby saw the three wearing Konoha forehead protectors not kneeling, even looking confused, and knew they were doomed. Next, high energy. The onlookers were about to cry. It's a celestial dragon. Kneel quickly, otherwise we'll all die. Itachi, Toby, and Akane exchanged glances. Are you kidding? Even the Hokage doesn't get this treatment. Why should we kneel to you? St. Lucia fixed her gaze on Itachi, her heart racing. Dad, I want him as a slave. St. Roswald waved his hand. CP0, put collars on them. CP0 was immediately intimidated. Your Highness, they are from Konoha. We can't provoke them. Pay attention. The celestial dragon completely ignored the advice. What Konoha? Just lowly slaves. Akane pulled Itachi, wanting to leave. Don't cause trouble. St. Lucia exploded with rage. Don't you dare leave. Do you dare defy me? Itachi felt uncomfortable under her gaze. His mind filled with terrifying images of Izumi opening her Sharingan in jealousy. CP0 exchanged glances, only able to brace themselves. After all, they couldn't disobey the celestial dragon's orders. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Konoha's forehead protector is a death-free gold metal deterrent symbol. The three kids stood there motionless, radiating their own aura. The onlookers trembled in fear, afraid of being affected. The celestial dragon continued to act like a descendant of a creator, completely unaware that they had provoked someone capable of summoning meteorites and crushing the Marines. This conflict was about to erupt, and CP0 was in a tough spot. This job was impossible. Most celestial dragons already believed they were not the same kind of beings as ordinary people. They refused to breathe the same air as ordinary people, and their clothes resembled spacesuits. Next, high energy. CP0 left one person to contact the world government, while the other two directly used the 6 powers to rush over, aiming their guns at the 3 kids. St. Lucia went berserk. Don't hurt him. I want him intact. But the next second, the 3 kids turned into smoke and vanished. When ninjas want to escape, who can stop them? CP0 was left dumbfounded, and St. Lucia screamed in madness. I'll find him no matter what. St. Roswald helplessly nodded, and CP0 received the order. Must capture him alive and find out Konoha's intentions. Pay attention. Over here on Konoha Island, Orochimaru was holding a cup of sake, laughing. You've really made a splash this time. Now the whole world knows about Konoha's white-haired hero. The situation in the ninja world was even more extreme. The Earth and Lightning countries have been ravaged by war, and all the elites and merchants fled to Konoha, causing their currencies to devalue to worthless paper. Noki and they had completely given up. We can't compete with Konoha anymore. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The celestial dragons were still dreaming of enslaving people. Completely unaware, they had provoked a top-tier Jinchuriki. CP0 was flailing around in Sabaody Archipelago, while the 3 kids were already perched on a rooftop watching the show. Konoha was operating on 2 fronts like a tiger, establishing prestige in the pirate world while economically crushing the ninja world, achieving a double victory in culture strength and directly sealing their divine status. With this pattern, who could dare to provoke them? Moreover, neither Noki nor they had any thoughts of competing with Konoha anymore. Why didn't the former daimyo fight to the death, but let the ninjas take the front lines? Next, high energy. Jiraiya was drinking and laughing. This world has many beautiful women and an open culture. I'm in love. Orochimaru was calculating something bigger. This world is n times larger than the ninja world, and ninjas can learn domineering in the future. Kage had already easily mastered the Marine's 6 powers, and Konoha was eyeing Fishman Island. They must seize this crucial path to the new world. Rayleigh was speeding up the coding process, and the 3 kids, after encountering the celestial dragons, were low-key hiding. CP0 found their whereabouts but didn't dare to act. Konoha, Rayleigh, Jinbei, this combination is too dangerous. Pay attention. St. Lucia was frantically searching for Itachi, running all over the island but not even catching a glimpse of a shadow, while the world government directly ignored her requests. Just calm her down. Don't provoke Konoha. Akane teased Itachi. You got quite the charm. Itachi sneered. Celestial dragons are nothing but vermin. Jinbei angrily blasted Sabaody Archipelago. The Marines are nearby, and they still allow capturing fishmen as slaves. It's disgusting. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Konoha's overwhelming deterrence is too strong. CP0 doesn't dare to provoke them. The world government is acting submissive, and the celestial dragon's arrogance is useless. While laying plans for Fishman Island and monopolizing the economy in the ninja world, they're directly sealing their divine status with dual operations. The rules of the pirate world are being trampled underfoot. This is not an adventure at all, but clearly Konoha's expansion show. What does it matter if the former first mate of the Pirate King was something? The captain was already cut down. They're all failures. Can the new generation change this world? No one knows the answer. Next, high energy. The 3 kids found Sabaody Archipelago too dirty and wanted to leave. Kisame was so bored he was going crazy. Rayleigh refused to fight. Jinbei was too weak, and the shark skin was about to lose its temper. Rayleigh said he would follow to Fishman Island to keep an eye on things, and as soon as the coding was done, he was ready to dive. Suddenly, St. Lucia charged in with the Marines, shouting, "Block that ship!" Kisame immediately unleashed a powerful jutsu. Water release. Great shark bullet. The shark water bullet instantly knocked out a group of Marines, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. Can he control the sea? Pay attention. Kisame spotted St. Lucia, grabbed her, and tossed her onto the ship, laughing. Here, as a companion for Itachi. The surrounding people were directly paralyzed with fear. He actually dared to capture a celestial dragon. Kisame didn't care at all. On the spot, he transformed into a tailed beast and dove deep into the sea with the coated ship. On the shore, the Marines and passers-by ran madly. The Admiral is definitely coming. If we don't run now, it's over. Jinbei and Rayleigh stared at the 3 tails in shock. How can this fishman transform into a Sea King type? You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Konoha's people are truly bold. The celestial dragon said to capture, and they captured. The tailed beast transformation directly became a deep-sea bodyguard. The people of the pirate world were completely broken. This combat power is completely unreasonable. Kisame wore his arrogance like a badge, not caring about celestial dragons or marines. If they're in the way, crush them. This operation directly blew the scene apart. What is going on? Ignoring St. Lucia, Jinbei looked at Itachi. Next, high energy. Itachi directly explained. Kisame is the three tails Jinchuriki. This is the power of the tailed beast. The three tails control the water flow, pushing the ship steadily down. The Sea Kings along the way sensed the pressure from the tailed beast and ran away in fear. Rayleigh stared at St. Lucia, who was thrown on the deck, his head almost exploding. Konoha is too arrogant. Catching a celestial dragon is like catching a kitten. Previously, they even captured Fujitora and Carp, and incorporated the Whitebeard pirates as their subordinates. This operation completely subverts the perception of the pirate world. Pay attention. The celestial dragon, Lilia Palace, finally woke up and immediately shouted, "You lowly slaves dare to catch me?" But when she turned around and saw Itachi, her face instantly turned red and her heart raced. She even mistakenly thought, "Even if you're infatuated with me, you can't do it this way." Itachi's fist hardened on the spot. Tsukuyami. He directly activated the Mangeki Sharingan, dragging Lilia Palace into the illusion space. A scarlet blood moon hung in the sky. Crows circled around her cawing, and she was bound so she couldn't move. Completely confused. "Where is this?" Itachi, expressionless, declared, "Remember the name Uchiha Itachi. I will be your nightmare for life." You absolutely wouldn't believe it. The situation in Konoha is outrageous. Kisame is an invincible presence in the sea, and if he can't win, he dives into the deep sea, using the power of the ocean to bully 90 of ability users. Yet, Itachi can control a celestial dragon with just an illusion. Rayleigh stood silently to the side. The world that Roger struggled to shake is about to be completely overturned by Konoha in such a short time. Luffy and Ace are still training on Konoha's territory. Who can predict the future direction? What is your name? Itachi's gaze was sharp, his blood-red Mangeki exuding a murderous aura. Next, high energy. Lilia Palace was mesmerized, her face turning red and tears brimming as she instantly became a fangirl. "Lord Itachi is so handsome. You can do whatever you want." Itachi was dumbfounded. "Did I bring back a pervert?" He immediately switched tactics, forcing her to become a Konoha spy, using an illusion to make her experience the humiliation of being publicly auctioned. Lilia Palace was so scared she lost her soul, her eyes blank, not even daring to breathe. Pay attention. The outside world exploded. As soon as the news of the celestial dragon being captured spread, Kazuru rushed to the scene. Akainu and Fujitora immediately stopped fighting to avoid internal conflict, and even the resigned Sengoku was urgently called back to clean up the mess. Sengoku urgently contacted Orochimaru, shouting, "You dare to capture a celestial dragon? Do you want to go to war with the world government?" Orochimaru coldly retorted, "Are you sure you want to flip the table with Konoha?" The moment Sengoku thought of the giant meteorite, he immediately backed down. "I'll have the Gorosei talk to you. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Konoha's operation is simply against the heavens, taking the celestial dragon as a hostage, controlling them with an illusion, and forcing them to become spies without breaking a sweat." Facing the threat from the Navy, Sengoku was tough one moment, then thought of the meteorite and instantly backed down and shifted the blame. The rules of the pirate world were rubbed down by Konoha. Who can withstand this intimidation? "I'll have the world government talk to you." Sengoku quickly reported this matter to the Gorosei. Next, high energy. The Gorosei didn't care about Lilia Palace's life or death. They were only thinking about preserving the celestial dragons and the face of the world government. After discussing for a long time, they actively called Orochimaru, firmly believing that Konoha were aliens. Orochimaru directly countered, "Want to go to war? Are you prepared to be overthrown?" The Gorosei immediately backed down. "We'll send someone to visit and discuss cooperation." Then they turned around and bloodily washed the Sabaody archipelago, shifting the blame for the celestial dragon's disappearance entirely onto the Sea Kings, forcibly suppressing the turmoil. Pay attention. In the ninja world, the ninjas are submissive to the Otsutsuki, but in the pirate world, Konoha strikes hard and walks horizontally. Orochimaru was delighted. "So the Otsutsuki are actually my own." Sarutobi Hiruzen had 4 devil fruits in front of him. After studying them, Orochimaru found them lacking in potential and was too lazy to replicate them. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly unleashed a big move, throwing the fruits into the Dan furnace to extract the power of rules for pill refining. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Konoha's operation is simply outrageous. The Gorosei were so scared they didn't dare to challenge, and had to act humble to negotiate cooperation. while Konoha directly used the rules of the pirate world as fuel for upgrades. The devil fruits that others are fighting over are just scraps for alchemy in Konoha. This dimensionality reduction strike left the pirate world completely powerless to resist. This devil fruit is actually a cage, imprisoning the power of rules. At the same time, there is a curse within the devil fruit. Once it touches seawater, not only will the power of rules obtained from the devil fruit disappear, but the person will also lose all strength and have no ability to resist. Next, high energy. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a protective spirit, slowly extracting the power of rules from the devil fruit. On the other side, the three tails controlled the water flow, steadily pushing the ship into the deep sea, with zero danger the entire time. Lilia Palace instantly transformed into a simpering servant for Itachi, but when she turned to Jinbe, she made a face at him. Itachi's command to shut up scared her into submission. Jinbe jumped anxiously. Taking her to Fishman Island is going to cause trouble. Tobirama pushed his glasses and coldly laughed. Fishman Island will soon belong to Konoha. What is there to fear? Pay attention. Rayleigh was drinking strong liquor and feeling dazed. This era is no longer my stage. Things were even crazier on Konoha's side. Whitebeard was training Luffy and Ace. And all the former pirate crew members had turned into Konoha's navy, with not a single island daring to oppose. The people had suffered enough from pirate disasters and regarded Konoha as their savior. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Konoha's operation is simply godlike. While harvesting the rules of the devil fruits as upgrade packages, they're also incorporating the territories of the four emperors to expand their power, even managing to control the celestial dragons. What calamity does Jinbe fear? In Konoha's eyes, it's just child's play. The old rules of the pirate world have been completely overturned. Who can withstand this wave of expansion? The genes within are complex and different from ordinary people. At the same time, his ability to acquire 2 devil fruit powers is also thanks to the mysterious and powerful dark fruit. Next, high energy. Konoha couldn't temporarily strip the dark fruit, so they directly put Blackbeard into a permanent illusion, allowing him to enjoy being a four emperor in his dreams. Whitebeard admitted defeat. For my sons, being restricted by Konoha is worth it. He harshly trained Ace and Luffy every day, scolding himself for being too indulgent before and almost causing a disaster. Orochimaru and Jiraiya secretly watched and laughed. In this world, cultivation is just about exhausting the body, similar to chakra techniques. Pay attention. Jiraiya said Luffy had the aura of a destined child, but he and Orochimaru no longer believed in fate. They sealed Naruto and Sasuke to break their destinies, not allowing them to be stepping stones for others. Luffy still foolishly wanted to be the Pirate King, unaware that Naruto and Sasuke were already eager to seize that position. The ninja world is too small. Konoha's new generation is eager to conquer the sea. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Konoha's operation is simply against the heavens. Controlling Blackbeard is like playing. Changing destinies is as easy as drinking water. The four-emperor Whitebeard has become a worker, and Luffy's dream of being the Pirate King is being eyed by Konoha's younger generation. On the other side, Itachi and his group arrived at Fishman Island. Jinbe went back to inform Neptune. The fishmen saw them as children and the elderly, so they posed no threat. Lilia Palace could only suppress her disgust and breathe the same air as these slaves. Under Itachi's instruction, Lilia Palace forced herself to endure her revulsion and breathe the same air as these slaves. The events in the Tsukuyami space made her even more infatuated with Itachi. Next, high energy. Itachi forced her to become a spy, using the illusion to crush her self-esteem, directly overturning and reconstructing her worldview. The celestial dragons are indeed noble on the surface, but twisted and grotesque at their core. The internal chaos of Fishman Island is a mess, with the new Fishman pirates and the flying pirates fighting to the death. Tobirama directly declared, "When Konoha takes over, we must seal this territory with sealing techniques." Kisame directly turned the tables, becoming a handsome fishman. Previously, he was shouting about wanting to flirt with fishman beauties, but now he was blushing and following at the back, not even daring to lift his head. Pay attention. Rayleigh hurriedly led everyone to the Fishman Cafe, refusing to go to Fishman Street, afraid that these people who dared to capture celestial dragons would blow that lawless area to smithereens. The outside world was in an uproar. Sengoku had to delay his retirement and take the blame because the celestial dragons were captured. The world government appointed Akainu as the new admiral, planning a thorough purge of the navy. Fujitora saw through it all. The Navy's so-called justice is just a show, unable to protect anyone. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Konoha's operation has directly disrupted the situation in the pirate world. Fishman Island hasn't even settled down, and the Navy is already in chaos. Kisame goes from an arrogant big shot to a pure-hearted young boy, while Akainu wants to take charge but can't maintain control. The deterrent power of Konoha is at an all-time high. Even the chaos of Fishman Island is seen by Konoha as just a small scene they can easily handle. False justice is not justice. His so-called lazy justice is merely a reluctant compromise after realizing he can't protect anyone. Next, high energy. Hokage completely gives up. He won't fight against Akainu, nor will he be a dog for the world government. As soon as the large conscription ends, he plans to roll up and leave. Rayleigh takes everyone straight to the Fishman CAF, and along the way, the Fishmen can only watch from a distance. They all know that the Whitebeard crew has thrown their lot in with a new power, and Fishman Island is about to change hands. Lilia Palace makes a fool of herself, insulting a young Fishman employee as a slave, and Charlie angrily retorts, but is threatened by her status as a celestial dragon. Do you want Fishman Island to be destroyed? Watch closely. Kisame blows up. If you keep talking, I'll turn your holy land to dust. Lilia Palace immediately shrinks back, afraid to say a word. She turns to Charlie, her shark-like face turning red, unable to utter a single word. Toby and Itachi laugh so hard they shake. This guy who used to shout about wanting to abduct beautiful fish women is now acting pure-hearted. Enko directly reveals, Kisame, you can be shy too? And by the way, this is our core big shot from Konoha. You absolutely want to believe it. Konoha's people walk around Fishman Island with swagger. The celestial dragons can insult as they please, and the fishmen don't dare say a word. Kisame transforms from an arrogant battle god into a pure-hearted little puppy, and the contrast is off the charts. Charlie quickly uses a pearl to divine, and after studying for a while, she only comes up with one sentence. Konoha will bring change to Fishman Island. This wave of Konoha's deterrent power is simply explosive in the pirate world. Konoha will bring change to Fishman Island. Hearing Charlie's divination, Rayleigh breathes a sigh of relief. Next, high energy. Itachi directly states, Konoha is here to bring change to Fishman Island. Enko pulls Charlie in front of Kisame, who boldly declares, come back to Konoha with me to live. Just as things are getting lively, Neptune rushes in with a bunch of soldiers, instantly turning into a sycophant. Noble guests, please follow me to the palace. He has prepared a luxurious seat for Lilia Palace, but is met with a cold glare from Itachi that makes him too afraid to speak. Kisame forcefully drags Charlie into a carriage, and Charlie doesn't dare resist. This guy even dares to insult the celestial dragons. He is a tough character. Watch closely. When they reach the palace, Neptune just opens his mouth to ask their intentions, and Toby pulls out a flying thunder god kunai infused with chakra. A burst of golden light appears, and Yawaraka May makes her entrance. She immediately activates Sage Mode and Ninetales Chakra, then flashes again. And Orochimaru and Jiraiya are instantly teleported over. Neptune and the Fishman soldiers are left dumbfounded, standing still. You absolutely want to believe it. Konoha's teleportation technique is simply too outrageous. Ignoring 1,000 miles, they can bring people over just like that. Neptune is stunned. Lilia Palace shrinks into a quail. And Kisame sits in the same carriage as the goddess. Before Fishman Island had a chance to react, all the big shots from Konoha have gathered. And this display is enough to fill the entire pirate world. Bringing two powerful figures across such a long distance consumes a lot of energy. The fourth Hokage has already been reincarnated with Impure World Reincarnation, and Konoha is considering using the Rinnegan to revive him, as the new generation of ninjas at sea needs his protection. Next, high energy. Neptune quickly recognizes Orochimaru as Konoha's leader, but Jiraiya is staring at the fish women with shining eyes, secretly praising Kisame and Itachi for their charm. Orochimaru doesn't care about that. He goes straight to the point. The Whitebeard crew has joined Konoha, and Fishman Island will be under our protection from now on. Just as Neptune breathes a sigh of relief, Orochimaru changes his tone. Fishman Island will be fully integrated into Konoha, becoming part of us. Watch closely. Neptune is dumbfounded. We are a member of the world government. Lilia Palace beside him doesn't dare breathe a word. She hasn't seen any reinforcements for a whole day, and she is afraid she'll really become a discarded pawn. It's known that Konoha never hesitates when taking territory. Those who resist are directly crushed with composite ninjutsu. This meeting is just a courtesy to Fishman Island. You absolutely 1T believe it. Konoha's expansion speed is simply rocket-like. The Four Emperors crew says they LL take it, and the world government's member states say they LL swallow it whole. The rules of the world government are being trampled underfoot, and Neptune lacks the courage to refuse. On one side, Orochimaru holds the lifeline of Fishman Island, while Jiraiya is still pondering how Fishman's tails turn into legs, creating a stark contrast. To be blunt, Fishman Island is too far from Konoha. Does joining Konoha really matter? What he said is also true. Fishman Island is deep in the ocean, and it is too far from Konoha. Even if they join Konoha, Konoha can't manage it effectively. Next, high energy. Orochimaru laughs directly. We already have a backup plan. Jiraiya activates the Rinnegan, and a space-time portal opens behind him. Neptune, half convinced, steps through, and the next second he is stunned. What lies before him is the sunlit island of Konoha. Orochimaru declares, "We'll open the portal for you to reach the land, providing protection and equality. Will you join?" Neptune instantly understands the threat and nods. Watch closely. This space-time forbidden technique is a collaboration of the four Hokages, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Hashirama Senju, Minato Namikaze, and the Rinnegan, with Zero Tails providing unlimited energy. Controlling Fishman Island will cut off the New World's entrance, and the first step in wrestling with the world government is directly in place. Orochimaru is also planning to pull Tsunagakure into the mix, embedding the cursed seal into their genes to completely lock it down, preventing any signs of rebellion. You absolutely 1T believe it. Konoha's expansion doesn't follow any pattern. Distance? The space-time portal directly ignores it. Negotiation? They come with an unrefusable deterrent. While the world government is still slacking off, Konoha has already taken control of Fishman Island, laying out the power of the ninja world. And even Tsunagakure is about to be included. This wave of overwhelming operations has completely shaken the pirate world. Who can stop it? Within Konoha's sphere of influence, any human trafficking is completely prohibited. After Neptune returns to Fishman Island, his expression is very complicated. Next, high energy. Neptune urgently summons ministers for a meeting. Fully aware, refusing Konoha will lead to no good. He can only push forward with a stiff upper lip. Jiraiya takes the opportunity to explore the island, praising Kisame for his insight and teasing Itachi for being attached to the celestial dragons, while he heads straight to where the fish women gather. Soon, an announcement goes out across the island. Join Konoha, open a space-time portal to the land, and stand on equal footing with humans. Watch closely. The fishmen erupt. This must be a scam. They want to sell us into slavery. The troublemakers in Fishman Street try to incite rebellion. But Konoha's ninjas arrive at lightning speed. The fourth Hokage parachutes in with the Umbu, and Kisame, frustrated after being tongue-tied chasing Charlie, directly charges in to clear the scene. The new Fishman pirates and the flying pirates don't even get a chance to fight back before being crushed. And Fishman Street is flattened on the spot. You absolutely 1T believe it. Konoha's operation is simply game-breaking. The Fishman's resistance is like scratching an itch. The moment the ninja blades are drawn, they're all scared stiff. Jiraiya is busy flirting without delaying matters. The fourth Hokage is coordinating infrastructure while maintaining order. And Kisame vents his frustrations through fighting while also achieving merit. The division of labor is clear, and efficiency is at an all-time high. Who would dare say that Konoha can't manage the faraway Fishman Island? At the same time, Fishman Island realizes that Konoha is not the Whitebeard pirates, but a truly ambitious nation. However, Konoha does not seek to rule Fishman Island. It will still be managed by Neptune, with Konoha ninjas responsible for patrolling and maintaining peace while preventing riots. Next, high energy. The island of Konoha becomes the top trending city in the ninja world, with merchants, civilians, and ninjas scrambling to pursue their dreams. Supplies from the pirate world are flowing into the ninja world, and the economy is taking off. Naruto and his friends wake up early. Once they pass their assessments, they can rush into the pirate world. Now, the graduation rates from the ninja school are outrageous. Those who can only perform the three-body technique aren't worthy of graduation. Even civilian ninjas can learn the Doton technique. And completing missions allows them to unlock forbidden techniques, directly breaking the family monopoly. Watch closely. The outdated ninja team model has been completely eliminated. With no wars in the ninja world, Orochimaru is worried about training newcomers, and the pirate world happens to serve as a leveling dungeon. This graduating class of ninjas has nearly 10,000 students, and the power of the new generation is off the charts. Kakashi gave up the Sharingan to practice swordsmanship, and his strength skyrocketed. Today, he personally took the field as an examiner. You absolutely can't imagine it. Konoha's operation this time is simply off the charts. While stabilizing Fishman Island as a springboard, they crazily expanded recruitment for training new talent, treating the pirate world as a resource ATM. Other countries in the ninja world don't even dare to make a sound. Kakashi looked at the energetic little ones and instantly broke down. How could there be past tragedies in this era? I wonder how Obito is doing. He must be hiding like a rat in the sewer, right? Even with those eyes, facing the current Konoha, Obito is too powerless. Next level of excitement. Naruto was so anxious he was stomping his feet, pulling Sasuke to rush to the examination site. If we pass, we'll become the Pirate King. Kakashi immediately issued an order. One-on-one duels. I will personally assess their strength. Kinshiki and Shiro were directly exempted from the exam, while Naruto and Sasuke unleashed their full power. Their strength quickly catching up to elite Jonin. Hinata struck with a powerful palm, and Kakashi almost spat blood, raising the white flag on the spot. Everyone passes. This batch of newcomers is too fierce. Pay attention. Konoha suddenly made big news, officially announcing a groundbreaking declaration to the whole world. All intelligent races are equal. The Dragon Palace Kingdom officially joined. The world government pretended to send ships to get close, but secretly plotted. Once they gather the ancient weapons, they'll wipe out Konoha and the pirates together. As a result, Konoha countered with a trump card. Time-space passage completed. The deep-sea Fishman Island instantly teleported to Konoha Island. Faster than delivery. You absolutely can't imagine it. Konoha's maneuvering is outrageous. The new generation crushes the old, and the Equality Declaration left the entire world in shock. While the world government continues to play tricks, Konoha has already choked off the entrance to the new world, freely digging for underwater resources and treasures. Who says Konoha is hypocritical? A strong fist is the only truth. Konoha is not a kind-hearted bunch. Orochimaru has a lot to consider. Granting the Fishmen equal status means they must contribute as well. Next level of excitement. The Fishmen became Konoha's eye-catching assets, with their tenfold strength, making them the strongest workers. The time-space passage was officially activated, and pirates had to pay sky-high prices for a single use, while Konoha and the residents of Fishman Island could use it at low cost. The first batch of fishmen arriving at Konoha Island were dumbfounded. Living on land is actually not a dream. Neptune felt completely at ease meeting Whitebeard, immediately recruiting young fishmen to transform infrastructure, busy as a bee. Pay attention. As soon as Konoha's new generation landed, the training ground exploded into chaos. Uchiha Izumi fixed her gaze on Itachi, and the Lilia Palace suddenly unleashed a big move. Itachi is to become my family's son-in-law, the son-in-law of the Celestial Dragons. Izumi instantly activated her Sharingan, the three Tomo trembling. Itachi panicked, stammering, "Don't believe her. This woman is a spy." Sasuke, Naruto pulled Hinata away while Karen bolted, and Kabuto and Anko had already sneaked away to avoid the mess. You absolutely can't imagine it. Izumi wasn't buying this at all, grabbing the Lilia Palace to train intensely. Uchiha's young master becoming a son-in-law? You even think you qualify to mention that? Konoha's operation this time is ruthless. Treating Fishman Island like a labor pool, taking down the Celestial Dragons is like child's play. Does Lilia Palace still want to act all aristocratic? She was directly pressed to the ground and rubbed until she complied. After all, everyone in the ninja world lives on the edge. No one thinks about long-term matters. Instead of coveting the power of the Uchiha, why not become an Uchiha son-in-law or snatch an Uchiha to have children with? Next level of excitement. Izumi didn't care about the Celestial Dragon identity at all, using Genjutsu on Lilia Palace to force her to confront her most terrifying inner fears. After seeing this woman's little schemes to rely on Itachi to change her fate, Izumi finally relented. Konoha could never hand over Jiraiya's bloodline. She has long been a discarded piece by the world government. In the eyes of the officials, Celestial Dragons are just face-saving tools, and if they have no use, they're tossed aside. Pay attention. The first wave of Konoha's new generation to the island rushed to Ichiraku Ramen. The hand-pulled uncle's business boomed, giving old friends the old price, scamming pirates, while merchants directly tripled the price without discounts. Naruto slammed the table, shouting he would become the Pirate King, while Sasuke sneered. The strongest Uchiha is the ultimate goal. Becoming Pirate King is just a side quest. Hinata and Karen nodded in agreement from the side. You absolutely can't imagine it. The shop door crashed open. Luffy rushed in with great energy, slamming the table and shouting, "I will definitely become the Pirate King." This kid trained on Konoha Island and had become a VIP big eater at Ichiraka Ramen, able to show off eating dozens of bowls at once. Naruto exploded in anger, retorting, "Who do you think you are to compete? We are the ones who will become the Pirate King." The two young heirs clashed head-on, and the air around them almost froze. You say being the Pirate King means you're the Pirate King? We are the ones destined to become the Pirate King. Naruto was very unhappy, not knowing where this guy came from. Even if he wasn't the Pirate King, this title surely belonged to Konoha. Next level of excitement. Ace quickly blocked Luffy. "This is Konoha's territory. Don't act recklessly." The two young heirs immediately compared their eating capacities. Luffy shouted for 10 bowls of luxurious ramen, and Naruto stubbornly ordered 10 bowls as well. As a result, Naruto was stuffed after a few bowls, and Hinata took over to finish the rest. Luffy patted his round belly, boasting, "I could still eat 10 more bowls." Pay attention. Luffy immediately turned into a headhunter. "Come join my crew." Naruto countered the invitation. "You come here. We are the ones who will become the Pirate King." The two argued loudly, and Sasuke was fed up. "If you're going to argue, go fight. Don't drag out here." Kai suddenly appeared to watch, excitedly shouting, "This is the passion of youth." Itachi, along with Izumi and Lilia Palace, also arrived, silently watching the show. You absolutely can't imagine it. This showdown is between the kings of cheats. Luffy is the son of the Pirate King, a mythical Zoan user, while Naruto is a Jinchuriki, a master of verbal battles. Ace was curious about Konoha's strength, and Hinata cheered for Naruto. "Go, Naruto-kun." Sasuke and Karen also sat back to enjoy the show. The cheat physiques of the pirate world faced the extraordinary bloodlines of the ninja world, and this match was filled with high expectations. One is the son of the Pirate King, the other is the grandson of a legendary admiral, and the son of the fiercest criminal. Are you Luffy's brother? Having such a brother must be a headache, right? Next level of excitement. Ace was evasive in his answers, and Itachi fell silent. This guy is not on the same wavelength as me at all. Luffy shouted for a match to test their strength. He had already learned the two-color haki, just missing the Conqueror's haki. Naruto was even more explosive, with his Rasengan and Wind Release fully leveled up, and he had become good buddies with the Nine Tails, easily entering Sage Mode. Mayaboka Mountain and the Dragon Cave were all supporting Konoha, and even the Wet Bone Forest Perilla had signed contracts with Sarutobi Hiruzen, boosting the combat power of the ninja world to the max. Pay attention. The training ground was instantly filled with big shots. Whitebeard appeared to watch, and the fourth Hokage flashed in, looking at Naruto with a gratifying smile. Naruto raised his hand to create hundreds of shadow clones, and Luffy's eyes widened in shock. Luffy immediately went into gear second, unleashing a barrage of rubber machine gun fire, obliterating all the clones. With his observation haki precisely locked on a Naruto, he instantly dashed forward. Naruto remained calm, forming seals and instantly unleashing wind release, pressure damage. A high-density wind sphere exploded, and the storm rushed toward Luffy. You absolutely can't imagine it. Luffy instantly activated his armament haki to withstand it, only getting a bit scraped. The fourth Hokage nodded from the side, and even Whitebeard couldn't help but praise. The battle between the king of cheats from the ninja world and the pirate world. One relying on chakra for explosive attacks, the other relying on fruit and haki to clash head-on. The Fist of Flesh showdown blew the venue away. The onlookers were dumbfounded. No one expected these two kids to be so fierce. Is their defense really that strong? Naruto stared intently at Luffy, who had survived a powerful wind attack and was still bouncing around. It seemed he would need to enter Sage Mode or transform into the Nine Tails to take him down. Next level of excitement. Naruto called upon Kurama, the Nine Tails, who had been trained by Itachi to be obedient, providing chakra on the spot. Naruto's chakra surged throughout his body, his speed matching that of the lightning release mode, and he even conjured up a bunch of chakra hands. Sasuke watched with envy. My eyes will eventually surpass the Rinnegan. Luffy was stunned. This kid's hands could stretch just like his rubber arms. Two kings start fighting directly, their physical skills clashing fiercely, leaving the audience in awe. Watch closely. Luffy, in a panic, activates the third gear and fills his arm with haki to unleash a giant punch. After dodging, Naruto stops pretending and instantly switches to Kurama mode. Luffy goes even further, instantly entering the fourth gear. When their fists collide, the shockwave sends everyone on the island running to watch. Whitebeard and Minato simultaneously shout for a stop. Stop fighting. We're all on the same side. Naruto wins effortlessly, while Luffy is still pondering the unfamiliar power that suddenly emerged within him, looking completely confused. You wouldn't believe how strong Konoha is. The Nine Tails become a power bank, and Naruto directly crushes the main character of the pirate world. Sasuke is still holding back his big move, and Itachi watches with a satisfied expression. The ninja world directly shakes the pirate world. Who dares to say ninjas are weak? This move is truly legendary. Luffy has already considered Naruto a friend, so there's no way they would fight to the death. Sasuke gasps in shock. Is there any justice left? He just has 3 Tomo. How did Naruto become a perfect Jinchuriki? Next up, high energy. Whitebeard gazes at Naruto with sparkling eyes, wanting to recognize him as a son, but has to look at Minato's face first. They immediately decide to hold a celebratory feast, mobilizing the entire island for a grand event. Neptune covers all expenses and brings in a bunch of rare underwater specialties to impress everyone. Jiraiya is having a blast with a mermaid beauty, and Tsunade can't even be bothered to comment. After all, he is always like this. Tsunade and Mabuki rush to the pirate world for training, and all the Konoha big shots gather, pulling off a grand display. Watch closely. The clash of ninja and pirate cultures. Ninjas value order, while pirates shout for freedom, yet they all enjoy the feast together. The mermaids attract countless fans with their beauty, and the fishmen become golden workers. The news of Naruto setting sail puts immense pressure on Luffy. It's a fierce competition among protagonists. Hiruzen Sarutobi is secretly separating the rules of the devil fruits, while Konoha's technology tree explodes, causing their strength to skyrocket uncontrollably. You wouldn't believe it. Konoha has firmly established its foothold in the pirate world. The spatial passageway is built in no time, and Fishman Island quickly becomes a vassal. Naruto, embodying the king, makes it impossible for Sasuke, who is still holding back his 3 Tomo. The feast dispels any doubts the fishmen had, and Konoha's united front is smooth sailing. The ninja world's influence rapidly seeps into the pirate world, and this operation is truly legendary. Who watched it without saying amazing? During this time, Kakashi discovers that there seems to be an organization involved in child trafficking. Due to Konoha's rise, the number of war orphans has drastically decreased, and Obito, invited by Kagaya Otsutsuki to join the Shell organization, is looking for compatible bodies. Next up, high energy. Obito is no longer seeking to resurrect Rin. He wants revenge against Konoha and aims to destroy the world. Using Kimui to secretly capture children, he ends up being targeted by Kakashi. Kakashi grips his white fang and declares, "This time, I'll take him down myself." On the other side, Inoki is panicking, forming an alliance with the Land of Lightning to resist Konoha. The 2 countries are separated by a vast distance, and the alliance is just for show. Watch closely. The elites of both countries mobilize, secretly meeting in the Land of Frost. Who would have thought? Obito and Kagaya Otsutsuki are already hiding here. The Shell organization hasn't even started cloning yet. They rely entirely on luck to find bodies. The ninja world has already changed. The 5 Kage can't gather. The Mizukage is history, and the Wind Shadow Raza is directly acting as Konoha's underling. Inoki's alliance is just a paper tiger. You wouldn't believe it. Konoha is now so strong that it makes other nations tremble. Obito sneaks around like a rat, while Inoki deceives himself by forming an alliance. Kakashi has already dispatched a team for a manhunt. The Shell organization and the anti-Konoha alliance are all operating right under Konoha's nose. It's obvious who will win or lose this round. Konoha's overwhelming momentum cannot be stopped. Currently, Amato from a Land of the 3 Paths has not yet encountered Kagaya Otsutsuki, and Kagaya Otsutsuki is still looking for a suitable vessel without using cloning or biological technology. It mainly relies on luck. Having Obito help find children is unavoidable. And if Kagaya Otsutsuki encounters Jiraiya or Kinshiki, he will find that they are natural vessels. But if he dares to act, Orochimaru will teach him a lesson in no time. Next up, high energy. Obito discovers that the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth are heading towards the Land of Frost, immediately instructing the Shell organization to hide. EI and Inoki are mobilizing resources from their respective countries to form an alliance, but both are confused. They have no idea how to govern. After pleasantries, they try to discuss the alliance, but hit a wall. The 2 countries don't border each other, and traveling by land risks being discovered by Konoha, while traveling by sea. They lack shipbuilding skills. EI asks for intelligence on Konoha, and Inoki falls silent. All the spies sent have disappeared without a trace. Watch closely. Konoha's rise is outrageous. The Ninja Academy graduates nearly 10,000 each year. Other villages in the ninja world simply can't keep up. Inoki is panicking. If this continues, how can they fight Konoha? Hidden in the shadows, Obito is dumbfounded. He used to be humiliated when seeking cooperation from both countries, and now they're trying to work together. Konoha has already controlled intelligence points like the Land of Rain and the Land of Grass. The alliance of the two countries is just a paper tiger. You would believe it. Kagaya Otsutsuki is even more like a sewer rat than Obito, hiding for thousands of years after being ambushed by Kagaya. But Konoha is now operating on two fronts, putting pressure on all nations in the ninja world while expanding in the pirate world. This crushing momentum cannot be stopped. Hidden in the shadows, Obito hears this news and ponders. He had sought cooperation with the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning before, but was rejected and even humiliated. Is he finally unable to withstand Konoha's pressure? Next up, high energy. Obito watches the alliance of the two countries with great joy, secretly planning to use the chaos to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and plant the God Tree to destroy the world. But Konoha has already figured out the ninja world. The clues of the Shell organization buying supplies directly expose their base. Kakashi leads the Umbu into the Land of Frost, encountering Cloud and Rock ninjas gathered for a meeting, and even spots Obito's shadow, instantly using a summoning beast to inform Orochimaru. Watch closely. Orochimaru receives the news and laughs. Both broken countries are just mountains. They are nothing but a nuisance. Now, Konoha's main force is pouring resources into the other world, making the ninja world their backyard. Yamato relies on wood release to become Konoha's richest, building houses and furniture at an astonishing rate, making dozens of times what he earns from missions. Kakashi instructs his team to remain in position and wait for reinforcements, staying calm and collected. You wouldn't believe it. Obito sneaks back to the Shell Organization base to report, and Kagaya Otsutsuki goes wild. Mortal beings do not deserve to exist. Once we find the vessel, we will crush these countries. Konoha has already set up a trap. The two countries are secretly forming an alliance, and the Shell Organization's minor actions are all under their watch. The ninja world can be easily handled, while the other world continues to expand and create chaos. Who can contend with Konoha's rise? As a member of the Otsutsuki clan, Kagaya Otsutsuki looks down on mortals, especially despising Kagaya, who was defeated by her own son. If it were her, she would never have lost. Not valuing ninjas will inevitably lead to failure, but of course, Kagaya Otsutsuki has the strength to be arrogant. She is indeed powerful, but she cannot fully exert it now. Kagaya Otsutsuki looks down on Obito's little schemes. If it weren't for Obito's abilities, she wouldn't have invited him to join. Having been rejected by Kagaya Otsutsuki's plan to utilize the two countries, Obito feels somewhat helpless. This Otsutsuki is too proud. In fact, Obito doesn't understand what there is to be proud of. Now Obito can easily kill this being, as long as he forces her to use her strength. Without a suitable vessel, Kagaya Otsutsuki will self-destruct in 3 days. Shaking his head, he wonders what Kagaya has to be proud of. Isn't it just good luck and reincarnation? Using Kamui to leave this place, Obito plans to find a way to prevent the ninja world from developing so peacefully. The stronger the ninjas become, the more difficult it is to collect tailed beast chakra. Moreover, Obito is very suspicious of what kind of monsters Orochimaru will develop if given enough time. Now, Orochimaru has the support of half of the ninja world and resources from 3 major countries. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Gulalala, who would have thought that Konoha is actually from another world? Orochimaru found Whitebeard and asked him to carry out the mission of capturing Obito. Whitebeard's tremor fruit can shake space itself, making him a natural nemesis for Obito. Additionally, Whitebeard is part of Konoha's navy and has numerous curse seals inscribed within his body, making him reliable. Whitebeard is also very interested in venturing into other worlds, and after regaining his youth, he wants to fight more. Naturally, it was the 4th Hokage who was responsible for bringing Whitebeard here. Chapter 234, Kakashi, Where Are My Eyes? Whitebeard had already made certain guesses about the matter of Konoha coming from another world. From the moment he accepted Konoha's help, he had completely become a part of Konoha. Whether it was due to accepting Konoha's assistance or the cursed seal and sealing techniques inscribed by Orochimaru, Whitebeard understood that to protect his sons, he still needed to rely on Konoha. At least from the current perspective, Konoha's style of action was quite good, definitely better than the world government. Coming to Konoha's world and learning more about what kind of country Konoha is was something Whitebeard hoped for. Arriving at the island of Konoha in this other world, Whitebeard was sent over to Kakashi by the fourth Hokage. Kakashi, long time no see. Seeing Kakashi once again picking up White Fang, Minato felt very gratified. His disciple was a true genius. Teacher, Kakashi's feelings were complex as he saw Minato. We have found traces of Obito. It seems he has joined some organization. Obito could be considered an enemy of Minato, and there were quite a few in the ninja world who had targeted his master. It seemed this was an old tradition in the ninja world. Obito, huh? When it came to Obito, Minato fell silent. Isn't he an incompetent teacher? That's definitely impossible. Minato has been competent and gentle enough. But Obito still harbors resentment towards Minato, or rather, he has been blinded by hatred. Leave Obito to you. The children of Konoha are going to see. I still need to protect their safety. Minato had already entrusted Orochimaru to summon Kushina as well. After the three of them enjoyed a rare moment of family time on Konoha Island, Naruto and the others were ready to set sail. Seeing Naruto, full of vitality, ready to start his own adventure, both Minato and Kushina felt comforted. All right, where are the enemies? Whitebeard was already impatient. Standing at 6 meters tall, with long golden hair and a huge sword in hand, Whitebeard exuded a formidable presence. Even the Raikage would pale in comparison before Whitebeard. His height was just too imposing. It should be noted that Whitebeard had previously brought a large group of beautiful nurses with him on the ship. Let's go together. Currently, there are two main enemies. One is the unknown organization that Obito has joined, and the other is the two Kages from different countries. Kakashi informed Whitebeard about the information regarding Obito, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Lightning. Capture that brat Obito, and then intimidate the people from those two countries? It seems like there is no difficulty in that. For Whitebeard, this was naturally a piece of cake. He was eager to see how strong the warriors of this world were. The hidden location of the Shell organization was not far from the capital of the Land of Frost, and Konoha's intelligence network had already locked onto this organization. The primary task of the ninjas was to capture Obito, rather than deal with the matters of the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning. The choice of these two countries to meet in the Land of Frost was obvious. They were definitely planning to form an alliance. As long as they were not trying to collaborate with Obito to carry out some grand scheme, there was no need to fear this alliance of the two countries. There was also no need to worry about the Uchiha bloodline being leaked. Obito had been modified several times and had already become half a white Zetsu, long losing his ability to reproduce. The actions of ninjas were completely different from those of pirates. Whitebeard showed no intention of hiding himself, while the ninjas blended into their surroundings, slowly approaching their target. Ordinary people active near the Shell organization saw Whitebeard and were immediately terrified. What kind of monster is this? Standing at 6 meters tall, no one in the ninja world would think he was human. He could very well be some mountain spirit. Amidst the commotion, Whitebeard looked incredibly strong, causing chaos within the Shell organization. Many people and ninjas had been forced to join this organization, and now, seeing Whitebeard, they were all scared to death. Bring out that brat Obito. Whitebeard pointed his sword at a young man who couldn't escape in time. Seeing Whitebeard, who looked like a small mountain and had a very frightening appearance, the man was so scared that he sat down on the ground. Whitebeard had typical Western features. There was no such ethnicity in the ninja world. Even the dark-skinned people of the Cloud Village looked more Asian. Up, Obito. Unfortunately, this guy didn't know Obito at all. Nor did he know the name of Otsutsuki Kagaya, and he didn't even know what the Shell organization was planning. He usually just helped buy things or handle some odd jobs for money. I don't know. Get lost. Whitebeard glanced at the man, who was probably truly unaware of the situation. Kakashi appeared beside Whitebeard, along with a group of Konoha Umbu. Obito might have escaped. He has always been like a rat, loving to hide. Kakashi. The chaos had already caught the attention of Obito and Otsutsuki Kagaya, with Kagaya directly hiding away. Upon hearing Kakashi, Obito couldn't help but reveal himself. What others say doesn't matter. Only Kakashi doesn't have the right. Kakashi, where are my eyes? Obito had given his left eye to Kakashi. Even when things later arose, he never sought to get that eye back from Kakashi. But Kakashi actually took that eye and handed it over to Konoha? Unforgivable. Obito was selfish, even though he had done bad things. Even leading to the death of the fourth Hokage, he still wanted to retain the bonds of the past. Of course, it could also be because Rin wouldn't want Kakashi to die, and Obito feared that when he eventually created a world only with Rin, she would be unhappy. He was also quite the old simp. However, Kakashi also had his own choices. He wanted to let go of this bond. Your eyes? I handed them over to Konoha long ago. Obito, you who have been disowned by the Uchiha, do you have the right to question me? Being disowned by one's family was a tremendous shame. Obito clenched his fists. If it weren't for the overwhelming threat posed by Whitebeard in front of him, he would have already charged at Kakashi. What is this thing? A monster created by Orochimaru. Without a doubt, this guy in front of him was definitely a product of Orochimaru's experiments. Obito had never seen someone like this in the ninja world, so he naturally thought he was an experiment of Orochimaru. Ha ha, you're interesting, but I don't like you, kid. Whitebeard valued character. He disliked everything Obito had done. Remember my name, Edward Newgate. People call me Whitebeard. After saying that, Whitebeard directly swung his fist at the air. It seemed to have no power, but the entire space trembled. Both the sky and the earth quaked under Whitebeard's punch. Chapter 235. The desperate Otsutsuki Ishiki. The tremors made everyone present uneasy. It was a forewarning of danger. The fear of natural disasters like earthquakes is ingrained in one's bones. Obito immediately sensed something was wrong. As soon as he activated his intangibility, the tremors had already begun. If Obito had directly fled into another dimension, he might have escaped disaster, but in his intangibility state, he was caught between two spaces, which allowed him to be immune to attacks, but at the same time, he could not attack. Whitebeard's tremor fruit is called the strongest paramecia because it can directly attack space itself, leading to various different effects. Just as Obito had finally relaxed after becoming intangible and was about to insult Kakashi again, he felt a tearing pain. Most of his bones were shattered by the tremors, and a large amount of blood oozed out from his pores, causing him to fall out of intangibility and crash to the ground. Whitebeard hadn't used his full power, and Obito was unaware of the intelligence regarding Whitebeard. Had Whitebeard gone all out, he could have crushed Obito into powder. Although Obito's body had been implanted with the cells of the first Hokage, his physical defenses were practically non-existent. The body of a ninja is still too fragile. Was he really that weak? The aftershocks of the tremors surged towards the base of the back shell organization, causing the hidden underground base to shake violently and collapse. The response from Konoha's Umbu was swift. Although they were shocked by Whitebeard's power, it did not hinder the sealing team from rushing in to treat and seal Obito. From this moment on, Obito's life was no longer under his control. Looking at Obito lying on the ground like a dead dog, Kakashi sighed. Why bother? In front of Konoha, Obito's fate was already sealed. The day the sewer rat sees the light is the day dreams shatter. He wasn't as strong as imagined. Whitebeard wanted a thrilling battle, a battle against a strong opponent, but Obito could only be considered a small fry, unworthy of his attention. However, in the next moment, a tremendous noise came from underground. Otsutsuki Ishiki, hiding deep within the base and observing in secret, was struck by the aftershocks from Whitebeard's attack, causing the entire base to start collapsing. The body of the vessel he inhabited, Jigen, although trained in natural energy, had very average physical conditions and could not fully bear Otsutsuki's power. The tremors inflicted considerable damage to this body, and with the laboratory collapsing and strong enemies outside, Otsutsuki Ishiki was forced to fully manifest the power of Otsutsuki. This also meant that Otsutsuki Ishiki had only 3 days left to live. Under normal circumstances, Otsutsuki Ishiki would undoubtedly perish, but now Konoha still had an Otsutsuki, and Otsutsuki Ishiki still had a 10 tails in hand. Otsutsuki Ishiki could only gamble everything to manifest Otsutsuki's power, planning to breach Konoha within 3 days, capture the sealed Otsutsuki Arashiki for the cultivation of the God Tree, and then destroy this world. The powerful Chakra overflowed. This was the power belonging to the Otsutsuki. After a millennium of silence, Otsutsuki Ishiki's conspiracy had still failed. Without finding a suitable vessel, he could only fight to the death. Foolish lower beings. Otsutsuki Ishiki was extremely angry. Being pushed to this point by lower beings was unbearable. Since coming to this planet and being ambushed by his subordinate Otsutsuki Kagaya, having to hide and survive, the anger of the Otsutsuki had been accumulating. This world was his land of disaster. The celestial dragons viewed others and other races as slaves, but the Otsutsuki clan should be the true celestial dragons. These cosmic marauders destroy life planets, devouring their essence to accumulate power until they reach their limits to become gods, transcending this universe. However, becoming a god through such means is not true transcendence. What then if they leave their physical bodies and spirits to this dimension, moving on to higher worlds? Perhaps the ultimate gain is the God Tree. After all, the Otsutsuki are merely parasites of the God Tree. Otsutsuki, Kakashi, and Yamato grew serious and began to contact Konoha for support. Lord Edward, please try to delay as much as possible. This is an unknown Otsutsuki. Konoha had no intelligence on Otsutsuki Ishiki, but it didn't seem weak, its aura much stronger than Otsutsuki Urashiki. All right, leave it to me. Whitebeard sensed Otsutsuki Ishiki's anger and aura. This was a terrifyingly strong opponent, even stronger than Roger back in the day. Perhaps this was the strongest enemy Whitebeard had ever encountered in his life. The world's strongest man was excited, his blood boiling. The aura of the Otsutsuki came from their power to plunder planets, and their mastery of the laws came from their bloodline, which is completely different from how those in the pirate world grasp certain laws through devil fruits. However, who is truly stronger would have to be determined through battle. Whether it was Otsutsuki Ishiki or Otsutsuki Urashiki, both had not consumed the God Tree's fruit, and in fact, were now weaker than Otsutsuki Kagaya. But because Otsutsuki Ishiki and Otsutsuki Urashiki were of the main Otsutsuki family, to plant the God Tree, one must feed a full Otsutsuki to the 10 tails to cultivate the God Tree. Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Kinshiki should have been the sacrifice ones. Without consuming the God Tree's fruit, the Otsutsuki's mastery of the laws would be significantly lesser, relying only on the power within their bloodlines. Unable to utilize the creative power of Yin-Yang release. I will destroy this planet, obliterate your civilization, annihilate everything about you. Ishiki looked at the few people before him, especially Whitebeard. You actually have no chakra? Your life energy is exceptionally vibrant. Are you a visitor from another world? As a powerful Otsutsuki traversing the cosmos, Ishiki could tell at a glance that Whitebeard was not from this planet. Although the universe is vast, there are very few planets with life, and even fewer that can foster civilizations and intelligent beings. Thus, most Otsutsuki executing missions would not encounter resistance. Furthermore, when discovering life planets, they would need to report to the higher-ups of the Otsutsuki, planting the God Tree, obtaining the God Tree's fruit, and then locating the planet of this otherworldly being should allow him to atone for his sins and gain the forgiveness of the Otsutsuki clan. Otsutsuki Ishiki saw hope and did not speak, directly waving at Whitebeard. Great dark sky. He reached out, summoning numerous large boxes from another world, some of which were large cubes he had sealed and shrunk, hurling them at Whitebeard. Being able to freely enlarge and shrink objects, hide the shrunk objects, and even shrink himself, Otsutsuki Ishiki's power was indeed formidable. Chapter 236. The weak Otsutsuki, a massive cube, appeared and smashed toward Whitebeard. Based on the Otsutsuki's experience in the universe, dealing with a civilization like the ninja world that uses chakra is quite easy, as chakra itself originates from the Otsutsuki. However, within the Otsutsuki, there's also a cautionary view regarding unknown civilizations. But since the Otsutsuki began planting divine trees in the universe, they have not encountered any worthy opponents. This has led the Otsutsuki to develop an arrogant and underestimating personality. It can be said that the Otsutsuki clan is even more closed off than the ninja clans of the ninja world. For the Otsutsuki, a rebellion like Kagaya's, where she secretly consumed chakra fruits, might never have happened at all. So much so that after thousands of years, when the Otsutsuki higher-ups waited a long time without anyone reporting chakra fruits, they finally sent someone to investigate. Kagaya Otsutsuki also didn't know what to do and ended up training the White Zetsu army to deal with the approaching Otsutsuki clan. It's possible that Kagaya didn't realize that she didn't even need to train the White Zetsu. If she had just extended the lifespans of her two sons and cultivated the descendants of Hagoromo and Hamura, she could easily defeat the incoming Otsutsuki clan. As long as the higher-ups of the Otsutsuki who had consumed too many chakra fruits didn't show up, the ninja world wouldn't face too many problems. The potential of humanity is always beyond imagination. Even the Otsutsuki can fail if they underestimate too much. Seeing a bunch of massive cubes crashing towards him, and these cubes seemed to affect his observation haki, Whitebeard was somewhat puzzled. Was that all there was? He swung his sword, the Tsung Yun cut, into the air, and the violent vibrations directly shattered these seemingly indestructible cubes. The power of the vibrations was terrifying, especially spatial vibrations. Time and space are inherently one, and through vibrations, one can directly shatter attacks in a locality or even preemptively intercept abilities related to space and time. Of course, Whitebeard's understanding of the tremor fruit had not yet reached that level. He would still fall in an instant against sealing techniques or sufficiently powerful jinjutsu. However, it seemed that the Otsutsuki clan had not invested much in jinjutsu skills, perhaps due to humanity's dirty hearts leading to the emergence of Uchiha jinjutsu. Tactically, humans were far superior to the Otsutsuki clan. All the summoned cubes were shattered, and Otsutsuki Ishiki's expression froze as he quickly dodged, avoiding the range of the vibrations. Otsutsuki Ishiki appeared strong, but was not as powerful as imagined. The ability to enlarge or shrink objects also had its limits. If he could truly become extremely large or small while simultaneously altering mass, that would indeed be formidable, but Otsutsuki Ishiki clearly could not reach those extremes. Whitebeard's area vibrations could be said to be the nemesis of Otsutsuki Ishiki. Whether Otsutsuki Ishiki enlarged objects to attack or shrank himself to evade attacks, he could not counter Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit, and Whitebeard's formidable physique far surpassed Otsutsuki Ishiki. The Otsutsuki in Boruto were somewhat overly weak. After dodging the vibrations, Otsutsuki Ishiki extended his hand again, releasing a large number of black rods, hoping to seal Whitebeard with them. Whitebeard directly used his armament haki, and, at the same time, the Tsung Yunkut transformed into a black blade as he forcefully stomped on the ground. Instantly, the ground shattered, and Whitebeard's massive body leaped high, pursuing Otsutsuki Ishiki. Whitebeard's swordsmanship was still very strong, swinging his long blade to knock away the black rods flying towards him. Are you just going to run? Your skill level doesn't seem that impressive. If Otsutsuki Ishiki hadn't consumed chakra fruits with his strength, he probably wouldn't even be able to stand against the Yonko in the pirate world. The only slightly overpowered ability he had was that Otsutsuki Ishiki could also perform space teleportation. Seeing that his attacks were ineffective, Otsutsuki Ishiki's expression grew more serious. This giant in front of him was difficult to deal with, and his condition was not good. If he didn't quickly take down Whitebeard, he would only become weaker as time went on. With no suitable body, he could only hope to plant the divine tree. In Otsutsuki Ishiki's hand was a 10 tails, which was his last trump card. If something went wrong with his 10 tails, there would be no hope left. The intense battle and vibrations drew the attention of nearby ninjas, and the news quickly reached AI and Noki. Both were very cautious. The location was still relatively close to Konoha, and any problems could lead to disaster. At first, both suspected there were traitors, but they also moved towards the battlefield, with the main forces of Iwabikure and Kumobikure approaching the scene, caught by the aftershocks of the vibrations. Otsutsuki Ishiki immediately bled from the corner of his mouth. His internal organs sustained significant damage, and he realized that the abilities of the giant in front of him were very restraining. He had no way to deal with Whitebeard. He didn't dare to approach Whitebeard at all. The power Whitebeard displayed was too terrifying, and their taijutsu was not on the same level. Whitebeard was like a terrifying shredder. Wherever he went, there was vibration and destruction. Orochimaru, while helping Whitebeard regain his youth, also made some modifications to him, enhancing some of Whitebeard's resistances alongside the cursed seals and seals. Not far away, Kakashi was somewhat astonished, not understanding what Whitebeard's ability was. This vibration ability was very strong. Kakashi had now reached a bottleneck in his strength. Without any fortuitous encounters, there was basically no way to break through. However, the devil fruits from the pirate world might be a good avenue. Looking at Obito, who was sealed and lying on the ground, gasping for breath, Kakashi wanted to capture him and question him, but it seemed pointless. Obito was too stubborn, and the crimes he committed were completely unforgivable. The only value Obito had was a Sharingan, as Kamui could help Konoha better develop in other worlds. Unexpectedly, Obito had actually collaborated with an Otsutsuki. Had he completely betrayed humanity? The battle between Whitebeard and Otsutsuki Ishiki entered a heated stage, although Whitebeard had the upper hand. Otsutsuki Ishiki could fly and was already contemplating escape, constantly dodging. The punches thrown by Whitebeard even caused the entire sky to shake, and within the visible range, the clouds were all shattered. Watching the distant spectacle, AI and Noki were shocked. What kind of powerhouse was fighting ahead? Konoha? Who was Konoha's enemy? Chapter 237. Konoha's heavenly group, at least from the power displayed in Boruto, Otsutsuki Ishiki doesn't seem that strong. Of course, it could also be that this body cannot bear the full power of the Otsutsuki. During the battle with Kagaya, Ishiki was left with only half a body, and Kagaya surprisingly did not finish him off, which is a plot point that doesn't bear too much thinking. The ninja world is so chaotic that he could hide for thousands of years, possibly because after being ambushed by Kagaya, he possessed Jigen, which greatly weakened his power. He could only wait for the weakest moment of the ninja world and find a vessel that could bear his power before daring to show himself. Whether Otsutsuki Ishiki is inherently weak or weakened by Kagaya's ambush, the current Ishiki is not a match for Whitebeard. After a round of fighting, Ishiki is already covered in injuries and is being pushed to the brink by Whitebeard. Whitebeard has not used his full strength. He knows that Konoha's requirement for these enemies is not to kill them, but to capture them for sealing. At the very least, they need to leave a corpse for future Edo Tensei. Gritting his teeth, Ishiki wants to escape, but his space-time teleportation is not instantaneous. If it were flying Thunder God, he could escape in an instant. He just saw the miserable state of Obito. His ability is even more dangerous than Obito's. The spatial passage he opens is more unstable than Kamui, and if Whitebeard shatters it directly, the entire space would collapse. Although spatial abilities are convenient, they are also the most dangerous. A shattered space-time poses an enormous threat to everything. Though he is reluctant to admit it, Otsutsuki Ishiki feels that his fate is almost sealed. From the moment he was defeated by Kaguya, his end was determined. Even if high-level beings in the universe, members of the Otsutsuki clan, look down on others like the celestial dragons and consider everyone else fools, they are destined for extinction. Underestimating the heroes of the world is surely a mistake. With no other choice, he can only summon the 10 Tails. The 10 Tails cannot transform into the God Tree without consuming an Otsutsuki, but the Otsutsuki that has been consumed can indeed be revived through a Kaguya, and the Chakra fruit produced should be handed over to the higher-ups of the Otsutsuki. Of course, all of this is a secondary setup from Naruto and is quite forced. The 10 Tails in Ishiki's hand has not consumed an Otsutsuki, so it cannot transform into the God Tree, but it can still be summoned to fight. The 10 Tails is still terrifying, with its inherent chakra and size being a massive weapon. Being forced to summon the 10 Tails also means that Ishiki has completely run out of options. Originally, he planned to summon the 10 Tails after reaching Konoha and ambush to take Otsutsuki Uchiha, hoping to leave a Kaguya behind, but if he can't, so be it. However, Whitebeard's defensive is fierce, and if he doesn't defeat Whitebeard, it is clear he cannot leave. But he also cannot delay too long, or it will allow Konoha to prepare. The fact that Otsutsuki Uchiha could be captured indicates that Konoha still has some strength. In fact, at Otsutsuki Ishiki's level, he is not a match for Jiraiya at all. The strength he has displayed is too weak. In the plot of Naruto, this 10 Tails seems to awaken, but it certainly won't have that chance now. The moment the gigantic 10 Tails summoned by Otsutsuki Ishiki appeared, it shocked everyone. Whitebeard's 6-meter-tall figure was completely insignificant in front of the 10 Tails. The arriving Cloud and Rock Ninja stopped in their tracks. What is this thing? But after a moment of hesitation, they quickly charged over here. An unknown-tailed beast? Seeing the 10 Tails, Whitebeard became excited. Such a huge monster allows him to unleash his full power. This is the power of the Otsutsuki. Otsutsuki Ishiki looked at Whitebeard, instantly shrinking the Tsunyun cutter in Whitebeard's hand. When Whitebeard saw his Tsunyun cutter reduced to the size of fingernail, he became furious. What if it doesn't revert back? Conqueror's haki wrapped around him, and pitch-black lightning appeared on Whitebeard's fist, causing everyone around to feel immense terror. Whether it is the 10 Tails' gigantic size or Whitebeard, both brought great fear. Whitebeard can overturn islands in an instant, and of course, the range of the tremors is under his control. The violent tremors shattered the space, and the creaking sound of friction made everyone around feel extraordinarily oppressive. However, the 10 Tails' eyes is too large, and being a physical embodiment formed from chakra, it recovers quickly even when damaged. Whitebeard's attacks can only limit the 10 Tails' movements. A futile resistance. Seeing the 10 Tails continuously attacking Whitebeard with its tails, only to be shattered by Whitebeard, Ishiki thought it should be stable. The 10 Tails' recovery ability is strong, and Whitebeard seems to be getting a bit strained. With one punch, he can shatter the tails attacking from the 10 Tails. But the recovery speed of the 10 Tails is indeed too fast. Its body formed from chakra allows it to quickly reorganize, even if its entire body suffers damage. However, this tail B size is only slightly larger than a normal 10 Tails, and the Rinnegan on its forehead exudes tremendous pressure. The 10 Tails is neither a plant nor a biological entity, but possesses characteristics of both. The first Hokage cells are somewhat similar to the 10 Tails. It is because the 10 Tails is the true source of chakra that humanity in the ninja world has developed certain characteristics up to now. For example, by transplant surgeries it can be done without considering compatibility issues, just plug and play. A familiar fluctuation came from behind Kakashi. A spatial passage appeared, and Konoha's heavenly group arrived. The first Hokage, second Hokage, fourth Hokage, fifth Hokage, Jiraiya, and a group of Uchiha have all come. The 10 Tails? Orochimaru's eyes lit up upon seeing the 10 Tails. A juvenile 10 tails? This can definitely lead to more secrets of the Otsutsuki in his research. Live sealing, whether it's the 10 tails or this Otsutsuki. Extending his tongue to lick his lips, Orochimaru issued the command. Floating in the sky, Otsutsuki Ishiki also noticed the visitors from Konoha. However, the one who attracted his attention the most was Jiraiya. There is no Kagaya's aura, but he possesses a blend of Otsutsuki and human bloodline genes. This filthy guy actually stole the power of the Otsutsuki. If he were a descendant of Kagaya, it would be one thing. But this guy before him possesses the power of the Otsutsuki, yet is not fundamentally an Otsutsuki. The Otsutsuki have always been the ones stealing energy from other planets. When did the power of the Otsutsuki become something that could be stolen by others? Going all out, capture this Otsutsuki in the 10 tails. A juvenile 10 tails. This is a treasure. The rise of the Otsutsuki relies entirely on this thing, and someone is actually delivering such a treasure. Sarutobi Hiruzen is still refining medicine and naturally has not come over. He and Shiso can ensure the safety of Konoha Island. 4 Red Sun Formation. The first, second, and fourth Hokage teamed up with Orochimaru to use the 4 Red Sun Formation, directly sealing off this area and trapping the 10 tails and Otsutsuki Ishiki within it. Chapter 238. Orochimaru, the only true god of Konoha. Ahaha, I didn't expect the day we teamed up would come so soon. The first Hokage seemed very happy, laughing heartily while casting ninjutsu. To prevent unknown enemies, he was always ready for battle. Unfortunately, he never got the chance to take the stage, as Orochimaru had him busy adjusting the ecological environment of Konoha Island and the surrounding area using wood release. This left the first Hokage feeling quite frustrated. How did he, the strongest Hokage who pacified the chaotic world, become a farming expert? It wasn't that Orochimaru didn't allow him to take action, but it was mainly unnecessary. Clearly, Jiraiya was more cost-effective at this moment. The first Hokage was already dead, while Jiraiya was still alive, and Orochimaru certainly hoped to let his brother gain more prestige. Of course, he was also researching the rebirth of the impure world technique at minimal cost. One thing to note, they mustn't let them escape. Tobirama didn't like to joke around at such critical moments, especially with his brother's big heart. He was always worried about the existence of the Otsutsuki. It could be said that the hatred between the Otsutsuki and humans was irreconcilable, and one day, humans would definitely engage in a life-and-death battle with the Otsutsuki. Currently, humanity did not have the qualifications to fight the Otsutsuki and had to be cautious. For instance, the Otsutsuki before them and the 10 tails were extremely dangerous. They were beings capable of destroying the world. The barrier created by the 4 Hokages was undoubtedly powerful. The 10 tails before them was merely in its juvenile state, and even using tailed beast bombs would not be able to break through the 4 Red Yang formation. Earth Explosion Star. Jiraiya quickly formed hand seals to restrict the 10 tails movements first. Upon seeing so many people, the Otsutsuki was evidently aware that something was wrong, but immediately several Susanoo flew toward him. Feel the righteous group beating from the Uchiha. The battle was imminent but ended quickly. The half-destroyed Otsutsuki was too weak, and the 10 tails was quickly sealed away. And Inoki arrived just in time to witness the scene of the 4 Hokages working together, along with the 10 tails being sealed by a giant stone in the sky, and the Uchiha flying around like Gundams. At that moment, and Inoki felt uneasy, even questioning what they had been discussing at such great lengths. Anyone who showed up here could easily break the alliance between their 2 villages. The people from Iwagakure and Kimobikure had long been noticed, but the Konoha ninjas completely ignored them, too busy with their own important matters to bother with them. As the stone sphere sealing the 10 tails slowly descended, the sealing team hurried to reinforce the seal. Meanwhile, the Otsutsuki's life force was exhausted. After battling a few Uchiha, he fell to the ground. The will of the Otsutsuki will not disappear. Your world is destined to be destroyed. The Otsutsuki fell to the ground, seemingly returning to the moment when Kagaya ambushed him, forced to use the Chakra seal to latch onto Tsukuyami. However, this time he would not have the chance to use the seal. This time he would completely perish. Why? He was obviously a noble Otsutsuki. Why did he fail? Unfortunately, a loser is just a loser. Before the sealing team could reach him, the Otsutsuki turned to ashes due to his severe injuries, having exhausted the little time he had left. What happened? The 4th Hokage was somewhat perplexed. How could this Otsutsuki turn to ash after just a few hits from Susanoo? The despicable yet sophisticated parasitic technique had high requirements for its host. Without finding a suitable body, it could only lead to death. Orochimaru took a look and made the correct judgment. It seemed this Otsutsuki could live for thousands of years, but it was merely dragging on its life. Its physical condition and strength had not improved during this time, but had instead weakened. It seemed that things had come to an end. Hashirama looked at the ashes of the Otsutsuki and then turned to Whitebeard. He was very interested in Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world. Was he the strongest from another world? Hashirama was also called the strongest, and both had the power to overturn the world. However, Whitebeard was primarily strong in destructive capabilities, while Hashirama was strong in creative abilities. Whitebeard's control over destruction was not very high, while Hashirama's control over wood release had reached an astonishing level. In terms of combat, Hashirama's strength had reached an outrageous level. Most Otsutsuki were no match for him. However, let's skip the battle and focus on bringing the Ten Tails back, which was the most crucial task. Take the Ten Tails to Konoha Island. Orochimaru waved his hand. Such a dangerous thing would be better sent to the pirate world. There were no Otsutsuki in the pirate world, so there was no need to worry about the God Tree suddenly appearing and destroying the world. Orochimaru wanted to study the Ten Tails thoroughly and unravel the mysteries of the Otsutsuki. Nearby, Inoki and A were caught in a dilemma. They couldn't walk away or stay. Watching Konoha bustling with activity, they felt somewhat out of place. But with the first, second, and fourth Hokages right in front of them, any one of these three Hokages was a terrifying presence. Not to mention Orochimaru, who was the one that led Konoha to its peak. His current prestige had surpassed that of the previous Hokages. Past stories would always be forgotten, while the events happening now would be mythologized. Orochimaru had completely changed the ninja world, altering the status of ninjas. Orochimaru glanced at Inoki and A, the backbone of the two ninja villages, and with a light laugh, walked directly towards them. Orochimaru was alone, without any other ninjas, but the pressure he brought was unmatched. He was Orochimaru, the shadow of the land of fire, an absolute ruler who crossed two worlds, the mastermind behind the development of entire civilizations. Moreover, his lifespan would be incredibly long, existing alongside Konoha at the pinnacle of power for a long time. Inoki and A were discussing how to respond to the threat posed by Konoha, but now that Orochimaru was right in front of them, they felt timid. The anger and hatred they had earlier when discussing Konoha had completely vanished, replaced only by fear. Because as soon as Orochimaru gave the order, they would be taken down. The first Hokage was not far away, and Jiraiya could seal that unknown tailed beast with just a wave of his hand. Wasn't that terrifying? What were the third Tsuchikage and fourth Raikage doing in the Land of Frost? Orochimaru looked at everyone with great interest, but his question caused A and Inoki to break out in cold sweat. Chapter 239, Public Execution. Orochimaru's smile gave off a very unpleasant feeling, and the people from the Cloud and Rock villages felt like prey being targeted. This feeling of being treated as prey was very uncomfortable. They had just witnessed an astonishing battle, but were completely unaware of it. The key issue was Konoha's attitude, which seemed to disregard them entirely. Orochimaru appeared unconcerned about what the two ninja villages intended to do together. This has nothing to do with you, right? The Land of Frost is not Konoha's territory. On the other hand, Inoki, being older and more experienced, had better psychological resilience. In this situation, the most important thing was to avoid showing fear. It was, after all, from the Yatsuki clan, and boldness was one of their characteristics. For some reason, seeing the dark-skinned people from the Cloud Village reminded Orochimaru of the fishmen from the pirate world. They were indeed good laborers. Yes, we in the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth have our own matters to attend to. Konoha doesn't need to worry about us. But what exactly do you intend to achieve by coming to the Land of Frost and causing such a battle? A similarly criticized Orochimaru, pointing out that the recent battle had caused significant destruction to the surrounding environment. Fighting in another country like this was certainly against the rules. What does this have to do with you? Or do you not like it and want to declare war on Konoha? After Orochimaru finished speaking, Inoki and A fell silent. Déclare va? How could that be possible? Though the ninja world was not large, it could accommodate the 5 great nations and numerous smaller ones. However, if they were to go to war with Konoha, the ninja world would no longer have room for them. Konoha currently has no plans for you. Focus on managing your own country and stop scheming behind our backs. After saying this, Orochimaru turned and left, seemingly not concerned about Inoki and A at all. The perspectives of both sides had long since changed. The future of the ninja world might become a battlefield for Konoha and the Otsutsuki clan. Therefore, Konoha's focus would not temporarily be on the ninja world. Perhaps as time went on, Konoha would actively seek out the planet where the Otsutsuki clan resided to engage in battle with them. The people from Konoha quickly left, completely ignoring the people from the Cloud and Rock villages. The talks between the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning ended abruptly. Although both sides had reached an alliance, there were no subsequent actions. Both parties understood that opposing Konoha seemed futile. They felt like clowns. As Konoha did not care about their actions at all, Obito and the Ten Tails were soon taken back. Obito was to be publicly executed, but his Kamui would continue to contribute to Konoha. The Ten Tails was hurriedly sent to Orochimaru's laboratory on Konoha Island in the pirate world. Executing Obito was a major event for Konoha, as the chaos caused by him. The Nine Tails incident was a shadow that the residents of Konoha could hardly forget. Fugaku and most of the Uchiha clan arrived. Kakashi, Minato, and Kushina were also present, while some Konoha residents who had gone to Konoha Island had returned. After Obito's actions were exposed, the related matters drew the entire attention of Konoha. It was also because Obito's actions were so heinous, killing his mentor, inciting war, causing disaster, and even plotting the extermination of the Uchiha clan. What kind of monster could commit such acts? Obito's deeds could not be whitewashed. There were too many traitors among the Uchiha. But fortunately, everything had changed. The Uchiha had returned to the right path, and Obito was to be executed. Orochimaru kindly outfitted Obito with two ordinary eyes so that he could clearly see his own death. This was the first time Konoha would carry out a public execution. In the past, they would either deal with such matters directly or send them for human experimentation. Due to the severity of Obito's actions, all the old villagers of Konoha unanimously agreed to publicly execute this guy as a warning to everyone. The Nine Tails incident had caused too many families to be shattered. Kakashi, what are you doing here? In Konoha's prison, Kakashi stood before Obito's cell, looking at him through the iron bars. Obito now appeared to be barely hanging on, devoid of the bravado he once had as Uchiha Madara, who aimed to overturn the ninja world. However, upon seeing Kakashi, Obito still spoke up. Minato had not come, not wanted to create psychological pressure on Obito. At this point, there was no longer any meaning to continue discussing. Obito's mistakes were unforgivable, especially to Minato and Kushina, who had treated him well. After Obito was captured, Kakashi felt somewhat empty. The bonds that once connected them had been severed, just like that. Obito was to be publicly executed tomorrow, with the guillotine already prepared. A judge from a land of rain had been invited to preside over the execution. Why? Why do this? You know everything is fake. Kakashi's tone was firm as he looked at Obito. Saved by Rin, rejecting the service to Madara, Rin's death, and the infinite Tsukuyomi. Deep down, Obito had his suspicions. He knew everything was an illusion, but the moment his Sharingan awakened, the outcome was sealed. The Sharingan is a reflection of the soul. Obito chose to escape from the very beginning, creating another world. Yes, Obito knew everything was a lie, but so what? What else was there to do? What should I do? Obito's voice gradually grew louder as he fixed his gaze on Kakashi. You tell me what I should do. Then Obito erupted into a manic laughter. For this ridiculous ninja world, for this ridiculous village, what does it matter to you? Have you forgotten about your father's death? What does it matter if it's a lie? Everything is a lie. Everything should be destroyed. Kakashi frowned, looking at the deranged Obito, sighing. There was no longer any way to communicate. Are you ready to meet Rin in the Pure Land like this? After saying this, Kakashi turned and left, feeling much lighter in his heart. Obito was no longer the Obito of the past. He was no longer himself, and Konoha was no longer the Konoha of the past. Obito suddenly felt fear. To see Rin? The Edo Tensei could prove that the Pure Land indeed exists. Could he really meet Rin? Would Rin forgive him? In his fear, the second day quickly arrived. Today there was no lengthy speeches. Konoha did not need to use Obito to prove anything. To Konoha, Obito was just a rat crossing the street. However, many came to witness this scene, most of whom were victims of the Nine Tails incident. Was it this guy who stirred the entire ninja world and caused the deaths of the fourth Hokage couple? When Obito was brought out, he faced the scorn of the Uchiha clan. Is this the guy? Ungrateful. Chapter 240. Heavenly Tribulation. Obito was like a dead dog brought to the execution platform. The most furious among the crowd below were the Uchiha clan. After the Nine Tails incident, the Uchiha were hated by the entire village, which was unavoidable since only the Uchiha had the ability to unleash the Nine Tails. Even Obito had to wait until Kushina gave birth to successfully release the Nine Tails. as Kushina was a pure-blooded Uzumaki, and her sealing techniques and the Vajraseal had a strong control over the Nine Tails. Because of the Nine Tails incident, the Uchiha were completely targeted. During the Nine Tails incident, none of the Uchiha participated in the battle. They were like roots not involved in this war at all. Undoubtedly, this was a conspiracy, a scheme against Konoha and the Uchiha. Obito wanted his teacher, the fourth Hokage, to experience the pain of losing a loved one. Clearly a god of the ninja world, the Yellow Flash was too late to save his own disciple and his wife. Unfortunately, Obito's conspiracy did not succeed. It was completely dismantled. Not only him, but Black Zetsu was also dead. No one, whether it was Uchiha Madara or Kagaya Otsutsuki, thought about resurrecting the two anymore. The Otsutsuki suffered an unprecedented defeat in the ninja world. Obito was brought to the execution platform, and Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward. He was the clan leader of the Uchiha, and now held more prestige within the clan than Uchiha Madara. Although Madara had brought the Uchiha to glory, his extreme actions forcibly reconciled the Uchiha and Senju to establish Konoha. After the Uchiha had finally gotten used to life in Konoha, Madara wanted to lead the Uchiha away again. What did Madara bring to the Uchiha? But under Fugaku's leadership, the Uchiha had become the heroes of the village, gaining what every Uchiha craved: honor, recognition, status, and a series of other things. These things greatly satisfied the Uchiha's vanity. For the proud Uchiha, they did not ask for much. If an Uchiha's desires are suppressed for a long time and their dreams are never recognized, it will give rise to terrifying things, just like Obito and Madara. Both products of repression. If Obito had won Rin's favor, or if Madara had become Hokage, the outcomes would have been completely different. Now, Obito was filled with fear. He did not want to die. In other words, he did not want to face Rin in the Pure Land. He was in such a miserable state. Having achieved none of his ambitions, aside from successfully causing the Nine Tails incident, he had accomplished nothing. Obito, you have long been stripped of the name Uchiha. A true Uchiha would never hide behind others using their name. What you have done has led to today's outcome. Fugaku quickly finished speaking, and Zabuza walked over. He had not used his beheading sword to kill anyone in a long time. The entire ninja world was too peaceful now, and the small country of the Land of Rain, located between great nations, was also incredibly peaceful. Under everyone's gaze, Obito met his end. Zabuza swung down with force, and Obito's head flew off, the blood flowing back into the beheading sword. Many onlookers gasped, but that was all. In this world, there was no one who cared about Obito anymore. Former friends and teachers had abandoned him. Kakashi severed the bonds they once shared, and Minato and Kushina could not forgive Obito either. The others just wanted to vent their anger. In the end, Obito's body was burned to ashes and thrown into the Southern River. No one knew if he met Rin after going to the Pure Land. Perhaps only Obito knew. With Obito executed, the ninja world lost another threat. Although there were still many villains wanting to rebel or destroy the ninja world, they were basically just small fries. The God Tree was transported to the pirate world, and Orochimaru couldn't wait to start his research. The Otsutsuki clan could become plunderers in the universe. All thanks to this thing. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen's disassembly of the devil fruits was reaching its final stage. In fact, the content of the laws in each devil fruit was very limited, most of it being curses and impurities. Moreover, the power of the laws contained in each fruit was different. When removing the impurities, these powers of law transformed into the purest power of rules, losing their uniqueness. This was what Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to see. He needed pure power of laws. Currently, his realm was still too low, and the pure heavenly Tao laws would greatly help his cultivation. After disassembling the devil fruits, the elixirs were produced much faster. The process of breaking down the laws in the devil fruits also greatly aided his cultivation. Sarutobi Hiruzen was already just one step away from reaching the core formation stage. After the elixirs were refined, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not hesitate and swallowed one immediately. This elixir, containing the power of laws, quickly disassembled in his body. Perfecting the Tao within Sarutobi Hiruzen, even the sense of alienation between his soul and body was slowly disappearing. Sarutobi Hiruzen was reborn into this body. Although he had the original memories and had fused with the original soul, it was still not his own body, so there were still some issues. Now the influx of the power of laws compensated for these deficiencies. However, the amount of power of laws that these few devil fruits could provide was very limited. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his understanding of the Tao beginning to increase, the power of laws rapidly dissipated. and this seemingly trivial help allowed Sarutobi Hiruzen to break through the long-standing bottleneck and smoothly enter the core formation stage. The spiritual energy within his body quickly condensed in his dantian, forming a golden elixir body. The state of spiritual energy transitioned from gas to solid, achieving a qualitative leap. Instantly, a large area around Konoha Island had its spiritual energy drained, and the sky became overcast, as if brewing a massive disaster. Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed this and felt somewhat helpless. It seemed that stealing the power of laws from this world also required a price, and he actually attracted heavenly tribulation just by reaching the core formation stage. The thunder in the sky was restless, and after Sarutobi Hiruzen flew out from the island, a wave of pressure descended. Nearby, the creatures on the islands crouched on the ground, trembling, while humans felt their hearts being gripped by an invisible hand. Involuntarily looking up at the sky, the hidden clouds and the continuously roaming lightning in the sky were terrifying. But Sarutobi Hiruzen was not afraid at all. He faced the heavenly thunder and began to use the tribulation lightning to temper his body and the blade in his hand. He wanted to use this rare opportunity to refine the blade into his life treasure. Chapter 241 Diplomacy. Everything has its own calamity, and cultivating immortality is inherently against the heavens. The higher one's cultivation, the more calamities one faces. For those with profound cultivation, the most terrifying adversaries are not enemies, but their own inner demons and heavenly tribulations. However, Sarutobi Hizashi could sense that this heavenly tribulation was not as fearsome as imagined. Perhaps it was the first heavenly tribulation in this world and still somewhat immature. Lightning struck down, one bolt after another, but the damage caused by this lightning was indeed limited. It might just be the world's anger at Sarutobi Hizashi for stealing its laws. It was also helpless and somewhat pleased. This puzzled Sarutobi Hizashi. It seemed that the devil fruit was not a naturally occurring treasure in this world. Was it somewhat similar to the god tree in the Naruto world? Was it merely stealing the power of the world's rules? It appeared that there were many secrets surrounding the devil fruit, the celestial dragons, and Emu. The heavenly tribulation came quickly and left just as fast. After all, it was only the tribulation for the core formation stage and couldn't last long. The heavenly thunder tempered his body and magical artifacts, solidifying Sarutobi Hizashi's cultivation for a moment. After entering the core formation stage, he could fly without relying on magical artifacts and slowly descended back to the island. Orochimaru arrived immediately, and upon seeing Sarutobi Hizashi was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher, what happened? The breakthrough in cultivation attracted the heavenly tribulation. It's nothing serious. If it were in the Naruto world, it definitely wouldn't have triggered a heavenly tribulation. If heavenly tribulations existed in the Naruto world, Otsutsuki would have been struck countless times. Of course, the Otsutsuki god left behind a body, while the spirit disappeared, thought to have ascended to a higher dimension. However, in Sarutobi Hizashi's view, it was more likely due to the existence of inner demons or having devoured too many souls, leading to their own problems. Heavenly tribulation? Orochimaru was somewhat confused, but seeing Sarutobi Hizashi nod, he felt assured that he was fine and even stronger. My cultivation has broken through, and many plans can be carried out. I need more devil fruits. Orochimaru naturally knew that sending people from Konoha out had the main task of collecting devil fruits. Of course, if suitable ones were found, he wouldn't mind eating them himself. He would try to collect as many as possible. I might need to explore this planet for a while. Alright, Konoha doesn't need to worry about anything for now. The only concern might be the world government. However, this so-called world government seems quite timid. Now that we've come this far, they show no intention of declaring war on us. Konoha's actions were indeed excessive, yet the world government had been enduring. After explaining the situation to Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hizashi returned to his residence. Zisu, how's your training going? I'm close to a bottleneck, but it will still take a long time. The training speed of the demon beasts is much slower, although Zisu's cultivation speed is very stable. There is still a distance to the core formation stage. Get ready. During this time, I'll stabilize my cultivation, and then we will explore this world. This world has abundant spiritual energy, and although it has already given birth to treasures like the devil fruit, there must still be many other rare materials to be scavenged. Okay. Zisu obediently followed Sarutobi Hizashi's orders without any objections. Tsunade and Mabuki AI had both reached the late stage of chi refinement. But building a foundation was still not easy. This stability in cultivation was only possible with the supply of pills. However, their training time wasn't very long. so there wasn't much to worry about. Sarutobi Hiruzen needed to stabilize his realm before starting to explore this world. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that with his cultivation, he could easily crush this world, it was unnecessary to take risks. The Naruto world had the inheritance of cultivators. Who knew if the pirate world also had some strange things? The world government's ship arrived late. This time, the people coming were from the diplomatic department of the world government. Is this the island of Konoha ahead? The people on the ship looked serious. The world government's intelligence organization had gathered a lot of information about the island of Konoha and could basically confirm that Konoha was a civilization from another planet. The culture exhibited by this country was incongruous with this world, mainly because Konoha had appeared suddenly. The world government's intelligence network had no record of Konoha, and there were no historical records relating to it. Such a thing was impossible. The Umbu appeared on the shore, watching the world government's ships from a distance. I am the minister of the diplomatic department of the world government. The Umbu nodded, not paying attention to their ranks. Follow me. Following the Umbu, the world government's people entered the island of Konoha. Currently, most of Konoha's administrative affairs were being handled by the Nara clan. What Konoha lacked the most was various management personnel. Facing such a vast world, there were simply too few people in Konoha. Orochimaru naturally would not meet with this diplomatic minister. Unless the 5 elders came personally, he would not entertain them. Shikaku looked at the man in a white suit before him with great interest. Are all the people from the world government so arrogant? I am a Hokage's advisor in Konoha. I wonder what the world government wants to discuss with us. Where's the Hokage? Knowing that Shikaku was only the Hokage's advisor, the other party was clearly somewhat unhappy. The Hokage has many matters to attend to and doesn't have time. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his anger. We already know that Konoha comes from another planet, right? What makes you say that? Shikaku neither confirmed nor denied it. Although Konoha had placed curse seals on all who came to this world, they had also prepared for the exposure of their secrets. Konoha's sudden appearance was too abrupt. No need to pretend. The world government wants to cooperate with Konoha this time. This world is vast, and we can cede part of our interests. The world government still compromised, facing an unknown civilization. The best way to handle it was definitely not to go to war. The world government needed time, and Konoha also needed time. Both sides required a buffer zone. Moreover, both sides had their own ulterior motives and wanted to understand each other's backgrounds before striking hard. Imu was currently in a special state. The world government needed to wait, while Konoha was short-handed. Although there were many strong individuals, even if they were to destroy the world government now, they couldn't dominate this world. After a round of probing, the diplomatic minister of the world government and Shikaku quickly reached a consensus. The world government recognized Konoha's legitimate status, but Konoha could not act like the pirates nor obstruct the Navy's actions. Chapter 242, The Transformation of the Seas. Soon, a series of major news shook the seas. The world government abolished the Shichibukai system. Admiral Hokage resigned from his position, and Sengoku retired, allowing Akainu to successfully take over. Consequently, a massive recruitment drive was initiated by the world government, bringing in 2 new admirals, Fujitora and Raikage. However, the most astonishing news was that the world government actually recognized the land of Konoha. Not only that, but several nations from the land of Konoha joined the world government as member states, acknowledging Konoha's legitimate status. This meant that Konoha was now on equal footing with the world government, and the order of the world was no longer solely maintained by the world government. Konoha's laws were also in effect. This was the first nation to be recognized by the world government. This news instantly caused a stir in the seas. Having grown accustomed to the tyranny and dictatorship of the world government, everyone was baffled as to why the land of Konoha would receive such recognition. In an instant, Konoha attracted the attention of all forces on the seas, with many pirates and merchants flocking to Konoha Island and its sphere of influence. At the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon's expression was grim as he couldn't understand why this suddenly emerging nation could cause such a huge uproar. Although he was aware that Konoha's strength was formidable enough to prompt the world government to make such a choice, Konoha was merely a nation, not a pirate. Nor did it seek to overthrow the absolute rule of the world government and the celestial dragons like the Revolutionary Army did. Politics is dirty, and it was clearly more suitable to cooperate with Konoha to avoid conflict at this point. The one who found it hardest to accept was Akainu, but he had to comply for the sake of the position of Fleet Admiral. It was absurd that Konoha, which was guilty of unspeakable crimes, was now to cooperate with the world government. Although the Gorosei had told him that the world government was merely compromising with Konoha to avoid war and massive casualties, and that they would seize Konoha when the opportunity arose, Akainu knew very well that the cancellation of the Shichibukai system was simply a consequence of Konoha's emergence. The seas were originally divided among 3 factions: the Navy, which belonged to the world government; the Shichibukai, while acknowledged by the world government, were essentially pirates; and the Yonko, who stood atop the pirate hierarchy. The Shichibukai were relatively neutral, and a portion of the wealth they plundered was even submitted to the world government. Now that Konoha had appeared, there was no longer a need for the Shichibukai's existence. And one of the conditions discussed between Konoha and the world government was that Konoha would eliminate all the Shichibukai. At the same time, they would form a war alliance with the world government, open their borders to each other, and engage in certain commercial exchanges. Of course, the most critical condition was that Konoha had to show sufficient respect towards the celestial dragons. Lilia Palace was currently on a world government ship, heading toward the holy land of Mariewa. However, her mind was filled with thoughts of Konoha, or more precisely, Itachi. Although she had been threatened by Zumi, the illusions he showed her made Lilia Palace start to reflect on the meaning of the celestial dragon's existence. Aside from the Gorosei and a few celestial dragons working within the world government, the other celestial dragons never truly thought for themselves. Their minds were limited, and over hundreds of years, they had become completely corrupted. However, this aligned with the interests of the world government. Among the 20 kings who formed the world government 800 years ago, 19 came to the Holy Land and became celestial dragons. The world government did not need so many intelligent people with supreme power, as that would only dilute power, ultimately leading to the current situation where most celestial dragons became thoughtless, pleasure-seeking swine. The Gorosei also received news related to this negotiation, which was within their expectations, but they were surprised that Lilia Palace could return. However, they did not care. Maintaining the current stability and dividing power and interests was their priority. If possible, it would be best to obtain the secret to returning to youth from Konoha. The sudden abolition of the Shichibukai system was unexpected for everyone. Akainu became fleet admiral, and all the hawkish Navy members were promoted, while the doves and fence-sitters faced varying degrees of suppression. This was precisely what Sengoku and other naval leaders had hoped to avoid, thanks to the efforts of Sengoku and others. Although the Navy was under the command of the world government, it still had a degree of autonomy and would do its utmost to maintain the peace they envisioned. However, this also bred corruption and fatigue, allowing many parasites to infiltrate the Navy. After Akainu took power, he would inevitably compromise with the world government for more interests and power, which was something they were reluctant to see. Undeniably, Akainu also invigorated the entire Navy. There are both advantages and disadvantages. Each person's different choice leads to different outcomes. Sengoku and Garp were getting old. They would eventually have to exit this stage, or they would only end up with more regrets. Konoha was the Navy's absolute enemy. At a Navy meeting, Akainu spoke without hesitation. Then let's just destroy them. The voice that spoke was Ryakuju, an absolute supporter of the world government and the celestial dragons. He was very displeased with Konoha's current status. Why should a suddenly emerging nation stand on equal footing with the world government? Konoha's strength was formidable, beyond what they could handle, and even the world government was at a loss against them. Akainu, however, remained rational. He understood why the world government compromised and felt that there was nothing he could do about it. We should try to avoid conflict with Konoha. Our goal is to eliminate more pirates. He had to keep an eye on the news from Amazon Lily. The Shichibukai had been abolished, but there were hardly any left now. Mihawk and Doflamingo were both connected to the world government, and the only relatively easy target left was Amazon Lily. However, Amazon Lily itself was also a tough nut to crack, with strong combat capabilities and located in the Calm Belt. Not to mention the former and the previous queens were still there, and Rayleigh would also come to aid Amazon Lily. The forces on the seas were extremely complex, but what drove everything was still profit. How many pirates set sail for their dreams? Within Konoha's sphere of influence, the currency known as berries was unusable. Soon, all the merchant fleets and pirates arriving at Konoha discovered this fact. They needed Konoha's currency to trade here, and Konoha's currency had a very strong purchasing power. Additionally, Konoha did not require slaves, arms, or other hard currencies like drugs. There were even no casinos or red light districts. It was as if this place was another world. Chapter 243. Swarming. The main theme of the sea is always chaos. After all, there are no laws or rules on the ocean. Most common men, oppressed by nobles, slave traders, and pirates, ultimately choose to venture out to sea. There is no law to speak of, no order at all. This is the sea. Above the ocean, communication is limited, and each ship is an independent kingdom, sailing for months without seeing land. At this time, the captain has absolute authority over the life and death of anyone on board. Pirates are mostly brutal, which is unavoidable. But the new generation of ninjas departing from Konoha clearly do not share such sentiments. Konoha's research department has upgraded its ships for this ocean. First of all, Konoha's ships are powered by Chakra. Considering safety, they are equipped with sealing barriers and offensive ninja tools. Each ship also has a massive energy facility that is replenished with enough Chakra by tailed beasts before leaving Konoha Island, allowing for at least 6 months of sailing. The technology of the air ninjas has also come into play, as a flying ninja tool has departed from Konoha, carrying the sealed Zero Tail. Konoha needs Zero Tail to absorb negative emotions and convert them into Chakra. The ocean is not lacking in negative emotions, and even Orochimaru is somewhat worried that over time, this Zero Tail will become too powerful. Sasuke, this is the sea. We will definitely become the Pirate King, Naruto exclaimed, standing at the bow of the ship, very excited. Facing the unknown sea, he was simply too happy. Sasuke, upon hearing Naruto's words, unusually did not voice his opposition. His eyes were filled with ambition and longing. He wanted the Uchiha name to resonate throughout this ocean. Although the Uchiha had already gained fame during the War of the Peak, he, Uchiha Sasuke, aimed to become the strongest Uchiha in history. The others on the ship were also filled with anticipation for this journey. Kinshiki and Haku were aboard as well. Although not as prominent as Kinshiki, Haku's growth was remarkable, far surpassing his abilities when he followed Zabuza in the original story. Haku's talent is strong, and with normal growth, he could reach the level of a Kage, which is the limit that normal individuals in the ninja world can achieve. Kinshiki, after undergoing long-term modifications by Orochimaru, is gradually evolving towards the Tsutsuki direction. If Kagaya Tsutsuki saw Kinshiki, she would realize he is the best vessel. In fact, if Kinshiki were handed over to Orochimaru, who is currently researching the 10 Tails, that 10 Tails could directly transform into the Divine Tree. Unlike the others, Kinshiki is a product of ancestral bloodline return, leaning towards the Tsutsuki clan, yet not fully belonging to it, possessing some advantages of humanity. If one must say, the current Kinshiki resembles an alternative sage of 6 paths. However, soon Naruto and Sasuke discovered that sailing on the ocean was not as wonderful as they had imagined. It was even somewhat monotonous. The ninjas were not too accustomed to life on the ship, and the prolonged absence of land made everyone feel uneasy. Ahead is Konoha's ship. Suddenly, a large number of ships appeared in front of Naruto and the others. From the flags hanging on the ships, it was clear they belonged to the BGM-0M Pirates. The visitors were the Sweet 3 commanders of the BGM-0M Pirates: Minister of Flour Charlotte Katakuri, Minister of Juice Charlotte Smoothie, and Minister of Biscuit Charlotte Cracker. Currently, Whitebeard has joined Konoha, meaning one of the 4 emperors has effectively diminished, but Whitebeard still controls his previous territory, albeit under Konoha's management. Additionally, Whitebeard's return to youth has made everyone wary of the Whitebeard pirates. Therefore, in everyone's perception, the pinnacle of piracy still lies with the 4 emperors. Many may not yet realize that the Whitebeard pirates have, in fact, gained recognition from the world government. Charlotte Linlin, due to the existence of the Soul fruit, has a somewhat mad personality and suffers from pica. This time, the Sweet 3 commanders have been sent to establish diplomatic relations with Konoha, hoping to order a batch of specialty desserts from them. The culture and cuisine of this world lean towards westernization, with traditional Japanese cuisine being quite rare. Of course, this is merely an excuse. Essentially, they want to gather intelligence on Konoha and see if any cooperation can be established. After all, Big Mom's subordinates genuinely have a nation of their own. Bringing the Sweet 3 commanders along with the fleet and subordinates shows ambition. Big Mom does not believe Konoha's strength is truly that formidable and wants to test it. A merchant convoy from the nation has already informed Konoha about this matter. But Konoha has not taken it to heart. Pirates, huh? In front of the opposing fleet, Konoha's ship seemed quite insignificant. Upon seeing Konoha's flag, Katakuri hesitated for a moment. Just ignore them. Katakuri knows very well that Konoha is not so simple. His mother has been dominating in the nation for too long, and over the decades. Charlotte Linlin has lost all fear. Only Katakuri understands that the current BGM-0M pirates are quite dangerous among the 4 emperors. The BGM-0M pirates and the Beast pirates are undoubtedly the most dangerous. The red-haired pirates and the white-beard pirates have found their backing. The red-haired pirates have dealings with the world government and, with fewer members, have not claimed territory like other pirate crews. Meanwhile, the white-beard pirates have already joined Konoha. And this meeting with Konoha resulted from Katakuri's strong suggestion. A great upheaval is impending in this world, and Katakuri is worried about the BGM-0M pirates. Are we going to go to war with them? They might be enemies. Naruto exclaimed, eager for action. Fool! How could that be? This is the 4 Emperors BGM-0M pirates. Sasuke replied helplessly. Clearly, before they left, Itachi had given them basic intelligence about this world. Why doesn't Naruto pay any attention? They must be here to discuss cooperation with Konoha. Otherwise, relying solely on this fleet would just be courting death, right? Kinshiki remained silent, watching as the opposing ships passed by theirs. If the pirates had made any sudden moves, he would have shown them what it means to share a grave. After passing by the BGM-0M pirates, they encountered a multitude of pirate ships, all heading towards Konoha. Upon seeing Konoha's flag flying on their ship, they completely ignored them. These pirates were drawn to Konoha, eager to see what kind of nation Konoha truly was. After all, Konoha could be compared with the world government, which would undoubtedly bring great benefits and opportunities. For example, there are rumors that a type of paper sold by Konoha can heal injuries when applied to the body. Chapter 244. The sweat of youth. The products of Konoha are undoubtedly very tempting, whether it's healing talismans or explosive tags that can be used without chakra after improvement. They are precious commodities in this world. Both explosive tags and healing talismans are essentially sealing techniques, and sealing techniques are incredibly versatile. They can seal just about anything. However, ninja tools in the ninja world are not as effective as the weaponry in this world. Apart from some weapons that can carry chakra, they are actually inferior to the firearms in this world. Although firearms in this world are ineffective against strong individuals, most ninjas in the ninja world are quite fragile. Shuriken seem to be on the verge of being eliminated. Another passionate day. Youth requires sweat, don't you think so, Lee? Lee and Guy are training on Konoha Island, and for some reason, since arriving in this world, their food intake has significantly increased. Their daily training volume keeps rising, yet their bodies show no signs of discomfort or hidden injuries. Experienced individuals like Whitebeard believe this is a sign of developing armament hockey. And if they continue to work hard like this, achieving the return of life is not impossible. Although the spiritual energy in a ninja world is abundant, it is mixed with subtle chakra, which cannot be absorbed by the human body. In contrast, the spiritual energy in this world can be absorbed by the body through diligent training, enhancing physical qualities. Continuous physical training can cultivate armament hockey. Since arriving in this world, Guy and Lee have done nothing but work out. The reason is simple. Both of them suffer from severe seasickness. In a place mostly covered by ocean, seasickness is indeed a painful experience, although it shouldn't be an issue given their physical condition. But the fact is, they throw up as soon as they get on a boat, leaving them no choice but to guard Konoha Island. Hey, big browed uncle, don't you get bored training every day? Why not join us for a feast? Luffy has seen Guy many times. He always trains with Lee. Although he and Ace are also training, they can't stand a monotonous routine and always seek some fun. Ace hasn't died, which has led Luffy to feel less urgency about strength, but he has still been training diligently during this time. Naruto's departure put considerable pressure on Luffy. He is eager to find his companions and continue sailing. The big-browed pufferfish in front of him may look funny, but Luffy finds him interesting and wishes he could invite him onto his ship. Young man, youth is not meant to be wasted. Currently, I have more wins than losses in my duels with Kakashi because I train hard every day. After saying this, Guy gave a thumbs up, revealing his signature smile. Although Luffy doesn't understand what Guy is saying, he can sense that it sounds impressive. He can't help but feel energized. Youth must not be wasted. The feast is off. He must train too. Thus, Luffy followed Guy around Konoha Island to begin his youthful training. Under the shining sun, the sweat glistened brightly. No, not just sweat, but also the tears of youth. Someone is actually training alongside him. Aside from Lee, this is the first person. Ace has no interest in joining them and has long gone to start the feast. Luffy, join Konoha. Mr. Guy, come onto my ship. The two spoke in unison, then exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. No way. My youth must be entirely devoted to Konoha. No, I haven't become the pirate king yet. The two again refused in unison, showing that there is indeed a connection between passionate men. What's going on? Pirates arriving on the island saw two Kappa carrying a rubber man, running wildly while doing handstands, which was quite perplexing. Is this what Konoha is like? Most of the cadres and pirates stayed on the ship, and the Sweet Three generals only brought a few trusted subordinates to Konoha Island. What they encountered was a strange trio. Straw Hat Luffy made quite a stir during the Marineford War. Katakuri looked at Luffy and felt that this seemingly foolish man was not simple. He might become an enemy. His presence here could also indicate that the son of the Pirate King is here. He is quite valuable in the black market. The voice of Cracker, hidden in his biscuit armor, sounded eerie. Ace is the son of the Pirate King. He represents not only money but also prestige. If anyone can kill Ace, they will gain immense fame, which many pirates covet. However, Ace's strength is not weak. It's normal that he can't defeat Akainu and Blackbeard. But anyone who thinks the Mera Mera no Mi is weak will face hardship. Although the Mera Mera no Mi is forcibly considered a lower-tier fruit of magma, it still has potential. Let us not think about these things. We cannot be enemies with Konoha, or we will become common enemies of the world government and Konoha. Katakuri said coldly, warning Cracker. His observation, Haki, was in a frenzy, having just felt a glance from Guy, which made him sense great danger. This seemingly funny man is very strong, extremely dangerous. It even reminded Katakuri of his mother's hunger pangs. Life on Cake Island seems glamorous, but it is built upon Big Mom's overwhelming strength. Yet Katakuri has an ominous feeling that their good days may be numbered, and Charlotte Linlin is already 68 years old. Her body long past its peak. No matter how strong her talent or physical quality, her strength declines with age. However, the new generation of strong individuals on this sea is still young. If Charlotte Linlin is defeated, their family will fall apart. Hence, Katakuri came here. He is willing to pay any price to obtain the secret to Whitebeard's return to youth. If his mother could also regain her youth, then their BM pirates would not fear anyone. Most of the people arriving at Konoha Island share the same thoughts. Who is not afraid of death? Since the Great Pirate Era began, the famous pirates have aged, and their physical qualities have started to decline. Moreover, many of the power holders and vested interests are older individuals. They all desire their youth. Chapter 245. The attraction of Konoha. Just as Kai was running out with the two people, a pirate with poor eyesight spotted Luffy. "You the Straw Hat Kid, right?" The grandson of the Navy hero Garp. A man, about 2 meters tall, dressed in a black leather jacket studded with rivets and sporting a yellow mohawk, pointed at Luffy. This was Hare, the captain of the rampaging pirates, whose crew all looked like delinquents, with a bounty of 90 million berries. His strength was quite formidable as he had eaten the rumble fruit, making him a rumble man. "Huh, who are you?" Clearly, Luffy did not recognize this guy. "My brother was captured by Garp, and I want him to know the pain of losing a loved one." The man's eyes were filled with hatred as he raised his curved sword and charged at Luffy with his gang. In these waters, revenge was a common occurrence. This is Konoha Island. You can't just start fighting. Just as Luffy was about to send these guys flying with a punch, Kai suddenly appeared between the two groups and shook his index finger at them. "People from Konoha, step aside. I want revenge." It was obvious that this guy was used to being arrogant on the sea, and no one dared to challenge him, even with a bounty close to 100 million. Unbeknownst to him, he had already activated the abilities of the rumble fruit. His voice was loud, and his heartbeat began to accelerate, causing him to turn slightly red. Kai found Hare's demeanor interesting, somewhat similar to the 8 Gates technique. "Are you sure you want to fight?" Without further ado, Hare swung his sword at Kai. There were many onlookers. Konoha had only conducted a simple registration for all visitors to the island and provided a service to exchange berries for Konoha currency, then allowed them to move freely. Now, with a loudmouth stepping up, everyone was naturally drawn to see how Konoha would handle it. Seeing the other party make a move, Kai also stopped wasting words. Konoha's mighty spiral wind. Kai jumped up and delivered a kick with incredible speed, almost impossible to react to or defend against. The powerful spinning kick, combined with a whip kick, sent Hare crashing to the ground, creating a crater, and then there was no more movement. At the same time, the hidden ninjas from the Umbu instantly sprang into action, swiftly taking down all members of the rampaging pirates with thunderous methods. Some who tried to take advantage of the situation were also apprehended by the Umbu. At this moment, everyone realized that this island was not as simple as they imagined. The hidden ninjas had gone completely undetected. The ninjas' transformation techniques were still quite powerful. Sanji's dream of the transparent fruit held no meaning for ninjas, as their stealth techniques could achieve the same effect. However, the ninja shadow clone and stealth techniques could easily be seen through by those with observation haki. "Mr. Kai, I didn't expect you to be so strong." Luffy looked at Kai with admiration. Kai's spinning kick was just too cool. This is the power of youth. The Sweet Three generals were not far away. Katakuri, observing Kai, felt the future through his observation Haki going wild with warnings. This man was definitely not to be underestimated. It seemed Konoha was stronger than expected. What? These items actually need to be exchanged for supplies? In a nearby shop, selling healing charms and other specialty items. They would not accept berries. Even using Konoha Island's cash was not allowed. Bulk purchases had to be exchanged for supplies that Konoha needed. A businessman was very dissatisfied. Can't we settle with berries? Not even gold. Konoha indeed did not need gold at the moment. Although gold's formation conditions were strict, Konoha's demand for it was not high at this stage. Moreover, whether in the ninja world or this world, economically, Konoha held a dominant position. Going deeper into the island, many members of the Whitebeard Pirates were visible. These members wore clothing adorned with Konoha's emblem. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates were relatively familiar with them, but both sides tacitly chose not to speak. In the past, they would have fought upon meeting, but now the identity of the Whitebeard Pirates had changed. Is that a mermaid? Smuggy spotted a few beautiful mermaids basking in the sun in a nearby pool and couldn't help but speak up. There were also fishmen helping to transport goods on the street. The land of Wano also had fishmen and mermaids, but their situation was different from Konoha's fishmen and mermaids. It seemed Konoha's promise of equal status for all intelligent races was not just empty words. Smuggy, a user of the juice fruit and a half-long-legged person, knew well that Wano couldn't achieve such so-called equality. If Konoha could do it, that would be a good thing. Recently, more and more people had been pouring into Konoha Island, and the Whitebeard Pirates had also joined in maintaining order. Few members accepted the Whitebeard Pirates joining Konoha. More still wanted to live the life of pirates, and this group was sent by Whitebeard to the New World, to the original territory of the Whitebeard Pirates. He understood that this world was about to change. If possible, he hoped his children wouldn't become pirates. The sweet three generals, along with their cadres, arrive in a conference room with Konoha's people. They were received by Mori no Ibiki, who had been quite idle recently, with not much to do. The war in the ninja world had ceased, and here, encountering enemies rarely required interrogation. Just killing them would suffice. Moreover, the people here had low resistance to genjutsu and brain-probing techniques, so he didn't need to intervene. Thus, he had started taking over some of Konoha's other departmental affairs, such as negotiations with the 4 Emperor's pirate crews. Don't be fooled by the sweet 3 generals' heights, all over 3 meters tall, with Katakuri towering at 509 centimeters. Mori no Ibiki's presence was not any weaker than theirs, having interrogated countless ninjas and extracted secrets from deep within their minds. Mori no Ibiki was not afraid of anyone. I wonder why you have come to Konoha. It seems we have no dealings with the BGM-0M pirates. Konoha, in this world, currently had no enemies among any factions. Be it pirates, the Navy, or the world government, cooperation was possible. As for whether their actions were just, what did it have to do with Konoha? Konoha was not of this world. Even the humans of the 2 worlds were completely different at the genetic level. Of course, within Konoha's territory, everyone had to follow Konoha's rules, no matter whether they were from the 4 Emperor's pirate crews or anyone else. All had to abide by Konoha's arrangements. Chapter 246. The world government coveting the Uchiha. The BGM-0M pirates hoped to cooperate with Konoha. Katakuri did not hesitate and spoke directly. Konoha already has the Whitebeard Pirates and is not prepared to accept other pirate crews for the time being. Not everyone can be protected by Konoha. The words of Senju Ibiki instantly enraged the 3 of them. When did the BGM-0M pirates want to join Konoha and receive its protection? In fact, it was just that Konoha was short on manpower, and the ninja world needed help to prevent accidents. The pirate world also needed manpower, and currently, Fishman Island was already consuming too much of Konoha's energy, leaving most of Whitebeard Pirates' territory in the New World unmanaged. Not to mention adding another nation. Konoha is not a pirate crew. It is a country that must have 100% control over its territory. Taking a deep breath, Katakuri forced himself to calm down. The existence of a nation aims to create a utopia where all races coexist. Our views should align with Konoha's. Krija and Smoker beside him remained silent. They both recognized Katakuri and came to Konoha Island at his suggestion. Coming to Konoha Island from the New World is not an easy task. They likely wouldn't have come if it weren't for the turmoil within the Navy. However, they heard that there was a direct route from Konoha to Fishman Island, which would make returning much more convenient. The materials Konoha needs could all be provided by the nation, and they hoped Konoha could consider it. A utopia? A perfect utopia is impossible to exist. The more a faction claims to be a perfect utopia or aims to build one, the more oppression and filth it hides. The nation cannot be a utopia. It is merely a plaything of Charlotte Linlin. Konoha can engage in some commercial cooperation with the nation, but the rest should be left for Charlotte Linlin to negotiate. The confrontation ended quickly. Cake Island ordered some of Konoha's specialty desserts, but no other cooperation was reached. The method Katakuri most hoped for to regain his youth wasn't even mentioned. Krija and Smoker wanted to say something, but after walking a few steps on Konoha Island and encountering Whitebeard, they wisely closed their mouths. With his iconic golden hair, Whitebeard was drinking with his children. Just a glance from him brought immense pressure to the three. This feeling, stronger than their mother. Whitebeard is definitely stronger than their mother. Is this the pressure from the strongest man in the world? The key point is that they hadn't even seen Konoha strong once. The guy just now, while imposing, shouldn't be a high-ranking member of Konoha. The only strong person from Konoha they had seen was Might Guy. It seems Konoha's strength should not be underestimated. A large number of people flooding into Konoha bought goods and then left. Healing charms from Konoha became the most sought-after item, capable of fetching a high price among the nobles, especially the celestial dragons, who purchased a batch of top-grade healing charms at an exorbitant price. This was thanks to the incident involving Lady Lululia, which left all celestial dragons a bit worried that something similar could happen to them. The incident regarding Lady Lululia was covered up by the world government as an accident, while Im remained in slumber and the world government awaited the right moment. Lady Lululia finally returned to the Holy Land, Mariehua, on a ship from the world government. She was greeted not by her father Saint Roseward, but by officials from the world government. The 5 elders want to see you. Lady Lululia had long prepared herself mentally. This experience had made her understand many things. Soon, Lady Lululia arrived at the conference room where the 5 elders often discussed matters. Lady Lululia, please tell us about what happened this time. It was obvious that the 5 elders were very interested in Lady Lululia's experience. This girl actually survived and returned from Konoha, still as a celestial dragon. Moreover, it seemed that this little girl had undergone some experiences and was no longer the thoughtless pig she once was. Without hesitation, Lady Lululia recounted her experience, even expressing her fondness for Itachi, though she did not mention being drawn into the illusion world by him and Izumi, a fishman who can turn into a sea king and even control the ocean. The eldest son of the Uchiha clan leader, a disciple of the Hokage. You really know how to pick them. After considering for a moment, several of the 5 elders realized that Lady Lululia still had some usefulness. I heard your father arranged a marriage for you. Let's cancel that for now. The world government is considering establishing an embassy on Konoha Island, and you will represent the celestial dragons and the world government. How does that sound? Lady Lululia was taken aback for a moment, then immediately nodded. I am willing. Good. You have another task. At this point, the 5 elders all looked over. Your most important task is to conceive a child with Uchiha. The war at the top with Uchiha and Jiraiya made the world government realize that Konoha seems to rely on the power of bloodlines. If the world government could obtain such bloodline power, Lady Lululia's eyes widened in disbelief at the words of the 5 elders. She is a celestial dragon, and they want her to seduce Uchiha Itachi? Although she was willing, this still had a significant impact on her. It seems the glory of the celestial dragons is truly a joke. No one came to save her, and Lady Lululia understood this principle. In the face of interests and power, celestial dragons can also be discarded pawns. Soon, this matter was decided, and Lady Lululia became a double agent, sent back to Konoha by the world government. What is that thing ahead? According to the plan, Naruto and the others would head to Sabeti Archipelago and then enter Fishman Island via coding, not choosing to take the spatial passage. After all, this is an adventure. It wouldn't do to make it too easy. Just ahead, they saw a strange object from a distance, seemingly a person riding a bicycle. How could someone ride a bicycle on the sea? It seemed to be a person coming towards them. Kanata activated her Byakugan and saw the appearance of the other party. Chapter 247. Ice Release and Ice Fruit. Admiral Aokiji of the Navy, though it seems he has already resigned from the Navy, is ready. With the keen eyesight of the Sharingan and Byakugan, Sasuke spotted Aokiji slowly approaching. Sasuke instantly recognized who it was, and Shikamaru also moved closer, beginning to ponder. What could this former admiral who resigned from the Navy be planning? From a distance, Aokiji saw the Konoha ship and headed straight for it. The justice in his heart had completely faded. He didn't know where to go, but the Navy could no longer protect the peace he sought. Aokiji only wanted to travel around, searching for the justice he believed in. It seemed that ahead was Konoha's ship, and the significant changes in the Navy were all related to Konoha. He wanted to test Konoha's capacity. If possible, joining Konoha would not be a bad choice. Since the world government could no longer uphold justice, it wouldn't be a bad idea to join the opposing side to overthrow it. Konoha and the Revolutionary Army were both forces he wanted to join. Given the current situation, Konoha might be the best choice, at least on the surface. Konoha still seemed relatively just. As both sides continued to approach each other, the people on the ship saw Hokage coming closer, riding a bicycle, and, as he pedaled, the sea automatically froze beneath him. Soon, Hokage arrived in front of the Konoha group and stopped. Where's Konoha's ship? But why does it seem filled with such young ones? Seeing Naruto and the others on the ship, Hokage was momentarily taken aback. Why were they all so young? It reminded him of the Straw Hat crew. Former Admiral, what are you doing blocking Konoha's ship? Sasuke said from the ship, looking down at Hokage. The others observed and remained vigilant. Sasuke drew his sword, having learned impressive swordsmanship from Itachi. Both Sasuke and Naruto had become quite strong, but Sasuke still craved battle and excitement to activate his Mangekyou Sharingan. Currently, Sasuke and Naruto were still far from the power they could wield. Without the Six Paths power, and without activating the Rinnegan, Sasuke's strength was still lacking. The Ino Shikacho trio was stronger than in the original story, but their strength was still limited. The strongest among them was still Naruto, followed by Kinshiki, White, and the seemingly unassuming Hinata, as well as Sarada, who had learned the adamantine sealing. Naruto was already strong enough just relying on the Nine Tails. Where are you headed? Can I hitch a ride? Hokage asked. Where to? In fact, Naruto and the others had no specific destination. They were just heading to the New World to start an adventure, trying to gain greater fame and collect devil fruits. Maybe not, they thought. Without thinking, they would definitely reject him. Hokage's dejected appearance didn't seem like that of a good person. Are you sure you want to refuse me? Hokage's tone became serious, no longer lazy. He was eager to test the abilities of these Konoha people. White, go have a few exchanges with him. Kinshiki made a decisive call. Kinshiki was now a staunch supporter of Konoha and Orochimaru and was willing to give everything for Konoha. This guy in front of them was clearly provoking them. So what if he was an admiral? White nodded, lightly tapping his feet twice, and appeared at the bow of the ship, looking at Hokage. He was eager to spar with this person in front of him. Was it the ice fruit of the natural system? A power referred to as a natural disaster. Clearly, Hokage's ice fruit was an enhanced version of ice release. Unless White's chakra reached the level of a Hokage, or even the Six Paths, his ice release could not be called a natural disaster. The ice fruit could instantly change the climate of an island. If it weren't for the sealing techniques on the ship, along with Naruto and Kinshiki, it would definitely be unwise to engage Hokage in battle. However, since the ship was filled with youths, no one would back down. Oh, Hokage looked at White, somewhat surprised. Such a handsome young man, but he actually had the courage to confront him. He seemed not simple at all. Blocking Konoha's ship was not a wise thing to do. Every ninja was a valuable asset to Konoha, and they would not allow any accidents to happen. If something went wrong, activating the sealing technique could summon Itachi and the fourth Hokage. This time, the Flying Thunder God technique would not be too late to save them. Water Release Secret Technique. Water Shuriken Destruction. After forming hand seals, a large amount of water transformed into sharp shurikens and shot toward Hokage. Ice. Hokage did not dodge, allowing the shurikens to pierce his body. As an elementalized, Hokage took no damage from them. The shurikens were instantly assimilated. He let out a breath, and the cold water vapor turned into a sharp military knife, which he casually flicked. Do you want to spar with me? An interesting ability. I heard there's a lower tier fruit of the ice fruit, but your ability seems a bit different. Hokage became interested, looking at White. Against Hokage, who could elementalize, White's attacks seemed somewhat powerless, and the effect of his ice release technique was not ideal. Ice Release Secret Technique. Crystal Mirror Ice. Mirrors formed of cold ice appeared around Hokage. White appeared in the mirror, but no matter how fast White's attacks were, they could not inflict effective damage on Hokage. Ha, this is really interesting, but your attacks are quite weak, Hokage honestly commented. For a ninja, White's move might be strong, but it could not cause effective damage to Hokage, the ice fruit user. If it's only at this level, that one do. Alright, White, come back, Kinshiki frowned, looking at White and Hokage. Hokage also looked at Kinshiki. Among the group in front of him, Kinshiki's appearance was the most peculiar, completely unlike a human. Was he from some special race? Kinshiki waved his hand, wondering if the killing bone could harm someone who could elementalize. He was eager to try. Hey, what do you want? Naruto sensed that the guy in front of him had no ill intentions. The Nine Tails could help Naruto sense good and evil, and Sarada could feel whether the opponent had malice. Aokiji showed no obvious hostility toward them. If they had encountered someone like a Kainu, he would have immediately called for help. Nothing just passing by. Konoha is quite interesting, Aokiji said, and he was even less likely to attack the people of Konoha. Even White's attack, he merely dodged. Under the influence of Itachi's Kotoeme Tsukumi, Aokiji subconsciously could not attack the people of Konoha. Not only Aokiji, but even the retired Garp was considering whether to visit Konoha. Their wills had already been changed. They could never become enemies of Konoha. See you next time. After saying that, Aokiji waved his hand and continued riding his bicycle toward Konoha. What a strange guy. Next time, let's not be so impulsive. The power users in this world are strong. If that guy had used his full strength just now, we would definitely have suffered casualties. Sasuke remained very rational. Chapter 248. War and conflict are brewing without losing their parents and without the destruction of their clan. Sasuke, who grew up in such an environment, naturally underwent significant changes in character. Although the pride deeply ingrained in the Uchiha clan cannot be changed, the absence of familial loss and the overall transformation of the Uchiha clan have made Sasuke's personality different. Amidst his arrogance, he has become more cautious. And being proud does not mean being dismissive. Rather, he takes each opponent seriously. This shows that Itachi's teachings to Sasuke were indeed quite good. The most important thing is that Itachi himself did not have any issues. Due to a lack of proper leadership, the Uchiha clan was destroyed because of Itachi. Having taken the right path, Itachi can naturally lead the entire Uchiha clan onto the correct path as well. Naruto's character, on the other hand, was not greatly affected. Jiraiya sealed Naruto and Sasuke, allowing them to minimize the influence of Indra and Ashura, while also enabling them to absorb the power from their chakras. The power of fate has transformed from a curse into a gift, truly becoming their strength, rather than continuing to fight through their bodies. The adventures belonging to Naruto and his companions are still ongoing. It is not just Naruto and his peers from Konoha, but a large number of new generation ninjas from Konoha are also setting out to see one after another. If it were not for critical moments, summoning the fourth Hokage would not be possible. The Flying Thunder God is only a last resort, and relying on it too much would not be ideal. Necessary sacrifices are inevitable. No matter how careful one is, casualties will certainly occur, eliminating a batch of people. Before Aokiji arrived at Konoha Island, the dessert trio had already prepared to leave. Katakuri and others stayed at Konoha Island for a few days and found that Konoha's influence was different from those they had encountered before. It was neither like the world government nor like pirates. Here, the gap between ordinary people and the strong seemed less pronounced. How could the owner of that ramen shop dare to lecture a powerful figure with a pufferfish head? This was something Katakuri couldn't even imagine. For him, there was no difference between the weak and ants. Yet, regardless of how special Konoha might be, one thing is undoubtedly clear: Konoha's ambition. Everyone can sense that Konoha is definitely not simple. Beneath its calm surface lies an ambition to overturn the world. Whether it's the use of currency other than berries, a complete economic system, or the extensive collection of various strategic resources, all prove Konoha's grand ambitions. The seemingly calm sea is actually rife with undercurrents. The world government has abolished the Shichibukai system, and the ones most affected are the Kuja pirates and Don Quixote Doflamingo's Don Quixote family. After losing their legitimate status, Doflamingo, the biggest broker at sea, has been greatly affected. Doflamingo can be said to be a true villain. The evil organizations in the ninja world pale in comparison to him. He engages in human trafficking, drugs, arms smuggling, whatever is profitable he does. Because of his former identity as a celestial dragon and his hold on the world government's secrets, he cooperates with both the world government and pirates to maximize his profits. Now, after facing pressure from the world government and the Navy, it is not so easy for him to make money and seek power as before. His last encounter at the Navy headquarters has left Doflamingo with a deep hatred for Konoha. His background as a celestial dragon and his childhood experiences have fostered an egotistical personality, but when facing someone stronger than himself, he is particularly pragmatic and knows when to back down. Now that Konoha's influence has grown, Doflamingo's first thought is to find an opportunity to cooperate with Konoha. He is also curious as to why the world government would reach a cooperation agreement with Konoha, acknowledging its existence and granting it legitimacy. Perhaps Konoha has also obtained some leverage over the world government, just like him. However, this notion seems unreasonable upon further reflection. However, Doflamingo is now the king of Dressrosa. Luffy is still training on Konoha Island and will not set sail in the short term. The most crucial information Doflamingo possesses is not Dressrosa, but information related to the treasures of the celestial dragons. If he uses this as bait, perhaps he can cooperate with Konoha. From the current perspective, Konoha is a much thicker leg to lean on than Kaido. Most of the artificial devil fruits he sold to Kaido are not very effective, and Kaido's attitude has also greatly dissatisfied Doflamingo. What he most wants to know now is what Konoha really needs. Waiting for the right opportunity is the best choice. Doflamingo has developed shadows of the underground forces in the New World, and Konoha's emergence has begun to affect these underground interests. The territory controlled by Whitebeard is only surface-level control. In reality, these islands are free to develop, and the Whitebeard pirates merely provide protection. However, after Konoha took over these territories, it began to gain actual control over these areas. Moreover, these islands in the New World, being far from the world government and the Navy, are particularly chaotic. Even on islands controlled by Whitebeard, there are numerous illegal activities. After Konoha took control of these islands, it immediately put an end to these illegal activities. This has caused dissatisfaction among the underground forces in the New World, and these forces are preparing to join Kaido to take action against Konoha. Kaido is unconcerned with all of this. He is very confident and is ready to charge into Konoha alone. The world government cannot do anything about him. As the strongest creature in the world, he cannot die even if he wanted to. What can Konoha do to him? The newly appointed admirals Fujitora and Green Bull also need achievements to prove themselves. As they were promoted to admirals due to their exceptional strength, they do not have much prestige in the Navy. Under normal circumstances, even if they are strong, they need to accumulate military merits and gradually ascend in rank. But now the Navy is extremely understaffed, and the retirement of several senior figures has led to a significant decline in the Navy's overall strength. This is why Fujitora and Green Bull were directly promoted to admirals. Currently, Fujitora has set his sights on Doflamingo, while Green Bull is focused on Amazon Lily. After all, Doflamingo is a celestial dragon, and Green Bull's greatest ambition is to become the dog of the celestial dragons. War and conflict are brewing. Doflamingo and Kaido at least share mutual interests for now, and Konoha will inevitably be drawn into this war. Chapter 249, Dark Fruit. After the Ten Tails was sent to Orochimaru's laboratory, he immediately began researching this Ten Tails. Interestingly, Orochimaru discovered that there were individual differences among the Ten Tails, and this particular one was quite different from the Ten Tails of the ninja world. Orochimaru had studied the Outer Path Golem, which is essentially the shell of the Ten Tails. After obtaining Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, Konoha summoned the Outer Path Golem for sealing and research. This Ten Tails had high activity and even showed a tendency to develop self-awareness. If left unmanaged by the Tsutsuki for a long time, it wouldn't be surprising if the Ten Tails began to develop self-awareness. The 9 portions of Chakra, that Sage of 6 Paths, separated from the Ten Tails, became 9-tailed beasts with their own consciousness. However, for Konoha at this stage, the usefulness of this Ten Tails was limited. It hadn't become the God Tree and couldn't absorb Chakra from the entire world, making its power quite limited, possibly even weaker than the 9 Tails. On the other hand, there were significant results in researching Blackbeard. This guy had a very special constitution that allowed him to bear the powers of 2 devil fruits, and of course, the dark fruit was crucial. One could say that his special constitution and the dark fruit were indispensable. Orochimaru and the second Hokage had recently been working together to use sealing techniques to restrain the escape of the power of the devil fruit, planning to kill Blackbeard while simultaneously retaining the dark fruit. This way, they could use the ability of the dark fruit to deprive other ability users of their powers, which would undoubtedly rapidly strengthen Konoha. The devil fruit was a treasure that could help one ascend to great heights. Capturing a pirate with abilities was much easier than searching for devil fruits in the vast ocean. By the way, we can ask the teacher for help. Although sealing techniques are very versatile, Orochimaru still had no clue how to extract the devil fruit ability from Blackbeard. After thinking for a while, Orochimaru suddenly thought of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Perhaps he could ask Sarutobi for assistance. Although Sarutobi had been focusing on stabilizing his cultivation during this time, he wasn't in closed-door training and could break his meditation state at any time. After informing Sarutobi, he quickly arrived at Orochimaru's laboratory. The renovation and expansion of Konoha Island were ongoing, and ninjutsu had a tremendous advantage in this area. Of course, if there were assistance from a nature-type fruit, creating islands and changing the climate would likely be even faster. Whether it was a strong person from the ninja world or a strong person from the pirate world, if they could apply their abilities to infrastructure, the help would be truly significant. Unfortunately, very few strong individuals could think of this and were genuinely willing to do it. The early death of Senju Hashirama was greatly related to his transformation of the entire Fire Country's environment, leading to the existence of numerous vast forests. If a Kainu could use his magma fruit to convert energy, it might help the Navy far more than him becoming a fleet admiral. Scientists like Orochimaru could realize the clever uses of many special abilities. Unfortunately, most of the time, such scientists cannot grasp power, just like Vegapunk from the world government, who developed his intelligence significantly after consuming the brain fruit, yet his freedom was restricted. The key issue was that the brain fruit did not enhance intelligence. It merely developed the brain, allowing it to have unlimited capacity. The more information the brain stored, the larger it would grow. If Orochimaru had to choose, he most likely wouldn't choose to eat this so-called brain fruit. It was indeed a terrifying power of rules. After entering the core formation stage, Sarutobi Hiruzen gained a deeper understanding of the power of rules attached to these ability users, especially the most terrifying and powerful fruits like the dark fruit. Unfortunately, even such a powerful fruit held no distinction for Sarutobi Hiruzen compared to ordinary devil fruits, as he decomposed and separated these fruits, absorbing the purest power of rules. If one absorbed a specific ability, they would be cursed by the world's power of rules, fearing seawater, which was a huge weakness. Teacher, when we kill this guy, can we extract his ability? Orochimaru expressed his request. Konoha still needed the dark fruit. Let's find some fruits. It shouldn't be too difficult. Extracting the ability of the dark fruit from the living Blackbeard will be somewhat challenging. However, transferring the power of rules from Blackbeard's body to a fruit after his death to form a new devil fruit wasn't that difficult. This world seems to have some resistance to the rules binding the devil fruits. The will of heaven does not favor the existence of devil fruit users. Perhaps because of this, every devil fruit is cursed by the power of rules, making it impossible to touch seawater. Should we just kill this guy directly? Or should we find an ability user to experiment first? The second Hokage was the cruelest. He had no compassion for those who were not residents of Konoha. Not to mention, from a scientific perspective, the humans of the ninja world were completely different species from those of this world. No need, just kill this guy directly. Logically speaking, one would not be qualified to manipulate the heavenly rules at the core formation stage. But the formation of this devil fruit was originally the rule of this world, which could be seen as taking a shortcut. Without any hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen directly ended Blackbeard's life. The once great villain fell, just like that, without making any reputation. A large number of fruits had already been prepared nearby. Sarutobi Hiruzen concentrated his energy, and at the moment of Blackbeard's death, the power of rules escaped from his body, attempting to flee into the distance. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen bound the power of rules with his magic and transferred a large number of fruits over. In an instant, the shape of an apple began to change, slowly twisting into a strange fruit. It was no difficulty at all. The ability of the dark fruit was transferred to the fruit. It was even simpler than expected. The user of the dark fruit could seize and transfer the abilities of others after their death, indicating that as long as the method was correct, transferring the abilities of devil fruits was not particularly difficult. Orochimaru looked at the fruit before him, lost in thought. If possible, he would also like to eat a fruit suitable for him. However, who would be suitable for this fruit in front of him? Jiraiya? That seemed a bit excessive, but it needed to be considered carefully. Chapter 250. Kakashi's decision. In the end, the dark fruit was assigned to Kakashi. Kakashi was highly recognized throughout the Hokage faction of Konoha, and due to the death of White Fang, the higher-ups in Konoha had long felt a sense of guilt towards him. Moreover, Kakashi's talent and loyalty to Konoha were unquestionable. What he lacked was an opportunity. Now, with all ties severed, Kakashi was a good candidate for the dark fruit, which was quite special and very important for Konoha, as this fruit could strip the abilities of death-related users from others. Additionally, this fruit was strong and had great potential, which Kakashi's talent could significantly help to unlock. This was Kakashi's first time in another world. Konoha had been in the pirate world for quite some time, but due to Obito's presence, Kakashi chose to remain in the ninja world. There were still many strong individuals in the ninja world, and most of Konoha's jounin were in the village, except for the Uchiha jounin who had been sent to the pirate world. Kakashi, are you finally going to train with me? Kakashi looked at the guy in front of him with a helpless expression. Orochimaru said his body was too weak and that he lacked chakra. Although it was said that he was hindered by the Sharingan, the shadow chakra left by Obito might actually help him merge with the dark fruit. If things didn't change, Orochimaru believed Kakashi's ultimate fate would be to become a seemingly strong individual, but one who was evenly matched with everyone else, possessing many techniques, but struggling to secure victory. Such a strong person could not be considered a true strong individual. Not only the dark fruit, but the Manjikyu Sharingan left by Obito would also be inherited by Kakashi, of course, after being transformed into an eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Now, Orochimaru could confidently say, "No one understands the Uchiha better than I do." The Uchiha bloodline held no secrets from Orochimaru anymore. Through his research on the Uchiha and Otsutsuki bloodlines, as well as the Ten Tails, Orochimaru had become very familiar with the Uchiha bloodline. However, understanding was one thing. There were still many things Orochimaru could not accomplish. For instance, the eye techniques and abilities born from the awakening of the Uchiha Manjikyu were unique and completely uncontrollable by outsiders. Even if Orochimaru could clone the Sharingan, he could only upgrade and modify it based on existing Sharingan. It was impossible to create eye techniques out of thin air. After upgrading Kamui, the best fit for this eye was still Kakashi, who would also need to undergo physical modifications. Otherwise, having only the power of shadows and a strong mental force would not be enough. After considering it, Kakashi chose to accept. Obito was already dead, and no one knew how he was doing in the Pure Land. Kakashi's life could be described as tragic, with his father's death and his friend's departure having a tremendous impact on him. However, over the years, the changes in Konoha had led Kakashi to begin rethinking the meaning of life. Confusion was the behavior of the weak. One's own strength was eternal. Kakashi didn't want to lose anymore, so he needed to possess greater power. Whether it was the dark fruit, Kamui, or physical modification, it was all to become stronger. The next time Kakashi had someone he wanted to protect, he didn't want to be in a position where he could only match them evenly due to insufficient strength. Orochimaru had keenly noticed the impact of the physical conditions in this world. Guy and Lee were excellent examples. Letting Kakashi train for a while before undergoing physical modifications and then accepting the power of the dark fruit might be a better approach. Luffy, this is my lifelong enemy and best friend, the absolute genius of Konoha, Kakashi. Guy was very excited. Kakashi's arrival had invigorated him significantly. During this time, Luffy had also recognized Guy's strength and had been following him for physical training, which had helped him a lot. Of course, it was also because the personalities of the two got along well. Luffy's character matched well with Guy's. "Hello, I am Monkey D. Luffy, the future Pirate King." Upon hearing Pirate King, Kakashi glanced at Luffy. He wasn't particularly interested in this matter, but he had heard Naruto mention it before. "All right, let's start our training for today. Let's run around Konoha Island 200 laps." Hearing Guy say this, Kakashi was already sweating profusely. Stamina and chakra had always been his weaknesses. Although he had reached the Jounin standard, he was still far behind Guy. Konoha Island was not small, and 200 laps were no easy feat. While ninjas had strong explosive power, their endurance was somewhat lacking. Except for some taijutsu ninjas, their endurance was generally weak. "Kakashi, let's sweat youth together." Although it was quite helpless, Kakashi had no choice but to start training with Guy. In Wano country, the terrifying Kaido, like a giant beast, was drinking. He was in a bad mood. During the recent Marineford War, he had intended to snipe the Whitebeard pirates, but was intercepted by red-haired Shanks. However, he was also glad that if he had known Whitebeard was returning to his youth, he definitely wouldn't have sought trouble with him. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were both members of the Rocks Pirates and were well aware of Whitebeard's prowess in his younger days. They would never actively seek trouble with the current Whitebeard. But now, Konoha was going too far, selling explosive charms and healing charms that invaded part of the market. And Wano had been transformed into an arms dumping ground by him. Konoha didn't need their weapons and was also cleansing their sphere of influence, which had a significant impact on him. If it weren't for Whitebeard, he would have definitely caused a commotion in Konoha. However, having drunk too much, he couldn't care less. He smashed the wine jug on the ground and leaped into the air, transforming into a blue dragon. He was the strongest being on land, sea, and air. If he couldn't win, he could still run away, right? Kaido believed that if he wanted to leave, no one could keep him, not even Whitebeard. He wanted to cause a ruckus in Konoha and make them cooperate with him. If he had Konoha's help, then his dream of establishing a pirate country could be realized quickly. After all, Konoha had already been recognized by the world government, and he was eager to know what Konoha had on the world government. At the same time, he wanted to see Don Quixote Doflamingo. Kaido's intelligence network had informed him that the Marines intended to take action against the remaining warlords of the sea. Kaido needed the artificial devil fruits provided by Doflamingo, so he had to offer him protection. Doflamingo was good in many ways. He had ambition and drive, but unfortunately, he was just too weak. Chapter 251. Affection Series Pirate Arc The Fish Fruit. Mythical beast type, Azure Dragon form, is undoubtedly one of the strongest devil fruits. Kaido has barely scratched the surface of the power of the Azure Dragon. However, even if Kaido's development of this fruit isn't that deep, it's enough to make him one of the 4 emperors among the most powerful people in the world. He even enjoys pretending to be invincible by saying, "I can't even kill myself. I can't die if I wanted to." Unfortunately, Kaido is not truly invincible. He can still be killed by real strong opponents. The Azure Dragon soars through the sky, heading towards the Land of the Leaf. A delegation from the world government has also returned to the Land of the Leaf. Orochimaru did not refuse the request from the world government to build an embassy on the island. It was really no big deal. With enough strength, there's no fear of others pulling any tricks. If the Leaf Village has enough manpower, they can completely infiltrate the world government. The ninja's ability to hide and spy is still quite strong. Aside from some special abilities, they're not inferior to anyone. What's this? The first Hokage and the second Hokage want to go to C2? Orochimaru looked at the first and second Hokage in front of him, surprised that these brothers also wanted to go to sea. It seems the temptation of unknown adventures is really great. Senju Tobirama felt helpless. He actually didn't want to go. He was very interested in Orochimaru's research, but Senju Hashirama wanted to go to sea, and Tsunade was busy training. He really didn't feel comfortable leaving his brother to go alone. That is definitely not a problem, but if you want to leave, reviving might be more appropriate, right? With the Rinnegan and illusions, plus the strong people of this world as sacrifices, reviving you is quite simple. Whether it's the outer path, Samsara technique, or the Sand Village's self-revival technique, both can be used for resurrection. As for the body, there's no need to worry. Orochimaru can clone as many as he wants. Hearing about resurrection, Hashirama instantly hesitated. They were already dead, and interfering with the world of the living in this world was something Hashirama found hard to accept. Of course, if they were to be revived, it would definitely be with the 4th Hokage and Kushina. After all, they were both former Hokage, and reviving some of the Leaf Village's people would certainly not be opposed. If I were to have an accident, I hope someone in the Leaf Village can use Edo Tensei and the Samsara technique to revive me. Orochimaru's words made both Hashirama and Tobirama ponder. If the first Hokage hadn't died so early, the ninja world surely wouldn't have experienced so many tragedies, right? In the end, the first Hokage still agreed. Being the Hokage of the Leaf Village became the position with the highest benefits. Even if you died, someone would come to revive you. Orochimaru didn't need these methods. If he really died, you would find that Edo Tensei couldn't summon him at all, thanks to the curse marks he left behind. It's very hard for Orochimaru to truly die. Once it was confirmed, Hashirama, Tobirama, and Minato and Kushina were revived. The few of them were not quite accustomed to it. The bodies from Edo Tensei and the bodies of the living were too different. However, being truly revived would allow them to fully unleash their powers, and they could also advance further in strength. Are there really dead people who Wu and Ti want to be revived? At least Orochimaru expressed doubt. Perhaps the pure land of the ninja world has some effect on the souls of the dead. After coming to this world, the few of them felt less resistance towards resurrection. Minato and Kushina were more for Naruto. Even though Naruto was living happily now, they still wanted to be by his side. As for Hashirama, he wanted to see this different world. He had already conquered the ninja world and brought peace. And now he wanted to see a world that was even more colorful than the ninja world. Anyway, Tobirama could use the Flying Thunder God technique, so he could return anytime without worry. On the other side, after finishing training, Kakashi was sweating profusely, eating ramen with Kai and others. "Kakashi, I heard you're my loyal fan?" Kakashi looked up and saw Jiraiya. Indeed, Kakashi is a loyal fan of Jiraiya's Affection series. The Affection series is about to update with an all-new Otherworld series. Jiraiya was excited, talking about how Kakashi mentioned he was preparing a new book, and his recent experiences in the pirate world had inspired Jiraiya, especially the beautiful mermaid, which really captivated Jiraiya. "What is the Affection series?" Luffy asked curiously, looking at Kai. Kai's face turned red. How could they discuss such things in public? He had never been this nervous, even against strong enemies. Luffy's question made Kai tremble, and he struggled to speak. The Affection series is a bestseller in the Leaf Village, but only adults can read it. Actually, Kai was once curious about why Kakashi carried the Affection series book every day and bought one himself. The content of the book had a huge impact on Kai. Adult? I'm already an adult too. I've been an adult for a long time. Kai swallowed hard, not daring to think about what impact Jiraiya's affection series would have on Luffy. Such a thing must not happen. Luffy, this book isn't something just anyone can read. You can only read my works if you become the Pirate King. Jiraiya saw at a glance that Luffy was a pure fool, different from Naruto. It should be noted that Naruto, when he was young, used transformation jutsu to turn into a woman to sneak into the women's bathhouse, even developing seduction techniques and harem techniques. Even the reverse harem technique that was effective against Kaguya Otsutsuki. Even though Naruto had a happy childhood, he still developed such ninjutsu. This shows the difference between Naruto and Luffy. Luffy has no feelings for women at all, which may be related to his Nika fruit. As for Naruto and Hinata, it was a mutual pursuit. Hinata's Byakugan can see through. Okay, when I become the Pirate King, I'll read your book. Luffy agreed without much thought. After all, Jiraiya wrote the affection series, and what he said must be true. Haha, that's great. Kakashi, the village has revived Minato and Kushina. Tomorrow Kushina is inviting us to dinner. Huh? Kakashi couldn't believe it. The teacher was revived? He couldn't help but think of the deceased Obito, wishing everything could start over. Alright, I'll be there on time. Ha ha ha. By the way, after we finish eating, do you want to go with me to explore? The fishmen on Fishman Island are the best in the world. Kakashi's eyes lit up. Jiraiya's recommendation must be good. The two left, shoulder to shoulder. Luffy was considering that it would be much easier to travel from the Leaf Village to Fishman Island, and after a while, he would gather his partners at the Leaf Village Island. Chapter 252. Kaido's attack. After the first Hokage and Tobirama were revived, they quickly adapted to their new bodies. Orochimaru's cloning technology is superb, and their current bodies are at least much better than their previous Edo Tensei forms. In the beginning, when Tobirama invented this technique, it was meant to work in conjunction with the explosive tags to turn the summoned dead into human bombs. However, the concept of the explosive tags is far from the strategic idea of Edo Tensei. This is also because the gap between the top ninjas and ordinary people in the ninja world is too great. The first Hokage alone is more terrifying than an entire nation. Senju Hashirama is eager to explore this world with Senju Tobirama. The ninja world is still too small. After pacifying the warring states, they divided the tailed beasts among several ninja villages. Hashirama originally thought peace would come, but after his death, the ninja world fell into chaos. The smaller the place, the easier it is for intrigue to thrive. In a small temple, the demons are stronger, and in shallow waters, there are more turtles. Now the world is vast, filled with strange tales and different cultures. With his passion reignited, Hashirama naturally wants to explore a bit as Konoha thrives. Tobirama, on the other hand, is contemplating a major issue. Besides keeping an eye on Hashirama to prevent trouble and being ready to return at any time using the Flying Thunder God technique, Tobirama is thinking about the task he once entrusted to Tsunade. The task of reviving the Senju clan can only rely on Tsunade now, but seeing Tsunade's state, practicing with Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and seemingly forgetting the mortal world, he estimates that he cannot count on her. Now that both he and Hashirama have been revived, it seems the task of revitalizing the Senju clan still falls on the two of them. Hashirama might not feel much, but after being rivals with the Uchiha clan for so many years and suppressing them for so long, Tobirama is unwilling to let this slide. Why should the Uchiha clan be so flourishing while the Senju clan is down to just a few members? Just thinking about how the Uchiha have become the most powerful clan in the ninja world, and even the most prominent clan in the pirate world in the future, makes Tobirama uncomfortable all over. In the past, their Senju clan used to dominate the Uchiha, but how could it be like this now? Moreover, with Orochimaru's help, the Uchiha Sharingan is almost fully developed, and everyone can awaken it. If the Senju clan revives, with Orochimaru's assistance, everyone could have would release. How could the Uchiha still be so arrogant then? With Hashirama and Tsunade not dependable, unless they also revive Uzumaki Mito, otherwise, it all relies on him. Thinking of his sister-in-law, Tobirama suddenly realized that when he can no longer control Hashirama in a while, he will let Orochimaru revive her as well. For now, it's better to explore this world and find a few wives for himself to strengthen the Senju clan. No matter what, they cannot fall behind the Uchiha. As for Minato and Kushina, they don't have many thoughts on this matter, but Uzumaki Yakaina is very happy. With Kushina and Minato, the Uzumaki clan is finally standing up. Naruto inherits the surname Uzumaki, not Namikaze, so he's also a part of the Uzumaki clan. Returning to Konoha was indeed the right decision for Yakaina. The education she received from Tsunade is much better than in the Grass Village. Kushina and Yakina prepared for this gathering for a long time, but not many people came. Jiraiya and Kakashi, as well as Uchiha Fugaku and Mikoto, and Hyuga Hisashi and his wife. Naruto and Hinata's relationship is basically confirmed, which is a good thing for the Hyuga clan. After lifting the caged bird curse seal, the power of the Hyuga clan has significantly increased, and the talented branch can finally show their capabilities. However, the power of the Hyuga clan is still not strong enough. They need to focus more on reconnaissance. If they can build a good relationship with Naruto and Minato, the Hyuga clan can stabilize their position in the core circle of Konoha. With Minato's status, the house they live in on Konoha Island must be decent. Looking at the people in front of him, Kakashi feels a bit dazed. He never expected there would be such a day. Unfortunately, Obito and Rin are not here. But this might also be a good thing. Obito is too extreme. Now Kakashi thinks about it. This might be Obito's true nature. Rin's death is not an excuse for him to do so many evil things. The dishes made by Kushina and Yakina taste great, but halfway through the meal, an alarm suddenly sounded from outside. Enemy attack. Instantly, the entire Konoha Island mobilized. The few of them exchanged glances and quickly took action. They never expected that someone would attack Konoha Island at this time. When they got outside, they saw a massive green dragon circling in the sky. The four emperors, Beast Kaido. With the arrival of the four emperors and Whitebeard also on Konoha Island, a battle between the four emperors is undoubtedly dangerous. The pirates and merchants on Konoha Island immediately fell into chaos. Some wanted to get a closer look at this epic battle, while others wanted to escape quickly to avoid being caught in the crossfire. However, most people didn't get very far before the terrifying intimidation surged around them. The clash of conquerors Hokage. The moment Kaido arrived, Whitebeard appeared. As former companions, they had long been on opposing sides due to the events in Wano and Kazuki-Oden. They had fought each other more than once or twice, and now the rejuvenated Whitebeard has regained his former bravado, with his conqueror's Haki hinting at overpowering Kaido. With the overwhelming and chaotic conqueror's Haki colliding, Kaido's drunkenness has already worn off halfway, but since he is here, he definitely wants to cause a scene before leaving. Whitebeard, how did you become so young? Still playing pirate, huh? Don't you want to stop your little family game? In Kaido's view, Whitebeard gathering so many pirates as his sons is just playing house, which is quite ridiculous. The powerful figures from Konoha have already arrived, but Hashirama and Tobirama have already left. Otherwise, seeing this green dragon, Hashirama might have already used the wood clone technique. Kaido, you will regret this. Whitebeard didn't waste words. Kaido's decision to come to Konoha would surely lead to regret, as Konoha has the strength to take him down. Jiraiya approached Orochimaru and asked, "What should we do? Should we capture this guy?" "Not yet. Without the dark fruit, let us capture him for research and then release him. If we take down another four emperor, it will only make the world more chaotic." Taking down Kaido and Big Mom isn't difficult for Konoha, but there aren't enough hands to manage their territories, ultimately just tailoring garments for the world government. In the absence of sufficiently powerful pirates to become the new four emperors, the world government will definitely make a move on the new world. Currently, the new world is under the rule of the four emperors, and the world government has coveted it for too long. I haven't caught a dragon yet, so it's definitely worth studying. Jiraiya is very interested, looking up at Kaido in the sky. Chapter 253, Beast Kaido defeated. No one has ever been able to kill him, not even himself. This is the confidence that the fish fruit, mythical beast type, Azure Dragon form brings to Kaido. Heat wave, bad wind. The evil dragon hovering in the sky launched its attack, a calamity-like assault directed at the island. Just as the powerless civilians and pirates on the island felt despair due to the conqueror's Haki, a massive barrier appeared above Konoha Island, with countless characters and spells manifesting. A faint gray barrier blocking most of the attacks. The evil dragon in the sky reminded the ninjas of Konoha of bad memories. Each Uchiha clenched their fists, ready to charge at any moment at Orochimaru's command. The Ninetales incident had brought terrible memories to Konoha, and now, with such a beast attacking, the Uchiha would not remain indifferent this time. Above the island, members of various factions observed silently, including Katakuri and the members of Cake Island. The standoff between Kaido and Whitebeard put significant pressure on them, as they realized they were still far from the four emperors' level. Seizing the opportunity, they aimed to gauge Konoha's strength. Time freeze capsule. Just as Kaido was preparing to break the barrier enveloping Konoha Island, an attack suddenly came from behind. Hokage, having spotted Kaido in the air, did not hesitate to take action. Under the influence of the otherworldly gods, he chose to attack without hesitation. The former Admiral Hokage had also arrived. 3 terrifying entities at the top of the sea. What kind of horrors would their war bring? The 4 emperors and the admirals were on the same level, their strengths comparable. Just as everyone was worried, Konoha's counterattack came. This was the first person to dare attack Konoha Island, and naturally, they would capture him for research and exchange him for substantial benefits with the Beast Pirates. A group of flying Uchiha in their Susanoo forms took to the skies, the complete Susanoo appearing fearsome. Under Orochimaru's research, upgrading to eternal Mangekyou Sharingan had become a simple task. The 7th gate, the gate of shock, opened. Astonishing Chakra, rising blue steam. Kai charged towards Kaido in the air, using moonwalk. After learning the method to train in the Navy's 6 styles, Kai quickly mastered them all. Daytime Tiger. On the island below, numerous ninjas were watching closely, and even in the ocean, Kisame was observing quietly. By the time Kaido realized something was wrong, he was already surrounded by the Uchiha, and Kai had already closed in. With the 7th gate opened and a preliminary mastery of Haki, Kai was undoubtedly the most troublesome opponent. Even the 6 paths powerhouses would not want to engage in close combat with Kai. Once the 8th gate opened, the outcome was unpredictable, and with Orochimaru present, even if Kai used the Death Gate, he wouldn't die. The operational space was far too large. Just when everyone in the pirate world thought this would be a protracted battle, Kaido was defeated incredibly quickly. Kaido could withstand the attacks of Susanoo. Although they seemed grand, they were essentially harmless to him. The real damage came from Kai. Multiple Uchiha activating their Mangekyou Sharingan together cast illusions, leaving Kaido in a daze, and Kai's attack came. The extremely powerful taijutsu could easily tear through Kaido's defenses, and Kai's punches hit him hard, almost tearing Kaido apart. Kaido was hit by a combo from Kai in an instant, unable to resist due to the illusion, only managing to slightly defend with Haki. With a loud bang, Kaido was directly forced out of his Azure Dragon form, reverting to his original state, and was kicked down to the ground by Kai, who did not stop. This was his first encounter with such a suitable punching bag. If it were an enemy from the ninja world, after such a combo, there would probably be nothing left. However, while Kaido could see the injuries on his body, they weren't that serious, and he was recovering quickly. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Kaido roared in anger, transforming into his Dragon Man form, the strongest state of a Zoan-type Devil Fruit. As an awakened Zoan Fruit user, Kaido still had some fighting power, but the attacks from the Uchiha and Kai had him sweating profusely. Kaido realized that this guy, emanating blue steam, was a terrifying enemy. Ignoring the shuriken flying from who knows where, Kaido charged at Kai. Thunderous 8 trigrams. The Conqueror's Haki coiled around his Kanabo. Just as he was about to strike, a flash of golden light appeared, and the 4th Hokage's Rasengan pressed against Kaido. The Rasengan's characteristics allowed it to bypass defenses and damage Kaido, although the damage was minimal. It was incredibly annoying. The Flying Thunder God mark was already engraved on Kaido. The Uchiha also realized that using illusions to disturb Kaido was most appropriate. Whitebeard watched from a distance, choosing not to intervene, and Hokage, who had already arrived on the island, also opted to observe. A large number of Umbu appeared, starting to use various ninjutsu to harass Kaido, preventing him from causing damage to the island structures. Jiraiya flew into the air, using Shinra Tensei to suppress Kaido, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Facing the joint assault from Konoha, Kaido found himself powerless. The pressure of gravity and the various ninjutsu attacks ultimately forced him to kneel in reluctance. Following that, illusions controlled his mind, and numerous sealing techniques were imprinted on him layer by layer, countless incantations gradually covering Kaido's face until he was completely silent. The 4 Emperor, Beast Kaido, has been defeated. The strongest creature in this world, who had been executed multiple times by the Navy but could never be completely killed, was actually defeated. The battle ended rather quickly. Kaido hardly fought back, spending the entire time passively receiving blows as Konoha gradually took him down. Soon, the ninjas began the cleanup work, and Kaido was taken away. This would undoubtedly be a sensational event across the seas. Konoha did not intend to kill Kaido, but the Beast Pirates would definitely pay a huge price for his actions. Konoha would make Kaido understand what it meant to be eaten without spitting out bones. Furthermore, Konoha was very interested in Wano country. If the Beast Pirates wanted to redeem Kaido, the price would be unimaginable. Kakashi, I should have used the Death Gate just now and kicked this guy to pieces. After the battle, Kai found Kakashi. He had actually wanted to use the Death Gate earlier because Kaido's vitality and defense were too strong. Although he could inflict damage, he couldn't deal effective fatal blows. However, Kai was very confident that if he had used the Death Gate earlier, he could have quickly defeated Kaido. There was no need for that. He came here alone, and he would inevitably be defeated. Kakashi shook his head, disapproving of Kai using the Death Gate, as who knew if there would be any side effects. Chapter 254 Negotiation. Kaido attacked Konoha Island alone and was defeated. His life or death is unknown. The next day, this news spread throughout the world via the newsbirds. Morgan saw new hope on Konoha Island. He relied on newspapers and news to support the four emperors, promoting their fame. But in reality, it was to encourage these so-called great pirates to oppose the world government. However, once these pirates became four emperors, they discarded their own territories and did nothing significant. Rebel against the world government? How could that be possible? Now that a force capable of challenging the world government has finally emerged, he naturally wanted to embellish the story and widely promote the strength of Konoha, allowing the world to gain a deeper understanding of this force. Morgans had long realized that no matter how he fabricated news, the world government didn't care. These high-ranking rulers were indifferent to so-called public opinion. In the eyes of the celestial dragons, nothing could shake their rule. The beast pirates were also dumbfounded after learning that Kaido had been captured alive. They had grown accustomed to Kaido, causing trouble everywhere. How could something like this really happen? Someone actually managed to capture Kaido? However, despite their worries, they still believed that even if Kaido was captured, he could not be killed. Perhaps Kaido wanted to be captured to gather intelligence on Konoha. Maybe in a few days, Kaido would return, lively and well. Not just the beast pirates thought this way. Most forces at sea shared the same sentiment. The Navy had failed to execute Kaido multiple times, so what could Konoha do even if they captured him? But looking at the newspapers showing Kaido wrapped in layers of cursed seals, the beast pirates couldn't help but feel concerned. They dispatched ships to Konoha Island to negotiate with them. On the other side, Charlotte Linlin was on the phone with Katakuri, inquiring in detail about what happened today. After hearing from Katakuri about Konoha's handling of Kaido, which rendered him completely unable to fight back, even the so-called Iron Balloon, who possessed extraordinary talent, began to feel wary. She could be said to be the person who understood Kaido the most. Even the devil fruit he possessed was given to him by her. Try to reach a cooperation with Konoha, and then the three of you prepare to return. Kaido had fallen into Konoha's hands, and her three outstanding children could not have problems here. The world government received the news promptly, but chose not to act rashly. To be honest, the world government was quite satisfied with the current four emperors. The red-haired pirates were a point of balance among various forces, having dealings with the world government. Kaido and Big Mom had no ambitions. At most, they aimed to establish a nation, while Whitebeard enjoyed playing house with his sons. As long as they didn't delve into the true history or explore the past, shaking the world government's current rule, it was fine. The world was too vast, consisting of islands. Even the world government could not rule the entire world. Pirates entering the new world either submitted to the four emperors or successfully challenged them. From the current perspective, none of the existing four emperors seemed to have the intention to challenge the world government like the former rocks. Kaido was taken to Orochimaru's laboratory. Perhaps Kaido, as an awakened mythical Zoan, could provide him with unique surprises. Orochimaru's favorite experimental subjects were like this, and perhaps he could achieve different results with Kaido. If Vegapunk could create artificial dragon-type devil fruits, Orochimaru certainly wouldn't fall behind. The key was that Kaido could bring considerable benefits from the beast pirates. The Sea Stone, a product of Wano, was a strategic material for the world. Moreover, with Wano's identity as a weapons manufacturing nation, it would be wonderful to seize what Kaido had worked hard to build over so many years. Kaido himself never expected that there would be such unreasonable sealing techniques. No matter how strong his physical body was, it was useless. Even Kagaya Otsutsuki could be sealed on the moon for thousands of years. What could Kaido do? No matter how strong he was? A few days after Kaido was sealed, one of the calamities, Jin, arrived. As a Lunarian, once referred to as a god capable of producing flames and surviving in any environment, they've been hunted to the brink of extinction by humans. As one of the earliest members of the Beast Pirates and Kaido's right-hand man, he could not allow Kaido to be imprisoned by Konoha. He led the pirate crew to Konoha, and the news of Kaido's capture caused a stir across the seas. The power displayed by Konoha was astonishing, and coupled with their relatively peaceful stance and promises of equal status for all intelligent races, it attracted a large number of people to Konoha's sphere of influence. Meanwhile, Kazan stayed on Konoha Island after Kaido's capture, quietly observing this suddenly emerging force. Jin, who had prepared for war, discovered that their ships were not obstructed when approaching Konoha Island, but a large number of masked individuals were waiting for them on the shore. After disembarking, Someone approached him in a friendly manner to take him away. You must be Jin, the top of the 3 calamities of the beast pirates. How do you plan to deal with the matter of Kaido's unauthorized attack on Konoha? Jin never expected such a result. Konoha was so amicable? How could that be possible? The person speaking to Jin was Senju Ibiki, who heard that Jin's favorite pastime was interrogating others. They had some common ground. Kaido's drunk. If possible, feel free to make any requests. It would be best to bring Kaido back without starting a war. Moreover, given the current situation, the beast pirates were certainly no match for Konoha. Come on, someone will talk to you about this. Senju Ibiki had a very good attitude. After all, based on Konoha's experience, they were all here to bring money. Just like the land of earth and the land of lightning, the price for making mistakes could be severe, and reparations and various agreements were truly merciless. Jin was taken to Konoha Island and handed over to the Nara clan for negotiations. After studying for a few days and obtaining Kaido's genes, he became of little use. Orochimaru had already started other research, such as strengthening the Kimui for Kakashi. The combination of the dark fruit and the In attribute chakra of the Sharingan might yield different results. Chapter 255. The devil fruit that Orochimaru desires. The sealed Kaido had completely lost his 5 senses, and even his thoughts had become slow. However, he could still think. What was he fighting for? Could his dream really be realized? Launching a war that would shake the world, bringing rulers and nobles to the battlefield, would be true equality. Unfortunately, Kaido had ambitions but lacked the strength to fulfill his dreams. This time, he was truly arrogant. He shouldn't have acted so impulsively. Would he die? Perhaps not. But would he be sealed forever? Just as Kaido was in a daze, he suddenly felt the seal loosening, and his lost 5 senses were slowly returning. What was happening? Once his vision returned, Kaido saw Jean right in front of him. How did Jean get here? What was going on? Did the beast pirates defeat Konoha and rescue him? When did his subordinates become so brave? But seeing the Konoha ninja beside him, along with the resentment emanating from Jin's mask, Kaido realized that it seemed the beast pirates and Konoha had negotiated, paying a sufficient price. Konoha had demanded the ruling rights over Wano, which Jean naturally was unwilling to accept, but after being brought to see the sealed Kaido, Jean had no choice. Such a sealing state could last for 1,000 years. If one wanted Kaido to forever sink into darkness, they should just leave, although they obtained the ruling rights over Wano. Konoha still allowed Kaido's pirate crew to station in Wano. Konoha only needed 2 things from Wano, the sea stone and the snake fruit, mythical type, Yamata no Orochi form. Orochimaru was very interested in this fruit and even had a premonition that it would greatly help him, even if it came with the curse of the sea. Orochimaru still wanted to eat this fruit. The combination of this fruit and Orochimaru's Yamata no Jutsu would definitely not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The sea stone also piqued Orochimaru's interest, but most of the sea stones in the ocean were in the hands of the world government. If they could control the sea stone exports from Wano, it would be very important for Konoha and could help Konoha deal better with ability users. After all, not every sealing team could arrive in time, and learning sealing techniques was extremely difficult, requiring greater talent than medical ninjas. In the end, Jean chose to compromise. First, let us save Kaido. Kaido, your subordinates exchange sufficient benefits for your freedom. Can you understand? If you continue to cause trouble in Konoha, your only outcome will be to be sealed forever. After warning Kaido, the seal was lifted and several pairs of blood-red Sharingan were staring at Kaido. Once he regained his ability to move and glanced at Jean, Kaido took a deep breath. Endure. He could only endure. After being sealed for a few days, he was already scared. Just as he was about to stand up, he felt his legs go weak. Why did he feel so feeble? Strange. It must be the after effects of being sealed, right? Fortunately, Kaido didn't feel anything during Orochimaru's experiment. Otherwise, he would definitely have been left with psychological trauma. Boss. Jin's heart was bleeding. To save Kaido, the beast pirates had sacrificed more than half of their years of hard work. They could only look for another opportunity to rise again. Fortunately, Kaido was still alive. If Kaido died, then it would really be over. For any of the 4 Emperor's pirate crews, the soul of the crew was just that one Emperor. If anything happened to the Emperor, the crew would quickly fall apart. To become a 4 Emperor, besides strength, there were many other factors. And none in the 4 Emperor pirate crews had grown to the point where they could replace the captain and become a new 4 Emperor. Whether it was Katakuri or Jean and Marco, none had reached the level of a 4 Emperor. The red-haired pirates were an exception. There were many reasons for them to become a 4 Emperor, but the key was still their relationship with the world government. Let us go back. Kaido, with a dark expression, turned and left with Jean, He didn't want to stay in this cursed place any longer. Jean nodded. He understood Kaido as character very well. Although Kaido was a temperamental person, being captured and sealed by Konoha was too humiliating. Boss, we've given up Wano, as well as money and resources. Jean's words made Kaido's veins bulge. He nearly jumped up and caused a scene, but the lurking Umbu nearby calmed him down. He couldn't fight back. He had no choice but to accept it. As for Wano, they would talk about it again later. After leaving the range of Konoha Island, Kaido soared into the sky, transforming into a blue dragon as he left. This scene was witnessed by many, which met everyone's expectations. Konoha had the strength to defeat Kaido, but they could not kill him. It seemed that the sea would not be thrown into chaos by Kaido's death, which relieved many. Konoha mobilized again. Wano was a not weak country, but the overall atmosphere of the country was somewhat similar to the ninja world, with the existence of daimyos. Orochimaru wanted the snake fruit, mythical type, Yamada no Orochi form, so Konoha would do whatever it took to snatch it back. All members of Konoha were very excited. It had always been Orochimaru considering research for the village head, and now they finally had a chance to fight for the Hokage. Of course, they had already discussed it with the beast pirates, and Wano would most likely not resist, but Konoha would definitely take this seriously. Kakashi also accelerated his training and began to undergo body modifications. Separating the snake fruit, mythical type, Yamada no Orochi form would also require the dark fruit. Although this fruit was in the hands of black charcoal Orochi, its performance wasn't that strong, and the Yamada no Orochi form was somewhat ugly. However, it would be different in Orochimaru's hands. Orochimaru's body had a high compatibility with snakes. He didn't need to shed his snake skin to transcend into a dragon. For Orochimaru, snakes were the most suitable. Kaido returned to Wano as fast as he could. He just wanted to drink heavily to release his inner depression. Black charcoal Orochi still didn't know that he had been sold out by Kaido, and soon, Konoha's people would come to overturn this country. Konoha was already used to such things. The ninja world-esque countries had existed much longer than Wano, yet they had still been overthrown. Kakashi's body modifications were proceeding step by step, enhancing physical quality, completing yin and yang attributes, and adding sage body power. Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, who had already set sail, received news about Kaido's attack on Konoha and his capture. Tobirama, this Wano seems quite interesting. Should we go? Tobirama smiled slightly. His target was not Wano, but rather the pirate nation, Amazon Lily, a kingdom of only women. Chapter 256, Ultimate Enhanced Kakashi on Nine Snake Island. Located in the Calm Belt, it is unaffected by sea storms, but communication with the outside world is extremely difficult. The customs of Nine Snake Island are quite interesting. Men are prohibited from setting foot on the island, yet every emperor of Nine Snake Island suffered from severe lovesickness. The Calm Belt is a paradise for giant sea kings, and under normal circumstances, sailors cannot enter it. Not only because of the presence of these enormous sea creatures, but also due to the lack of wind, making it impossible for sailing ships to navigate. However, the world government cannot tolerate such a situation, so they have created warships made of sea prism stone that allow them to bypass the sea kings, avoiding their attacks. Once such ships appeared, Nine Snake Island had no choice but to cooperate with the world government, joining the 7 warlords to protect their island. What is Nine Snake Island? Hashirama was unaware of the name of Nine Snake Island, nor did he know about the 9 Snake Pirates or the 7 warlords. He only knew that there was a world government that controlled everything. For a powerful figure like Hashirama, there was no need to actively gather information. He could simply confront any enemy he encountered. It was a very interesting country where all residents were raised as warriors. Oh, there is such a country? Hashirama was intrigued. Was it a nation of soldiers? Even more interesting was that this nation consisted entirely of women. Hearing Tobirama say this, Hashirama's mouth dropped open. Unsure of what Tobirama meant. Why go to such a place? Didn't you say you wanted to see the world, big brother? A country like Daughter Island is quite special, isn't it? Tobirama naturally wouldn't reveal his thoughts. Although he wanted to strengthen the Senju clan, deep down, he also yearned for love. As someone who despises the Uchiha, Tobirama was indeed proud and wanted to go to Nine Snake Island partly because of the abundance of women there, and also because everyone was a soldier with a solid grasp of Haki, hoping to find his own love there. Wanting to strengthen the Senju clan, but not daring to pursue 10 or 8 women, Tobirama couldn't really be called a hero. In this regard, he fell short of Danzo, who had reportedly married 2 women and now had 5 children. The Shimura clan was indeed slowly growing. That said, Hashirama still felt something was off. He couldn't help but think of Uzumaki Mito and shuddered. Mito's temperament was quite volatile. The women of the Uzumaki clan had two sides. They seemed gentle and virtuous. But when angry, they could be terrifying. Kushina's nickname was Blood Red Chili Pepper, and as the previous Jinchuriki who suppressed the Nine Tails for decades, Uzumaki Mito was not simple. Ha ha! Big brother, are you afraid of sister-in-law? Tobirama teased. Don't worry, when we get back this time, I'll have Orochimaru resurrect her. Hashirama then realized that he had resurrected his wife and was still in the Pure Land. Cold sweat began to flow. Mito would not let him off easily. They had been fine in the Pure Land, and now he had recklessly gone to the living world and even resurrected her. Tobirama, ignoring the dazed Hashirama, glanced at the sea chart and set off. With Hashirama around, there was no need to worry about the ship's range. Besides Hashirama and Tobirama, there were others eyeing Nine Snake Island, and that was the newly appointed Marine Admiral, Green Bull. Kizaru was still lazing about as usual, but both Fujitora and Green Bull, having just been promoted to Admiral, wanted to prove themselves. The disbanded 7 warlords were the perfect target. Fujitora had his sights set on Don Quixote da Flamingo, while Green Bull focused on Nine Snake Island. Fujitora, who hated evil, had a genuine sense of justice. He cared more about the people's lives than hunting pirates, and Doflamingo's actions undoubtedly disgusted him. Green Bull, on the other hand, was a hawkish marine who idolized Akainu, revered the world government and the celestial dragons, and was very displeased with Boa Hancock's actions in aiding pirates during the Marineford War. However, if Green Bull were to encounter Senju Hashirama on Nine Snake Island, the outcome might not be favorable for him. Which is stronger, the forest fruit or Hashirama's would release? This seems self-evident. As a natural fruit, the forest fruit exhibited tremendous vitality and the ability to control plants, but it was undoubtedly not on the same level as Hashirama. If Hashirama were to obtain this fruit, his would release would undergo a transformation, reaching an even higher level. On the island of Konoha, Kakashi's special training was forced to end early. Konoha was preparing to go to the land of waves to take down Kinemon, so he could only focus on physical training after undergoing modifications. However, after acquiring Sage Mode, the effectiveness of his training would undoubtedly increase significantly. After completing his physical modifications, the next critical step was to gain the power of the Dark Fruit. What effect would the Dark Fruit have on someone from another world? Could Kakashi fully harness the power of the Dark Fruit? Would Chakra affect the Dark Fruit? And would the Sharingan amplify its abilities? Everything depended on whether Kakashi would consume this fruit before him. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi prepared himself and took a bite of the Dark Fruit. Suddenly, a bizarre taste aggressively surged along his tongue, entering his throat and then his stomach. It was incredibly unpalatable. He wanted to vomit but couldn't, and it took him a long time to recover. How do you feel? Orochimaru asked Kakashi. Clearly the bizarre taste of the devil fruit was not just a rumor. It was genuinely that terrible. Kakashi felt a strange power within his body, somewhat reminiscent of the sensation he had when he first transplanted Obito's eyes. This was an unfamiliar power, yet it was very obedient, making it easy to use. Using his abilities, Kakashi was surrounded by darkness, capable of attracting objects from afar. This darkness could absorb and crush everything it came into contact with, and it could even suppress the abilities of other users. If combined with sealing techniques, it might yield excellent results. Activating his Manjiki Sharingan, Kakashi gained a deeper understanding of the power of darkness. It seemed to interact with Kamui. Using Kamui, Kakashi could deploy the powers of the Dark Fruit from a distance, choosing to either draw opponents into Kamui's dimension or directly absorb and crush them with darkness. Different fruits exhibit different effects on different individuals, and their development paths vary as well. At least from the current perspective, the Sharingan and the Dark Fruit were a perfect match. I become stronger. This pair of eyes now possessed the ability to control darkness, and with the completed Sage Mode, Kakashi was unprecedentedly powerful. This strength was undoubtedly that of an S-rank ninja. Chapter 257. Journey to the Land of Harmony. Kakashi was strong, and his first thought was that perhaps he could finally fight against Guy now. Kakashi knew how powerful Guy was. Once the 8 gates were opened, the outcome was unpredictable. Either one would die, or both would perish together. With Kamui, the situation was different. Kakashi could even feel the immense potential of the Dark Fruit, and he had a strange sensation. The eyes, originating from Obito and enhanced by Orochimaru, seemed to be nurturing new powers. With the help of the Dark Fruit, would he awaken his own unique dojutsu? A formidable power, extreme darkness. Orochimaru could sense the darkness emanating from Kakashi, and even the Mangekyou Sharingan felt far more terrifying. Orochimaru began to anticipate, having a premonition that the Yamada no Orochi fruit would bring him pleasant surprises. Ordinary fruits were used to enhance Sarutobi Hiruzen, while powerful fruits were reserved for strengthening the people of Konoha. As Kakashi felt the dark power, he also sensed changes occurring within the Kamui dimension. It was no longer a void filled with enormous geometric blocks. Instead, it was a pitch-black space with a hint of brilliant light, where the massive blocks had disappeared, leaving behind a flat ground. Let us go to the land of harmony. Kakashi clenched his fists, shattering the darkness in his hands, and looked at Orochimaru. All right, after becoming Hokage, Orochimaru no longer craved power as much. Even without power in his hands, Konoha possessed enough strength. In fact, the stronger Konoha became, the stronger he felt. The snake fruit, mythical Zoan, Yamada, no Orochi form was a perfect match for him, just like Kakashi after transplanting the Sharingan and obtaining the dark fruit. There was no need to think twice. Orochimaru and the snake fruit, mythical Zoan, Yamada, no Orochi form matched perfectly, while Shinja Hashirama was well suited for the forest fruit. After Kaido returned to the land of harmony, it took a few days for him to recover from his drunken state. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Kaido had to face the fact that his plans would be delayed. Whitebeard had not taken action, and under the alliance between Whitebeard and Konoha, the Beast Pirates were no match. Why did Konoha want the land of harmony? It was highly likely they were eyeing the Sea Prism Stone here. From the perspective of Fishman Island, Konoha did not have a strong desire for domination and even allowed them to continue residing there. It was unlikely they would completely take control of the land of harmony, and their plans could continue. However, they would have to be more cautious in their actions, simply replacing one ruler in the land of harmony with another. As long as Konoha did not interfere with the numerous factories he had established in the land of harmony, things would remain largely unchanged. After all, Kaido was merely a tool for him, having no emotional ties to the land of harmony. As long as Konoha did not drive them out, it was actually inconsequential. Having realized this, Kaido began to retract the Beast Pirates' influence in the land of harmony, quietly waiting for Konoha arrival. After Kakashi consumed the dark fruit, things became simpler. They just needed to head to the land of harmony, take down the general black charcoal Orochi, maintain the current rule, and wait for the right moment to build a spatial passage directly from the land of Leaf to the land of harmony, allowing them to control the land of harmony just like they did Fishman Island. The distance from the land of Leaf to the land of harmony was too great. They needed to first reach Fishman Island before heading to the land of harmony. If the distance issue was not resolved, it would be impossible to govern such a large country. Even now, Konoha influence over Fishman Island was growing, and the country did not recognize Konoha. Attempting to forcibly dominate it through strength would not be sustainable or beneficial. As for whether the land of harmony would recognize Konoha, there was no need to worry. As long as they changed their policies and provided more welfare to the common people, those who had been oppressed for too long would spontaneously support Konoha. Although Kaido was severely seasick, upon learning that Kakashi was heading to the land of harmony on a mission, he still followed, accompanied by Shui, who intended to leave a flying thunder god mark here. They first arrived at Fishman Island, then from Fishman Island to the New World, heading toward the land of harmony. The land of harmony was even more isolated than Amazon Lily, with a culture and technology completely different from the outside world. It was said that there were ninjas in the land of harmony as well. Kakashi and Shui looked into the distance together. It truly was a magnificent world. Ninjas and samurai. It felt like returning to the familiar ninja world. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since he had returned. Was everything still okay? The development of Konoha was rapid. After obtaining resources from this world, the changes were becoming more significant. Kakashi had not been here for long, having stayed in Konoha previously. Everything would get better. The Sharingan is a reflection of the soul. Shui wanted to change everything and awaken Kodoe Tsukumi, while Obito wanted to escape reality and awaken Kamui. Unfortunately, the awakened Dojutsu often could not help the Uchiha achieve their dreams. However, Shui had now realized his dream. Indeed, everything had changed, and the futures of Konoha and the Uchiha had been altered. Everything had been reversed, even without needing his strongest Jinjutsu. The transaction between Kaido and Konoha could not be hidden, and soon Black Charcoal Orochi received the news. The land of harmony had been sold off by Kaido. He had just redeemed himself. This infuriated Black Charcoal Orochi He was clearly the actual ruler of the Land of Harmony. How could Kaido sell the Land of Harmony like this? He had not thoroughly destroyed the Land of Harmony yet. He had not enjoyed it enough. Although the Land of Harmony was isolationist, as a ruler, he was still aware of the news from the outside world. Konoha had the capability to capture Kaido alive, and naturally, they also had the ability to defeat the Land of Harmony. But with Konoha so far away from the Land of Harmony, could they really conquer it? Although Black Charcoal Orochi was the general here, his cruel and arrogant personality, along with his love for alcohol and women, made him far from a qualified ruler. It could even be said that Black Charcoal Orochi had no talent and was extremely ugly. Facing the impending arrival of Konoha, he was left with nothing but boundless fear. This prompted his officials to mobilize the entire country, preparing to respond to the imminent arrival of Konoha. The Land of Harmony could be considered rich in martial virtue, housing many strong individuals. However, this country was also too closed off and feudal, hesitating in many matters. Now that they knew Konoha was about to strike, the Land of Harmony found it difficult to respond effectively. However, even if Black Charcoal Orochi tried his best, it would be useless. Kakashi could use Kamui to carry out assassinations without anyone knowing. Being too weak, even as a country without sufficient strength, one could not dictate one's own fate. The Land of Harmony had long been in chaos, and no one had resisted Black Charcoal Orochi's brutal rule. Now Konoha was coming to change all of this. Chapter 258, Assassination of Black Charcoal Orochi. The rule of Black Charcoal Orochi is extremely brutal, but it must be said that under such a governing style, there is some efficiency at times. The entire Land of Waves is on high alert, with all mobilizable forces already mobilized, and the whole country has entered a state of war to prevent the attack from Konoha. After the failed rebellion of the Black Charcoal family, Black Charcoal Orochi, who had been hunted since childhood, harbors deep hatred for this country. With the help of the remnants of the Black Charcoal clan, and taking advantage of Kazuki Oden's absence, he has used the powers of the Mimic Fruit to become the acting general of the Land of Waves. And this guy, Kazuki Oden, has such a worrying IQ that he actually suggested saving the people by performing a naked dance, and he continued to do so for 5 years. He completely ruined his own prestige and lost the opportunity to save this country. Of course, Black Charcoal Orochi is also quite incompetent, with weak strength and only ambition, lacking any drive to improve. It can only be said that Black Charcoal Orochi and Kazuki Oden are mutually pathetic, and the real force that determines the fate of this country is still Kaido and his beast pirates. Now, the beast pirates have chosen to avoid confrontation, not helping Black Charcoal Orochi resist Konoha, but rather watching the situation unfold. This guy's fate has already been sealed. Konoha is coming quickly, and there is nothing in this sea that can stop them. The Konoha Maru, aided by Zero Tail, is moving at an astonishing speed. Such a great place as the Land of Waves definitely needs Zero Tail to absorb some negative emotions. Otherwise, it would all be wasted. The once beautiful land of the Land of Waves has been completely devoured by Black Charcoal Orochi's desires, but he is merely a tool of Kaido. The current Land of Waves is filled with devastation, despair, and oppression. And all of this is the nourishment for Zero Tail. Konoha's arrival will inevitably bring change, but unfortunately, Konoha is not here to save anyone. As they gradually approach the Land of Waves, the Konoha Maru slowly comes to a stop. Kakashi's eyes reveal the Sharingan, a flash of blood mixed with dark light, and he slowly disappears into the spatial vortex. Kakashi no longer wears a mask. For him now, it is no longer necessary. Having severed the ties of the past, Kakashi's personality has changed significantly, having integrated the powers of the Dark Fruit, attained Sage Mode, and acquired the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, all of which have greatly impacted him. However, what makes Kakashi happiest is that he has developed a unique and powerful swordsmanship by combining the abilities of the Dark Fruit with the Kiki sword technique. If he could integrate the armed color and swordsmanship of this world, he might become even stronger. Kamui is incredibly versatile, making it perfect for assassination. Facing the impending danger, Black Charcoal Orochi chooses to continue indulging in his own estate, living in a drunken stupor. He is the general of the Land of Waves. Surely Konoha wouldn't dare to do anything to him, right? If worst comes to worst, he could just give up some benefits. The more he fears, the more he wants to drown in his desires, drinking expensive wine and embracing beautiful women. All of this intoxicates him. Although he wants to destroy the Land of Waves in his heart, he is actually more indulged in various pleasures. This fraudster, who has been hunted since childhood and relied on deception to become a general, has no power to resist in the face of desire. He lacks any haki, the most basic arm color and observation color. His development of the Yamada no Orochi fruit is practically zero. If he had spent his time on becoming stronger, the outcome might have been different. Kakashi slowly emerges from the shadows of the room, observing the chaotic scene ahead. This guy really knows how to enjoy himself. However, Kakashi has seen this kind of scene too many times while cleaning up the nobles of the Fire Nation in the Umbu. Drawing out the white fang, Kakashi instantly slashes at Black Charcoal Orochi. The murderous aura and fear of death awaken Black Charcoal Orochi from his dreams, but unfortunately, he doesn't have time to push away the woman beside him before his head is severed. A piercing scream echoes, awakening several women lying with Black Charcoal Orochi. But in the next moment, they all fainted. Kakashi's Sharingan causes these ordinary people to fall asleep again in an instant. Using darkness to extinguish the blood on the white fang, Kakashi looks at the corpse on the ground without making any movement. He does not notice that the fruit ability on Black Charcoal Orochi begins to dissipate. This guy is not dead yet. Sure enough, Black Charcoal Orochi, lying in the pool of blood, twitches a few times and transforms into the state of Yamada no Orochi, albeit missing one head. Each head represents a life. This seems to be a passive ability of the Yamada no Orochi fruit, and Black Charcoal Orochi's development of this fruit is simply too little. Damn it. Are you from Konoha? A ninja? Just as rumored, Konoha is indeed a ninja country. Black Charcoal Orochi is furious. Having just lost a head, it will take a long time to recover. As rumored, Konoha is indeed a ninja country. This is also the reason why Black Charcoal Orochi underestimated Konoha. In his view, ninjas are not strong. Unfortunately, Konoha's ninjas are not ordinary ninjas. Their elemental ninjutsu and terrifying bloodline make them incredibly formidable. Not dead yet? Looks like I need to cut a few more times. Kakashi ignores Black Charcoal Orochi and strikes again, the white fang crackling with lightning, instantly severing another head from Black Charcoal Orochi. The intense pain causes Black Charcoal Orochi to scream, crashing through the wall beside him. Help! Someone come quickly! Black Charcoal Orochi wants to escape, completely lacking any thoughts of retaliation. He has hardly fought at all, relying entirely on the guards and helpers around him. A commotion arises, and the general's estate quickly mobilizes. Fortunately, Black Charcoal Orochi had put the country in a state of war, so reinforcements arrive quickly. But during this time, Kakashi has severed 2 more heads from Black Charcoal Orochi. Seeing the surrounding flames flickering and a large number of people approaching, Kakashi no longer wants to play a cat-and-mouse game. Several samurai charge in, and they actually manage to strike Kakashi, causing Black Charcoal Orochi to reveal a delighted expression. This is all they can do? However, the attacked Kakashi instantly transforms into smoke and disappears. A ninja's little trick. The shadow clone technique. Relying solely on his clones, Kakashi has severed 4 more heads from Black Charcoal Orochi. The side effects of the dark fruit amplify pain and absorb damage, and Kakashi does not want to be attacked. Where is he? Black Charcoal Orochi's eyes widen in disbelief. Just as he questions this, the white fang, shrouded in dark smoke, strikes him. This time, even with 4 heads left, Black Charcoal Orochi cannot escape his fate. The dark fruit suppresses his fruit ability the moment it makes contact with Black Charcoal Orochi, and the powerful vitality of Yamada no Orochi vanishes. Black Charcoal Orochi meets his death in an instant. Chapter 259, Kagaya Otsutsuki on the island of Konoha in the Hokage office. A Hokage building was also constructed on the island of Konoha. In Orochimaru's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was having tea with Orochimaru. Master, what do you think about the power of this devil fruit? The infusion of rule power has high potential, but it still depends on one's own strength. If one's strength is strong enough, the upper limit of the fruit's ability can be increased. The devil fruit is actually a pretty good way to become stronger, especially for ninjas who have reached the limit of their talents. Obtaining a devil fruit can greatly increase their talent ceiling. However, for cultivators, the key aspect is still the rule power within the devil fruit. The main point is that this is an anime world, and the compatibility between ninjas and devil fruits is higher. Master, I plan to return to the ninja world after a while to unseal Kagaya Otsutsuki from the moon and study the Otsutsuki bloodline in her. After all, the chakra and bloodlines of the entire ninja world are related to this ancestor of chakra. I might need your help then. Orochimaru put down his teacup and said seriously, The higher-ups in Konoha are naturally aware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's breakthrough. To deal with the true six paths powerhouses in the ninja world, Jiraiya will definitely not be enough. Konoha needs Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength. After all, the few Otsutsuki we currently encounter are too weak, whether it's Otsutsuki Arashiki or Otsutsuki Ashiki. They're far too weak. Orochimaru does not believe that the real Otsutsuki would be so weak. There must be more powerful beings within the Otsutsuki clan. Studying Kaguya, Otsutsuki? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Is indeed necessary. Besides Kaguya, Otsutsuki, the sage of six paths who has been in the Pure Land also needs to be dealt with. From the current perspective, the sage of six paths should really be dead. Otherwise, with such a big commotion in the ninja world, even starting to study other worlds, he shouldn't be inactive. The sage of six paths is a hybrid of humans and Otsutsuki, with strong talent, but lacking the long lifespan and the power of the Otsutsuki. And he is extremely naive, believing that Chakra can allow people to understand each other, preventing all wars. Due to the uniqueness of the ninja world, the sage of six paths can exist in the Pure Land. After all, there is no complete cycle of reincarnation in the ninja world. With his six paths level strength, he can have some influence on reality due to the special nature of Chakra. Just like Indra and Ashura's Chakra can be continuously reincarnated due to their obsessions. The Sage of Six Paths can also convey his power at critical moments. But after Naruto and Sasuke received the power bestowed by the Sage of Six Paths, it disappeared after defeating Kaguya, and in Boruto, they were forcibly weakened. Meanwhile, in another parallel world, Sasuke has already swept through the 5 great nations, showing Naruto what true peace is. No problem, get ready. It's time to resolve these issues. Based on Sarutobi Hiruzen's deductions, the power he can exert in the ninja world at his current Golden Core stage is no different from that of the Six Paths. He can also control a portion of the rule power. Coupled with Konoha's strength, sealing and controlling Kaguya should not be a problem. As for the Sage of Six Paths, he needs to personally visit the Pure Land to take a look. Oh, news has come from the Land of Waves. Kakashi has already captured the black charcoal Orochi. Master, I think that fruit is very suitable for me. After receiving the message from the Umbu beside him, Orochimaru's eyes lit up. The snake fruit, mythical Zoan Yamada no Orochi form, it really is the fruit most suited for you. Orochimaru himself has a strong affinity with snakes, which is self-evident. The 8-headed serpent technique is a symbol of Orochimaru's obsession. Among Konoha's many secret techniques, Orochimaru chose the impure world reincarnation and the 8-headed serpent technique. Of course, for the current Orochimaru, he can learn any secret technique from Konoha at will. After killing the black charcoal Orochi, Kakashi extended his hand and used dark power to corrupt its corpse. The surrounding samurai and ninjas were directly killed by the suddenly appeared Umbu from Konoha. For Konoha's ninjas, infiltrating the Land of Waves is too easy. Holding an apple, Kakashi used the power of the dark fruit to draw the disappearing power from the black charcoal Orochi's corpse. Soon, the fruit in Orochimaru's hand began to change. Snake fruit, mythical Zoan Yamada no Orochi form obtained. Let's go, mission accomplished. Kakashi glanced at the surrounding Umbu, then vanished and left the Land of Waves with them. Let the Land of Waves be headless for a while. Konoha's experiences cannot be entangled with the Land of Waves. The required fruit has been obtained, and next, they just need to slowly control this country and take hold of the mining rights for Sea Prism Stone. The ninjas of Konoha quickly left, and after Kakashi found Shursui, the two used Flying Thunder God to return directly to Konoha. Meanwhile, the chaos in the Land of Waves was just beginning. The black charcoal Orochi is dead. Instantly, the entire country fell into chaos. Momonosuke had not returned yet, but there were still many loyalists of the Kazuki family in the Land of Waves, as this country is extremely traditional, so a riot was not imminent. However, the tyrannical system built by the black charcoal Orochi collapsed in an instant. The hidden retainers of the Kazuki clan appeared, hoping to have Kazuki Hayori, also known as Kamirasaki, the legitimate heir of the Kazuki clan, become the new shogun. Although having a female shogun seems to go against tradition, as long as the country is in the hands of the Kazuki clan, it would be fine. However, with the beast pirates stationed and Konoha secretly observing, wanting to see how the Land of Waves would develop before controlling it, it will not be that easy for the Kazuki clan to restore their country and become the rulers of the Land of Waves again. Kakashi and Shursui instantly returned to the island of Konoha using Flying Thunder God. The long-distance teleportation consumed a lot of chakra from Shursui, making him unable to help but gasp for breath. Kakashi flashed into the Hokage office. Third Hokage, fifth Hokage. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen also present, Kakashi was somewhat surprised, but still took out the fruit in his hand and handed it to Orochimaru. I have fulfilled my mission. Orochimaru took the fruit and without hesitation, directly bit into it. He had done enough research on devil fruits. The correct choice is to eat it directly after obtaining it. Orochimaru bit down on the fruit, and his expression did not change at all, as if he did not taste the nauseating flavor that devil fruits are known for. This made Kakashi very respectful. In fact, Orochimaru directly blocked his sense of taste. With Orochimaru's modifications to his body and mastery over his flesh, this was quite simple. How does it feel? Orochimaru was silent for a moment and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is indeed a great power. Sarutobi Hiruzen could feel that Orochimaru's aura had undergone a significant change, and a tremendous power was being nurtured. Chapter 260. Orochimaru's conqueror's Haki, the eight-headed serpent, is a formidable disaster beast, at least in the mythology of Neon. It embodies terror and calamity. With this power, Orochimaru's strength has significantly increased, and in his hands, such a fruit can be developed to the fullest extent. The development of the fruit's abilities requires a great deal of imagination and cognition, and of course, sometimes the settings are forcibly changed. For example, the evolution of the gum-gum fruit to the Nika fruit certainly involved a change in the setting, as Oda likely never considered this initially. However, even the fateful power of Nika is undoubtedly useless in the face of true strength and grand trends. Teacher, it seems we can advance our plans ahead of schedule. Orochimaru felt that he had changed. He didn't need to transcend into a dragon. He was a serpent, the eight-headed serpent, rather than being a proud dragon. Orochimaru preferred to be an immortal snake. Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen discussed for a long time, formulating plans against the Sage of the Six Paths and Kaguya Otsutsuki, as well as the descendants of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. The chakra of the Otsutsuki clan exists in the Pure Land, just like that of the Sage of the Six Paths. The incomplete cycle of reincarnation has made this world exceedingly strange. Although souls can exist in the Pure Land, over time, they gradually fade away due to the inability to reincarnate. Only a few strong beings can remain conscious over long periods and even lend their chakra. Therefore, the first step after returning to the ninja world is for Sarutobi Hiruzen to visit the Pure Land. After making this decision, Konoha began to slowly retract its influence in the pirate world, but the acceleration of its rule over Wano country was necessary. The death of the black hole snake has thrown Wano into chaos, but since the rule of the black hole snake was excessively brutal, most of the people in Wano actually missed the time when the Kazuki clan was in power. Thus, when the most beautiful woman in Wano, Kamurasaki, revealed her true identity as Kazuki Hiyori, the daughter of Kazuki Oden, she naturally gained support, with the backing of the former vassals of the Kazuki clan. Kamurasaki temporarily became the acting shogun of Wano, awaiting her brother Kazuki Momonosuke's return to inherit the position. Similar to the ninja world, Wano also has a sense of eternal lineage. The Black Coal clan dared to rebel because they were not commoners. The common people of this country had no intention of rebelling and were quite satisfied with the rule of the Kazuki clan. However, that guy Momonosuke has completely deluded himself into thinking he can become the shogun of Wano. Konoha does not want such a ruler to govern Wano. The best ruler would definitely be someone like Neptune from Fishman Island, who has no ambitions and is obedient. The three members of the Kazuki family in Wano are somewhat annoying. Whether it's Kazuki Oden or Momonosuke and Kamurasaki, their character designs evoke a sense of aversion. Perhaps they want to reflect Neon culture through Wano, but unfortunately, whether it's Kazuki Oden dancing naked for the people, lacking any authority and appearing more like a clown, or Kamurasaki becoming a courtesan to restore the country without any princess demeanor, they both give off a strange feeling, likely due to cultural differences. As for Momonosuke, there's no need to mention him. If he dares to return to Wano, Konoha would dare to kill him. Just as the internal situation in Wano was gradually stabilizing, Konoha's ship arrived. The enormous black ship, the Konoha Maru, slowly approached Wano, directly replicating the black ship incident. Kamurasaki and the people of Wano initially thought that the black hole snake had fallen out with Kaido and were on guard against the beast pirates stationed in Wano when Konoha's people arrived. The former general, Kazuki Sukiyaki, who had planned to live in hiding for the rest of his life, was also forced to reveal his identity. Kamurasaki could not govern Wano in the face of many conspiracies. However, the former general, Kazuki Sukiyaki, showed no grace and was actually quite foolish. But now that the black hole snake was dead, the return of the Kazuki clan to power was expected. After hesitating for a while, Kamurasaki, Kazuki, Sukiyaki, and several vassals accepted Konoha's invitation and came aboard the Konoha Maru. The masked Umbu, dressed as ninjas, made everyone feel both familiar and strange. The ninjas of Konoha and those of Wano are completely different styles, yet they share many similarities. The enormous Konoha Maru, with its strong technological style, also brought a significant shock to a few people. Wano was still too backward. The Umbu led them to a room and stood in place. Kamurasaki and Kazuki Sukiyaki pushed the door open, while the vassals were blocked outside. This was a massive room, with luxurious tables and chairs and decorations that left people in awe. Orochimaru stood with his back to them, gazing at the scenery of Wano in the distance. Indeed, it was very similar to the ninja world, but the ninja world was still more important. Turning around to face the two, he wondered if these were the rulers of Wano, the Kazuki clan. They seemed less astute and politically savvy than the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Kaido has handed over the rule of Wano to Konoha, so he sent people to kill the black hole snake. What qualifications does Kaido have? Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Kamurasaki, who had regained her princess identity and become the acting shogun, immediately felt displeased. However, as soon as she spoke, a terrifying conqueror's haki and astonishing killing intent locked onto her. Orochimaru, not long after arriving in this world, had naturally awakened his conqueror's haki. However, Orochimaru's conqueror's haki did not possess the regal aura of a king. It was more akin to the cold and ruthless nature of a poisonous snake. Feeling the conqueror's haki locking onto them, Kamurasaki and Kazuki Sukiyaki felt as if they were prey targeted by a predator, unable to resist due to their biological instincts. Only strength can decide everything. If it weren't for needing Wano's cheap labor, Kaido could have easily destroyed your country. Similarly, you have no options in front of Konoha. We can kill the black hole snake or wipe out all those related to the Kazuki clan. After saying this, Orochimaru retracted his imposing presence, and Kamurasaki and Kazuki Sukiyaki directly knelt on the ground. The fate of Wano is in your hands. Honestly accept Konoha's rule, and you can still be the shogun of Wano. After finishing, Orochimaru lost interest in further conversation. They lacked the demeanor of a ruler and were unqualified to speak with him. Waving his hand, the hidden Umbu appeared and directly took the two away. Chapter 261. You were just a slave after all. There was no suspense. The land of Wano accepted the rule of Konoha and became part of its influence. Shinobu regained the identity of Kazuki Oden and directly became the general of Wano. Although she was a female general, she was still better than Kaido. In order to obtain Sea Prism Stone, Konoha made some investments and put considerable resources into Wano. However, Wano's identity as a weapons manufacturing country would not change, and the interests contained within were substantial, but they would also provide more benefits to the residents of Wano. At the same time, Konoha began to retract its influence because Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Kakashi needed to return to the ninja world for a while. However, the new generation of Konoha ninjas leaving Konoha Island would continue to explore. The Amazon Lily, where every citizen is a soldier, is actually a formidable force. Although there aren't many top-tier powerhouses, only the former king, Fireflower, can be considered strong, as he was once a member of the Rocks Pirates. However, the female warriors on the island are still quite strong, as many possess haki. Joining any faction would be a significant boost. It's just that due to the unique culture here and its location in the doldrums, they have not encountered many problems. But now, 4 or 5 warships were rapidly approaching, and the Navy's Green Bull could no longer hold back his desire to attack Boa Hancock. After the cancellation of the warlords of the sea system, those who were once warlords were regarded with shame by the Navy. As a supporter of Akainu, who believes in justice at all costs, his first target was set on Amazon Lily. Accompanying him were Marine Headquarters Vice Admirals, Demon Spider and Flying Squirrel, as well as Rear Admiral Kaki. With their combined strength and a group of elite Marines, capturing Amazon Lily seemed inevitable. The Empress's Devil Fruit ability is very strong, with petrification powers that are hard to counter, but it seems that she has not devoted much energy to enhancing her strength. Despite having a powerful fruit and the potential for Conqueror's haki, her displayed strength is not that formidable. This time, we aim to capture the pirate Empress Boa Hancock. At the same time, we will make this pirate nation a part of the world government. Green Bull looked at the 3 vice admirals, knowing that his promotion to admiral out of turn would certainly displease them, who had worked hard in the Navy for so many years. However, this time, he would prove with strength that he was indeed an admiral. Moreover, a place like Amazon Lily which is not a member of the world government and is entirely composed of women living by plunder, he looked down upon from the bottom of his heart. For Green Bull, any country that is not a member of the world government is inferior. Not to mention that Boa Hancock was once a slave of the Celestial Dragons. Just a runaway slave. This time, if he captures Boa Hancock and presents her to the Celestial Dragons, wouldn't that be wonderful? In this distorted world, having someone who idolizes the Celestial Dragons is already quite strange, and it is hard to imagine what kind of experiences Green Bull has had. Due to its location in the doldrums, the speed of the Navy's warships was not very fast. The residents near Amazon Lily noticed the approaching Navy, and the entire island mobilized. Since the warlords of the sea system had been abolished, Boa Hancock and the Kuja pirates had not gone out to plunder during this time. Realizing that the Navy was approaching Amazon Lily, she immediately sensed that this time the Navy came with ill intentions. Those who can awaken Conqueror's Haki do not necessarily possess the qualities of a king. More importantly, they must have sufficient spirit. Boa Hancock, known as the most beautiful woman in the world, coupled with the sweet fruit, had developed a personality of superiority. However, in reality, due to her past as a slave, she harbored extreme fear and hatred towards the Celestial Dragons. Her outward strength was merely a facade to conceal her inner weakness, so her Conqueror's Haki was not that strong. For example, now that she knew the Navy was coming, Hancock appeared calm on the surface, seemingly unconcerned about the Navy's approach. The people of Amazon Lily believed that their most beautiful empress would protect them. But in reality, the empress was panicking inside, wondering how to deal with the Navy. If the Navy deployed an admiral, Amazon Lily would be swept away. Who could save them? Not wanting to face it, yet having to confront it. The Kuja pirates quickly gathered at the edge of the island, watching the Navy slowly approach from afar. Just a bunch of pirates daring to call themselves empress? How ridiculous! In Green Bull's view, the title of emperor could only belong to the Celestial Dragons. A slave pirate daring to be so arrogant, still defying the world government? The Navy slowly approached the shore, and when Hancock saw Green Bull and the others, her expression became even more serious, her pupils contracting in an instant. An admiral, a rear admiral, and 2 vice admirals. Were they going to completely destroy Amazon Lily? With so many warships, it was almost enough to launch a massacre. Suhander, Boa Hancock, you are no longer a warlord of the sea. Your actions during the Marineford War are unforgivable, and you and your country will pay the price for it. Hancock did not respond to Green Bull's words and chose to take the initiative against the numerous Marines. Sweet, sweet wind. She posed with her hands in a heart shape and shot out heart-shaped beams, instantly petrifying many Navy soldiers who harbored evil thoughts. Seeing their soldiers petrified, the 3 Marine vice admirals were furious, but only Green Bull remained indifferent, as long as he could capture this woman. With the willpower of an admiral and vice admirals, he could remain unaffected. Captive arrow. Hancock struck again, shooting a large number of pink arrows. The 3 vice admirals dodged, but when the warships were hit, they also became petrified. Green Bull did not dodge. He wanted Hancock to understand the difference between them. The arrows struck Green Bull, although they caused localized petrification. The affected parts turned into plants and then petrified, falling to the ground without inflicting any effective harm on him. Forbidden hatred. Green Bull flashed onto the island, summoning numerous plants that transformed into giant tree men, quickly restraining the female warriors of Amazon Lily. Release the petrification, or I will drain these people's life force in an instant. How infuriating. Fireflower approached and felt a tightness in her heart as she saw the standoff between the Navy and Hancock. She was already too old. What should she do now? Boa Hancock, you are nothing but a slave of the Celestial Dragons. Even if you do not release the petrification, I will destroy your country and take you back to present to the Celestial Dragons. When her identity as a slave was exposed, Hancock trembled all over. Demon Spider and Flying Squirrel seized the opportunity and stepped forward to control her with Sea Prism stone shackles. What a lively scene, Tobarama said. It seems we have arrived at an inopportune time. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the sea, and a strange ship was rapidly approaching. Chapter 262. With a clap of both hands, whatever is called comes the word slave have a profound impact on Hancock. They can be said to be the deepest nightmare in her heart. In the entire pirate world, very few people know this secret, and for most, Hancock is a beautiful and mysterious pirate empress. Every man who sees her becomes enchanted, and her powerful warlord status adds to the secrets surrounding her. However beautiful and proud Hancock may be, she cannot hide the fact that she was once a slave. Moreover, Only the weak can be truly captivated just by looking at her. For real strong individuals, Hancock's beauty holds no significance. The title of the world's most beautiful woman should rightfully belong to Shirahoshi, not Hancock. The current situation is almost a deadlock. Green Bull doesn't care much about the lives and deaths of the Navy. In other words, if he can successfully capture Hancock, the sacrifices of these Navy soldiers are acceptable to him. Although other Navy generals may disagree with Green Bull's viewpoint, who can challenge him as the highest-ranking officer on the scene? Green Bull can already imagine handing Hancock over to the Celestial Dragons and being favored by them, reaching the pinnacle of power. As a Navy officer, admiring and being close to the Celestial Dragons is indeed the best way to get promoted. However, not all Celestial Dragons are trash. There exists the so-called Knights of God among them, whose members are the true elite of the Celestial Dragons and the real rulers of this world. In the midst of the standoff, Hashirama and Tobirama arrived near Amazon Lily. Upon arrival, they observed the two sides engaged in battle. The trance summoned by Green Bull piqued Hashirama's interest. His wood release can also control and create plants. But the plants he creates are not as agile as the trance summoned by Green Bull. However, there's no doubt that Hashirama's wood release is more powerful. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn to them. The Konoha guys? The most eye-catching aspect is certainly the two Konoha headbands. The symbol of Konoha has now become the most dazzling emblem in this world. For all factions, Konoha is an existence that cannot be provoked. What exactly does the Navy want? Wasn't it agreed that the remaining warlord forces would be handled by Konoha? Tobirama looked at Green Bull and the group of Navy officers, directly questioning them. The negotiation indeed included this point, but now that it has come to this, there's nothing to explain. Don't joke around. Don't interfere with our military operations. Green Bull harbors significant hostility towards Konoha. It's just a country, yet they want to stand on equal footing with the world government? Don't make me laugh. So who is the real joke here? Tobirama wanted to come to Amazon Lily, partly to see this country full of women, and partly for this force. After the warlord system is abolished, both Konoha and the Navy will set their sights on this place. Sure enough, they encounter the Navy this time. Is this guy in front of them the new Navy Admiral Green Bull? It is said that his abilities are quite similar to Hashirama's. As for Hancock, no one cares at all. Neither Hashirama nor Tobirama has been moved by this so-called most beautiful woman. Tobirama doesn't like such love-struck individuals. It's said that she has a crush on the Straw Hat Kid, right? Betraying the world government for Luffy has brought disaster to her country. Such actions are not rational. However, for Konoha, Amazon Lily is a decent force. Having these high-quality and domineering women join could bring many excellent descendants to Konoha. Konoha has more than just the Senju clan that needs to grow. You guys go stop them. Green Bull looked at the three Navy vice admirals beside him. Whether it's Onimatsu or Muskrat, they are swordsmanship experts, proficient in hockey, and Kaji's strength far exceeds that of ordinary vice admirals. Green Bull knows that the world government doesn't want to go to war with Konoha yet, so he must resolve the battle quickly. Once Konoha's people arrive, the situation will be different. Although they don't care much about this operation, the three angry Navy officers whose subordinates were petrified can only follow orders and come to intercept the two. Tobirama, I'll leave these guys to you. I want to go fight that guy. Hashirama looked at Green Bull with excitement, but Tobirama felt some pressure. Without using various secret techniques, he would have considerable difficulty defeating these three Navy officers. Tobirama's strength isn't that strong. Unless he uses the explosive tag, he doesn't have overwhelming strength against physically strong opponents. However, using ninjutsu and flying thunder god, he can maneuver around without issue. Hashirama didn't care about that. He jumped directly toward Green Bull. With considerable resentment in his heart, the three Navy officers chose not to block him and decided to take down Tobirama first. Water release, great water cannon technique. For strong individuals in the pirate world, using water release without knowing the opponent's specific abilities is definitely fine. Water release has a strong suppressive effect on ability users. But the three in front of them are not ability users. They are strong individuals skilled in swordsmanship and hockey. Such strong opponents are actually much more troublesome than ordinary ability users. If they master the life return technique, it would be even harder to deal with. This E has too many ability users. After eating the devil fruit, they feel invincible. When they encounter Navy generals skilled in hockey, they can only be captured and sent to impel down. A large amount of seawater surged out, engulfing a few people. However, for the Navy officers, the impact was not as significant as they imagined. They charged toward Tobirama directly in the water. Kaji used Galefoot to break through the massive water bubble, and the seawater began to flow rapidly back into the ocean. Onamatsu used Life Return to control his hair, allowing him to attack with multiple blades simultaneously. Tobirama struck, exploded into smoke, indicating that he had switched to a shadow clone at some point. Meanwhile, Hashirama, not to be outdone, clapped his hands together as he approached Green Bull. Flower Tree World, descend. Hand signs? Don't be ridiculous. With a clap of both hands, whatever is called comes. Chapter 263. It has to be the class. Green Bull saw Hashirama charging towards him and was just about to respond when he noticed the ground around him trembling. A large number of plants surged from beneath the surface. Nine Snake Island was still quite large, but the terrain on this side of the island had been completely altered. The most terrifying thing was that Green Bull found he could not control these plants. They seemed to be protected by some unknown force, and his powers were unable to control or assimilate them. This was certain, at least while Senju Hashirama was using would release, as these plants were filled with his chakra, making it impossible for Green Bull's powers to assimilate them. Even the few trance that Green Bull had just summoned were directly crushed by the plants that burst forth from the ground. This instilled a deep sense of fear within Green Bull. Who was this guy in front of him, and why was his ability being overpowered? There is a hierarchy among devil fruits. For example, the Snow fruit and the Freeze fruit have different developmental directions, with the Freeze fruit being simpler and more direct. Could it be that this guy before him had eaten a superior version of the forest fruit? How could that be? ISNT, the forest fruit, the top-tier natural-type fruit? Green Bull did not exhibit the demeanor of a strong person. He was just someone who would ambush and take advantage. A guy who wanted to be a celestial dragon's dog. It would be strange for him to possess both strength and grace. The members of the Nine Snake Pirate crew were saved by Hashirama, as a large number of plants directly shredded the trance and gently lifted them up. Although they were all pirates, they were women, and Hashirama still had some decorum. Green Bull took a deep breath and walked towards Hashirama, with each step causing numerous flowers and grasses to grow beneath his feet, giving off a stylish appearance. Hashirama's wood release was completely different from the forest fruit. The forest fruit could be considered the forest itself, while Hashirama's wood release is the ultimate in destruction and oppression. What an interesting ability. The more Hashirama looked, the happier he became. This guy's ability was too fascinating. In the ninja world, his wood release was unique and considered a power to pacify chaotic times. Damn it. Seeing Hashirama smile so happily, Green Bull couldn't hold back any longer and fully utilized his fruit-s ability. Plants began to grow from the surface, with various plants and vines emerging from the gaps in Hashirama's wood release, and both sides began to compete for control over this area. At the same time, Green Bull drew his sword and charged at Hashirama. Hancock, on the other hand, lacked the courage to intervene. Her strength was not enough to participate in such a battle. Moreover, neither the Navy nor Konoha were good people, at least not for Nine Snake Island. These men coming to the island would definitely not bring good news. The word slave spoken by Green Bull had too great an impact on her, causing even some of the Nine Snake Island members to start doubting. Hancock's reaction was too intense. After being exposed in public, she could barely stand. Ever since Luffy punched a celestial dragon, she had developed feelings for him, which showed just how terrified she was of the world government. The more one tries to hide a secret, the harder it is to conceal it. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Water release, water dragon bite explosion. Tobirama and Hashirama shouted the names of their ninjutsu simultaneously. Near the ocean, the water release's power would be greatly enhanced. It could be said that near the ocean, Tobirama's strength could reach the level of a Hokage. However, the effectiveness of water release against physical fighters was not ideal. It was difficult to execute effective lethal moves under the defense of Haki. Nevertheless, with the strength of a vice admiral, Tobirama would have no problem dealing with it, especially since he had learned a lot while following Orochimaru during this time. After his resurrection, he had undergone a series of physical enhancements, significantly improving his ninjutsu level. Actually, Tobirama quite liked the Sharingan, but having spent his life denouncing the evil Uchiha, it would be a bit embarrassing to give himself the Sharingan now. So, Tobirama did not switch to the Sharingan. Even though the current Sharingan was a clone created by Orochimaru and did not come from any Uchiha, he still chose not to transplant it. The seawater turned into a whirlpool, quickly forming a massive water dragon that dove down to bite. The ghost spider and flying squirrel could not escape the current, and only Kaki managed to flee. After all, being a substitute admiral, his strength was sufficient. On the other hand, the wood dragon summoned by Hashirama was even more terrifying. This was a ninjutsu capable of wrapping and suppressing the Nine Tails. The enormous wood dragon smashed through cliffs, its astonishing momentum instilling fear in everyone. Both Tobirama and Hashirama's ninjutsu altered the terrain, and a large number of Navy and Nine Snake Island members were affected. The aftershocks of a battle between strong fighters were enough to kill many people. Green Bull was directly crushed by the wood dragon, but soon revived from one of the plants. The power of the forest fruit was indeed formidable, displaying strong vitality and the ability to extract life force. This guy didn't even need to eat, as he could directly photosynthesize for nutrients. How interesting. How should we deal with this guy, Tobirama? Green Bull was still too weak in front of Hashirama, lacking any ability to resist. With Hashirama's massive chakra support, Green Bull's fruit abilities were completely no match for Hashirama's wood release. The plants he summoned had no space to survive and were utterly crushed by wood release. After all, this was the power that pacified the Warring States period. Even Uchiha Madara had been defeated by Hashirama's wood release. This guy is a Navy admiral. Let him go for now. Tobirama still considered the bigger picture, knowing that the current situation could not lead to a major conflict with the Navy. Konoha needed to return to the ninja world for a while to deal with Otsutsuki Kagaya properly. Key figures like Navy admirals definitely could not be killed. Hashirama nodded, feeling a bit bored. He was somewhat missing Uchiha Madara and thought that when they returned, he would have Orochimaru resurrect Madara for some fun. After all, it was Senju Hashirama who was thinking of resurrecting Uzumaki Mido, but was instead considering resurrecting Uchiha Madara. The current Uchiha Madara was still dreaming of resurrection in the Pure Land. He didn't know if he had encountered Uchiha Obito there. Take your people and leave. This place will be the territory of Konoha from now on. Hashirama had lost the motivation to continue fighting. These guys were too weak, especially this one, who truly insulted such abilities. Hashirama was still unaware that Konoha now had the ability to extract devil fruits. Otherwise, Tobirama would definitely not let Green Bull go. Even if Green Bull was a Navy admiral, Tobirama would not allow him to leave. Looking at the two brothers in front of him, as well as the down-flying squirrel and ghost spider, and Kaki, who was being toyed with by Tobirama's flying thunder god technique, Green Bull knew he was done for. He had originally wanted to achieve merit, but had instead made things worse. Let her restore the ones who just got petrified, and then we'll leave. Before leaving, Green Bull still wanted to act tough. If he could capture Hancock, then the Navy wouldn't matter. But if he couldn't even capture Hancock, then the loss of these Navy members wouldn't mean much. The group looked at Hancock, who hesitated for a moment before directly reversing the petrification. But still, some Navy members had died due to the earlier battle. Chapter 264. Heading to the Pure Land, Green Bull walked in a very awkward manner. The feeling of being completely overwhelmed by someone else's abilities was not pleasant. The wood dragon technique of Hashirama left him feeling utterly powerless. If he knew that Hashirama wasn't even using his full strength, he wouldn't know how to feel about it. On the other side, several generals were at a loss in front of Tobirama's water release. The Flying Thunder God technique had a strong restraining effect on taijutsu users. The speed of instantaneous spatial movement was the fastest, and as long as the reaction speed was fast enough, all attacks could be evaded. The only problem was that there were no ninjutsu like the Rasengan that could deal effective damage in an instant. Another key reason was that people from the pirate world had a natural fear of the ocean. Everyone wanted to conquer the sea, yet everyone feared it. Unfortunately, who could truly conquer this vast ocean? Even the Pirate King didn't truly conquer the sea. Humanity always only operated on the surface of the ocean. Not to mention, seawater had a natural restraining effect on those with abilities. Failing to capture Hancock and losing a group of Navy soldiers, Green Bull had encountered setback. After the Navy left, Tobirama looked at the members of the Kuja Island and the pirate Empress Hancock in front of him. Did you just hear that? Amazon Lily will be taken over by Konoha in the future. Why should that be? With the Navy gone, Hancock seemed to regain some confidence and became proud again. Tobirama didn't expect her to ask such a question. Did she really have no political sense at all? Flameflower quickly stepped in to smooth things over upon hearing Hancock's audacious question. Amazon Lily is willing to accept Konoha's rule, but we hope to manage it freely like Fishman Island. That's fine, but Amazon Lily must open its borders to Konoha and allow commercial activities. Hancock wanted to say something, but a glare from Flameflower, combined with the overwhelming strength of Tobirama and Hashirama, made her hold her tongue. Although she had a great figure, her forehead was surprisingly large. Tobirama noticed that many people in this world had oddly shaped bodies. Now that Amazon Lily had become an enemy of the Navy, did they expect to wait for the demon-slaying order instead of cooperating with Konoha? Shaking his head, Tobirama felt somewhat disappointed. It seemed that this nation of women was not as good as he had imagined. Hashirama had even less interest in a country entirely composed of women. For Hashirama, women were quite troublesome, let alone a nation of only women. Someone will come to connect with you. Switch to Konoha's flag, and from now on, you will be protected by Konoha. Tobirama wanted to strengthen the Senju clan, but he wasn't blind. At least he needed to find someone smarter. Soon, people from Konoha would come to Amazon Lily for some reforms and management. But compared to Fishman Island and the Land of Harmony, the strategic significance of this place was minimal. Aside from having more women, there was nothing particularly special about it. As the plan progressed, Konoha began to retract its influence in the pirate world. Even if they didn't need to return to the ninja world, Konoha still needed some time, even years, to digest the gains made in the pirate world during this period. Orochimaru stood in the Hokage office of the ninja world, looking at the distant Hokage rock. If the fifth Hokage were present, Konoha would be at an unprecedented peak. The current situation in the ninja world was still very stable. The Land of Wind willingly acted as Konoha's underling, having no thoughts of resistance at all. Thanks to the supplies from the pirate world, Konoha was now lacking nothing, except obedient ninjas. The alliance between the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning had no real effect. They had already realized that even if the two countries allied, they would never be Konoha's match. They could only develop steadily and wait for future opportunities. Orochimaru and Konoha couldn't possibly remain this strong forever, right? Inoki and it chose to endure and quietly await their opportunity. Unfortunately, the opponent they chose was Orochimaru. When it came to endurance, they had likely made the wrong choice. If this trend continues, in a few decades, the ninja world will only have Konoha holding the power of speech, and the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning will become, like the small countries of the past, merely acting according to Konoha's whims. It had been a long time since returning to Konoha. The current Konoha was a terrifying scale, absolutely the largest city in the ninja world. Time. What Konoha needed most was still time. However, what Orochimaru lacked the most was time. Are you ready, teacher? Orochimaru held the Death God mask in his hand, a treasure passed down from the Uzumaki clan that could summon the Death God. However, there was also a mask on the table, which was found by Sarutobi Hiruzen at the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools. After entering the Golden Core stage, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that this mask might be the key to entering the Pure Land. Let us begin. Hearing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was ready, Orochimaru put on the Death God mask and began to summon the so-called Death God. The corpse sealing technique was also a type of sealing technique, performed at the cost of one's own life. After sealing the opponent's soul, one's own soul would also be taken and sealed by the Death God, making it a technique of mutual destruction. Although this Death God seemed somewhat weak, being able to summon him was enough to prove the power of this sealing technique. The sealing techniques in the ninja world were incredibly versatile, even involving time and space. After wearing the Death God mask, one could control the Death God to a certain extent. The souls sealed by the Death God were essentially within its body. This Death God also had no self-awareness, more like a contract and puppet created by the sealing technique. Looking at the Death God in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the mask on the table and put it on his face as well. Through this so-called Death God, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw a layer of space-time existing behind it, exuding a faint aura of death. The Land of the Dead, the place where souls return. Is this what they call the Pure Land? Since arriving in this world, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been hiding himself to avoid being discovered by the Sage of the Six Paths and the Otsutsuki clan. However, now that he had entered the Golden Core stage, he had the strength to confront them face to face. The Otsutsuki clan was not as terrifying as he had imagined. After entering the Golden Core stage, one could exert some control over the rules of this world, becoming immune to some powers at the level of Otsutsuki rules. For example, the Otsutsuki's Yuki's time-freezing technique that could reverse time and space could be shattered by Sarutobi Hiruzen's magical power. After all, Otsutsuki Yuki reversed the time and space of the entire world. When strength reached a certain level, one could feel that. Alright, cancel this technique. As Orochimaru canceled the summoning, the Death God slowly retreated back into the space-time gap, and Sarutobi Hiruzen used his magical power to open this space-time and also drilled in. Chapter 265 Dialogue with the Sage of Six Paths. The aura of death in the Pure Land is lethal to the living, but with the protection of magical power, one can be shielded from harm. This is something that Chakra cannot achieve. Chakra is essentially a combination of mental and physical abilities. Unless one is deceased, Entering the Pure Land will inevitably lead to being tainted by the aura of death, meaning that under normal circumstances, entering the Pure Land is tantamount to death. Once there, the only possibility of returning depends on whether someone uses secret techniques to resurrect you. The world within the Pure Land is dark, filled with endless void. What is the world of the deceased really like? At least in the ninja world, it is certainly not a beautiful place. After entering the ninja world, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly realizes that there are many souls present, but most lack consciousness, trapped in absolute nothingness. Only a small number of souls possess self-awareness. Yet even these remain silent in the Pure Land. There is no concept of time here, and nothing holds any meaning. The deceased can only continuously reminisce about their past lives. Of course, it's not just void here. For instance, some people seem to be staring blankly at a campfire. Some sit silently under a large tree with their heads bowed, while others wander aimlessly in place. It seems the world here changes based on these deceased individuals. What exactly is death? Even cultivators are unclear about this, but the fear of death is a common trait among all. There exist quite a few individuals with powerful chakra. Yet once these people arrive in the Pure Land, they seem to become part of it. Otherwise, it would explain why those summoned through impure world reincarnation possess endless chakra. From a certain perspective, the chakra restored in these reincarnated individuals actually comes from all the deceased in the Pure Land, vast beyond imagination. It seems that the primary productive force in the ninja world is still various forbidden techniques. The Otsutsuki clan's use of the God Tree is too brutal, showing no consideration for recycling. As Sarutobi Hiruzen walks through the Pure Land, he heads towards the strongest chakra in the distance, which should, barring any surprises, belong to the Sage of Six Paths. Perhaps due to his masked appearance, the deceased here do not notice him, or perhaps for these souls, everything has already lost its meaning. It seems there's a familiar figure ahead. After walking for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen sees two familiar silhouettes. Is that the young versions of Obito and Rin? He sees Rin squatting under a large tree, hugging her knees and burying her head in her arms, seemingly crying silently. Obito stands not far from Rin, but between them is an unseen, endless steel prison. Obito weakly grasps the railing, watching Rin cry continuously. It appears Rin is not ready to forgive Obito and cannot comprehend his actions. One must pay the price for their deeds. And now Obito is indeed in a world with Rin, but Rin will never forgive him. Continuing forward, Sarutobi Hiruzen sees many familiar figures, including several who died at his hands. Upon seeing him, they silently stare from afar. Sarutobi Hiruzen pays them no mind. They're already dead, so what does it matter? He even sees Uchiha Madara standing silently with his eyes closed, seemingly having a pleasant dream, likely waiting for resurrection. After walking for a long time, he finally arrives deep within the Pure Land. You have come, the Sage of Six Paths says, sitting cross-legged in the void, holding his staff. He opens his eyes only after Sarutobi Hiruzen approaches, as if he had anticipated Hiruzen's arrival. Looking at the Sage of Six Paths, Sarutobi Hiruzen feels that this figure is truly dead, devoid of any living aura, with only a vast amount of chakra remaining. And the power of the Six Paths has mostly faded. Even the Sage of Six Paths cannot withstand the passage of time. From another world, your soul signifies the revolution of the ninja world. The sage observes Hiruzen with a complex expression. He has failed. The destruction of the ninja sect proves one thing. It is impossible to achieve mutual understanding and enter a lasting peace. However, he still worries about the Otsutsuki coming to completely destroy this world. Just as Hashirama and Madara established Konoha, this world was also shaped by him and his brother. Yet with the development of the ninja world, wars have never ceased. Now, with Sarutobi Hiruzen's appearance and Orochimaru's changes to Konoha, along with the development of a series of forbidden techniques, the Sage of Six Paths realizes that he may have been too naive. True peace may not exist, but a relatively peaceful state is possible, provided the conflicts are redirected, much like Konoha today. Of course, there's another world. What significance is there in remaining in this world without reincarnation? Although the rules of this world are incomplete, with the Sage of Six Paths abilities, he could still achieve reincarnation. However, he has not chosen this path and has instead continued to silently observe this world from the Pure Land. After a moment of silence, the Sage of Six Paths answers Sarutobi Hiruzen's question. I cannot guarantee that after reincarnation, I would reach this level again. If the Otsutsuki clan arrives, there would be no means to respond, which is why I allow the chakra of Indra and Ajura to reincarnate continuously, providing assistance at appropriate times to help the ninja world cope with crises. The stabilizing of the warring states period by Hashirama and Madara also had the shadow of the sage behind it. You are mistaken. You are too naive. Sarutobi Hiruzen states frankly, expressing his thoughts. Those born with powerful bloodlines tend to have overly naive thoughts. It has been proven that excessive indecisiveness only leads to more tragedies. Indeed, it seems that way. I will continue to remain in the Pure Land until my consciousness completely fades into the distant future. We will release your mother. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen say this, the Sage of Six Paths shows no reaction. Having sealed his mother for so long, he still feels guilt inside. Konoha now seems to have the strength to confront the Otsutsuki, so one can only trust in the wisdom of future generations. Shaking his head, Sarutobi Hiruzen turns to leave. The Sage of Six Paths is not in such good condition. Should he take action, he could completely extinguish the Sage's remaining consciousness and chakra. However, there is no need for that. If a powerful member of the Otsutsuki clan truly arrives in the future, the Sage of Six Paths will surely offer his remaining strength. As long as it is confirmed that this guy is not preparing some sort of conspiracy, that will suffice. Chapter 266, Goal. The Moon. From the perspective of the Sage of Six Paths, who created the ninja sect, he hoped to transform Chakra into a force that maintains trust and relationships between people. However, humanity has refined Chakra to use ninjutsu, turning it into a weapon for killing and war. The Sage of Six Paths could not understand why. Despite Chakra being able to sustain relationships between people, gradually led to a lack of mutual understanding. The emergence of Ashura and Indra continued this conflict of ideals. Indra, a genius from a young age, believed that power was the only means to solve problems, while Ashura believed that love was the answer to all problems. Ultimately, with the help of others, Ashura defeated Indra. Unfortunately, neither love nor absolute power can bring peace. After all, this is a manga, and love can certainly overcome the desire for power. Moreover, although Ashura's talent is not as great as Indra's, he inherited the sage's body. So how far off could he be? If an ordinary person without the Otsutsuki bloodline could defeat Indra, it would be more convincing. This world is itself a distorted one, lacking sufficient cultural depth, merely developing according to the will of a few individuals. Powerful beings like the Sage of Six Paths can determine the direction of this civilization. Isn't that proof that power decides everything? If the Sage of Six Paths had no power, would anyone listen to his commands? If Hashirama had no power, would the Uchiha and other ninja clans lay down their hatred? The current development of the ninja world and the past wars have made the Sage of Six Paths realize one thing. He was too simplistic and naive in his thinking. Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing a mask, continued to walk through the Pure Land. Since he was here, he might as well take a good look. To be honest, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very interested in this time and space. Would the incomplete cycle of reincarnation in the ninja world gradually become complete over time or slowly collapse? Or would it remain in this state forever? From Sarutobi Hiruzen's observations, it seemed highly probable that it would remain unchanged. The rules of this world had developed to their limit. After all, it is a comic world, and it's normal for there to be many unreasonable aspects. Achieving the current situation through the world's corrective powers is already quite good. If every world developed according to a predetermined future, it would be too boring. Even in such a world, countless possibilities still exist. The power of rules is not so strong that the Otsutsuki can easily use it. Even the incomplete Otsutsuki bloodline, such as the Sharingan, can utilize certain powers of rules. The Pure Land will continue to maintain its current state, and the souls within it do not exist eternally. Impure world reincarnation can summon ninjas from the last few hundred years, but once 1,000 years pass, it becomes impossible to summon someone like the Sage of Six Paths. Most ninjas in the Pure Land are in a chaotic state, only half aware of their situation. Besides those with strong obsessions, most cannot even recognize their own state. Deep within the Pure Land, Sarutobi Hiruzen found several special medicinal herbs that couldn't be obtained outside. Extreme environments often nurture rare treasures. These unnamed herbs have excellent effects on healing and enhancing cultivation. In addition to these herbs, he also found a few pieces of Yomi stones filled with a deathly aura, which are quite effective for both medicine and weapon crafting. Tsunade, Mei, and others need materials for crafting. Collecting more is quite beneficial. After taking a look around and finding nothing else, Sarutobi Hiruzen left the Pure Land. Upon exiting the time-space rift, Sarutobi Hiruzen removed his mask, which had provided considerable protection and also showed the former strength of the Uzumaki clan. Orochimaru was still sitting in the same spot, but upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen return, he clearly relaxed a lot. How is it? Did you meet many familiar faces, including the Sage of Six Paths? His death is inconsequential and won't affect our plan. Orochimaru nodded slightly, surprised that he really saw the Sage of Six Paths compared to the sealed Kagaya Otsutsuki. The Sage of Six Paths certainly has a greater reputation. Since the Sage of Six Paths would not affect their plans, they could proceed with the plan to unseal Kagaya Otsutsuki for research. He didn't need much, just Kagaya Otsutsuki's blood. Much of his research was aimed at approaching Kagaya Otsutsuki. If he could obtain her blood, it would complete the final step and open up the possibility of transcending the existing Otsutsuki framework. Whether it be Jiraiya or Kinshiki, their strength could improve further. Then let's start preparing. We are heading to the moon. Information from Sasuke, who came from another time and space, provided a wealth of intelligence about the ninja world, including details about the Byakugan clan living on the moon. Thus, this time, multiple problems could be solved. The threat from the moon would be eliminated, Kagaya Otsutsuki would be controlled, and Orochimaru's research would advance further, better addressing the threat from the Otsutsuki in the universe. Only Konoha and Kirigakure knew how powerful the current land of fire was. Even the Wind Country, which cooperated with Konoha, secretly felt fear, unaware of Konoha's true strength. Konoha, as the core of the ninja world, was continuously absorbing resources from the entire ninja world as well as vast resources from the pirate world, which was already quite terrifying. If given enough time, Konoha's accumulation would far surpass that of the world government. Currently, Konoha's focus was entirely on the high heavens, the moon that had been shaped, the Byakugan clan living there, and the sealed Kagaya Otsutsuki. In fact, going to the moon was not that difficult. It was just that due to the long passage of time, even the Hyuga clan had forgotten that they had relatives on the moon. This was unavoidable. The Hyuga clan had been too preoccupied with internal strife, and the main house and branch houses had fought for so long that they had only just abolished this system. After all, the beings on the moon were not Hyuga. They even called themselves Otsutsuki. However, the Otsutsuki on the moon had also diverged in their views, forgetting the decisions made by the Otsutsuki clan in the past, believing that the ninja world created by the Sage of Six Paths was completely wrong. This viewpoint is actually not incorrect. The continuous wars in the ninja world have indeed not fulfilled the Sage of Six Paths' wishes. If one had the Rinnegan, it could indeed destroy this world and start over. Hinata, who was targeted by Otsutsuki Urashiki, could also prove her strong potential. There still exists giant Rinnegan on the moon, and now is undoubtedly the most suitable time to go to the moon, as Otsutsuki Urashiki is still quite weak, and the main house has been destroyed by the branch houses. Chapter 267, Goddess of the Rabbit. The ninja world is filled with too many mental illnesses, all wanting to destroy and restart the world while waving the banner of peace. In fact, among the entire ninja world, Sasuke's mentality is actually quite good, with an extremely strong ability to withstand pressure. His family was exterminated, his growth path was incredibly oppressive, and he was deceived and pushed to grow by his own brother. A bothersome idiot is your best friend, who wants to bring you back to the village every day. Under such circumstances, it is already commendable that Sasuke does not want to destroy the world. The Tsutsuki clan on the moon also experienced a civil war. The main family advocated for peace, but the branch family believed that the Tsutsuki clan had the obligation to cleanse the ninja world and rebuild a new world. Ultimately, both sides were severely injured, leaving only Tsutsuki Shin alone, preparing to infiltrate the ninja world, find a wife, destroy the ninja world, and become the ancestor of the new world. Unfortunately, the current Tsutsuki Shin is still very young, and the moon will soon be occupied by Konoha. After being summoned by Orochimaru, Hyuga Hizashi learned that there was actually a family with Byakugan on the moon, but they were not the Hyuga clan. They called themselves the Tsutsuki clan. Is there really such a thing? However, beneath the land of the Hyuga clan, there is indeed an underground space sealed by a sealing technique, which is empty inside, perhaps hiding a way to the moon. Sure enough, the Hyuga clan knows some things. They are not completely ignorant. Throughout the long history, many things must have been left behind. However, for various reasons, most of the past events have been forgotten. After an investigation by the sealing class, this place indeed has some kind of space-time ninjutsu. In fact, even without ninjutsu, Jiraiya's golden Rinnegan could also reach the moon. After all, the Tsutsuki clan can travel in the universe using the Rinnegan. However, after reaching the moon, support from the sealing class is still needed. Even though the current Tsutsuki Kagaya has lost the power of the 10 tails, she is still in existence that once consumed chakra fruits. Even without the 10 tails, Kagaya's power is still formidable, and she can still use various ninjutsu. It's just that without the 10 tails chakra, she is not as powerful and cannot activate infinite Tsukuyomi to turn humans into white Zetsu. Currently, Konoha invests and researches sealing techniques more than ninjutsu. Many times, ninjutsu does not achieve the desired effect, but sealing techniques are simple, direct, and versatile. Even the strongest of strong can be sealed by sealing techniques. Children with talent for sealing techniques will be vigorously trained by Konoha. Orochimaru and Senju Tobarama are very focused on the research of sealing techniques. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Nagato arrived at the Hyuga clan's land. The Rinnegan left by Nagato and Madara has a high compatibility, and this time unsealing Tsutsuki Kagaya requires his power, which Nagato naturally cannot refuse. Although the slogan is to bring peace to the entire ninja world, there is no doubt that deep down, Nagato has more feelings for the land of Rain and Rain Village. After joining Konoha, life in Rain Village and the land of Rain has become better, which has slowly made Nagato realize everyone has their own stance, which means peace is impossible to achieve. Everyone has their own positions and preferences, which means conflicts are unavoidable. Therefore, it is enough to choose peace for the country and people you love. Thus, Nagato, who is wholeheartedly seeking peace in a ninja world and wants the world to feel pain to understand the value of peace, has also compromised and acknowledged the peace brought by Konoha. As for whether there is peace outside Konoha, what does it have to do with him? Recently, Jiraiya has been quite spirited. A rogue like him naturally thrives in the pirate world. He heard that the first and second Hokage conquered a country entirely populated by women. This makes Jiraiya itch with desire, and he can no longer suppress his wish to visit the land of women. It's simply paradise. Praise the first and second Hokage. Such a place must be occupied by Konoha and become part of Konoha. If it weren't for the first and second Hokage, Jiraiya, would still want to go. Of course, Jiraiya is still clear about the priorities. The most critical issue now is to quickly control Tsutsuki Kagaya. After arriving on the moon, Tsutsuki Shin was quickly captured. He is too young and has not awakened the Rinnegan. His strength is equivalent to nothing. Besides Tsutsuki Kagaya, the giant Rinnegan was also quickly sealed by the sealing class. This thing is very terrifying and can serve as a strategic weapon. Are you ready? After sealing the giant Rinnegan, the sealing class began to set up sealing techniques on the moon to prevent Tsutsuki Kagaya from escaping. Black Zetsu is a relatively special wedge created by Tsutsuki Kagaya. Kagaya can certainly sense the death of Black Zetsu. If the revived Tsutsuki Kagaya suddenly gets smart and wants to escape, what should they do? Soon, the square on the moon was inscribed with dense curse marks. Nagato and Jiraiya exchanged glances and began to communicate about the sealing on the moon using the Rinnegan. Logically speaking, the moon should also seal the outer path golem, but after Uchimadara awakened the Rinnegan, the seal on the outer path golem was lifted. Using the power of the Rinnegan to lift the seal on Tsutsuki Kagaya is not difficult, and neither Tsutsuki Kinshiki nor Tsutsuki Mamashiki came out to stop them. Of course, even if they wanted to stop, it would be impossible. Konoha's strength is strong enough, and there is also Sarutobi Hiruzen. Moreover, their strength has long been diminished. Perhaps Tsutsuki Kinshiki and Tsutsuki Mamashiki also realized their mistakes. And now, Konoha's development has become increasingly uncontrollable. Tsutsuki Kagaya, who is sealed, felt the loosening of the seal, which brought her a wave of ecstasy. Did Black Zetsu not perish? Could it be that the person who inherited Black Zetsu's was deceived by Black Zetsu? In any case, it seems she can be revived. As long as she can reappear in the world, she will definitely think of a way. What about the Tsutsuki clan? She can definitely handle it. After all, she is the origin of Chakra on this planet. Having consumed the fruit of the God Tree, she is immortal. But if the members of the Tsutsuki clan come, she will definitely face death. Being sealed is not terrifying, but Tsutsuki Kagaya absolutely does not want to die. However, she knows in her heart that no matter how many white Zetsu she creates, it is just a bit of psychological comfort for herself. It is too difficult to resist the Tsutsuki clan. Her two foolish sons even sealed her, which is just waiting for everyone to die together, right? As the seal is lifted, power is gradually recovering. Tsutsuki Kagaya can feel the flow of time and can sense her own body. The goddess of the rabbit is about to reappear in the world. Chapter 268. Damn, I envy this old guy. Kagaya's consciousness was continuously awakening. As the progenitor of Chakra in the ninja world, even if Otsutsuki Kagaya's combat strength wasn't that strong, the pressure and shock she exuded were still substantial. This was on the moon, the place of sealing. With her perception returning, Otsutsuki Kagaya realized her situation. She had been summoned after being unsealed. The moment Otsutsuki Kagaya regained consciousness, multiple layers of barriers enveloped the area. Simultaneously, numerous incantations appeared, covering the entire ground, and then spreading to Otsutsuki Kagaya herself. Ignorant fools! You cannot seal me. Feeling the sealing technique, Otsutsuki Kagaya attempted to break free. No matter how exquisite the ninja's sealing techniques were, if the ninja performing them lacked sufficient strength, it would definitely fail. However, when Jiraiya and Nagato simultaneously infused chakra into the sealing technique, the chakra Otsutsuki Kagaya had just gathered suddenly stagnated. Rinnegan? You have stolen the power of Otsutsuki. When Otsutsuki Kagaya looked up, she locked eyes with Jiraiya's golden Rinnegan. She was extremely shocked. Jiraiya's body was filled with Otsutsuki blood, and if it weren't for Jiraiya having more human characteristics, she would almost believe that the Otsutsuki clan had come. As for Nagato's Rinnegan, it was rather ordinary, merely the power of her child. Seal her up and take her back. With a command from Orochimaru, after increasing chakra, Jiraiya and Nagato summoned the black rods, directly creating a cage with them to imprison Otsutsuki Kagaya. The black rods were the product of Inyan release. Only those who reached the Sage of Six Paths level or possessed Rinnegan had the qualification to create them, and they had a significant suppressive effect on chakra. Combined with the sealing technique and the chakra of the Sage of Six Paths, it was sufficient to seal Otsutsuki Kagaya. Having been sealed for thousands of years, Otsutsuki Kagaya's power was already in a state of exhaustion. Without the Ten Tails chakra replenishment, her strength was nearly non-existent. With Otsutsuki Momoshiki and the giant Rinnegan, Jiraiya opened a space-time portal with the Rinnegan and brought several people directly back to the ninja world, appearing in Orochimaru's laboratory. Meanwhile, the other Konoha ninjas used the space-time techniques left behind on the moon to return to Konoha. Looking at Otsutsuki Kagaya in the cage and the Rinnegan, Orochimaru was quite satisfied. Otsutsuki Momoshiki was temporarily handed over to the Hyuga clan for care, having a pair of Byakugan cloned for him without eyes. Wanting to destroy the world? It was purely wishful thinking. Accept the influence of the will of fire and shine for Konoha. Under Otsutsuki Kagaya's furious gaze, Orochimaru extracted a vial of her blood. Teacher, this guy is yours to manage. After extracting the blood, Otsutsuki Kagaya was no longer of use to Orochimaru. Should he continue to seal her? After a moment's hesitation, Orochimaru decided it was most appropriate to throw Otsutsuki Kagaya to his teacher, with his teacher's strength. He wouldn't fear Otsutsuki Kagaya and would be the best candidate. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya and felt it was somewhat troublesome. This old woman was thousands of years old, but her mental age should be quite young, with a rather immature mindset. However, it wasn't impossible to take her along. Cultivators didn't care about age. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen was curious about how Otsutsuki Kagaya became pregnant. It was said to be due to the blessings and prayers of the ancients, perhaps related to this world and the will of all beings, which was indeed worth studying. He reached out and lightly tapped, directly using magic to the cage that confined Otsutsuki Kagaya, enhancing and modifying the seal with magic to allow her to move, but preventing her from using large amounts of chakra. Then he waved his hand in the void, and a scroll appeared. If Shiso were nearby, she would definitely be familiar with it. This was the master-servant contract. Otsutsuki Kagaya was not a human. Signing a master-servant contract with a foreign race posed no psychological burden for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Use your blood to sign your name. Looking at the man in front of her and the contract floating before her, Otsutsuki Kagaya was extremely unwilling. How could this be possible? She was Otsutsuki Kagaya, the goddess of the moon, the progenitor of Chakra. She could feel that if she signed this contract, she would have to obey the commands of this man before her, and even her life and death would not be under her control. Otsutsuki Kagaya was someone who dared to defy fate, ambushing Otsutsuki Kagaya's own clan. As long as she found a suitable candidate to use the chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya could still be resurrected. Even so, she still chose to ambush. Of course, it was also possible that she acted impulsively. After all, Otsutsuki Kagaya had no way to deal with the Otsutsuki clan itself. Unfortunately, no matter how unwilling Otsutsuki Kagaya was, she no longer had the power to choose. With her strength reduced to nearly nothing, and having lost the 10 tails and chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya was extremely weak. Seeing that Otsutsuki Kagaya remained silent, even opening her Rinnegan to glare fiercely at him, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that she was unwilling to cooperate. It didn't matter if she didn't cooperate. He used his magic to pierce his finger and forcibly made Otsutsuki Kagaya sign the contract. Unbearable humiliation. Even more humiliating than when Otsutsuki Kagaya was ordered to feed the god tree. She had actually become a slave of this inferior race, humanity. Alright. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen actually turn Otsutsuki Kagaya into a slave, Jiraiya's eyes were filled with immense envy. Damn, this old guy is really enviable. Let's go. I have some questions to ask you. After saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to leave. He hadn't been back for a long time, and he wanted to check on the Sarutobi clan and then spend some time in his own wooden house. Otsutsuki Kagaya could not resist Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders, silently floating behind him as they left together. Orochimaru watched the two leave with a half-smile. At that moment, Kakashi suddenly appeared, looking somewhat serious. Fifth Hokage. A mysterious dragon vein has been discovered in the ancient country of Lulan, containing tremendous power and even the power of time and space. Dragon Vein? Chapter 269. The alternate dimension of Dragon Vein communication. Indeed, our intelligence organization captured a guy named Baiju. After interrogation, we obtained relevant secrets. I have already investigated, and there is indeed a sealing technique, which seems to have been left by the fourth Hokage. Oh, Orochimaru became interested and temporarily set aside his experiments. A dragon vein that contains immense chakra and can even affect time and space. It is indeed worth studying. Inform the fourth Hokage to come over and inquire about specifics. Watergate has a high talent for sealing techniques and has also received related inheritances from Kushina. Even learning the Flying Thunder God technique requires some understanding and talent in sealing techniques. On the other hand, Kagaya Otsutsuki silently followed Sarutobi Hiruzen, having tried several times to break free from the seal, but she was completely unable to do so. The recently signed contract was deeply engraved in her bloodline. It seems at this time, she is truly doomed. After sealing her, what exactly did Otsutsuki Yumura and Otsutsuki Hahi do? She could sense that these two should still be hiding in the Pure Land, just watching her being treated as a slave. The two walked on the streets of Konoha, slightly out of place, but not particularly conspicuous. Konoha today was more developed than one could imagine. Even Kagaya Otsutsuki couldn't help but marvel. Has the world changed so much during the time she was sealed? After visiting the Sarutobi clan, most of the Sarutobi clan members had gone to the Pyro World. Although there weren't any top-tier powerhouses, there were quite a few Chunin and Jonin. The Sarutobi clan is numerous and could be considered one of the mainstays of Konoha. As a genius of the Sarutobi clan, Konohamaru naturally went out to sea for adventures with his team, bringing Kagaya Otsutsuki to his wooden house. He looked at her and said, "Make me a cup of tea." What? Kagaya Otsutsuki's eyes widened. This guy actually asked her to make tea? After enduring for a long time, she finally couldn't hold back. Damn it, you bastard. Kagaya activated her Byakugan and used the Rinnegan on her forehead, staring fiercely at Sarutobi Hiruzen. She wanted to strike and turn Sarutobi Hiruzen to ash, but when she reached out, she couldn't harm him in the slightest. Just having the thought of harming Sarutobi Hiruzen caused her head to throb with pain. Otsutsuki Ishiki is already dead. You ridiculous guy. You don't even kill completely. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at her, his aura surging with magical power, the presence of a golden core cultivator released, not inferior to that of a 6 Paths level powerhouse. To reach the 6 Paths level, even having the Otsutsuki bloodline is not enough. One must have eaten chakra fruits or become the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails. The 10 Tails must also be the 10 Tails that have become the God Tree, not just any shell, and it must have tailed beast chakra as well. Once reaching the 6 Paths level, through secret techniques, one gains the qualification to destroy worlds and even change the world's environment. After all, entering the 6 Paths level means being able to harness the power of borrowed rules. A guy named Otsutsuki Urashiki was also captured. Do you want to go see him? Feel the outcome of her actions? Sarutobi Hiruzen unsealed part of Kagaya's seal, allowing her to sense freely. Kagaya immediately sensed the vast city, surprised at the sheer number of people. She then sensed inside Orochimaru's laboratory, where Otsutsuki Urashiki was sealed as experimental material. His miserable appearance left Kagaya Otsutsuki silent. Times have truly changed. The status of these humans and Otsutsuki seems to have reversed. Once these humans gain enough power, they might even turn their blades against the Otsutsuki. Kaguya, who had long been dissatisfied with the Otsutsuki clan, began to have different thoughts. Her character was extremely arrogant and greedy, a common trait of the Otsutsuki clan. Feeling the completely different power from Sarutobi Hiruzen that was unlike Chakra, Kaguya realized this might be part of her plan. Taking a deep breath, she awkwardly began to make tea for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although she didn't know how to make tea, it didn't seem too difficult. When Kaguya and the others came to Earth, there was already civilization present, having developed a basic feudal civilization. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't pay much attention to Kaguya, waiting for her to finish the tea before starting to ask her questions. How did you get pregnant? This question stunned Kaguya Otsutsuki. Was he starting with such a blunt question? However, she truly didn't know. The original plot from the anime could be completely ignored. It was all nonsense. There was no so-called ancestral country. Kaguya Otsutsuki really became pregnant inexplicably amidst the blessings and prayers of the people. It might have been a self-help move from the ninja world. If Kaguya Otsutsuki didn't get pregnant, the world would surely collapse without Yumura and Hahi. The prayers of the people also played a part. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. This was similar to what he thought. Yumura, Hahi, along with Ashura and Indra, all carried the power of destiny and were the protagonists of this world. Afterward, Sarutobi Hiruzen lost interest in Kaguya Otsutsuki, letting her think about it. As the ancestor of Chakra in the ninja world, they shared a common enemy from their standpoint, and they could barely be considered a Six Paths level combat force. Battling the Otsutsuki clan required high-end combat power. On the other side, Minato Namikaze received news and hurried back, but he completely didn't remember leaving any sealing techniques in the ancient country of Luon. Don't remember? Orochimaru seemed to ponder, clearly thinking of something. Let's go. The three of us will check it out together. Using the flying thunder god, they arrived in the land of wind, then entered Kakashi's Kamui space, quickly reaching the ruins of the ancient country of Luon. Upon arriving here, the three of them felt the power of the dragon vein, which was definitely not weaker than the tailed beasts, and even stronger chakra was hidden within the earth. Is this the power of the dragon vein? This does indeed look like the sealing technique I left behind, but it's different. Minato looked at this sealing technique curiously. This sealing technique stabilized the dragon vein and seemed to hide something, but from today's perspective, this sealing technique was not perfect and had many flaws. The key point was that this sealing technique gave him a strange sense of familiarity, yet in reality, he had no memory related to this sealing technique. This was indeed a tremendous power. If utilized by someone with ulterior motives, it could lead to undesirable outcomes. However, it seemed that this dragon vein-s power could not be transferred. Orochimaru observed for a while and came to his conclusion. Improve this sealing technique, and then let the ninjas in the village come here to build a base to protect this dragon vein. After speaking, Orochimaru reached out to complete this sealing technique. But just as he injected chakra into it, a strange light flashed, instantly enveloping both Orochimaru and Kakashi. When the two regained their senses, they had already arrived in another parallel dimension. Chapter 270. Do you have any regrets? A moment of hazy disorientation, but with the strength of Orochimaru and Kakashi, they quickly regained their composure. Lord Orochimaru, it seems we are no longer in the shinobi world. Kakashi sensed a bit and realized that he and Orochimaru had seemingly arrived in a different time and space. Indeed, it was true. Orochimaru quickly observed the surrounding environment. It was still the setting of the ancient Luon kingdom, but it was now a ruin. After sensing the barrier on the ground, Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they could inject chakra, they could return to their original world. With this barrier, utilizing the power of the dragon vein, we can go back. Hearing Orochimaru say this, Kakashi also relaxed quite a bit. As long as they could return, that was enough. Let's go and explore this world. Knowing they could return at any time made both of them feel more at ease. The power of the dragon vein was indeed miraculous. It originated from the planet itself and was connected to dragon veins in different timelines, which explained why the chakra from the dragon vein was so immense. It seems this environment is still in the land of wind. Do you need me to gather some intelligence? After leaving the ancient Luon kingdom, they found themselves in the land of wind, which excited both of them. They had likely arrived in a parallel timeline. This wasn't the first time Konoha had encountered such a situation. Sasuke and Boruto had previously come to Konoha, obtaining a wealth of intelligence about the shinobi world from Sasuke in another timeline. One could say that the rapid development of Konoha and its ability to quickly eliminate multiple hidden enemies relied heavily on the intelligence provided by Sasuke. This seems to be a parallel timeline with different timelines. We should stick together. Orochimaru shook his head, not wanting Kakashi to venture off alone. The two quickly arrived in the Land of Wind and obtained intelligence from this different timeline. Orochimaru had not become the 5th Hokage. Instead, he had defected from Konoha. He had killed the 4th Kazekage and orchestrated the plan to destroy Konoha. Although the plan ultimately failed, the 3rd Hokage died as a result, leaving Konoha leaderless. Now, the shinobi world was in a chaotic state following the collapse of Konoha, and the Akatsuki organization was quietly gathering strength. Kakashi was taken aback. He never expected this world to turn out like this. Lord Orochimaru respected the 3rd Hokage so much, yet he chose to kill his master? Orochimaru was pondering that their shinobi world seemed relatively unique, with the key point being his teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, if he hadn't received the inheritance of the immortal cultivators. Hiruzen Sarutobi wouldn't have relinquished his power. He would have chosen to defect due to the pressure from the village, ultimately executing the plan to destroy Konoha and giving Hiruzen a dignified burial. Politics, what a dirty affair. However, the political means of Orochimaru now were incredibly dirty, far surpassing this era. We can stay in this world for a while. The flow of time in the two worlds is different, so it won't cause any impact. Kakashi, this world's Obito, seems to be quite prominent. The Uchiha clan has been exterminated because of him. Do you want to change some regrets, even in another world? Upon realizing the different flow of time between the two worlds, Kakashi's expression changed. His biggest concern was actually staying too long in this world, which would delay their matters in their original world. After all, Orochimaru was the ruler of the Land of Fire, whether in the pirate world or the shinobi world. They couldn't do without Orochimaru. However, if the flow of time was inconsistent between the two worlds, Kakashi also wanted to take a look in this world. He wanted to meet this world's Obito. Even with severed ties, he didn't want to miss out on Obito, especially since this world Obito not only caused the Nine Tails incident, but also led to the extermination of the Uchiha clan. I want to meet this world's version of me, to show him more possibilities. Orochimaru licked his lips. He was quite interested in this world. It seemed that this world's version of him was particularly interested in the Uchiha clan and was still fixated on the incomplete technique of impure world reincarnation. The Uchiha clan was indeed a good vessel, but if Itachi were present, how could this world's version of him possibly succeed? Orochimaru knew his disciple well, with Itachi's talent. He should have grown to a sufficient level by now. However, due to the existence of the bloodline disease, he might already be running on empty. Orochimaru had hidden several Sharingan in his body for emergencies, ready to activate his Anaji at any time. If he encountered an enemy, he could seamlessly implant the Rinnegan as well. The key point was, both Orochimaru and Kakashi had gained powers from the other world. The Devil Fruit, the Snake Fruit, mythical beast type, Yamada no Orochi form, and the natural type, Dark Fruit, were formidable abilities. With either Kakashi or Orochimaru stepping out, they could sweep through the current shinobi world. Even if Uchiha Madara were resurrected, it wouldn't matter. Take the snail phone. We can contact each other if something comes up. The snail phone from the pirate world came in handy. But due to the two different worlds, they couldn't contact the other world. This situation had long been anticipated. The pirate world and the shinobi world couldn't communicate with each other. Confirming their decision to explore this world, the two prepared to act. Kakashi would go check on the Akatsuki organization, while Orochimaru intended to see his counterpart in this world. This world's Orochimaru had his hands sealed and was preparing to take Kabuto to find Tsunade, using the resurrection of someone Tsunade cherished as a bargaining chip to get her to heal his hands. Meanwhile, Obito was operating within the Akatsuki organization under the alias of Tobi. As for Konoha, it was temporarily leaderless, and they would check on Konoha after fulfilling their wishes. Given the current situation, Tsunade would likely become the 5th Hokage. Thinking of this, Orochimaru shook his head. Tsunade was not a great choice and wouldn't be able to lead Konoha to prosperity. He would probably become a puppet of the Elder Council and the Land of Fire. Did he want to change this world? Orochimaru didn't care. After all, this was neither his Konoha nor his world. Chapter 271. I'm just a traveler. I didn't expect that in this world. He actually joined the Akatsuki organization and suffered losses at Itachi's hands, leading to an obsession with the Sharingan. However, for someone like him who abuses the Edo Tensei technique, his mental state must be incredibly fragile, right? He even conducted some research on the Edo Tensei technique, but after consuming the fruit of the 8-headed serpent, everything changed. First, let's go to Shortbook Street to find Tsunade. I should be able to encounter the person I want to see there. As for Kakashi, he directly set his sights on the land of rain. Hokage, even after leaving Konoha, he still created his own ninja village. Deep down, does he still have an obsession with the Hokage title? Today, something strange happened. The legendary big, fat sheep actually won a bet, and it was a guaranteed win. Tsunade herself felt a bit guilty. How could this be possible? Gambling was just a way for her to vent her inner depression, and losing continuously made her feel somewhat better. But today, she kept winning. No matter how ridiculous the bet was, she was able to win. The nearby Shizune was already dumbfounded. Is this really Lady Tsunade? Is the world about to end? Tsunade was sweating profusely and was starting to not want to gamble anymore. It was the first time she had won so much after gambling for so long, making her feel extremely anxious. Forget it. Let us go. I'm not gambling anymore. Tsunade stood up, not even afraid of losing face. She genuinely couldn't continue gambling. She called Shizune and directly ran away. They should go to the tavern for a drink instead. Upon arriving at the tavern, Tsunade's hand holding the wine cup was trembling. Tsunade, long time no see. Jiraiya came over with Naruto. Konoha needed Tsunade, and she was the most suitable to take on the Hokage position. But in reality, Tsunade had long been disappointed with Konoha deep down. If it weren't for Naruto's persuasive words, she definitely wouldn't return. Seeing Jiraiya, Tsunade's tightly furrowed brows relaxed a bit. Was it because of Jiraiya? Come back with me. The village needs you to become Hokage. Jiraiya got straight to the point, looking at Tsunade seriously. The village urgently needed Tsunade to return. They couldn't let Danzo become Hokage, right? No matter how disappointed she was with the village leader, they were still the inheritors of the will of fire, and now the village needed them. So she had to go back. Don't joke around. How could I do that? Tsunade sneered. How could someone who was addicted to gambling and drinking and had a phobia of blood become Hokage? What? How could someone like you become Hokage? Upon hearing that they were trying to make this woman in front of him the Hokage, Naruto was naturally quite dissatisfied. I am the one who will definitely become Hokage in the future. Seeing Naruto, Tsunade guessed his identity. Was he another kid with dreams of becoming Hokage? The orphan of the fourth Hokage, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Tsunade sneered. He probably didn't even know his own background. The village treated this kid so poorly, yet he still wanted to become Hokage. However, she saw many familiar traits in Naruto. He was very much like Nawaki, so innocent. But Nawaki died on the battlefield and could never fulfill his dream. Not everyone can become Hokage. Someone as naive as you is even less likely. Indeed, not everyone can become Hokage. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from a nearby table. The appearance of this voice made both Jiraiya and Tsunade turn their heads simultaneously. It was Orochimaru's voice. When did he arrive? Tsunade and Jiraiya were surprisingly unaware of Orochimaru's presence. At the next table, Orochimaru was also drinking, smiling at the few people in front of him. He had changed into a new outfit, hiding his Hokage hat and ceremonial robe. He could sense that this world's version of himself was nearby. Seeing Tsunade and Jiraiya in front of him, Orochimaru felt a bit dazed. The current Jiraiya and Tsunade were no longer the same as before. The two in front of him reminded him of their past selves. If neither of them wanted to be Hokage, why not let him take the position? Who was the most correct person? Orochimaru. You bastard. Jiraiya stared wide-eyed at Orochimaru. How did this guy come here? And why did he feel like this Orochimaru was a bit different? Jiraiya couldn't pinpoint what the exact problem was. What are you doing here? What do you want? Jiraiya stared at Orochimaru's hand holding the wine cup, incredulous. Wasn't Orochimaru's hands sealed by the teacher? Drinking, can't you tell? Orochimaru took a sip of wine. You were the one who killed the third Hokage. Naruto glared at Orochimaru, unable to hold back, and immediately formed hand seals to use the shadow clone technique, surrounding Orochimaru with a group of Naruto's charging forward. However, Orochimaru merely glanced at them, unleashing his conqueror's haki without reserve. The shadow clones were instantly dispelled into smoke, and all the ordinary people in Short Book Street fainted. If it weren't for deliberately avoiding Naruto and Shizune, they would have also passed out. Jiraiya and Tsunade were among the first to face Orochimaru's overwhelming aura. After all, the two of them were also at the level of Kage and couldn't possibly be knocked out by Orochimaru's conqueror's haki. However, facing Orochimaru's aura, everyone felt their smallness and helplessness. Being overly impulsive is not a good thing, Naruto. This world's Naruto had a strong sense of destiny, while the Naruto and Sasuke from their ninja world had almost completely lost their sense of destiny. Orochimaru and Kabuto, who were lurking at the edge of Short Book Street, also felt this astonishing aura, even sensing a familiarity. Orochimaru's expression changed. he suddenly felt that something was off, an ominous premonition. With Kabuto, he hurried forward. "You are not Orochimaru. Who are you really?" Jiraiya was already preparing to summon 2 sages to enter sage mode. How could Orochimaru be this strong? This kind of Orochimaru could definitely destroy Konoha, right? At that moment, another Orochimaru appeared, accompanied by Kabuto, and everyone was astonished at the sight of the 2 Orochimarus. How is this possible? There are actually 2 Orochimarus? The 2 Orochimarus stared at each other, one extremely shocked, and the other with a smirk, looking at the 3 ninjas. "Who are you?" The sealed Orochimaru looked at the familiar, yet strange version of himself with a hint of existential doubt. "Who cloned me?" He never expected that there would be a day when Orochimaru would be cloned. Two Orochimarus. Naruto felt a bit dizzy. If one Orochimaru could destroy Konoha, what would happen with 2? "Ha, you don't need to worry about me. I'm just a traveler." Orochimaru took another sip of wine, finding it quite amusing. He truly was a traveler from another timeline. Looking at the sealed Orochimaru, Jiraiya could feel that this was his true brother. In this situation, facing an unknown enemy, perhaps the 3 ninjas would have to cooperate after a long time. Chapter 272. Orochimaru is too dangerous, not to mention anything else. As one of the legendary 3 ninjas, they should have the necessary combat qualities. Facing an unknown enemy, the 3 of them positioned themselves in a way that formed a triangle, subtly surrounding Orochimaru in the middle. In this world, Orochimaru had his hands sealed, and Tsunade had neglected her training over the years due to her blood phobia, so the real fighting power still depended on Jiraiya. Orochimaru, unable to use the impure world reincarnation and with weakened mental strength, needed Kabuto's assistance. While Tsunade had not improved her strength at all due to her drinking and gambling habits over the years. Therefore, facing the 3 of them, Orochimaru felt no threat at all. Even if he hadn't consumed the fruit of the 8-headed serpent, these 3 would certainly not be his opponents. Looking at the 3 of them who seemed to be facing a great enemy, Orochimaru found it amusing. "Who do you think I am?" This question left the 3 of them silent, and then Tsunade and Jiraiya turned their gazes to Orochimaru. They both strongly suspected that this Orochimaru was a test subject or a clone. After all, Orochimaru had been researching human experiments and changing his own body every day, so it was normal for him to clone himself. However, Orochimaru was very clear that he hadn't conducted any related experiments. Moreover, this version of Orochimaru felt very off to him. Nevertheless, Orochimaru quickly thought of a possibility. This Orochimaru might not be the one from their world, but rather from another world, having used some secret technique to arrive in their world. As a top scientist in the Naruto world, Orochimaru had ample knowledge. However, while the ninja world had space ninjutsu, and the Otsutsuki had time ninjutsu, it seemed that there was no ninjutsu for traveling through time and space. It could only be achieved through other means or treasures. After a moment of hesitation, Orochimaru looked at this different version of himself and spoke up. "Are you from another world, or perhaps the future, so quickly discovered?" Orochimaru was quite pleased with himself. He had indeed reacted quickly. The similar yet inconsistent aura, coupled with Orochimaru's self-awareness, led him to believe that this person was most likely from a different world. "Orochimaru, what do you mean by another world? Could this be the future you?" Jiraiya seemed to understand a bit. His capacity for acceptance was quite strong, and combined with the prophecy of the sage of Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya's ability to accept was quite good. "That's right. I just happened to arrive here and will be leaving soon. You don't need to pay attention to me." "How could that be?" Tsunade clenched her fists in anger. The way this Orochimaru spoke, as if he were in charge, reminded her of her teacher. That damn guy always acted like this. Actually, this is just a little tactic of a ruler. For instance, the feelings of the 3 of you right now are completely under Orochimaru's control. Why not? I've already said it. I'm just a passing traveler. Even though Orochimaru had killed the 3rd Hokage and orchestrated the collapse of Konoha, Jiraiya had refused to take the Hokage position, and Tsunade had looked down on Jiraiya's request for her to take the position of Hokage. But the 3 of them were indeed very wary of this suddenly appearing person from another world, believing that he might become a threat to Konoha and even this world. So they were prepared to fight together. "If you insist on asking who I am, I can tell you." Orochimaru had already seen through the thoughts of the 3 in front of him, stood up, and with a flick of his hand, turned around. He donned the Hokage hat and draped the ceremonial robe over himself. "I am Orochimaru, the 5th Hokage of Konoha, the ruler of the Land of Fire." Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade. The 3 of them were left with question marks on their faces, and they began to doubt. Could this Orochimaru really be from the future? At this moment, Konoha was without a leader. Perhaps this was also Orochimaru's scheme. In my world, not long after the Nine Tails incident, my teacher passed the Hokage position to me. Hearing Orochimaru say this, the three of them became even more unconvinced. Are you sure the teacher you're talking about is Hiruzen Sarutobi? Whether you believe it or not, the fact remains. I will soon leave this world and return to my original timeline. The one with the most complicated feelings was certainly the Orochimaru of this world. Did the version from another world really become Hokage? Moreover, was it directly because the third Hokage abdicated the position to him? To be honest, Orochimaru found it hard to believe. It was truly too absurd. A guy like you could never become Hokage. Naruto couldn't hold back and spoke up. He was the most suspicious of Orochimaru. How could this villainous-looking Orochimaru possibly become Hokage? Anyway, Naruto Uzumaki would definitely be the first to refuse. Orochimaru ignored Naruto and looked at the three legendary ninjas. The three of them were unwilling to believe that Orochimaru could become Hokage, especially this version from another world. It was simply too unbelievable. Don't believe me? I have what you all dream of. Helping you realize your wishes is a very simple matter for me. As he spoke, Orochimaru closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they had transformed into two Sharingan with 3 Tomo, and in the blink of an eye, they changed into 2 Rinnegan. This is the Mangekyou Sharingan. Instantly, the three in front of him were shocked again. Sharingan? How could that be? Perhaps Orochimaru really did become Hokage. There was no way to explain the scene before them. Orochimaru lightly tapped his forehead, and slowly, a Rinnegan appeared from the center of his brow. This is the Rinnegan, the eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths, capable of using the secret technique of Rinne rebirth to revive the dead. Just then, Tsunade couldn't hold back any longer and jumped up, throwing a punch at Orochimaru. No matter who you are, I'll hit you first. Jiraiya summoned 2 sages, directly entering sage mode, while Orochimaru, with his hand sealed, took a few steps back, completely shocked. The power of the Uchiha and the Rinnegan, this guy in front of him was truly terrifying. It seemed that the version of himself that had become Hokage really had obtained the power of the Uchiha. Orochimaru was indeed too dangerous. They needed to control him quickly. Jiraiya and Tsunade had only this one thought. Whether it was the Orochimaru of their world or this so-called Orochimaru from another world, they had to be restrained. Chapter 273. Is what you did correct? Looking at the countless snakes summoned in front of him, as well as when Tai and the Slug Sage's clone, Orochimaru remained calm. Engaging in battle with him? That would be an irrational act. Short Book Street had already been destroyed more than halfway, but the few of them couldn't care less. This Orochimaru actually had Sharingan. Who knows what else he has done? He might even be able to use Wood Release. Orochimaru could indeed use Wood Release. It was a product of his human experiments. However, his Wood Release was at best comparable to Yamado's. He could summon a house with a clap of his hands. But summoning a giant Buddha like the first Hokage was definitely impossible. The most terrifying thing was the unknown. This Orochimaru was simply too frightening. Hey, is the sacrifice ready? During this time, Orochimaru had caused a lot of trouble for the countless snakes due to his lost hands, so they were quite arrogant, demanding a sacrifice right away. But when they turned around and saw another Orochimaru, the countless snakes were stunned. It wasn't because there were 2 Orochimarus that surprised them. It was because this Orochimaru exuded an extremely terrifying aura. In the eyes of the countless snakes, this Orochimaru was like a disaster beast, even more terrifying than the tailed beasts. As a snake, the countless snakes were very sensitive to the aura of the Yamada no Orochi, and in an instant, they made a decision. This place was not suitable for staying long. With a bang, they transformed into smoke and fled back to the dragon cave. The countless snakes ran away. Little Jiraiya, what monster have you provoked? The 2 sages also sensed the hidden aura within Orochimaru, which was incredibly terrifying, almost like an evil god from myth and legend. The Slug Sage also felt a different aura and warned Tsunade not to provoke this guy. Orochimaru, transforming into Yamada no Orochi and using the 8-headed serpent technique, was not as simple as 1 + 1. It could even match against Hashirama's Wood Golem technique. After being warned by a summoning beast, Jiraiya and Tsunade realized the seriousness of the problem. Perhaps this Orochimaru really wasn't someone they could provoke. What's it going to be? Do you still want to fight me? Or shall we sit down and have a good chat? Orochimaru didn't want to fight. He just wanted to have a good talk with his old friends in front of him. He wanted to show off a bit, letting them know who the real Hokage was. The trajectory of this World S development was exactly the same as the world Sasuke described. In fact, Orochimaru had wanted to see this completely different timeline long ago. If he hadn't become Hokage, what would he have become? Perhaps this Orochimaru, who was sealed and in such a pitiful state, was the answer. On the path to immortality, he had also taken a wrong turn. After all, it was just a mere Uchiha bloodline. How could it grant him immortality? It was merely because his soul was too fragile, and after his defeat by Itachi, he had too many obsessions. Even if he possessed the complete Otsutsuki bloodline, there was still a long way to go for immortality. It would be better to study human modification technology. That would be the most correct choice for Orochimaru. After being warned by the two sages not to engage with this Orochimaru, Jiraiya hesitated. Had this Orochimaru really become Hokage? Did he really possess such terrifying strength? What if this Orochimaru returned to Konoha and became Hokage? The people of Konoha would not accept this Orochimaru as Hokage. Therefore, considering multiple factors, the two felt that controlling this Orochimaru was the best choice. However, after being warned multiple times by the two sages, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru chose to give up the fight. Let us first listen to what this Orochimaru wants to say. You don't need to worry. I have no interest in your Konoha. It's too weak. Such a decayed and degenerate village is not the Konoha in my heart. Let me tell you about my experiences as Hokage. The three exchanged glances, and nearby, Shizune and Naruto were also very curious about what kind of things this Hokage Orochimaru would do and what Konoha would become. After a moment of hesitation, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru followed the fifth Hokage Orochimaru back to the tavern they had just left. This Orochimaru's Hokage hat and ceremonial robe were actually genuine, but Konoha hadn't even started making them yet, which made the three begin to believe that Orochimaru really came from another world. Meanwhile, Kakashi was heading to the land of water when he encountered two familiar faces. It was Itachi and Kisame, who had just left Konoha not long ago. They barged into Konoha, used Tsukuyomi on Kakashi, and even provoked Sasuke, prompting his defection. Itachi, who was in the late stages of being a brother complex, was already somewhat hopeless. Due to the blood disease, he wouldn't live much longer, so he wanted to pave the way for his brother as much as possible, forcing him to grow and ultimately kill him to atone for his actions. Then he would take his eyes and obtain the Mangekyou Sharingan. To be honest, after learning about Itachi's actions in this world, Kakashi was still very shocked. He never expected that the Itachi from their world, who was only slightly cold in personality, would do such things. Seeing Kakashi in front of them, Itachi and Kisame were momentarily stunned. This guy has recovered so quickly? Why isn't he wearing a mask? Where did his Sharingan go? Itachi instinctively felt that something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint what the problem was. Has someone actually caught up to them? Kisame was itching to charge at Kakashi. For Itachi's sake, they hadn't harmed anyone during their visit to Konoha this time. As one of Itachi's few friends, Kisame understood him well. Under the condition of not betraying the Akatsuki organization, Kisame didn't mind. But Kakashi daring to chase after them alone made him quite unhappy. Be careful, Kisame. Itachi didn't stop Kisame, but wanted him to test Kakashi in front of them. This Kakashi was completely different from the Kakashi they met in Konoha. Watching Kisame, who was holding the Samehada, Kakashi stood still without moving. Without becoming the Three Tails Jinchuriki, Kisame's strength was still insufficient to be taken seriously. The dark fruit was highly effective against enemies like Kisame, who had massive chakra. In the face of overwhelming darkness, no amount of chakra would be effective. Itachi, are you sure what you did is correct? Kakashi looked at Itachi and said, although his eyes also had Kamui. This new Kamui space was entirely different and not connected to Obito's Kamui space. Therefore, Kakashi still needed to personally find Obito. Chapter 274. The Sharingan is too useful without a doubt. Kakashi disagreed with Itachi's methods. They were too extreme. Influenced by Konoha's teachings, Kakashi had become somewhat extreme himself, believing that power was the only solution to problems. Of course, it wasn't always necessary to have enough power, but lacking it often left one feeling helpless. When you want to protect something but can't, or when you want to keep someone but can't, compromising without pursuing power is just a distorted form of love, like Itachi's. Water release. Great Shark Bullet Technique. Water release, huh? It can indeed be a bit troublesome for users. After eating the dark fruit, Kakashi also developed a weakness to seawater. However, with the Sharingan and the help of Kamui, he had no reason to fear, and Kamui could even work in conjunction with the dark fruit's abilities. Kakashi's Sharingan was the complete opposite of Obito's. After all, Kakashi's Sharingan had already become an eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. The windmill spun, and a pitch-black crack appeared in the void, directly absorbing all of Kisame's water techniques. Attacking without greeting is not a good habit. Kakashi's eyes transformed into Mangeki Sharingan, immediately making Itachi's expression turn serious. What's going on? Aren't those the eyes of that person? Didn't Kakashi only transplant one Sharingan? Could it be that Kakashi has Uchiha blood? This was something he had never heard of before. And to awaken the Mangeki right away? That was too suspicious. Itachi thought, this is a formidable enemy. Maybe we should retreat. As Itachi's teammate, Kisame understood the terror of those eyes better than anyone. And this guy seemed to have abilities similar to that self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara. Both had space-based powers, which could be considered the most troublesome abilities. Itachi hesitated slightly, wanting to leave but unwilling to do so. This guy in front of him was undoubtedly a threat to Konoha. As a spy for Konoha, Itachi's heart truly loved Konoha. It was said that Itachi was an irredeemable brother complex, but in many cases, the village was the most important thing in his heart. Choosing the village over his family and slaughtering his entire clan, Itachi was undoubtedly the greatest filial son in the multiverse. This Kakashi in front of him was clearly not the Kakashi they had seen in Konoha a couple of days ago. Could it be that by using Tsukuyami on Kakashi, he awakened the hidden Uchiha blood within him? That was definitely impossible. If he wasn't the Kakashi from the village, then this strange Kakashi in front of him was certainly a threat to the village. As a double agent, he had an obligation to gather intelligence on this guy, whether for the Akatsuki or for Konoha. Aren't you Kakashi, a hidden Uchiha? I'm not Uchiha. I am who I am. Are you sure you want to fight me? Or would you rather let me leave? My target is not you. Kakashi's only goal was Obito. He needed to capture Obito, and even in another world. He couldn't allow Obito to make another mistake. However, Kakashi also understood that this Itachi in front of him was likely useful, although he couldn't accept what Itachi did. Itachi was definitely on Konoha's side. Even though he didn't belong to this Konoha, his goals aligned with the interests of this village. Itachi took a deep breath and activated his Mangeki, pulling Kakashi into the Tsukuyami space. However, this time, the Tsukuyami space was not as easily controlled by Itachi as it had been a couple of days ago. After Kakashi entered, he was not bound. His visual prowess far surpassed Itachi's current state, and if he wanted to, he could break free from Tsukuyami at any time. But Kakashi knew that Itachi had brought him into Tsukuyami for a reason, so he didn't use his visual powers to escape. After a moment of thought, Kakashi transmitted his background and what he wanted to do in an instant using the Sharingan. It had to be said that the Sharingan was truly convenient. To his surprise, this Kakashi in front of him was actually from another world. In an instant, Itachi learned many secrets of a ninja world and understood Kakashi's intentions. He wanted to capture Obito and prevent the conspiracy from happening. Along the way, he also intended to deal with Nagato. Itachi hesitated for a moment but made a decision. He would help Kakashi take down Obito and Nagato. He had infiltrated the Akatsuki to gather intelligence, and now he had the opportunity to eliminate the threats posed by Obito and Nagato, which would greatly benefit Konoha and Sasuke's safety. Itachi was sure to act. Additionally, he had a Kodoame Tsukumi in hand, which could prevent this so-called Kakashi from causing harm to Konoha if absolutely necessary. The information Kakashi shared with Itachi was limited, only telling him about being from another world and the conspiracy involving Obito and Nagato. However, the information Kakashi provided was indeed similar to what Itachi already knew. Although his own knowledge was also limited, it was sufficient. The two quickly reached an agreement to work together to take down Obito, shatter Uchiha Madara's conspiracy, and cause the Akatsuki to fall apart. In just an instant, the two returned to their previous state, and Kisame had no idea what had just happened. Kisame. He is not our enemy. Looking at Kisame, Itachi hesitated. Kisame was a true ninja, and his loyalty to the Akatsuki was unquestionable. So would they now become enemies? Every ninja had their own stance. Becoming enemies seemed unavoidable. Oh, not enemies? Kisame trusted Itachi, but he couldn't trust this Kakashi with the Mangeki Sharingan in front of him. However, Kisame did not want to become enemies with this Kakashi either. He wasn't foolish enough to seek death blindly. The pressure this Kakashi exerted on him was even more terrifying than the guy in the organization who claimed to be Uchiha Madara. It was almost on par with their leader, Pain. Kakashi glanced at the two and directly entered his Kimui space, slowly disappearing. With Itachi's cooperation, capturing Obito should be quite easy, right? After capturing Obito, he should go to Konoha's memorial stone to repent properly. The Kakashi from this world must still be suffering from the torment of useless ties, right? If one does not confront their inner self, They cannot become a true strong person. Chapter 275, whether the ninja world is chaotic or not depends on Orochimaru. The short street was in ruins, but the small tavern that had just been there miraculously remained. However, for a few individuals, the current situation was very special. They could no longer care about the casualties of the civilians. The Orochimaru in front of them could become a disaster for the entire ninja world if not treated properly. Jiraiya had never seen two sages so serious. As summoning beasts, they could feel the terrifying power stirring within Orochimaru. The one with the most complex feelings was Orochimaru from this world. Had he obtained the Sharingan he longed for and the position of Hokage, just like his counterpart from another world? It seemed so. Having become Hokage, the secrets of the Uchiha clan were no longer secrets to him. If Danzo, the leader of the root, could acquire Sharingan in one arm, it would be too easy for the Hokage to obtain one. In our world, Itachi Uchiha is my disciple. So the Uchiha clan did not face extermination. Instead, they became the most powerful force in Konoha. Now, the Uchiha clan has at least dozens of Mangekyou Sharingan. What? That's terrifying. The three ninjas felt a chill when they heard Orochimaru say that. If the Uchiha clan had dozens of Mangekyou Sharingan, wouldn't the ninja world be thrown into chaos? They could only imagine what these crazed Uchihas could do. Right now, with just one Itachi Uchiha and one unknown masked man, the ninja world was already in tremendous turmoil. But you don't need to worry. Under my management, Konoha has become the actual ruler of the land of fire and has annexed the land of water, while the land of wind has become an ally, opening its borders to Konoha. The land of earth and the land of lightning have completely given up resistance due to fear of Konoha. Tsunade and Jiraiya's mouths dropped open. What about the daimyo? I killed them. All the nobility and daimyo in the ninja world have been killed by ninjas, and ninjas have become the ruling class of the world, replacing the nobility. Tsunade gasped. She had a blood relation to the daimyo of the land of fire, being the granddaughter of the first and second Hokage, and understood the relationship between the daimyo and the villages the best. Ninjas actually killed all the nobility and daimyo in the ninja world? How could such a thing happen? Such a terrifying event is simply a reversal of heaven and earth. It is indeed unacceptable for Orochimaru to become Hokage. The ninja world would only fall into endless war and chaos. But in reality, the ninja world was not chaotic. It was even more stable than it was now. Tsunade was just too traditional and couldn't accept that existing rules were being broken. Jiraiya also felt it was terrifying. No matter how he thought about Orochimaru, he would not be a qualified ruler. Listening to Orochimaru speak so casually, in reality, whether annexing the land of water or killing all the daimyo in the ninja world was extremely terrifying, filled with blood and slaughter. Only Orochimaru's eyes lit up clearly. The self from another world had opened the door to a new world for him. Yes, why not establish a ninja village? Directly take over the land of grass to become a daimyo. Wouldn't that be more assertive? At that time, even the Hokage would have to bow down to him. With the power of ninjas, the daimyo would have no room to resist. Why didn't I think of this before? Now that I think about it, it's ridiculous that ninjas could be ruled by these ordinary people. Orochimaru, you're still like this. You've already destroyed another world, and now you want to destroy ours? No, I'm protecting our world. You have no idea how terrifying the enemies the ninja world has to face will be. Uniting all powers is the correct choice. Orochimaru did not hold back and reveal the matters regarding Kagaya Otsutsuki and the Otsutsuki clan, which made the expressions of the three ninjas serious. If what this Orochimaru said was true, then the threat facing the ninja world was terrifying. The Otsutsuki clan? Even the Senju and Uchiha are merely descendants of this race. The God Tree and the Ten Tails, which gather the power of all-tailed beasts. Orochimaru's words made the three of them much more serious. If it were true, then everyone in this world could not stand idly by. The Otsutsuki clan is the enemy of everyone in the world. There are too many arrogant people in the ninja world, whether it's Orochimaru or Kakashi coming to this world, besides wanting to fulfill some of their own ideas. They also want Konoha to become better. How can we know if what you say is true? Tsunade still expressed her doubts. She didn't believe that the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan actually had the same bloodline, as the two families were completely incompatible. Orochimaru actually didn't like to equip himself with the Sharingan and Rinnegan. After all, he was a ruler, and killing was something Jiraiya could handle. Jiraiya looked at the Orochimaru before him. The Hokage hat and the ceremonial robe indeed looked quite fitting. I can lift Kagaya Otsutsuki's seal, but I need to prepare some things in advance. What do you think? Are you joking? The three ninjas shook their heads in unison. Even Naruto, who was listening in on the gossip, along with Kabuto and Shizun, shook their heads repeatedly, regardless of whether what Orochimaru said was true or not. This Kagaya Otsutsuki was definitely the final boss of the ninja world, right? If we resurrect her, what will happen to the ninja world? Let us assume what you said is true. What significance does it hold for you to tell us? Jiraiya asked the key question. This is not my world. I'm just a traveler. I will be leaving here after a while. So isn't it good to give you some help? Orochimaru looked at the few people, and what he said was also his true thoughts. After all, in my world, you are all still my dear friends. Orochimaru's words left Jiraiya and Tsunade in silence. If Orochimaru had not defected and had become Hokage, their relationship would indeed not have turned into what it is now. So what is your decision? Continue fighting and ultimately let Tsunade become Hokage? Originally, Jiraiya's plan was like this. He would talk Tsunade into agreeing after some banter with Naruto. However, the appearance of this Orochimaru and what he said made the two temporarily lose the desire to discuss these matters. How about this? I have been Hokage for so many years and have some experience. Why not let me help you clean up the mess in Konoha for a while? And then you can choose someone to become Hokage? Orochimaru finally revealed his long-hidden fangs. Even in the Konoha of another world, it needed to develop according to his ideas. Just like in Boruto's world, he enhanced Sasuke, which equated to changing the fate of that Konoha. What? Impossible. Tsunade immediately opposed. Just thinking of what Orochimaru said he did made her feel terrified. If this Orochimaru goes to Konoha, he would definitely start a bloody cleansing, right? But Jiraiya was deep in thought. Having been instilled with various ideas by the Toad Sage since childhood and knowing the truth of the ninja world, Jiraiya felt that letting this Orochimaru go to Konoha was not impossible. Chapter 276. Prove your strength. Orochimaru claims to be a traveler, but in reality, he wants to change Konoha. As a qualified ruler, Orochimaru's control over the Konoha nation, which spans two worlds, is absolute, centered around the former ninja clans of Konoha, shaping a ruling system. It can be said that the foundation of the entire Konoha nation lies in power and interests, and Orochimaru's desire for control is very strong. Before him is a different Konoha, still existing within a decaying political system, with Danzo and the Elder Council present, all of which Orochimaru detests intensely. Isn't it a good thing to reshape Konoha into what he desires? For Orochimaru, wanting to overturn this ninja world is incredibly simple. He and Kakashi could easily transform this ninja world into what they want. However, that would be too boring. He wants to change these people's thoughts little by little, making them realize what is right before leaving. That is the most interesting thing. Orochimaru's words elicited various expressions from the people present. These individuals have completely different stances. Jiraiya genuinely wants what is best for Konoha and wishes for it to become better, but he does not want to become Hokage, which is why he chose Tsunade to return and manage Konoha. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade are deep down unwilling to confront the dark side of Konoha. The internal darkness of Konoha has already rendered the village somewhat incomplete. It's such a pity that the Uchiha, with such great power, ended up exterminated. The remaining Sasuke and Itachi can be ignored. Orochimaru never expected his disciple would do such a thing. But upon reflection, without proper guidance, Itachi, that extreme child, could indeed do something excessive. After all, it was never the Uchiha themselves who wanted to destroy Konoha, but Obito and the upper echelons of Konoha. If they hadn't colluded with Danzo and the higher-ups of Konoha, and if Fugaku hadn't chosen to resist, the Uchiha could never have faced extermination. Let him change this decaying Konoha with his own hands. Don't you all also want to avoid facing this decayed Konoha? The will of fire has become a thing of the past. If you do not face this seriously, when the Otsutsuki arrive, the destruction of the ninja world will be inevitable. Resisting the impending Otsutsuki together is a great righteousness, and deep down, all three of them want to change the current state of Konoha. However, the three legendary ninjas are very aware that this is almost impossible. They have been tamed by the will of fire, and even though they are the legendary Sannin of Konoha, they cannot act against the village. The Orochimaru before them is different. He is the legitimate fifth Hokage. The Konoha overthrow plan of this world's Orochimaru has already failed, and they are all failures. But the Orochimaru before them is different. He has already transformed Konoha into what he wants. However, what he describes as the ninja world sounds quite terrifying. Will you act against the daimyo? At this moment, Tsunade has not yet been persuaded by Naruto's words and has not made up her mind about whether to return and inherit the position of Hokage. Therefore, after Orochimaru expressed his thoughts, Tsunade began to have different ideas. Tsunade. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade in shock. She actually wants to let this Orochimaru go to Konoha? Wouldn't that mean the end for Konoha? The Orochimaru from this world is pondering. This version of himself from another world has opened up a different door for him. Orochimaru sees a completely different world and different possibilities. If he could also become Hokage. No, he must not be allowed to become Hokage. For some reason, Naruto has a premonition that if this so-called version of Orochimaru from another world becomes Hokage, then his future path to Hokage might be very difficult. Naruto can become Hokage precisely because of interests and power. He has already proven his strength in the Ninja World War and for the Ninja Alliance. Naruto is not much different from the first Hokage. However, if this Orochimaru becomes Hokage, it seems that very terrifying things will happen, and it will definitely not be so simple for him to become Hokage. Yet, among the Konoha Sannin present, those who can make decisions, Jiraiya and Tsunade, are ignoring Naruto, as he is still too young, not even a Jonin, and even if he were a Jonin, he could not influence the village's central decisions. The real decision-makers are still Jiraiya and Tsunade. Both of them know deep down that no matter which of them returns to become Hokage, they will not be able to change the essence of Konoha. After so many years of development, those elders and the ninja clans of Konoha have taken root deeply. Even these Hokages cannot forcefully change these decisions. The Orochimaru before them is different. He comes from another world and has already succeeded. Perhaps this Orochimaru is the best breaker of the deadlock. How can they make the villagers recognize this Orochimaru? Regardless of whether he comes from another world, Konoha is currently filled with aversion towards Orochimaru, especially after the recent Konoha overthrow incident, which brought considerable disaster to the entire village. After all, this is your world. You can make the decisions, but I still suggest that you keep power and initiative in your own hands. The wars and disasters among ninjas are largely due to the lack of control over governance. Since we possess power, why should we heed the thoughts of those ordinary people? So how do you plan to make Konoha recognize you? After all, this world is no longer yours. It's simple. As long as I have enough power, there is nothing that cannot be achieved. I am not of this world, so I won't consider so many issues of interest. I just want to quickly achieve my goals. For me, I just want Konoha to become better. Prove your strength. As long as you have enough power, I will agree to your plan. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade in shock, but upon seeing her serious expression, he didn't say anything further. Tsunade had already made her decision, and Jiraiya's heart was also stirred. His solitary travels away from Konoha were precisely because he didn't want to face the darkness within the village. Chapter 277, The Eight-Headed Serpent. Upon hearing Tsunade asking him to prove his strength, Orochimaru chuckled. It seemed that Tsunade still had some doubts about him and did not fully believe his words. Even with the warning from the summoning beast, she still wanted to see Orochimaru's true power. As a leader-level powerhouse, the three legendary ninjas in front of him definitely surpassed most people in the ninja world. However, even so, they did not dare to say that they could change Konoha by themselves. After all, Konoha had so many J-nin and countless ordinary people. No matter how strong one was, what could they do? It wasn't like the first Hokage, who could suppress the entire ninja world alone, without recognition and support. Becoming Hokage would be meaningless. Since that was the case, let these few people witness what the true eight-headed serpent is. As for whether the villagers of Konoha would recognize him or support him, Orochimaru did not care. He only needed to demonstrate his strength and then use some small tricks. For example, the mastermind behind the Nine Tails incident, Uchiha Bito, was being dealt with by Kakashi. Handing over this culprit and then establishing some new regulations that align with the interests of both ninjas and civilians would surely lead to easy recognition. With Kakashi around, it would also be simple to eliminate those in Konoha who opposed him. Orochimaru did not allow himself to fail. Not even the version of himself from another world could do so. So let them witness it. But it was a pity Kakashi wasn't here. Otherwise, he could prove it to them. Orochimaru preferred not to act himself. Having his subordinates do everything was what made a qualified ruler. Kakashi? What do you mean? Didn't you come to this world alone? Jiraiya noticed the inconsistency in Orochimaru's words and immediately asked. I came here after Kakashi, and I explored a strange area and discovered a peculiar sealing technique. Where is Kakashi? To be honest, Jiraiya still trusted Kakashi quite a bit. After all, Kakashi was a very loyal member of the Hokage faction, even if it was the version of Kakashi from another world. His words should be more trustworthy than Orochimaru's. He wanted to do something he wanted to do. That Uchiha, who caused the Nine Tails incident, has some connections with him. and he's going to the Akatsuki to capture that Uchiha to atone. Upon hearing Orochimaru mention the Akatsuki, Jiraiya's expression changed. He had not been idle all these years. After all, he was known for having a powerful intelligence network, and he knew some information about the Akatsuki. It was not a simple organization. It was composed entirely of S-rank rogue ninjas. Can Kakashi handle it? Don't worry, Kakashi is definitely stronger than you think. Even now, he wouldn't be a match for Konoha's White Fang. Orochimaru's words left the three legendary ninjas doubtful. They all knew of White Fang's reputation. Renowned for his swordsmanship that shook the entire ninja world, he was undoubtedly a powerful leader-level ninja. For leader-level ninjas, the effectiveness of Jinjutsu and other auxiliary ninjutsu was minimal. Strong taijutsu, swordsmanship, and truly powerful large-scale ninjutsu were the key factors in changing the course of battle. Let me help you with your hand issue first. Orochimaru pulled out the Death God mask from his pocket. The Death God mask from another world should be universal, right? After a brief attempt, Orochimaru summoned the Death God, who then cut open his own abdomen to release the soul sealed inside. Orochimaru's hands were successfully freed, and so was the soul of Sarutobi Hiruzen from this world, who returned to the Pure Land. Feeling his hands restored, Orochimaru pondered. It seemed that the version of himself from another world was indeed much stronger than he had imagined. The person who knows oneself best in this world is definitely oneself, as only one knows their true thoughts. Orochimaru had begun to believe the words of his otherworld self. He was a failure, but the Orochimaru in front of him was the successful one. Orochimaru could sense, to some extent, what this otherworld self wanted to do. He wanted to shape Konoha into the way he envisioned. After all, he was already tired of the current Konoha. No matter what this version of himself wanted to do, he would fully support it. After restoring Orochimaru's hands, he led the few people away from Shortbook Street. Many ordinary people who had just fainted from the Conqueror's Haki had already recovered, and most had fled. The War of the Strong was just a residual wave, which could bring him disaster. I wonder if you have heard of the eight-headed technique. Since he wanted to prove his strength, Orochimaru decided to show them the shock from another world. In front of the few people, Orochimaru took a few steps back, and a terrifying giant began to appear. With pure white scales, a high dragon head, a massive body, and exuding a hint of evil aura, it was far larger than Susanoo. No one knew how much Orochimaru had modified his body, but the life, energy, and chakra within him were undoubtedly terrifying. The eight-headed serpent form that Orochimaru displayed was even larger than a complete Susanoo. Originally, the eight-headed technique was a terrifying forbidden technique. And combined with Orochimaru's devil fruit and his research abilities, the eight-headed serpent form he exhibited was truly awe-inspiring. Orochimaru's research capabilities were beyond doubt. His development of the devil fruit was extreme. Although he had only acquired this devil fruit not long ago, he had already developed many different abilities, and awakening the fruit was not far off. This is too terrifying. The giant beast slowly lowered its head. With one snake head and 7 dragon heads and 8 tails, its cold, emotionless pupils stared at the few people in front of it. Even the 3 legendary ninjas lost their fighting spirit. The 9 tails within Naruto doubted life itself, in front of a true disaster beast and evil god. Even the tailed beast could only feel powerless. The head of the serpent had a dragon shape, and aside from the central head, maintaining a snake appearance. The other 7 heads were all dragon heads. The 8-headed serpent is the embodiment of floods. Unfortunately, Orochimaru could not control floods, but on the heads of the 8-headed serpent, there were always dark clouds, allowing Orochimaru to summon rain without being affected by it. Once the fruit awakened, Orochimaru could even control the powers of natural disasters to some extent. For now, just the enormous size, aura, and evil presence were enough to instill fear in the few people. Only the version of Orochimaru from this world opened his mouth. Are you sure this is the 8-headed technique? Why is it different from how I learned it? Chapter 278, Mutual Contempt. Orochimaru seriously suspected that he had read a fake sealing book. Why was the 8-headed serpent technique he learned completely different from the one in front of him? Was there a special version exclusive to the Hokage? If he had known the 8-headed serpent technique was this powerful, why would he bother with the impure world reincarnation? He could have transformed into the 8-headed serpent and swept through Konoha, which would have been much more enjoyable. The enormous 8-headed serpent rendered everyone silent, and the gloomy drizzle began to fall, making the atmosphere even more tense. Even the 3 people in front of him began to doubt whether this Orochimaru, who claimed to be from another world, was actually the embodiment of the 8-headed serpent. Perhaps this guy was not someone from another world, but a terrifying disaster beast that had walked out of mythology, an evil deity, transformed into the eight-headed serpent. Orochimaru felt exceptionally good. The superhuman vitality and stamina brought by the Zoan-type fruit made him feel like he could easily destroy a country. Under normal circumstances, the eight-headed serpent would not be this large. Even Kaido in his dragon form was not as big as the eight-headed serpent before him. However, Orochimaru's body modifications, combined with his eight-headed serpent technique, provided a significant boost to his current state. Moreover, Orochimaru's research on Sage Mode and the Dragon Cave Sage Mode allowed him to ultimately create a form that was not inferior to the legendary eight-headed serpent in mythology. After proving his strength, Orochimaru slowly exited this form and returned to his original appearance. However, the current Orochimaru had indeed proven that he had the ability to become the fifth Hokage. Even in his eight-headed serpent state, he could hold his own against Hashirama. How? Are you really Orochimaru? Even Orochimaru himself began to doubt whether this guy in front of him was really him from another world. No doubt about it. Orochimaru immediately performed his signature large serpent substitution technique to prove his identity. Seeing this unique technique of Orochimaru's, Tsunade and Jiraiya quickly confirmed that this guy in front of them was indeed Orochimaru. Now, tell us your plan. Just as Jiraiya and Tsunade decided to let this Orochimaru change Konoha, on the other side, Kakashi had already infiltrated the Land of Rain. Recently, Obito could be said to be quite pleased with himself. Everything was proceeding smoothly according to his plan. The Akatsuki organization was now filled with talent, and they even had Nagato, the owner of the Rinnegan. Given the current situation of the Akatsuki, seizing tailed beasts from any ninja village should not be difficult. Soon, after waiting a little longer, he would realize his dream of creating a world that belonged only to him, bringing permanent peace to this world, with no more wars and suffering. As a villain who had changed the entire history of the ninja world, Obito was certainly mad enough. Under the training and body modifications of Uchiha Madara and Kaguya, he was able to achieve remarkable feats with just a single Sharingan. Oh, Uchiha Itachi wants to see me? Upon receiving news from Nagato, Obito was somewhat surprised. To be honest, deep down, Obito somewhat looked down on Uchiha Itachi. Despite having incredible talent, he was an irredeemable brother complex. After destroying the Uchiha clan, the two could have created a perfect world together. But Uchiha Itachi willingly acted as a spy for Konoha for Uchiha Sasuke. Obito felt that Uchiha Itachi was being ridiculous for his brother's sake. Why didn't he think about how he had turned dark to destroy the entire world for Rin? After hesitating for a moment, Obito decided not to think much of it. After all, he had collaborated with Uchiha Itachi on several occasions. His current identity was Uchiha Madara, the biggest puppet master in the entire ninja world. Regardless of what Uchiha Itachi wanted to see him for, it didn't matter to him. Did the plan to capture the Nine Tails fail? That was unavoidable. After all, Konoha was the top-ranked ninja village among the 5 great ninja villages. It was not surprising that Itachi and Kisame failed to capture the Nine Tails Jinchuriki in Konoha. Although both Itachi and Kisame were strong, Konoha had accumulated numerous nin over the years. If an all-out war were to break out, it could cause a lot of trouble for the Akatsuki. It would be good to test Uchiha Madara's words a bit. Clearly, Nagato did not trust Obito, who claimed to be Uchiha Madara. Don't worry, I will. Uchiha Itachi still felt a certain sense of belonging to the Akatsuki organization. Although he did not agree with the organization's goals, he found several rogue ninjas within the organization to be interesting people. If it weren't for this chaotic era, they could have all become good friends. Unfortunately, in this ninja world, everyone was trapped by circumstances. However, thinking of Kakashi, who had obtained the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, could he successfully capture Obito? If so, the ninja world would surely be much more peaceful. Upon arriving at the agreed location, Itachi began to wait. Knowing that Kakashi was hiding in the shadows, he was very curious about Kakashi's pair of Sharingan. How could he possibly have a pair of eternal Mangekyou? Kakashi explained that Orochimaru had assisted in the modifications, which Itachi found quite reasonable. However, Kakashi did not tell Itachi that Orochimaru was the Hokage of their world. But soon Uchiha Itachi would find out about this, as Orochimaru was discussing how to change Konoha with the 3. Very soon, Uchiha Itachi would discover that while he was desperately collecting intelligence on the Akatsuki, Konoha was being compromised. Itachi, what do you want with me? In the continuous drizzle, Uchiha Obito slowly emerged from the space vortex. Among the 3 remaining members of the Uchiha clan, the other 2 Mangekyou were present here. Uchiha Obito was certainly very cautious of Itachi. He knew that Uchiha Shirsui's was here, and he did not want to fall victim to Konoha Tsukumi. He did not look at Uchiha Obito, but gaze into the distance at the hidden rain village. The land of rain was indeed a beautiful country, but the constant rain always made people feel irritable. Uchiha Obito, what do you really want? After Uchiha Itachi exposed his identity, Obito's eyes widened in shock. How is that possible? Was my identity exposed? Uchiha Itachi should have no reason to know his identity. After learning about Uchiha Obito's identity from Kakashi, Itachi began to look down on this guy for committing so many evil deeds for a woman. Chapter 279. The Duel of Divine. Might have you been hiding in the shadows so long that you've forgotten your own identity? Seeing the silent Obito, Itachi Uchiha continued to press. Knowing that he seemed unable to hide any longer, Obito Uchiha didn't care anymore. Even if Itachi knew his identity, what difference would it make? After all, he held Itachi's weakness in his hand. Itachi, you wouldn't want anything to happen to Sasuke, would you? Obito's words carried a strong threat. You'd better not let this matter slip, or else I'm very interested in Sasuke's Sharingan as well. Kakashi, who was lurking in the shadows watching the conversation between Obito and Itachi, had no expression. As expected, Obito had been completely twisted by hatred. He was no longer the Obito he once knew. The bond between them should have been severed long ago. He shouldn't have wallowed in Konoha for so many years, mourning something that had long since passed. Thinking this, Kakashi no longer hesitated and slowly emerged from the space vortex. But the direction of Kakashi's Kinui vortex was completely opposite to Obito's, and it carried a hint of darkness. Obito instantly reacted to Kakashi's Sharingan. After all, this Manjiki came from him, albeit from a different world. Even if Kakashi was not wearing a mask, Obito immediately recognized him as his dear friend Kakashi. Why was he not in Konoha? Why did he have all Sharingan in his eyes? Kakashi. Obito seemed to understand why Itachi wouldn't know his identity. Although his teacher didn't recognize him, as his closest friend, Kakashi would surely recognize him, right? Obito was trying to hide his identity while hoping that these former comrades would recognize him. Unfortunately, Obito's changes were too great. When he fought Minato, he was completely unrecognized. Obito, you are still the same, not changed at all. The Obito before him was no different from the Obito in his world. However, this Obito had committed more evil deeds, directly leading to the destruction of the Uchiha clan. To be honest, Kakashi still had a favorable impression of the Uchiha clan. After all, they played a significant role in both the ninja world and the other world. Kakashi. Obito had already disregarded Itachi, staring intensely at Kakashi. Obito, you have done too many wrong things. It's time to atone for those mistakes. Don't speak so self-righteously, Kakashi. Obito clenched his fists, looking at Kakashi, and simply removed his mask, revealing his scarred and twisted face. This was also the reason he had worn a mask for so many years. Half of his body came from Zetsu and Hashirama's cells. While this provided him with immense chakra, it also made Obito look quite strange, and his body had lost many functions. Now that Kakashi was no longer wearing a mask and had recognized him, Obito felt there was no need to continue wearing it. Kakashi's two eternal Manjiki Sharingan emitted an unmatched power that far surpassed both Obito and Itachi. The shadow-style chakra from the Uchiha and the abilities of the dark fruit complemented each other, enhancing one another. Just like how Orochimaru's power increased significantly after obtaining the Yamada no Orochi fruit, the enhancement was definitely not simply 1-1. Only fruits that matched one's abilities could provide the strongest benefits. If Hashirama could obtain the forest fruit, his power would rise again, potentially reaching the level of the Sage of Six Paths in the future. Words were futile. No matter what Kakashi said, Obito had no way to turn back. Obito, I will take you back. You will have plenty of time to atone for Konoha. Konoha is just Konoha. You all keep saying Konoha, but what has it given you? Why are you fighting so desperately? Minato was like this, and so was Kakashi. Obito did not understand what kind of magic Konoha had that made these guys willing to fight for this ridiculous and decayed village, when Konoha was the darkest of all. This is not a reason for you to commit these wrongs. Obito, you have no way to turn back. Kakashi knew very well that Obito's heart had been completely blinded by hatred, even to the point of being extremely twisted. The best course of action was to crush the little remaining pride and confidence Obito had with absolute strength. The power of the Manjiki and the value of Hashirama's cells had allowed Obito, who only hid in the sewers like a rat, to reach heights that did not belong to him. However, there were drawbacks. After being modified by Hashirama's cells, Obito frequently using the Manjiki's abilities wouldn't lead to blindness or place too much burden on his body, but he also lost the power to activate Susanoo. Under normal circumstances, Obito would certainly be able to use Susanoo. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Kakashi successfully activated a complete Susanoo by utilizing the remaining power of the Sage of Six Paths within him. The Susanoo that Kakashi activated belonged to Obito, but the current Obito was unable to use the power of Susanoo. After all, no matter how skilled he was with Kamui, he was just an ordinary Mangeki, not an eternal Mangeki. Additionally, due to his injured body, he could not activate Susanoo after the modifications. If he could use Susanoo, it would definitely be incredibly powerful when combined with Kamui. The Obito before him could not do this, but that did not mean Kakashi could not. After the modifications, Kakashi could already use a complete Susanoo. After integrating the dark fruit, Kakashi's Susanoo transformed from the common blue to a rare black. Kakashi and Obito exchanged glances. Both understanding each other's thoughts, this battle seemed unavoidable. A fateful duel, a duel of divine might, but the outcome seemed already destined. In terms of both ocular power and strength, Kakashi far surpassed the Obito before him. Obito looked at Kakashi. Although he possessed two Mangeki, Kakashi was not a member of the Uchiha clan. Obito did not believe he would lose. Or rather, since inheriting the name of Uchiha Madara, he had never been defeated in the ninja world, relying on the spatial abilities of Kamui. Kakashi was a genius, but he was still far behind Obito. However, the momentum of the Kakashi before him was indeed quite astonishing. Obito was already thinking about how powerful he would become if he could take Kakashi's eyes. Chapter 280. The infinite extent of darkness war is imminent. Itachi looked at the two people before him, never expecting to witness a battle of the Mangeki in his lifetime. Inside, Itachi was extremely cold-blooded and selfish. He and Obito were, in a way, equally matched. After all, the Uchiha clan, which had flourished for 1,000 years, was destroyed by the hands of these two. The only difference might be that Itachi still held Konoha and Sasuke in his heart, while Obito had lost all ties and only wished to drag the world down with him to vent his inner anger. Kakashi, though I don't know where you got the Mangeki, you're not for the Uchiha clan. Even if you can wield the power of the Mangeki, what difference does it make? Obito looked at Kakashi. No matter how impressive Kakashi's aura was, it didn't change anything. Kakashi was ultimately not an Uchiha. He had given his eyes to Kakashi, and it had turned out to be a burden. That was a Mangeki, and Kakashi had become a copy ninja, which was truly disappointing for him. However, this also proved one thing. Besides the pure Uchiha clan, it was nearly impossible for anyone else to fully utilize the power of the Sharingan. The Sharingan was different from the Byakugan. Over the years in the ninja world, Kakashi was the only example of a transplanted outsider. Meanwhile, there were still instances of the Byakugan existing outside. Even without these eyes, I can still defeat you. Kakashi looked seriously at Obito. Without using Kamui's power, just the power of the dark fruit was enough. The dark fruit granted Kakashi the ability to create infinite gravity and space, allowing him to create a different dimension, though this dimension was very different from Kamui's. This dimension would compress and shatter everything drawn into it, while also sealing other abilities. Hearing Kakashi's words, Obito couldn't help but laugh, and the laughter grew more rampant. Clearly, that pair of eyes was your only chance to defeat me. With 10 times the power from his dark side, Obito was no longer simply opening the Sharingan. His abilities in all aspects had greatly strengthened. From ninjutsu to taijutsu, and even kinjutsu, he had leaped to the pinnacle of the ninja world, and, combined with Kamui, he had become the puppet master controlling the Akatsuki, doing many unspeakable things in the ninja world. In the next moment, Obito's expression turned grave. The Kakashi before him was not the Kakashi he was familiar with. He had to capture this guy. Fire style, explosive wind dance, a Mangeki, a 3 Tomo, and on the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre, Obito was undoubtedly one of the biggest beneficiaries. Aside from him, there was only Danzo left. Danzo obtained a Sharingan, and as the leader of Root, he naturally had a deep understanding of various secret techniques in the village, so the use of his Izanagi was not surprising. However, compared to Obito, Danzo was far behind. Even with the first Hokage cells transplanted, he could not use the Sharingan perfectly and freely. With so many Sharingan, when facing Sasuke, he could only use Izanagi to stall for time, eventually ending with the 4-symbol seal. Logically, Danzo, who had the first Hokage cells and so many Sharingan to activate Izanagi, should have been quite strong. Being blinded by power, he had long lost the heart of a true strongman, which was Danzo's greatest weakness. This was a world of extraordinary power, where only absolute strength was fundamental. Danzo could only control ordinary people and the weak, and when facing stronger opponents, he would realize his own helplessness. Currently, Danzo was en route, dreaming of becoming Hokage. These detestable ninja clans and daimyo actually did not support him in becoming Hokage. It was truly infuriating. After Sarutobi Hiruzen died, Danzo thought his chance had come. However, no one agreed to his becoming the 5th Hokage. Even Mito Kazuma and Tika Haruno did not consent. This made Danzo extremely angry, but he had no way to change the situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's suppression was too strong, and now he and Root's power were still insufficient. If Tsunade came to power, Danzo was confident that given enough time, he could make Root develop better and wait for the right opportunity to become Hokage. After all, with the first Hokage's cells transplanted, he didn't need to worry about aging for the time being. What? But soon, Danzo received news from the Shortbook Street that Jiraiya and Tsunade were actually in contact with Orochimaru to discuss matters. A war had broken out in Shortbook Street, and most areas were destroyed. This was his opportunity. Danzo immediately gathered the members of Root and began plotting in secret. However, what Danzo did not know was that he was already being targeted. The first thing Orochimaru and the others discussed was how to deal with Danzo and eliminate the current management class of Konoha. Only then could Konoha become better. Watching the ninjutsu used by Obito, Kakashi first closed his eyes, directly shutting off the Sharingan. Then he extended his hand towards the surging fire style. Fire style, explosive wind dance, was an extremely powerful ninjutsu, first distorting space with Kamui, releasing a strong storm mixed with spatial power combined with fire style, perfectly showcasing the power of the Uchiha's Sharingan and fire style. Itachi's eyes widened. It was that strange ability again. Darkness surged from Kakashi's hand, directly swallowing the incoming fire style. Because Kakashi had Kamui, his development of the dark fruit was completely different from Blackbeard's. Kakashi's dark fruit was more stable and could absorb a wide range of ninjutsu from long distances. However, his body's innate absorption ability was significantly reduced. After absorbing Obito's fire style, darkness surged wildly from Kakashi's feet, quickly extending toward Obito. Along the way, anything that touched the darkness, whether trees or rocks, silently fell into the darkness without a sound. What a bizarre ability. Is this a Manjiki technique? But Obito could see that Kakashi had closed his Sharingan, seemingly trying to prove that he could defeat him without it. Perhaps it was some kind of secret technique. Facing this unknown ability, Obito couldn't help but become cautious, completely losing the arrogance he had just displayed. Having never seen such ninjutsu, Obito's inherently suspicious and cautious nature made him retreat instantly, while activating his intangibility, fearing that he would be swallowed by the darkness. Itachi also swiftly retreated to avoid being affected. Both Itachi and Obito were desperately observing the darkness extending from Kakashi with their Manjiki, but this darkness, aside from instilling fear, revealed nothing. Not even a hint of chakra fluctuations. Chapter 281. Capturing Obito alive. The battles between ninjas are essentially intelligence wars. This is undoubtedly true, and Jiraiya's prowess and intelligence is also unquestionable. Various abilities counter each other, and if one can clearly understand the opponent's information while the opponent is unaware of their own, the balance of battle will surely tilt in their favor. Kakashi is very clear about Obito's information, even knowing in detail about the Izanagi that Obito uses to save his life. Being well prepared, Kakashi has long anticipated Obito's capabilities. He removed the white fan from his back, and the pitch-black haki slowly enveloped the entire short blade. With the haki's wrapping, the aura of the white fan changed completely. Kakashi slashed out with the sword, and the terrifying strike flew directly towards Obito. The power from the pirate world shocked both Obito and Itachi. If it weren't for Obito's Kamui ability, Kakashi likely would have already taken him down. Itachi was assessing his own strength against Kakashi's. Since Kakashi also has the Sharingan, his Genjutsu has little effect on Kakashi, and Kakashi's displayed abilities were quite troublesome. Not far from here is the Rain Village, where Nagato has already noticed the situation and is quietly observing. Upon seeing Kakashi's strange abilities, he couldn't help but frown. He does not trust Obito, as members of the Akatsuki organization are essentially using each other, and as long as they can execute their missions, Nagato has few demands of them. However, the current situation clearly seems off, and it appears that Itachi cannot be fully trusted either. Nevertheless, Nagato has no intention of sending Pain over. If Kakashi can deal with Obito, he will not intervene. Both he and Konan have always believed that Obito who claims to be Uchiha Madara, must have some hidden secrets, having activated his intangibility to evade the strike. Obito breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he has the ability to become intangible. Otherwise, escaping would be quite difficult. Watching the darkness swirling around his feet, Obito already had thoughts of fleeing. He had no psychological burden about running away. He was used to it. Obito did not want to experience what it would feel like to be absorbed by this terrifying darkness. However, suddenly another Kakashi appeared from the pitch-black darkness. Shadow clone? When did this happen? Kakashi used the darkness to appear right beside Obito and once again swung the white fang. Useless. Obito activated his intangibility, ready to taunt Kakashi and then prepare to escape. But Kakashi's hand emitted darkness, creating a terrifying gravitational pull from within his palm that drew Obito in. Obito was completely unable to resist. This terrifying pull even surpassed the universal pull of the Rinnegan. What frightened Obito even more was that even with his intangibility activated, he could not withstand the attraction from the darkness. Obito does not understand a fundamental principle. Gravity itself is actually the curvature of space-time, not a force. The power of the dark fruit is not darkness. It resembles a black hole. Any spatial fruit ability is shattered in front of a black hole. I said I would catch you, Obito. The intangibility activated Obito was grabbed by the neck by Kakashi, forcibly pulled out of his intangibility state. The moment he was caught by Kakashi, the dark fruit suppressed Obito's powers. However, the dark fruit cannot suppress ocular techniques, but it can suppress the surrounding space, preventing Obito from escaping. It can be said that it is a nemesis to Obito's abilities. Caught by Kakashi by the throat, Obito felt despair. How is this possible? Why did Kimui fail? Obito relied too heavily on his eyes, making his combat style quite singular. In the face of his abilities being countered, Obito had no means of retaliation. Kakashi glanced at Itachi, said nothing more, activated his Mangekyou Sharingan, and directly took Obito into his Kamui space, disappearing. Itachi, what's going on? Pain, the Deva Path, arrived late, but witnessed the scene of Obito being captured alive. The ninja world might undergo a transformation. With Kakashi's power and his strange abilities, he can definitely bring about a change in the ninja world. Just like Nagato, who possesses the Rinnegan and can disrupt the entire ninja world on his own. Kakashi is now equally terrifying. Itachi knows little. He looked at Pain, contemplating what impact this Kakashi would have on Konoha and Sasuke, as well as how to adjust his future plans. Tell me the specifics. Nagato was also serious. He needed to know the specific intelligence. Only Black Zetsu, hiding underground, was bewildered. Where's Obito? Why has my useful tool disappeared? In Kakashi's Kamui space, Obito wanted to speak, but was suppressed by the power of the dark fruit. Unable to make any sound. Looking at this completely different Kamui space, Obito began to question his life. What on earth is happening? On the other side, the three ninjas were already convinced by Orochimaru. After all, he was someone who had been Hokage. How could his heart be so dark? Orochimaru's series of plans were truly terrifying, and the three could only imagine the impact this would have on Konoha. Even the entire ninja world could be altered by Orochimaru's plans. The three no longer doubted Orochimaru's words. The Orochimaru before them was a terrifying politician far beyond Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the entire ninja world was merely a toy in his hands. Looking at Orochimaru, the three felt very complicated inside, while Naruto and Kabuto were taken out by Shizen. This conversation about Konoha's future was one they were not yet qualified to participate in. When Naruto and Kabuto met, Naruto couldn't help but attack, as this guy was also involved in the plan to collapse Konoha. He thought Kabuto was someone trustworthy, only to find out he was actually Orochimaru's spy. Unfortunately, Naruto is too weak now and is no match for Kabuto, who easily subdued him. Kabuto's strength is at least special Jonin level, while Naruto hasn't even learned the Rasengan yet, so his strength is simply inadequate. Jiraiya was very worried. He knew he seemed to have opened Pandora's box, but Tsunade seemed determined to let Orochimaru change Konoha. He wanted to persuade Tsunade, but she said, "Do you want Konoha to continue decaying?" Jiraiya's words were stuck in his throat. Indeed, he did not want Konoha to continue decaying. But what could he do? Should he, like Orochimaru, directly initiate a plan to collapse Konoha? Choosing this Orochimaru might not be a bad option. Orochimaru's plan has only just begun, but he won't stay in this world for too long. Coming to this world was itself an accident. For him, it was merely a game. Konoha and the pirate world still have many things waiting for him to handle. Kakashi should be close to completing his mission, right? Chapter 282. The world is in chaos and the perpetual darkness of a shattered alternate dimension. Kakashi silently led Obito forward. He had already captured Obito, and it was time to completely sever their ties. However, Kakashi had actually lost interest in such matters. Once his power surpassed Obito's, the so-called conspiracy lost all significance. Even Kaguya Otsutsuki had been captured alive. What did Obito's schemes amount to? Under Kakashi's dark suppression, Obito found himself unable to speak. At this moment, Obito's heart was filled with immense fear. His plan had only just begun, and he had yet to create a perfect world. How could he be subdued by Kakashi? But the reality was evident. He could not muster any power or chakra, and he could only be helplessly held by Kakashi. On the other side, Orochimaru and the others had made their decision. Tsunade and Jiraiya would go to Konoha with Orochimaru, while the Orochimaru of this world returned to the land of grass, where he saw an entirely different path that he wanted to try. Once he became the daimyo of the land of grass, would Konoha still label him as a rogue ninja? Given his understanding of Konoha, Orochimaru knew that those old stubborns would have to accept it. Although Naruto was very reluctant, he soon complied after Tsunade gave him a couple of powerful punches. Sometimes, certain things cannot be changed just by one party's will. Naruto's naivety was often powerless. At the root base of Konoha, Danzo received a series of intelligence reports, his expression fluctuating between dark and light. Tsunade and Jiraiya actually had contact with Orochimaru again. Did they really not consider the village's feelings at all? But this was good. His opportunity had come. An opportunity belonging to Danzo had arrived. This would be his era, the era of the 5th Hokage. Danzo, leading a large number of root members, Danzo planned to ambush Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. Even if he couldn't kill them, he had to obtain evidence of Jiraiya and Tsunade colluding with Orochimaru. With one suffering from hemophobia and the other having lost both hands, the real enemy was just Jiraiya. Danzo understood Jiraiya too well. He couldn't bring himself to act against the people of the village, having been away from Konoha for so long. How could he just return and expect to become Hokage? Such good fortune was impossible. Once he obtained the evidence, the people of the village wouldn't be able to say anything. Feeling the Sharingan in his arm and the power of would release, Danzo was very confident. These would be his opportunities. After so many years of painstakingly managing the root, it was time to show his fangs. Danzo's imagination was quite beautiful, and his plan seemed feasible, but he had no idea what kind of enemies he would face. Both Orochimaru and Kakashi had a deep hatred for Danzo. The people in the village, to a greater or lesser extent, harbored some resentment against Danzo. Everyone had suffered from the persecution of the root or the influence of Danzo's schemes, because Sarutobi Hiruzen's thunderous methods had directly disbanded the root. The Danzo of their world hadn't died, but instead was determined to strengthen the Sarutobi clan. Those who had grievances against Danzo, out of respect for Sarutobi Hiruzen, hadn't dealt with him harshly. However, now that they had come to this world, Orochimaru and Kakashi would not hesitate to take action against Danzo. Orochimaru bore little hatred for Danzo. The two had merely been using each other. But Kakashi's father's death was intricately linked to Danzo. Did Danzo dare to come knocking on his door? Kakashi would show him who truly represented the darkness of the ninja world today. As the group made their way to Konoha, a sudden fluctuation in space occurred, and Kakashi appeared from the void, dragging a barely conscious Obito. Upon seeing Kakashi, the others were momentarily stunned. Clearly, neither Jiraiya nor Tsunade, nor Naruto, recognized the Kakashi without a mask right away. 5th Hokage, the mission has been completed, Kakashi said, ignoring the others and addressing Orochimaru while holding up Obito. That's right, Kakashi. Next, we go to Konoha. Huh, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto's eyes widened in shock. Kakashi-sensei was actually not wearing a mask, and he looked so strong. Tsunade and Jiraiya were only briefly surprised before turning their attention to Obito. This guy, was he the masked man, the mastermind behind the Nine Tails incident? Obito never expected to be captured by Kakashi and presented before the 3 legendary ninjas. And Kakashi even referred to Orochimaru as the 5th Hokage. This world was truly in chaos. Was this guy really the mastermind? He didn't look like much. Tsunade expressed her opinion while looking at Obito. Obito glared fiercely at Tsunade. If it weren't for Kakashi suppressing him, he could easily defeat her. She was just a woman full of weaknesses. Even if she had a good figure, it meant nothing to him compared to Rin. Jiraiya looked at Obito, his heart equally complicated. In a sense, Obito was his grand student. His proudest disciple, Minato Namikaze, had been killed by this very guy. Jiraiya felt deep regret. If he had been in Konoha when Kushina was giving birth, would Minato have survived? Would the village have avoided the Ninetales incident? But there was no medicine for regret in this world. Unable to bear the faces of the politicians in the village, Jiraiya had chosen to train outside. What Jiraiya didn't know was that under normal circumstances, he too would end up dying at the hands of his own disciple in the future. It can only be said that this cycle of killing teachers was deeply rooted. From Sarutobi Hiruzen being killed by Orochimaru, to Minato being killed by Uchiha Obito, and Jiraiya being killed by Nagato, being a teacher in Konoha was indeed a high-risk profession. This guy is our stepping stone. Even today, there are still many people in the village who fear the Ninetales, right? Now that we've captured the mastermind, we can gain the support of many. By the way, exposing the actions of the third Hokage in Danzo would also be a good choice. Striking a blow against the third Hokage of this world poses no psychological burden for Orochimaru. The Sarutobi Hiruzen in this world isn't the teacher in Orochimaru's heart. Only that one person is his true teacher. Ever since Orochimaru became Hokage, he has worked so hard to make Konoha better, wanting to prove to Sarutobi Hiruzen that his choice was not wrong. Orochimaru is the most suitable candidate for Hokage. Chapter 283, who is the fifth Hokage for the route. Ambush and assassination are simply routine, and they might even act against important missions of various countries. One could say Danzo has some courage, but unfortunately, that courage is quite limited. He wants to act but doesn't dare to. If Danzo really could take action against a feudal lord, the position of Hokage might truly be his. Unfortunately, he spent his entire life plotting against Sarutobi Hiruzen for a so-called Hokage position, and in the end, his schemes did not succeed. After all, he is just a ninja. For this mission, the strong members of Root could be said to have come out in full force. These ninjas are the culmination of Danzo's years of effort. But as long as they can succeed, even if they can't kill the legendary three, as long as they can obtain evidence, his becoming Hokage would be just around the corner. The ninjas of Root are all carefully selected by Danzo, talented individuals brought from various ninja clans. Moreover, these geniuses, to some extent, harbor dissatisfaction with their families or other matters. Brainwashed by Danzo, and with the existence of cursed seals, these people are extremely loyal to him. As for whether killing the three would weaken Konoha's strength, that is not within Danzo's consideration. As long as he can become Hokage, nothing else matters. After becoming Hokage, he would cultivate other geniuses to lead Konoha to prosperity. But looking at Konoha now, one can tell that its foundation has already been nearly exhausted. If Danzo were to really kill the three and then become Hokage, Konoha would be unprecedentedly weak. If a war were to break out with a Wagakure or Kumogakure, it could lead to major problems. However, for Danzo, who is completely blinded by power, these considerations are not as important as his becoming Hokage. The Hokage has completely become his inner demon. Are they approaching? Why is Kakashi here too? Hidden in the shadows, Danzo watched the approaching figures, and his eyes suddenly widened. That guy? Uchiha? Obito? Danzo and Obito must have some cooperation. Danzo's shadow can be seen in the Uchiha extermination plan. When Obito met Danzo, he naturally used the identity of Uchiha Madara. Their collaboration even began during the Ninetales attack. The place where Kushina gave birth was not in Konoha, but in an extremely secret location, and Danzo had leaked information to Obito. Furthermore, during the Ninetales rampage, he prohibited Root from aiding the villagers, which led to far greater damage from the Ninetales incident than expected. Danzo's philosophy and power struggles have caused too much harm to Konoha. Now, seeing Kakashi holding Obito like a dead dog, Danzo's expression became serious. Having come into contact with Obito a few times and having fought with him, Danzo knows very well that this guy claiming to be Uchiha Madara is definitely not Uchiha Madara, but his bizarre abilities and immense power are undeniable. How does Kakashi have such strength? No, Kakashi should be recuperating in the Konoha hospital after his battle with Itachi. The person in front of him is definitely not Kakashi. Danzo realized that something was off, but the situation had already reached this point. Escaping was definitely impossible, and he could only brace himself and move forward. There are a few rats blocking the way. Orochimaru naturally noticed the hidden Danzo and the group of Umbu. The few of them stopped and silently looked ahead. Seeing that they could no longer hide, Danzo no longer pretended and walked directly out of the dark corner. Tsunade, Jiraiya, why are you two standing with that traitor Orochimaru? Are you both betraying Konoha as well? And what are you trying to do by disguising yourself as Kakashi? Danzo looked at the few people in front of him and began to accuse them, his attitude and posture as if he had already become Hokage. The moment they saw Danzo, Tsunade, and Jiraiya knew this guy was finished. Root was finished. He actually had no idea that he was coming to provoke them. However, both of them were quite gloating. They had no good feelings for Danzo. If it weren't for Sarutobi Hiruzen, how could someone like Danzo exist? One could say that Danzo represents the most corrupt part of Konoha. If one wants to change Konoha, the first step is to clean up the long-decayed root. You can represent Konoha? Orochimaru looked at Danzo with great interest. In his world, Danzo had already been eliminated by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his strength was wasted. Now that there's a chance to deal with Danzo, Orochimaru is very interested. However, let Kakashi take action. After all, Kakashi has a grudge against Danzo, and, as Hokage, he should avoid taking action if possible. Orochimaru, what do you want to do? Return to Konoha? Looking at Orochimaru in front of him, Danzo was very dissatisfied. Orochimaru's plan for Konoha's collapse was not comprehensive enough. If he could establish more cooperation with him, perhaps he could directly push him to the position of Hokage. Forget it. Jiraiya, you and Tsunade, colluding with a traitor, come back with me to face punishment. Konoha does not need someone like you to become Hokage. Only I am the correct choice for the 5th Hokage. Orochimaru directly took out the Hokage hat and put it on his head, then changed into the ceremonial robe. Looking at Kakashi, Kakashi told him who the true 5th Hokage is. The fact that Danzo actually wants to become the 5th Hokage is simply ridiculous. The only candidate for the 5th Hokage is Lord Orochimaru. This guy is completely relying on Lord 5th. Throwing a Beto to Orochimaru, Kakashi drew his white fang and looked at Danzo. The moment a Beto left Kakashi's hand, he felt his strength and chakra returning. He was just about to escape when a Rinnegan suddenly appeared on Orochimaru's forehead, and a black rod instantly appeared, piercing through Obito's body and pinning him to the ground. Obito's chakra was sealed once again, and this time he was genuinely stunned. Rinnegan. How could Orochimaru have Rinnegan? Danzo also sensed something was wrong. How could Orochimaru have Rinnegan? Could it be that Orochimaru has made some new breakthroughs in his research? Didn't he say he couldn't even clone Sharingan? How could he suddenly produce Rinnegan? Stop talking nonsense. I'm a true 5th Hokage. Kakashi actually called Orochimaru the 5th Hokage. It seems that Tsunade and Jiraiya have completely betrayed, wanting to make the traitor Orochimaru Hokage. But even if he has Rinnegan, so what? Having Rinnegan doesn't guarantee one can become Hokage. Danzo waved his hand, and the numerous Root members lurking in the shadows immediately charged forward. These are all elites from various ninja clans in Konoha. Moreover, once they join Root, the ninjutsu they train in are all of the highest lethality, and even forbidden techniques that might harm their bodies are not spared, seeking to maximize their killing power. Chapter 284. Can't be killed? Then just kill a few more times. The existence of the Root doesn't actually hold that much significance after all. The nature of the Root completely overlaps with that of the Umbu. It's said that the Root deals with matters that can't be seen in the light. But isn't that the very purpose of the Umbu's existence? In fact, the existence of the Root is merely Sarutobi Hiruzen's indulgence. To maintain his rule, Sarutobi Hiruzen has turned a blind eye to Danzo, playing the political balancing act like a seasoned pro. One acting as the good cop, and the other as the bad cop. As a result, the will of fire has deeply rooted itself in people's hearts, fostering a large number of die-hard loyalists. Even Uchiha Shursui and Itachi, who are Hokage-level Uchiha, have become brainwashed fans of the village. Can you say Sarutobi Hiruzen's rule was not successful? But the price is that the overall strength of the village has weakened, with constant internal strife and self-consumption, resulting in excessive cowardice in external wars. Now that Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead, the village should have developed steadily for a while. If it weren't for the news that Jiraiya and Tsunade had actively contacted Orochimaru and even acted together, Danzo would not have chosen to take action. Now that he has chosen to act, regardless of who wins, it will weaken Konoha's strength once again. Although Danzo and his Root are strong, they pale in comparison to shadow-level powerhouses. Excluding Danzo's physical modifications, his strength is merely at the lower end among shadow-level experts. However, Danzo received intel that both Orochimaru and Tsunade had encountered accidents and could not exert their full strength. And Jiraiya's character is too soft to be ruthless against the village's ninjas, which led to this ambush. Danzo will not show mercy. He is determined to kill the 3 of them this time, and he has already set up numerous cursed seals and traps around. The various secret techniques and forbidden jutsu made Jiraiya and Tsunade's expressions grim. Does Danzo really want to kill them? Orochimaru has already left, and Tsunade's blood phobia has not yet been cured, making it impossible for her to fully exert her strength under such circumstances. Jiraiya cannot exert his full strength against the ninjas in the village. However, with the presence of the otherworldly Orochimaru and Kakashi, Danzo's conspiracy is destined to fail. Kakashi looks at Danzo expressionlessly. He has long wanted to take action, but the Danzo from their world is very obedient, spending every day at home researching how to propagate and strengthen the Shimura clan. Now that this Danzo has actively jumped out, he will not hold back. From under Kakashi's feet, an infinite darkness spreads rapidly in all directions. Whether it is stone or tree, the moment it comes into contact with the darkness, it is devoured and crushed. Several Umbu rushing and were unable to dodge in time, and were consumed by the darkness before they could even scream. Danzo's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly waved his hand, telling the ninjas of the route to stop and retreat. If it weren't for Danzo's intervention, these completely brainwashed route members would not have retreated. Most of the ninjas of the route controlled by cursed seals and brainwashing have already lost their own thoughts. The darkness emerging from under Kakashi's feet continues to spread towards Danzo and the others. Even ninjutsu striking this darkness is instantly devoured, creating no ripples at all. What is this? Not only Danzo, but Jiraiya and Tsunade are also astonished. Why is this otherworldly ninja so much stronger than them? After transforming, Orochimaru feels stronger than a tailed beast, and the Kakashi before them feels even more terrifying. The aura of darkness is too horrifying. At this point, Danzo is no longer prepared to hide. He directly removes the bandages tied around his face and arms, revealing the Sharingan he has hidden for a long time. Good grief. Danzo is truly shameless, constantly denouncing the evil Uchiha while having so many Uchiha Sharingan implanted in his arm. How envious is he of the Uchiha's bloodline limit? Everyone curses the Uchiha, yet everyone wants to become one. Danzo, is the extermination of the Uchiha clan related to you? Seeing this scene, Jiraiya furrows his brow, realizing that the extermination of the Uchiha clan is inextricably linked to this guy before him. Obito and Danzo, the culprits behind the extermination of the Uchiha clan, are right here. But what does it matter to say so much? Danzo is already prepared. He wants to use Konoha Mitsukami to turn this person, who resembles Kakashi, into his puppet. Konoha Mitsukami is Danzo's secret weapon. It is ridiculous that Shursui actually reported this ability to the village voluntarily. You will become my puppet. No matter what secrets you carry, I will know them all. Danzo opens his eyes to reveal Shursui's Manjiki Sharingan, looking at Kakashi. Kakashi and Orochimaru recognize it immediately. This is Shursui's eye. But in the next second, Danzo's smile freezes on his face. The moment Kakashi sees Danzo activate the Sharingan, he also activates his own Sharingan, the Eternal Manjiki. Danzo is not of the Uchiha clan, and he has only one Sharingan. In the face of Kakashi's Eternal Sharingan, he is somewhat lacking, and Konoha Mitsukami struggles to affect Kakashi. The instant he activates his Sharingan, Kakashi uses Kimui, distorting and mixing the power of darkness and space, instantly tearing Danzo apart. He strikes with a thunderous force. However, Danzo soon reappears, gasping for breath from the void. He has used Izanagi, and when the Sharingan on his arm has permanently closed its eye. With the price of a 3-tomo Sharingan, he distorts reality, modifying everything unfavorable to him. The absolute forbidden technique to resist death. Izanagi. Izanagi, huh? Kakashi is dismissive. What does it matter? It just means being killed repeatedly. Danzo knows he has kicked the iron plate this time. Kakashi actually has a complete Manjiki, and it seems to give off the feeling of an eternal Manjiki. Danzo wants to escape. This guy is definitely not Kakashi, but a hidden Uchiha. This eye technique that summons darkness is truly terrifying. Inform the village about the conspiracy here. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru are colluding with the Uchiha to destroy Konoha. Although it's painful, he can only let the ninjas of the route delay for some time. This is all his hard work. Stop him. Just as he speaks, Danzo is once again torn apart by Kamui. Chapter 285. Who will save Konoha? In the face of absolute power, everything is in vain. Just as the root ninjas were about to approach, Kakashi pulled them all into the Kamui space and directly suppressed them using the abilities of the Dark Fruit. These guys were all Jonin-level ninjas. Although their strength was considerable and they had many forbidden techniques, they were still far from being at the level of a Kage, as Danzo himself was merely the baseline for Kage-level strength. Although he had transplanted a full set of Sharingan and possessed the first Hokage cells, Danzo's own lack of strength made these enhancements a burden instead. Danzo's power was still too weak, and his combat awareness was insufficient. Having been engaged in power struggles for a long time, he gradually forgot the fundamental truth that there's only one thing that matters: strength. Without strength, everything is false. Without strength, all plans are futile, and all conspiracies are just jokes in the face of absolute power. These Jonin had no power to resist before Kakashi. After being pulled into the Kamui space, they were directly suppressed by the dark power, unable to mobilize even a bit of chakra. If they were Kage level or above, it wouldn't be so easy for Kakashi to seal them away. Danzo appeared again from the void, and upon seeing his dark root members being devoured by darkness, his heart bled. In the next moment, he was torn apart again. Other than activating his Anaji, he could do nothing, even though he had several Sharingan. He would be killed instantly upon revival. How could he play this way? It was too troublesome. It was better to capture him for use. Orochimaru did not want to see Kakashi repeatedly slaughtering Danzo. Danzo was simply too weak, rendering it meaningless. The people in the village were truly laughable. Most were weak and did not heed the thoughts of the strong. Ultimately, they all turned into mere opportunists, seeming to have their own ideas, but in reality, they were just pawns manipulated by public opinion. Summoning a large number of black rods, when Danzo appeared again, Kakashi directly severed Danzo's arm and pinned him to the ground. Seeing this scene, Kakashi retracted the abilities of the dark fruit and simultaneously threw out all the root ninjas he had just sealed in the Kamui space. These ninjas, suppressed by the dark fruit's abilities, were completely immobilized. Orochimaru walked step by step to Danzo's side and personally pressed down on Shirsue's eyes. This does not belong to you. Stealing too much power that does not belong to you will not make you stronger. The era that belonged to you has completely passed. I will change this village. Lying on the ground, Danzo doubted his life. He actually had no power to resist. He had no room to fight back. He was torn apart upon revival. And just now, his arm was severed by the black rod. He couldn't even react. Was he really this weak? It wasn't that Danzo was too weak, but that Kakashi and Orochimaru were too strong. Both were absolute powerhouses among the Super Kage, approaching the realm of the Sage of Six Paths. And what they lacked was actually mastery of the rules. Whether it was Kagaya, Otsutsuki, or the Sage of Six Paths, they could reach the realm of the Six Paths because they had obtained the power of the 10 Tails, which had stolen the essence of this world to achieve that level. Even with the powers of the Dark Fruit and the Yamada no Orochi Fruit, Orochimaru and Kakashi still needed to cultivate slowly and explore the powers of the fruit to enter the Six Paths realm. However, having a ticket to enter the Six Paths realm was already quite good. Otherwise, for ordinary ninjas, it would be impossible to reach the level of the Six Paths, as Kage was already the ceiling for ordinary ninjas. Jiraiya and Tsunade were also somewhat doubting their lives. The strength displayed by Orochimaru and Kakashi was too astonishing. The two of them realized a terrifying fact. Perhaps in front of these two visitors from another world, the village truly had no power to resist. Even if they disagreed, with the power of these two, they could make Konoha submit, right? Currently, there were no strong individuals in Konoha to save the world. The third Hokage had just passed away, and the strongest might be Jiraiya. But Jiraiya had no room to resist against the Yamada no Orochi. Most of his strength relied on the toads, and the toads of Mount Myaboku had no intention of fighting upon seeing the Yamada no Orochi. They only wanted to escape. The toads of Mount Myaboku did not want to bring disaster upon themselves. If they attracted this giant creature to the spirit world, it would be catastrophic for them. There were quite a few root ninjas, but Kakashi still threw them into the Kamui space, capturing Danzo and Obito, and continued towards Konoha. Jiraiya, Tsunade, you two will definitely regret it. Danzo looked at his subordinates being captured, and seeing Jiraiya and Tsunade not reacting at all, he felt immense pain. Who will save Konoha? Konoha is about to fall into Orochimaru's hands. Danzo was very clear that the Orochimaru and Kakashi before him could absolutely conquer Konoha with their overwhelming strength. If it weren't for his lack of strength, who wouldn't want to be like the first Hokage, directly conquering this world with absolute power and shaping it into their desired form? The transition from the Warring States period to the ninja villages was precisely because the first Hokage's strength was strong enough. Strong enough that the major ninja clans no longer wanted to fight. Before the strength of the first Hokage, everything was a joke. Although Orochimaru and Kakashi were not as exaggerated as the first Hokage, there were completely no corresponding strong figures in Konoha now. The commoners of Konoha were all opportunists. If Kushina and Minato had not died, would they dare to speak out against Naruto? If he were to become Hokage, We would truly regret it. Tsunade looked at Danzo. She truly hated this old man. Shinsuke's death was somewhat related to this guy. That was the last bloodline of the Senju clan. Perhaps Shinsuke could have awakened with release. But everything was destroyed. Under the management of Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi, Konoha became weaker and weaker. The strong dwindled, and those with strength were only suppressed. All for the sake of the village. But in reality, was it really for the village, or for their personal desires and interests? Today, Konoha was still very calm. The collapse caused by Orochimaru had little impact on Konoha. In fact, Konoha had even received a considerable amount of compensation from Sunagakure, and the affected villagers were properly resettled. Konoha was now waiting for Tsunade to return as the new Hokage. That guy Danzo won't do anything foolish, will he? Midogate In and Tsunade Komatsu, along with a number of Konoha's high-ranking officials, were discussing. For them, Tsunade was just a puppet. The Senju clan was no longer the same Senju that founded Konoha. Even if Konoha had produced two Hokage, the current Konoha was no longer under the control of the Senju clan. Bringing Tsunade back to be Hokage was only because her identity was the most suitable right now. It shouldn't be the case. No one in the village supports Danzo. This is indeed the current situation. No one in the village wanted Danzo to become Hokage. Chapter 286. Destruction or compromise. Danzo's obsession with the position of Hokage has gone too far, and his actions have been excessive. One could say that Hiruzen Sarutobi is the real winner. Under his management and influence, Danzo has long lost the qualifications to become Hokage. As the saying goes, only those recognized by everyone can become Hokage, but the issue is that it's not necessarily due to one's character. Being recognized for strength is also acceptable. The problem is that Danzo's strength is not particularly top-notch, and his reputation has long been tarnished. The reputation of Root in Konoha is worse than that of the Uchiha clan. Therefore, the high-ranking officials of Konoha are not worried about Danzo becoming Hokage, as it does not align with their interests. Danzo's extreme methods often harm their interests as well. However, they truly need someone like Danzo to exist, which is quite contradictory. But these individuals never anticipated that someone much more extreme than Danzo would temporarily take charge of Konoha. While a few were discussing this, an Umbu rushed over. Lord Jiraiya and Lady Tsunade have returned, and accompanying them is Orochimaru. What? The high-ranking officials of Konoha immediately stood up. What does this mean? How could Tsunade and Jiraiya be together with Orochimaru again? Orochimaru had just plotted the destruction of Konoha and even involved the Sand Village. He could be considered the greatest sinner, and Hiruzen Sarutobi died because of him. Tsunade is supposed to become Hokage. How could she possibly associate with Orochimaru? And to bring him back to Konoha so openly? Jiraiya shouldn't be so foolish. Gather the personnel and wait at the village gate. In fact, the group could have entered Konoha without anyone noticing, but Orochimaru wanted everyone in Konoha to know they were approaching, and there was nothing they could do about it. Konoha had been ruled by outdated individuals for too long. Even the villagers had grown accustomed to it. It was time for them to wake up. Soon, the two sides met not far outside Konoha. The Umbu and elite Jonin of Konoha stood ready, watching Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. The main focus was still on Orochimaru. He is someone who cannot be controlled. His thoughts and actions are often unacceptable to ordinary people, and for this reason, he ultimately did not become Hokage. For the third Hokage and the high-ranking officials of Konoha, the Hokage should be flawless, and their image should be upright. Orochimaru's frequent human experiments make him too dark. It is said that dynasties have a cyclical period, and this can be seen from Konoha. The rulers' and vested interests, after decades of development, have completely occupied most resources, making it difficult for ordinary people to stand out. Moreover, as the rulers become increasingly outdated and unable to accept fresh ideas and things, it will ultimately lead to the collapse of the dynasty. Jiraiya, what are you doing with Orochimaru? Midogate and looked at the group, puzzled. This Orochimaru feels off compared to Kakashi. Orochimaru, are you trying to surrender? You should be aware that your current identity is that of a rogue ninja with a bounty on your head. The elite Jonin of Konoha also watched Orochimaru warily, but they did not speak. Guy looked at Kakashi, unsure of the situation. Why isn't Kakashi wearing his mask? Wait, wasn't Kakashi supposed to be in the hospital? Does that mean the Kakashi in front of them is a fake? Thinking of this, Guy's expression became serious. Someone was impersonating his close friend. Faced with the questions from Midogate In and Kurama Sho, Kakashi directly threw out the half-dead Danzo. Danzo's pitiful appearance instantly stunned the ninjas of Konoha, and a group of root ninjas was also thrown out, half-dead. What do you all want? seeing Danzo's state. The attitude of the elite Jonin on Konoha's side was surprisingly straightforward. It seems Danzo has offended quite a few people. Everyone has significant grievances against him. Danzo attempted to assassinate me and has been apprehended. From today on, the Root organization will be disbanded. Tsunade asserted strongly, stepping forward to admit it. On the way here, she and Jiraiya had already discussed this. The position of Hokage in Konoha must remain with the two of them. Even if the decision-maker is Orochimaru, the nominal Hokage must be one of them. Although Orochimaru said he would leave this world in some time, who can guarantee that what he said is true? What if Orochimaru doesn't leave? The fundamental reason is that these two individuals cannot trust Orochimaru 100%. Kakashi then threw out a veto. This guy is the main culprit behind the Nine Tails incident. He conspired with Danzo, leading to the extermination of the Uchiha clan and the Nine Tails chaos. With all these reasons combined, isn't that enough to convict Danzo? Or perhaps you two colluded with Danzo to plot these schemes as well. Tsunade had long found these two old men displeasing. Once she became Hokage, with Kakashi and Orochimaru backing her, the first thing she would do is take down these two old men. Tsunade, no matter what, even if Danzo is at fault, you have to explain why you are colluding with Orochimaru after capturing the main culprit of the Nine Tails incident. Tsunade looked at Orochimaru, who was gazing at the Konoha ninjas, familiar yet unfamiliar. But in their eyes, there was a lack of hope and longing, replaced by confusion. I have returned this time to assist Tsunade. Konoha is facing internal and external troubles. If this continues, the next Ninja World War will arrive, and relying on current Konoha will have no chance of victory. After saying this, Orochimaru looked at Kakashi. His words lacked any persuasive power, but combined with the strength capable of destroying Konoha, it was different. Kakashi activated his eternal Manjiki Sharingan, and an endless darkness spread from around him, while Orochimaru transformed again into the terrifying Yamada no Orochi, a monster with a body as towering as a mountain, looking down at the ninjas below. Destruction or compromise. Chapter 287. Tsunade's succession. Orochimaru's voice echoed from the sky. The eight-headed dragon gazing down at the ninjas below. Make your decision. Will you allow me to return to Konoha as its strength, or will you engage in all-out war with Konoha? Tsunade felt helpless. Was this your method of negotiation? She had expected some sort of tactic from Orochimaru, but he had transformed into the eight-headed serpent instead. The terrifying beast appeared not far from Konoha, causing a stir among the ordinary villagers. Due to the Nine Tails incident, the people of Konoha were particularly sensitive to such monstrous creatures. Orochimaru didn't have time to waste. A massive Rinnegan appeared on the forehead of the central dragon head, and the oppressive aura made the elite ninjas before him waver. Several high-ranking members of Konoha found themselves in a difficult position. Kakashi reached out, distorting space with Kamui, and directly imprisoned the two old advisors in the Kamui dimension. The emergence of the eight-headed serpent had primarily changed the weather. It had been a clear sky, but now it was pouring rain. Let us go back to the village and discuss this. I, as the fifth Hokage, guarantee that Orochimaru will not harm the village. The remaining elite ninjas exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Could they really trust Tsunade? However, they also knew that Tsunade was unanimously recognized as the new fifth Hokage, and she had returned to assume the position. If Tsunade could provide a reasonable explanation, it might be possible for Orochimaru to return to Konoha. The specifics could be discussed back in the village. Orochimaru had reverted to his original form, and among Konoha's elite ninjas, only Asuma Sarutobi looked at him with extreme hatred. The others were indifferent. Even if Orochimaru had some plan to destroy Konoha, they didn't feel particularly affected. Everyone had a sense of what kind of person Hiruzen Sarutobi was. With the two advisors thrown into the Kamui space, no one complained. Upon arriving in the village, Tsunade directly succeeded to the position of the fifth Hokage without even notifying the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Just after becoming the fifth Hokage, Tsunade announced a series of new policies and stated that during her inauguration ceremony, she would also judge the mastermind behind the Nine Tails incident, Danzo. This was big news. Even the villagers who had reservations about Orochimaru's return couldn't care less about him now. Was Tsunade really that assertive? She was going to judge Danzo right off the bat? Not waiting for the daimyo of the Land of Fire was something Tsunade had thought through. The current Orochimaru was no pushover and might act directly against the daimyo. That would complicate matters. And Tsunade didn't want to change the current relationship between Konoha and the Land of Fire unless absolutely necessary. What? Start a war? In the Hokage office, Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru, both feeling a headache. Wasn't Orochimaru a bit too warlike? If he was confident of victory, why not use war to quickly gain resources and wealth? At the same time, it should make it clear to those people that Konoha was no longer the Konoha of the past. At that moment, Tsunade appeared relaxed, but Orochimaru genuinely didn't care. He would leave this world in due time. Helping Konoha clear some obstacles was also a good thing. Destroying the Akatsuki and dealing with Kaguya, the great filial son, while intimidating other countries would be enough. Perhaps it was better to wait a bit longer. There were too many things to deal with. Upon becoming Hokage, Tsunade realized that Konoha was truly a mess, and its strength was unprecedentedly weak. Without Orochimaru and Kakashi, she wouldn't have enough confidence to go to war with any other ninja village. Controlling the daimyo was the most correct choice. Orochimaru tossed a glass jar containing eyes to Tsunade. These are Shirsue's eyes, which possess Jinjutsu. Kodo Amatsukami can unconsciously distort the will of others. If you use this to change the daimyo's thoughts, Konoha's current predicament can be resolved. Orochimaru's voice was like a devil's whisper, slowly leading Tsunade towards an irreversible abyss. As someone who had been through it all, Orochimaru knew very well that once freed from the control of the Land of Fire, and with access to the resources of the entire country, there would be no turning back. Looking at the Sharingan tossed by Orochimaru, Tsunade's expression was very complex. If this thing worked as Orochimaru said, the operational space would be vast. But was it really okay to use something like this? Her education and values made it difficult for her to accept using such forbidden techniques. This was also the biggest difference between Orochimaru and Tsunade. Orochimaru would use any means necessary to achieve his goals, while Tsunade, being relatively conservative and gentle, struggled to respond to many crises in a timely manner under such management. Looking at Konoha before him, Orochimaru felt somewhat bored. In this world, he had not become Hokage, and Konoha had completely taken an unpredictable trajectory. So who would deal with the future Otsutsuki clan? Rely on Naruto and Sasuke? These two entangled by fate might be the key to confronting the Otsutsuki clan. But believing in some so-called fate was not Orochimaru's style. True power was only that which was in one's own hands. News of Orochimaru's return to Konoha had been spread by those with ulterior motives, but contrary to their expectations, it hadn't caused much of stir. The two advisors were also thrown into jail, waiting to be brought out for questioning Danzo and Obito later. After all these years, these two couldn't possibly be completely clean. They must have done plenty of bad things. Moreover, once the people of Konoha learned that the eight-headed serpent that suddenly appeared outside Konoha that day was Orochimaru, they became even more hesitant to speak. The civilians of Konoha were also aware that when the Root organization was committing atrocities in Konoha, no one dared to speak ill of Danzo. After all, everyone knew he was someone who would take action. The villagers of Konoha might dare to have opinions and dissatisfaction towards Tsunade and Jiraiya, but they absolutely wouldn't dare to express any dissatisfaction towards Orochimaru. Of course, this was also related to the fact that Tsunade had implemented many policies that aligned with their interests right after taking office. Tsunade lowered the requirements and standards for commoners' children to enter the Ninja Academy and increased investment in Konoha Hospital. These were all good things for everyone. If Orochimaru returned, so be it. Just like how after Hiruzen Sarutobi rose to power, he relied heavily on Danzo. It was entirely normal for Tsunade to elevate Jiraiya and Orochimaru as well. Currently, Konoha's management had been cleaned up, the two advisors had been captured, Danzo had been dealt with, and the mastermind behind the Nine-Tails incident had been found. It might be better to wait and see what changes would occur in the village. Chapter 288. Lies the daimyo of the Fire Country quickly received the news that Tsunade had returned to take over as Hokage. The daimyo had no objections to Tsunade becoming Hokage. The only thing that dissatisfied him was that Orochimaru had actually returned to Konoha with Tsunade and Jiraiya. Although the daimyo could not interfere with the management of Konoha or the selection of the Hokage, he could still voice some opinions. When Minato Namikaze and Orochimaru were competing for the position of the fourth Hokage, not only did the villagers lean towards Minato, but the daimyo also believed Minato was the more suitable candidate. Orochimaru was too unpredictable. It was clear to everyone that he harbored ambitions, and this was beyond doubt. Therefore, the daimyo of the Fire Country was very displeased with Orochimaru's return to Konoha. Furthermore, the fact that Danzo had been captured by the people of Konoha made the daimyo even more unhappy. It should be noted that Danzo was the daimyo's partner, and many affairs of the Fire Country were handled by Danzo. Politics and governance are inevitably dirty, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not as dark-hearted as Danzo. Many matters could only be entrusted to Danzo for assistance, and the daimyo originally thought that Tsunade would be easier to manipulate due to her gender. But it now appeared that Tsunade also had her own thoughts. However, this was not important. Konoha was too vital for the Fire Country, and Orochimaru's return could be considered a good thing. The Earth Country and the Lightning Country had become increasingly aggressive in recent years. If Konoha continued to weaken at this rate, the Fire Country's status as the greatest nation might be at risk. The Fire Country enjoys the most fertile and suitable land for cultivation in the entire ninja world, with a relatively mild climate for habitation. Because of this, the other countries harbor a deep-seated hatred towards the Fire Country without needing any particular reason. Not to mention the smaller countries, even among the remaining 4 great countries. Each one either has extreme environments or is filled with cliffs and mountains, which cannot compare to the Fire Country at all. This is similar to how other ninja villages envy Konoha as the first established ninja village. The Senju and Uchiha clans brought many other ninja clans together to found this village. Konoha is stronger than other ninja villages. And if it weren't for the fact that Konoha has been weakening itself over the years, allowing other ninja villages to develop quietly during this time, Iwagakure and Kimogakure truly do not have the strength to compete with Konoha. Should they really do that? Orochimaru's suggestion made Tsunade very hesitant, and Jiraiya beside her was equally unsure of what to do. Orochimaru wanted to make all of Danzo's actions public when Tsunade took office. The two naturally did not care about Danzo's life or death, but revealing these matters would also be a way to insult Sarutobi Hiruzen's legacy. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was their teacher, and now that he had passed away, both wanted to give him some dignity. After all, Hiruzen was considered the strongest Hokage. However, Orochimaru had no such concerns. To him, this Sarutobi Hiruzen was not his teacher. His beloved teacher was only the Hiruzen from his own world. The Hiruzen of this world was too power-hungry and too cowardly. After the death of the 4th Hokage, he had surprisingly become Hokage again, and it had been so for many years. Konoha's decay had already seeped into its bones. Without drastic reforms, it would ultimately collapse slowly. If it weren't for Naruto being the protagonist and having the invincible Talk no Jutsu, Konoha, with so many enemies outside, would not have a good ending. The last thing Orochimaru believed in was fate. Only by holding power in his own hands was it real. This Konoha was too far from his Konoha. Tsunade fell silent for a moment but ultimately nodded in agreement. At the same time, Orochimaru learned from Kakashi that there was no time-space tunnel east of the Water Country in this world, meaning there was no way to access the pirate world. It seemed that even in parallel worlds, the two worlds were not completely identical and had many differences. The execution of Danzo had already been decided. Tsunade's succession coincided with Danzo's death. The upper echelons of Konoha and the major ninja clans had tacitly accepted Orochimaru's return. In front of Konoha's memorial stone, Kakashi was silently watching Obito kneeling. The crimes committed by Obito could no longer be forgiven. No matter how much he atoned, he could not obtain forgiveness. Also standing nearby was Kakashi from this world. He had already learned the ins and outs of the situation and knew that the Obito before him came from another world. The difference was that this alternate version of himself was far too strong. Are you going to continue living with his eyes? Kakashi looked at himself, questioning his soul. After learning about Obito's conspiracy, would he still choose to keep this Sharingan? Knowing Obito's identity and the conspiracy behind it had caused Kakashi to also break down. And when narrating these conspiracies, he did not hide anything from Obito. Obito also learned that Rin's death and everything else were part of Kuros and Madara's conspiracy. The so-called creation of a perfect world with only Rin was impossible and would only destroy this world. He was merely a pawn of others. Obito thought he was the biggest puppet master in the ninja world, but in reality, he was just a tool for others to realize their conspiracies. He was even a tool of a tool. Kuro deceived Madara, and Madara deceived Obito. The biggest fool in the ninja world was none other than Obito. After learning the truth, Obito could no longer deceive himself, nor did he engage in verbal battles. He just knelt in front of the memorial stone, lost in thought, perhaps overwhelmed by the blow, leading him to a bit of a breakdown. Of course, it was also possible that he was sealed, rendering Obito unable to muster any strength. Obito's eyes had already been taken, replaced with ordinary eyes. A Uchiha without a Sharingan was like a tiger without teeth, losing its spirit. Kakashi was filled with confusion, unsure of what choice to make. The bonds that troubled him for a lifetime turned out to be lies in the end. Chapter 289, The Only Close Friend, Kakashi. At some point, Guy also arrived here. He was not interested in the matters of the village or the various power struggles. He only knew that he would support whoever could make Konoha better. In any case, Danzo could never make Konoha better. Right now, what concerned him the most was definitely his close friend Kakashi. He had also learned about the background of some events and felt heartbroken about the relationship between Kakashi and Obito. How could someone like Obito be considered Kakashi's close friend? Kakashi only had one, and that was him, my guy. As my lifelong rival, you can't be this dejected. We still have to protect Konoha together. Many times, Kakashi felt a bit helpless towards Guy, but now he felt somewhat warmed by it. He had been in despair for too long, feeling powerless too many times. Looking at his other self from another world, Kakashi made a choice. It's best to give up this eye. I will let Lady Tsunade help me remove this Sharingan. Hearing Kakashi say this, Obito looked up, staring at Kakashi with eyes full of hatred, which was proof of their bond. Even though he had caused the Nine Tails incident and the Uchiha massacre, he never thought about taking back his eye from Kakashi. Now, Kakashi just says to give it up? There is no doubt that if Obito got back this eye from Kakashi, his power would increase significantly. However, if both eyes were Manjiki, using Izanagi wouldn't be that convenient. He might have to learn from Danzo and implant a Sharingan in his arm to activate Izanagi. He had treated Kakashi so well, never laying a hand on him. Yet Kakashi was so easily willing to give up? This is youth. Unhealthy relationships should be cut off early. Did I just say something right? Unhealthy relationships should indeed be severed sooner rather than later. Kakashi continuing to be entangled in their so-called bond would only make him suffer more and hinder his progress and strength. Guy looked at Obito. If this guy dared to speak up and try to compete for his close friend, Guy wouldn't mind giving Obito a daytime tiger. Kakashi South's only close friend could only be him. Might Guy. Many people had seen Kakashi, but only Guy, the legendary 3, Shizen, and Naruto knew that Kakashi came from another world. The ninjas of Konoha had no idea why there were 2 Kakashis, but they sensibly didn't ask too many questions. From that day, when Kakashi summoned darkness, they knew this Kakashi was definitely not to be trifled with. Orochimaru had no contact with the villagers at all, not even visiting his former laboratory. For Orochimaru, this place's laboratory was a bit inadequate. One person who was stunned by Orochimaru's return was Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke was contemplating defecting to find Orochimaru to gain power. But now Orochimaru had returned to Konoha. What was he supposed to do? After hesitating for a moment, Sasuke decided to seek out Orochimaru. He wanted power, enough power for revenge. Right now, the only person in Konoha who could provide him with such an enhancement was Orochimaru. The curse mark had visibly enhanced him, and Sasuke was in urgent need of power. Even though Orochimaru had returned, he was not recognized by the villagers. Perhaps this was his opportunity. Sasuke observed for a few days and found that Orochimaru only went to the Hokage's office or stayed at his residence. His movements were quite limited. In the evening, Sasuke arrived at Orochimaru's temporary residence, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. Orochimaru's South Place was very close to the Hokage's office, which was naturally arranged by Konoha. After knocking, there was a deathly silence. And what terrified Sasuke was that the door actually opened by itself. Struggling to maintain his composure, Sasuke hesitated for a moment. As the king of endurance in the ninja world, he still had some psychological resilience. Sasuke stepped inside. Under normal circumstances, he would have been closely monitored by Konoha's Umbu. However, the internal situation in Konoha was very chaotic now, and the Umbu had been withdrawn. Without Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha had no time to pay attention to Sasuke. Even if Sasuke was the orphan of the Uchiha clan, it didn't matter. Walking slowly into the room, Sasuke saw Orochimaru, who was sipping tea. Besides his love for modifying his own body, Orochimaru had no other bad habits. It was precisely because of this that Orochimaru was pure. He only pursued immortality and power. I want power. What Sasuke didn't know was that the Orochimaru in front of him was not the one who wanted to cultivate him and coveted his Uchiha bloodline. He did not invite Sasuke to come to him for power. Want power? Orochimaru looked at Sasuke with great interest. He didn't know much about Sasuke from his world. He only knew that Itachi was a bit overly concerned about this brother of his. Now it seemed that in this world, Itachi's concern for Sasuke was not just a bit excessive, but even somewhat extreme. Why seek power from others? Sasuke had a look on his face, as if to say, "Are you joking? Didn't you tell me to come?" Seeing Sasuke's expression and sensing the curse mark on him, Orochimaru understood what was happening. The curse mark was quite interesting, but it certainly couldn't compare to the true sage mode, and the changes it brought to the body were a bit too extreme. The key point was that the power gained was not as directly strong. Sasuke actually just needed to develop his Sharingan properly. However, in terms of talent, if Indra's Chakra was not considered, Sasuke's talent was completely inferior to Itachi's. Therefore, no matter how Sasuke chased after him, he would never reach Itachi's height. Orochimaru was very interested in this world as Itachi. A distorted Itachi made Orochimaru decide that when he returned, he must educate his disciple properly. Their 3 legendary ninjas had enough twisted hobbies, and the disciples they raised had to be more normal. What kind of power do you want? The power of the Uchiha, or perhaps other powers? Everything, as long as it can make me stronger. Strong enough to kill that man. What Sasuke didn't know was that Orochimaru in this world was not a match for Itachi. It was quite amusing to see a defeated opponent of Itachi seeking a way to defeat him. If you knew everything, would you still want to kill that man? Orochimaru also activated his Sharingan and directly revealed Itachi's choices and his love for Sasuke without reservation. Even if Sasuke had strong endurance, he couldn't take it at this moment. Everything was a lie. Itachi had always loved him and was silently protecting him. Sasuke felt as if the world was spinning and everything was about to collapse. The intense stimulus and disbelief made Sasuke activate his Mangekyou and then fainted. All the hatred and obsession he had harbored for so many years were actually lies. If it weren't for the fact that Sasuke was still too young to withstand the shock of activating the Mangekyou, he would have definitely gone to find Itachi with the Mangekyou activated. Chapter 290, the main event, unforgivable, irreconcilable, absolutely unforgivable. In a hazy dream, the events of a night of the clan's destruction are still vivid in memory. The pain of losing his parents. The strange gazes of the villagers after all his kin had perished. Why? Sasuke cannot explain Itachi's actions, nor can he accept Itachi's obsessive love, which is why Sasuke awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. In Naruto, awakening the Mangekyou is treated lightly, almost like a joke. It's truly ridiculous. Sasuke got the power he desired. This is a power exclusive to the Uchiha clan, but unfortunately, the Mangekyou is like a flower that blooms for a moment and then fades away. Although the Mangekyou's power is immense, the overwhelming amount of in-released chakra and mental energy causes the user to quickly go blind. Orochimaru watches the unconscious Sasuke with great interest. Regardless, Itachi's actions are too extreme. He shows no consideration for whether Sasuke wants to accept his love. In other words, Itachi poured his worldview, expectations for the village, understanding of love, and even his dreams into Sasuke. Unfortunately, what he wanted to give Sasuke was not what Sasuke wanted. Knowing everything in advance, and the fact that Itachi did not die in front of Sasuke, makes it normal for Sasuke to be unable to accept it. In the original timeline, Itachi did die in front of Sasuke, forcing him to accept everything. Sasuke did not awaken Amaterasu, but instead the healing eye technique. A rare healing ocular technique throughout Uchiha history, which can heal both himself and others. Another ocular technique remained as Kagaya's command. After learning about Itachi's blood disease and that he wouldn't live long, combined with the realization that everything was a lie, Sasuke paradoxically awakened this healing ocular technique in Kagaya's command, which is primarily offensive. It's better for him to handle his own matters. So Orochimaru kindly injected Sasuke with some of his modified first Hokage cells. Let Sasuke deal with Itachi himself. The mistakes he made must ultimately come with a price. When Sasuke's power surpasses Itachi's, will he accept Itachi's actions? What will he do to Itachi? After completing all this, Orochimaru had Sasuke sent back. How Sasuke chooses is his own business, as he still has to attend Tsunade's inauguration ceremony tomorrow. He cannot miss the grand performance of the punishment of Danzo. Perhaps because the new Hokage is about to take office the next day, the entire Konoha is filled with joy, and everyone believes Tsunade's tenure will bring a better future for Konoha. However, everyone is also aware that the reason for their joy is that Danzo is about to be dealt with. Additionally, the true culprit behind the Nine Tails incident has also been found, coupled with the return of 3 powerful figures, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru had wreaked havoc on Konoha not long ago, under Jiraiya and Tsunade as assurances, everyone is somewhat skeptical but reluctantly believes that Orochimaru will not act against Konoha. Konoha's current strength is exceedingly weak and needs powerful figures to protect the village. Danzo's evil is well known throughout Konoha. However, previously, with Sarutobi Hiruzen and the 2 advisors' protection, Danzo could act with relative impunity, while some worry that Orochimaru might replace Danzo as the new dark force in the ninja world. That concern is certainly a matter for the future. There's no need to worry about it now. The inauguration of the Hokage is not much different from previous ones. Tsunade made a speech about the will of fire and mentioned potential reforms for Konoha's future. These were things everyone already knew, and now the residents of Konoha are waiting for the main event, which is the trial of Danzo and Obito. Public trials like this are not uncommon in Konoha, but they're quite rare. Generally, both ninjas and criminals are executed in secrecy. After all, the interrogation department of Konoha is not that simple, capable of extracting deep secrets from a criminal's mind through sealing techniques and genjutsu. People like Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were actually bound by politics. Ninjas from other villages are not afraid of ordinary people. Despite the fact that Sunagakure and Kirigakure are not as good as Konoha, at least they are not afraid of public opinion within their villages. Sarutobi Hiruzen always preached the will of fire, yet he ended up being constrained by the upright image he had created for himself. Being overly cautious in everyday life caused the commoners in the village to frequently voice opinions and criticisms, which were unnecessary. For instance, when the decision was made to allow Orochimaru to return, those villagers didn't dare to say anything. The real decision-makers are still the upper echelons of Konoha and the ninja clans. However, the death of Kakashi's father, Konoha White Fang, along with the oppression faced by the Uchiha clan over the years, indeed proves that sometimes public opinion can have an impact. Only after experiencing it can one discover how liberating it is to be free from the constraints of societal views and morals. Soon, the main event of the day is about to begin. Danzo, many people may be familiar with him, while some may not have heard his name. However, today we will announce his crimes. With a wave of her hand, Tsunade brought Danzo out. He was left with only one eye and one arm, and looked like he was on the brink of death. Besides Danzo, there's another criminal, Uchiha Obito from the Uchiha clan. Obito was also brought out, and his condition did not appear much better than Danzo's. The massacre of the Uchiha clan and the Nine Tails incident were all part of his conspiracy, and even some tragedies in the ninja world were caused by him. Although he was deceived as well, everything he did is unforgivable. As for Danzo, colluding with rogue ninjas and ambushing the Hokage multiple times is an unforgivable crime. In the end, Tsunade did not speak too harshly, but she exposed all the misdeeds of both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. Anyone who disrupts the peace of Konoha will become Konoha's enemy, and from today onward, Konoha will no longer tolerate it. Tsunade's words sparked cheers. Regardless of whether they were correct or whether they could be achieved, they were indeed quite inspiring. Chapter 291. Unequal strength. Tsunade's words seemed quite inspiring, but Danzo, kneeling on the stage, sneered coldly. How naive, not willing to compromise anymore. Not becoming Hokage and not holding power, one would never understand how difficult this truly is. Danzo's capacity was limited, while Orochimaru beside him was controlling a nation that spanned 2 worlds. Kakashi held the White Fang in his hand, and this time he would not back down from executing Danzo. Orochimaru no longer cared about Danzo or Obito in front of him. After cleaning up the Akatsuki organization and teaching the Earth and Lightning countries a lesson, Orochimaru was ready to return to his own world. This world had already lost its appeal to him. Tsunade, you will regret this. Indulging Orochimaru like this, Konoha will surely be destroyed in your hands. After Danzo spoke these words, Kakashi did not hesitate and swiftly severed his head. Blood splattered, causing gasps of shock. The dark side of the ninja world ended its life like this. It seemed that Danzo would never become Hokage in this lifetime. Kakashi turned to Obito beside him. It was Obito's turn now. Obito looked at Kakashi and lowered his head. He was a loser, deceived and mocked, but Obito never denied his beliefs. Unfortunately, whether he was willing to accept it or not, whether his beliefs had become twisted or not, at this point he had no chance left. In the beginning, Obito truly wanted to create a world with only Rin, but as time passed, his heart gradually filled with darkness. He hated this world, loathed it immensely. This world is wrong. Overthrow this world and create a brand new one without pain. The villains of the ninja world seem to all reach this conclusion in the end. They want to destroy this world and create a new one, free of war and suffering. Is the world truly at fault? The error lies in the twisted system and the unchecked power. The existence of ninjas is fundamentally a mistake, only through proper management, where those with power have corresponding positions. And by shifting conflicts elsewhere, can a certain degree of peace be achieved. Otherwise, even if this world is destroyed and a new one is created, it would merely be repeating the same mistakes. Obito, Rin will never forgive you. Kakashi's words made Obito widen his eyes. This was clearly the last thing he wanted to hear, and the harsh reality he wished to avoid. In the next moment, Obito's head was also severed. Kakashi felt a wave of dizziness and relief. The dark fruit, has it awakened? Confronting the deepest darkness within himself. He personally ended the bonds that had troubled him his whole life. The death of his father, the death of his dear friend and mentor. These shackles that had haunted him for so long finally found release. The fruit's power awakened at that moment. Only a few noticed that in that brief instant, everything seemed to twist slightly. Slowly entering the Kamui space, Kakashi went to explore his fruit's abilities. He had achieved what he wanted to do. Starting today, Kakashi could focus on living for himself and also for Konoha. It was unclear whether the deaths of the two or Kakashi's recent fruit awakening made everyone feel an unusual heaviness. Tsunade felt particularly burdened. Danzo's words worried her. If things were truly allowed to continue, would Konoha really be destroyed by Orochimaru? Just yesterday, Orochimaru was advocating for war. Everything had just begun to stabilize. Couldn't they enjoy a period of peace? Just having just become Hokage, Tsunade's mindset underwent a significant change. The Hokage succession ceremony quickly concluded, ushering Konoha into a new era. Whether the fifth Hokage would bring good or bad to Konoha was uncertain. Sasuke didn't know, and Naruto didn't know either. It wasn't that Orochimaru had become Hokage that relieved Naruto. After watching the Hokage succession ceremony, Naruto called Sakura to visit Sasuke. Sasuke had suddenly fallen into a coma and was sent to the Konoha hospital. Naruto and Sakura were puzzled about what had happened and rushed over immediately after the ceremony. In a daze, Sasuke slowly regained consciousness, and upon opening his eyes, he saw Naruto. The truth swirled in Sasuke's mind, and in an instant, he activated his Mangekyou Sharingan. The current Sasuke was no longer the Sasuke of the past. His pleas had been answered. Orochimaru had granted him power, and even the cells of Hashirama within him were modified by Orochimaru, giving him an enhanced sage body. This was a powerful force forcibly implanted within him. And combined with the Mangekyou Sharingan, it had inflated Sasuke's strength directly to that of a Kage. If not for his young age, given some time, Sasuke's power could even reach the threshold of surpassing a Kage. Although Sasuke had not awakened Amaterasu, he had inherited the black flames of Amaterasu. He just couldn't create large-scale Amaterasu flames for combustion, but could only summon small portions of black flames for control and manipulation. Without a doubt, this was an enhanced version of Amaterasu. Knowing all the truth, Sasuke's awakened abilities were even stronger than before. His I possessed formidable healing capabilities. And combined with his sage body, the power he could unleash was absolutely beyond imagination. Sasuke, are you okay? Naruto looked around, feeling that Sasuke seemed fine. However, both he and Sakura found it strange. Why did Sasuke's Sharingan look so odd? Naruto hadn't even mastered the Rasengan yet, while Sasuke had already activated his Mangekyou. Their strengths had become completely unequal. Looking at Naruto and Sakura, Sasuke had no time for idle chatter. He only wanted to find Itachi and demand to know why this was happening. At this moment, Sasuke felt an unprecedented surge of power. His body was filled with strength, vibrant vitality, and powerful chakra. He felt as if he could even destroy this world. This was also a common feeling among most Uchiha who awakened the Mangekyou. The powerful chakra and ocular techniques indeed set them apart from ordinary ninjas. Without speaking, Sasuke stood up from the hospital bed, closed his Mangekyou Sharingan, and dashed outside. He didn't want to wait even a second longer. He needed to find Itachi and question why all this had happened when there were clearly better ways. Why abandon the clan? Damn it, it was utterly detestable. Sasuke, where are you going? Naruto looked at Sasuke, feeling an ominous premonition. It seemed he was about to lose Sasuke. After all, he was his dear friend. Chapter 292. Defection. Sasuke did not respond to Naruto and Sakura, but instead, he disappeared in a flash and accelerated continuously. Naruto and Sakura exchanged glances, both realizing that something was off with Sasuke, and they hurriedly chased after him. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not catch up with Sasuke's pace. Naruto and Sakura were too weak now. No matter how you looked at it, Naruto was still the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki with the Uzumaki bloodline. Sakura's current strength could only be considered as low Chunin level. Gasping for breath, they reached the outskirts of Konoha village. Naruto looked at Sasuke and couldn't help but shout, "Sasuke, what are you doing?" Hearing Naruto's shout, Sasuke stopped and turned to look at the two. He had already made his decision and was very clear about his choice. He took off his forehead protector. Sasuke. Sakura sensed something was wrong and widened her eyes, wanting to stop him. Unfortunately, some things are destined to be unchangeable. Sasuke took out a kunai and slashed the Konoha symbol on his forehead protector. At this moment, Sasuke officially became a rogue ninja. Why? Naruto and Sakura stared in disbelief at this scene. As teammates, they both knew that Sasuke carried a huge hatred. However, it is difficult for people to empathize with each other. Naruto might understand some of Sasuke's feelings due to his childhood experiences, but Sakura could not understand at all. Even Naruto's thoughts were different from Sasuke's. Naruto had started with nothing and gradually developed a growing circle of friends and earned the recognition of the village. Sasuke, on the other hand, had everything at the beginning, but in one night, it all turned to ashes. With the identity of the last Uchiha and the glory of the Uchiha clan weighing heavily on him. It was precisely because he once had a happy family that losing it was even more painful. It hurts. It hurts so much. However, after understanding the ins and outs of the matter, Sasuke's goal was no longer to kill Itachi, but to find him, heal him, make him realize he was wrong, and change his mind, to change this world together with Itachi and hopefully collaborate with Orochimaru. Sasuke had taken Orochimaru, who had told him everything and seemed to have given him power, as his teacher. What Sasuke didn't know was that the Orochimaru he encountered was not the same one from this world. At this moment, Naruto did not feel that he was much better than Sasuke. Why do you want to leave? Everything is starting to get better, isn't it? That guy named Danzo has already been killed, right? And the one who caused the Nine Tails incident has also been caught, proving he is not the fox demon everyone talks about. The new Hokage has taken office, and it isn't Orochimaru. Isn't Konoha going to get better and better? Why does Sasuke want to leave at this time? Shouldn't he be looking for Orochimaru in the village? Why? You won't understand. Sasuke's pain could not be understood. The reason he chose to become a rogue ninja was actually very simple. The Akatsuki organization was a powerful rogue ninja group, and Sasuke was afraid that his actions would bring negative impacts to the village, so he chose to become a rogue ninja. As the strongest under pressure in the ninja world, Sasuke's psychological quality was still good. He could make relatively correct choices, and it didn't matter if others didn't understand him. From a certain perspective, Sasuke and Itachi were quite similar, but Itachi's thoughts were too twisted. Why can't you understand? Shouldn't people understand each other? Sasuke, we can help you. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke sneered. Help him? How can you help him? Shouldn't it be him protecting Naruto? By becoming a rogue ninja and completely leaving the village. He could not only reduce the impact on the village, but also protect his friends. After all, they were too weak, far too weak. How can you understand? Naruto, you don't understand at all. Naruto ignored what Sasuke said and charged at him directly, trying to stop him. Naruto, you are too weak. With one kick, Sasuke sent Naruto flying, who rolled on the ground several times before struggling to stand up. The overwhelming power was simply impossible to resist. But Naruto still stood up again and charged at Sasuke. He used the spiral sphere, which he wasn't very familiar with yet. Unfortunately, in front of Sasuke, it was simply not enough. A not-so-familiar spiral sphere could not defeat Sasuke at all. Not to mention that Naruto had no killing intent. He just wanted to persuade Sasuke. With a light wave of his arm, Sasuke pushed Naruto aside, and the spiral sphere crashed into the ground, causing a huge roar. Sometimes, no matter how hard you try, some things just can't be done. Give up, Naruto. We're no longer the same as before. I need to pursue my destiny. Konoha will only bind my steps forward. Sasuke, can't you stay? Sakura's face was filled with hope and pleading. For me, can't you stay? Unfortunately, Sakura could not move Sasuke. In Sasuke's eyes, Sakura might not be as important as Naruto. A man burdened with the hatred of his family's destruction could not possibly focus on love, especially since that man was an Uchiha. Perhaps only someone like Obito would be bound, but he was Uchiha Sasuke, destined to fulfill his mission. Sasuke sneered. If you truly understood me, you would know that letting me leave is the most normal thing. Sakura and Naruto did not understand him at all. When I defeat Itachi, heal him, and make him realize his mistakes, then we can talk about other things. Sasuke, I won't let you leave. Naruto was too agitated, causing the Nine Tails chakra within him to start emanating slowly, and his whole being began to show beast-like characteristics, with red Nine Tails chakra spreading outward. Unfortunately, Sasuke only glanced at Naruto, and with a rotation of his Sharingan, he entered Naruto's mental world to confront the Nine Tails directly. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki was far too powerless in front of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Be honest, at this point, the Nine Tails and Naruto had not yet understood each other and still wanted to compete for control over the body. Locking eyes with Sasuke, Naruto directly fainted. Sasuke glanced at Sakura again and turned to leave. Facing Sasuke's Mangeki, Sakura lacked even the courage to chase after him and helplessly knelt on the ground. For Sakura at this moment, the pressure of the Mangeki was simply too great. She was just an ordinary ninja. She had no bloodline, no special abilities or secret techniques, and even her combat experience was very limited. Sasuke defected. Chapter 293 Distortion. Sasuke's departure did not cause much of a stir. Konoha merely symbolically recorded him as a rogue ninja. If it weren't for his special Uchiha identity, Konoha wouldn't have paid any attention at all. Konoha has many things to deal with right now, such as internal reforms and preparing for the upcoming daimyo. This time, the Hokage succession ceremony and many of Konoha's reforms were carried out without consulting the daimyo, and even the daimyo's envoy had not arrived. The Hokage succession ceremony in Konoha has already been completed, which has made the daimyo very dissatisfied. Although Tsunade disagreed with many of Orochimaru's proposals, some of them still tempted her, such as striving for more benefits from the daimyo. The key is that they have Shursue's Mangeki Sharingan. What if they could use this to change the daimyo's will? Would Konoha really become as strong as Orochimaru claimed? After learning of the Otsutsuki's conspiracy, Tsunade felt a sense of urgency, as this could affect the fate of the entire world. To avoid the world's destruction, it is best to keep power in their own hands. Sasuke seems to have gone to find Itachi. You should take care of the Akatsuki organization while you're at it. Teach the two of them a lesson, and then we can leave. Receiving Orochimaru's orders, Kakashi nodded gently and disappeared into the void. The awakening of the dark fruit has helped Kakashi better understand its true properties. This fruit is referred to as the dark fruit, and its power is not about consuming everything in darkness, but is more akin to a black hole. Of course, black holes have the special attribute of consuming everything. Even light cannot escape their gravitational pull. However, in reality, a black hole is not darkness. It is a horrific singularity causing a distortion in space-time. Therefore, the awakening of the dark fruit has greatly enhanced Kakashi's spatial attributes, and combined with Kamui, Kakashi's intangibility has become even more unpredictable. Suppressing consumption and obliteration, coupled with the Sharingan, Kakashi is now overwhelmingly powerful. Personally ending Danzo and Obito has brought Kakashi's strength to unprecedented heights, and he has truly overcome his inner demons. After Sasuke left, he did not linger at all and headed straight for the Land of Rain. He wants to find Itachi. Sasuke has too many questions to ask Itachi. Is the village really that important? Sasuke cannot understand Itachi's actions at all. The family is also a part of the village. Why should the village do such things to the family? Shouldn't they endure? Why can't they change the village instead of destroying the family? And why deceive him? Is living in a lie really the right thing to do? With the power and Mangeki, Sasuke wants to have a direct confrontation with Itachi. Strengthened by Orochimaru, Sasuke is now stronger than Itachi. Continuously using the Mangeki has made Itachi's condition worsen. His bloodline disease is becoming more severe, and the excessive use of the Mangeki is gradually causing him to go blind. Without the eternal Mangeki or Sage Body, an ordinary Mangeki is destined to be a fleeting burst of brilliant fireworks, quickly fading away. At this moment, Itachi is in the Hidden Rain village, and the news of Obito's execution has already reached here. Or rather, it has spread throughout the entire ninja world. The other ninja villages did not expect that after Tsunade took power, she would directly execute Danzo and capture the mastermind behind the Nine Tails incident. However, neither Anoki nor A believes that Tsunade can bring any change to the current Konoha. Konoha's current strength can be said to be the weakest period in the entire history of the village. But both Iwagakure and Kumogakure have been relatively strong throughout their histories, filled with talented individuals, and the entire village is united. Moreover, in recent years, the Land of Thunder has been increasing military funding for the ninja villages, and the warlike Yatsuki clan has always wanted to challenge Konoha and seize the Land of Fire. The Senju and Uchiha clans are no longer around. Without the tiger in the mountain, the monkeys naturally want to become the overlords. The Yatsuki clan was not considered strong during the Warring States period, but after so many years of development, they have become the big brother in the Land of Thunder and are eager to spark another war. Orochimaru advocates for war because he knows that these dark-skinned guys from the Land of Thunder are essentially a bunch of brainless and warlike individuals. Teaching them a profound lesson and then signing a contract that completely erases their future would suffice. In this world, Orochimaru has now become the daimyo of the Land of Grass. Orochimaru is a man of action. After gaining a different future from his otherworld self, he immediately took action. Although the Land of Grass is just a small country, the change in status has broadened Orochimaru's horizons. The key is that Orochimaru's target is no longer Sasuke. What is Uchiha to him? He wants the Otsutsuki. Upon learning that Kakashi comes from another world, Nagato clearly hesitated. Kakashi's displayed strength is formidable, making him somewhat worried that Kakashi would interfere with his plans. Itachi is also somewhat worried. The changes in Konoha are too drastic. Danzo's death and Obito's execution have made him realize the transformation in Konoha. Itachi's heart is faintly worried. Is the change in Konoha really a good thing? To be honest, Itachi does not like this new Konoha. For Itachi, Konoha is the most important, even more important than Sasuke. He wants Sasuke to kill his best friend to awaken the Mangekyou, and then he will die at Sasuke's hands, helping Sasuke obtain the eternal Mangekyou. In the end, he wants to use Shirsue's eyes to have Sasuke protect Konoha. In the end, it still revolves around protecting Konoha. Burning out the entire Uchiha clan is still for Konoha, right? Itachi's thoughts seem noble, but in reality, they are quite narrow-minded. The village can be saved, but the family cannot. If one truly desires peace, what difference does it make between people? All those who speak of peace are hypocrites. Itachi merely wants to impose his will on Sasuke. Although worried, Nagato is still confident in himself, as he possesses the Rinnegan. The Akatsuki's plans must continue. Without Obito, perhaps it could be a good thing. After all, Obito is a schemer. His presence may not be beneficial for the Akatsuki. Thus, the members of the Akatsuki continue to go out on missions, collecting funds and preparing for future activities. With the Genjutsu of the Mangekyou Sharingan, obtaining intelligence has become incredibly easy. Sasuke searches along the way, gradually getting closer to Itachi and Kisame. He wants to personally defeat Itachi and tell him he was wrong. Kisame remains loyal to the Akatsuki, but the recent events have made him very worried. He suspects that Itachi may become a traitor to the Akatsuki. Chapter 294. Reunion throughout the history of the Uchiha clan. The awakening of the Mangekyou Sharingan has always stemmed from an intense inner desire, a desperate wish to change reality, to alter something that has already happened. After all, the awakening of the Uchiha's Mangekyou is invariably accompanied by strong emotional fluctuations, which typically signify the death of a loved one. Unfortunately, the awakening of the Mangekyou cannot change reality or fate. It only brings more pain and regret. Sasuke wants to heal Itachi, to change him. But can Itachi truly be changed? Sasuke's motivation to survive and grow stronger was once to kill Itachi. Now that he knows the truth, he still cannot forgive Itachi. But deep down, he wants to cure Itachi's illness, which leads to the awakening of his healing ability, the yellow Zetsu. However, the problem is that Itachi's illness has never been his body, but rather his heart. Itachi's heart is deeply twisted. Having witnessed war from a young age with Fugaku, he developed a different perspective on the world. Fugaku, too, is weak and twisted, allowing his wife to die at Itachi's hands without resistance, even leading the entire clan to ruin at Itachi's hands. Simply because it was Itachi's choice, he did not choose to resist. And it is no wonder he raised such a twisted child. Perhaps it is precisely because Fugaku and Itachi are so twisted that Sasuke has become the strongest under pressure in the ninja world, possessing an exceptionally strong psychological quality. Extreme circumstances lead to extremes. This has made Sasuke a relative anomaly among the Uchiha. Finding Itachi is not so simple. Itachi, Kisame, and other members of Akatsuki are scattered across the ninja world carrying out missions. After leaving Konoha, Sasuke begins gathering intelligence among several small countries. However, he quickly realizes that a conspiracy seems to be brewing. Orochimaru has returned to the Sound Ninja Village and has swiftly taken over the land of rice, the land of frost, and the land of grass. The daimyo of these small countries cannot be compared to those of the great nations. Even those great nations have no resistance against top-tier powerhouses. Now, the only challenge for Orochimaru is the land of waterfall. As the hidden waterfall village possesses tailed beasts and several secret techniques, making it relatively strong. However, if he can conquer the land of waterfall, the combined territory of the four small countries would even exceed that of the land of water. This would elevate Orochimaru's status significantly. As a leader of a country with enough territory and population, combined with his elite strength and exceptional self-preservation ability, Orochimaru would be different. The emergence of this new country would cause a tremendous impact on the current ninja world. Orochimaru still has a loyal following. His unique charisma has attracted many followers. Apart from the hidden waterfall village, the ninjas from other small countries are no match for Orochimaru's subordinates and are quickly assimilated. The daimyo have been killed by Orochimaru. Why wouldn't they surrender? Now, the only target left is the hidden waterfall village. Is that Sasuke? Walking along a narrow path, Sasuke unexpectedly encounters Kabuto. Upon seeing Sasuke, Kabuto couldn't help but adjust his glasses. What a coincidence. It seems this Sasuke has caught Lord Orochimaru's attention. However, Lord Orochimaru's plans have changed, so he shouldn't be as concerned about this Sasuke anymore. Sasuke, are you here to join Lord Orochimaru? Sasuke's journey from Konoha to here makes Kabuto think there can't be any other reason. His words raise Sasuke's eyebrow. Isn't Orochimaru still in Konoha? Where's Orochimaru? Just then, Kabuto informs him that Orochimaru is not far away. Orochimaru is preparing to make a move against the hidden waterfall village, currently leading his subordinates in the land of waterfall. The daimyo of the land of waterfall has already been taken over by Orochimaru, and now only the hidden waterfall village behind the waterfall remains. Without hesitation, Sasuke follows Kabuto to find Orochimaru. Sasuke does not know that the Orochimaru he is about to meet is not the same one who helped him in Konoha. However, Sasuke is already prepared to pay the price for power. Oh, Sasuke-kun, how did you find this place? Orochimaru looks at Sasuke in surprise. He can no longer sense the cursed seal's power from him. Do you have information on Itachi? Sasuke gets straight to the point. Although he has the Sharingan to acquire information through Genjutsu, his age and experience are too limited. If he can get Orochimaru's help, he can more quickly determine Itachi's location. Itachi? Of course I do, but what can you give me in return? Looking at Sasuke, even though Orochimaru has shifted his focus to Otsutsuki, he cannot help but be tempted. The Uchiha bloodline is too powerful, and Sasuke is a genius among the Uchiha clan. Another crucial reason is that Orochimaru has used the impure world reincarnation technique multiple times, and his body is practically riddled with holes. If he doesn't make progress with his cloning techniques, it will be impossible. Sasuke activates his Manjiki and looks at Orochimaru as the yellow Zetsu technique begins to heal Orochimaru's damaged body, even providing some relief to his soul. Manjiki Sharingan, a l'inoculaire technique? Sasuke has awakened the Manjiki at such a young age. It seems Sasuke is even more of a genius than he imagined. Upon seeing the Manjiki Sharingan, Orochimaru realizes that it is impossible to obtain Sasuke's body. With the enhancement of the Manjiki Sharingan on the mind, the impure world reincarnation cannot take over another's body, let alone devour their soul. Let's collaborate, Sasuke. However, Orochimaru has a different idea. Sasuke's current strength gives him the ability to speak as an equal. Collaborating with Sasuke might be a good choice. I will help you find Itachi, and you will join me in establishing a country to face the future Otsutsuki. Otsutsuki? Sasuke hesitates for a moment before nodding in agreement. Although he is unclear about Orochimaru's specific intentions, having Orochimaru's assistance will make it much easier to find Itachi. The two arrive at Orochimaru's temporary base outside the hidden waterfall village to discuss matters. Orochimaru learns that another version of himself from another world has actually helped Sasuke. Unable to bear Itachi's actions, feeling Sasuke's condition, Orochimaru cannot help but speak up. Can you give me some of your blood for research? Sasuke does not hesitate and agrees immediately. The Uchiha clan has been exterminated, and there is no need to protect the secrets of the Uchiha anymore. Chapter 295. Unable to forgive Itachi. Do you think that so-called hero's water really exists? Kisame was very interested in the legendary hero's water that could give a person tens of times their chakra. Just a sip of that would send him soaring, right? With Kisame's chakra, if it really could be enhanced by several dozen times, there would be no doubt that he could rival a tailed beast. Even if such a thing existed, it would certainly have significant side effects. Uchiha Itachi remained calm. He knew that to gain power, one must pay a price. Even if there were a potion that could increase a person's chakra by dozens of times, drinking it would likely lead to a short life, right? Due to the situation in Konoha, the Akatsuki organization accelerated their plans, targeting the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, Fu, from Takegakure. Having a Jinchuriki outside the 5 great shinobi villages was clearly the best target for the Akatsuki. However, this time, Nagato did not send Haiden and Kakuzu, but chose Uchiha Itachi instead. It was evident that Nagato had grown suspicious of Itachi and wanted to use this opportunity to see if Itachi would really capture the Seven Tails Jinchuriki or if he had other intentions. What Itachi and the Akatsuki did not know was that Orochimaru was also focusing on Takegakure at this time, and even Sasuke had arrived there. After obtaining blood from Sasuke, Orochimaru was surprised to discover that Sasuke's body contained genetic information from the Senju clan and many other clans. This granted Sasuke powerful physical qualities and extraordinary chakra recovery abilities. Along with a terrifying vitality, all of which he had been pursuing. It seemed that in the realm of human experimentation, the version of himself from that world had gone further than he had. With these crucial bloodlines, combined with Sasuke's techniques for his healing, Orochimaru was confident he could create a body that was perfectly suited for him. Meanwhile, Sasuke also learned from Orochimaru some things related to the Otsutsuki and the ninja world, including that the Orochimaru who helped him was from another world. Most importantly, Sasuke obtained some of Konoha's latest intelligence. Unbeknownst to him, the two culprits behind the Uchiha massacre had already been executed, and half of the Uchiha's blood feud had been avenged. Now, only one person remained for him to seek revenge against: Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke could not accept that he had personally killed so many classmates, including his parents, even if his parents had willingly died at his hands. Sasuke, become my disciple. Orochimaru had considered this a lot and voiced his thoughts. Although Sasuke's strength was likely not much weaker than his own, Sasuke was still too young and needed guidance. Orochimaru wanted to create a brand new nation, waiting for the version of himself from the other world and Kakashi to leave, and then use this nation to influence Konoha. At the very least, when the Otsutsuki clan attacked in the future, they could help each other, so they wouldn't be caught off guard. Upon learning that there was a common enemy in the ninja world, the Otsutsuki clan, Sasuke also found his direction forward. After taking revenge, what would he do? Perhaps cooperating with Orochimaru was a good choice. Becoming Orochimaru's disciple was not out of the question. Suddenly, Sasuke sensed something familiar: Chakra. He would never forget it in his life. His brother, Uchiha Itachi. He was coming to help him defeat him. As you wish. Uchiha Itachi looked at Sasuke and Orochimaru before him, not expecting to encounter them here. Orochimaru, you traitor of your organization. Today, I will personally sever your head, Kisame shouted as soon as he saw Orochimaru. While Itachi focused on Sasuke, Sasuke was still too young. He needed a few more years to grow before it would be more appropriate. Orochimaru was a good teacher. He would raise Sasuke well. Itachi believed in his brother. Given Orochimaru's current fragmented soul, it would be impossible for him to take over Sasuke's body. Looking at Uchiha Itachi before him, Sasuke could not imagine how Itachi could maintain such a blank expression. Itachi, I know everything. Sasuke raised his head, revealing his Mangekyou Sharingan. But I can never forgive you. Sharingan? It seems Sasuke was even more exceptional than he had imagined. I never wanted you to forgive me. The battle of the Mangekyou Sharingan began the moment their eyes met. Kisame rationally glanced at Orochimaru beside him. This brotherly matter was best resolved by them. Orochimaru looked at Kisame and then at Itachi, feeling exhilarated. What if Itachi defeats him? He still a loser? Isn't hated so much by his brother and having killed his entire family. What does it matter if he stronger? It was truly laughable. Once he thoroughly studied the bloodline genes in Sasuke, would he still fear Uchiha Itachi? As for Kisame, Orochimaru was even less afraid. Although Kisame had immense chakra, he had no means to end him, and with his abilities, he need not worry about Kisame. What Orochimaru was most concerned about was the battle between Itachi and Sasuke. There was no doubt that Sasuke wanted revenge, but since learning the truth, that Itachi had always been protecting him, he lacked the resolve and courage to kill Itachi, even wanting to heal Uchiha Itachi. But Orochimaru understood that Itachi's best fate was death. This would make Sasuke stronger while completely letting go of that bond. Without hesitation, Sasuke activated Susanoo and charged directly at Itachi. Itachi did not use Tsukuyomi. The power Sasuke displayed was beyond what Itachi had imagined. Sasuke's rapid growth was entirely unexpected. Everything was no longer progressing according to Itachi's plan. Even summoning Susanoo to defend against Sasuke's attack was somewhat beyond his ability. Itachi, why did you abandon your family for the village? Why? What good is that damned village? The Sharingan spun wildly, blood tears flowed, and Susanoo shot a terrifying arrow at Itachi. The worst thing Itachi feared happened. Sasuke had learned the ins and outs of the situation in advance, inevitably transferring his hatred onto Konoha. Indeed, he had chosen Konoha over his family and the village over his loved ones. However, Itachi did not regret it. In his mind, family was also part of the village. If sacrifices were to be made, he chose family. If the Uchiha clan went to war with the village, it would lead to more innocent deaths, which Itachi could not accept. Sasuke, you'll understand. It seemed the plan had to be carried out ahead of schedule. Dying at Sasuke's hands would grant Sasuke the eternal Mangekyou, and then using Kodoe Tsukumi to change Sasuke's thinking, making him protect Konoha. But would Itachi's plan proceed smoothly? Chapter 296. Destroy what you cherish most. The moment Sasuke saw Itachi, his anger intensified. He could not forgive Itachi for his actions, and it could be said that it wasn't even about forgiveness anymore. Sasuke simply could not understand. He manipulated Susanoo, attacking with increasing ferocity and terror. Even if Itachi's Tsukuyomi pulled Sasuke into the Tsukuyomi space, Sasuke would instantly break free. And as for Amaterasu, it was completely crushed by Sasuke's Kagetsuchi from all directions. The key factor was that Sasuke had the enhancement of the sage body. Although Itachi was a few years older than Sasuke, his body was already extremely weak due to the frequent use of the Mangekyou Sharingan, and his vision was severely blurred. Sasuke, on the other hand, did not have to worry about such issues and could unleash his power freely. Yes, that's right. Hate me, despise me. These emotions will give you strength. Itachi felt gratified. The stronger Sasuke became, the more it proved that his plan was successful. Indeed, hatred was a powerful motivator for the Uchiha clan. Itachi's attitude made Sasuke hate him even more. Susanoo expanded again. Although it had not reached its complete form, it was already terrifying. On the other side, the battle between Orochimaru and Kisame was relatively dull. Neither side could do much to the other. However, Orochimaru managed to restrain Kisame to prevent him from interfering with Sasuke and Itachi's fight. Kisame was quite perceptive. He knew Itachi well and understood Sasuke's position in Itachi's heart. So he fought Orochimaru half-heartedly, with both of them gossiping about the brothers, Itachi and Sasuke. Hatred? Compared to hating you, I hate that decaying Konoha even more. Sasuke had basically sensed Itachi's thoughts. Everything was for the village. Was the village really that important? Upon hearing Sasuke say this, Itachi became serious. How could one hate the village? The village was the hope for everything. However, Orochimaru agreed with Sasuke's words. He also despised the decaying Konoha, which was why he devised the plan to bring it down, giving Hiruzen Sarutobi a decent funeral. For Hiruzen, dying while protecting the village was the most dignified way to die. If Hiruzen continued to govern, what would Konoha become? Didn't you see that as soon as Hiruzen died, Jiraiya came back? Did Tsunade return as well? Now that the once decadent higher-ups in the village were dead, everything would be different. Orochimaru had his own plans. Once he took down these small nations, after his otherworldly self left, he would directly conquer the Land of Fire. As the new daimyo of the Land of Fire, he could control Konoha and even completely disband it. He would make ninjas the military force of the nation, integrating them with the state. In that case, Sasuke would surely help him, right? Jiraiya and Tsunade would definitely disagree. But once a large amount of benefits were distributed to the ninjas, they would have no choice. In the face of Otsutsuki, more power had to be integrated. With a heavy blow, Sasuke's attack directly shattered Itachi's Susanoo. Itachi was already prepared to face death. Dying at the hands of his brother was something he had longed for. But before dying, he had to change Sasuke's thoughts. At this moment, Itachi had not yet sealed Konoha Tsukumi within Naruto to change Sasuke's mindset, and he could alter Sasuke's consciousness at any time. However, what Itachi did not know was that Sasuke was already aware of his thoughts and trump cards. Although Konoha Tsukumi was powerful as a fellow user of the Mangekyou Sharingan, combined with Sasuke's sage body, it would not be so simple to control Sasuke under prepared circumstances. Sasuke, you are still too naive. In the future, you will understand my thoughts. Facing Sasuke's attack, Itachi directly dispelled Susanoo, choosing to give up resistance. The attack left a huge wound on Itachi's body, and seeing this, Sasuke involuntarily dispelled Susanoo as well. Looking at Itachi, who was kneeling on the ground, Sasuke looked down at him. He had won. Even Itachi was no longer his opponent. Yet, Sasuke felt no joy in victory. Instead, his heart was heavy. What was the meaning of such a victory? There were no true winners. Both were undeniable failures. Their parents were dead, their clan was gone, and the two brothers stood against each other. What did it matter who won or lost? All of this was due to his brother's wrong choice. Do it, kill me. Itachi looked at Sasuke. Dying at his brother's hands would allow his eyes to become Sasuke's power, and at the same time, it would be a form of atonement for the souls that died at his hands. This indeed provided Itachi some relief. But it forced Sasuke to bear all the hatred alone, distorting Sasuke's will, making him protect Konoha. But with what identity would Sasuke protect Konoha, the last remaining Uchiha clan? He would never be accepted by the village, and would always be regarded with suspicion. Even so, must Sasuke protect Konoha? In that moment of eye contact, a ninja crow appeared, and Konoha Tsukumi flashed by, distorting Sasuke's consciousness, making him continue to protect Konoha after killing Itachi. Yes, that's right, then he could rest easy. But in the next moment, Sasuke's Mangekyou spun, and the yellow flash technique activated. Any negative state directed at him would be instantly cleared. This ocular technique was born from the strong desire to heal Itachi's body and change his thoughts and mindset, but unfortunately, only oneself can change their inner self, not others. He could heal Itachi's body, but he could never heal Itachi's broken heart. The effect of Konoha Mitsukami was healed by Sasuke's own ocular technique. This was the yellow flash technique. A terrifying ocular technique that could heal not just the body, but even repair the soul. Upon realizing Itachi's thoughts, Sasuke did not hesitate at all and directly plucked out Itachi's two eyes. I won't let you die. I want you to live and watch as I destroy Konoha and take control of the entire ninja world. I will ignite an unprecedented war. After saying this, Sasuke looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sensei, you will support me, right? I'm very interested. Starting from this Takigakure, then to the land of fire, everything will belong to us. Sasuke's ideas coincided with Orochimaru's, but Orochimaru did not want to destroy Konoha. He wanted it to disappear and become part of the nation. Let's go. Give your brother a pair of ordinary eyes, seal all his chakra, and then I'll tell you about my plans. Kisame understood that dying at Sasuke's hands was Itachi's own choice, but the situation had clearly escalated beyond his control. In that moment of eye contact with Sasuke, Kisame hesitated slightly before choosing to flee. This information must be brought back to the organization. Orochimaru and Sasuke were collaborating to overturn this ninja world. Chapter 297. The Akatsuki disbands. It was a failure of the infinite Tsukuyomi that Itachi could never have anticipated. Not only did the infinite Tsukuyomi fail, but also seemed to have created a terrifying enemy for Konoha. And Sasuke was cooperating with Orochimaru. Was he really wrong? Just as Itachi was about to speak, Sasuke didn't hesitate and sealed Itachi's mouth. He didn't want to hear Itachi's nonsense about the village. He could heal Itachi's body, but he couldn't heal Itachi's heart. Even if he used the infinite Tsukuyomi to change Itachi's thoughts, what would it matter? What was meant to happen had already happened. Even if it could be changed, it would be false. Let Itachi lose his power and live in agony, watching him destroy Konoha. However, as the strongest pressure-resisting ninja in the ninja world, Sasuke's hatred for Konoha wasn't that great. After all, there were still a few friends of his in Konoha. After learning about Orochimaru's thoughts, the two quickly reached an agreement. Such a village had no reason to exist. Let Konoha become a part of history, and from now on, there would only be the land of fire. No more ninja village like Konoha. After clearing up some things, Orochimaru from two worlds led the world down a similar development path. Orochimaru quickly helped Itachi replace his eyes with ordinary ones while giving Itachi's eyes to Sasuke. With the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, Sasuke became even stronger. Whether it was in the land of water or the land of fire, they appeared weak before Sasuke and Orochimaru. On the other side, Pain had no mood to deal with what was happening with Itachi, because Kakashi had come. Kurizetsu was captured on the spot. His Kage Bunshin no Jutsu was like a joke in front of Kakashi. Kakashi then revealed Kurizetsu's conspiracy and the origins of Pain's Rinnegan, allowing Pain to choose what to do next. Watching Kurizetsu being trampled underfoot by Kakashi, Pain fell silent, as did Konan. Was it all a lie? Were their experiences and Yahiko's death part of a conspiracy? Suddenly learning everything made the two of them start to question their lives. So, capturing tailed beasts only results in the resurrection of Kaguya Otsutsuki? After understanding the whole situation, Pain was indeed shocked, but quickly regained his rationality. Since he knew the truth, couldn't he avoid it? He still wanted the world to feel pain and then achieve peace before dealing with the so-called Otsutsuki clan. After all, if he didn't do this, the people of the ninja world wouldn't unite, right? This point was correct. Even if the ninja world learned about the Otsutsuki, they wouldn't unite and cooperate. How could people filled with hatred collaborate? Disband the Akatsuki. You won't make the ninja world suffer anymore. Staying in the land of rain or joining Konoha is your only choice. Kakashi looked at Pain. Even with the Rinnegan, Pain was no match for Kakashi now. Kakashi was confident he could instantly kill Pain. He just needed to deal with the Akatsuki and then teach the land of lightning and the land of earth a lesson. Kakashi was also eager to return. With the awakening of his dark fruit and having let go of his inner ties, he was about to start a brand new life. It was said that Jiraiya's Intimate Series Alternate World Edition was about to be released, and Kakashi wanted to experience the tenderness of the mermaid sister. That guy must also be a virgin, right? As a close friend, he needed to help Guy grow up a bit. But could that little acorn really do it? Thinking of this, Kakashi couldn't help but laugh. But to Pain, this was a threat and humiliation. Disband? No, I want the world to feel pain. Only then can people realize the preciousness of peace and face the enemy together. Just as Pain finished speaking, suddenly the entire sky over Amigay turned dark, as if something had devoured the light. Thick darkness shrouded the earth, blocking out the sky. The only colors left were a shade of crimson and purple, which were Kakashi's Mangeki and Pain's Rinnegan. In the clash of ocular powers, Pain's Rinnegan was still inferior to Kakashi's Sharingan. Although the Rinnegan was indeed a higher level than the Sharingan, the two were not on equal footing, especially after Kakashi awakened his Dark Fruit. The Sharingan and Dark Fruit influenced each other, and the Sharingan had already changed. After all, Kakashi was not a descendant of the Otsutsuki. Although he had obtained the power of the Otsutsuki bloodline, that didn't mean Kakashi would evolve in the direction of the Otsutsuki. In the darkness, unknowingly, Pain and Konan had entered Kakashi's Kamui space. Are you really sure? Kakashi could destroy Amigay in an instant, but that would be meaningless. So naive. Both your thoughts and your plans are too childish and naive. As the darkness faded, the two realized they were already in another space. Let's end this quickly. I have other tasks. Pain glanced at Konan, who also looked at Pain. No matter what Pain chose, she would follow. She was the angel following the god. If you choose to fight, Amigay will become history with you. Choose. Will you protect Amigay and the ninja world, or will you fight me to the death? After a moment of hesitation, under Kakashi's pressure, Pain ultimately chose to back down. Knowing the truth, Pain understood one thing. Although he prided himself on being a god, he wasn't a true god. Even his power came from others. Even the Kakashi before him was not his match. This was also the first time Pain encountered an opponent he knew he could never defeat just by looking at them. Watching Pain lower his head, Kakashi nodded. In an instant, they returned to Amigay, which also regained its light, leaving behind terrified villagers. Suddenly losing all light, everyone fell into panic for a moment. Only Pain and Konan returned to Amigay. Kakashi had already disappeared. As Kisame hurried back to Amigay, he received the news that the Akatsuki had disbanded. After going out for a while, his brother was captured, and now his home was gone? What is this all about? The other members of the Akatsuki were also dumbfounded. They were happily carrying out missions, and now the organization was disbanding? What was going on? A group of top rogue ninjas couldn't help but rush towards Amigay to see what had happened. Chapter 298. The beginning of war. When the members of the Akatsuki learned that the organization was going to disband, they were all in disbelief. How could this be possible? They were the ones who understood the strength of the Akatsuki best, given the power of the Akatsuki members and Pain. The organization undoubtedly had the capability to overturn the ninja world. The members of the Akatsuki were all individuals who sought to overthrow this ninja world, and they were also among the strongest rogue ninjas in the ninja world. In fact, people in the ninja world had long realized that the existence of ninja villages was fundamentally unreasonable. But how could the Akatsuki just announce its disbandment? What were they supposed to do now? Not to mention the chaos within the Akatsuki, things were also heating up in Konoha. This was because Tsunade ultimately agreed to go to war against the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Stone Village. The Hidden Sand Village had just lost to Konoha, having participated in the plan to collapse Konoha, and although they had been deceived by Orochimaru, they had indeed suffered a defeat. Tsunade was willing to go to war with these two ninja villages partly because of the top-tier combat powers of Kakashi and Orochimaru, who would not need to do much. Once the war was over, Kakashi and Orochimaru would leave. Keeping these two unstable factors in Konoha worried her and Jiraiya, especially since Orochimaru seemed to be making small moves outside lately. Warnings from the Earth Country and the Lightning Country had already come in, clearly indicating that they had discovered Orochimaru's small actions. The small countries that Orochimaru had continuously taken over were all minor nations situated between the major countries. Previously, these countries served as buffer zones for the major powers. The key point was that these countries all bordered the Fire Country, which meant they could easily become part of the Fire Country's territory. However, the other countries were not overly worried, as such friction was quite common. Whenever a country sought to expand, it would start to annex these smaller nations' territories, but after the war, these small countries would return to peace. What they did not know was that this time the situation was completely different. Several daimyos had already been controlled by Orochimaru, waiting for their rise to power. Once the Land of Water was conquered, a brand new territory, even larger than the Land of Water, would emerge. The crucial point was that this new nation would have at least two shadow-level powerhouses, Orochimaru and Sasuke. As for Itachi, he had been directly imprisoned by Orochimaru, and the Mangeki Sharingan that Sasuke had replaced was also taken by Orochimaru for research. Just as the daimyos of the Fire Country arrived in Konoha, Konoha had already begun its military actions against the other two countries. This also meant that Konoha had completely broken away from the daimyo's control. If this trend continued, Orochimaru's plan was likely to succeed, and a brand new country would replace the Fire Country, with Konoha becoming a part of history. After all, in this world, Orochimaru was thoroughly disappointed with Konoha. Upon arriving in Konoha, the daimyos were not given any attention, and there was not even anyone to receive them. They were directly controlled upon arrival. Tsunade did not want to do this, but she had no choice. After the daimyos were controlled, Konoha directly declared war on the land of lightning and the land of earth. This was something no one had anticipated. What gave Konoha the courage? But soon, they would find out. Orochimaru and Kakashi each led a team toward the two countries, which comprised all the elite shinobi that Konoha could muster. The villagers of Konoha and most of the ninjas did not agree with the hasty declaration of war against the two countries. If this had been during the third Hokage's era, such a thing would have been unthinkable. Yet now Tsunade had made such a decision outright. Since they had executed Danzo and the high-ranking officials, no one in the decision-making level would oppose Tsunade and Jiraiya's decisions. As for the civilians, what could they decide? And ninjas were merely tools. Though they were reluctant to admit it, in this era, ninjas were tools for the upper class, just mission tools. Thus, the war began without any resistance felt by Tsunade. This was the power of authority. With mere personal will, multiple countries could be propelled into war. Interestingly, among the team heading to the land of Earth, there were two Kakashis. Tsunade teamed up with Orochimaru, while Jiraiya and Kakashi formed another team. This time, Konoha was putting forth all its strength. The stakes were high. If Konoha lost this time, there would be no future left, but if they could achieve victory, Konoha would regain everything it had lost, and even surpass the era when the first Hokage was alive. Tsunade's ambitions had emerged, with strong combat power at her disposal. If things went awry, she could simply turn and leave, right? On the other hand, Noki and A felt somewhat bewildered, even thinking that perhaps Tsunade had some issues in her head. They did not believe that Tsunade would dare to go to war with them, thinking it was merely a show. However, upon receiving news that Konoha ninjas had entered the border, they realized that this time it was serious. The ninjas they encountered had no ability to resist. Kakashi's darkness and Orochimaru's implanted Rinnegan made it almost a one-hit kill against their opponents. Against the ninjas from other villages, both would show no mercy, and the ninjas from Konoha finally realized the strength of the two. Why was it that even though they were all from Konoha, the strength gap was so outrageous, even for those from another world? All the dispatched ninjas disappeared without a trace. And only then did the two shadows realize that something was wrong. The situation seemed more severe than they had imagined. Soon, the two ninja villages began to mobilize and formally entered a state of war. War was not that simple, especially among ninjas. When a large number of ninjas used combined ninjutsu together, the lethality was terrifying. However, the gap in strength between ninjas was too great. In front of super shadows and 6 paths-level powerhouses, ordinary ninjas were of no use. No matter how many there were, it was meaningless. The darkness and the terrifying Yamada no Orochi would soon become nightmares for the two countries, with powers and thinking that far surpassed this era. And with Orochimaru and Kakashi about to leave, their strikes would naturally be heavier. Both were well aware that showing mercy to these two countries would be cruel to Konoha. Chapter 299. Return and Sealing What is War? When one side possesses overwhelming strength, it is no longer appropriate to call it a war. The entire ninja village was shrouded in darkness, with all the Jonin pulled into the Kamui space, alongside the appearance of the Orochimaru and the 8-headed serpent. The Iwagakure and Kimogakure villages realized that the problem seemed to be far more serious than they had imagined. The conflict was sudden and ended quickly. The two ninja villages had no room for resistance and were defeated outright. This was unavoidable. The combined power of Kakashi and Orochimaru was simply crushing. The two could easily annihilate these two ninja villages. After signing the treaty, Konoha achieved victory in the war. Tsunade and Jiraiya never expected it could be so easy. What was the previous ninja war about? What is the meaning of ninjas killing each other? The signed treaty and reparations would leave Iwagakure and Kimogakure incapable of launching another war for decades to come. At the same time, Tsunade and Jiraiya discovered what Orochimaru had been doing. Several small countries had been taken over by Orochimaru. Even Takegakure, one of the strongest among the small ninja villages and home to a Jinchuriki, had no ability to resist before Sasuke. With the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and Sage Mode, Sasuke's only issue now might be his age. Konoha was busy distributing the fruits of victory. Aside from Naruto and Sakura, no one cared about Sasuke's departure. He was the last scion of the Uchiha clan. If he wanted to leave Konoha, what could they do? Everyone knew how Konoha treated the Uchiha. They had nearly exterminated the clan. If the last person didn't want to stay in Konoha, would they really go to the extent of eliminating him? The mirage of flowers and water. Those who should leave still had to leave. Orochimaru and Kakashi stood together, looking at the different Konoha and the faces on Hokage Rock, and spoke up. Kakashi's thoughts were in line with Orochimaru's. It was time for them to leave. After all, this world was not their world. Having seen a different timeline and saved some tragedies was already enough. Kakashi's awakening of the dark fruit was an unexpected joy. Konoha's high-end combat power increased again, with Kakashi now being one of the top few in Konoha. With Konoha's current strength, they would not fear an active attack from the Otsutsuki clan. The only concern might be the Otsutsuki clan's main family on their planet. According to known intelligence, there are many powerful beings on the Otsutsuki planet, and the strongest among them seems to have transcended this dimension. However, the universe is vast. Even if the Otsutsuki clan came to Earth, it would take a long time. Each time the Otsutsuki clan goes out to plant the God Tree, the mission is calculated in thousands of years. With anything over 1,000 years without returning with chakra fruits considered overdue, it can be said that the Otsutsuki clan is incredibly privileged. They don't have to worry about lifespan or cultivation. They just need to keep plundering to grow stronger. However, in front of humans with research capabilities, the Otsutsuki's speed of progress seems lacking, as the ninja world has developed a large amount of top-tier combat power in a short time. Just like pure-blooded scions have less talent than half-blooded scions, the Otsutsuki clan's bloodline has also created many geniuses after entering the ninja world. Before leaving, Orochimaru left some gifts for the Otsutsuki of this world, wanting to counterbalance the Otsutsuki clan. The only person Orochimaru trusted was himself. Others were too foolish, lacking a long-term vision, only dragging the entire world and even the entire era down. After arriving at the Dragon Vein, Orochimaru sealed this space-time with sealing techniques, ensuring no one could use the Dragon Vein to traverse space-time again. Without a trace of nostalgia, the two left this space-time directly. For the original world, they had only been gone for a few seconds. Upon returning to their own world, both of them visibly sighed in relief. And Orochimaru also noticed that the power of the Dragon Vein seemed to have weakened considerably. It seems that traversing space-time does significantly weaken the power of the Dragon Vein. However, this is not important. Orochimaru wants to seal this place completely to prevent any accidents. Any matters that may involve space-time and time could pose great dangers. Who knows? There might be stronger enemies from other worlds coming. Let's go. It's time to return. There are many things waiting for them to handle in this world. After returning from another world, Orochimaru had many different ideas. For example, had the land of lightning and the land of earth been too comfortable? They should be made to become completely subordinate to the land of wind, just like the land of wind. In fact, right now, Konoha, whether in terms of economy or culture, is the absolute core of the entire ninja world. If the current trends continue, just the goods exported from Konoha could slowly destroy the economies of several other countries. Originally, Orochimaru planned to slowly boil the frog in warm water, but now he felt a sense of urgency. After understanding the development trajectory of another world and the small thoughts of the land of lightning and the land of earth, Orochimaru was no longer so merciful. The key point is that Tsunagakure actually dared to execute what they call the Konoha collapse plan. Even if it was the other him from another world who planned it, it would not be acceptable. In Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting in a cabin that hadn't been visited in a long time, drinking tea, with Otsutsuki Kagaya sitting beside him. Today's Konoha had a somewhat cyberpunk flavor, with the enhancement of ninjutsu, the tall buildings, flickering neon lights, and the massive city scale made Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had been sealed for 1,000 years, somewhat unaccustomed. If you continue like this, you will be destroyed by the Otsutsuki clan. We must prepare for war quickly. Otsutsuki Kagaya had the audacity to rebel, but she actually had no way to deal with the Otsutsuki clan. Otherwise, she wouldn't have created so many white Zetsus. But what use are white Zetsus? Haha, Hiruzen, I have another son now. Danzo naturally did not qualify to go to the New World. Upon learning that Sarutobi Hiruzen had returned to Konoha, he rushed back to show off. During this time, Danzo had been working hard to strengthen the Shimura clan. As soon as he entered, Danzo saw Otsutsuki Kagaya. Danzo, Hiruzen is playing so extravagantly? Chapter 300, Go Plant Trees. Although Danzo has distanced himself from the power core of Konoha, he is still aware of the major and minor events happening in the village. Furthermore, in order to maintain unity, Konoha has not hidden the existence of the Otsutsuki clan. With a common enemy, it also serves to divert conflicts elsewhere. With a terrifying alien wanting to destroy the world, could Konoha not unite? The key point is that there is evidence. The Otsutsuki clan is still in Orochimaru's laboratory. The villagers of Konoha have become absolutely blind followers of Orochimaru. Look at what the first 4 Hokages brought, and what Orochimaru has brought. Under the management of the first 4 Hokages, Konoha has become weaker and weaker, transitioning from a nominally top ninja village to a point where, if it weren't for Orochimaru rising to power, it would have been nearly caught up by other ninja villages. However, everything changed after Orochimaru took power. Now Konoha has become the core of the nation, and the previous villagers have all become prominent figures. Not to mention, the villagers of Konoha, simply relying on the skyrocketing housing prices, have already made a fortune. Therefore, all the villagers of Konoha are now die-hard loyalists of Orochimaru, and they will not oppose any of his decisions. For example, when Orochimaru decided to explore other worlds and needed a group of Konoha villagers to go to another world, no one was afraid. Everyone was eager to go. Sitting next to Sarutobi Hiruzen is Otsutsuki Kagaya, and Danzo suddenly felt bored. Was she showing off? Sarutobi Hiruzen already has women from the Otsutsuki clan by his side, and looking at the Sarutobi clan in the ninja world, although there is only one top fighter. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the clan is thriving with many members, even more than some of the top noble clans. Just look at the way the Otsutsuki woman looks at him, as if she is looking at trash. If Danzo knew that this woman is the progenitor of Chakra in the ninja world, he wouldn't know what to think. Ahem, well, I'll take my leave now. Danzo felt somewhat ashamed in front of this woman and rationally turned to leave. Perhaps it's because of the pressure from her bloodline that ninjas feel inexplicably inferior in front of Otsutsuki Kagaya, even if they don't know her identity. Foolish. Otsutsuki Kagaya certainly cannot understand how a child can bring so much joy. She mysteriously became pregnant with 2 children and was ultimately sealed by her own 2 children. What angers her the most is that these 2 children didn't prepare at all for the impending attack of the Otsutsuki clan. Is it really all reliant on the wisdom of future generations? However, the development of the ninja world seems quite good now. For instance, this man in front of her, his strength is beyond imagination. And the key point is that there is no feeling of chakra emanating from him, completely different from the power system of the Otsutsuki clan. Right? If it were a civilization that simply uses chakra, it would be mindlessly suppressed in front of the Otsutsuki clan's main family. Even a main branch of the Hyuga clan can control the branch family. So how could the Otsutsuki clan not have methods against chakra? But the Otsutsuki clan has dominated this universe for so many years, encountering almost no opponents, let alone civilizations that use other power systems. Now, with such a civilization suddenly appearing, although most people in the ninja world still use chakra as their main power system, the existence of other power systems and top-tier fighters means that the Otsutsuki clan is no longer the sole ruler of this universe. Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly does not care about Otsutsuki Kagaya's thoughts. After all, the master-servant contract has already been signed, and their lives and deaths are in his hands. Keeping Otsutsuki Kagaya is a good thing for Konoha. In the future, when the Otsutsuki clan truly invades, they are likely to receive help from Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki Momoshiki. After finishing their tea, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya. It was time to leave the ninja world, as Konoha's development focus is still in the pirate world. For Konoha, the pirate world is obviously larger, with more resources. And the most crucial point is that there are very few people in the pirate world who can truly grasp rule-level powers. 2 completely different worlds with entirely different power systems. No matter how good the ninja world is, for Konoha, the desolate lands of the ninja world are too many. Bringing Otsutsuki Kagaya to the time-space passage, they felt a different aura, and Otsutsuki Kagaya became obviously alert. Otsutsuki Kagaya's Tenshi no Mikoto also has spatial abilities, and she could clearly feel traces of Tenshi no Mikoto in this spatial passage. Have these damned mortals already stolen her power? Do these humans want to abandon this world? However, it is indeed a very rational approach to create a brand new space to hide in. When the Otsutsuki clan attacks, only a desolate planet will remain. Sarutobi Hiruzen took Otsutsuki Kagaya into the time-space passage. This time-space passage not only has Tenshi no Mikoto, but also some sealing techniques and a large number of composite ninjutsu, with many ninjas constantly monitoring the stability of this time-space passage. If any accidents occur, they will instantly summon all the high-ranking officials of Konoha using the Flying Thunder God technique. For Konoha, this time-space passage is extremely important. The key point is that this time-space passage exists naturally and requires maintenance. It might suddenly disappear at any time. After leaving the space passage, Otsutsuki Kagaya was instantly stunned. This is actually a brand new world, much larger than the ninja world. At the first moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya became excited. If she could plant the divine tree in this world, the chakra fruits produced would surely make her even stronger. However, thinking that she has already become a slave to the man in front of her, Otsutsuki Kagaya sighed. But soon, Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Let us plant the divine tree in this world, and then you can eat the chakra fruit. We will have the power to resist the Otsutsuki clan. This seems to be a brand new world, with no traces of the Otsutsuki clan. You could even become the new Otsutsuki god. Thinking of this, Otsutsuki Kagaya felt a surge of excitement, which Otsutsuki Wunti want to become the Otsutsuki god. This is the lifelong goal of all Otsutsuki. Unfortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen looks down upon strengthening his power in this way. This method of cultivating by devouring life force will bring extremely serious inner demons and heavenly tribulations. Chapter 301. Changes in the pirate world. The Otsutsuki clan has an obsession with planting trees. It is their mission. Apart from the natural powers they inherit from their bloodline, the Otsutsuki clan rarely practices, relying instead on consuming the chakra fruits produced by the god tree to enhance their strength. The key point is that although the Otsutsuki clan has a long lifespan, their mindset is quite conservative and outdated. The clan consists of two branches, the main family and the branch family. The main family is responsible for planting trees, while the branch family feeds themselves to the god tree to allow it to grow. Of course, due to the existence of the wedge, the Otsutsuki clan does not die. Even if they are fed to the god tree, they can use the wedge to resurrect themselves. As for why Otsutsuki Kagaya wanted to rebel and kill Otsutsuki Ishiki without wiping out his entire lineage, it can only be said that the plot is somewhat convoluted. After arriving in this world, Kagaya's first thought was to plant trees. The pirate world is such a high-quality world that it is quite rare even for the Otsutsuki clan. Although the pirate world is vast, the land area is not that large, which might pose some problems for humans. However, for the Otsutsuki clan, this is not an issue. After all, the god tree absorbs the life force of the entire planet, which naturally includes the creatures in the ocean. The sea creatures, especially the sea kings, are high-quality nutrients for the god tree. After just a brief sense of the rich life energy in this world, Kagaya was drooling over it. The most critical point is that the life energy within humans that can be seen with the naked eye is many times greater than that of ordinary people in the ninja world. As long as we plant the god tree on this planet, your strength will definitely undergo a leap. At that time, we might even have the opportunity to counterattack the Otsutsuki planet. The more Kagaya thought about it, the more excited she became, watching Sarutobi Hiruzen's continuous persuasion. Unfortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not moved at all. The fruits of the god tree are not that easy to consume. Hiruzen always suspected that the god tree was hiding more than the Otsutsuki imagined. So this matter should not be discussed, and the idea of planting the god tree should be abandoned. Otherwise, I will continue to seal you away. Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, Kagaya fell silent. She did not want to be sealed again, having already been sealed for 1,000 years. She finally came out to see another world and the unique development trajectory of the ninja world. Kagaya did not want to give up. She became obedient, and Hiruzen did not want to deal with her. With Kagaya by his side, he could delegate some dirty and tiring work to her. After all, Kagaya had eaten the god tree's fruit, and her strength was undoubtedly at the 6 paths level, possessing many abilities related to the rules. Having just finished dealing with matters in the ninja world, Hiruzen wanted to explore the pirate world more thoroughly. The current pirate world is in chaos. The emergence of Konoha has affected the entire world pattern, and even the influence of the 4 emperors is gradually weakening. The 4 emperors, when combined, do not dare to claim they can contend with the world government, as the members of these pirate crews were once part of the Rocks Pirates, which was ultimately eradicated by the world government. Additionally, each of the 4 emperors has their own problems and are fundamentally not united. One reason the world government's influence has not penetrated the New World is that a vast majority of this world is covered by oceans. Even if the world government is powerful, it cannot reach far. If the world government had spatial technology like Konoha's to create portals and spatial passages, things might have been different. Unless technology or civilization advances to a certain level, Mere territorial expansion may not be beneficial for a civilization. If the area is too large and the population too vast, internal problems will become severe. With the issues in the ninja world temporarily resolved, Kaguya was brought along, following Sarutobi Hiruzen, and they signed a contract. The ninjas who had been recalled to Konoha also gradually returned to the pirate world. During this time, the pirate crew from Konoha has made quite a name for themselves throughout the pirate world. The ninjas from Konoha operate on a completely different power system compared to this world, and after arriving here, even if they themselves do not possess water attributes, Konoha mandates that ninjas learn water release. Learning water release is a required course for coming to the pirate world. Regardless of the offensive capabilities of water release, its ability to suppress other abilities is certainly among the top. Even the strongest ability users cannot avoid the side effects of devil fruits. For example, even though Kakashi has awakened the dark fruit, he still loses all his strength upon contact with seawater. Moreover, the ninjutsu of ninjas makes people in this world immediately associate it with natural-type devil fruits, causing them to hesitate before even engaging in combat. Although the Konoha new generation exploring the pirate world consists entirely of Chunin and Genin-level ninjas, their strength should not be underestimated. Not to mention that among Konoha's Genin, there are always some monsters mixed in, and Konoha's Genin are notoriously difficult to deal with in the entire ninja world. Additionally, Konoha itself is extraordinarily powerful, and it now seems to be on the verge of becoming the second largest force in this world, rivaling the world government. When encountering ships flying the Konoha flag at sea, whether they're navy or pirates, the first thought is to retreat. However, during this time, many Konoha ninjas have already been placed under bounty. In this world, Sasuke's strength is not on par with Naruto's. Because he was well protected by Itachi, Sasuke's development has not been as rapid. Meanwhile, Naruto has improved his relationship with Kurama and has gained the Nine-Tails mode. Coupled with Sage mode, his strength has become sufficiently powerful. Naruto and Kurama are naturally on the same side, and now the Konoha is directly opposing the Otsutsuki clan. For its own sake, Kurama will certainly assist Naruto and Konoha. Otherwise, once the Otsutsuki clan arrives, these tailed beasts will certainly be captured. Under normal circumstances, even if tailed beasts are killed, they will eventually revive after a long time. However, if they are captured to be used as sacrifices for the Ten Tails to become the God Tree, there will be no chance of resurrection. The Otsutsuki are not like the Sage of Six Paths. They are not that merciful. They have no emotions toward any living beings, let alone the tailed beasts derived from the Ten Tails. Chapter 302. The adventure continues. The Straw Hat Pirates gathered early due to Luffy's premature departure. However, aside from Luffy, the other members clearly did not match his improvement in strength. Whitebeard had put in real effort training Luffy and Ace, showing no mercy. Ace's actions were indeed foolish, and his strength was far too weak, especially compared to his father. As Ace's father, Whitebeard would undoubtedly lead the entire crew to rescue him if the world government were to execute Ace. He would do the same for any member of the crew in such a situation. After all, this is Whitebeard's belief. He treats every crew member as his family. Now that he has successfully rescued Ace and regained his youth, the crew has the added support of Konoha. Whitebeard was going to be very strict with Ace. Previously, he had neglected to guide Ace properly, which led to Ace blindly chasing after Blackbeard. If Ace weren't the son of the Pirate King, it might have been different. But because of this special identity, along with his connection to the Whitebeard pirates, Ace's impulsiveness nearly destroyed the entire crew. If Ace hadn't gone looking for trouble himself, the world government probably wouldn't have done much to him under Whitebeard's protection and Garp's influence. The Navy would likely have turned a blind eye to him, just as they did with the Straw Hat crew. However, after being captured by Blackbeard, he delivered himself into the hands of the world government, which would not let this opportunity slip by. Ace was too naive and unwilling to admit his identity as the son of the Pirate King. But this situation could not be changed simply by his refusal to acknowledge it. He almost caused his father's death and jeopardized the future of the Whitebeard pirates. Therefore, during this time, Whitebeard's training for Ace was very strict. Besides strength training, he was also gradually changing Ace's mindset. It's normal for young people to be impulsive, but acting without considering the consequences is unacceptable. He also took the time to properly educate Luffy. After all, Whitebeard's teaching methods were surely simpler and more effective than Rayleigh's. Because of this, even though Luffy returned almost a year earlier than in the original story, he was much stronger than before. The first stop for the Straw Hat crew was Fishman Island, where Naruto and Sasuke were also present. After sailing for a while, they reached Sabaody Archipelago, then traveled from there to Fishman Island, and directly returned to Konoha through the time portal. Having trained on the seas for some time, Konoha's new generation of ninjas had all grown. However, they were gradually returning to Konoha because there were missions to be assigned. Kakashi's dark fruit had awakened, and Konoha wanted to gather more useful fruits to aid in its development. Many times, using these devil fruits in more appropriate places could be far more powerful than imagined. Technology is always the primary productive force. For example, Ace's flame fruit might not be that powerful, but if it were used to provide energy, it could be very useful. Sometimes, the effects of Paramecia-type fruits are even better than those of Logia-type fruits, while Zoan-type fruits might be the least useful. Thus, Konoha needed its ninjas to search for more potential devil fruits while sailing the seas. Additionally, the direction of Konoha's development also needed to change. Konoha was currently preparing to unify the ninja world and take down the land of lightning and the land of earth. And it also needed to win the allegiance of the land of wind. Even if the leadership of these countries and villages remained unchanged, they now needed only one voice and nation, and that was the land of Konoha. After complete unification, in a few decades, or even 100 or 200 years, the new generation of ninjas and civilians in these countries would gradually forget about the former 5 great countries and ninja villages. Now that Konoha has this strength, when else would they wait to unify the ninja world? After this, their attitude towards the pirate world also needed to change. The world government's willingness to acknowledge Konoha's existence clearly indicated that they were waiting for something. Moreover, this world is simply too vast, and the world government is originally limited in reach. Having Konoha share the burden of pressure from pirates is a good thing. Now that Orochimaru has returned from another Konoha, seeing the fallen Konoha gives him a sense of urgency. As the de facto leader of the land of Konoha, Orochimaru's perspective on problems has slowly changed. Of course, his pursuit has not changed. Immortality remains his eternal quest. For Orochimaru now, through human modification, he has already gained tremendous power and a long lifespan. But that is still far from enough. The stronger he becomes, the more he understands that achieving immortality is certainly not that simple. What Orochimaru seeks is not just a long lifespan, but true immortality. Integrating the power of the ninja world and accelerating development as much as possible without missing any opportunities is what Konoha should be doing now. Konoha has no intention of competing with the world government. Once Konoha's overall strength increases and its scientific technology is sufficient to crush the world government, they will simply overpower them, just like the other countries in the ninja world. In their eyes, they remain Konoha's competitors, but Konoha has long since stopped taking them seriously. When Hokage arrived in Konoha, he already had his answers and returned to Sabaody Archipelago, happily continuing his work as a coding worker. The changes in the times are happening too quickly. Konoha's emergence cannot be said to be entirely a good thing, but at least from the current perspective, Konoha has indeed achieved equality, whether for fishmen or humans. All enjoy the same rights on Konoha Island, without discrimination or human trafficking. Although Rayleigh always feels that Konoha has ulterior motives, such as the fact that these fishmen, while enjoying the same rights as humans, must work twice as hard to integrate into human society. But at least Konoha's emergence has brought more possibilities to this sea. Here is Sabaody Archipelago. We can head to Fishman Island from here. The long-awaited reunion of the Straw Hat crew has brought about significant changes in everyone, but their goal remains unchanged. The adventure continues, but their future has already changed. Chapter 303. Chance encounter at Fishman Island since the incident at the Holy Land Mariewa. There have been very few celestial dragons visiting the Sabaody Archipelago. With the absence of this customer base, the population trade here has also declined significantly. The celestial dragons are not foolish, and after receiving warnings from above, they have become less arrogant. If they want to buy slaves, they mostly let their subordinates handle it. Using the Den Mushi to bid, the Straw Hat crew did not encounter any issues on the Sabaody Archipelago, which has become far less prosperous than before. Traveling from Konoha Island to Fishman Island and then to the New World is much safer than going directly from Sabaody. Moreover, Konoha Island has many unique products, leading to a decline in Sabaody's vitality. The journey to Fishman Island went smoothly, and the Straw Hat crew faced no obstacles. Now, Fishman Island can be accessed directly through a portal to Konoha Island, and within Konoha's sphere of influence, the fishman's identity and status are somewhat guaranteed. In fact, for fishmen, traveling from Fishman Island to the mainland is not particularly difficult. Whether they are mermaids or fishmen, they can move freely in the ocean. The biggest threat to them is actually humans, as both fishmen and mermaids are highly sought after commodities, favored by slave traders. Aside from the celestial dragons, there are many nobles in this world. After all, there are so many islands and countries, and with numerous member states in the world government. They have to pay tribute every year, which is all derived from the exploitation of commoners. Mermaids can fetch good prices if sold to these nobles. Capturing a few mermaids can earn enough money in the black market to buy devil fruit. Now, with the support of Konoha and the fact that Fishman Island is under the control of Orochimaru, Fishman Island is continuously expanding under his plans, with a large number of fishmen serving as perfect labor. The route from Sabaody to Fishman Island has also been maintained by the fishmen, which is why the Straw Hat crew did not encounter any danger. Additionally, with Kisame frequently patrolling the seabed, Fishman Island has never been safer. The Sea Kings living in the depths are not foolish. Clearly, the most powerful Sea Kings are no match for Kisame. For example, as the Straw Hat crew is slowly descending, a massive sea monster suddenly appears ahead, resembling a giant turtle with 3 enormous tails. However, the sea monster only glanced at them before turning away, leaving the Straw Hat crew in a cold sweat. If they had been attacked by this sea monster in the depths of the ocean, it would have been disastrous, as the immense pressure could kill them instantly. "Hey, that giant seemed intelligent," Luffy remarked. Chopper felt that the sea monster was no ordinary creature. Its gaze was clearly different from that of a typical wild animal. Luffy's eyes sparkled, and he felt that the sea monster was incredibly cool. "It's so cool. If only we could raise a creature like that." "Are you kidding? That's a sea monster." Nami punched Luffy, exasperated. "A sea monster that big would eat a lot. There should be limits to your nonsense, Luffy." Soon, they continued their descent and arrived at Fishman Island. Just as they approached the vicinity of Fishman Island, a group of fishermen soldiers quickly approached and escorted them to the reception area. Name, origin, occupation. Although the Straw Hat crew is not pirates in the true sense and has not committed any heinous acts, being treated this way as a crew with a bounty over 100 million was unexpected for them. "Are you kidding? We're pirates," Usopp complained, feeling somewhat offended. After all, they are pirates, and this treatment was a bit dismissive. The fisherman in charge of the reception was even more displeased. "So what if you're pirates? This is Konoha's territory. Even if you're a part of the Yonko crew, you must register when you come to Fishman Island." Luffy didn't mind. If they wanted registration, then they would register, as it was someone else's territory. After the group registered, they received a ticket, and the Thousand Sunny would be temporarily docked at the designated area. This Fishman Island is completely different from what we imagined. It wasn't just mermaids here. They could also see merchants and pirates bustling about. The number of humans was not small, which was entirely different from their initial expectations. Everything seemed orderly, unlike most of the countries the Straw Hats had visited. "Luffy, what are you doing here?" Just a few steps in, Luffy suddenly heard a familiar voice. Looking up, he was surprised to see Naruto. The two were old acquaintances, having trained together back on Konoha Island. "Naruto, my friends and I have reunited and are about to start an adventure. What brings you to Fishman Island?" Seeing Naruto made Luffy very happy. His time on Konoha Island had been quite memorable. "There are matters in the village that need our attention. But not everyone is gathered yet. My friends and I are taking a break here on Fishman Island." After Naruto spoke, Luffy belatedly noticed that most people on Fishman Island were wearing Konoha headbands. "Luffy, is this your friend?" The Straw Hat crew approached, surprised that Luffy had a friend on Fishman Island. Their captain's network was surprisingly vast. "Are these your crew members? They look reliable." Luffy often talked about his crew when on Konoha Island. To be honest, Naruto felt a bit envious that Luffy was the captain. Despite there being many ships on Konoha Island, there was no captain position. Konoha could only have one captain, and that was Orochimaru. The highest-ranking officer on these ships was the squad leader. Naruto's squad leader was not him, but Kinshiki. Luffy's innate sense of freedom made Naruto a little envious. But if given a choice, he would still choose his village, as it held his friends and his parents. The fourth Hokage and Kushina had been revived. And with Fugaku and Mikoto, Naruto was fortunate to have 2 sets of parents caring for him. Chapter 304. Changes in Fishman Island. Naruto, now a happy family man, has clearly matured a lot. Often, if one matures too much, it becomes difficult to accept one's own experiences with ease. Naruto's innocence serves as a form of protection. Otherwise, in the original story, any expression of dissatisfaction from him could have led to a significant change in Konoha's attitude towards him. It is precisely because, no matter how the villagers ostracize him, Naruto is determined to become Hokage and earn the recognition of others, rather than harboring resentment and wanting to destroy the village. Such a fool is the best inheritor of the will of fire and the best puppet. The Naruto before us is not the same as in the original story. His growth has given him the ability for self-judgment, providing him with a different perspective on everything around him. It was unexpected for Luffy to encounter Naruto on Fishman Island. Their adventure has just begun, and after reuniting with his companions, meeting a friend like Naruto brings Luffy great joy. Sasuke's relationship with Luffy is merely one of nodding acquaintance. Sasuke, who shares a personality somewhat similar to Naruto's, actually doesn't like such traits. Having one fool like Naruto is enough. And having more of such characters around could be quite a headache. However, after exchanging glances with Zoro, both Sasuke and Zoro felt a hint of fighting spirit. Both belong to the category of people who are tough and not very talkative, yet their inner thoughts are relatively intricate. This seems to be a common trait among the Uchiha clan. Nami and Robin's demeanor is quite different from Hinata and Conan's. Nami and Robin clearly exhibit typical Western characteristics, in terms of both physique and personality. In contrast, Hinata and Conan represent serious Asian traits. Nonetheless, each has its own beauty, and the ninja world is fundamentally different from the pirate world. Since their captain knows Naruto from Konoha, the Straw Hat crew decided to follow Naruto. After all, the flags hanging on Fishman Island are all Konoha's. Upon arriving at Fishman Island, they could clearly feel that someone was watching them from the shadows. But after talking with Naruto, that feeling of being monitored disappeared. Initially thought to be like a fairy tale land, Fishman Island instead feels quite restrained, with both humans and fishmen bustling about on streets. Integrating into human society is not a simple matter. The culture and living conditions of the fishmen are entirely different from those of humans, as they belong to two distinct races with completely different living environments. Achieving mutual understanding is inherently challenging. The cultural influence from Konoha has had a significant impact on Fishman Island, leading to substantial changes in its way of life. Especially for the lazy and temperamental fishmen, life is certainly not as easy as it used to be. Fishman Street has been cleaned up, leaving many criminals without a place to go. Although these fishmen are somewhat stronger than ordinary people, they are still outmatched by the ninjas from Konoha and the pirates from the Whitebeard Pirates. The Whitebeard Pirates have a considerable number of members. Some remain by Whitebeard's side. Some have joined Konoha, while others have gone to other territories of the Whitebeard Pirates in the New World. Each person has their own aspirations. Some have grown accustomed to the freedom of being pirates, and even though the Whitebeard Pirates are nominally part of Konoha's navy, Konoha does not force them. However, some members of the Whitebeard Pirates have chosen to join Konoha, and this group of pirates has helped alleviate Konoha's manpower shortage to some extent. Pirates with potential, like Luffy, are certainly under constant observation. After arriving at Fishman Island, they became the focus of attention. However, being watched by the Umbu is not solely due to Luffy's strength, but also because of his identity. Garp has chosen to retire, and the older generation of the Navy has opted for retirement as well, with Akainu becoming the fleet admiral. In terms of strength, the Navy may not have weakened. In fact, it is likely much stronger than before. Most of the Navy members supported by Akainu are firmly hawkish and harbor a deep-seated hatred for pirates. Luffy's most attention-grabbing identity is that he is the son of the Revolutionary Army leader, Dragon. Compared to the world government, the Revolutionary Army is certainly weaker. Recently, the Revolutionary Army has been attempting to actively engage with Konoha, but Konoha has not responded to them. Dragon disapproves of the world government and the Celestial Dragon's rule. But how much better can they be than the world government? Given a few hundred years, they might even be more corrupt. Moreover, the Revolutionary Army is not that strong and does not yet deserve to be Konoha's ally. However, after Luffy and Naruto walk together, the Umbu no longer pay attention to this group. Naruto is a genuine member of the new generation of Konoha's elite, with countless connections to various Hokages. Additionally, Naruto is the adopted son of the Uchiha clan leader, making his identity and status the most remarkable among the new generation of Konoha. Coupled with Naruto's considerable strength and his status as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, if Luffy is Naruto's friend, then he is a friend of Konoha. What are your plans upon arriving at Fishman Island? For now, we have no specific plans. We will just rest here for a bit before heading to the next destination. Fishman Island is now at peace, and because of this, the Straw Hat crew's original adventure on Fishman Island did not happen, and their relationship with Shirahoshi has not improved. Shirahoshi, as the mermaid who can control Sea Kings, is of great strategic significance. With her presence, Konoha can more swiftly gain control over the pirate world. After a brief rest on Fishman Island, the Straw Hat crew prepared to set off for the New World, while Naruto and his group took a vacation on Fishman Island, planning to return to Konoha Island collectively after waiting for other partners to return. After parting ways, Sasuke did not have any major conflicts with Zoro. In fact, from a strength perspective, Zoro is certainly not on par with Sasuke at this point. Sasuke's strength is more comprehensive than Zoro's from multiple angles. While Zoro, as a swordsman, can indeed achieve extraordinary feats after reaching a certain level, the training system in the pirate world does not allow for such exaggerated growth rates. Without reaching the corresponding level of strength, ninjutsu, jinjutsu from the Sharingan, and special abilities will undoubtedly hold the upper hand. Chapter 305, Who is the Spy? Naruto took Luffy and his crew on a brief tour of Fishman Island before receiving news and hastily leaving Luffy and his group behind. For Konoha, the most valuable asset now is undoubtedly the new generation of ninjas. Each one is crucial for Konoha's rapid development in this world. Konoha is not lacking in technology or resources. After controlling the land of water and Fishman Island, Konoha has acquired a vast amount of resources, most of which are strategic resources that can help Konoha develop quickly. However, Konoha is severely lacking in talent across various fields, whether it be research, medical personnel, or those skilled in sealing techniques, all of which are urgently needed. Conversely, the demand for ninjas is not as high. Ordinary people from a ninja world can enhance their strength significantly by eating food from the pirate world and engaging in appropriate physical training. Even without strong ninja talent, as long as they learn water release, they can become formidable fighters. Originally, Orochimaru thought he had plenty of time and that everything could be done slowly. But now, he feels a sense of urgency. Everything needs to be accelerated. This is because Orochimaru has discovered that a nation can be changed by an individual's will. The different choices made by the two Sarutobi Hiruzen from different worlds have led to completely different developmental trajectories for Konoha. Under his guidance, Konoha's development speed is unimaginable compared to the other world's Konoha, and they even possess the strength to counterattack the Otsutsuki planets. As long as they do not consider the overwhelmingly powerful Otsutsuki god, the average Otsutsuki is not that strong. Kakashi and Guy stood together, gazing at the distant sea. Guy looked somewhat melancholic, as Kakashi had planned to take him to Fishman Island after returning from a mission in the ninja world to experience what a fishwoman was like. In the pirate world, whether it is eating or training, for a taijutsu ninja like Guy, the speed of strength growth is much faster. Therefore, he was not sent back to Konoha for the mission, but was allowed to remain in the pirate world to continue training. Kakashi's attitude toward him had improved quite a bit after returning from the other world. Though Guy was unaware that Kakashi had resolved his issues with Obito and had seen through their past bonds, his bond with Obito was ultimately meaningless. Rin's death originated from Uchiha Madara's conspiracy, and everything Obito did afterward was purely his own actions. Kakashi could also keenly sense that the criminal had long realized something was wrong, but continued to act recklessly because he hated this world and wanted to destroy it. The idea of creating a world solely with Rin was just an excuse. Kakashi's true best friend remained Guy. Although Guy could be a bit eccentric and overly naive, every time he saw Kakashi, he would challenge him or invite him to train together. This was about growing stronger together. Kakashi had once been quite despondent, but now he thought that the best way to change was to improve his strength. After coming to this realization, Kakashi's attitude towards Guy changed. Taking Guy to experience the culture of Fishman Island was what a true good friend would do. However, Kakashi did not expect that Guy would be ridiculed by the fishwoman. The proud azure beast of Konoha, known for his unmatched speed and strength comparable to the four emperors, once unleashed, life and death become unpredictable. Unfortunately, this cannot change the fact that Guy is a little nut. The fishwoman, though principled, couldn't help but laugh upon seeing Guy's little nut. Guy was greatly impacted and had never seemed so downcast before. Looking at the distant sea, his eyes filled with tears. Kakashi, what if I ask Lord Orochimaru for help? If it's for something like this, Lord Orochimaru would probably throw you into the sea to feed the sea kings, right? Kakashi replied expressionlessly. If you're going to ask Lord Orochimaru with such a trivial issue, that would be a bit too much. It's okay, Guy. I believe you will definitely find your own love. Someone won't mind you. Thank you. Guy was quite moved that Kakashi would encourage him. As expected of my lifelong rival. Kakashi, want to spar a bit? I made some breakthroughs in the 8 gates recently. Hearing this, Kakashi shook his head, saying that it was better to use the 8 gates technique sparingly. Moreover, if Guy didn't eat a devil fruit to enhance his strength, he would definitely not be Kakashi's opponent. But if Guy could obtain a powerful Zoan-type fruit and awaken it, the destructive power of the Death Gate, combined with the strong recovery capability of the Zoan fruit, would be incredibly formidable. Forget it. I still need to go chat with those fishmen, so I'll be leaving. After finishing, Kakashi disappeared into the darkness, leaving Guy with a tear-streaked face. Guy clenched his fists, determined that in addition to improving his strength, he would also seek his true love, because after all, romance is also a part of youth. On Konoha Island, there's also an embassy of the world government, where Lilia Palace and some C0 members reside. Lilia Palace received orders from the five elders to obtain Uchiha bloodline, if possible. The world government is not foolish. They already know that the giant samurai piloting the Gundams are not devil fruits, but rather derived from bloodline powers. This terrifying power is even more frightening than devil fruits. If the world government can obtain the Uchiha bloodline for Dr. Vegapunk to study, their power might receive an unprecedented boost. However, such matters are not that simple. All ninjas who came from Konoha to this world have curse marks. As long as they are captured and confirmed unable to escape, they can activate the curse mark. Activate the four-symbol seal and directly destroy everything around them. Lilia Palace's plans have not gone smoothly. She is extremely obsessed with Itachi, but he has no thoughts for her. Given Lilia Palace's identity as a celestial dragon, plus the current honeymoon period between the world government and Konoha, and since Lilia Palace is acting as an ambassador for the world government and celestial dragons in Konoha, Itachi's character would not drive her away. However, after being educated by Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi with Jinjutsu, Lilia Palace has become quite obedient. In front of Izumi and Itachi, she maintains a very low profile. Originally, Itachi intended to make her a spy for Konoha, but now she has become a liability for the world government on Konoha Island. It goes without saying that the world government also wants Lilia Palace to become a spy. Unfortunately, neither Lilia Palace nor the accompanying C0 members have obtained any effective intelligence in Konoha. Chapter 306. The Fishman's Conspiracy. The ninjas on the island of Konoha have some skills, yet the entire world government's infiltration into Konoha has made no progress at all. Can we go directly to the island of Konoha from here? Luffy had no idea such a thing existed. If he had known earlier, wouldn't it'd have been better to just create this teleportation portal instead of going to the Sabaody archipelago? Haven't you been on the island of Konoha for such a long time? You don't even know this? Nami couldn't help but sigh and support her forehead. Why is it that her captain is always so inattentive to such key information? Haha, I just found out about it too. How about we go to the island of Konoha to restock before continuing to the New World? Luffy actually wanted to show his companions to Ace. He was quite proud of his crew. To be honest, Luffy didn't understand why Ace wanted to join the Whitebeard Pirates. If the goal is to become the Pirate King, then he should be the captain himself. What's the point of joining someone else's crew? For Luffy, joining someone else's crew felt like losing the courage to compete for the title of Pirate King. However, Luffy still respected Ace's choice. The fundamental reason Ace joined the Whitebeard Pirates was his lack of family ties and his own denial of being the son of the Pirate King. People in the pirate world are too free. For the sake of a dream, they can abandon their families and live freely at sea, leaving their wives and children at home without care. Just like Usopp's father, Yasopp, clearly, as one of the most powerful forces in the world. A member of the Yonko pirate crew, he abandoned his wife, allowing Usopp to grow up alone on a small island, developing his timid character that loves to boast. To put it simply, pirates are just thieves. Their so-called freedom is about being irresponsible and carefree. People in the ninja world are bound by rules and regulations, placing too much emphasis on their responsibilities and emotions, leading to a large number of individuals wanting to destroy the world. It can be said that the perspectives of the two worlds are completely opposite. The ninja world is more reserved and conservative, while the pirate world is more open and free, making it hard to determine which is superior. However, Ace, being the posthumous son of the Pirate King, was heavily influenced by this identity. If Luffy hadn't met Usopp, his fate would likely have been quite tragic. Roger entrusted the pirates to Garp. But could Garp truly protect Ace? Let us go to the island of Konoha together. As a historian, Robin was very curious about this suddenly appeared country of Konoha. There were no historical records about this country. It seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Even in O'Hara's Tree of Knowledge, the world's largest library, there was no information related to this property, which seems to prove the strangeness of Konoha, wanting to interpret the historical text and reveal that lost history to the world. Robin was naturally very interested in this suddenly appeared country. Robin made the decision, and the others naturally wouldn't oppose. Although Luffy was the captain, most decisions on the ship were made by Robin and Nami. Watching Naruto and the others hurriedly leave, Luffy and his crew entered the teleportation portal after paying a certain amount of berries to exchange for Konoha's currency. Before entering the portal, They needed to take the specially made boats from Konoha, which used sea prism stone and a large number of sealing techniques to safely traverse the alternate space within the portal. The space in the two portals was created using the power of the heavens, and due to the special environment of the pirate world, it had created a world of endless ocean. The island of Konoha was very far from Fishman Island. Opening two portals and then stitching them together in alternate space would definitely be challenging and would require constant maintenance. However, the immense resources and benefits brought by Fishman Island made all of this worthwhile. Luffy, have you noticed that these fishmen seem a bit strange? Looking at the fishmen on the same boat, Chopper felt something was off. Why do these fishmen seem so glum? They stand in stark contrast to the humans and mermaids aboard. It seems like the fishmen aren't doing too well, while the mermaids and humans appear much happier. This is unavoidable. Fishmen are simple-minded, strong in body, but rather ugly in appearance, and their strength is not as great as that of powerful ninjas and humans. Caught in between, they tend to be irritable, and if they want to live a better life, they can only work hard. As their workload increases, their free time decreases, which naturally leads to unhappiness. But no matter how one looks at it, they have indeed gained relatively equal status. If they only want equal rights and status without paying the price or putting in effort, and just want to reap the benefits, how could that be possible? Nami frowned as she looked at the fishmen on the ship. Because of Arlong, her impression of fishmen was extremely poor. Luffy nodded. He usually didn't pay attention to such things. He had also spent a considerable amount of time on the island of Konoha and had seen these fishmen regularly. Perhaps it's because he had a lot of work to do. He remembered these fishmen were responsible for quite a bit. Mermaids conform to human aesthetics and are naturally more sought after, while fishmen are quite the opposite. Moreover, the status of fishmen on Fishman Island has always been lower than that of mermaids, and mermaids hold more wealth. A few fishmen nearby, gathered and smoking, glared at Luffy after hearing someone talking about them. Damnomans. The fishmen are not stupid. They have realized something during this time. The idea of coming to land to gain equal status is nothing but a scam. How comfortable was their life on Fishman Street before? With numerous illegal groups gathered in Fishman Street, they didn't need to work at all. The people of the pirate world naturally yearn for freedom, which has forced these fishmen to bear a heavy workload, causing dissatisfaction and thoughts of rebellion to arise in their hearts. They want more. They want to be as high and mighty as the people of Konoha. The fishermen's brains are so simple that they don't think about problems at all. They only want to solve issues with violence, but their strength is not enough, and they lack sufficient voice. What can they rely on to rebel? Even Konoha's Umbu has never taken these fishmen seriously. Do they really think they are Kisame? Kisame doesn't even consider himself a fisherman. During this time, he has been with Sherry, the mermaid leader, and no one knows where he has gone in the sea. Chapter 307. The power of Rule's long hours of work had put significant pressure on these fishmen, who only wanted to loot, smash, and burn, showing no desire to work honestly. Because Konoha had stated that it would grant all intelligent races equal status, the fishmen were under the illusion that even if they committed some wrongdoings, Konoha would refrain from punishing them for the sake of its reputation. As a result, some fishmen had begun to slack off at work. Some were even plotting a rebellion, unaware that while Konoha had indeed promised equality to all intelligent races, this did not mean it would overlook their misdeeds. Rather, Konoha's oppression would be far more terrifying than they imagined. Several fishmen noticed that Luffy and his companions were not taking them seriously. Many pirates and merchants coming to Konoha Island were aware they could use the portal to travel directly to Fishman Island and would generally take the opportunity to see the unique scenery there. This was also one reason why the fishmen faced some unfair treatment. Their appearance was relatively unattractive and could be frightening to ordinary people. This contributed to the fishmen's growing resentment. What are you looking at? Sanji knew that Nami had some psychological trauma regarding fishmen due to Arlong's incident. And even to this day, she still harbored significant negative feelings toward them deep down. What's it to you? Damn it. Just as this fishman stood up to speak, a kunai was suddenly pressed against his neck. Several ninjas appeared out of nowhere, taking control of the scene. Fighting was absolutely prohibited in this alternate space. Even the slightest disturbance caused by a conflict could have detrimental effects on this timeline, potentially leading to its annihilation. Reconstructing a temporal passage would require a considerable price. At the same time, several ninjas appeared in front of Luffy and the others, watching them closely. Any movement from Luffy and his group would result in immediate capture. Do you not understand what no conflict means? Similar incidents had occurred many times. The fishmen's tempers were too volatile, and sometimes they would instigate trouble themselves. Therefore, strict supervision was necessary to prevent major chaos. They had been warned repeatedly before boarding the ship. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. However, in the next moment, a powerful pressure descended. Sarutobi Hiruzen was inspecting this space with Otsutsuki Kagaya. If it came down to it, Kagaya's abilities were certainly superior to Jiraiya's. After all, Kagaya had consumed the fruit of the divine tree and was a genuine member of the Otsutsuki clan. Her mastery over these abilities gave her a natural advantage. It was her first time in this place, and she was somewhat displeased that these ninja world inhabitants were using her powers this way. Her thinking was still too outdated. She did not comprehend how crucial technology, like spatial portals, was for the development of a civilization. Konoha's rapid rise recently was even more terrifying than before. Even when Konoha transformed from a village into a nation, it had never experienced such a rapid development pace as it did now. The ninja world was still too small. Fishman Island had millions of permanent residents, not to mention the realms of Wano and Konoha, which were not lacking in ordinary people. The explosive power generated once the economy was stimulated far exceeded expectations. Currently, Konoha's only deficiency was a lack of time to nurture enough strong individuals. Given Konoha's resources, training ninjas and utilizing Hokage users could be accomplished quickly. At the current rate, even if they focused solely on farming, they could eventually produce enough soldiers to sweep across the entire world. The conflict here quickly drew the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Otsutsuki Kagaya. The instability was not in this space, but rather in the two portals. The space created by the divine tree was relatively stable, but maintaining the existence of two portals placed this area in the crevice between two timelines. Kagaya immediately noticed this and sensed a different aura here, one that seemed to be the power of destiny. After being sealed, Kagaya had become more sensitive to this kind of power, which originated from the world's natural laws and was nearly impossible to defy. The two of them hovered above the ship, looking down at the crowd below. Kagaya's focus was on Luffy, who harbored immense potential within him, representing a power that touched upon the realm of rules. Any power related to the realm of rules was inherently unreasonable. Sarutobi Hiruzen also noticed Luffy, but was not particularly interested in him. Destiny's children like Luffy and Naruto were heavily influenced by the power of fate. They were filled with reckless passion, pursuing their goals without much self-judgment, even their emotions being suppressed by the force of destiny. After the plot changed, the protagonist's powers were not as formidable as before. For instance, Naruto's verbal persuasion was definitely not as strong now. If Naruto were to return to the ninja world, his words would likely convince no one. The power of destiny hidden within Naruto and Sasuke had basically faded away as the plot evolved. Send them away. Kagaya lacked power at this moment, but unfortunately, she had no way to defy Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders. Once he had spoken, she could only nod, activated her Rinnegan, and directly cast a few individuals out. No matter how they planned to handle these guys, they certainly could not allow a battle to occur here. The quickest and most correct course of action was to eliminate the danger first. The power of space flashed by, and by the time Luffy and the others reacted, they had already arrived at Konoha Island. The fishmen were still quite indignant at this moment, but being suddenly thrown onto Konoha Island from the spatial portal left them feeling very astonished. This feeling of being unable to control their own bodies was something no one wanted to experience a second time. Before they could speak, Konoha's ninjas had already come over and taken the fishmen away. As for the Straw Hat crew, Konoha's ninjas chose to ignore them. There were orders to only deal with these fishmen this time. However, someone did come over to educate the Straw Hat crew. If a fight breaks out, everyone here will die. If you continue like this, you will be permanently banned from entering the spatial portal. After finishing his warning, the ninja turned and left. The Straw Hat crew had yet to recover from the shock of being suddenly transported and could feel that if Kagaya had wished to, she could have used the chaotic spatial currents at that moment to eliminate them. Chapter 308. The Power of Intelligence. Whether it's Naruto or Luffy, they have always encountered some unreasonable situations during their growth. However, the current plot has changed. They are no longer the true protagonists of this story. Even if this world has the ability to revise itself, it cannot be altered. Moreover, the pirate world seems quite dissatisfied with the theft of the power of rules. When Sarutobi Hiruzen crossed the tribulation and entered the Golden Core stage, the attitude of the world's power of rules toward the original princess was rather ambiguous, showing no particular resistance. It's worth noting that Sarutobi Hiruzen has refined several devil fruits, and those that he has refined are essentially gone forever. Normally, devil fruits consumed by someone do not disappear and will reappear after the user's death. The fact that users cannot touch seawater is, to some extent, a form of protection for them, as the abilities of the devil fruits are tied to the authority of the world's rules. It is both a curse and a protection. The power of rules in the pirate world is more complete than that in the ninja world. At least Sarutobi Hiruzen has never felt the existence of the heavenly path rules in the ninja realm. Perhaps this is why the Otsutsuki clan can be so arrogant without worrying about being backfired by their inner demons. If such a race were to appear in the pirate world, they would likely face extinction. For example, the Nika fruit that Luffy consumed contains the power of destiny. According to the normal progression of the plot, Luffy will definitely overthrow the world government, bringing a brief period of peace to this world. However, in a few decades, conflicts of interest will push this world into the next cycle, as the land in the pirate world is too scattered. Even a massive and powerful organization like the world government has relatively loose control over its member nations. The world government has more than 170 member nations, and the fact that it can refer to itself as a world organization is enough to prove its strength. Moreover, the world government itself is the victor of wars. They re-established order hundreds of years ago, and it has continued to this day. Unfortunately, the celestial dragons and their rule do not receive favor from this world. Even the will of the world seems to resist the world government. Otherwise, Nika, who brings freedom and laughter to people, would not exist. Suddenly, they were transported to an island, and all the fishmen they had just clashed with were taken away. The feeling of having survived a disaster left several of them quite frightened. This was actually intentional by Kaguya Otsutsuki. It is normal for an old woman sealed for thousands of years to harbor some resentment. Let's go. Let's take a stroll around the island. Luffy was the first to regain his composure, scratching his head. So what if the opponent is strong? He will definitely surpass that woman in the future and become the strongest person in the world, as only true strong individuals can become the Pirate King. In this regard, Luffy does not doubt himself. The group had no objections and began to wander around Konoha Island. To be honest, the Straw Hat crew was very interested in Konoha. This suddenly appearing power was indeed too strong, and they found the country of Konoha to be quite strange. Since setting sail, they had encountered many different countries and islands, but they had never seen a force like this. Robin was the most interested in Konoha. Among the Straw Hat crew, she and Frankie were the smartest, while the others probably hadn't read many books and had no systematic education. Therefore, they did not understand what this suddenly appearing entity represented. Because of the existence of the world government and celestial dragons, Konoha, no matter how ambitious it seemed, would not be suspected. Instead, more people would come to support Konoha, most of whom had grievances against the world government. For instance, Morgans, the News King, had not reported any information related to Konoha recently, as if Konoha had completely vanished. However, in reality, both the rule over Fishman Island and the conquest of Wano country were absolutely big news. Morgans had always wanted to find an organization or force that could overthrow the world government. However, under the oppression of the world government, there were no other powerful forces at sea besides pirates. The rise of the Four Emperors was closely related to Morgan's promotion. The speed of information transmission at sea is quite limited. Without his presence, many significant events would not have been communicated. Morgans worked hard to promote the Four Emperors, but once they secured their territories, they had no courage or desire to resist the world government. Originally, Morgans was very focused on Luffy and had the idea of promoting him to the new Four Emperor. But after Konoha appeared, everything changed, and his best option suddenly became Konoha. However, Konoha is completely different from these pirates. It seems that Konoha genuinely wants to quietly develop and challenge the world government, which is why Morgans chose not to transmit any information related to Konoha at all. He allowed Konoha to disappear from the public eye and develop quietly, buying time for Konoha. This also aligns well with Konoha's ideas and plans. It is definitely better to remain low-key if possible. After walking a few steps, the Straw Hat crew's attention was drawn to a group ahead. Even though they had changed their outfits, the Straw Hat crew recognized them at a glance. The woman in front was none other than Saint Charlos. A celestial dragon? How could she be here? The one beside her looked like C0, right? Damn it. How could they encounter celestial dragons here? Luffy was already eager to try. He had really beaten up a celestial dragon before. Last time, Charlos was knocked out by Rayleigh's Haki, and now she dared to come to Konoha. Was she here to buy slaves? Could it be that Konoha was also involved in human trafficking? Luffy, don't be impulsive. Nami and Robin quickly held Luffy back to prevent him from doing anything reckless. This is someone else's territory. Konoha is different from other forces, as this force is recognized by the world government. Therefore, even if a celestial dragon appears here, it is not too strange. St. Charlos did not notice Luffy. Today, the world government had delivered a batch of high-grade ingredients for St. Charlos to host a banquet for the upper echelons of Konoha, especially the Uchiha clan, to build good relations. Not expecting to truly gain the power of the Uchiha clan's bloodline, acquiring more intelligence about Konoha would be a good thing. In both the ninja world and the pirate world, intelligence is always the key. Chapter 309. The next Hokage candidate originally. Itachi intended to refuse the invitation from the Celestial Dragon, but at that moment, Uchiha Izumi was also present and directly agreed. She was well aware of the Celestial Dragon's obsession with Itachi, but she was already Itachi's girlfriend, and their marriage was practically confirmed. They would wait another 2 years, and when they were a little older, they would get married. The key issue was the identity and background of the Celestial Dragon. As a Celestial Dragon, and one sent by the world government to Konoha Island, she represented the world government. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi was the disciple of Orochimaru, the highest leader of Konoha. Orochimaru had 3 disciples. Mitarashi Anko was not very ambitious and was not suited to be a leader, and her strength was also not that great. Kabuto Yakushi and Uchiha Itachi were both very talented, both worthy of being called genius ninjas. However, Kabuto was more focused on research, spending every day in the lab assisting Orochimaru with various studies. Only Itachi had a particularly unique identity. He was the eldest son of the Uchiha clan leader and was destined to inherit the Uchiha clan in the future. Given Itachi's talent and identity, he was indeed the best candidate to become the next clan leader of the Uchiha. Not to mention that Uchiha Itachi had the support of his friend Shursui. Therefore, Uchiha Itachi was the most likely person to become the next Hokage. The significance of the Hokage position was no longer simple. The Land of Fire had become a superpower spanning 2 worlds. However, no one knew how long Orochimaru could live and how many years he would serve as Hokage. Uchiha Itachi was theoretically the most suitable candidate for the next Hokage, but based on the current trend, Orochimaru might continue as Hokage for decades, or even potentially hundreds or thousands of years. In the beginning, Orochimaru had thought that once Konoha became strong, he would do as Sarutobi Hiruzen did, leaving the mess to his successors while he enjoyed life and researched the true path to immortality. However, as Konoha's power continued to expand and the resources under Orochimaru's control increased, his plans changed once again. At least with massive resources, all of Orochimaru's research could progress rapidly. Scientific research was the most resource and money-consuming endeavor, and now as Hokage, all researchers in Konoha had to follow Orochimaru's arrangements and conduct studies as per his plans. This was something Orochimaru could not temporarily let go of. Nevertheless, Uchiha Itachi remained the most likely person to lead this vast power as the next Hokage. Therefore, Uchiha Itachi and the Celestial Dragon represented the 2 forces of the world government and Konoha, and they could not act recklessly. That was why Uchiha Izumi had Itachi agree to the dinner. The attendees were actually just Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Izumi, and Uchiha Shursui. The higher-ups of the Uchiha clan did not show up. Despite Uchiha Shursui having significant influence in Konoha, the ninja world, and even the pirate world, he held no position within the Uchiha clan. Shursui was too soft-hearted and had very poor political instincts, to the point of being unimaginable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such foolish decisions in the original timeline. Why were the Celestial Dragons here? They certainly didn't intend to do anything good. After all, Luffy had also spent a long time on Konoha Island, where he had quite a few friends. Besides Ace and Whitebeard, there were also Kaido, Lee, and some ninjas. His relationship with Naruto was quite good, and he was on decent terms with the new generation of Konoha ninjas. Thus, when Luffy saw the Celestial Dragons, his immediate thought was that they and the world government would pose a threat to Konoha. However, apart from Luffy, everyone else knew one thing. The Celestial Dragons could only be here because the people of Konoha must be aware of a force capable of constructing spatial teleportation gates. How could they not know that the Celestial Dragons had arrived on their territory? From a certain perspective, the relationship between Konoha and the Celestial Dragons might be different from what Luffy and the others imagined. It was possible that both sides had reached some form of cooperation on certain matters. Ryllia had long known that Luffy was on this island. Leaving the sacred ground of the Celestial Dragons, she began to officially interact with this world. Ryllia realized that this world was completely different from what she had once thought. The Celestial Dragons could only flaunt their power in a limited scope and were not the true masters of this world. The power dynamics on the sea were intricate, and the world government itself was not united. Just like the Straw Hat Kid Luffy, although he had no status or identity, from a strength perspective, Most celestial dragons had no ability to resist against pirates. There were always some reckless individuals, and if a celestial dragon were to be killed by such individuals, it would indeed be a significant loss. Thus, Rillia didn't care much about the Straw Hat Kid, with C-Zero protecting her, and knowing that Konoha would not let her get into trouble on Konoha Island, she felt relatively at ease. However, after arriving on Konoha Island, Rillia became increasingly worried about the future of the celestial dragons. After hundreds of years of development, the vast majority of celestial dragons were lazy and useless. Although there were a few elites among the celestial dragons, if any problems arose with the world government, it was unquestionable that the majority of celestial dragons would perish. These celestial dragons even lacked the basic survival capabilities and were completely out of touch with this world. Looking up, she saw Luffy and his companions from afar. Rillia couldn't help but smile. She decided to ask them if they wanted to join the banquet. After saying this, Rillia looked at Itachi, covering her mouth with her fan, appearing very elegant. Lord Itachi, is it all right for the Straw Hat Kid and his group to join the banquet? I have met them before. Uchiha Itachi knew the identity of the Straw Hat Kid, but didn't care much. He was just a pirate. Even if he had some background, he was still insignificant. It didn't matter. If it weren't for Izumi, Itachi wouldn't have come to the appointment. During this time, Rillia had changed greatly, transforming from a domineering celestial dragon into a calculating woman, completely corrupted by power. However, Itachi could still sense Rillia's extreme obsession with him. This kind of obsession made Itachi feel very uncomfortable. Such a personality was rare in the ninja world. The essence of a ninja lies in endurance. While the pirate world pursues freedom, and even the celestial dragons are no exception, Rillia's extreme contrast, appearing as a noble celestial dragon, was actually that of a masochist. Chapter 310 Banquet. The Straw Hat crew became tense as they saw C-Zero approaching slowly, wearing a white suit and a mask. Anyone bold enough to dress like that is typically not to be trifled with. Moreover, C-Zero is proficient in the Navy's 6 styles in hockey, which gives the Navy confidence in dealing with devil fruit users. Although there are many types of devil fruit users, as long as one has armament hockey, they can injure a user. At its core, hockey is still the strongest and most versatile ability. Eating a devil fruit can indeed lead to a rapid increase in power. But if the user's base strength is insufficient, even the most powerful fruit cannot unleash its full potential. Even with the powers of a devil fruit, if one's observation hockey and armament hockey are not strong enough, there will still be weaknesses in battle. Just like Luffy, if his strength were not sufficient, the Nika fruit would never awaken and would remain just an overlooked rubber fruit. The rubber fruit has existed for hundreds of years, and even the world government does not pay much attention to it. Otherwise, they would not allow it to fall into the hands of red-haired Shanks. Strong figures like C-Zero are quite troublesome, and among the Straw Hat crew, aside from Luffy, the other members are not that powerful. Luffy was ready for a fight, but C-Zero slowly walked up to them and surprisingly took off his hat and bowed. Lady Rillia invites you to join the banquet. After saying this, C-Zero did not say anything else, merely standing in place silently, waiting for the Straw Hat crew to make their decision. Luffy's fists were already wrapped in armament hockey, and he never expected this celestial dragon-s lackey would say something like that. The Straw Hat crew was instantly taken aback, their exaggerated expressions being a unique trait of the pirate world. After all, this is a world of manga, where anything that happens is reasonable. The crew exchanged glances, and the first to recover were definitely Robin and Nami. Their unique upbringing had made them exceptionally mature and resilient. The two of them have a distinct perspective on the world and understand its deeper rules. So now the question arises, should they attend this banquet together? What food will be at the banquet? Is there barbecue? Luffy keenly caught the mention of the banquet and instinctively asked his question, but was immediately hit on the head by Nami. Despite being a rubber man who ate the rubber fruit, Luffy still ended up with a big bump for Nami's punch. Are you an idiot? He's inviting us to eat with the celestial dragons. Aren't the people from Konoha going too? I saw members of the Uchiha clan are going. Luffy, feeling wronged, held the bump on his forehead. He had lived on Konoha Island for nearly a year and had some trust in the famous Uchiha clan. Luffy didn't think about political issues and had no idea what it meant to dine with the celestial dragons. The key point is that they have conflicts with Lady Rillia. The group exchanged glances, and it was Robin who made the decision. Let us go see what is going on. Sanji and Zoro stood ready, prepared for a fight. Coming to Konoha Island didn't seem like the best choice. From the moment they headed to Konoha Island, this journey had been somewhat rough. What? Usopp and Chopper are huddled together? That's a celestial dragon. Dining with a celestial dragon can't be a good thing, right? I want to get caught, and so will I. Tears streamed down Chopper's face. It's okay. It's just a banquet. Luffy didn't care at all. Even if the celestial dragons dare to harm them, he could just punch them away, right? Luffy wasn't scared at all. Caesar nodded when the two agreed and put his hat back on. He then turned and led them toward Lady Relia. Monkey D. Luffy, I heard your grandfather Garp recently retired from the Navy, Lady Relia said, looking at the approaching Straw Hat crew with a generous smile. Without your grandfather as a backing, things won't be so smooth in the future. You should be careful at sea. Grandpa retired? Luffy had a puzzled look. He couldn't believe his grandfather would retire from the Navy. Luffy, he is clearly provoking you. Usopp couldn't hold back any longer. Although he felt this celestial dragon was different, his character was still quite vile. Even if he wasn't as arrogant, the tone of his words was clearly a threat, right? Luffy's grandfather is the Navy hero Garp. Losing this backing would surely bring many troubles. Usopp looked up and saw a familiar figure. That guy. It's Admiral Hokage. Why would he be on Konoha Island? However, it was clear that Hokage was not there for the banquet. He was just passing by. This world is too chaotic. Banquet. Banquet. Luffy didn't care about anything else. He had already spotted the barbecue and dashed into the banquet hall, seeing their captain enter. The Straw Hat crew had no choice but to follow him in. To their surprise, the banquet was rather dull. Lady Relia looked at Itachi with a fiery gaze and hardly paid any attention to the Straw Hat crew. She was just being impulsive, calling the Straw Hats over to see if she could create some chaos and get closer to Itachi. According to Lady Relia's observations, Itachi is an absolute brother complex. Beyond that, Itachi has almost no desires, aside from his strength and Konoha. If there were more people like Itachi among the celestial dragons, that would be great. Why is Itachi so loyal to Konoha? Lady Relia didn't quite understand. Luffy was loud, somewhat like Naruto, yet also different. Itachi couldn't help but think of Naruto and Sasuke. They should be coming back soon, right? Chapter 311. Who is more arrogant, similar to what Uchiha Itachi was thinking? Naruto and Sasuke have returned. This time, all the new generation of Konoha ninjas who went out for training have come back. After several months of sailing on the sea, the new generation of Konoha ninjas has experienced significant growth. For them, resources and ninjutsu are not lacking. All ninjutsu in Konoha is now open to them. As long as they can showcase their talent, they can learn medical ninjutsu, sealing techniques, and various secret arts. The advantages of the ninja clan are no longer so obvious. But over the years, the ninja clan has developed a relatively complete system based on their secret arts. Even though civilian ninjas are starting to catch up, they still cannot match up in many areas in a short time. However, the introduction of the pirate training system has greatly enhanced civilian ninjas, especially in terms of haki and physical strength. The training system from the pirate world is quite excellent in these aspects. Ninjas generally have high attack, but low defense, being quite fragile. If pirates are not devil fruit users, their attack capabilities tend to be relatively singular, but they possess strong vitality. Unfortunately, ninjas often play insidiously, not revealing much about their strategies, using genjutsu combined with ninjutsu and sealing techniques. They do not engage in prolonged battles, but instead aim to quickly end the fight. Of course, even with adequate logistics, many problems still arose, leading to the loss of some ninjas. Complete zero casualties is impossible. True strength can only be forged in war. In fact, according to Orochimaru's current research, it is already possible to mass-produce strong individuals, as long as the compatibility with the Otsutsuki bloodline is sufficiently high. It can produce many shadow-level and even 6 paths-level powerhouses. However, the problem is obvious. There are still significant side effects. Not everyone can maintain their original intentions after gaining power. A prime example is the Uchiha clan. They tend to be extreme because the awakening of Sharingan leads to overly active mental energy. Suddenly obtaining powerful strength can cause self-awareness to swell excessively, leading to all sorts of unexpected outcomes. Just like Blackbeard, who has been lurking in the Whitebeard pirates since childhood. His years of interaction have not given him any sense of belonging to the crew. To avoid such unstable factors, Orochimaru is still quite conservative in his choices regarding human modification. Currently, those who have undergone Orochimaru's modifications are trustworthy, and aside from the Uchiha clan, they're mostly the backbone of Konoha. Moreover, not everyone is suitable for human modification. Only a few can adapt to it. After regrouping, Orochimaru assigned a new task to these Konoha ninjas to seek out some powerful devil fruits. Kakashi's dark fruit stone has awakened. allowing him to obtain abilities from users without needing to wait for their deaths. He can directly extract the fruit's power from living users. Additionally, these fruit abilities do not necessarily have to be transferred to biological entities. They can also be transferred to items, even granting these items vitality and special fruit abilities. Once this was confirmed, there were no other matters to address. After readjusting, some ninjas were sent back to the ninja world, while others were dispatched to the new world. Konoha's development stage needs some adjustments. Firstly, the entire ninja world needs to be under Konoha's control. The ninja world itself is not large. With Konoha's current strength, it can completely conquer all these countries, and after waiting a few decades, these countries will gradually recognize Konoha. The reason for this is also due to the massive resources from the pirate world. The ninja world is just a small part of the entire desolate world. The vast resources from the pirate world can not only sustain a single Konoha, but can also help conquer other countries in the ninja world, completely unifying them before addressing other matters. Iwagakure is not too concerning. Aside from Inoki, there aren't many highly talented ninjas in that village, nor do they have much ambition. The key issue lies with the Cloud Village. These guys are very aggressive and ambitious, and they need to be dealt with accordingly. With Konoha's current strength, dealing with these ninjas in the ninja world seems a bit like overkill. In fact, as long as Konoha makes a statement, whether it's a Iwagakure or a Kumogakure, after some hesitation, the final outcome will definitely be surrender. They know they are not Konoha's opponents. Although they do not know what Konoha is up to, they are aware that Konoha is terrifyingly strong now. Upon learning that his task was to temporarily return to the ninja world to help Konoha conquer the other two countries, Naruto felt quite excited. This other world is nice. But for all ninjas, the ninja world is their homeland. Conquering the entire world for Konoha is naturally what all Konoha ninjas desire, and many believe it is a matter of course. Since they were returning to the ninja world, Naruto and Sasuke had to say goodbye to Itachi first. So they headed to the so-called banquet together. As for the celestial dragons, they didn't care at all. One is the prince of Konoha, and the other is the son of the Uchiha clan leader, plus their Itachi as an older brother. If anyone dared to lay a hand on Sasuke, they would undoubtedly face unimaginable wrath, absolute fear, and despair. The only outcome would be enmity with the Uchiha clan. Lucci, what are you doing here? As Naruto arrived, he saw Luffy devouring food with great enthusiasm. Luffy's presence at Konoha Island and participation in this banquet was something he never expected. The celestial dragons nearby were completely ignored. Sasuke, entering the banquet hall, looked prouder than the celestial dragons. Chapter 312. Millennium Dragon. The Uchiha clan indeed has the capital to be proud. This is their glory. However, the family's glory, although seemingly brilliant, can easily be extinguished in an instant. The longer a family exists, the more chaotic it tends to become internally, making it easier to breed traitors. The world government has managed to exist for hundreds of years, and over all these years, it has maintained its dominance over the world, keeping the vast majority of celestial dragons as fools, which is actually a key factor. The celestial dragons represent the world government, and their identity and status can be seen as a symbol of the world government's power. However, after so many years, there are simply too many celestial dragons. Having so many powerful and privileged individuals in the world poses a catastrophic threat to both the world and the world government. Therefore, for the world government, it's much better to have the vast majority of celestial dragons act foolishly than to be intelligent. Many people simply cannot understand this issue. Why does the world government indulge these celestial dragons and spend a large amount of heavenly gold each year to support this group of good-for-nothings? In fact, this is the best choice for the world government. Should they really conduct elite education and turn every celestial dragon into an elite? With so many celestial dragons, each with different thoughts, what would the world government become? After all, these celestial dragons are descendants of the victors from that time. Each one represents power and status. The world government itself considers these individuals to be burdens, yet they have no way to deal with them, which has gradually led to the situation we see today. Currently, the majority of celestial dragons are completely brainless, indulging in pleasure and abusing slaves, while showing off and competing with each other. As long as they do not participate in the management of the world government, they can do as they please. After all, the scope of the world government's management is large enough, with nearly 200 member countries, making it no problem to support these celestial dragons. In fact, most governments and organizations have similar groups like the celestial dragons, who only take advantage without doing any real work. The difference is that such groups in other institutions are not as arrogant as the celestial dragons. If those below them do not know, they won't have such strong opinions. Unfortunately, after so many years, the arrogance of the celestial dragons has become clear to the entire world, and if this continues, something will eventually happen. However, it seems that the world government and IM have been waiting for something, perhaps for them, as long as the right moment arrives. They can completely ignore the different voices from the sea and the dissatisfaction of ordinary people with the world government, directly reshuffling the world. Similar events seem to have happened once before. The history of this sea has been erased, and no one knows what happened in the past. The lost history has left behind only some historical texts, with no relevant information remaining. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Otsutsuki Kagaya inspected the spatial passage, made some repairs, and then left for Konoha Island. This world made Otsutsuki Kagaya drool. The energy contained within the biological entities of this world is incredibly rich. If the God Tree could be planted here, the chakra fruits it would bear would certainly be terrifying. Although the ninja world also has ample spiritual energy, most of it does not exist within living beings. The spiritual energy that the God Tree extracts from living beings, various plants, and the earth is relatively limited. One person from the pirate world could match several from the ninja world, and some strong individuals could even match hundreds or thousands of ordinary people. Not to mention the terrifying sea kings that exist in the oceans of the pirate world, as well as the intelligent sea beasts that inhabit the waters, along with many different races on this continent. There are even suspected intelligent life forms on the moon and other surrounding planets. Furthermore, the existence of the bizarre devil fruits in this world might lead to some mutations after planting the God Tree. Hence, after simply learning about this world, Otsutsuki Kagaya became increasingly excited, but unfortunately, the initiative is not in her hands. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of planting the God Tree and did not crave the power that the chakra fruits would bring, due to the existence of the master-servant contract. If Otsutsuki Kagaya had any thoughts that contradicted Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders, he could sense it, leaving her no room for betrayal. Really not considering planting the God Tree? Sarutobi Hiruzen completely ignored Otsutsuki Kagaya. This world is not the ninja world. The two worlds do not exist in the same universe, which has already been confirmed. Not to mention whether planting the God Tree in this world would lead to some negative changes. Just the correction of the worlds would not allow the God Tree to act as recklessly as it does in the ninja world. Perhaps as soon as the God Tree is planted, a heavenly tribulation would come and strike it down. The higher the world's power system, the greater the side effects of things like the God Tree. The potential harm it could bring is also greater, and the God Tree itself is unstable. It is believed that trusting such things is far less reliable than trusting one's own power. Although the Otsutsuki clan has a high starting point, their future is not as powerful as imagined. Even if they could continuously consume God Tree fruits to increase their power, it would ultimately only reach the limits of the ninja world. Exiting the ninja world does not mean leaving with both body and spirit. It simply means that consciousness leaves this world to ascend to a higher realm. Although it is still unclear what kind of world one could ascend to from the ninja world, it is obvious that without a physical body, one would certainly be at the mercy of others in a world of higher energy levels and power systems. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen plans to explore this world with Otsutsuki Kagaya and Zissou, particularly interested in the so-called Millennium Dragon, which resembles a bird and has hair on its body. Although this Millennium Dragon is not closely related to true dragons, its long lifespan combined with some dragon-like features might make it a good medicinal material. In addition, this pirate world likely contains many rare treasures, and Sarutobi Hiruzen intends to explore thoroughly. The pirate world has not been absorbed by the God Tree and contains a wealth of treasures, some of which might be useful to him. After entering the alchemy phase, Sarutobi Hiruzen needs to re-refine his star-cutting technique. He has seen sea stone. Although this mineral is indeed hard and can make ability users lose their powers, it is not an ideal material for refining tools. Chapter 313, Uninhabited Island from the perspective of the ecological system in the world of pirates. It seems that there must have been a larger continent in this world at some point. Wars or some other reasons have led to the world being the way it is today. Aside from the existence of summoned beasts, the ninja world basically lacks a particularly complex ecological system. The tailed beasts originate from the 10 tails and are not creatures of the ninja world itself. If the tailed beasts were allowed to exist in the ninja world, they would actually cause significant damage to its ecological system. The first Hokage captured and sealed the tailed beasts, and in a sense, this was also a form of help for the ninja world. The environment of the ninja world is inherently fragile, and After being destroyed by the Ten Tails, it is already quite good that it can slowly recover without completely collapsing. The nine-tailed beasts, without a doubt, have an enormous appetite and will not die. Given the nature of the tailed beasts, they would certainly not endure the torment of hunger. Even if they could skip meals, they would still consume large amounts of food. Moreover, the conflict between tailed beasts and humans is inevitable. Such large creatures will certainly have conflicts with human civilization. The Sage of the Six Paths created the tailed beasts, which destined them to suffer. Over the years, the tailed beasts have gradually understood this principle and started cooperating with their Jinchuriki. Experiencing human life alongside their Jinchuriki may be the best choice for the tailed beasts. As for Boruto's series, forcibly removing Kurama and weakening Naruto is truly hard to express. Once one reaches the Golden Core stage, they can fly without relying on magical artifacts. In the pirate world, having air superiority provides a significant advantage. The technology in the pirate world is not as weak as it seems, but the technology tree is somewhat skewed, and due to the existence of the sea, technology cannot be widely disseminated and exchanged, resulting in a significant cultural and technological disparity. The three of them were in the sky together, and the differences in their appearances were quite pronounced. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked like a middle-aged man, having been an elder since he began cultivating. Zisu, the slug sage, appeared as a white-haired lowly, while Kagaya Otsutsuki was a white-haired mature woman. However, in reality, both Zisu and Kagaya Otsutsuki were thousands of years old, making Sarutobi Hiruzen the youngest among them. In terms of inner age, both Zisu and Kagaya Otsutsuki were quite immature. Despite their old age, they had mostly squandered their time. If they were thrown into the ninja world or the pirate world, it would certainly cause quite a stir. Their relationship was not particularly good. As natives of the ninja world, summoned beasts were bound to be hostile towards Kagaya Otsutsuki. If not for the existence of the summoned world, the God Tree would probably have absorbed those summoned beasts as well. Something like the God Tree is hard to stop without strong individuals in the entire world. Once it starts to grow, it's difficult to halt. Lord Hiruzen, should we take a break on that island ahead? Zisu's greatest pleasure was tasting various delicacies. After arriving in the pirate world, she could be said to be in her element. She appeared quite large, but her appetite was astonishing. Her slug mucus is highly corrosive, allowing her to consume anything. That's just how slugs are. Kagaya Otsutsuki was very displeased. After being sealed for so many years, she was captured by the people of Konoha upon her release and forced to sign a master-servant contract, coming out of one cage only to enter another. What kind of situation is this? The fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen could resist the temptation of the God Tree's fruit left her with no good solutions. Now even Zisu, the slug, dared to yell at her. The summoned beasts had once helped the Sage of the Six Paths. There was no one in the entire ninja world to help her. Given Kagaya Otsutsuki's actions, it would be strange for someone to help her. Kagaya Otsutsuki had not even considered the consequences of her actions. She directly ambushed Ishiki, had no strength to deal with the Otsutsuki clan, and was betrayed by her two sons. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already grown accustomed to their banter and felt nothing about it. Keeping Kagaya Otsutsuki around wasn't particularly useful. The power of the guards within her had already been stripped away, and her current strength could not be considered truly at the level of the Sage of Six Paths. Though her special secret techniques were quite useful at times, it was relatively useful to take an alien like Kagaya Otsutsuki as a slave. Of course, she had to be female. All the male Otsutsuki were unbearably arrogant. The female Otsutsuki could be seen as tsundere and trained, but the male Otsutsuki were not worth it. Even as slaves, Kagaya Otsutsuki clearly had ambition, but she was not particularly scheming. However, the black zetsu she created was indeed quite insidious. Her own scheming was not that extensive. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been sealed by her two sons. Let's go take a look. It looks like an uninhabited island. The island ahead was not particularly small, but from a distance, there were no signs of human activity, nor was there any sign of civilization. Most islands in the sea are like this uninhabited island. On these islands, there are often some peculiar creatures, aside from treasures like devil fruits. There may also be some special materials or medicines. These things are basically of no use to the people of the pirate world. Yet there are still quite a few after all these years. After leaving Konoha Island, they had passed by several uninhabited islands and discovered some decent medicinal herbs. However, they had not found any suitable special materials, which slightly puzzled Sarutobi Hiruzen. The spiritual energy in this world was clearly abundant. So why were there no various special raw materials appearing? On the other hand, the fishmen working at Fishman Island had dug up quite a few special minerals. The three of them quickly arrived above the island and slowly descended. Kagaya Otsutsuki's aura triggered a roar from wild beasts. There were many large beasts on this island. Although they did not sense human presence, upon arriving on the island, they discovered some dilapidated houses that appeared to have been abandoned for a long time. Chapter 314, Rabbit Fruit. White rabbit form. There are too many deserted islands like this in the ocean. Although it's a deserted island, it doesn't mean no humans have ever been here. During the age of exploration, islands could provide fresh water, so even deserted islands generally show signs of human activity. The island that Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others arrive at has some dilapidated houses. These old houses clearly haven't been maintained for a long time. The area of this deserted island is quite barren, and there are no signs of other islands nearby, indicating it is not on a normal shipping route. Wait a moment. I'll go catch something to eat. Zissou skillfully ignited a campfire with fire release and then turned to hunt the wild beasts on the island. Clearly, she had done this kind of thing quite a bit while following Sarutobi Hiruzen. In fact, at her current level of cultivation, she no longer needed to eat. Initially, she had a large appetite because she was just starting her cultivation and her body consumed a lot of energy. Once she reached the foundation building stage, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't eat as much every day. Even if there was a need, a single pill could solve the problem. Eating that much more would just be troublesome. Of course, if she really encountered some rare and exotic beasts, tasting them would be fine too. Otsutsuki Kagaya felt indifferent. Having not eaten anything for thousands of years due to her seal, and considering she lived in a rather primitive era, she hadn't really had anything good to eat. At this level of power, she didn't care much about what she ate. Kagaya's mind was still focused on how to take revenge and regain her power. There was no doubt about her thirst for power, but unfortunately, Kagaya had ambition without the ability to control power. Simply put, her mind wasn't functioning well. Alright, go check if there's anything I need on this island. With Kagaya, Otsutsuki, and Zissou by his side, Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly didn't need to do everything himself. He had also gotten used to letting Kagaya take care of things. Kagaya had the Rinnegan and some secret techniques to help with the chores, making her quite suitable for the task. Additionally, Kagaya's personality lacked discipline, so she should be made to do more things to understand her own identity and status. Faced with Sarutobi Hiruzen's command, Kagaya Otsutsuki did not dare to resist. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had never ordered her to do anything, Kagaya sensed that he didn't care much about her. If she angered him, the consequences could be dire. Moreover, the current development of Konoha was somewhat beyond her expectations. Without her presence, both of her sons had already died. Although humans inheriting the Otsutsuki bloodline still had an impact on the ninja world, the dominant force in the entire ninja world was still ordinary ninjas and Konoha. The power and civilization that Konoha displayed now were incomprehensible to Kagaya Otsutsuki and even felt somewhat terrifying. While human civilization might not be as powerful as the Otsutsuki, the speed and efficiency of its development were truly frightening. In just a few decades, they had unraveled most of the Otsutsuki clan secrets and even successfully replicated and stolen their powers. What surprises might await if humanity in the ninja world were given more time? Perhaps they could even surpass the Otsutsuki clan? Kagaya Otsutsuki couldn't bear to think about it and turned to explore the island. The things Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted were merely some special minerals and medicinal herbs. Such things were completely beneath Kagaya Otsutsuki's notice. Ridiculous. Did the Otsutsuki clan really need to take medicine? Planting a divine tree would solve everything. The fruit of the divine tree could resolve all problems. Wouldn't it be better to just plant trees on such a planet? Although she was quite dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kagaya Otsutsuki still obediently began to search the island. Zissou had already caught a bear and was looking forward to the taste of bear paws. Kagaya Otsutsuki wandered around absent-mindedly, showing little enthusiasm. But soon her eyes widened. Not far ahead, there was an oddly shaped fruit on the ground. Could it be that this is the secret treasure of this world? A devil fruit? Suddenly, Kagaya Otsutsuki felt a surge of excitement. She didn't know much about devil fruits, but she did know that eating this fruit could grant her incredible powers. The price, however, was that she could not touch seawater, and there were even some terrifying powers involved. Just like the terrifying power she sensed within Kakashi. Kakashi's Sharingan had already mutated, and even though he had completed the sage body within him, he would not awaken the Rinnegan. The interaction between the Sharingan and the devil fruit had made Kakashi stronger. Kagaya Otsutsuki's heart began to race. Should she give this devil fruit to Sarutobi Hiruzen, or should she eat it herself? If she could obtain a powerful fruit ability, Could she not free herself from Sarutobi Hiruzen's control, or even become stronger and reclaim everything she had lost? After a brief hesitation, Kagaya Otsutsuki picked up the fruit and stuffed it into her mouth. Ugh, the disgusting taste. The indescribably awful flavor made Kagaya Otsutsuki involuntarily retch. But soon, she began to sense what ability she had gained. Just as she sensed it, Kagaya Otsutsuki's ears suddenly grew long, transforming into rabbit ears. Rabbit fruit. White rabbit form. An unremarkable fruit that offered her almost no enhancement. Feeling the nearly unchanged power and the fine for appearing on her face, Kagaya Otsutsuki became very angry. What is this supposed to mean? Her horns already resembled rabbit ears, and now they looked a bit strange. After eating this fruit, Kagaya Otsutsuki's appearance noticeably softened, and her Byakugan pupils turned slightly red. The most crucial detail was that a short rabbit tail had appeared on her backside. Chapter 315. A good training in the ninja world. Very few people have eaten the devil fruit. Aside from Orochimaru and Kakashi, no one else has consumed a devil fruit. After all, devil fruits are quite rare, known as treasures of the sea. Moreover, whether a particular devil fruit is suitable for someone is uncertain. For example, if you give Haku, who possesses the ice release Kekii Genkai, a flame fruit or a magma fruit, even though these two are strong Logia-type fruits, they wouldn't suit him well. The combination of ice and fire may seem powerful, but it would never be as effective as letting Haku eat an ice fruit. The compatibility between the fruit and its user is crucial. If Hashirama could eat the forest fruit, the amplification would be terrifying. Although Senju Hashirama's wood release is extremely powerful, it lacks a bit of vitality and agility. Eating the forest fruit could allow Senju Hashirama to break through his limitations and reach true sage level. Therefore, even if one discovers a devil fruit, blindly consuming it is definitely not the best choice. However, for Kagaya Otsutsuki, she does not want to miss this opportunity. If she misses this chance, even if Konoha encounters a suitable devil fruit next time, it is highly likely it won't be given to her. Kagaya Otsutsuki doesn't consider the consequences much. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen to ambush Otsutsuki Ishiki and steal the fruit from the god tree. Unfortunately, Kagaya Otsutsuki's gamble did not yield a powerful fruit, but rather an ordinary Zoan-type fruit. If it were an ancient type or a mythical beast type, it might have been somewhat beneficial to her. Kagaya Otsutsuki and the rabbit fruit have a decent compatibility. For instance, if it were a moon rabbit fruit, it might have had some interesting effects. Under normal circumstances, a person can only eat one devil fruit. If they don't consume a particularly powerful fruit, they will have two obvious weaknesses: fear of seawater and sea stone. Therefore, for true strong individuals, eating a devil fruit is not necessarily the best choice. Devil fruits greatly help the weak, allowing them to grow quickly. However, for Kagaya Otsutsuki, the white rabbit fruit offers her almost no enhancement. Now, she needs to think about how to face Sarutobi Hiruzen. Having just eaten the fruit and gained its abilities, she still cannot use them freely and even cannot hide her rabbit ears, rabbit tail, and fur. Taking a deep breath, she must face what she has to face. Now Kagaya Otsutsuki has no good options left. It is said that the devil fruit is a treasure of the sea. How come she ended up eating such a useless fruit? Moreover, gaining the weaknesses of fearing seawater and sea stone must be a significant drawback for her. Where is she? I've already prepared. Zissa looked at the bear paw in front of her, drooling and feeling impatient. Why is that old woman Kagaya Otsutsuki returned yet? But who among the two is the real old woman is a bit hard to say. She asked back. Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed Kagaya Otsutsuki's change, but he didn't feel much. He also didn't expect that Kagaya Otsutsuki would sneak off to eat a devil fruit. Soon, Kagaya Otsutsuki appeared on the horizon, rapidly approaching, but her flight path seemed a bit unsteady, indicating that something was wrong. When Kagaya Otsutsuki got closer, Zissou immediately realized something was off. Why does this person have rabbit ears? Kagaya Otsutsuki's true identity is actually that of spirit beast? Sarutobi Hiruzen also saw Kagaya Otsutsuki's appearance. At this moment, Kagaya Otsutsuki could only be said to have delighted the luck control fans. You ate a devil fruit? Which one? Kagaya Otsutsuki's appearance could only be explained by one answer. In such a short time, she encountered a devil fruit and consumed it. Rabbit fruit. White rabbit form. Kagaya Otsutsuki felt a bit shy to speak. This fruit was indeed a bit too weak. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought Kagaya Otsutsuki had eaten some mythical beast-type fruit, but he didn't expect it to be such an ordinary fruit. It seems that there are indeed not many people like Luffy who can randomly eat a devil fruit and get a god level 1. Why didn't you report the discovery of the devil fruit and instead secretly ate it? Zisu, still very much aware of her role as a spirit beast, always centered her actions around Sarutobi Hiruzen. Unlike Kaguya Otsutsuki, she understood her identity and status. Being able to escape from her original spirit beast form and achieve her current cultivation level all relied on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Zisu was still very grateful to him, as her future training would still depend on Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for the devil fruit, once Sarutobi Hiruzen obtains it, he can refine it into elixirs, which will be quite beneficial for him. Kaguya Otsutsuki found such a thing and actually ate it herself? It seems she really hasn't been trained enough. Don't be fooled by Zisu's appearance as a white-haired lowly. Her voice is still a gentle, mature tone, and she can single-handedly support a sacred ground, making her quite cunning. Kaguya Otsutsuki had no mood to bicker with Zisu. Eating such a fruit provided her with no help at all. Now, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to punish her, she could only accept it. Have you seen the Otsutsuki purification technique? Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke lightly as he looked at Kaguya Otsutsuki. He didn't need a disobedient slave, let alone one with a rebellious heart. Kaguya Otsutsuki fell silent and lowered her head. She had seen the Otsutsuki purification technique deep within Orochimaru's laboratory, where a person was dissected into pieces but still retained consciousness. It could be said to be more terrifying than death. If you continue to be disobedient, the Otsutsuki purification technique will be your fate. After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Zisu and tossed her pearl. Injecting chakra into it would allow her to make Kaguya Otsutsuki suffer a bit. You train her well and make her understand some rules. Rest assured, Lord Hiruzen. Zisu looked at Kaguya Otsutsuki, finally seizing the opportunity. She had not been fond of Kaguya Otsutsuki for a long time. Chapter 316. Desperate struggle. The shadow of war suddenly loomed over the entire ninja world. After a relatively long period of peace, the ninja world was once again faced with war, and this time the threat it brought was unprecedented. Everyone was reluctant to confront this war. For the entire ninja world, the battles between ninjas had already left too many scars. Ordinary people had no means to fight back, not even the qualification to become cannon fodder. As the structure of the ninja world changed, the status of ninjas rose increasingly higher. The strength of Konoha was already influencing the entire ninja world. Konoha was not only powerful in strength, but its technology and culture were affecting the whole world. Even the Wind Country, an ally of Konoha, could not keep up with Konoha's pace of development. Compared to Konoha, the other countries seemed to be from a different era altogether, but there was nothing they could do about it. They had just begun to recover from internal strife, and it was already quite good that they could start to develop steadily. This war was instigated by Konoha, and its purpose was not simple. It aimed for Konoha to unify the entire ninja world. This was a terrifying prospect, a concern for most countries and factions. Given Konoha's strength, the other nations were no match for it. However, no one wanted to face the outcome of national ruin and loss of life. At least, not the rulers. As for the common people in these countries, they actually hoped to become part of Konoha. Rulers feared losing their power, while common people simply wished for a better life. Yet, they did not want to become the victims of war. As Konoha expressed its intentions, a terrifying atmosphere of war quickly engulfed the entire ninja world, plunging the whole world into fear. At this moment, Konoha became the greatest villain in the ninja world. Who is in the right is hard to say. After all, Konoha's unification of a ninja world is partly to counter the Tsutsuki clan, which is indeed a common enemy of all humanity in the ninja world. If the current trend continues, failing to unify the ninja world and consolidate power would pose a problem when facing the higher-ups and powerful members of the Tsutsuki clan. The war between two civilizations would be far more devastating than the wars within the ninja world. Moreover, Konoha's intention was not solely for war. Konoha had already notified the Land of Lightning, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Wind. The Land of Water had long since become part of Konoha, and many smaller nations had already submitted. Now, only the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth remained, showing significant resistance to Konoha. The sand village of the Land of Wind hesitated for a moment but agreed to Konoha's request, completely joining Konoha and becoming part of it. At least this way, they could preserve the existence of the sand village. The management of the ninja villages would not be changed. The Land of Wind would still be governed by them, but they would have to unconditionally accept Konoha's management and control. The Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth had not yet responded to Konoha. They themselves were unsure whether to submit directly or to fight back in a desperate struggle. How to fight? The two countries could not think of any way to achieve victory. The Edo Tensei technique was terrifying. It could summon former powerful warriors. Just the first Hokage had once swept through the entire ninja world, not to mention the current ninjas of Konoha. Noki and they even suspected that if they did not agree, a group of crazy Uchiha might soon come, wielding Susanoo, and directly wipe out their villages. However, they could not let go of their power. The ninja villages had been inherited for so long, and if they became part of Konoha in their generation, they would surely be remembered as historical sinners. Another critical issue was that they understood that if they compromised this time, their history might not even be preserved. In a few decades, no one would remember the existence of the land of lightning and the land of earth. Everyone would only remember the singular land of Konoha. In fact, Konoha did not take the affairs of the ninja world to heart. If the land of earth and the land of lightning wanted to struggle, then the ninjas who had previously trained in the pirate world would get a good chance to hone their skills again. For Konoha now, sending out any strong ninja could easily sweep through these two countries. The power balance in the ninja world had long been disrupted. The true top-tier powers were always the descendants of the Tsutsuki. Aside from Konoha, other ninja villages could not reach the Sage of Six Paths level even if they had strong ninjas. Moreover, according to the original plot, without the Tsutsuki clan's attack, it would be difficult for ninjas to reach the Sage of Six Paths level relying solely on their own strength. Orochimaru's research was the real cheat. With enough resources and assistance, the results of his research were beyond imagination. A significant part of Konoha's current strength was driven by Orochimaru's research. If Orochimaru had not thoroughly deciphered the secrets of the Tsutsuki bloodline, combined with various secret techniques to stabilize the spatial passage between the two worlds, Konoha would not have developed to its current level. The experiences of Sarutobi Hiruzen had little to do with Konoha's development. Orochimaru's charisma and research capabilities were the keys to pushing Konoha to where it was today. Orochimaru was a rare genius. His genius was not limited to secret techniques, as he could be called a genius in many aspects. However, the current focus of Orochimaru was still on the pirate world, aiming to obtain enough resources from it before launching a counterattack on the Tsutsuki clan's planet. This was Orochimaru's plan, to quietly amass power by acquiring powerful devil fruits from the pirate world in preparation for the counterattack. Chapter 317. Conclusion: there were no surprises. The land of earth and the land of lightning ultimately compromised. Faced with Konoha, they had no chance of winning. The land of earth and the land of lightning became history, and various small nations chose to join Konoha. The great nations no longer existed, and these small countries had no reason to exist either. The ninja world was left with only the land of fire. But since the ninja world was not very large to begin with, the impact was not significant. For most commoners, Konoha's rule turned out to be a good thing. Aside from Konoha, most areas of the ninja world remained in a backward feudal state. It was quite absurd that such a large disparity could exist in what was essentially the same world. People are very realistic. Konoha's strong-handedness made most people unhappy. But after enjoying Konoha's policies and assistance, they all changed their tune. Those who still put up a tough front were merely seeking more personal gain. After the entire ninja world's power was integrated, the overall pace of development accelerated. Furthermore, the relationship between the spirit world and the ninja world became tighter, as the major sanctuaries of the spirit world already had a good relationship with Konoha. Now that the land of fire unified the ninja world, it began to reform and develop the spirit world, with spirit beasts joining in to help humanity. After all, following the current trend, the Otsutsuki clan would not be Konoha's match. Beyond the ninja world, Konoha was also exploring another world. After unifying the ninja world, Konoha started to show its fangs in the pirate world. Although Konoha's previous actions in the pirate world could be considered absolutely villainous, in reality, Konoha did not have any real conflict with the world government. Both sides were suspicious and testing each other. However, once Konoha made a firm decision, the world's transformation began. The low-end combat power of the pirate world had an advantage, but the high-end combat power of the ninja world was clearly stronger. As long as Konoha wanted to, they could overturn this world at any time. Genjutsu and secret techniques that involved rules, as well as Six Paths level powerhouses, posed a dimensional strike against the world government. Konoha directly chose to open a front in both worlds, but the war in the ninja world had already ended before it even began. However, the unique environment of the pirate world meant that it would inevitably be a prolonged war. There were too many islands, most of which were uninhabited. Even if Konoha could overturn the world government in a short time, it would not be able to effectively manage this world in a sufficient time frame. Instead, it would plunge the pirate world into chaos. Therefore, Konoha chose to take action against the pirates at sea. Pirates are endless. As long as the world government exists, those dissatisfied with it will go out to sea. Moreover, the people of this world naturally yearned for freedom and disliked being restrained. However, controlling powerful pirates was not actually difficult. Kaido and Big Mom fell in battle one after another, and the red-haired pirates had long since fled to ally with the world government. Konoha replaced the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords of the sea, becoming the true force that could contend with the world government at sea. After mastering the entire new world, Konoha obtained a large number of powerful devil fruits. While many devil fruits were refined by Sarutobi Hiruzen to enhance strength, decades later, the world government was completely abolished, and Konoha began preparing for a counterattack against the Otsutsuki planet. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's cultivation reached the late Golden Core stage. The Otsutsuki planet was very far from the ninja world, but this was not difficult for 6 PATS-level powerhouses. During this time, Orochimaru created many strong individuals, ensuring that this operation against the Otsutsuki planet would definitely be victorious. The strongest Otsutsuki god was already dead, leaving only some relatively strong Otsutsuki who had consumed the fruit of the divine tree. This time, Konoha's expedition would be into the starry sky. Summary: with spiritual energy depleted, the last cultivator on Earth is reborn. Surprisingly, he is reborn as the strongest Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is really going to become the strongest Hokage. Chakra consumption potential. Directly dissipating chakra to recultivate. 100 days of foundation building, golden core, and nascent soul, becoming an immortal ancestor. Naruto, watch closely, this is the true sage mode. First Hokage. Sarutobi is just too strong. Orochimaru, I must consider whether this is my only chance to become Hokage in this life.